Gazing at the abandoned shop before him, overflowing with snacks and beverages, Wu Hao casually sent a message to the customer chat group. Those in need of supplies may come to my shop for an exchange. I also welcome beautiful women. Rest assured there will be ample food and drink, but do remember to bring a photo. The moment his message was dispatched, it stirred a significant commotion within the chat group. Qing Tian Hua Hua. Are you out of your mind? Prioritizing beautiful women. Jiao Bao. As if anyone is interested in your supplies. Dabulu. Just keep your goods, they'll rot in your warehouse, you beast. Wu Hao dismissed their remarks, focusing solely on the information of importance to him. At that moment, a notification pinged, indicating he had received a new update. Ding, Yu Si Wei consumed 1 chocolate, granting a rebate of 100 chocolates. Seeing someone indulge, only to have their consumption returned to him in a 100-fold bounty, filled him with a sense of ease regarding his supplies. At least I need not worry about food and drink, he mused, observing the clearly defunct snack shop while absorbing the implications of the message. Just yesterday, he had felt utterly unfortunate, having been left with his closed shop and a staggering debt of 3 million after his business partner absconded. His girlfriend, Yu Si Wei, upon learning of his plight, unhesitatingly chose to end their relationship without a trace of reluctance. As an orphan, he lacked familial concerns, yet the sudden descent into destitution and overwhelming debt was daunting. In his moment of despair, contemplating self-destruction, an unexpected cold wave swept in, freezing the world outside. While survivors assumed it was merely a cold front, a terrifying green mist soon enveloped the ground, submerging everything below the 4th floor in an impenetrable haze. Attempts to enter resulted in disastrous outcomes, leaving those who remained trapped on higher floors increasingly short on supplies. Yet, he had awakened a spatial ability complete with a rebate system tied to beautiful women. As long as the tools he bound consumed supplies, he could reap multiples of rebated goods, with no upper limit. Wu Hao summoned an interface, revealing a luminous screen before him. Current bound tool. 1. Rebate multiplier 1:100 current rebate multiplier. 100 due to the default binding with Yu Si Wei, he possessed a 100-fold rebate multiplier. Each item she consumed would yield him 100 identical items in his spatial inventory. The more she consumed, the more he would gain. However, he understood the necessity of caution. Should Yu Si Wei suffer any misfortune, his rebate tool would vanish, leaving him in a precarious situation of potential scarcity. The system requires not only a binding to a woman, but also imposes certain aesthetic criteria. She must score at least a 9, he reflected, aware that this stipulation complicated matters. He could not simply select any woman she needed to meet specific beauty standards, not just anyone off the street. Have those unable to enter the building perished from the cold? He moved to the window, peering down. The entire apartment complex seemed suspended amidst a green cloud, its exterior cloaked in frost, as if the world had plunged into an ice age. The cold front had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving minimal impact within the sealed rooms, allowing electricity and communication to persist. Yet, the uncertainty of when power might cease loomed over him, and the situation could worsen. Moreover, he noticed something troubling. Has the cold risen? Pressing against the window, he scrutinized the scene below. The green mist that had barely reached the 4th floor the day before now encroached upon the 5th. This ominous chill was ascending, progressively consuming higher levels. Residing on the 26th floor, he was still in a relatively safe position, but the escalating threat necessitated contingency planning. The good news is that there are generators and heaters here, which means as long as I can utilize these supplies, I won't be trapped in this room and freeze to death. He was relieved to find that the defunct shop had been a small import snack store, providing a variety of goods, including emergency diesel generators and heaters, making it a well-equipped refuge. Just as he prepared to withdraw his gaze and check for any new messages in the customer chat, he noticed someone at the neighboring window. Upon realizing he was watching, the individual quickly averted their gaze and cautiously drew the curtain. It was clear they were on high alert. She's trapped here too, Wu Hao recognized at a glance, surprised to find her in the same predicament, likely facing a similar shortage of supplies. Meanwhile, Qin Feifei tightened her grip on the curtain, her heart racing anxiously. She understood he had noticed her, and the realization that they were both ensnared in their respective rooms was unsettling. While my message is sent, Frustration mounted as she discovered her phone was malfunctioning, rendering her unable to communicate. Currently, she was confined in her art studio, filled with paints and canvases, yet devoid of any food. Having been trapped for a day and a night, she had hoped to quench her thirst with tap water, only to find the icy cold had rendered the faucet dry. It had been an entire day without a drop to drink, leaving her throat parched and raw. Yet, she knew that next door was a veritable bounty of food and warmth, as evidenced by the condensation on the window indicating a stark temperature difference within. "It's getting colder," she thought, shivering as the chill permeated her bones. The abrupt drop in temperature from summer day to an icy freeze was overwhelming, and in her short sleeves and skirt, she felt increasingly unable to withstand the cold. Just as despair threatened to consume her, her phone flickered with a glimmer of light, signaling a return of signal hope ignited within her as she hurriedly sought to reach out to the outside world. However, she soon realized that she had received merely a single message, which was a broadcast from Wu, the clerk of the snack store. The message originated from a customer chat group she had recently joined, specifically from the very store located within her apartment building. As she perused the contents of the chat group, a heavy weight settled in her heart. There was a glimmer of good news. The other party was willing to offer supplies in exchange. Yet, there was also a disheartening piece of information. They were open to sheltering women, but only if they were of striking beauty. Moreover, they would provide food and lodging, but the price to be paid by the women was all too clear. Anyone with a modicum of social awareness would understand that. "I would rather die than partake in such a transaction." At this point, Qin Feifei felt utterly despondent. Gazing at her phone, which once again had no signal, she feared that her parents and boyfriend had likely encountered misfortune. In this fleeting moment when she finally received a signal, the only message that came through was that inconsequential group broadcast, devoid of any concern from her parents or boyfriend. Chapter 2. The Terrifying Freeze. Qin Feifei in despair. Wu Hao successfully transmitted the message. Realizing the necessity to recruit more aides, he cast his net wide. He disseminated the news not only to the customer chat group willing to shelter a beautiful woman, but also to the property group of the apartment building and the homeowners group. Naturally, his message was met with disdain and rejection from many. However, some individuals recognized the availability of supplies on his end and expressed a willingness to negotiate exchanges. They privately messaged him, inquiring about the terms of trade, eager to understand how they might barter. For the time being, there was no need for haste. He believed that soon, someone would come to negotiate. Wu Hao understood that he merely needed to wait patiently, as this was a commercial apartment building, with 9 out of 10 residents operating small businesses. Hence, the stored supplies among them were scarce, making him the wealthiest source of resources in the vicinity. Furthermore, he co-managed a foreign trade snack shop named Quite My with a partner, which provided ample space. They had combined 2 apartment units, creating an expansive 200 square meter duplex space, filled with shelves brimming with an array of goods. These items had once been a burden during the closure, all rendered unsalable. Yet now, they offered a profound sense of security. Especially with the consumption rebate from his personal space, he no longer feared running out of supplies. As long as he could bind another aide, he could indulge her lavishly, while her consumption would yield a 100-fold return, ensuring his resources never dwindled. Currently, the most alarming news was the complete cessation of official communications, leaving the survivors trapped in their homes, overwhelmed by panic, utterly oblivious to the external situation. Qin Feifei was abruptly awakened by a cramp brought on by the cold. Upon regaining consciousness, she realized her body was nearly frozen, her fingertips numb with cold. Having gone without water or food for an extended period, her once supple lips had cracked, and her throat felt parched, making even the simplest act of swallowing excruciating. "Why not just let me freeze to death?" Qin Feifei felt utterly desolate, tears threatening to spill forth. However, as she attempted to cry, she discovered that tears had become a luxury. Her eyes merely reddened, barely managing to produce a little moisture that could not coalesce into true tears. Sometimes, the contemplation of death arises from a moment of failure, leading to a sudden fear of it. She had indeed contemplated freezing herself to death. Now, realizing she was still alive, she was acutely aware that her parents and boyfriend were most likely gone, leaving her with no attachments. She suddenly recognized that sacrificing herself for an exchange was not such a significant matter. She knew that next door there was food and warmth. It meant that by sacrificing her purity for a transaction, she could enjoy a hearty meal and improve her circumstances. Yet, to acquire a morsel of sustenance. She would have to relinquish her innocence. Qin Feifei felt a wave of sorrow wash over her, realizing her worth had diminished so drastically. She had always been exceptional, cherished and admired throughout her life. Later, at art school, she became a renowned beauty and a talented painter, believing her life would be a resounding success. She had already established her own art studio and garnered interest from galleries eager to purchase her works. Yet now, an unforeseen icy calamity had obliterated everything. She found herself on the verge of freezing to death in her dream studio, having gone a day and night without nourishment, facing the grim prospect of starving or dehydrating to death. Most distressingly, the person to whom she was considering submitting herself was the very clerk from next door whom she had once looked down upon. Now, she was compelled to propose a trade for a mere meal, practically begging him to accept her, willingly offering herself in desperation. Wu Hao remained in his room, attentively monitoring his phone for incoming trade proposals while keeping an eye on the outside world. The eerie silence outside was palpable, as if the entire world had been frozen by the sudden cold wave. The vibrant blue sky was obscured by thick, deep gray clouds, and the familiar sight of birds and drones was absent. The icicles forming on the building across from him served as evidence that the temperature had plummeted below freezing. Most frighteningly, a dense green mist of ice enveloped the ground, obscuring any view of the terrain below the fourth floor, rendering the changes on the ground invisible. This ominous green mist was slowly ascending, already nearing the fifth floor, and had begun to consume it. Wu Hao understood that within a month at most, or 3 months at the least, this mist would swallow his 26th floor sanctuary, engulfing the entire world in its icy grasp. With the ground devoured, there would be nowhere to flee. Wu Hao recognized how dire the situation was. Everyone was trapped in high-rise buildings, awaiting an inevitable demise. With no signs of escape in sight, he resolved to stockpile supplies, for he could not afford to hope for survival only to discover that food and water had run out, leading to starvation. Wu Hao had already assessed his resources, confirming that, without additional replenishment, they could sustain him for 6 months. If he rationed, it could stretch to over a year. Of course, he did not concern himself with nutrition, as the items primarily consisted of snacks and beverages, sufficient to stave off hunger. Another stroke of good fortune was the robust security door, complemented by surveillance cameras. Wu Hao glanced toward his door, recalling that, due to concerns about the building's security, he had installed a commercial-grade security door, nearly as fortified as a bank vault, complete with a camera. This door, nearly impervious to forced entry without explosives, had turned into an unexpected blessing, allowing him to remain inside without fear of a violent intrusion. As he contemplated sending a few more messages to widen his net, the doorbell suddenly rang. He swiftly approached the door, glancing at the monitoring screen, which provided a view of the entrance. The fisheye lens captured the entire corridor on the 26th floor. Upon looking, he was immediately struck by the sight of a tall, ethereal beauty clad in white, with long, flowing black hair cascading over her shoulders, standing outside his door. Chapter 3. Qin Feifei joins as the second auxiliary, though her situation is rather dire. She appears not only listless, evoking a sense of fragility akin to that of Lin Daiyu, but is also so weak that she can scarcely stand without leaning against the door, directing her face towards the camera on the security door. Exchanging items? Wu Hao observes her condition and deduces that she must be here to barter. Otherwise, she would not have come at this hour. It's just me, Qin Feifei states candidly, indicating her intention to trade, motivated by his willingness to shelter a beautiful woman. She intends to offer herself in exchange for supplies necessary for her survival. However, Wu Hao does not immediately open the door. He cautiously surveys the corridor through the security camera, confirming that she is alone. For added security, he retrieves his stun baton, ensuring it is functional and capable of delivering 1,000 volts of electricity. Once satisfied that it is safe, he unlocks the small door of the security gate, granting entry to the artistic beauty. Qin Feifei stands at the threshold, feeling as if she is clad in a summer dress amidst the chill of winter. Though she hadn't noticed the cold at home, stepping outside for this exchange reveals the corridor to be a veritable icebox. While no frost is visible, it is evident that without proper warmth, one could easily succumb to the frigid air outside. Thus, she fervently hopes that he will agree to the trade, urging him to let her inside. At this moment, she perceives little else as significant. All she desires is to enter, warm herself, and enjoy a hot meal and drink. Suddenly, the notion of dignity pales in comparison to the instinct to survive. As the small door swings open, she is met with a rush of warm air and a glimmer of hope, akin to entering paradise. Just as she steps across the threshold, however, she feels a cold, hard object press against her throat. It is the stun baton. This realization sends a chill through her, as she understands how perilously close it is to her head, capable of delivering a fatal shock in an instant. Did you bring any weapons? Wu Hao inquires, addressing Qin Feifei as she enters. Though she appears to him as a delicate girl, weak and vulnerable, he remains acutely aware of the potential for danger in extreme situations. He knows that even a seemingly harmless adult can be a threat under duress, let alone a child. Thus, he prefers to err on the side of caution. Once he has secured the door behind her, he meticulously inspects her for any concealed weapons, scrutinizing every corner, from her long hair to beneath her skirt. Qin Feifei, feeling the intensity of his examination, is overwhelmed with a mix of indignation and embarrassment, having never even held hands with her boyfriend. She had envisioned their wedding night as a sacred occasion. Yet now, she feels violated, as he invades her privacy in their first encounter. However, she remains still, recognizing the stun baton still pressed against her throat, and remembers her purpose for coming, to trade her purity for sustenance. After a thorough search, Wu Hao confirms that she poses no threat and glances at her, noticing an attribute panel appear beside her. Qin Feifei, beauty, 9. 5. Purity, 10. Immaculately pure. Review, approved. She has successfully passed the scrutiny of the resource rebate system, qualifying to become a rebate tool for him. Come in, he says, now that he is assured of her safety, allowing a hint of warmth to color his demeanor, otherwise she would be turned away, though still somewhat apprehensive. Qin Feifei looks around, quickly realizing that this space is entirely different from the outside. The shelves are overflowing with a delightful array of snacks and canned goods. And most importantly, it is warm. The biting cold of the outside world is utterly absent, making her feel as though she has stepped into spring. Do you have air conditioning? She marvels, astonished that the system still operates despite the potential for freezing outside units. Isn't it blowing right now? Wu Hao retorts, explaining that the air conditioning was installed with durability in mind. Not only is there central air, but the external units are housed in a sheltered room, protecting them from the elements. This fortunate arrangement allows the air conditioning to function smoothly, eliminating the immediate need for heating alternatives. Qin Feifei's eyes sparkle with excitement. She is convinced that this place is indeed a slice of heaven. Shall we eat first, or inspect the goods? Wu Hao inquires. Aware that she has come seeking food and shelter, and understanding that she must also contribute something in return. Let us eat first, she hesitates, fully cognizant that once inside, she cannot avoid certain realities. She knows she longs to remain here permanently, which makes some aspects of their exchange unavoidable. This is a precious opportunity, and she wishes to preserve some beautiful memories. Moreover, the pangs of hunger and thirst have left her lightheaded, rendering her incapable of focusing on anything else. Feel free to eat. There are no restrictions, Wu Hao encourages, observing her eagerness and realizing that she is already enamored with this haven, assuring him that she will not contest his generosity or renege on their agreement. Upon hearing his words, Qin Feifei is taken aback. The notion that she can eat without limitation seems almost surreal, especially given the dire scarcity of resources outside, where even instant noodles, once overlooked, have become precious commodities. Is it really true? She asks, struggling to grasp the reality of such abundance. Yes, but there is one condition, no waste. If you take it, you must finish it. Wu Hao replies casually, aware that from the moment she entered and passed the assessment, she was bound to him as a consumption rebate tool. The more she consumes, the greater his returns on resources will be. Qin Feifei remains skeptical, but her thirst overwhelms her, prompting her to seize a bottle of juice and drink it without regard for decorum. As she opens the bottle and gulps it down in one go, she feels a rush of relief. Wu Hao soon noticed a notification indicating that Qin Feifei's rebate consumption had taken effect. Although she had only consumed a single bottle, it resulted in an astonishing ding. Qin Feifei has consumed one bottle of 500 milliliters fresh squeezed juice, resulting in a rebate of 200 bottles of 500 milliliters fresh squeezed juice. Chapter 4. The Extraordinary Fruit, Ice Condensing Jade. The consumption rebate has arrived. He has helped to consume a staggering 200 bottles in one go. With Qin Feifei already bound as his second rebate tool, the multiplier has surged, now reaching a consumption rebate of 200 times. Don't be shy. Indulge yourself, he urged. The beef jerky over there is quite delectable. A single pack costs 80. You might want to try the caviar. And this steak can be grilled fresh on the barbecue I can provide. as Wu Hao observed the consumption rebate commencing. He promptly recommended an array of supplies he deemed worthy of hoarding to Qin Feifei, encouraging her to partake without hesitation. Qin Feifei felt utterly flattered. She began to wonder if she had perished and was now in paradise, questioning whether all she saw was merely a figment of her imagination. Yet, the sweet juice flowing down her throat and the tender, succulent beef jerky she savored confirmed that this was no dream. She was indeed free to feast at her leisure, all while basking in the warmth of the air conditioning. Wu Hao continued to receive notifications. Qin Feifei consumed beef jerky, granting him a rebate of 200 packs. Qin Feifei consumed canned fish, granting him a rebate of 200 boxes. Initially, Qin Feifei resembled a famished spirit, gorging herself with abandon. Soon enough, she found herself unable to continue, her eyes glistening with a hint of pity as she regarded him, as if questioning whether his enthusiasm was excessive. Full? Wu Hao inquired. Qin Feifei shyly nodded, her ladylike demeanor faltering as an uncontrollable burp escaped her lips, deepening the blush on her cheeks, leaving her utterly bashful. Shall we continue with some exercise? Wu Hao noted her petite appetite. She possessed a bird-like stomach, having barely eaten before feeling uncomfortably full. The flush on Qin Feifei's face intensified as she meekly murmured, "I might throw up?" Lacking direct experience, she had gleaned from her friends that certain activities post-meal were ill-advised. Wu Hao understood her implication, recognizing her misunderstanding, yet he noted that this artistic goddess seemed rather perceptive. Having prepared herself in advance, exercise was inevitable, though it would be prudent to allow Qin Feifei time to rest and digest first. At this moment, she was irrevocably bound to her role as his tool, ensuring that as long as she lived, her consumption would yield rebates for him. After surrendering herself for the first time, Qin Feifei fully accepted her fate, acknowledging that she was now without a home, this place becoming her new abode. Seizing the opportunity while her spirits were high, she inquired if she could remain here permanently instead of returning. Wu Hao acquiesced to her request, but stipulated a condition: if you wish to stay, you must only sleep on the second floor. Should I not open the door for you, you must not exit. Acknowledging that he was an ordinary person, he could not guarantee his safety while asleep. Thus, the safest course was for her to remain on the second floor while he rested on the first, until he could ensure their shared safety during the night. This arrangement would hold. Agreed. Qin Feifei, eager to remain, willingly accepted any condition he set forth. After experiencing life here, she had no desire to return to her studio, longing instead to stay in this comfortable paradise of food and drink. Wu Hao gave her a knowing glance, realizing it was time to collect rent in advance. Qin Feifei, feeling bashful yet resigned, proactively paid her rent ahead of time. 2 days passed unnoticed. Wu Hao realized he had not misjudged the situation. He confirmed that the azure ice mist outside was indeed rising, as the building across from him had been completely engulfed by the eerie frost. It seemed that the mist would reach the 26th floor in less than 2 months. Unless circumstances improved, his location would be entirely consumed by this frigid azure mist, submerging everything. However, not all news was grim. Wu Hao gazed at the peacefully slumbering Qin Feifei, aware that she had fully embraced this life. Assuming the role of the lady of the house, her demeanor towards him had shifted, treating him with the affection of a girlfriend or even a spouse, her compliance reflecting a blossoming romance. Her presence alleviated the issue of resource depletion, allowing her to indulge in food and drink without restraint, transforming the resources into a seemingly endless bounty. For every portion she consumed, he received a rebate of 200 portions, making it impossible for the supplies to diminish in the short term. The only pressing concern was the increasingly severe freezing conditions outside. Yet, upon awakening that day, he received a notification that suggested there was a solution to the frost. He had once again received a rebate from Yu Siwei, along with an unexpected item. Ding! Yu Siwei consumed a level 1 ice condensing jade, granting a rebate of 200 level 1 ice condensing jades. This new item appeared directly in his spatial inventory. He retrieved a piece, marveling at its thumb-sized, translucent form, resembling an azure glass bead. Upon closer inspection, he noticed swirling light points within, akin to a galaxy in motion. One could say that no gemstone in the world could rival the beauty of this small orb. What purpose did it serve? Had Yu Siwei truly consumed it? Wu Hao was astounded, pondering where his ex-girlfriend had acquired such an item and why she had consumed it, resulting in his instantaneous gain of 200 pieces. Come here. He beckoned, harboring suspicions about the item's edibility. What is the matter? Qin Feifei approached curiously, Her 2 days of comfortable living had left her feeling secure. Though she regarded Wu Hao with a mix of awe and trepidation, having witnessed him conjure an object out of thin air, evidence of his spatial abilities. Eat this, Wu Hao instructed, offering her the freshly acquired ice-condensing jade, insisting she consume it before him. Qin Feifei eyed the radiant sea blue gem with skepticism, questioning its edibility. Yet, seeing the earnestness in Wu Hao's gaze, she reluctantly accepted it and placed it in her mouth. As Wu Hao observed her consume the gem, he felt reassured that it would not be fatal. After all, Yu Siwei had ingested it and successfully yielded a rebate, signifying that she had consumed and digested it, thereby generating the rebate effect. Chapter 5, Mastery of Ice Powers, Control of Snow and Ice. What does it feel like? Upon witnessing Qin Feifei successfully consume and crush the ice crystal, a look of astonishment graced her face. It was challenging for Qin Feifei to articulate the wondrous sensation she experienced. However, she was able to demonstrate to Wu Hao her ability to rapidly condense cold energy in her hands, showcasing her mastery of ice powers. As she released an aura of frost, yet her joyful expression faltered within moments, her countenance paling as discomfort washed over her, prompting her to cease immediately. Nevertheless, her excitement remained palpable as she exclaimed, "I now possess the ability to unleash snow and ice." Although its power is not yet formidable, the realization that she, too, had acquired superpowers, specifically of the ice element, filled Wu Hao with understanding regarding the effects of the ice crystal. He was also curious about how Yu Siwei had come by such an extraordinary item. Qin Feifei continued, "This requires a significant expenditure of mental energy. I feel a headache coming on." It was evident that her exhilaration had led her to utilize her ice power rather vigorously, resulting in considerable mental fatigue. She glanced at him with curiosity and inquired, "Now that I have received such a precious item, what shall you do?" Wu Hao's generous act of providing her with something so valuable surprised her, deepening her affection for him. Yet, she was also puzzled as to why he would part with such a treasure, leaving himself without it. Could he truly be so selfless? "I still have plenty," Wu Hao thought, aware that Qin Feifei had realized he possessed spatial abilities. Thus, he felt no need to conceal anything from her, producing 2 additional ice crystals to consume before her very eyes. Observing that Qin Feifei had just consumed one, he noted the subsequent return. Ding! Qin Feifei consumed 1 ice crystal, returning 200. The delightful news was that the consumption of ice crystals was now limitless for him. Essentially, possessing just one would yield an infinite supply. His only concern was that Qin Feifei, as a tool for returns, must not perish. To mitigate this risk, he needed to bind more return tools. So it was. Qin Feifei cast him a glance filled with complex emotions: excitement, admiration, fear, concern. She could not discern her precise feelings, only understanding that her companionship with him seemed remarkably favorable for the time being. Wu Hao rewarded her with 2 more crystals. He then retreated to the balcony, observing the external environment while continuously consuming ice crystals himself. He discovered that he could see alerts and additional benefits. Ding! Consuming ice crystal, ice mastery level 1. Ice control 5. He realized that the ice crystals enhanced his ice control abilities and that repeated consumption could elevate his mastery level. Thus, he continued to consume them, eager to determine how many would be required to elevate his ice mastery to level 2. After consuming 10, the alert finally appeared. Ding! Ice mastery level 2. Ice control 15. At this moment, he could distinctly feel the potency of the released ice energy increase, coupled with a reduction in mental expenditure. Noting the marked improvement, he hastened to raise it further. Ding! Ice mastery level 3. Ice control 40. Ding! Ice mastery level 4. Ice control 60. It took 50 crystals to elevate to level 3, while 100 were necessary to reach level 4. At this juncture, he found himself unable to consume more, as the ice crystals resembled spheres filled with blueberry juice. The consumption itself posed no significant burden. However, the cumulative usage filled him with vibrant energy, nearly overwhelming him. Realizing that forcing further consumption might yield adverse effects, he decided to pause, resolving to continue the next day. Given his current physical capacity, he estimated that his maximum daily consumption was 200 crystals. Yet, he wondered if there were ways to enhance his physical strength, potentially increasing his daily limits. Wu Hao assessed his current upper limit, recognizing that for an ordinary person, this constraint would be negligible. After all, acquiring even 1 crystal was a stroke of luck, whereas he could effortlessly consume 200, with an inexhaustible reserve awaiting him. This was a dilemma of sheer fortune. Moreover, he discerned that as his ice control power increased, so too did his resistance to the cold. Though slight, it was indeed present. This suggested that should he continue to advance, he might eventually ignore the frigid environment outside, navigating freely even in the midst of the terrifying azure mist. Additionally, the elevation of his ice control level endowed him with a degree of automatic defense, causing ice crystals to manifest at the sight of sudden attacks, thereby slightly mitigating harm and significantly enhancing his safety. It was prudent to stockpile more crystals, preventing a scenario where he might suddenly find himself without a return tool, making it difficult to increase his numbers at that time. Wu Hao sought out Qin Feifei, aware that he had benefited her today by helping to elevate her ice control level while also amassing additional ice crystals. Upon witnessing him produce over 100 ice crystals for her consumption, Qin Feifei was taken aback. Having previously experienced the effects of such items, she understood their value and gratefully consumed them, even offering to repay him in kind. This revelation led Wu Hao to discover yet another intriguing application of the ice control powers, unveiling their remarkable effects in private. 3 days passed. The situation outside continued to deteriorate. The azure mist had completely engulfed the 5th floor, encroaching upon the 6th. For the others, the dire shortage of food exacerbated their plight. Some proposed smashing the ice blocks outside in hopes of melting them for drinkable water. However, the intensifying cold and dwindling supplies plunged them into despair, faced with the grim reality of freezing or starving to death. In stark contrast, Wu Hao's confinement felt akin to paradise. Within his quarters, there was not only a heater providing continuous warmth, but also the company of Qin Feifei, with whom he shared hot pot, resting his feet comfortably in her lap. Qin Feifei had completely acclimated to their new life and environment, obediently catering to his needs. She understood that it was only within this haven that they could eat and drink without fear of the encroaching cold. Wu Hao remained quite content with Qin Feifei, for her obedience and sensibility were commendable. Most importantly, she recognized her boundaries, discerning what was permissible and what was not. His only dissatisfaction lay in her modest appetite, reminiscent of a small bird's. In a context of resource scarcity, this was indeed beneficial, as her minimal consumption alleviated concerns about depleting their remaining supplies. Yet, he pondered whether he should even be troubled by resource shortages. For him, greater consumption translated to more returns. As his return tool, her ability to eat heartily was advantageous. He had no desire for her to conserve. Chapter 6. My supplies, and the reason for their distribution. It is essential to gather more individuals capable of assisting, lest the others succumb to the bitter cold, making it exceedingly difficult to expand the workforce later. Wu Hao recognized that his space was ample and could sustain a considerable number of helpers. Thus he welcomed as many qualified individuals as possible. Additionally, he understood that the more helpers he bound, the greater his rebate multiplier would become. The most crucial aspect was that by binding just one more helper, he could unlock a staggering 100-fold rebate multiplier. Therefore, if he could increase the number of helpers here to 10, he would reap an extraordinary 1,000-fold rebate, which meant that by consuming a single item, he would receive a return of 1,000. The efficiency of this plan far surpassed his current rate. Do you have any close friends who could join us here? Wu Hao inquired directly of Qin Feifei, aware that beautiful women often travel in circles. It could be said that a stunning beauty like Qin Feifei would undoubtedly have equally admirable friends, most of whom would be virtuous as well. Qin Feifei was taken aback, realizing the implication of his words, and a tinge of jealousy stirred within her. Nevertheless, she understood that he was in control here. If she were to provoke his displeasure, he could easily cast her out, forcing her back into a frigid hell devoid of sustenance. Thus, while she felt jealous, she also recognized his desire to expand the number of individuals in their midst. She had no choice but to thoughtfully consider how to assist him, understanding that soon she would not be the sole woman present. I'm not entirely sure of their current circumstances. I haven't been in contact with them for some time, and I don't know if they are. Qin Feifei's voice trailed off, but the meaning was clear. Given the extreme cold of the frozen world, it was uncertain whether her friends were still alive. Furthermore, since entering this place, she had not used any communication devices, leaving her completely disconnected from the outside world. She couldn't oppose to even ascertain whether her parents were alive, let alone her friends. Let Apos reach out and confirm, Wu Hao suggested, now equipped with the ice-condensing jade, which granted him the ability to venture into the icy mist beyond. While the apartment building he resided in was densely populated, the number of suitable helpers was disappointingly low. Thus, seeking out other survivors and expanding his workforce had become imperative. This meant he would not only recruit from within the apartment, but also reach out to the friends of those already enlisted. When Qin Feifei saw Wu Hao hand her a mobile phone, she felt a surge of excitement. A fleeting doubt crossed her mind. Was he not concerned about her possibly alerting the authorities or betraying him? Yet, she quickly dismissed such thoughts as ludicrous. She knew he was no ordinary person. He possessed the power of ice and snow. Moreover, in their current situation, where was the police to be found? The world was on the brink of destruction. Furthermore, she had thoroughly assessed the defensive capabilities of this place. As long as no one opened the door from within, it would be nearly impossible for outsiders to force their way in. Thus, his giving her the phone was not out of indifference, but rather a lack of need for concern. For him, it was simple. He could cast her aside and let her fend for herself, and in that scenario, she would be the only one to suffer. Without hesitation, she dialed the number to confirm. To her delight, the external communication signals remained intact, allowing her to reach the outside world. While Qin Feifei contacted her friends, Wu Hao was equally industrious. He produced another phone and continued to send messages in a chat group. Fast sale snacks, seeking beautiful women, especially stunning ones. All meals and lodging provided, along with ample supplies. Images. Not only did he disseminate recruitment information, but he also showcased the abundance of supplies on the shelves and the scene of a hot pot being prepared before him. However, this time, the responses in the group were significantly fewer. It seemed that many had perished from the cold in recent days, leaving fewer survivors. Yet, those who remained were still vocal in their grievances. With so many supplies, why don't you share some with us? My grandson is on the brink of starvation. You beast. Building 2 management. Group owner, you still have so many supplies? For the sake of neighborly goodwill, why not share some? When this calamity passes, everyone will be grateful. Yet, despite sending out his recruitment message, he received no proactive responses from potential helpers. Instead, some of the surviving individuals began to impose moral obligations upon him, demanding that he distribute some of his supplies to assist them, merely in hopes of earning gratitude once the disaster subsided. Disaster ended? Wu Hao found this notion amusing. The absence of any official communication over the past few days suggested that either the authorities were entirely unreachable or preoccupied with their own survival. Observing the worsening conditions of the frozen world, he realized that if he did not have the means to consume and rebalance his resources, distributing supplies to others would be tantamount to inviting his own demise. Furthermore, having experienced betrayal twice, he was acutely aware of human nature. He understood that revealing the extent of his supplies and his ability to generate continuous resources would incite desperate individuals to seize them at all costs. If given the chance, they would undoubtedly seek to control him, finding ways to torment him into relinquishing even more of his supplies. Thus, he knew that he must adopt a resolute stance from the outset. I will not assist, he declared firmly, continuing to post recruitment messages for beautiful women, assuring them of provisions for meals and lodging. For those who hurled insults at him, he muted each one and directly expelled those who offered no utility, determined to retain only those who could contribute. Upon being expelled, Cheng Fei, the group owner, was beside himself with rage. How dare they? I was only trying to help everyone. Cheng Fei had been just an ordinary office worker in society. Becoming the owner of Building 2 was his sole claim to authority, a role he relished as he enjoyed the flattery and attention from others who referred to him as Building Owner Cheng. To ensure his cooperation, people would often offer him small favors. He was well aware that the shopping group belonged to the fast sale supermarket on the 26th floor. In previous visits, he had subtly hinted at receiving complimentary services, suggesting that by giving him preferential treatment, he could facilitate their business needs in the future. However, they had outright refused, citing their small profit margins. When he later learned that the supermarket had gone out of business, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction, believing it to be a fitting retribution. Yet, in the blink of an eye, circumstances had reversed entirely. This once struggling supermarket had now become a coveted resource amid the disaster, potentially the most well-stocked establishment in the entire building. Now, he sought to leverage the opinions of others to urge the supermarket owner to share provisions, hoping to reap substantial benefits for himself as the building owner. To his dismay, he found himself outright rejected, ignored, and unceremoniously expelled from the chat, utterly obliterating his sense of pride. Chapter 7. Clearly planning a heist yet claiming to distribute supplies, Cheng Fei found himself in a state of agitation. His pantry was completely bare. Just then, a rather unassuming girl adorned with glasses and a distinctly quaint style appeared before him. Her expression filled with concern as she revealed an important piece of news. Is it all gone? Cheng Fei exclaimed, startled. For he distinctly recalled there being some vegetables and several packets of instant noodles in the refrigerator. Indeed, the girl affirmed with a nod. Cheng Fei hurried to verify the situation and was met with the disheartening reality. The food was entirely depleted. The remaining items had either spoiled or turned to ice, leaving behind nothing but empty wrappers, plunging him into a dire state of scarcity. Suddenly, a wave of hunger washed over him, and he swallowed hard. In his attempt to conserve food over the past few days, he had deprived himself of a proper meal. He never anticipated that even his frugality would lead to this predicament. His mind drifted to the images shared by Wu Hao in their chat group, showcasing his home filled with an abundance of goods and steaming hot pot. What should we do now? The girl inquired. She was Cheng Fei's girlfriend, Hu Xiaoyu. They had come to this bustling metropolis to study and strive for a better life, eventually managing to secure this modest apartment as their love nest. Hu Xiaoyu had initially been on a promising path, poised to become a teacher at a nearby middle school, but the recent icy calamity had thwarted all her aspirations, leaving her stranded in this grim situation. Cheng Fei gazed at her, scrutinizing the attractive face partially obscured by her glasses. He had often intentionally downplayed her appearance, knowing full well that she was strikingly beautiful, far surpassing the campus beauty from their university days, something he had always taken pride in. Though he had entertained the thought of winning her over, her traditional values dictated that she would only fully surrender herself to him after marriage. He understood that pressuring her would only lead to a painful separation and the exposure of her beauty, thus they cohabited while maintaining separate sleeping arrangements. Now, faced with the possibility of starvation, a primal instinct stirred within him, a desire for procreation. Yet, another thought surfaced, one that offered a glimmer of hope for their survival. Xiaoyu, I need to discuss something with you, Cheng Fei said, adopting a mysterious tone as he prepared to unveil his plan. Hu Xiaoyu, puzzled, wondered if this was related to their current lack of food. However, upon hearing his proposal, she regarded him as if seeing a stranger for the first time. A look of fear overtaking her features as she gasped, "You want me to sell myself?" The realization that he intended for her to trade her body for sustenance sent her retreating a few steps, perceiving him as terrifyingly desperate. "I would never make you do that," Cheng Fei exclaimed, fervently attempting to clarify. "I want you to find a way inside and ascertain whether there are indeed supplies. If the opportunity arises, you can open the door from within. You have no idea how unscrupulous the owner of that supermarket is. He hoards supplies while watching others starve. As the head of this building, I cannot stand idly by and witness everyone perish. Distributing supplies. Yes, what we must do is share the resources to ensure everyone's survival," Cheng Fei proclaimed, artfully concealing his ulterior motive of hoarding the majority for himself. Hu Xiaoyu remained skeptical, yet she had seen the messages in the chat group. Aware that others were still recruiting beautiful women for food and shelter, and she had glimpsed the bountiful supplies and hot pot. The thought of the bubbling meat and vegetables made her swallow hard, for she had gone days without a proper meal, subsisting on mere scraps of instant noodles accompanied by ice. Was this truly just about lending a helping hand? Hu Xiaoyu quickly reassured herself, convincing herself that it was not an act of thievery but a genuine effort to assist others. "Yes, don't you believe me?" Cheng Fei said excitedly, grasping her hands. Gazing at his alluring girlfriend, he felt an overwhelming urge to possess her, yet he understood the need for patience. He needed to secure the supplies first, becoming her hero in the process, before daring to express his desire for her, hoping to earn her admiration. Despite her instincts telling her that something was amiss, Hu Xiaoyu, trusting Cheng Fei and feeling lightheaded from hunger, found it hard to think rationally. The prospect of food clouded her judgment, and she ultimately agreed to assist him in this endeavor. Wu Hao had been actively promoting recruitment in the chat group, showcasing the supplies and hot pot, which drew skepticism from several members who questioned the authenticity of his claims. Unfazed, he called upon Qin Fei, who had just concluded a phone call, to join him for a photograph, casually placing his hand on her shoulder to project an image of intimacy. "Is it real? You can see for yourselves," he asserted, attaching the images. The group erupted in a flurry of messages as they recognized the woman beside him. "Isn't that the stunning beauty from the 26th floor?" someone exclaimed. "I can't believe it. How did she end up there?" Another chimed in. "I heard she was the school beauty. Her art studio is on the 26th floor, right?" Many quickly identified Qin Fei, a well-known figure whose mere presence was considered fortunate. Now, seeing her in the photograph with Wu Hao, looking so close, suggested that something had indeed transpired between them. Qin Fei questioned why Wu Hao wanted a photo with her. But upon glimpsing his phone screen and the chat content, she realized he was using her as a promotional tool, exposing her willingness to accept food and shelter. Heat rushed to her cheeks as she understood the implications of his actions. Everything was now public knowledge. If you regret this, you can leave, Wu Hao said. Noticing her flushed reaction, he knew she wouldn't leave, so he deliberately added that remark. Chapter 8. Infinite Materials, Limitless Absorption. Qin Fei anxiously shook her head, hastily offering a clumsy explanation. I merely feel that this photograph does not do me justice. It makes me appear somewhat unflattering. Her attempts to ingratiate herself were unmistakably fervent, as she harbored a profound fear that he might genuinely decide to cast her out, returning her to that frigid, desolate hell devoid of sustenance. Wu Hao was somewhat taken aback by her palpable dread of expulsion. Nevertheless, her demeanor and response were commendable. He promptly rewarded her with 2 ice condensation pearls. Recognizing that she was nearing the threshold to elevate her mastery of ice and snow control to level 3. Upon receiving the ice condensation pearls, Qin Fei was instantly taken aback, aware that these were truly valuable within their current environment. After utilizing a certain quantity, she discovered that the cold no longer inflicted significant harm upon her, enabling her to distinctly feel an enhancement in her resistance to the frigid temperatures. In the context of their present circumstances, this was a genuine lifeline. After hastily consuming them, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Wu Hao observed her consume the 2 pearls. And indeed, the rewards came flooding in. Ding! Qin Fei consumed 1 ice condensation pearl, receiving a rebate of 200 ice condensation pearls. Having provided her with 2, he received a rebate of 200 pearls. This revelation prompted him to ponder several matters. Where had Yu Siwei procured such ice condensation pearls? Was there merely this singular attribute type? Furthermore, with only Qin Fei and Yu Siwei currently bound, it seemed that the rebate multiplier was somewhat lacking. Should Yu Siwei meet an untimely demise outside, the rebate multiplier would diminish, presenting a tangible risk. Wu Hao contemplated these issues, understanding that his consumption rebate was contingent upon the number of bound assistants. Presently, with 2 assistants bound, the rebate multiplier stood at 200. However, with only Qin Fei by his side, he could reasonably ensure her safety and survival, whereas Yu Siwei and Appo's fate remained precarious. Her survival today did not guarantee she would not succumb to the cold tomorrow. If that were to occur, he would lose 1 assistant, resulting in an immediate reduction of the rebate from 200 to 100. Additionally, one particular circumstance piqued his curiosity. From where had Yu Siwei obtained these ice condensation pearls? Did these pearls solely enhance the ice and snow control attribute, or could they potentially possess other attribute types, such as improving physical constitution? Currently, he could only utilize 200 per day, exceeding that number risked overwhelming his body. If there were a means to bolster his physical constitution, it would raise his daily absorption limit, thereby accelerating his growth and strength. Wu Hao recognized that he had not idled away the days, focusing on enhancing his physical constitution primarily to increase the upper limit of ice condensation pearls he could absorb. Whenever he had the opportunity, he engaged in exercise, running in place, jumping, and performing push-ups. However, the results were not markedly evident. He was still limited to a maximum of 200 ice condensation pearls per day, beyond which he felt as though his body might burst. He also discovered that the quantity of ice condensation pearls required for leveling up his abilities increased exponentially. To advance from level 2 to level 3, 100 pearls were necessary. From level 3 to level 4, 200 pearls, and from level 4 to level 5, a staggering 400 pearls. Thus, to elevate his ice and snow control from level 4 to level 5, he would need to expend 2 days and Appo's worth of pearls, assuming he had an ample supply. Moreover, based on this trajectory, to raise his ice and snow control to level 6, he would need a cumulative total of 800 ice condensation pearls. This would require 4 days of consumption. A silver lining was that, for the time being, only this type of ice condensation pearl existed, allowing him to focus on enhancing this singular attribute. Wu Hao understood that this was not a matter necessitating alarm. Currently, as he only needed to enhance this one attribute, he found himself with ample time, rendering the situation less urgent. He now sought methods to improve his physical constitution and increase his daily absorption limit for ice condensation pearls. This was crucial, particularly considering the potential emergence of other attribute types of ice condensation pearls, which could hinder the advancement of other abilities. On Qin Fei and Appo's end, she bore both bad and good news. The unfortunate news was that her parents seemed to have truly met with misfortune, as she had been unable to contact them. The good news was that some of her close friends were still alive, albeit trapped in the teaching building of the music school. However, the icy mist was continuously rising, making it increasingly difficult for them to endure for much longer. Knowing that Qin Feifei was living in what felt like paradise, they were eager to join her, even expressing their willingness to come over at the earliest opportunity. After all, they were enduring hunger and cold, fully aware of the importance of surviving, let alone thriving in such comfort. Meanwhile, Yu Siwei gazed despondently at the now empty refrigerator, acutely aware that their household supplies had dwindled to nothing. They were truly trapped in a dire predicament. Brother, we have completely run out of food. If this continues, we will starve to death. She ventured into the living room, where she found a man seated on the sofa, engrossed in video game console play, utterly oblivious to the frozen world outside, which teetered on the brink of destruction. Why not go outside and look for some food? He said nonchalantly, showing no concern for the gravity of their situation. Yu Siwei bit her lip in frustration. Yet her thoughts turned inward, realizing that she had to devise a plan for herself. After all, her father had perished while attempting to save her from drowning. And since her mother had passed, they had relied solely on one another. To put it bluntly, she had been the sole breadwinner, supporting him. Her brother, Yu Siqing, seemed all too content to enjoy this arrangement. Since graduating from university, he had not sought employment, instead spending his days idly at home. While he would deny it, he was indeed living off her earnings. He frequently urged her to marry someone wealthy, ideally someone who could provide him with a comfortable lifestyle without requiring him to lift a finger. This also explained his eagerness for her to break up with her boyfriend, Wu Hao, after the latter's business collapsed and he accrued a debt of 3 million. He firmly insisted that he would not accompany her in repaying such a colossal sum. Wasn't he your ex-boyfriend running a snack supermarket? Although it has gone bankrupt, surely the goods are still there. Yu Siqing suddenly had a brilliant idea. He realized that while Wu Hao's venture had indeed failed, under the current circumstances, that location was a veritable treasure trove. The supplies meant for trade could sustain them for several months. How can you even suggest that? Yu Siwei scoffed at him. Although she had once held Wu Hao in disdain, believing he had made a poor business decision that led to this massive debt, she could not deny that her brother's encouragement had largely influenced her decision to sever ties. Now, however, he was eyeing her ex-boyfriend's snack supermarket, intending to scavenge from its remnants. Chapter 9, The Shamelessness of Man, the Shadow of Monsters. How could he have the audacity to mention it? No matter what. He nearly became my brother-in-law. I was his elder brother by marriage. Yu Siqing embodied the very essence of shamelessness. To him, it didn't matter if his sister married into the family or not. The betrothal gifts had to be collected in advance. Even if you were willing to give, how could we retrieve them? Yu Siwei knew exactly how far they were from that apartment building. Normally, it would take less than half an hour on foot. But now, merely descending the stairs was a struggle. How could they possibly go collect supplies? Even if he were willing to provide, she had no way of obtaining them. Make him deliver them himself, Yu Siqing sneered, utterly convinced he had seen through Wu Hao's nature. He is so infatuated with you, completely at your beck and call. Just say you're willing to reconcile, and he'll come running, begging for your favor while bringing everything to your doorstep. Yu Siwei couldn't help but smirk in agreement, pride swelling at her ability to manipulate men. Yet, as her brother spoke, an uncomfortable irritation prickled within her. She began to resent Wu Hao's perceived negligence. How dare he not reach out, not deliver supplies on his own initiative, knowing full well she was trapped. True, she had blocked all his contacts, but he knew her address. He could have come in person. Little sister, this isn't sustainable, Yu Siqing interjected urgently, pulling her toward the window. The frost mist has nearly swallowed the 6th floor. And I think I saw something moving within it. Their apartment was on the 8th floor, perilously close to the encroaching mist. These past days, they had survived by scavenging from neighboring units, knowing the lower floors were abandoned. Yu Siwei, empowered by the strange fruit she had consumed, could withstand the cold enough to venture as far as the 5th floor, even lingering briefly on the 4th. It was the only reason they hadn't starved. But Yu Siqing sensed their luck was running out. The mist continued to rise, threatening to engulf their floor. Worse still, something lurked within it. Something monstrous. What is it? Yu Siwei followed his gaze, peering into the dense, glacial haze below. The 5th floor and beyond were submerged in the eerie blue fog, the streets below swallowed whole. The mist was so thick that even in daylight, only faint outlines of buildings and signs were visible. I saw a snake, Yu Siqing whispered, his voice trembling. A serpent dozens of meters long. Impossible. Yu Siwei scoffed. No reptile could survive this cold. Snakes are ectothermic. They dehibernate or die outright. I know what I saw, he insisted, pointing to the vine creeping along their windowsill. Its empty flower pod was a stark reminder, the same plant that had borne the azure, jewel-like fruit granting Usiwei her frost resistance. She fell silent. The world had changed in ways beyond comprehension. This sudden, inexplicable freeze was only the beginning. Flora and fauna were mutating, defying all logic. "Brother, I'll search the other rooms for more of those fruits," she declared, her mind shifting from Wu Hao to survival. "They're the key to our survival." She resolved to raid Wu Hao's supermarket once she could traverse the mist safely. If supplies remained, they'd secure their future. Wu Hao finished his training and moved to the window, observing the restless fog. Without warning, the serene mist churned, a flash of white scales glinting before vanishing. His breath caught. The exposed segment alone spanned 10 meters. What manner of creature could this be? A dragon? The mythic image flickered in his mind. But no, the scales were too smooth, too serpentine. A white snake. A leviathan stretching 30 meters or more. Perhaps even 100. What horrors had the mist birthed? Qin Feifei hesitated by the doorway, clutching her phone. A foreign contact had sent a harrowing video, a desperate live stream capturing something monstrous. A wolf spider of nightmare proportions. Should she tell him? Chapter 10. The Behemoth Crisis. The terrifying white shadow in a video, a colossal ice-blue tarantula, standing nearly 5 meters tall and resembling a small house, is seen dismantling a typical wooden cottage found abroad. Upon noticing the cameraman, it charges toward him with alarming speed. The final scene reveals blood splattering onto the lens, confirming the cameraman's tragic fate. This icy tempest has not merely brought about a frigid catastrophe, it has induced mutations in various flora and fauna, rendering the outside world exceedingly perilous. Those who remain alive are unlikely to endure for long, as they appear woefully outmatched by these fearsome creatures. After a moment's hesitation, she extends her hand, witnessing a shard of ice rapidly coalesce in her palm. She realizes this is a gift from Wu Hao, endowing her with the ability to manipulate frost and granting her a degree of frost resistance. She approaches Wu Hao, presenting her phone for him to see, saying, "Take a look at this. Here's the latest situation abroad." Wu Hao accepts the device and observes the footage, further confirming that he indeed saw a gigantic white serpent. "Are you not astonished?" Qin Feifei notes his demeanor. His calmness in the face of such a massive ice-blue tarantula is striking. Wu Hao returns the phone to her and gestures towards the window, saying, "This is merely a small creature. I just saw one far larger outside. Its exposed length is about 10 meters, and its total length could reach 100 meters. Compared to the video, this one is right beside us." Qin Feifei feels her legs weaken, nearly collapsing in fear, as she realizes that a 100-meter-long behemoth lurks nearby. By comparison, the ice-blue tarantula seems insignificant, a mere trinket. Wu Hao understands that this is no jest. He requires more ice-crystallized jade, or various forms of it, to confront this 100-meter-long white serpent. The absence of an immediate threat to the apartment building is a small comfort, yet no one can predict when it might grow bored and decide to attack. Given its size, it could easily encircle and crush the entire structure, rendering them all akin to ants, unworthy of a glance. Furthermore, the alarming news Qin Feifei shared indicates that it is not only serpents that have emerged, but also large creatures like tarantulas. It is uncertain whether similar monsters are prowling nearby. Thus, enhancing their capabilities is undoubtedly essential. At that moment, a message circulated among the community's group chat, revealing that someone was engaging in similar activities. Building 3, Apartment 903, seeking beautiful women, with food and lodging provided. Guaranteed protection, ample supplies. If supplies run low, I can go and seize some. Image. The accompanying photo features a muscular man flaunting his physique. A closer inspection reveals his muscles radiating a black metallic sheen, indicating that he possesses some extraordinary ability that has rendered his skin metallic, making him resemble an Iron Man. Building 4, Apartment 906. Brother, please support me. Building 2. Apartment 1302. Another brood has arrived. This is practically a robbery. Building 3, Apartment 1801. Have you acquired an ability? How did you obtain it? Could you share? Many survivors are stirred by this news. Some respond to him, some curse, while others inquire about how he obtained his powers, hoping to emulate his success. This muscular man, perhaps of the type whose mind is as brawny as his physique, immediately boasts in the group chat, "I found a plant growing by the wall. This vine produces blue, crystal-like fruits that grant abilities when consumed. I plan to search for more shortly." His words instantly enlightened those who were previously unaware. revealing a method to acquire powers and thus enhance their chances of survival in such dire circumstances. Wu Hao finally comprehends the origin of the ice crystallized jade. It is not a gemstone, but rather a fruit born of the vine plants growing outside. This implies there are many more out there, possibly on lower floors. Wu Hao realizes why he has never encountered such a thing before. It only appears on the lower levels, while he resides on the 26th floor. Too high to encounter it. It is evident that had Yu Siwei not fortuitously discovered and consumed one, he would still be oblivious to its existence. He considers descending to search, but Wu Hao knows that venturing down for a brief exploration is simple, as he now possesses level 5 frost control, allowing him to navigate a frigid mist for a limited time. This enables him to explore areas others fear to enter, increasing his chances of success. However, he contemplates a more prudent and secure approach. He realizes that the most pressing danger is not the icy environment or the massive serpent outside, but rather the other survivors in his building. Consequently, he sends a message in the community group, announcing his intent to acquire Building 2 Quick Sale Supermarket, continuing to seek beautiful women, with food and lodging provided. Additionally, acquiring ability fruits, offering favorable prices, the more, the better. Not only is he continuing to recruit women to increase his pool of contractual allies, but he is also announcing the purchase of ice crystallized jade. He knows that obtaining just one will grant him an infinite supply and seeks new types of abilities, particularly those that enhance his physical constitution, thereby increasing his daily absorption limit of ice crystallized jade. Building 1, Apartment 1502. Getting desperate. Building 1. Apartment 1305. Keep begging. Only a fool would trade such a precious item. Building 3, Apartment 2103. That fruit can grant abilities. It is a means of survival. Who would exchange it? Building 4, Apartment 2505. Such a fool, thinking that hoarding a little food makes one invincible. Other residents mock and deride his acquisition message, viewing it as a mere joke. For those who possess abilities can procure their own supplies or even seize resources from others. Who would be foolish enough to trade? Wu Hao remains unfazed by their scorn, fully aware that his message will undoubtedly capture the attention of some. They will realize that while a single ability fruit may not confer immense power, the exchanged food could extend their lives for days. He remains calm, knowing that if necessary, he can venture out, albeit at some risk, to search for these resources himself. He can leverage his high-level frost control ability to enter areas that would spell doom for the average person, potentially discovering ice crystallized jade of even greater quality, thus reaping substantial rewards. Chapter 11. Using a girlfriend as bait? A new member is coming. He is currently seeking to acquire resources, primarily due to the daily consumption limit. To elevate his mastery of frost control to levels 8 and 9, he must bide his time. For now, he is not in haste to acquire a wider array of abilities, as doing so might lead to a situation where he possesses a plethora of skills without mastering any, rendering him embarrassingly inadequate in critical moments. He is also pondering another matter: how to traverse this perilous environment. Glancing outside at the dense azure frost and the lurking monstrous threats within, he realizes that the distance to the music academy is considerable. Without a means of transport, it is utterly impossible to retrieve the people there. However, the outside world is frigid beyond belief. Vehicles are unlikely to start in such conditions, and the idea of using a bicycle is even more far-fetched. Yet, he has not discovered any suitable candidates among the residents of the apartment who could be enlisted to serve as profit-generating allies, compelling him to make the journey to the music academy. He must act swiftly, before the azure frost encases that location, ensuring that the individuals there become his allies. Furthermore, he wonders if everyday necessities can be leveraged for profit. Wu Hao has also noted an intriguing phenomenon. While Qin Fei Fei's consumption of food and her use of ice-condensing jade yield regular returns, her use of basic items like toilet paper shows no such benefit. He does not believe these essentials are inherently exempt from profit. Rather, he suspects the correct method of utilization has yet to be discovered, thus failing to trigger the profit mechanism. This does not concern him greatly, as there are ample supplies of daily necessities here, enough for the two of them to last an entire year. He is not in a rush to understand this, knowing that such items do not compare to food and water. For instance, a single bar of soap can last a month without being depleted. As for the diesel fuel required for power generation, he is already determined that having Qin Fei replenish it will yield hundreds of barrels, far more than they could ever use, dispelling any sense of urgency. Thus, he feels no pressure regarding other items, confident they can wait until they are nearly finished to conduct further research. Once the principle behind such matters is grasped, the rest will follow suit. Hu Xiaoyu was persuaded by Cheng Fei. Her presence in various chat groups allowed her to see Wu Hao's latest updates. Simultaneously, Cheng Fei, too, learned that Wu Hao was not only providing for beautiful women, but was also beginning to acquire extraordinary fruits of power. It was evident that he intended to enjoy comforts and companionship while simultaneously enhancing his own strength. Cheng Fei realized that if Wu Hao truly gained extraordinary abilities, any attempt to deceive him into opening the door would become increasingly difficult. Action must be taken without delay. Cheng Fei urged Hu Xiaoyu, acutely aware that this opportunity was fleeting. If they lingered, they would lose their chance entirely. Are we really going now? Hu Xiaoyu hesitated. Cheng Fei insisted that to deceive Wu Hao, she needed to adorn herself, wearing attractive and alluring clothing to entice him. As for the freezing temperatures outside, she would simply don a down jacket to keep warm, facilitating a swift resolution. Delaying would render their plan impossible. He was still an ordinary person. Once he possessed extraordinary powers, even entering would be akin to freely offering oneself, making escape nearly impossible. Cheng Fei grew anxious. He was mindful of Hu Xiaoyu, not wanting to see his girlfriend sacrificed, which would surely tarnish his reputation. Thus, he recognized the urgency of the moment. If she could deceive Wu Hao into opening the door, he would rush in to seize the supplies. He believed that Qin Feifei inside was not there willingly, meaning it would be 3 against 1. Wu Hao would stand no chance of resistance. Hu Xiaoyu bit her lip nervously, feeling an unfamiliar tension emanating from Cheng Fei. She sensed a chill in her heart, intuitively aware that this venture might lead to dire consequences, jeopardizing the plan's execution. Nevertheless, she acknowledged that she had been swayed by Cheng Fei's arguments, understanding that Wu Hao's hoarding of resources without sharing was egregious. He could easily distribute a portion to assist others, yet he refused to part with anything, preferring to barter for beauty and provision instead. "You must come rescue me," she implored him, knowing that her role was to find an opportunity to open the door, allowing Cheng Fei to rush in and subdue Wu Hao. They would then summon more people to begin transporting supplies, ensuring that everyone had enough to eat. "I will. Rest assured," Cheng Fei replied, brandishing his phone, indicating that once she opened the door, he would be the first to dash in and alert others to gather supplies. At that point, with numbers on their side, Wu Hao would find it impossible to contend against the collective will of the residents, unable to reclaim his resources. Cheng Fei would emerge as a hero, earning the admiration and respect of others as the most revered leader of the building. Yet, Hu Xiaoyu remained anxious, her instincts urging her to refuse. Convinced that this plan was fraught with peril, Wu Hao, on the other hand, seized every opportunity for training. He discovered that while this physical conditioning did not significantly enhance his capacity to absorb ice-condensing jade, it did strengthen his physique considerably, making his 8-pack abs more pronounced. Qin Feifei, unable to resist, engaged in paired exercises with him, both of their physical abilities improving significantly. After finishing his shower, wrapped in a white bath towel and intending to enjoy a soft drink to relax, he suddenly noticed movement in the corridor. He saw 2 figures sneaking around on the 26th floor. One quickly retreated, hiding in the stairwell between the 25th and 26th floors, leaving a girl clad in an elongated white down jacket to approach him. She hesitated at his shop's entrance for a moment before succumbing to the cold and ringing the doorbell, resembling a package delivered directly to a procurer. Hu Xiaoyu was chilled to the bone. While indoors, she felt fine, but stepping outside made her feel as if she were traversing an icy hell. The long down jacket offered little protection against the sub-zero temperatures. To entice Wu Hao, she wore high heels, rendering her thickened legwear utterly futile. Standing there for mere seconds, she felt herself on the verge of freezing solid, her awareness blurring, threatening to succumb to slumber. Realizing she had not dressed warmly enough, she felt dizzy from the cold. Yet, she did not forget her purpose. She remained mentally focused on her plan, hoping Wu Hao would open the door swiftly so she could escape the chill and warm herself inside. Chapter 12. The First Compensation Lady. Directly inciting rebellion, Wu Hao observed the girl outside through the surveillance footage. He was somewhat surprised to find such a beautiful girl in their building, rivaling Qin Feifei in allure. While Qin Feifei shone as the campus belle, this girl appeared more like a delicate flower from the neighborhood, exuding an air of innocence. Was she here seeking sustenance and shelter? Wu Hao noticed she hadn't brought anything to exchange for supplies, nor did she seem to have any intention of trading anything of value. It appeared that the only thing she intended to offer in exchange was herself, essentially seeking to be housed and fed. Is someone here? At that moment, Qin Feifei, having just finished her shower, emerged with her hair damp, wrapped only in a towel. One of the primary reasons she cherished this place was the availability of hot water for bathing. Wu Hao had ingeniously modified the water pipes using a heater, ensuring the water wouldn't freeze and could be heated, circulating through a purifier for reuse. While this water might not suffice for drinking, it was more than adequate for bathing. She approached, drawn by the fragrant aroma, and noticed Wu Hao was watching something. Her gaze fell upon the girl waiting at the door, immediately recognizing that her situation mirrored her own when she had sought refuge. This realization made her aware that she was no longer the sole occupant of this space. Competition had arrived. Yet, she recognized the girl immediately, exclaiming, "Isn't this Hu Xiaoyu, Cheng Fei's girlfriend? She looks even more stunning without her glasses and in a different outfit." "Cheng Fei?" Wu Hao sought confirmation. "Yes." The building manager Cheng Fei, Qin Feifei, replied matter-of-factly. Wu Hao quickly understood, recalling the furtive figure he had seen earlier, likely Cheng Fei himself. He realized Hu Xiaoyu's visit was not genuine. It was highly probable she was part of a ploy to assist Cheng Fei in some manner, possibly to facilitate his entrance. "Shall I open the door while you stay here?" Wu Hao inquired curiously, aware that anyone observing their interaction would discern the nature of their relationship. He felt it was an opportune moment to acknowledge a new member. Qin Feifei initially contemplated stepping back, suspecting what might transpire next, but ultimately chose to remain. She understood that Hu Xiaoyu was likely to become a new member of their circle, and as the initial occupant, she felt the need to establish her status. Recognizing a silent contest for favor had begun, Wu Hao respected her decision and proceeded to open the door, allowing Hu Xiaoyu to enter. Upon seeing the door swing open, Hu Xiaoyu eagerly darted inside, her thoughts consumed with the desire to escape the bone-chilling corridor. However, as soon as she stepped in, she felt a hand cover her mouth from behind, followed by another slipping under her clothing, meticulously searching her person. Panic surged within her as she realized the person restraining her was a strikingly beautiful woman. Before her, a man clad only in a towel lounged casually, observing her with an amused glint in his eye, akin to a wolf watching a lamb willingly walk into its den. Wu Hao gazed at her, and an attribute panel materialized beside her. Hu Xiaoyu, appearance, 91, purity, 100, immaculately pure, verification, approved. He was taken aback that Cheng Fei's girlfriend was still untouched, indicating that Cheng Fei had not laid a finger on her. Hu Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with fear. Yet she refrained from struggling under Qin Feifei's grip, sensing the situation was dire. She realized that Qin Feifei was not merely offering her food and shelter. They were aligned on the same front, and Qin Feifei had become an ally, an enforcer for Wu Hao. "Did you bring any weapons?" Wu Hao asked Qin Feifei, aware that this arrangement was her initiative. He also wished to test her resolve. "No, I checked thoroughly," she assured him, employing the same method Wu Hao had used on her, leaving no corner of Hu Xiaoyu unchecked. Being a woman herself, she was able to conduct a more thorough search. Disregarding whether Hu Xiaoyu would accept such invasive scrutiny, Wu Hao nodded in satisfaction. In truth, whether Hu Xiaoyu possessed a weapon was inconsequential to him. If she were to suddenly draw a weapon against him, he could effortlessly thwart her with his ice manipulation abilities, casting both her and Qin Feifei outside to face their fate. "Here for food and shelter? Do you understand the rules?" Wu Hao queried Hu Xiaoyu, comprehending that she had essentially been sold out by Cheng Fei. Although their initial intentions had not been malicious, the outcome remained unchanged. With Hu Xiaoyu entering and passing the system's verification, it seemed she could not leave through that door. Hu Xiaoyu shook her head. She had been encouraged by Cheng Fei to come, unaware of any rules. "You may eat and use anything here freely, and you can stay indefinitely. However, you must become my possession and obey while you are here," Wu Hao succinctly explained the rules, indicating their simplicity and leaving it to her to decide if she could accept them. Instantly, Hu Xiaoyu reacted with a vehement shake of her head. Recognizing what it meant to become his possession, essentially, she would be selling herself. "You really ought to consider it carefully. I'm not deceiving you," Wu Hao urged, not rushing her, knowing she was likely frozen and famished, her emotions still in turmoil. He believed that once she calmed down, she would make the right choice. Upon hearing his words, Hu Xiaoyu began to regain her composure, taking in her surroundings. She was astonished to find the warmth enveloping her. The conditions here contrasted starkly with the frigid hell outside. Her gaze swept across the array of snacks and drinks, and she realized there was a facility for bathing, hot water available. "Your place has heating and hot water," Hu Xiaoyu exclaimed in disbelief. She had initially thought it was merely a place for food and drink, similar to others, but now she discovered it was entirely unique. This was a veritable paradise, capable of fulfilling all her basic living needs. Yes, aside from the one condition I mentioned, You will find this place offers 1,000 times more happiness than any other. Wu Hao assured her. If you doubt it, you may inquire with her. He gestured toward Qin Feifei, who had become an undeniable fixture here. Fully aware of what leaving would entail, Qin Feifei nodded affirmatively, even suggesting that Hu Xiaoyu invite her friends to join in the comforts offered. She understood that merely surviving and thriving were two entirely different concepts. Moreover, Wu Hao's good mood could lead to the distribution of special abilities, which was the true key to survival. Chapter 13. Moving stones to smash one's own feet. A complex emotion appeared on Hu Xiaoyu's face, indicating her dissent. Let's escort her out, Wu Hao suggested, observing her contemplation, which suggested he had made an impression on her. However, he was fully aware of the art of seduction through restraint. By allowing Qin Feifei to accompany her outside, he signaled that he was not forcing her and had no intention of accepting her business offer. Suddenly, Hu Xiaoyu's stomach let out a loud growl, startling her into clarity. I want to stay. I am willing to trade, she exclaimed urgently, realizing she could not leave. She felt compelled to remain, even at the cost of her own innocence. She trusted that Cheng Fei would understand her decision. Furthermore, she believed that as long as she successfully opened the door for him, he could enter and secure the place, allowing them to live happily for a long time. Wu Hao discerned her true intentions. She was not yet resigned to her fate. He exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Feifei, who nodded in understanding. She recognized the formidable power Wu Hao wielded and understood that only by following him could she hope to survive the terrifying ice-blue tarantula and the 100-meter white snake. Shall we eat first? Or shall we wash up? Or perhaps collect the goods? Wu Hao inquired playfully, sensing her ulterior motives, and decided not to hold back. After all, establishing a contract with her would enhance his rebate multiplier by 100, which was of utmost importance to him. Can I eat first? Hu Xiaoyu asked cautiously, aware of her guilt for entering with ill intentions and betraying the place. Take whatever you wish, Wu Hao encouraged, extending an unguarded welcome. Qin Feifei displayed no suspicion, instead assisting her. Hu Xiaoyu soon became engrossed in the array of delectable offerings, realizing that although the selection was primarily snacks, it was incredibly diverse, including canned vegetables and beef, providing ample options to satisfy her cravings. Meanwhile, Wu Hao had obtained Hu Xiaoyu's phone from Qin Feifei. As she reveled in this culinary paradise, he dialed Cheng Fei's number, fully aware that he was likely freezing outside, waiting for what he believed to be a potential opportunity. When the call connected, Wu Hao bluntly stated, Cheng Fei, willing to use your wife as bait, you truly are a ruthless man. Those words struck Cheng Fei's heart like an arrow, sending him into a frenzy. What have you done to Xiaoyu? He roared, demanding to know her condition. Wu Hao remained silent, abruptly ending the call and powering off the phone. He knew that once Hu Xiaoyu entered, there would be no chance of her leaving, and he intended to make her aware of the costs associated with playing games on his side. Cheng Fei outside was indeed frantic, abandoning his original plan as he pounded angrily on the iron doors of Wu Hao's shop, shouting, Wu Hao, you beast! Release Xiaoyu. I will fight you. Wu Hao paid no heed to Cheng Fei's impotent rage. The current situation was one they had willingly walked into, particularly Hu Xiaoyu, who had entered of her own accord and had already partaken in food and drink, implicitly agreeing to the terms of the transaction. Unbeknownst to Hu Xiaoyu, she had exposed herself, resembling a naive lamb straying into a wolf and amp, Oppos, den, believing she could seize control from within. Wu Hao feigned cooperation, recognizing that a willing rebate tool had presented itself, and there was no reason to refuse such an opportunity. This situation allowed his rebate multiplier to rise from 200 to 300, meaning that by expending a single ice-condensing jade, he could gain back 300. A true boon of an additional 100. As he observed Hu Xiaoyu indulging, he realized that their unspoken contract had already been established, and she had effectively become a rebate tool, capable of generating returns as she consumed. Ding. Hu Xiaoyu consumes 1 can of tomato beef stew, generating 300 cans of tomato beef stew in rebate. Ding. Hu Xiaoyu consumes 1 bottle of Tianshan spring mineral water, generating 300 bottles of Tianshan spring mineral water in rebate. Ding. Hu Xiaoyu consumes 1 pack of cream cheese bread, generating 300 packs of cream cheese bread in rebate. A substantial quantity of resources materialized in his spatial pocket. The amount she consumed was sufficient to sustain him for half a year without concern. He noted that despite her delicate appearance, Hu Xiaoyu could eat significantly more than Qin Feifei, who had a notably small appetite. Perhaps her prolonged hunger contributed to her current disregard for her image, as she was now solely focused on satiating her hunger. Wu Hao watched her with satisfaction, realizing he needed more individuals like her to assist in consumption. The greater their consumption, the more rebates he would accrue. In times of scarcity, Qin Feifei and Amp, Oppo's small appetite was advantageous. However, in his current situation of abundance, he required high-efficiency consumers. In the event of a performance review, she would undoubtedly be the first to be eliminated. Chapter 14. The Corridor Horror. The mutated pet dog. Had she eaten her fill? Nonetheless, Hu Xiaoyu devoured her meal with fervor. Yet, she remained a living being and thus had her limits. Gradually, she began to slow her pace, chewing more deliberately and almost ceasing to seek out new morsels. Well, that should suffice. Now that she was satiated, Wu Hao appeared much more agreeable to her. A flicker of change sparked within her. She hoped to persuade him to share some supplies with the others. She was even willing to sacrifice her own desires, wishing only to depart from Cheng Fei and stay with him. She would behave herself here, obediently, praying that he could extend help to more souls in need. Wu Hao, observing her innocent demeanor, realized she was still less perceptive than Qin Feifei, mistakenly believing that the calamity had yet to unfold. She imagined a harmonious coexistence among neighbors, united in overcoming adversity. Naturally, her actions could also be interpreted as the folly of a full stomach. Indeed, she had feasted, momentarily forgetting that others remained in dire straits. She failed to comprehend that some individuals, when well-fed, could still be regarded as human, while in the throes of hunger and hardship, they devolved into beasts. Having satisfied her hunger, she turned her attention to the commotion involving Cheng Fei. Wu Hao beckoned her closer, urging her to witness Cheng Fei's predicament. Suddenly, Hu Xiaoyu recalled her promise to Cheng Fei to devise a way to unlock the door from within and let him in. In her moment of indulgence, she had completely forgotten that Cheng Fei awaited her outside, enduring the biting cold for news of her. As Wu Hao led her to the surveillance screen, they could see Cheng Fei outside, shouting frantically, but the sounds were muffled. She cast a questioning glance at Wu Hao. He refrained from elaborating, unwilling to disclose that the security door possessed sound interference features. In essence, it functioned similarly to noise-canceling headphones, emitting specific frequency sound waves to disrupt external noise, achieving a relative silence. He had intentionally activated this feature, wishing to prevent Hu Xiaoyu from hearing Cheng Fei's cries. However, Hu Xiaoyu soon grasped the reason for Wu Hao's summons. She spotted a canine monstrosity lurking in the corridor, its gaze locked onto the raucous Cheng Fei, as if it were contemplating a delectable feast. Cheng Fei, run! Hu Xiaoyu screamed in terror, bewildered by the presence of such a towering beast in the corridor. Standing at a height of 1.5 meters, she noticed its fur shimmered with an icy blue hue, trailing tendrils of frost as it moved, truly a creature of winter's wrath. Yet, due to the sound interference, her voice went unheard outside, even as she witnessed Cheng Fei's furious attempts to break through the security door. Not a single thud reached her ears. Did you not consider the security measures of this place before employing your little ruse? Wu Hao inquired, curiosity piqued. He wanted her to understand that their scheme had been seen through from the start. He was merely indulging her, allowing her to comprehend the consequences of deceit and attempts to seize control here. Hu Xiaoyu and Amp, Oppo's face paled with dread as she realized her plan had always been doomed to failure. She watched in horror as the surveillance footage revealed Cheng Fei's panic upon spotting the frostbitten beast, turning on his heel and fleeing without a moment's hesitation, entirely disregarding her plight. Overcome with fear, Hu Xiaoyu felt her strength wane. She understood the gravity of their situation. Their plans had unraveled, and Cheng Fei's fate now hung by a thread. Wu Hao, fully aware that it was no longer necessary to maintain the charade, spoke to Qin Feifei. He certainly had no intention of allowing Hu Xiaoyu to perish, for she was a valuable asset, a tool for profit. As long as she breathed, she could yield returns, potentially enhancing his gains by 100-fold. Qin Feifei said little, roughly dragging Hu Xiaoyu upstairs. Having eaten and drunk her fill, it was as if a transaction had been sealed, signifying her intent to remain here indefinitely. However, her disobedience upon entry warranted punishment. Wu Hao observed as Qin Feifei took Hu Xiaoyu away, confident that after a few days of hunger, she would reassess her situation and recognize the correct course of action. Meanwhile, he was increasingly concerned about the frostbitten beast that had appeared earlier, as well as his newfound ability to sense its movements. If he could elevate his command over ice and snow, perhaps he could perceive the energy surrounding him? He endeavored to harness this ability, discovering that it indeed allowed him to sense a considerable radius, albeit only extending to a mere 20 meters. Thus, any icy energy within this range would capture his attention, while anything beyond would elude him. This explained why he could visually detect the creature cloaked in white scales yet could not fully perceive it through his powers. He needed to develop more abilities, particularly those related to perception. Wu Hao acknowledged that while his progress was commendable, his powers remained precarious. Although he possessed spatial abilities, they did not confer any combat prowess. The ice control ability he had acquired was offensive in nature, however, in this frozen world besieged by a cold wave, its effectiveness appeared limited. Despite the newfound capability to sense icy energy, its range was still only 20 meters and could only detect such energy, hardly remarkable, yet better than nothing. He sensed that no one would trade abilities for resources, compelling him to devise his own solutions. For 2 days, Hu Xiaoyu was confined to a room on the second floor, receiving only the bare minimum of water and no food whatsoever. This deprivation weakened her resolve, leading her to seek out Qin Feifei, pleading for mercy, and indicating her willingness to comply for the sake of survival. Wu Hao remained unperturbed upon hearing this. Aware that the time was not yet ripe, he could afford to let her endure another day without sustenance. During these 2 days, Zheng Fei had not resurfaced. It remained uncertain whether he had managed to escape the clutches of the frostbitten beast or if he had succumbed, becoming nothing more than a pile of carrion. Meanwhile, the icy mist outside continued to rise, now perilously close to the 6th floor. This alarming development caused residents on the 7th and 8th floors to flee to higher levels, most seeking refuge above the 10th floor. However, since the inhabitants of the upper floors were generally unwilling to shelter these refugees, they sought out a better refuge on the 13th floor, where the absence of windows rendered the space relatively warm. There, they huddled together, igniting a bonfire, transforming the fire escape into a surprisingly viable sanctuary, even establishing a small marketplace for bartering. Chapter 15. The newly acquired powers and the emerald jade. Wu Hao realized that aside from this matter, it had been 2 days since he noticed any food consumption rebates from Yu Siwei's end, effectively meaning she had gone 2 days without sustenance. Yet, astonishingly, she had acquired a new power fruit. This power fruit was distinct from the ice jade, representing an entirely different ability. Ding! Yu Siwei consumed 1 emerald jade, receiving a rebate of 300 emerald jades. As she consumed one, she instantly received a rebate of 300. Emerald jade? Wu Hao retrieved this newly acquired emerald jade from his spatial pouch. He observed that its most notable difference from the ice jade was its vibrant green hue. The current effects remained unknown, but having witnessed the efficacy of the ice jade and seeing many others in the owner's group boasting about their newfound powers, he was certain this was a valuable item. After all, no matter how trivial the ability, it was still an ability, a crucial key to their survival in this harsh environment. Fei Fei, come here. I have something for you. Wu Hao beckoned Qin Feifei. He knew that over these days, she had become his devoted little secretary, alleviating much of his burden. Upon approaching, she gazed at the emerald jade in his hand with alluring eyes, recognizing instantly that he intended to reward her with something special. Without hesitation, she consumed it. Under Wu Hao's nurturing, her control over the ice and snow ability had reached level 4. She had completely opened her heart to Wu Hao, evolving from being obedient to becoming his most loyal confidant. What do you feel? Wu Hao inquired as she swallowed the jade. Ding! Qin Feifei consumed 1 emerald jade, receiving a rebate of 300 emerald jades. He watched as the count of emerald jades in his spatial pouch surged to nearly 600. It was evident that regardless of the daily absorption limit, he could instantly elevate this new ability to level 6. After a moment of silence, Qin Feifei extended a finger, causing a drop of emerald liquid to coalesce at her fingertip. The moment the drop formed, a foul odor permeated the air, indicating it was venom, akin to the most potent snake poison, the ability to condense toxins. Qin Feifei gazed at this deadly power with a hint of regret, realizing that had she possessed such an ability upon first meeting Wu Hao, she could have easily poisoned him and seized control here. However, she had grown accustomed to the comforts of this place and to living alongside Wu Hao, and thus, those thoughts had dissipated. Understanding that this power might not serve her as well as her ice and snow control ability, Wu Hao recognized the potential of this venomous ability, aware that, if utilized effectively, it could lead to ingenious strategies. Without delay, he produced a plethora of emerald jades, consuming 201 go to reach the absorption limit for the day. Instantly, his venomous power escalated to level 4. He discovered that he not only attained level 4 venom resistance but also enhanced the toxicity he could produce, rendering the venom colorless and odorless, resembling an ordinary drop of water. Combining it with his ice and snow control, he conjured an icy needle in his hand. When he propelled it forward, it effortlessly corroded the side of a metal cabinet. If he merged it with the icy winds, he could unleash a toxic blizzard that would greatly contaminate and incapacitate numerous foes. Furthermore, the level 4 venom appeared to possess additional effects such as paralysis, corrosion, and delayed onset, allowing him to wield it according to his needs. Wu Hao pondered the indeterminate threat this venomous ability posed to monsters. Yet it was undeniably lethal to humans. Moreover, the delayed onset feature at level 4 would enable him to poison a target without their awareness, allowing him to manipulate and threaten them, risking their life at any moment. Qin Feifei understood this, confidently tilting her graceful neck, indicating her willingness to be poisoned, ensuring her loyalty to him. However, Wu Hao deemed it unnecessary, recognizing that this venomous ability was best reserved for outsiders. Ding! Hu Xiaoyu has drunk clean water. Receiving a rebate of 300 bottles of clean water, a prompt appeared, indicating that Hu Xiaoyu had awakened and replenished her hydration, preventing her from succumbing to thirst during the punishment phase. Thus, there was no need for him to resort to delayed onset toxins with her, as she was already in the submission phase. Whether he threatened her with toxins or not made little difference. It was more effective to compel her into genuine acceptance. With another power fruit in hand, he began to contemplate whether he should venture into the areas engulfed by the azure ice fog to search for this type of fruit. He was aware that, at this stage, it was exceedingly challenging to find such fruits above the 5th floor. These power fruits predominantly emerged in lower-level regions, a fresh product born from the post-Cold Wave icy world. While he was still considering the acquisition of a means of transport to prepare for his journey to the music academy, his phone buzzed with a new message. He was surprised to see a message from an unexpected person. Is there still space there? The message read, sent by Lucinia, Yu Siwei's close friend and a fitness instructor. Upon seeing her name, an image of a fiercely alluring woman flashed in Wu Hao's mind. Lucinia was distinct from Qin Feifei and Yu Siwei. Her passion for fitness had sculpted her body into that of a wild she-wolf. He had long been puzzled by the friendship between Lucinia and Yu Siwei, considering Lucinia superior in both temperament and appearance, making Yu Siwei appear somewhat overshadowed in her presence. Moreover, Lucinia exuded a strong and proud demeanor, which led her to look down upon him. She had not hesitated to urge Yu Siwei to break up with him, believing she could find someone better, deeming him a mere pauper with little wealth. After learning about his deception and the burden of 3 million in debt, she had openly mocked him, convinced she had made the right judgment in encouraging Yu Siwei to part ways with him. Now, for her to reach out to him voluntarily. Wu Hao felt a surge of surprise. Intrigued, he replied, "There's space. What is up?" Lu Xinya was currently hidden inside a storage locker, stuffing it with her expensive clothes and silk blankets, treating them as worthless items for warmth, hoping to secure a bit more comfort. Upon receiving Wu Hao's response, she gritted her teeth in frustration, as she actually had a secondary account in Wu Hao's client chat group. Chapter 16. The Ex-Girlfriend's Best Friend? Reckoning old scores, she would create a small account solely to monitor Wu Hao's daily activities and conveniently report back to Yu Siwei. Her concern for Yu Siwei was superficial, driven more by a desire to see her boyfriend's fidelity questioned. She simply found Wu Hao distasteful and wished to disrupt their relationship. Additionally, she harbored resentment towards Yu Siwei and yearned to witness her heartbreak and subsequent return to singlehood. Little did she know that this seemingly trivial chat group, which she treated as a source of amusement, would one day become the catalyst for her own trials. Trapped in the spa center where she frequently indulged in beauty treatments, she found herself ensnared on the very day catastrophe struck. While others fled in panic, she realized they likely perished outside, frozen to death. Currently, she was confined in the same apartment building as Wu Hao, albeit on the 5th floor. Thanks to the spa's excellent ceiling, she could endure for a few more days. Observing the terrifying azure mist creeping into the reception area and gradually enveloping the treatment rooms, she had taken refuge in the storage room, closing the semi-sealed hatch to keep the dreadful mist at bay. However, the cold was unbearable, forcing her to seek refuge inside a locker, where she found herself grappling with the most basic of needs, inducing a sense of nausea. Yet, her will to survive prevailed. Aware of her striking beauty and the effort she had invested in sculpting her physique to attract a wealthy partner, she refused to let her years of hard work culminate in becoming a frozen corpse. To her astonishment, Wu Hao had not only survived the disaster but was thriving. The snack shop that had driven him to bankruptcy and burdened him with 3 million in debt had transformed into his paradise amidst the chaos. While others faced shortages, he feasted within, even supporting other beautiful women. The woman featured in the photos he shared in the chat group was someone she recognized, Qin Feifei, the belle of the art academy, who operated an art studio in the very building above. She was, without a doubt, a quintessential rich beauty. Given Wu Hao's previous status, he would have never dared to meet her gaze directly. Yet now, due to this wretched disaster, he possessed an abundance of food. And Qin Feifei had inexplicably fallen for him. The image of the tall, stunning woman nestled against him, smiling adoringly, filled her with indignation. She knew that Wu Hao, whom she had once looked down upon, had likely shared her bed in a desperate bid for survival. What a mockery it was! No matter how triumphant he appeared now. She remembered all too well the pitiful state he had been in during his downfall, and the thought amused her. Yet, she understood the urgency of her situation. She could not afford to perish in this icy prison. Determined to use Wu Hao as a stepping stone, she planned to endure this life-threatening ordeal, ultimately seeking out someone more formidable to cast him aside. In that moment, she would find her new benefactor and erase the humiliation of her past through his demise. With gritted teeth, she sent a message to Wu Hao. I'm trapped on the 5th floor of your building. Don't you accommodate beautiful women with sustenance and shelter? I'm quite capable. As you know, my physique is exemplary. Accompanying her message was a carefully selected sultry fitness photo, showcasing her voluptuous form. The fabric of her workout attire taut against her enticing curves. Wu Hao perused the latest message from Lu Xinya, along with the provocative image. The sight of her evoked a primal surge of desire. His system promptly initiated a recognition and assessment process. Lu Xinya, attractiveness, 9. 3. Purity, 8. Self-assessed. Assessment, approved. He was taken aback to learn that she lacked romantic experience and had resorted to self-satisfaction. Given her usual bold demeanor and the company she kept, he had assumed her private life was far more indulgent. Yet, the current assessment suggested a surprising lack of experience, which had unexpectedly passed scrutiny. However, Lu Xinya's difficult personality presented a significant concern, admitting her would likely be more troublesome than managing Hu Xiaoyu. Wu Hao had a deep understanding of Lu Xinya and recognized her beauty, but she was also fiercely proud and had a tendency to lash out unexpectedly, capable of inflicting emotional harm. Initially, he intended to ignore her, aware that her qualifications did not warrant acceptance, especially given her confinement on the 5th floor, which was effectively an ice mist zone. However, with his newfound toxic abilities, he realized he could control her, using her presence as leverage against other potentially unruly individuals. If they misbehaved, he could swiftly eliminate them. Moreover, should she meet an untimely end, she would accompany him in death, leaving no room for escape. Yet, to bring her up, he would have to venture down to the 5th floor, a risky endeavor. Wu Hao was aware that he possessed only ice manipulation and toxic abilities. Although both powers had strengthened significantly, he could not dismiss the possibility of encountering formidable foes that might lead to his downfall. Nevertheless, Lu Xinya was right below him, and a simple trip to the 5th floor could elevate his benefits, increasing the reward multiplier to an astounding 400. This meant any item consumed by her or any of her companions would yield him a staggering 400-fold return. Such an advantage would greatly enhance his food reserves, doubling his efficiency. More critically, it would amplify the quantity of abilities he could obtain, accelerating his progress toward greater mastery. Additionally, it would mitigate the risk of losing all his supporting personnel, significantly reducing the likelihood of a sudden loss of resources. Chapter 17. An initial exploration of the ice fog zone and the convenience of ice and snow abilities. I indeed yearned to venture into the ice fog zone, curious to discover if it held a greater variety of extraordinary fruits. Wu Hao understood that his desire was not solely driven by curiosity. It was also a necessity to reach the music academy to rescue Qin Feifei and Amp Appos as close friends. This initial expedition was imperative for him to ascertain whether his current capabilities were sufficient for the task. He was acutely aware that Lu Xinya was waiting downstairs, likely on the verge of freezing to death. Knowing her temperament, he surmised that she would only seek his assistance if her situation was dire. Before departing, he addressed Qin Feifei. I must step out for a while. You stay here and guard the house. Do not open the door for anyone. He recognized that Qin Feifei, possessing formidable strength, no longer feared ordinary individuals, yet he remained cautious. While one or two intruders posed little threat, a sudden influx of dozens could spell disaster. The remaining individuals were ravenous and either shelter hungrily. If they sensed an opportunity, they would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to invade and seize the resources within. You're going out? Qin Feifei exclaimed, taken aback by his decision, fully aware of the dangers lurking outside. Initially, she would have rejoiced at such news, but her perspective had shifted drastically. She now regarded him as her partner and this place as her sanctuary. Thus, the thought of him venturing out instilled in her an unshakable sense of dread, a profound insecurity. I'll just be down to meet someone and assess the surroundings, Wu Hao reassured her. Observing her anxiety about his impending adventure surprised him. He had anticipated her delight at the prospect of claiming their space once he was gone. "Is it absolutely necessary?" she asked cautiously, genuinely concerned for his safety, knowing that his presence was what kept their haven warm and secure. The thought of them stepping outside and potentially meeting a tragic fate weighed heavily on her heart, as she feared for her own survival should their supplies dwindle. "I and Amp, Oppos, LLB quick," Wu Hao replied, understanding that this venture was essential. He was merely descending to the 5th floor, where the risks were minimal. If danger were to arise, it would likely stem from the frost wolves he and Oppos D encountered previously. He intended to check if they were still lurking about and to ascertain Qin Fei and Oppos' fate. "All right. Just be careful out there," Qin Fei acquiesced, acknowledging his resolute stance. She approached him and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, a gesture akin to bidding farewell to her husband. Wu Hao was taken aback by the profound shift in her demeanor and the depth of her attachment to him. Yet, he remained clear-headed, recognizing that she was primarily a means to an end, her greatest utility lying in her ability to provide support. He understood that, were it not for the catastrophe and the depletion of resources, she would hardly have regarded him with such affection. "I'm heading out now," he informed her. Fully aware that this excursion would serve as a test of her loyalty, he needed to determine if she might turn against him upon his return to the safe house. Qin Fei nodded, watching him depart. As he stepped out from the warmth of their sanctuary, he felt the temperature plummet by over 30 degrees. This drop was not an exaggeration, as the indoor temperature had consistently remained above 26 degrees, while the corridor and Amp, Oppos' temperature had plummeted to a chilling -6 degrees. Had it not been for his mastery over ice and snow, such a drastic temperature shift would have rendered him faint. Unexpectedly, he discovered that his ice control ability endowed him with an additional benefit, a natural resistance to the cold, allowing him to establish a localized warmth around himself. Extending 5 meters. This revelation brought him joy. He could dispel the biting cold within that radius, creating a microclimate around him where the temperature would remain above 20 degrees. Not only would individuals within this zone be spared from freezing, but vehicles would also remain operational without the risk of fuel or components freezing. This newfound ability facilitated his plans to retrieve Lucinia. Upon reaching the 13th floor, he encountered a throng of individuals congregating in a makeshift market. He opted not to engage with them, instead choosing a more expedient route to descend to the 5th floor. Arriving at the elevator shaft, he noted that the lift had come to a halt, the display darkened by the cold. Determined to proceed, he located a crowbar in the cleaning supplies room and pried open the elevator doors, revealing a shadowy shaft and the taut elevator cable. With a leap, he grasped the cable and let himself slide downward, the ice crystals insulating his palms from harm, allowing him to control his descent. He swiftly glided from the 26th floor to the 11th, each level colder than the last, with the temperature in the elevator shaft registering a frigid -7 degrees. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he halted abruptly before the sealed elevator doors. With a corrosive projectile, he swiftly eroded a significant hole through the doors, revealing the terror of the ice fog outside. The potent venom he released was sufficient to entirely dismantle the elevator doors, yet it was impeded by the encroaching ice fog, which poured in like a deluge through the newly formed aperture. The proximity to the fog intensified its biting chill, compressing his protective radius to under 3 meters. Chapter 18. The Harvest of New Fruits and the Triggering of a New Type of Rebate Binding. Wu Hao discovered that the temperature of the icy mist had plunged below -30 degrees Celsius. Every surface that was touched was swiftly encased in ice, forming crystalline pillars of frost. In such an environment, I could hardly endure for long. Wu Hao quickly sprang into action, aware that his mastery over ice and snow would serve him well against this harsh climate. Yet, he could distinctly feel his mental energy depleting rapidly as he was forced to combat the relentless cold every moment. This constituted a tremendous burden on his mental faculties. Thus, while his advantage lay in his ability to navigate the icy mist, his current level of abilities and mental stamina limited the duration of his activities. He estimated that 1 hour was his absolute limit. It seemed imperative to enhance his ice control abilities and to find ways to bolster his mental energy. Wu Hao was cognizant of both good news and bad news. However, overall, it was encouraging as it illuminated a glimmer of hope. His immediate objectives were twofold: to bring Lucinia to safety and to search for any supernatural fruits within this icy mist region that could grant him new abilities. He swiftly departed the elevator shaft, arriving at the 5th floor corridor, which had been utterly transformed into a realm of ice. The corridor was suffused with a bluish mist, capable of instantly freezing anyone who inhaled it. He remained unaffected for the moment, resembling a beacon of light amidst the fog. dispersing the mist around him and creating a small area free from its grasp. Wu Hao made his way toward the beauty center that Lu Xinya had indicated. It was straightforward to locate. However, he found the entrance completely encased in ice, forming a massive crystalline barrier. Inside, the space was laden with frost, resembling a scene deliberately crafted from an icebound world. Yet, within the corridor, he spotted an ice blue vine hanging a semi-transparent gem, which bore a striking resemblance to the ice-condensed jade. Instantly recognizing it as a supernatural fruit confirmed that such entities indeed existed within the icy mist, an unexpected boon. Wu Hao hastily plucked it and stored it in his personal space, which, while not providing combat capabilities, alleviated the burden of carrying items, allowing for a more agile movement. The space within was boundless, capable of accommodating even a vehicle. Upon realizing that he had fortuitously acquired a supernatural fruit, he knew he could now retrieve Lu Xinya and return. Regarding the icy barrier at the entrance, he employed venom to corrode it, quickly creating an opening sufficient for entry. He observed that the beauty center was devoid of any personnel, likely having fled at the onset of the disaster. Unfortunately, their escape had most likely led them to the first floor, where they encountered the freezing tempest outside, resulting in their transformation into lifeless ice sculptures. He soon found the storeroom that Lu Xinya had mentioned, only to discover its door similarly encased in ice. It was evident that without her actively seeking assistance, she would have been left to perish inside, as her own strength would never suffice to breach the barrier. He could only speculate what the interior had become. Wu Hao felt a measure of respect for Lu Xinya, as the extent of the ice indicated that she had been trapped within for several days. The advantage was that the insulation prevented the icy mist from infiltrating, maintaining a relatively warmer temperature inside. However, the downside was that she had likely endured without food or water, surviving through sheer will for so many days. This was a testament to her background as a fitness coach, possessing a significant amount of body fat. Otherwise, she would have succumbed to starvation or frostbite long ago, as an ordinary person would not have been able to endure such conditions. Continuing to use his potent venom to break through, the moment he forcefully opened the door, the icy mist enveloping the beauty center surged in. This incited a terrified scream from within, accompanied by furious exclamations. "How could you come in here? Where is that damned Wu Hao? Why hasn't he come to rescue me?" She completely failed to realize that the icy mist's entry was a direct consequence of Wu Hao's actions. In her mind, she was doomed, and she blamed his tardiness for her plight. Wu Hao, drawn by her voice, located Lu Xinya, who was hiding among the storage cabinets. She, too, was astonished to see him, dressed in a long black downcoat, his face set in a cold expression, standing before her. She could hardly believe that he had come, appearing before her in such an unbelievable manner. Wu Hao was equally incredulous to see the disheveled woman before him, who resembled a beggar, and yet was the same Lu Xinya, the fitness enchantress who had once garnered the attention of many affluent suitors. She ought to feel grateful for the frigid environment. For without this enveloping cold, her body and the surrounding space would surely have been filled with an unbearable stench, akin to having been pulled from a cesspool. Nevertheless, he had already heard her curses and thus resolved against forming a contract with her, intending to let her freeze to death in that moment. Lu Xinya was utterly unprepared for Wu Hao's descent into this terrifying realm, capable of freezing a person into a sculpture instantaneously. With the storeroom as sealed door now breached, the frigid mist surged in, causing the temperature to plummet drastically. In the blink of an eye, she felt her ability to speak waning. Yet, she understood that he was her only hope for salvation. "Save me. She could see the cold weather gear around her rapidly becoming coated in ice crystals. Soon, she, too, would be enveloped, transforming into a lifelike ice sculpture. Realizing this, she was even more baffled as to why Wu Hao could move freely in this dreadful mist, unperturbed by its freezing power. Wu Hao turned to leave but was suddenly halted by an unexpected notification that prevented him from departing and prompted him to reconsider letting Lu Xinya perish. Beep. A contractable supernatural entity has been detected. Upon contracting, you may acquire the entity's abilities and the corresponding rebate multiplier. This unprecedented notification indicated that he had encountered a contractable supernatural being, and that upon forming the contract, he would gain her abilities. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that this supernatural entity was none other than Lu Xinya, on the brink of freezing to death. Did she consume a supernatural fruit? It was indeed plausible. Wu Hao recalled the ice blue vine at the entrance to the beauty center and the supernatural fruit that had crystallized upon it. He understood that her ability to endure thus far was likely due to the consumption of that fruit, endowing her with formidable vitality. Chapter 19. Toxic Control. Lu Xinya was left dumbfounded. As an ordinary person, she had not expected Wu Hao to care for her well-being due to their existing grievances. Now that she was revealed to be an ability user, her potential to enhance his powers through a contract gave her a newfound significance for survival. He deliberately expanded the range of his ice control abilities to include her, causing the freezing aura that threatened to immobilize her to dissipate, allowing her to regain consciousness with a face filled with surprise and disbelief. However, before she could express her gratitude, feigning ignorance of her own powers, Wu Hao swiftly conjured a poisoned ice needle and shot it into her neck, rendering her immediately poisoned. "What have you done?" Lu Xinya exclaimed in terror, clutching the spot where she had been struck, questioning his actions. "I've poisoned you. Should you disobey me, or should I accidentally perish, you will accompany me to the grave," he replied succinctly, making it clear that he held her life in his hands. Lu Xinya was incredulous, unable to fathom such power. Yet, Wu Hao was dead serious. The drop of venom had latched onto her heart, allowing him to trigger an explosive reaction at will or regulate its potency. To demonstrate his sincerity, he unleashed a modicum of the toxin's power, making her acutely aware of her impending demise. She clutched her chest, her visage turning pale as the agony surged through her, reminiscent of facing death once more. Wu Hao observed with a mix of distaste and a perverse sense of satisfaction as tears and mucus streamed down her face in her suffering. Once he confirmed the effectiveness of the poison, he alleviated her torment. Lu Xinya, now acutely aware of her precarious situation, regarded him with fear, understanding that he was not jesting. "Do you comprehend? If you do, change into clean clothes and accompany me," Wu Hao instructed. Recognizing her understanding of the gravity of her predicament, he noted the efficacy of his toxic abilities in controlling others, as well as their capacity to provide him with constant awareness of her location and state, ensuring that no external force could counteract his poison. Lu Xinya nodded timidly, wishing to avoid a repeat of the torment she had just endured. She found it curious that near Wu Hao she felt such warmth, shielded from the terrifying icy mist that enveloped the area, creating a small haven of safety. She acknowledged her own filth, having survived in a storage locker for days without proper hygiene. With no means to address her appearance, she resolved to change into a clean bathrobe. Casting a hesitant glance at Wu Hao, questioning if her new attire would allow her to escape this dreadful place alive, Wu Hao, filled with disdain for her current state, understood that she lacked any means of keeping warm. He knew that if she were to leave his protective sphere, she would succumb to the icy grip of death. Thus, he guided her towards the elevator shaft, swiftly creating an ice crystal platform to assist her ascent. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Lu Xinya realized Wu Hao possessed ice powers, explaining his fearlessness in the face of the dreadful frost and his ability to navigate freely within such a perilous environment. This revelation ignited a spark of ambition within her. If she could seize control of Wu Hao, she could reign as the queen of this frozen world, acquiring whatever she desired. Wu Hao feigned indifference to her fervent thoughts, unaware that her heightened emotions were transmitted through the poison coursing within her, allowing him to detect her burgeoning ambitions. Yet, his motivation for rescuing her stemmed primarily from her status as an ability user, likely possessing powers he had yet to encounter. As they ascended on the ice crystal platform, he manipulated his powers to transform it into a makeshift elevator, effortlessly rising to the 26th floor, where he led Lu Xinya out and sealed the elevator opening to prevent others from entering and to contain the icy mist within. Upon reaching the 26th floor, they were far from the icy fog, within a realm where the chilling powers of ice could not easily claim a life. He brought Lu Xinya to the security door of a shop, preparing to unlock it when, to his surprise, the small door swung open from within. Qin Feifei awaited him, her face lighting up with delight at his return. "Come in," Wu Hao beckoned, pleased that she had passed the small trial he had set for her. Qin Feifei nodded, her gaze shifting to Lu Xinya. Initially wary, she questioned why Wu Hao had brought back a disheveled girl, contemplating whether his outing had been an act of kindness. Lu Xinya, noticing Qin Feifei's judgmental gaze, felt a surge of resentment fill her eyes as she lowered her head. She resolved that once she gained power over Wu Hao, she would first torment this Qin Feifei and mar her face. Wu Hao, fully aware of Lu Xinya's reactions, chose not to confront her just yet. She remained oblivious to the fact that her survival hinged upon her latent powers and that once bound by a contract, her abilities would be fully revealed and transferred to him, granting him a mastery over powers that rivaled her own. The bathroom has hot water, and the merchandise area holds undergarments and sleepwear. Feel free to take what you need, Wu Hao instructed Lu Xinya, urging her to clean herself first, promising further discussions once she was refreshed. Hot water? Lu Xinya was taken aback, her mind racing at the thought of such luxury in this desolate environment where sustenance had been a mere fantasy. She suddenly noticed the abundance of supplies and daily necessities lining the shelves, as if she had wandered into a dream, the surreal nature of it all overwhelming her. A wave of jealousy surged through her. While she had been languishing in squalor, deprived of food and water, they reveled in abundance, surrounded by warmth akin to paradise. Why should she suffer while Wu Hao, the very person she had scorned, thrived in comfort? Chapter 20. The consequences of one's own actions. The allure of supernatural abilities await. Just wait, for all of this will ultimately belong to me. Lu Xinya suppressed her emotions. Fully aware that there was no need for haste, all she required was a single opportunity. She knew that in the art of seduction, Qin Feifei, who appeared to be a high and unattainable flower, was certainly no match for her. Moreover, she possessed supernatural powers. She understood that with a suitable chance, she could transform Wu Hao into her puppet slave. At that moment, she would reign as the queen of this place, and everything here would be hers. As for the matter of Wu Hao poisoning her to exert control, she would have him personally lift that burden. And in that moment, she would undoubtedly deliver a fierce kick to his face, leaving him prostrate on the ground, bloodied and gasping for her favor like a dog. Wu Hao sensed the tumultuous emotions brewing within Lu Xinya, yet he maintained an impassive demeanor, feigning complete ignorance. Lu Xinya intentionally selected alluring lingerie and sleepwear before retreating to the bathroom for a warm bath. She knew that cleansing herself signaled her triumphant return. The moment she would turn the tables and ascend to become the supreme queen of this realm. Why did you pick up a beggar? Qin Feifei inquired, still perplexed by Wu Hao's choice. She is a fitness instructor and my ex-girlfriend's close friend, Wu Hao explained, revealing the unique identity of Lu Xinya. Your ex-girlfriend? Qin Feifei's tone shifted, tinged with jealousy, for as his current girlfriend, she was displeased to hear any mention of his past relationship. She was the one who instigated our breakup when I fell into debt, Wu Hao succinctly clarified, indicating that he harbored no fond feelings for either his ex or her friend. On the contrary, there was animosity. As a neighbor, Qin Feifei was aware of some of Wu Hao's circumstances. She cast a sympathetic glance towards the woman who had audaciously entered the bathroom, foreseeing the fate that awaited her. Meanwhile, Wu Hao recognized that he had successfully brought Lu Xinya into this realm, establishing an initial contract. Lu Xinya's supernatural power immediately yielded a return, providing him with a staggering 400-fold benefit based on the current number of contract participants. Ding. Successfully contracted supernatural user Lu Xinya successfully returned the consumed supernatural energy. Ding. Returning Lu Xinya's alluring supernatural ability, yielding 400 pink essence. The allure of supernatural powers. 400 pink essences. Here, take one of these and see the effect. Wu Hao promptly presented a pink essence to Qin Feifei, urging her to test the allure's capabilities. Simultaneously, he partook without hesitation, consuming 200. Elevating his allure ability to level 4, which granted him resistance against allure at the same level. Good, Qin Feifei said without further ado, consuming the essence. Aware that it was a supernatural fruit, indeed a new type. After ingestion, she mastered the allure ability and, with a flirtatious glance, attempted to enchant Wu Hao. However, due to Wu Hao possessing level 4 allure, his resistance rendered her attempts futile, resulting in a backlash that transformed Wu Hao's presence into a dazzling pink, presenting him as extraordinarily handsome, embodying her ideal type. Overwhelmed, Qin Feifei could not control herself, instinctively drawing closer and playfully saying, "May I call you master? I would gladly die for you." Completely entranced, her affection surged to its zenith, rendering her compliant to his every command. Wu Hao observed the outcome, noting the significant consumption involved. After confirming the effects, he dispelled Qin Feifei's enchantment, allowing her to regain clarity and realize her previous actions. Her face flushed crimson, revealing a bashful demeanor that made her appear irresistibly radiant, inciting a desire to tease her lightly. Wu Hao's understanding of Lu Xinya's intentions crystallized. He discerned her motives for concealing her secrets and exhibiting excitement. She aimed to enchant and control him, aspiring to make him her devoted slave. He hadn't anticipated the formidable outcome of her allure ability. While it appeared deceptively weak, it possessed the potential to reverse fortunes and dominate even the mightiest foes who lacked resistance. Given the right opportunity, Lu Xinya could undoubtedly forge a powerful faction, rendering her a formidable force. One more for you, Wu Hao thought, not hastily dealing with Lu Xinya, aware that she would soon experience the backlash of her allure ability. With his own level 4 allure, he could easily enchant and bind her as a true slave, utterly devoted. On this occasion, he had also acquired a translucent new type of supernatural fruit. With only one in his possession, he decided to first use it for Qin Feifei, the tool, before gradually consuming it himself. This particular fruit appeared distinctly different. Qin Feifei seized the translucent, glass-like supernatural fruit without hesitation, sensing its uniqueness. Upon consumption, Wu Hao received a notification, unveiling the nature of this fruit. Ding! Qin Feifei consumed one ethereal gem, yielding 400 ethereal gems. Ethereal gems, not crystals. The slight difference in terminology indicated that this translucent supernatural fruit was indeed exceptional. What effect does it have? Wu Hao inquired eagerly. Now, Qin Feifei had become his experimental subject for supernatural fruits. Any new type would be prioritized for her consumption to ascertain its effects. Her complexion paled, indicative of significant consumption. Suddenly, she began to draw circles in the air with her arm. As she moved, a portal gradually opened before them, revealing a somewhat familiar room, her former art studio. She had unlocked a portal to a location she remembered, albeit within a 100-meter radius of their current position. Unfortunately, she could not sustain the portal, causing it to close instantaneously, indicating the substantial mental toll required to maintain such a gateway. Spatial teleportation power. Wu Hao recognized this as a remarkable ability. It meant that whenever he ventured out, he could return effortlessly through a portal, allowing him to traverse multiple locations without fearing potential dangers along the way. Chapter 21. Lu Xinya's malicious intent. Yet she becomes the fool. He lamented that he had reached the limit of his supernatural fruit usage today, having already consumed 200 enchantment fruits. His enchanting ability had ascended to level 4. This meant that he would have to wait until tomorrow to utilize the ethereal jade. However, this situation did not concern him greatly, for within his spatial realm, he possessed 400 ethereal jades, which would allow him to elevate his spatial teleportation capability to level 4 as well. This would enable him to open a portal that far surpassed the one Qin Feifei had conjured. The immediate benefit was that he could explore the 5th floor and return effortlessly. Lu Xinya emerged from a refreshing hot shower, feeling rejuvenated. As she stepped out, her eyes greedily surveyed her surroundings, convinced that everything here rightfully belonged to her. She sought to compensate for the hardships she had endured during this period, aspiring to become the dominant force in this realm. Wu Hao, while it is impossible for you to be my boyfriend, you may well serve as a loyal dog at my feet. She admired her own cleansed, athletic physique, aware that her body was the epitome of male desire, certain to attract their attention like moths to a flame. She had resolved that once Wu Hao laid eyes on her in this state, she would enchant him when he was most vulnerable, turning him into her obedient slave, a devoted hound at her command. Yet, as she stepped out, she was met with Wu Hao. To her astonishment, he appeared even more handsome, as if surrounded by a pink aura and blooming roses. For a fleeting moment, she realized that she had become enchanted. Nevertheless, she quickly succumbed, losing all sense of self. Qin Feifei, witnessing Lu Xinya's emergence from the bathroom, immediately fell under Wu Hao's enchanting influence. She crawled toward him on all fours, embodying a pitiful submissiveness that made it impossible for Wu Hao to kick her away. She clung to him like a willing parasite, yearning for his affection. I will check on Hu Xiaoyu, Qin Feifei offered. Recognizing the impending events and willingly vacating her position for Wu Hao, he expressed gratitude toward her, knowing he would reward her later. Following the process of the contract, Wu Hao confirmed that those ensnared by level 4 enchantment would completely lose their sense of self. Every action he took toward her became a source of joy and reward for him. Once the contract was sealed, Lu Xinya regained her clarity, vividly recalling the events that had transpired. Terror filled her countenance as she grappled with the realization of how debased she had become. Despite Wu Hao's attempts to push her away, she had flirtatiously lunged at him, craving his favor and rewards. Her psyche shattered, she plunged into a vortex of self-doubt. Both her mind and body felt utterly destroyed. She was not only subjected to the torturous control of her own power, but also had her very soul dominated. Possessing the ability to enchant, she understood all too well that once she successfully enchanted someone, she could activate it at will, effectively controlling their fate. The plan was sound. Yet her strength faltered. Wu Hao mocked her, relieved that he had received prior warnings. Otherwise, she might have seized the opportunity to betray him. Now, he deliberately allowed her to regain her senses, urging her to reflect on her circumstances. After all, he held complete dominion over her life and destiny. Should he wish for her demise, she could perish in an instant. If he desired her to lose herself, it would merely require a thought, reducing her to a soulless slave. Lu Xinya gazed in horror at Wu Hao, now dressed, perplexed by his sudden strangeness and the terror he inspired, leaving her with no room for resistance. She understood that, should he choose, she would no longer be an individual but merely a dog, mindlessly obedient. Her possession of the enchanting ability made her acutely aware of its terrifying potential. I was wrong. Lu Xinya suddenly prostrated herself, pressing her forehead against the floor in an act of submission. She recognized Wu Hao's intentions. He relished in tormenting and humiliating her, preparing her for a future filled with despair. Wu Hao ignored her pleas for forgiveness, aware that she did not truly believe she was at fault. She was simply afraid. Understanding that if he desired her death, it could be swift, or if he chose to spare her, she would endure a fate worse than death. Engaging in acts she once deemed utterly degrading. However, he was cognizant that their time together was far from over. Her greatest value lay in being a tool for him, amplifying his rewards 100-fold. As long as she complied, she could avoid punishment, fully aware of the consequences should she defy him. Currently, Lucinia had indeed submitted. She harbored no rebellious thoughts and refrained from causing any disturbances. She was paralyzed by fear of death and the prospect of a life worse than death. The most terrifying realization was that Wu Hao could obliterate her consciousness with a mere thought, transforming her into the most obedient and lowly of slaves. This predicament rendered the once proud and assertive Lucinia utterly unable to accept her fate. Wu Hao allowed her to remain by herself for reflection. Understanding that her downfall was of her own making, he approached the window, gazing out at the landscape. He observed that the icy mist had ascended to the 6th floor, encroaching upon the higher levels and threatening to engulf the entire world. He had successfully entered the icy fog once, confirming that he could navigate within it. However, this experience did not bring him solace. Rather, he was acutely aware of the severity of the situation. His current abilities only permitted him to endure within the icy mist for an hour, if he did not enhance his strength. He would face certain death when the mist enveloped the 26th floor. The most pressing issue was his limited absorption capacity, constrained by his physical strength, capped at 200 units. Wu Hao recognized that this was a problem he needed to resolve. If he could overcome this limitation, increasing his daily absorption to 400 units, he could double the efficiency of his ability advancement. This would allow him to elevate his control over ice and snow to level 10 or higher by the time the mist reached the 26th floor, significantly enhancing his chances of survival and enabling him to assist others in seeking new means of existence. Gaining spatial teleportation ability was another promising development. Simplifying his movements and relocations, Wu Hao understood that he could only proceed step by step. Currently, his resources were abundant, and he possessed a formidable level of supernatural power. His mastery over ice and snow provided him with a degree of resistance against the icy mist, allowing for brief excursions within it. Moreover, the emergence of his spatial teleportation ability afforded him rapid return capabilities, making it easier to reach specific locations without concern for ambushes or dangers along the way. Chapter 22. Cheng Fei's relentless pursuit for assistance. Now, the 13th floor, designated as the fire safety level, presents an entirely different scene. It is less of a refuge and more akin to a refugee camp. Among the crowd, one can spot Cheng Fei, albeit with the grim reality of having lost a leg. The creature responsible for his predicament now lies skinned and roasted over a fire, serving as a crucial source of sustenance for the group. For the first time, he feels the profound truth of the adage that strength lies in numbers. Recalling the scene, it was a united front of 20 to 30 individuals battling a formidable boss in a game dungeon, collectively vanquishing the Frost Wolf. Utilizing its fangs as weapons and its hide for clothing and boots, the flesh became a vital source of nourishment. Though his injuries are manageable, the loss of his leg is irreparable. Some among the survivors express gratitude for his role in luring the mutated beast, which has provided them with fur capable of warding off the harsh cold, seemingly enabling them to venture into the icy mist. A man with a buzz cut approaches him, regretfully delivering news and a glimmer of hope. The fur of the mutated beast offers remarkable insulation, finally presenting them with a means to escape their current frigid plight. However, Cheng Fei harbors a deep-seated resentment towards the individual on the 26th floor, who possesses an abundance of supplies yet refuses to share. He has also abducted his girlfriend, Xiaoyu, leaving Cheng Fei tormented by thoughts of her fate. He conceals his true intentions, planning to employ Xiaoyu as a pawn to gain access to the supplies. Placing the blame squarely on Wu Hao, whom he portrays as a villain who has caused him to lose a leg and subjected his girlfriend to unspeakable humiliation. The buzzcut man listens, his gaze turning icy. He is, in fact, a former soldier, part of a group of veterans maintaining order amidst the chaos, committed to ensuring justice and survival for all. Aware of the 26th floor's status as a snack shop, he knows it is stocked with an excess of unsold food and water. Yet, he adheres to a moral code, recognizing that these resources rightfully belong to another, who is entitled to prioritize their own survival. The callousness of those who hoard supplies while watching others starve is, to him, an unforgivable sin. The exchange of resources for women, especially attractive ones, strikes him as a blatant commodification reminiscent of past injustices. I will find a way to address this, he assures Cheng Fei. Thank you, Brother Lai, Cheng Fei replies, his admiration tinged with a sinister glee. for he knows Lai Ching is a former elite soldier whose newfound abilities have made him even more formidable. His reputation has allowed him to assemble a rescue team of veterans, each a skilled combatant. Cheng Fei contemplates the security measures in place, pondering whether the defenses can withstand such a capable group of professionals. He waits to witness the unfolding drama, eager to partake in the spoils. His thoughts of Xiaoyu have faded. He assumes she has already been sullied. The thought of her submitting to Wu Hao fills him with rage, and he vows that both she and her captor will suffer dire consequences. In this dire environment, women are not in short supply. With food, one can easily barter for a fleeting encounter. Cheng Fei observes the dynamics around him, recognizing an unspoken system of exchange. Many single women, lacking support and resources, willingly trade their bodies for the means to survive. Once, he would have looked down upon such transactions, but now, even a few biscuits can secure temporary companionship. Concerns about disease seem trivial in the face of impending mortality. The imperative is to seize each day as it comes. As Lai Cheng departs, seeking his comrades, he finds them reveling in the bounty from their recent conquest of the frost wolf. Captain, do you think the beast's hide possesses magical properties? A mere scrap can provide such warmth, remarks a burly man, seemingly a cab driver, as he enjoys a piece of meat. Lai Cheng takes a moment to replenish his strength, glancing toward a corner where a body, shrouded in newspaper, lies, a casualty of the battle with the frost wolf, which had the terrifying ability to freeze anything it bit, akin to a curse of ice. I have something important to discuss with you all, Lai Cheng states, drawing the attention of his companions, who sensed the gravity of his words. You are aware of the snack shop on the 26th floor, correct? The one stocked with supplies? Upon hearing this, a team member interjects, Captain, do you intend to make a move? Their knowledge of the shop's resources makes them acutely aware of the situation. Lai Cheng's intention is not to raid but to negotiate, hoping to persuade the shopkeeper to share some supplies for the sake of others. Lai Cheng feels a pang of awkwardness at the suggestion of robbery. His goal is to foster goodwill and possibly earn recognition for his efforts once the crisis subsides. I doubt anyone will willingly part with their supplies at this time, mutters a robust man, his voice low and contemplative. Chapter 23. In Lai City, Wu Hao was puzzled as to why there was no return, for anyone with even a modicum of intelligence could discern the escalating disaster. No one knew how long this dire situation would persist. Hence, no amount of supplies would suffice. There would inevitably come a day when they would be utterly exhausted. Consequently, to suggest that others share their resources was tantamount to a death sentence. They were not ignorant of human nature. They recognized that once aid was extended, it would lead to endless demands, culminating in a chaotic scramble for resources until nothing remained. Lai's expression was one of discomfort. He understood that such actions were somewhat excessive. Yet the prevailing circumstance necessitated drastic measures, lest everyone succumb to starvation, even if they found a way to hunt mutated beasts for sustenance. The limited yield would ultimately be insufficient for all. It was far more prudent to consult those above and devise a strategy. Captain, do you wish to ascend? I shall accompany you. I will join as well. Perhaps our numbers might persuade them, others chimed in. They grasped Lai's intent and resolved to venture upstairs, while also keeping an eye out for mutated beasts along the way, hoping to clear the path and procure some meat and hide. I will join too. Now that we are armed, confronting such creatures will be less arduous. One member brandished their weapon, revealing their sharp fangs, knowing that with this advantage, dispatching the frost hounds would be a simpler task. Let us hope for a favorable outcome this time. Lai was grateful for their support, aware that their actions were somewhat unscrupulous. However, he was truly at his wit's end. He had already witnessed children here on the brink of death from hunger. His heart ached at the thought of those mere 5- or 6-year-olds perishing before his eyes. It was unbearable to know that substantial supplies lay just above. While he did nothing, Wu Hao observed that Lu Xinya was quite astute in gauging the situation. Following a brief moment of despair, she promptly accepted her fate, even surpassing Qin Feifei in her efforts to ingratiate herself. She deliberately displayed her curvaceous physique, transforming into an eager handmaiden, serving him tea and water, and seizing any opportunity to massage his back and legs. Qin Feifei regarded her actions with disdain, believing her facade to be excessively disingenuous. How could she so quickly shift from wanting to harm Wu Hao to appearing utterly devoted? Lu Xinya noticed Qin Feifei's contemptuous glances but paid them no mind. She had realized that she could not contend with Wu Hao, yet she could certainly deal with Qin Feifei. She understood that within this space, there were hierarchies. Despite all being women, the distinction between a queen and a concubine was significant. Wu Hao recognized the undercurrents of rivalry between them, yet he chose to remain indifferent. As long as their antics did not affect him, he felt no concern. Should their quarrels escalate too far, he would simply cast them both out. He had no intention of letting them perish. Rather, he would allow them to cool off outside before re-entering once they regained their composure. However, the situation remained precarious, with daily limitations on resource absorption presenting a challenge. Wu Hao understood that his current development was promising, thanks to his spatial capabilities and resource return. He was momentarily untroubled regarding supplies and could steadily and swiftly enhance his strength. Yet, the external environment continued to deteriorate, with sightings of a terrifyingly large mutated whitesnake. The apartment building itself was unstable. He had issued recruitment notices more than once, yet each time, he received not the desired responses, but rather a torrent of abuse. Branding him a vampire and a miser, they proclaimed they would rather starve than benefit him. Wu Hao glanced at the 4 subordinates he had already secured, recognizing that while this number was not insignificant, the more, the merrier. Everyday items also required returns. This morning, he took stock and found that while food and drinking water were ample, supplies of daily necessities, particularly toilet paper, were dwindling. Although toilet paper was not essential for survival, running out would not lead to starvation or dehydration, yet it would certainly lead to unsanitary conditions. With the increase in the number of members, the consumption rate would only rise further. Thus, this issue must be addressed promptly, with preparations made to bolster stock. Presently, the means to acquire toilet paper included raiding supermarkets or utilizing resource returns for multiplication. Wu Hao recognized that he had 2 primary methods for obtaining supplies. One was to venture out and acquire them himself, while the other was to employ his resource return strategy. Both methods were effective. One offered short-term relief, while the other promised long-term stability. As long as he had bound subordinates providing returns, he need not worry about depleting resources. However, he had yet to discover a means to obtain daily necessities through resource returns. So far, he had only secured returns on food, drinking water, and diesel for the generator. Curiously, however, why did toothpaste qualify for returns? Alone in the bathroom, Wu Hao activated the notification panel and found an intriguing message. Ding! Lu Xinya consumed 1 tube of anti-cavity toothpaste, returning 400 tubes of anti-cavity toothpaste. She had just arrived and already provided him with an alternative resource return, granting him 400 tubes of toothpaste. This marked his first return of daily necessities. He found the very tube of toothpaste Lu Xinya had used, indicating that she had succumbed to despair while trapped downstairs. She appeared to be utterly repulsed by her own filth, and it was not beyond reason that she had resorted to consuming anything to survive. Hence, upon washing up, she had consumed an entire new tube of toothpaste. This confirmed her cleanliness, yet the duration required for her psychological recovery remained her own dilemma. However, this left Wu Hao with a new question. Why was there a return? Why did Lu Xinya's use of toothpaste yield a return of 400 tubes? Was it possible? Wu Hao contemplated a potential answer and decided to summon Qin Feifei. Chapter 24. Finally reclaiming daily necessities, Yu Siwei's regret what has transpired? Upon entering, Qin Feifei cast sultry glances, completely misunderstanding the situation. As she entered, she had been somewhat smug, glancing outside the bathroom, mistakenly believing that Wu Hao desired to engage in a different kind of passion within the confines of this restroom. You have destroyed this toothpaste with your poison, Wu Hao remarked, prompting her to ascertain a particular fact. Is that it? Qin Feifei exclaimed, astonished and slightly displeased, for she was fiercely competing for Wu Hao's affection against Lu Xinya. She acknowledged that without Lu Xinya, she would lose her allure, placing her at a disadvantage. Initially, she had presumed that Wu Hao would favor her as the first to arrive, intending to provide her with preferential treatment. Instead, she discovered that it was for such a trivial matter, which irked her slightly. Wu Hao noticed her feigned displeasure, finding her transformation somewhat endearing. He playfully patted her on the backside and said, "Accomplish the task, and you shall be rewarded." He urged her to complete her assignment, promising a reward thereafter. Qin Feifei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she contemplated defending her intentions, yet secretly reveled in the attention. Obediently, she followed his instructions, eroding a brand new tube of toothpaste until it dissolved into a puddle of acidic liquid, completely vanishing. Notification. Qin Feifei consumed 1 tube of toothpaste, receiving a rebate of 400 tubes. The alert chimed. Wu Hao confirmed that his assumptions had been correct. The prerequisite for confirming the rebate was destruction. Food is destroyed as it is consumed by the digestive system. Water is absorbed and thus eliminated. Everyday items such as towels and tissues may wear out but cannot truly be destroyed. They do not transform into something else. This results in them not being genuinely consumed. Hence the absence of any rebate. With this revelation, Wu Hao felt a surge of triumph. He realized that he could now amass abundant supplies without stepping outside. provided these tools did not fail him. His concerns about depleting resources in this place dissipated. The remaining issues were the residence itself, the worsening cold wave, and external threats of violence. Wu Hao understood that he need not worry about supplies for the time being. Daily necessities could indeed yield rebates, and having mastered the toxic ability made the destruction of items a simple task. Now, the threats were predominantly external, such as the intensifying icy fog, the security of the apartment building, and the lurking dangers outside, including the formidable great white serpent and the surviving individuals within the apartment. Qin Feifei observed him curiously. After witnessing him erode the toothpaste with his poison, he appeared elated, as if he had uncovered a source of immense joy. This prompted him to press her against the sink, showering her with fervent kisses, which left her hair tousled. She proudly glanced at Lu Xinye, flaunting her charm in front of Wu Hao, reveling in the fact that despite Lu Xinye's presence, Wu Hao had chosen her first. Lu Xinye, envious and dissatisfied, sought various means to capture Wu Hao's attention. Wu Hao, witnessing their rivalry, recognized that the fiercer their competition, the more beneficial it became for him. He was also aware that Hu Xiaoyu remained confined on the second floor, having gone several days without food, nearing the brink of starvation. Yet, his attitude towards her was indifferent. As long as she survived, she served her purpose as a rebate tool. Whether she truly intended to belong to this place was a matter of her own disposition, and he had no intention of forcing her. He also noted that Yu Siwei's supply had indeed run dry, necessitating preparations for the loss of a tool. Wu Hao glanced at the notification log, confirming that Yu Siwei had not eaten or drunk water for quite some time. He realized that if this continued, she would likely perish from hunger or cold. For him, this situation meant a reduction in rebate multiplier from 400 to 300. He needed to prepare both mentally and practically for this eventuality. Yu Siwei was indeed crying now, truly weeping from hunger. She had never envisioned Wu Hao in such a light and began reminiscing about the days spent with him. Yu Siqing, you bastard. She cursed her brother, Yu Siqing, for seizing the opportunity to consume the last remnants of food and water in their home, leaving her with nothing upon her return. Her vision blurred from starvation. She felt like a clown, utterly exploited by her brother. He had never regarded her as a sister. Instead, she had become a mere tool for his benefit. You have consumed that special fruit. You will undoubtedly last longer than I will. I am just an ordinary person, and it will certainly be easier for you to survive, Yu Siqing shamelessly proclaimed, epitomizing the essence of audacity. Yu Siwei gritted her teeth in fury. In a fit of anger, she declared, I no longer care about you. I am going to find Wu Hao. I would rather be with him than stay here with you. She had reached her limit, beginning to recall the fond memories shared with Wu Hao, who had always been accommodating, striving to fulfill her desires and ensuring she was never wronged. Yet here she was, toiling tirelessly in perilous ventures while he luxuriated at home, indulging in the fruits of her labor. Enough was enough. She could no longer bear it. She needed to reconcile with Wu Hao, to save her hot pot, drink fine wine, and dwell in warmth. Ah, then he will be my brother-in-law, and he cannot ignore me, Yu Siqing said, devoid of shame. Upon hearing this, Yu Siwei could no longer contain her composure. She realized he showed no intention of stopping her, but rather supported her decision. Even contemplating the prospect of being supported by Wu Hao, it felt as if he was endorsing her to sell herself. In an instant, she felt utterly drained. Recognizing the absurdity of her situation, Yu Siqing, however, extinguished her flicker of hope, plunging her further into despair. But now, the situation outside is dire. It would be exceedingly difficult for us to venture there, he simply stated, reminding her that the current circumstances were far from ordinary. Yesterday, I witnessed someone jump from above, only to be frozen as soon as they entered the icy fog, becoming a mere ice sculpture, which shattered upon impact with the ground. It was impossible to discern that just moments before, they had been a living person. Thus, he was certain that even if his sister, Yu Siwei, wished to escape, she would be unable to traverse the dense icy fog, inevitably meeting a dead end. Chapter 25, Yu Siwei, the Poisonous Woman. The ice mist unusually dissipates. Yu Siwei was utterly shattered, her face awash with tears. In a moment of regret, she lamented her decision to part ways with Wu Hao. She realized that had she chosen to stay together with him, even if it meant enduring a fade for a few more days in that defunct snack shop, her circumstances would be far better than they were now. She could have enjoyed sustenance and perhaps even taken on the role of the lady of the place, commanding Wu Hao's unwavering loyalty. However, did she perceive it correctly? The mist seemed to have lightened somewhat. Yu Siqing, in a fit of boredom, gazed out the window, observing the situation outside. Suddenly, he noticed the sky had cleared, dispersing the dense clouds, revealing the azure expanse above. The rising temperatures had begun to dissolve the ice mist below. although it had not completely vanished. It had transformed into a condition akin to that of the corridor, sufficiently bearable to allow for some freedom of movement with appropriate warmth. This was undeniably good news, indicating they could descend and replenish their supplies at various supermarkets. The ice mist had dissipated? Yusei felt a surge of excitement, recognizing this as a fortuitous opportunity. She could immediately gather supplies and make her way towards Wuhao and Appo's snack shop, not to seek refuge, but to usurp his territory, securing a more favorable sanctuary for herself. "I'll grab a knife and my electric baton," she declared. Yusei, noticing the fierce glint in her eyes, understood immediately and hurried to procure weapons. Aware of their urgent intentions, this revelation instantly caught the attention of many who had been confined in their homes for days. They realized the calamity seemed to be abating. The skies had cleared, and most importantly, they could venture outside to seek supplies and reunite with their loved ones. In Licheng, the news spread rapidly. Plans shifted. There was no need to rush upstairs to find Wuhao and Appo's snack shop. Their priority was to descend swiftly and seize supplies from the supermarkets to ensure their survival. Wuhao, too, became aware of the situation. However, due to his heightened mastery over the ice and snow, he discerned more than others. He felt no joy at the sudden dissipation of the mist. Rather, he understood it was not a good omen. Was this the calm before the storm? He recognized the current conditions mirrored the eerie retreat of the tide before a tsunami, signifying an impending, more ferocious cold wave. If they did not seize this relatively safe window to act, they risked suffering significant losses in the next surge of frigid air. Yet, it was also an opportunity to venture downstairs to investigate the trail of that enormous serpent. Wuhao knew that the temporary safety provided by the ice mist and Appo's disappearance was a silver lining. It allowed him to assess the situation on the ground, secure vehicles, and confirm the activities of the lurking monsters below, preparing for his true excursion. He understood the urgency of time. Not only did he need to prepare for the impending onslaught of a more severe cold wave, but he also had to make a trip to the music academy to bring back those stranded there. Additionally, he sensed that the next cold wave might coincide with power outages, which could lead to communication breakdowns. Thus, establishing his broadcasting station became imperative, a task he needed to expedite. "I and Appo's am heading out. Will you stay home or come with me?" Wuhao addressed Qin Feifei and Lu Xinya before leaving, allowing them to decide whether to remain behind or accompany him. He did not rule out the possibility of finding a better location for their refuge during this outing, which might lead him to abandon their current location and fetch them later. "I want to go," Qin Feifei replied, grasping his intent. She realized she had no home anymore. Wherever Wuhao was, that was her home. Their prolonged companionship had led her to understand that Wuhao had not casually posed such a question. His inquiry was an invitation, a suggestion for them to join him. Lu Xinya hesitated, harboring her own thoughts. She recognized that if Wuhao ventured out and Qin Feifei accompanied him, she would then be the one in charge here, even if Wuhao and Qin Feifei returned. As long as she kept the door shut, they could not enter. The supplies here were more than sufficient for her. Wait. Lu Xinya suddenly realized the most crucial point. She had noticed that the key to the resources was not the shelves, but rather Wuhao himself. He was the true repository. If he left and did not return, this place would eventually deplete, and she would face starvation. "I will go with you," she declared. Having come to terms with her decision, she understood that regardless of her feelings towards Wuhao, following him would ensure her sustenance. Although she and Qin Feifei occasionally vied for his favor, she acknowledged that being with him was far better than being trapped alone in the storage room of a beauty center with no one to converse with. Most importantly, Qin Feifei was a stunning beauty. She sometimes thought that even if the world were to end, being in the same room with a captivating woman like Qin Feifei and a man like Wuhao, who made her feel secure, was rather splendid. They could always rebuild a new society and revive the world. She realized, whether she wanted to admit it or not, she had become a member of this group, a part of this team. Very well. Wuhao discerned Lu Xinya and Appo's sincerity through the turmoil within her. Qin Feifei recognized that this meant everyone would mobilize, and she curiously inquired, "What about Hu Xiaoyu?" Aware that Hu Xiaoyu was still confined upstairs, not yet part of their true membership, Wuhao replied, "Ask her if she wishes to join us. If she chooses not to, we will leave her here to fend for herself." He began collecting the supplies from the shelves into his portable space, understanding that this collective outing could lead them to a better refuge. After all, the conditions in this shop were somewhat lacking, especially with a monstrous serpent prowling nearby, creating an unsettling atmosphere. "I and Appo's LL go ask her, Qin Feifei said, promptly heading upstairs to inquire if Hu Xiaoyu wanted to join. Lu Xinya gazed at Wu Hao, the embodiment of leadership, her eyes shining with newfound realization. In that moment, she recognized a significant dilemma. Had she unwittingly slept with her friend and Oppo's boyfriend? Had she taken Yu Siwei and Oppo's former lover for herself? Chapter 26. Lu Xinya and Oppo's self-comfort and family outing nonetheless. It mattered little. After all, the relationship had ended. Furthermore, it was entirely possible that Yu Siwei had already met her demise. A brief moment of turmoil passed through her mind before she found solace. To be precise, it was Wu Hao who had succumbed to temptation with her. Yet she had been ensnared in a spell of allure, rendering her actions throughout the ordeal as shamelessly proactive in her memory. The stark reality remained that she had, in essence, stolen her best friend and Oppo's ex-boyfriend, seamlessly taking over the role. However, she was Lu Xinya, a woman unperturbed by such trivialities. For her, Yu Siwei was merely a source of amusement. She had befriended her with the sole intention of witnessing her breakup and return to singlehood. Little did she anticipate that the subsequent developments would entangle her as well, yet she found herself enjoying the predicament. Yet, with Qin Feifei in the picture, Lu Xinya found herself competing for attention with another woman, which was her only source of discontent. After all, in the past, she had always been the one to toy with others, never the one being toyed with. However, she was acutely aware that the circumstances had shifted. Both she and Qin Feifei were essentially reliant on Wu Hao for their survival. It was evident that life outside his sphere would be unsustainable. Thus, she regarded their banter as a form of familial rivalry, discovering that such a lifestyle could be quite engaging and fulfilling. Qin Feifei soon returned, accompanied by the frail and delicate Hu Xiaoyu, whose fragile demeanor raised concerns that a mere gust of wind might whisk her away. She was willing to join, to become one of them. Qin Feifei succinctly conveyed Hu Xiaoyu and Oppo's current disposition. Hu Xiaoyu gazed at Wu Hao with a pleading look, hoping he would take her in. After days of contemplation, she had come to terms with reality. She had realized that throughout this time, her boyfriend Qing Fei had not once sought her out. However, with Wu Hao not severing her ties to the outside world, she was aware that Cheng Fei was still alive. She had witnessed his transformation from concern to vitriol. Believing she had been sullied by Wu Hao, rendering her nothing more than a tarnished object, she attempted to explain that Wu Hao had not laid a finger on her. But Qing Fei dismissed her claims, subjecting her to a barrage of humiliating insults that shattered her spirit. In that moment, she couldn't Oppo's help but compare him to Wu Hao. She realized that not only had Wu Hao refrained from touching her, but he had also provided her with warmth, shelter, and ample resources for survival, all without any intention of forcing himself upon her. Through her period of confinement, she reflected upon how Qing Fei had consistently belittled her, undermining her beauty and self-esteem. In contrast, she had received numerous compliments from Qin Feifei, and she ultimately recognized the harmonious atmosphere of her current existence, akin to paradise. This epiphany solidified her decision. She would follow Wu Hao, becoming a part of his world and his woman. Wu Hao observed Hu Xiaoyu and Oppo's hopeful gaze, fully aware of the events that had transpired during her confinement and the changes in her mindset. He understood that this arrangement was mutually beneficial, a source of happiness for all involved. They first consumed their meal and donned warm clothing, preparing to venture out. Wu Hao had ensured that everything that could be taken was indeed taken, including shelves. He had also retained his self-engineered warm water purification device, having had Qin Feifei utilize corrosive toxins to help him acquire 400 units. Maintenance concerns were virtually non-existent. Should one fail, it would be promptly replaced. And as they neared depletion, he would continue to procure more. The same principle applied to the diesel generator. Thus, wherever they traveled, they need not worry about electricity or water. Given Hu Xiaoyu and Oppo's fragile condition, Wu Hao was genuinely concerned that she might succumb to the cold outdoors. He provided her with a batch of ice and snow-resistant fruit to bolster her resilience against the elements and offered her warming leg garments and a down jacket to ensure her comfort. Hu Xiaoyu gazed at these gifts with gratitude, realizing that Wu Hao and Oppo's care for her was genuine. Unlike Cheng Fei, who had no obligation to provide for her, Wu Hao had meticulously considered her needs. Yet another contender for Wu Hao and Oppo's affection had entered the fray. Yu Siwei was sure to be consumed with jealousy upon witnessing this situation. Hu Xiaoyu and Oppo's delicate demeanor stood in stark contrast to her own, rendering her a formidable rival. Lucinia watched with amusement, secretly hoping Yusiwei would meet an untimely end amidst the chaos. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly witness Wu Hao thriving in the company of beautiful women. It was evident to her that Hu Xiaoyu harbored profound feelings for Wu Hao, her eyes shimmering with affection, as if she were entirely enamored. This was a genuine inclination to follow him and cherish him, based on her extensive experience. Such girls were often referred to as foolish girls. Once they fell in love, they would be steadfast, refusing to leave even in the direst of circumstances. With Qin Feifei also in the mix, it seemed that Wu Hao had gained two invaluable allies. Any new arrivals would have to navigate their scrutiny, lest they entertain any ulterior motives before them. As Lu Xinyak contemplated her situation, she recognized that she had been rescued from her confinement by Wu Hao. After experiencing the dual onslaught of his venom and charm, she found her perspective shifting. She realized that not only did she wish to survive, but she also desired to thrive. She understood that aligning herself with Wu Hao represented the best path forward. As for the prospect of more women joining their ranks, a bustling household would be far preferable to mere staring contests between her and Wu Hao. Wu Hao was aware that many below had begun to take action. The vibrations from the floor indicated that numerous individuals were seizing the opportunity to depart from the apartment building. Some sought to return home, while others searched for alternative refuge. Yet, they all shared a common goal: to gather supplies. The urgency to stockpile resources for warmth and sustenance was palpable, for they could no longer endure hunger. "We will traverse through the elevator shaft," he informed them, knowing they were traveling light, with their belongings secured in his spatial pocket. "The elevator shaft? Is that safe?" Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu expressed their uncertainty about Wu Hao and Appo's method, questioning whether the elevator was still operational. "He is quite adept," Lu Xinya replied with pride. Aware that she was the only one privy to this information, having experienced it firsthand, a sense of superiority washed over her, revealing her unique position in this scenario. Qin Feifei was irked by her smug demeanor, while Hu Xiaoyu was merely curious. Wu Hao guided them to the elevator shaft, where he thawed the ice encasing the elevator doors and created a crystalline platform for them to stand upon. Once they had all ascended, the platform activated, plummeting swiftly, akin to riding an elevator. Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu, experiencing this for the first time, were left in awe, gazing at Wu Hao with admiration. Chapter 27. Selecting vehicles from the garage, packaging supplies from Ijia supermarket. Lu Xinya, experiencing this for the second time, maintained a much calmer demeanor. She observed that Wu Hao was not simply descending to the first floor but rather appeared intent on entering the parking lot. "What do you need to do in the parking lot?" she inquired curiously. "I and Appos am going to find a car," Wu Hao replied, aware that there was no need for concealment, as they would soon see for themselves. "Find a car?" Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu were perplexed as to why they would seek a vehicle in the current circumstances. Wu Hao chose not to elaborate further. Upon arriving at the parking lot, they quickly entered the premises. They noted that, being situated 2 levels underground, the ice and snow had not inflicted damage here. Only a few vehicles were frozen, rendering them inoperable, and there was a recreational vehicle as well. Wu Hao stumbled upon something remarkable: a recreational vehicle valued in the millions, spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 3 or 4 individuals. "I still dawn and Appos. To understand why you were searching for a vehicle," Lu Xinya remarked, fully aware that the disaster was far from over. She noticed the tension on Wu Hao and Appos' face, indicating he was racing against time to prepare for something. She understood that he was the strongest here, and his demeanor suggested he had discovered something significant. Aware that the cold wave might merely be a temporary lull before a resurgence. "Because I need to go to a more distant location," Wu Hao answered succinctly. Approaching the recreational vehicle, he swiftly employed his ability to manipulate ice and snow to remove the frost, restoring it to a usable condition. Much to the amazement of Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu, who realized his powers could be utilized in such a manner. Lu Xinya recalled how Wu Hao had rescued her, safely leading her out of the misty ice zone. It suddenly dawned on her that he could drive within the icy fog, granting him a considerable advantage over others. Noticing their dawning comprehension, Wu Hao chose not to provide further explanations. He confirmed the recreational vehicle was in good condition and could easily fabricate a key using his ice manipulation skills. Placing it in his personal space before continuing to select other usable vehicles, prioritizing off-road types. Aware that another snow disaster was imminent, he contemplated the means of long-distance travel through the impending cold wave. Wu Hao indeed found something exceptional in the underground garage, a tracked off-road vehicle. Although he was uncertain how such a remarkable machine had ended up here, he recognized it as a marvel for traversing snowy terrains and eagerly accepted it, inviting the others to board for an on-site test. The interior was quite spacious. Upon entering, Lu Xinya, with her discerning eye, began to assess the vehicle, noting it could comfortably seat 7 or 8 people with ample space for storage in the rear. "Are we heading to the music academy?" Qin Feifei asked, recalling her close friend there. She remembered Wu Hao mentioning he would go to pick someone up, thus increasing their group and Oppo's size. "The music academy?" Lu Xinya echoed, intrigued. Hu Xiaoyu also looked on curiously. "Yes," Wu Hao affirmed without further elaboration, knowing that his priority was to collect people from there to avoid being intercepted and to protect those trapped in the music academy from freezing to death during the next cold wave, thus retaining valuable allies. Upon hearing his affirmation, Qin Feifei refrained from further questioning. Lu Xinya and Hu Xiaoyu sensed the underlying implications and chose to remain quietly accepting. Wu Hao drove the vehicle out of the underground parking lot and, upon emerging, noticed the sky had begun to sprinkle light snow, indicating that the disaster was not over, but rather transitioning into a more terrifying phase of icy weather. Realizing that failing to prepare during this time could lead to many succumbing to the cold, he drove onward, aware they would pass by a location where they could adequately replenish their supplies. "On our way to the music academy, we will pass by the Ijia factory supermarket, where we can stock up," Qin Feifei reminded him, concerned he might overlook it. "I intend to stop there," Wu Hao reassured her, alleviating her worries, as he had already decided to prioritize that stop. Satisfied and comforted, Qin Feifei smiled, knowing that following Wu Hao had afforded her a life of ease without concern. Lu Xinya suddenly realized that they were headed to the Ijia factory supermarket, a colossal warehouse brimming with everything from home appliances to daily necessities and food. She recognized that they were collectively en route to clear out the place. "No, tonight I must don my finest lace attire and continue refining my figure. Otherwise, the sudden expulsion from this group would be a tremendous loss," Lu Xinya resolved, understanding she needed to maximize her appeal to retain her position. Following Wu Hao would guarantee access to a veritable Ijia factory supermarket, brimming with seafood, meat, vegetables, furniture, and even cosmetics, truly a self-sufficient micro-society. Hu Xiaoyu shared the same realization, unable to suppress her excitement. Outside, the streets had descended into chaos, with various shops and supermarkets besieged by looters. The absence of order meant that whatever was seized first belonged to the taker. They witnessed individuals igniting fires and unleashing their powers to aid in the pillaging, creating a scene dominated by brute force where resources belonged to those with strength. Meanwhile, Yu Siwei and Yu Xiqing found themselves on the tumultuous streets. Arriving near Wu Hao and Oppo's snack shop located in the number 2 apartment building, they observed the surrounding pandemonium, with injured and even deceased survivors scattered about, blood staining the ground. A vicious man, drawn by Yu Siwei and Oppo's beauty, lunged toward her. To her dismay, she saw Yu Xiqing instinctively hide behind her, using her as a shield. In response, she unleashed a deadly mix of poison and snow, swiftly covering the man's face with toxic snow, which quickly claimed his life, causing others with similar malicious intents to keep their distance. The supplies in the vicinity had been largely depleted. Yu Siwei surveyed the now desolate shops. Realizing they had arrived too late, she felt a pang of hunger, understanding that the area they had been trapped in lacked resources. Initially hoping to test their luck here, they had found nothing, rendering their trip futile. "Let us head there. There will surely be supplies," Yu Xiqing said calmly, confident that they knew of a place abundant with resources. Yu Siwei understood where he was referring to, placing her hopes solely in that direction. She yearned for some good news to emerge from there. Chapter 28, The Great Relocation of Humanity. The entire supermarket emptied. Wu Hao was unaware that he was departing with supplies and personnel. Yu Siwei approached him, her gaze fixed on the unsold goods piled up in his shop. Having successfully arrived at the Ijia factory supermarket, he stood before a colossal 6-story building occupying over 100,000 square meters. He realized that he was the only one capable of restoring vehicle movement, thus gaining an advantage in speed, allowing him to reach this location first to transport the goods. "You all stay in the car. If anything happens, contact me immediately." Wu Hao noted the frigid air outside, instructing them to remain in the vehicle and wait for him. He ventured alone into the Ijia supermarket, transferring everything inside into his spatial storage. "Okay, be careful." They expressed gratitude for his concern. Now, even Hu Xiaoyu, who had been under house arrest for a time, was aware of the monstrous activity occurring outside. Although he did not see any traces of monsters nearby, it did not imply their absence. Thus, remaining in the vehicle was relatively safe. Furthermore, they had all consumed ability fruits, each possessing their own means to temporarily fend off unexpected monster appearances. Wu Hao stepped out of the vehicle, feeling no relief. While driving, he had deliberately observed the roadside conditions and confirmed that the 100-meter-long serpent was no illusion. As it left behind crushed remnants on the road, its width exceeding 10 meters, he also noticed many withered ice crystal vines, confirming that these vines, which could produce ability fruits, only thrived in low-temperature environments. The denser the ice fog, the more abundant their growth. This led him to deduce the origins of the 100-meter white serpent and the frost wild dogs. They had consumed ability fruits, resulting in their mutations. Just as humans gain abilities from consuming these fruits, the creatures would mutate, growing stronger with each fruit ingested. This also indicated that the massive white serpent was in search of more ability fruits to increase its size. If it were the only one, avoiding it would be manageable. Upon entering the Yijia supermarket, Wu Hao understood that for these survivors, the white serpent and Oppo's interest in ability fruits far surpassed any concern for them, ensuring their temporary safety. He first arrived at the supermarket's ground floor, where he found the area relatively safe, having been submerged in ice fog during the disaster. All the goods and shelves were frozen, and he detected no signs of human or monster activity, allowing him to commence his transport without hindrance. He observed the towering shelves in the warehouse area, some standing 20 to 30 meters high. For him, the transport posed no challenge, as he could simply store both the goods and shelves directly into his spatial storage, where everything would be automatically organized. Like a super vacuum cleaner, he made his rounds, causing every shelf and cabinet to vanish, effectively emptying the entire supermarket. He discovered that the supplies were not only abundant but also diverse. Even the fresh fish and frozen meat, which he had been lacking, were well preserved due to the freezing. The frozen vegetables and fruits could easily be restored to their former state with his control over ice and snow, allowing them to be freely accessible. Within just a few minutes, he had made his way from the first to the 6th floor, collecting daily necessities, clothing, and cosmetics from various shops without leaving a single item behind. Before he entered, the interior had been brimming with goods, akin to a regular operation. Upon his exit, the entire mall was stripped bare, leaving only the faade. Not even a clothing rack remained. Without considering any rebates, the sheer volume of goods that would suffice for him for over a decade, Wu Hao felt immense satisfaction, realizing that the consumption of rebates was excellent. And this spatial storage brought him great comfort, enabling him to clear out such a vast supermarket and carry everything with ease. Returning to the vehicle, he found everything calm. He prepared to drive to the music school, casually tossing several designer handbags and unopened luxury cosmetics to the women, resembling a generous boyfriend who had just returned from a shopping spree. Wow, this handbag is this year's new model, worth over 100,000. This set of cosmetics I couldn't bear to buy, costs over 10,000 for just a small bottle. Lu Xinya and Qin Feifei, both experienced in the lavishness of wealth, gasped at the extravagant gifts. Choose whatever you like. I have plenty more. Wu Hao encouraged them, allowing them to select, since using these items would deplete the rebates. He had an endless supply remaining. Qin Feifei and Lu Xinya regarded him with newfound admiration, realizing that their previous disdain for materialism was waning in the face of his wealth. Suddenly, they recognized the sheer power of Wu Hao's abilities in this environment. It was as if he could procure anything at no cost, ensuring not only their needs were met but elevating their living conditions to a new level, particularly for Lu Xinya, who admitted she had previously underestimated Wu Hao, believing him to be poor and insignificant. Now, she realized he was superior and wealthier than many men, causing her heart to flutter with affection. Darling, have you emptied the entire place, including those designer stores? Lu Xinya approached him flirtatiously, flaunting her fitness instructor physique, eager to express her gratitude right there in the vehicle. Disregarding Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu, since I came this time, I took everything. Who knows when I'll be back? Leaving it here would be a waste. Wu Hao remarked casually, confirming that he had not only emptied the supermarket, but also the designer stores, leaving only the faades behind. Lu Xinya, with her eyes sparkling, realized she had no qualms anymore, knowing that by pleasing him, she could easily acquire the luxury items she had once hesitated to buy. Qin Feifei acknowledged Lu Xinya's boldness, while Hu Xiaoyu remained the most oblivious, having been sheltered by Qing Fei's CPU and never used anything worth over 200. She was entirely unaware of why the handbags and cosmetics excited Qin Feifei and Lu Xinya so much. However, when she casually picked up a lipstick labeled with a price tag of 4,800, she nearly fainted, unable to comprehend why a mere lipstick could cost so much. But with this price, she vaguely understood the excitement radiating from Qin Feifei and Lu Xinya. Chapter 29. Encounter with Bandits, who robs whom Wu Hao distributed gifts to the women and continued driving towards the music academy. During this trip to the industrial supermarket, he realized he had accomplished several tasks. He successfully acquired the broadcasting station equipment he desired, along with materials to fortify buildings, as well as other tools and supplies he had not possessed before, such as dozens of tons of high-grade, pollution-free cement. However, it appeared that they were not the only vehicle on the road. Suddenly, Wu Hao addressed the others in the car, capturing the attention of Qin Feifei, Lu Xinya, and Hu Xiaoyu. They all gazed out the window, noticing that they had just passed a gas station, where someone was filling a tanker truck with fuel. Their attention was drawn to the armored off-road vehicle they had just driven by, and they observed that the individuals inside were either gripping their chests or wielding makeshift rifles. "We have guns. We need to get out of here." Lu Xinya panicked, realizing she had made eye contact with one of the assailants, who had now spotted the women in their vehicle, particularly the strikingly beautiful Lu Xinya. Qin Feifei felt a surge of anxiety, while Hu Xiaoyu was overtly terrified. However, Wu Hao abruptly halted the car, aware that its bulletproof glass would withstand any fire from those crude weapons. Yet, he also recognized that fleeing would be futile since he had already seen through the rearview mirror that they intended to pursue them. By stopping suddenly, he caught them off guard. He made the unexpected choice to exit the vehicle, seemingly intent on engaging in dialogue with them. What is he doing? Lu Xinya was bewildered, completely at a loss regarding Wu Hao's intentions. Is he going to kill them? Qin Feifei recalled her own capabilities and recognized Wu Hao's formidable powers. Lu Xinya, understanding the situation, remembered Wu Hao's enchanting abilities, which had even mesmerized her, a fellow ability user. Kill. Hu Xiaoyu was the most anxious, as she felt the weakest and had the least experience in this perilous situation. The powers he granted you are sufficient to easily take down a few of them. Don't be misled by their firearms, Lu Xinya reassured her, as she began to admire the exquisite gold necklace and diamond earrings she had recently acquired. Though she conceded these possessions were now of little value and offered no real survival utility, their allure was undeniable. Following Wu Hao ensured her comfort, prompting her to seek a more refined quality of life, having even flattered him extensively to procure these trinkets. Wu Hao stepped out of the car. Observing the armed individuals aiming their weapons at him, he felt compelled to confront them directly. Sensing the presence of others in their vehicle and noting the tire tracks leading from the direction of the music academy. "Stop!" one of the assailants shouted as he fired a warning shot at Wu Hao's feet. Ignoring the threat, Wu Hao unleashed his enchanting abilities, instantly controlling the shooter and compelling him to aim the rifle at his companions. Realizing what had transpired, the nearby individuals reacted quickly, shooting the enchanted man's hand and causing his crude firearm to fall. He awakened from the enchantment with a heart-wrenching scream. "Don't think you're the only one with powers." One of the mechanics among them ceased to feign ignorance, recognizing Wu Hao as an ability user and immediately attempting to subdue him. Wu Hao merely employed his ice manipulation, conjuring a multitude of ice spikes from the ground that pierced the mechanic's feet, causing his aim to falter and a bone shard to shoot into a nearby concrete pillar. Wu Hao then released a drop of colorless, odorless venom, which swiftly spread, transforming into countless ice projectiles that surged toward the assailants without restraint. "Step behind me," shouted a man who appeared to be their leader, raising his hands to summon a wall of earth that absorbed the incoming ice projectiles. However, the toxic effects quickly eroded the wall, creating numerous holes that left the attackers pale with fear. "Fire! Fire!" the leader urged, realizing hesitation was futile as they all opened fire on Wu Hao. Wu Hao acknowledged that the offensive capability of his ice manipulation was not particularly strong, especially in the face of the harsh, cold disaster weather. However, its defensive attributes provided him with significant advantages. A chill was controlled before him, forming a buffer zone that gradually froze all incoming bullets, causing them to drop harmlessly to the ground before they could even reach him. Understanding that the heightened emotions of fear and aggression would make it difficult to enchant them further, he opted against inciting them to turn on one another. Instead, he clasped his hands together, summoning an ice tornado that lifted them high into the air, intending to smash them down mercilessly. Yet, Wu Hao had no intention of leaving any survivors. Thus, his toxic abilities erupted, transforming the ice tornado into a deadly vortex, swiftly poisoning the assailants within, who met a grim fate. When they fell to the ground, none remained alive. After concluding this confrontation, Wu Hao approached a van. He unleashed a toxic projectile that corroded the rear door, revealing several trembling girls huddled together inside, accompanied by a more mature figure who appeared to be a teacher. Is it just you? Wu Hao confirmed his initial assessment, realizing they were the very students he had intended to rescue from the music academy. Unbeknownst to him, someone had seized the moment when the icy mist dissipated, attempting to abduct them, whether for personal use or to sell. By chance, he had encountered them and successfully reclaimed them. You are Wu Hao, Fei and Appo's boyfriend. The girls exclaimed, excitement flooding their voices as some recognized him. Tears of joy streaming down their faces, astonished to meet him in such circumstances. Hearing their words confirmed his suspicions. Wu Hao urged them to quickly exit the van and follow him to his vehicle. They complied, still shaken but comforted by his presence, feeling warmth envelop them. A stark contrast to the surrounding cold. They even found it remarkable that they could walk barefoot on the icy ground without discomfort. Chapter 30. The Reunion of Best Friends. The resurgence of the cold wave upon successfully entering the tracked off-road vehicle, they felt as if they had arrived in paradise. They spotted Qin Fei and two other exceptionally beautiful girls. Qin Fei recognized them and noticed her close friends inside. Rue, Shiran, what are you all doing here? She exclaimed, filled with joy and excitement. Initially puzzled by Wu Hao and Appo's sudden intent to commit murder, she now understood that the very people they were meant to rescue were right here, nearly causing them to miss each other. Fei, we finally meet. We almost perished and were on the verge of being sold into servitude. The girls, whom she called Rue and Shuran, rushed towards her, tears flowing as they embraced each other. Wu Hao pressed the accelerator and began to turn the vehicle around. Suddenly, he realized he could not proceed any further. A wall loomed ahead. Not just any wall, but a pure white wall composed of icy mist. He had not anticipated the cold wave's return to be so swift. Before he could even reach the music school, the cold tide had already begun to surge. Towering like a tsunami, he quickly turned the vehicle around, instructing the others, buckle up everyone. We need to make a swift escape. They gazed outside, witnessing the frightening wall. A fierce blizzard erupted, causing the dissipating icy mist to return rapidly, freezing everything in its path instantaneously, turning any unfortunate soul into a mere ice sculpture. The girls, sensing the ominous change in their surroundings, promptly secured their seats and fastened their seatbelts. Wu Hao accelerated the vehicle, aware that the wall was still a great distance away, potentially hundreds of kilometers. However, the chilling aura returning was already lethal. He felt a surge of gratitude that those individuals had earlier abducted the girls from the music school, leaving them stranded here. Otherwise, they could have been trapped there together, surely facing a frozen demise. The tracked off-road vehicle sped across the slightly icy terrain. Wu Hao pressed the gas pedal to the floor, knowing that returning to the apartment building was highly improbable. He needed to find a temporary refuge, for the cold wave was advancing too rapidly. He realized that his ability could only sustain him in the icy mist for about an hour, and at maximum capacity. Only half an hour. Essentially, he had to protect the entire vehicle, which was impossible for the journey back. He needed to locate a safe haven. Soon, he noticed a television tower standing tall atop a mountain. He recognized that the site was mostly deserted and, with some modifications, could be transformed into a long-term sanctuary. Most importantly, it had broadcasting capabilities, allowing for satellite signal reception, ensuring stable communication. Let us not return just yet. Let's south-check this place out and see if it can be converted into a new refuge. Wu Hao understood that the shelter at the apartment building was merely temporary. He had always intended to establish a more permanent and secure refuge to withstand the impending severe cold wave and icy mist. He knew the television tower was constructed on a hill already 400 meters high, with the tower itself reaching 537 meters, summing up to an impressive height of nearly 1,000 meters. It was a comprehensive facility, housing not only studios but also rest areas and even a viewing hotel. Equipped with adequate facilities. With some simple renovations, it could be solidified into a commendable aerial refuge. The only concern was that it might be a restricted area, and he wasn't certain if anyone was sheltering inside. He swiftly turned the vehicle towards the skyward television tower. The occupants understood the urgency of the situation. Gripping their seats tightly, aware they were racing against death and heading to a place they had not initially intended to visit. Wu Hao felt fortunate that he had previously visited the E family supermarket, as this provided the materials needed for modifying their new refuge. Damn it! Where is everyone, and where are the supplies? Yu Siqing cursed angrily. Upon arriving at the snack shop, he was dismayed to find it completely emptied. It seemed that Wu Hao and Apos S messages in the chat group had been nothing but a deception. Not only were the shelves bare, but the security personnel and surveillance systems had vanished as well, leaving only an empty shop with not a single item remaining. We must have arrived too late. Yu Siwei speculated, suspecting that someone had cleaned the place out before them, even dismantling the security. However, she knew they could not linger, as the location was evidently not a genuine refuge. Yu Siqing stomped his foot in frustration, realizing their trip had been entirely in vain. Yu Siwei, sensing something amiss, approached the window and gazed outside, witnessing a white wall emerging on the horizon, accompanied by the sound of drumming. Upon closer inspection, her expression shifted to one of sheer terror, urging Yu Siqing, "We need to leave immediately and find a safe place." They understood that staying at the second building was futile, as everyone had vacated, stripping the place bare. All resources had been concentrated in the fourth building, which, according to the community layout, was more centrally located and thus relatively safer. Yu Siqing did not comprehend Yu Siwei's panic. However, upon hearing the drumming, he quickly connected the dots and hurried down with her towards the fourth building. Outside, those engaged in looting and violence also heard the sudden drumming sound. They noticed the chilling air surging from all directions between the buildings, causing an immediate drop in temperature, reminiscent of the previous cold wave and Apos S arrival. Soon, the cold tide would descend, freezing everything in its path. Run! The cold wave is back. I don't want to die. I thought this disaster was over. The crowd outside, gripped by fear, rushed toward the buildings. In their frantic scramble, a severe stampede ensued, resulting in many being trampled to death or gravely injured, helplessly witnessing their own entrapment outside, ultimately facing a dead end. Within minutes, the first wave of the cold tide arrived, re-encasing the previously thawing scenery in ice. The dissipated icy mist re-emerged, swiftly ascending, soon engulfing the 7th floor. It was poised to rise further, indicating that any level below the 10th floor was no longer safe. Chapter 31. Amplification of Abilities, gaining 2 new powers. Wu Hao, accompanied by a group of individuals, successfully entered the television tower just before the encroaching ice fog enveloped the surroundings. They ascended to the observation deck using a makeshift ice crystal elevator through the shaft. Gazing down, they witnessed the world below swiftly transforming into a vast expanse of azure mist, with a towering white wall visible in the distance. While good news remained elusive, that wall stood ominously, as if to sever this realm from the outside world. The sight was terrifying. They had narrowly escaped death outside. The rescued women, still shaken, peered anxiously at the scenery, acutely aware that a moment and Apos S delay could have led to their demise in the frigid onslaught. Wu Hao and Apos S attention was primarily fixed on the white wall, cognizant that their safety was not yet assured and that they could not yet afford to relax. He instructed Lu Xinya and Hu Xiaoyu to remain behind while he and Qin Feifei would conduct a nearby search to confirm the absence of lurking monsters and structural breaches. Wu Hao intended to transform this location into a relatively long-term refuge, or, perhaps, an independent stronghold. Thus, it was imperative to meticulously inspect for monsters, personnel, and the structural integrity of the building. "All right, I'll accompany you," Qin Feifei promptly replied, eager to reassure him. They proceeded to inspect each floor, leaving no room or corridor unchecked. This simple patrol extended until nightfall, revealing their location as a lighthouse amidst the ocean. Where hills below became isolated islands in the cerulean mist, their bases submerged. Returning to the observation deck, they found that the women had transformed the former consumption area of the hotel into a resting zone for the night. Lu Xinya awaited his return, well aware that his spatial storage contained various furniture and daily necessities transported from the Ijia factory supermarket. Wu Hao recognized the necessity of these items to enhance their living conditions. Lu Xinya excitedly approached him with news of an exceptional individual among them. Teacher Yun Yun is remarkable. Her abilities can alter the structure of objects, fortifying this location and smoothing out its irregularities. She emphasized the importance of retaining this talented woman. Wu Hao regarded her, realizing she was indeed a teacher and an extraordinary ability wielder. He had not anticipated her powers would be so beneficial during the renovation of their sanctuary. "Mr. Wu, it is merely my duty. You rescued us and provided shelter." Teacher Yun Yun expressed gratefully, her humility evident. She introduced herself as Yun Yun, a professional dance instructor at the school. "It is nothing. It is merely a transaction." Wu Hao waved dismissively, aware that his motives were not altruistic but rather transactional. The other girls blushed upon hearing this, fully aware of the implications. However, Teacher Yun Yun appeared perplexed, not comprehending the nature of the transaction. Qin Feifei quickly recognized that the dance teacher had inadvertently joined them and was unaware of certain circumstances. She discreetly pulled her aside to explain, causing Yun Yun and Apos' cheeks to flush with surprise and embarrassment upon learning of the underlying situation. Wu Hao observed the 6 new members, but after system verification, he confirmed that only 3 were deemed suitable: Qin Feifei and her 2 friends, along with Yun Yun. As a power wielder, he was determined to contract her, while the other 3, although attractive, lacked the necessary purity and thus did not pass the evaluation. Given his intention to provide only basic sustenance for those deemed tools, they would inevitably be dismissed, as they offered no reciprocal value. However, Yun Yun seemed to sense something amiss and approached him quietly. All those here are good people. Their current circumstances are quite dire. If you have any conditions, I will do my utmost to meet them. Besides, with more people around, it would be livelier, and we could have additional helping hands. Wu Hao was taken aback, realizing she appeared to possess an almost telepathic insight into his thoughts. I also have the ability to sense hostility, Yun Yun admitted. I can distinctly feel your slight animosity towards those 3 girls, and I sense your desire to exclude them. I am uncertain of the reasons, but I know I must act. Yun Yun understood that the world had crumbled around them. With no family left, these individuals had become her new kin, and she was determined to prevent any harm from befalling them, wishing to use her modest strength to make a difference. Wu Hao recognized the allure of her proposition. As she had accepted her fate and intended to remain, he agreed, "Come find me later." A flicker of sorrow crossed Yun Yun's eyes, quickly replaced by hope as she envisioned a brighter future for their new home. That night, Wu Hao and Yun Yun successfully formalized their pact, acquiring her abilities and discovering she possessed not 1, but 2 distinct powers. Notification: successfully contracted the ability wielder Yun Yun, acquiring her utilized powers. Notification: Yun Yun and Apos' historical consumption of 1 gray condensed jade yields a return of 500 gray condensed jades. Notification: Yun Yun and Apos' historical consumption of 1 heart condensed jade yields a return of 500 heart condensed jades. In an extraordinary stroke of fortune, he had obtained 2 sets of powers, each yielding a remarkable return of 500. Should he manage to contract the other 2 individuals, the multiplier could rise to 700, effectively doubling his gains. As Wu Hao observed Yun Yun preparing for a bath, he realized the multiplier had nearly doubled, allowing him to expend 1 and receive a return of 700. Yet, the issue of absorption limits remained unresolved. He needed to locate powers that enhanced physical constitution. Wu Hao had confirmed that merely exercising would not elevate his daily absorption threshold. To truly resolve this dilemma, he must acquire abilities related to physical enhancement, enabling him to substantially increase his capacity for absorption. He consumed the gray condensed jade and heart condensed jade, thereby acquiring the new powers of construction and mental perception. Chapter 32: The Terrifying Beast and the Establishment of the Broadcast Station. The ability of mental perception allows Yun Yun to sense hostility, even detecting the presence of nearby adversaries, resembling a form of enemy detection that is particularly advantageous for avoiding danger. The power of construction is a fascinating supernatural ability. It does not create in a conventional sense but alters the structure of existing objects. In simpler terms, it can merge a steel pipe into a concrete wall, forming the desired conduit with remarkable ease. It has been confirmed that this ability cannot be applied to living beings, only to inanimate objects. However, in the field of construction, it proves to be a remarkable skill, significantly simplifying the process of renovation. Thus, he initiated his work using Level 3 construction abilities, embarking on the transformation of the space. This construction process was silent, proceeding automatically like an extension. When the sun rose the next day, the girls in the area beheld a completely rejuvenated environment. They discovered a shelter established atop the television tower, complete with various functional rooms, including a dance training studio prepared for them. The outer glass had been transformed into a multi-layered, light-absorbing, and heat-preserving material, greatly enhancing safety. Upon realizing his efforts, he was immediately inundated with gratitude from the beautiful girls. He seized Lu Xinya's hand, amused by her seemingly oblivious gesture. There was a shopping area with shelves stocked with food, water, and various snacks for their enjoyment. Adjacent to it were the bathing area and swimming pool, as well as changing rooms, a kitchen, and restrooms. Wu Hao introduced the various functional areas to them, ensuring they understood that comfort was paramount. Several daring newcomers cast eager glances in his direction, signaling to him that he might soon face a bit of a challenge. Wu Hao pretended not to notice and established a simple rule: There were minimal requirements, but no bloodshed or fighting was to occur. Anyone who felt unable to adapt could be personally escorted away. In essence, the only demand was harmonious coexistence. They were free to engage in rivalry and form alliances. But any genuine violence leading to bloodshed would result in expulsion. The girls nodded in understanding, aware that being cast out would lead to dire consequences. Satisfied with their comprehension, Wu Hao recognized this location as merely a stronghold. He also understood that it served another purpose, which he decided to assign to the newly joined Yun. Henceforth, she would primarily oversee the radio station, receiving and relaying responses. Utilizing her mental perception, she would discern and communicate with him. Last night, Wu Hao discovered a unique aspect of mental perception. Individuals possessing this ability could establish a mental dialogue, akin to a remote phone call without distance constraints, even allowing for visual communication. This means the broadcast station could become a one-sided video call, enabling him to sense the personal circumstances of the other party. Yun, not wishing to remain idle, recognized her newfound freedom from teaching dance, viewing it instead as a leisure activity. She was pleased with the responsibilities Wu Hao had assigned her. Wu Hao, in turn, felt that their relocation and establishment of a new stronghold was a delightful surprise, especially as his concerns had come to fruition. The resurgence of the cold wave had indeed caused power outages, plunging the entire city into darkness. Communication devices faltered, rendering mobile phones useless. All survivors were thrust back into a primitive existence. To communicate remotely, they were left with the rudimentary means of radio or, if fortunate, mobile phones. Furthermore, due to their relocation, positioned atop the hill at the television tower, he finally spotted the white serpent, now even larger, at least 300 meters in length. It resembled a playful little snake in the cloud sea, frolicking amidst the perilous icy mist. At first glance, it appeared like a magnificent white dragon reveling in the clouds. Yet its presence was lethal. The cloud sea it inhabited was not a beautiful sight but rather a deadly fog. He noted that it primarily thrived in areas dense with icy mist, seemingly attracted to places abundant in extraordinary resources, possibly yielding superior supernatural fruits. From his elevated vantage point, he observed even more. A smaller crystal scorpion emerged from the icy depths, its size still impressive at over 30 meters, a true behemoth compared to the remaining humans. Wu Hao understood that while he had grown sufficiently strong, he lacked the freedom to traverse the icy regions like these mutated monsters, preventing him from acquiring more formidable supernatural fruits. Thus, he needed to enhance his rebate multiplier and upgrade his supernatural capabilities. Realizing that further strengthening himself was of utmost importance, he successfully raised his rebate multiplier to 700, a promising development, yet he recognized it was still insufficient. Most critically, he had yet to obtain the type of supernatural fruit capable of unlocking the limits of his physical constitution, which restricted his daily absorption of supernatural fruits and hindered his self-preservation. He resolved to return, acknowledging that this location served solely as a broadcast station. Observing the harmonious atmosphere, he recalled the wisdom of the cunning hare that maintains multiple burrows. This television station could function as a critical stronghold, but it was far from being his only one. The distance from urban areas posed challenges for new members aspiring to join or bond with him. Comparatively, his snack supermarket, situated in a bustling city district, offered a more convenient and secure reception point, allowing for discrete operations that would not expose the television tower's location, thus establishing a genuine central base of operations. In the calm of the past few days, Wu Hao devoted his efforts to enhancing his ice and snow control abilities. He understood that this power was essential for survival in the harsh cold wave environment and formed the foundation of his mobility. He successfully elevated his ice and snow control to level 9, confirming his ability to endure in cold conditions for up to 2 hours. With a maximum cold resistance radius of 7 meters, he continued broadcasting, promoting the provision of food and shelter at Jingxing Business Apartment, Building 2, 26th floor. Before departing, Wu Hao entrusted this task to Yun. Chapter 33, The Cunning Rabbit's 3 Burrows. Returning to the apartment building, she continued to utilize the broadcasting capabilities of the television tower to disseminate information regarding accommodations and meals. He intended to drive back to the apartment building to receive new arrivals. Rest assured, I am here, he thought. Over the past few days, Yun had become familiar with and understood the significance of Wu Hao to all of them. Their ability to live without worries hinged entirely on Wu Hao. Therefore, they coexisted in unity and harmony, fully aware of the consequences should anyone harbor ulterior motives. In such an environment, Wu Hao's direct intervention was unnecessary. Someone among them would expel any traitor. Moreover, her innate telepathic ability allowed her to swiftly detect any signs of disloyalty, thereby granting her an unspoken role as the deputy manager of their group. Yun undoubtedly trusted her instincts, knowing that not only she, but also Qin Feifei belonged to the true inner circle. With Qin Feifei's extraordinary powers, she could resolve over 80% of their issues. Additionally, Lu Xinya and Hu Xiaoyu were present to assist her. Wu Hao was no longer concerned about commuting between the two locations, as he planned to consume the ethereal jade in the near future, primarily to enhance his spatial teleportation abilities. With Union serving as a beacon, once he elevated his teleportation skills, he could easily transport himself to this place, transforming the apartment into a reception area for new members. As Union watched him drive away, she felt a mix of confusion and understanding regarding his decision to return to the apartment to continue his endeavors. However, she recognized that they were on the same battlefield, and following him was the only path to a better life. Wu Hao drove away, his personal space now containing 700 tracked off-road vehicles, each fully fueled. Should he encounter a mechanical failure, he could simply discard a malfunctioning vehicle and replace it with a new one. He had also refined his control over ice and snow, no longer needing to exert full force to create a safe zone around the vehicles. Instead, he deftly maintained essential functions, ensuring the vehicles could generate their own heat and withstand the external cold, thus creating a warm, independent space within. This allowed him to sustain this ability for an extended period. He could comfortably drive for 5 hours without issue. However, a tidal wave of cold air had arrived, worsening the already harsh conditions. A blizzard swept through, drastically reducing visibility. Relying solely on his telepathic sense and the perception offered by his ice and snow control abilities, he navigated through the whiteout, where nothing but snow surrounded him. Successfully returning to the Jingsheng business apartment, he drove straight into the underground parking of building number 2. Wu Hao knew that by ascending, he could reclaim his territory, continue recruiting, and draw in individuals attracted by the broadcasts from the television tower without revealing his true stronghold. Upon entering the apartment building, he astonished the few surviving residents nearby. They gazed in disbelief, whether with their own eyes, through their abilities, or using mechanical devices such as infrared telescopes, at the incredible sight of a car. In the midst of a blizzard, with the cold returning, it seemed impossible for anyone to drive, let alone enter the seemingly abandoned building number 2. They felt as though they were witnessing an illusion, utterly incredulous at the situation. Wu Hao successfully reached the elevator shaft of building number 2, using his homemade ice crystal elevator to ascend swiftly back to the 26th floor, returning to the location of his snack supermarket. This time, however, he perceived the environment differently than before his departure. With the telepathic capability acquired from Yun, he could see that the entire building was devoid of people and sensed various emotions and hostility emanating from the nearby buildings. It appeared that news of his return had spread, and curiosity about whether he had brought food lingered in the air. Among those he sensed, he was unexpectedly surprised to find Yu Siwei and Yu Siqing, his ex-girlfriend and her despicable brother, present in building number 4. Memories of their troubled past resurfaced, leaving him astonished that they had fled to this location. Yet, upon reaching the 26th floor and standing before his snack supermarket, he quickly deduced that they had indeed been there, although he had not anticipated the emptiness that greeted him, indicating they had left without finding anything. Fortunately, they had taken what they could carry, never suspecting that he could pack everything away, now encompassing an entire supermarket. Wu Hao restored the area, re-establishing the diesel generator, air conditioning, and security doors. He recognized that his current situation was significantly more prosperous than before his departure, having fully packed an entire supermarket. Consequently, he had extra construction materials in his personal space, and with the building abilities acquired from Yun, it became remarkably simple to renovate and reconstruct the place. Every element could be rearranged according to his vision, and he reinforced the structure, making it more secure. Before long, he had fashioned a 2-story duplex, complete with a refrigerator, television, and computer. The outer walls had been insulated, maintaining a stable internal temperature, while the air conditioning unit was protected in a glass enclosure, ensuring its uninterrupted operation. The entire space had been revitalized, elevating its status significantly. Wu Hao settled into the sofa, popcorn and chips in hand, a large bottle of cola at his side. As he basked in the warm air, watching movies on a USB drive, he realized that aside from ignoring the external conditions, his life was essentially unchanged from the time before the disaster. Indeed, it was even more comfortable, transforming the space into a true home. However, while he lounged comfortably with his legs propped on the coffee table, enjoying chips and cola while watching a film, the illuminated and warm atmosphere of his apartment captivated the attention of the nearby survivors, leaving them wide-eyed in astonishment. Chapter 34. The Transformed Apartment. Illuminated and envy-inducing amidst a complete power outage, the frigid tempest had plunged everyone into darkness. The primary means of warmth had become the bonfire. As survivors gathered anything combustible from their rooms to fuel the flames, making light itself a luxury. Suddenly, they beheld a room ablaze with light, an electric illumination that seemed to shine without cost. It resembled a lighthouse amidst the storm, impossible to ignore. Some recognized the source. It was on the 26th floor of Building 2, the very place that had once boasted of all-inclusive accommodations and an abundance of resources. The residents were none other than the notorious misfortune bearer known to all, Wu Hao. What was so remarkable about it? In such dire circumstances, was it not akin to courting death? There were provisions here too. The inhabitants of the other apartment buildings, unable to partake in the bounties, muttered in envy, casting aspersions on Wu Hao's fortune. They gazed at their meager rations of dried rat and cockroach meat, convinced that their fare was not inferior. And thus their jealousy festered. Some endowed with extraordinary abilities began to harbor ill intentions. Regretting their choices of residing in Buildings 3 and 4 instead of the coveted Building 2, rendered powerless to seize the opportunity that lay tantalizingly before them. Thwarted by the raging blizzard outside, Lei Qing, who had initially planned to ascend to the 26th floor, was astonished to discover that the occupants had not fled but seemingly returned, perhaps even by vehicle. He felt compelled to seek them out, believing the calamity had waned and that they could seize some supplies in the interim. However, he soon realized that their resources were woefully insufficient. Compounded by their relocation to Building 4, where internal power dynamics required vigilance to avoid being outmaneuvered by the group on the 17th floor. Meanwhile, Yu Siwei was equally astounded upon learning of the situation. She and Yu Siqing had previously verified that the 26th floor of Building 2 had been entirely vacated, leaving only an empty shell. Now, it was ablaze with light and appeared to be warm. This suggested that their earlier observations had been mere illusions, having been deceived into thinking the snack supermarket had been abandoned when in fact it had remained operational. This scoundrel, Wu Hao, possessed such despicable capabilities. Yu Siwei could only harbor resentment towards him for living so well while forgetting her plight, indulging in warmth and light while she languished in hunger and cold, having even resorted to gnawing on dried rat meat to survive. Unbeknownst to Wu Hao, his comfortable existence had attracted many jealous gazes, yet even if he were aware, he would care little. His focus remained solely on his own circumstances and the information he had overlooked during his departure. A score of 85. 7? That would suffice. He noted the individuals from the music academy he was to retrieve had relocated to the television tower, establishing a new refuge. His phone, having not entirely lost its connection, received messages, primarily dispatched in haste as the cold front re-emerged. It was clear that they realized their survival depended on finding a stronger ally. One message came from the owner of a restaurant downstairs, a woman of some renown in the area. Known for her beauty, she had become a notable figure after her husband was rendered incapacitated shortly after their marriage, making her a well-known widow. His temperament had soured, resulting in daily accusations of infidelity against her. Wu Hao recalled the time he dined at her establishment during the bankruptcy of the snack supermarket, where he had been met with scorn and derision for his perceived inadequacies in business. Despite his initial lack of interest in her, the dire circumstances made her value more apparent. As the harsh environment worsened, the number of surviving, eligible women dwindled. He resolved to extend kindness. Better to save one than risk losing all through excessive selection. Seeking someone to assist with cleaning and cooking, Wu Hao surveyed his transformed abode. Realizing he would need to traverse between the two locations, he recognized that Shen Qianyan, often subjugated by her husband's suspicions and violence, was inherently a good woman, which made him more inclined to accept her assistance. With a telepathic connection, he easily located her among a group of survivors huddled around a bonfire for warmth. Shen Qianyan felt her mobile phone vibrate unexpectedly, a reassuring sign in the darkness. Upon checking, she was elated to find a message. However, her husband, noticing her distraction and the glow from her phone, immediately demanded to know what she was looking at, as the surrounding area was engulfed in darkness. The flickering bonfire the sole source of illumination. The sudden white light illuminating Shen Qianyan's face drew his attention sharply. Chapter 35. New members, transport in the blizzard now. Shen Qianyan was not afforded the opportunity to explain herself. The man seized her phone, glimpsing the messages exchanged on it. which ignited his fury and provoked an impulse to smash the device against her. He was infuriated to discover that Shen Qianyan had contacted that unfortunate bankrupt fool, intending to barter for supplies. "Don't hit me." Shen Qianyan trembled in fear, instinctively raising her hands in a defensive gesture, terrified of the man's potential wrath. Yet, in a sudden moment of realization, he forcefully hurled the phone back at her, uttering, "Go ahead." He shockingly permitted her to venture out for the transaction. Astonished, she gazed at him, a flicker of emotion stirring within her. She believed that he still cared for her, wishing to alleviate her suffering by allowing her the chance to at least secure a meal. However, he swiftly shattered her fleeting hopes with a coarse command. "Make sure to bring back plenty of food. You're merely going to accompany him to bed, not for free." He insisted she return with the majority of the goods acquired, ensuring his own sustenance. Despair enveloped Shen Qianyan. She dared not refuse, aware that defiance would likely lead to her demise. She recalled how this man had previously suggested she sell her body for food, a proposition she had vehemently rejected, declaring she would end her life rather than submit. But now, damn it, that scoundrel actually succeeded. The man seethed with jealousy and resentment, realizing who Shen Qianyan intended to trade with. He couldn't fathom how that mockable wretch had turned his fortunes around so dramatically, now seemingly thriving compared to everyone else in their dire situation. He was bewildered by how the other party could amass such resources while maintaining the luxury of indulging in women. In this grim environment, it was clear to everyone that powerless women were mere burdens. Only he, the fool, was willing to take them in, providing food and shelter. Listening to his curses and harsh words, Shen Qianyan felt her spirit wither. It felt as though marrying him had condemned her to a life of solitude. Despite her unwavering fidelity, she was constantly accused of infidelity, a consequence of him becoming incomplete after an accident. He had no intention of releasing her from this torment, refusing to grant her a divorce, compelling her to become incomplete herself while facing the scornful whispers of others who suspected her of straying. She had endured enough. Now that he had consented, she promptly sent a message. "How do we trade?" She began to view this as her opportunity to escape, determined to distance herself from him completely. Wu Hao noticed Shen Qianyan's reply, confirming her location in the third apartment building. Under normal circumstances, he would have instructed her to come down and take the elevator, but the worsening cold snap made it clear that stepping outside would be perilous. "Wait by the window. I'll come to fetch you," he instructed, aware that the freezing fog had ascended to the 10th floor, rendering the 13th floor uninhabitable. The remaining survivors were congregating on the 15th to 18th floors. Shen Qianyan was in a room on the 16th floor with others seeking refuge. The window he directed her to was perfectly aligned with the second building, allowing him to construct an ice bridge to reach her. The thought of the window filled Shen Qianyan with doubt. The terrifying cold and blizzard loomed outside. How could he possibly come for her in such conditions? Wu Hao did not indulge her with further explanations. He simply instructed her to follow his directions. He prepared to leave, descending to the 16th floor via the ice crystal elevator, arriving at the closest point between the second and third buildings. Shen Qianyan's actions soon caught the attention of those sheltering with her. They wondered why she was approaching the window, questioning if she had lost hope and contemplated escape. Only one man, aware of the situation, remained silent, unaware of her intentions. In an instant, they witnessed the emergence of an ice bridge amidst the raging blizzard, and a figure descended upon it like a deity, evidently there to retrieve Shen Qianyan. Those who recognized the figure gasped in realization. It was Wu Hao, the one who had recruited women in the community, offering food and shelter. "Old Hu, your wife is leaving." Someone urgently alerted the man, warning him that Shen Qianyan was about to run away. "Let her go. She'll be back," he replied confidently, convinced that she would return, laden with supplies. Those who warned him exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend his unwavering certainty. Shen Qianyan gazed in astonishment at Wu Hao, who appeared as a celestial being braving the storm to rescue her, and at the ice bridge connecting the two apartment buildings. She felt warmth envelop her as she approached the bridge, realizing that the frigid air and snow did not reach her there. It was as if an invisible barrier shielded her from the elements, creating a safe passage to the second building. "Come," Wu Hao called to her. Noticing that Shen Qianyan had lost weight but possessed a mature charm that distinguished her from others, she exuded a comforting, homely allure that reassured him. Shen Qianyan, still in shock, nodded in agreement. However, as she stepped onto the bridge, others began to react, urgently pleading, "Take me with you. I want to go too." They suddenly remembered that Wu Hao's place had supplies, food, and good living conditions. Yet, Wu Hao had only intended to bring Shen Qianyan with him. Once he confirmed her safe passage across the bridge, it abruptly severed, leaving those who had pursued her to stumble into the abyss, swallowed by the icy winds and heights. instantly frozen and perishing before they could even touch the ground. Chapter 36. The Gentle Virtuous Woman. Rebate multiplier increased to 800. Watching Shun Qianyun vanish into the snowstorm without so much as a farewell, her man was seized by an ominous premonition. Hastily retrieving his phone, he confirmed the restored signal and immediately sent her a message demanding an explanation. Yet the red exclamation mark glaring back at him revealed she had already deleted him. Frantically dialing her number, he discovered himself blocked, proof that Shun Qianyun had severed all ties with him. Damn bitch, he cursed venomously. Realizing she had left with no intention of returning, let alone bringing back supplies for him. Consumed by impotent rage, he found himself utterly powerless against her defiance. Meanwhile, Shun Qianyun followed Wu Hao closely, awestruck by the surreal sensation enveloping her. She instinctively recognized this as the power of an awakened being, and Wu Hao was undoubtedly a formidable one. Ascending the elevator shaft via crystalline ice steps, they arrived at the 26th floor. Stepping into the dreamlike luxury of the penthouse, she was met with shelves overflowing with supplies and a warmth reminiscent of spring. The scene was so fantastical she pinched herself, convinced it was an illusion. You may freshen up first, then eat and drink. We'll discuss the rest later. Wu Hao offered, his tone unhurried. The contract could wait. He knew once she experienced this sanctuary, leaving would be unthinkable. Unlike others, he moved freely through the frozen wasteland outside, making this oasis of warmth and abundance a priceless refuge. Bathing is possible here? Shun Qianyun hesitated, incredulous. In a world where drinking water required melting ice, squandering it for a bath seemed ludicrous. Hot water, Wu Hao clarified, granting her freedom to roam. With their psychic link, he sensed no hostility from her, only overwhelming gratitude and wonder. Hot water, she gasped, as if hearing a myth. Guided to the bathroom, she turned the faucet and wept at the steaming stream. Behind these walls, the apocalyptic freeze ceased to exist. This was paradise, a realm beyond her wildest dreams. Then, flushing crimson, she understood Wu Hao's suggestion. In the icy outdoors, her unwashed state had been bearable, but here, the stench of prolonged filth became unbearable. Embarrassed yet elated, she stepped into the shower, her heart fluttering with bridal night anticipation of what was to come. Wu Hao prepared fruits, warm beverages, and congee for her post-bath refreshment. When she emerged, draped in a white towel, her transformation was striking. While her beauty paled next to Qin Feifei's, her maternal grace outshone youthful charms. Her voluptuous figure, rivaling Lu Xinya's, was an unspoken advantage beyond mere ratings. He invited her to dine first, but she declined. I'd rather fulfill our agreement before indulging, she insisted. The contract sealed, Wu Hao noted her distinct allure, a mature tenderness and nurturing warmth absent in younger girls. Empowered by their pact, she ate heartily, her movements growing bolder, her innate confidence eclipsing even Lu Xinya's shyness. Ding. Successfully contracted. Shun Qianyun. Current contracts 8. Rebate multiplier. Contracts 100. Current rebate 800 with Shun Qianyun's addition. The rebate multiplier skyrocketed. Every apple she consumed yielded 800 in return, enough to sustain him for months. Tears streamed down her face as she savored fresh apples, bananas, and gourmet dishes unimaginable in the frozen hell outside. This is happiness, she whispered between bites. One rule, Wu Hao stated. You reside here permanently now. The moment she accepted the contract, she became his, provided for, but bound to the penthouse, tasked with maintenance and forbidden from outside contact. I understand, Shun Qianyun nodded. Having glimpsed the community chat, aware of the art school beauty by Wu Hao's side, likely his girlfriend, she aspired only to be his housemaid, grateful for his generosity. Wu Hao withheld introductions to other members and knowledge of his TV tower stronghold. Diversifying bases was strategic. This penthouse, his first, would host newcomers until they proved worthy of relocation. Here, they sustain operations while being vetted for greater roles. Chapter 37. Old Hu's Fury and Yu Siwei's strong discontent. Shun Qianyun swiftly finished her meal, and after doing so, she felt a flush of embarrassment, pondering whether she had overindulged. She had consumed an astounding 5 apples, 4 servings of steak, 2 bowls of rice, and an abundance of vegetables, equating to a quantity that could easily satisfy her for 3 days. She simply wanted to satiate her hunger thoroughly. Boss, I promise I won't eat so much next time. She immediately apologized to Wu Hao, feeling guilty for the apparent waste of resources. No need to worry, indulge yourself. I assure you that I have enough supplies to last you for years, Wu Hao reassured her, encouraging her to consume freely. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He had always found fault with Qin Feifei for her petite appetite, but now, he was thoroughly impressed with Hu Xiaoyu. He had observed that not only Qin Feifei but also Lu Xinya and Yun Yun from the dance department were all trying to maintain their figures, resulting in their meager appetites. It was as if he was caring for a cage full of canaries, with most of them eating sparingly and claiming to be full after just a few bites. At least Hu Xiaoyu's appetite met his expectations, allowing him to deplete a significant amount of supplies and reap the benefits. Now, with Shun Qianyun added to the mix, he no longer required 2 or 3 individuals just to achieve a normal consumption level. Shun Qianyun, blushing, believed he was merely trying to alleviate her embarrassment. To express her gratitude, she knelt beside him and began to massage his legs, fully aware that he was not only her boss but also her man. Their relationship had taken on a somewhat intimate employer-maid dynamic, and the mere thought of it made her heart race. Wu Hao delighted in her attentiveness and realized that the other women, including Qin Feifei, were rather inept when it came to serving him. They were merely obedient. Only Lu Xinya managed to be somewhat competent, but that was merely an act. Shun Qianyun's natural demeanor was warm and soothing, making it no wonder that many men sought foot massages after a long day. Wu Hao reminisced about some of his former companions, now long gone. Yet their boasting about the pleasures of foot massages and the beauty of the masseuses lingered in his mind. Now, he finally experienced it himself and felt an undeniable superiority over them. As Shun Qianyun tenderly served him, he discreetly captured a photo from a flattering angle and shared it in the owner's group, continuing his recruitment endeavors. Building too fast by supermarket, continuing to recruit beautiful women, with meals and accommodations provided. Interested parties, please send photos privately. He posted a picture of Shun Qianyun, draped only in a towel while giving him a foot massage. A tantalizing yet innocuous silhouette that incited a wave of envy among some members of the group. Old Hu's eyes nearly bulged with rage upon seeing it. His jealousy palpable. Old Hu, is this your wife? Isn't it a shame she's wasted on you, now being taken advantage of by this kid? Many men in the group were envious of Wu Hao, their resentment boiling over as they lamented their own miserable circumstances. The recent cold wave had dramatically shifted social standings, leaving once arrogant elites in dire situations, while Wu Hao, who had been on the brink of collapse, found himself thriving. This damn rat. Old Hu seethed, his teeth clenched, knowing Shun Qianyun had blocked him from her contacts. In the owner's group, he directed a furious tirade at Wu Hao. Building 1, Unit 107, you bastard. Shun Qianyun, you too. A torrent of profanities erupted in the group chat, visible to all survivors. Wu Hao, of course, took notice, realizing that his actions had inadvertently re-established communication with those who had ideas about reaching out. He understood the situation had worsened significantly, but felt no need to set high expectations. As long as the system approved, he would take anyone. However, he neglected to consider that such individuals could also communicate and participate in the group chat, and since it was a group for owners, he lacked the authority to mute or expel them. However, he had his methods for dealing with such individuals. After obtaining Shun Qianyun's consent, he captured an enticing photo of her chin and paired it with a message. Building too fast by supermarket. My esteemed lady is delightful and attentive. And she expressed her happiness here. Image, voice message. This was a deliberate provocation aimed at Old Hu, designed to infuriate him while he could do nothing. It was also intended for Yu Siwei, knowing she was present and would surely see the messages in the owner's group. Indeed, Yu Siwei could see everything and was incensed by the messages circulating in the owner's group. She could not fathom how Wu Hao, whom she had cast aside, could be flourishing during such trying times. He was surrounded by food and beautiful women, and now he had a mature, alluring woman who willingly offered herself to him amidst this nightmare. I must kill him. I will seize his supplies and personally turn him into meat for the hot pot. Yu Siwei's hatred for Wu Hao had morphed into a murderous intent. She was determined to make him pay dearly. Yes, what a despicable thing. Yu Siwei's brother, Yu Si Cheng, stoked the flames of her anger. Yet, in truth, he was enviously consumed with thoughts of Wu Hao's circumstances, believing they should be reversed. That he should be the one enjoying such comforts without worry over supplies. Despite their curses, their plight was anything but favorable. They, along with a group from Building 4, had erupted into conflict over a precious, emerging supernatural fruit. It was common knowledge that this fruit was extraordinary, promising immense advantages and power to whoever could claim it. The situation has become dire, as it has been established that we cannot prevail against our adversaries, who possess more than two supernatural beings. In a moment, you must devise a strategy to divert their attention while I stealthily procure the fruit. Securing this fruit could significantly tilt the odds in our favor, potentially allowing us to eliminate our foes. Presently, the harsh environment and severe scarcity of resources have transformed these survivors with abilities into something beyond human. They have become feral beasts, capable of devouring their opponents alive. Thus, the current conflict is a matter of survival. Only one side can truly emerge unscathed. Both factions are now fixated on a singular supernatural fruit. This fruit, a mesmerizing shade of deep purple, resembles a crystal orb, radiating a brilliance that surpasses that of ordinary supernatural fruits, and its size is notably larger. It is foreseeable that acquiring and consuming it will bestow upon us a formidable supernatural power, drastically shifting the balance of power in favor of the one who claims this coveted fruit. Chapter 38. The newly arrived spirit-level fruit and methods for enhancing physical fitness. I understand. I will provide you with an opportunity. Yu Siqing readily agreed, recognizing that it was not a matter of cowardice, but rather the dire consequences of failing to cooperate effectively with Yu Siwei. The opposing force numbered 7, including 2 with supernatural abilities. The rest wielded modified axes and other weapons, placing them at a significant disadvantage compared to their meager arsenal of electric batons and kitchen knives. It was evident that they faced a grave challenge, with only a single opportunity to turn the tide. Wu Hao experienced the ferocity of youthful vigor and the allure of beauty, realizing the absence of Qin Feifei and her companions was fortuitous. He understood what it meant to live a life of luxury, as Shun Xianyun, in her gratitude and appreciation for their circumstances, catered to his every need, food and drink delivered to his lips. She took it upon herself to cook and clean, attending to him in every conceivable way, even assisting him in using the restroom. He couldn't help but wonder why her partner failed to cherish such a remarkable woman, allowing her to express such profound gratitude. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Yu Siwei consumed 1 purple spirit gem, yielding a return of 800 purple spirit gems. Wu Hao, who had been contemplating suggesting that Shen Qianyun take a break and join him for a movie and some snacks, was taken aback by the message. He saw that Yu Siwei had acquired yet another supernatural fruit, a spirit level 1, a purple spirit gem. What a splendid treasure! The previous ethereal gem had granted him the power of spatial teleportation. He wondered what this purple spirit gem would bestow. Immediately, he retrieved a purple spirit gem from his spatial inventory, marveling at the sizable, fist-sized amethyst crystal before him. Without hesitation, he consumed it, eager to experience the newfound power it offered. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy, as if a new realm of consciousness had been unlocked. He recognized the effects of the purple spirit gem. It could enhance his mental capacity and accelerate mental recovery. His mental spring had reached level 1, effectively doubling his mental power and enhancing recovery speed. In simpler terms, he could now amplify the potency of a supernatural ability by 2-fold and extend its duration significantly, drawing closer to the realm of infinite magical prowess. While this ability lacked a direct offensive application, its auxiliary effects were overwhelmingly beneficial, capable of enhancing other abilities. Wu Hao realized the significance of this newfound power. While its impact on those without supernatural abilities was limited, it could effectively elevate the strength of abilities possessed by others, essentially raising all ability levels by 1 and improving sustained energy consumption. However, upon deciding to elevate his mental spring ability, he encountered a new dilemma. Advancing from level 1 to level 2 required the consumption of 50 similar supernatural fruits. Having only consumed 20 purple spirit gems, he reached his absorption limit for the day, aware that forcing further consumption would lead to catastrophic consequences. The energy contained within spirit-level fruits was tenfold that of ethereal fruits. This revelation was a first for Wu Hao, explaining why he had prioritized enhancing his ice manipulation abilities over upgrading the ethereal gem. He realized that if he did not improve his constitution and absorption limits, it would take him 3 days to elevate his spirit-level ability by 1 level. Currently, he could absorb a maximum of 200 ethereal fruits in a day. While only 20 spirit-level fruits were permissible, to advance from level 1 to level 2 required 50 fruits, and to reach level 3 necessitated 100. Considering his physical limitations, he understood that without enhancing his constitution, he would be limited to utilizing a single ability for the next month, with minimal progression in levels. Another notification suddenly appeared. Shen Qianyun consumed a piece of frost jerky and received a staggering 800-fold return. What was this frost jerky? Wu Hao pondered as he observed the additional item in his spatial inventory. It seemed to be a new food source obtained by other survivors. Curious as to why Shen Qianyan had consumed it, he decided to try a piece for himself. Upon taking a bite, he was immediately hit by an unprecedented surge of energy, distinct from that of supernatural fruits. It was a physical enhancement, strengthening his constitution. Just then, Shen Qianyan emerged. Still chewing the jerky, he inquired about it, learning that she had eaten the jerky she had been saving, not wanting it to go to waste. She mentioned that it was sourced from a frost wild dog, providing sustenance while minimizing hunger and cold, an emergency food source. Recalling a frost wild dog he had encountered previously, Wu Hao speculated whether consuming the flesh of mutated creatures could enhance his constitution and increase his absorption limits for supernatural fruits. With the realization that the increasingly massive animals outside were likely due to their consumption of supernatural fruits, he confirmed that after eating the special jerky, his absorption limit had increased by 1, allowing him to absorb a maximum of 201 supernatural fruits daily. This led him to conclude that consuming the flesh of more formidable beasts could significantly boost his physical abilities, accelerating his growth rate exponentially. He never anticipated that such a method could enhance his constitution. Wu Hao recognized that his thinking had been flawed. He had believed that only fruits designed to fortify his constitution could achieve this enhancement. Now, he understood that the key to strengthening his physique lay in the mutated creatures themselves, presenting the quickest solution to his predicament. If this were indeed the case, it was time to venture out and hunt. Wu Hao gazed into the blustery, snow-laden tempest outside. Aware that the recent retreat of the cold wave had caused many mutated creatures to vanish into the icy mist. To find them again would require delving into the treacherous fog, a venture fraught with peril, a journey from which he might not return. Chapter 39. Yu Siwei's resentment and Wu Hao's discovery. Yu Siwei lay gravely injured, teetering on the brink of consciousness. She realized her expectations had been overly optimistic. Initially, she believed that the extraordinary fruit could grant her a formidable new ability, enabling her to turn the tide of the current predicament. However, after successfully seizing and consuming the fruit, she discovered it merely enhanced her mental capacity without imparting any actual combat prowess. While it did amplify the potency of her existing powers, it fell short of effecting a sudden shift in the battle's dynamics. Consequently, she had to relentlessly endure the enemy's firepower to secure a hard-fought victory. At least I didn't consume it, Yu Siqing remarked coldly. As he busied himself collecting the enemy's gear and supplies, Yu Siwei cast a glance at him, feeling a surge of bitterness. She recognized that he was utterly useless, resembling a parasite, draining her resources without offering any assistance. In her desperate attempt to ensure their survival, she had nearly sacrificed her own life. While he prioritized salvaging supplies over seeking medical help for her, he stuffed whatever food he found into his mouth, showing no regard for her condition. I must go to their gathering point, Yu Siwei stated with great effort, struggling to rise from her injured state in search of medicine and bandages. Though she could utilize her ice manipulation to staunch her bleeding and prevent further injury, she knew this was not a sustainable solution. If she failed to find proper medical supplies soon, she risked bleeding to death, succumbing not in battle but in a situation she had previously deemed insignificant. Make haste and return swiftly, Yu Siqing said nonchalantly, having grown accustomed to relying on Yu Siwei, believing she could handle such matters without his concern. A shadow of despair crossed her face, as she understood that under normal circumstances, she would not hesitate to part ways with him, especially given her awareness of the untrustworthiness of others. Yet, she had no choice but to endure. She knew that if she showed any sign of wanting to abandon him, he would undoubtedly betray her, using her as a bargaining chip to secure greater resources for himself. Men are despicable, she muttered, failing to acknowledge that the current situation was a result of her own choices. Instead, she shifted the blame onto others, resenting not only Yu Siqing for his ineptitude, but also Wu Hao, believing that as a man, he too was unworthy. Despite having restored communication and seemingly thriving, he never reached out to inquire about her well-being. Thus, she condemned both of them as useless and deserving of their fates. However, she resolved that when the time was right, she would eliminate them both, ensuring they could not live in comfort. Meanwhile, Wu Hao enjoyed a sense of comfort under the care of Shen Qianyan, finally understanding why affluent families often employed maids and why noble households of old cherished their servants. He now possessed telepathic awareness, clearly perceiving Shen Qianyan's genuine service and respect. She was filled with immense gratitude for both her life here and for him, viewing him not merely as a benefactor but as a savior who had transformed her destiny. Wu Hao observed Shen Qianyan tirelessly managing the household, noting how her prior experience as a restaurant owner allowed her to maintain order and efficiency. Though he had encouraged her to take a break, she smiled and declined. stating that she was accustomed to being busy and found it difficult to relax. He allowed her to live as she saw fit, appreciating the comfort she brought to his life. Outside, the harsh cold intensified, with the icy fog creeping up to the 10th floor, worsening the already dire circumstances for the remaining survivors. Fortunately, Wu Hao resided on the 26th floor, safe from the immediate threat, and had established a secondary stronghold atop the television tower, ensuring a fallback option should this location become compromised. However, the true peril lay in the enormous mutated creatures hidden within the icy mist, posing a significant challenge to survival in this transformed world. The silver lining was that, with the retreat of the tide, the colossal white serpent had ventured into denser fog, likely drawn to areas rich in higher-grade extraordinary fruits, which would further augment its strength. Wu Hao approached the window, gazing out at the vast expanse of azure mist engulfing the earth. He recalled having seen the serpent merely 100 meters long not long ago, now having grown to an astounding 300 meters. These creatures, once ordinary animals prior to the catastrophe, had thrived in the aftermath, evolving into colossal beasts that voraciously consumed extraordinary fruits to enhance their power. The situation was dire for the surviving humans, as venturing into the fog-laden zones had become exceedingly precarious. Scarcity of resources had led to rampant violence and looting. With everyone at odds, each person for themselves. For Wu Hao, the most pressing concern was the dwindling number of capable allies. Urgency was paramount. His gaze sharpened, reflecting determination as he stared into his own reflection in the glass. Chapter 40. Hunting Outdoors. New uses of ice and snow control. Understanding the matter of contract tools involves a purity issue. It is not merely a matter of encountering visually appealing women to activate the contract and the rebate function. The criteria for this system are exceedingly stringent. Not just any subpar individual qualifies. However, the current survival situation has become increasingly dire. It is certain that more eligible candidates may be willing to sacrifice their bodies for a mere morsel of bread. Such actions would undoubtedly disqualify them from the contract, thereby extinguishing their chances of forming a pact. Moreover, the system has further unlocked functionalities, allowing him to acquire the supernatural fruits previously used by contract tools. This shift inclines his prospective contracts towards those with supernatural abilities. In this environment, only those with such abilities have a greater chance of meeting the necessary standards, all while avoiding the need to sell their bodies for survival. Additionally, hunting is essential, as only the flesh of mutated creatures can enhance physical constitution. Wu Hao recognizes the necessity of venturing out. He has already discerned that the only means to augment his physical constitution and increase his absorption limit of supernatural fruits is by consuming mutated organisms. Thus, he must delve into the icy mist to hunt, gathering the materials to fortify himself. I shall step out for a while. Wait here. Do not open the door for anyone, Wu Hao calls to Shenxianyan, who is still busy. Having fed her the ice and snow control power, he has observed that each individual exhibits distinct strengths and weaknesses when absorbing supernatural fruits. For instance, Shenxianyan's absorption of the ice and snow control ability yields a twofold effect, akin to consuming two fruits at once. In contrast, abilities like allure, mental perception, and toxicity show negligible enhancement, almost as if no fruit was consumed. This revelation is novel to him. Previously, he had assumed it was merely a figment of his imagination. On the other hand, Lucinia had a charm fruit effect of 1.5 times, while her other abilities grew only by approximately 0.5 times. The realization that this is not an isolated case is enlightening. Boss, you're going out. Shenxianyan exclaims in a moment of panic. She has grown accustomed to this life, feeling a sense of security beside Wu Hao. It seems she has found her true anchor. Initially, she believed her role was simply to live comfortably here and serve him. However, upon hearing that he intends to venture into the perilous outside world, she is suddenly overwhelmed with fear and anxiety. What if you don't come back? What if you encounter danger? She frets. Stay here. Do not open the door for anyone. If you face an insurmountable threat, text me immediately, and I shall return at once, Wu Hao reassures her, noticing her unease. Yet, due to her inadequate mental perception enhancement, she cannot communicate with him as Yun does from a distance. He instructs her to use her phone for communication in case of emergencies, as he will keep it in his personal space and respond promptly to any messages. Boss, Shenxianyan hesitates, still anxious. Although she acknowledges her age, she has become entirely reliant on him, centering her world around him. Even hearing his promise to return quickly upon receiving her message does little to quell her fear, as she is genuinely concerned about what might transpire in his absence. The power I have granted you is sufficient to handle many situations. Use it wisely, Wu Hao remarks, surprised by her dependence on him. Reflecting on her gentle yet vulnerable nature, he comes to understand her predicament. After all, she had endured years of bullying from her ex-husband, swallowing her pride and failing to resist or seek divorce. Seeing Wu Hao's unwavering determination, Shen Qianyan hesitates momentarily before summoning her courage to approach him. She kisses him softly, whispering, "Be safe. I will wait for your return." Her bashful demeanor conveys more than words could express, leaving little doubt in the minds of onlookers. Wu Hao is struck by the allure of mature women. Gazing into her enchanting eyes, he realizes that as long as he returns safely, he will be rewarded with her special affection. Suddenly, a wave of desire washes over him. He understands that there is no time like the present. In an unexpected moment, he sweeps her up in his arms, carrying her toward the bedroom. Departing the safety of their abode, Wu Hao discovers the advantages of his doubled mental strength. Upon leaving the confines of the 26th floor sanctuary, he instantly feels the potency of his ice and snow control manifesting automatically. This newfound power actively dispels the cold, shielding him from the biting chill outside. The distinction lies in the details. He finds that his mastery of the nuances of ice and snow control has become exceedingly refined. Where he once hurled blocks of ice with brute force, he now wields his abilities with the finesse of a martial artist, employing intricate techniques in both offense and defense, forming a thin layer of inner armor. With a mere thought, he can conjure a delicate ice armor close to his skin, though it is thin. Its defensive capabilities are formidable. Only those significantly stronger than him could hope to breach this barrier. This inner layer resembles a nanoskin, safeguarding him from the cold and absorbing all forms of attack. This enhancement is the most significant difference he experiences after the amplification of his mental strength. Previously, even with his ice and snow control ability elevated to level 8, he could not achieve such finesse, limited to manipulating large chunks of ice. Now, he feels secure even in the face of surprise attacks, capable of mitigating most attack damages. Wu Hao acknowledges that his sense of security has increased tenfold. Yet, he is acutely aware that this newfound strength remains inadequate. The mutated beasts are evolving at an alarming rate, and he vividly recalls the enormous 300-meter-long white serpent and the crystalline scorpion, exceeding 30 meters in size. These formidable creatures are genuine threats he cannot confront head-on, compelling him to tread carefully and avoid confrontation. He decides to observe the vicinity first, noting that the mutated organisms nearby are relatively weak and can be easily dispatched. Wu Hao resolves to begin his hunting endeavors with less challenging creatures, familiarizing himself with their characteristics to prepare for future encounters with the white serpent and crystalline scorpion. Descending to the first floor via the ice crystal elevator, he retrieves an all-terrain vehicle from his personal space. He plans to drive around, scouting for active mutated beings and any newly emerged supernatural fruits in the vicinity. Chapter 41. A Drive That Shakes the World. Discovering new developments in the icy fog as he drove onto the road, his presence was immediately detected by several individuals with extraordinary abilities, some even spotting him through infrared telescopes. He has ventured out. Who is this person, capable of driving freely in such perilous conditions? This suggests that the 26th floor of Building 2 is left unguarded. Witnessing this situation, many were astonished by Wu Hao's audacity, able to disregard the terrifying icy fog while navigating the outside world. It became clear that this explained how he consistently procured supplies and could host beautiful women, providing for their every need. Some women who were aware of this situation felt a stirring in their hearts, realizing that over there lay a veritable paradise, a place devoid of worries about food and shelter, where one could bask in warmth and watch television, living a blissful life. However, some individuals began to entertain ulterior motives. In truth, it was Wu Hao's attempt to fetch Shen Qianyan that sparked their thoughts on a method to traverse between the various apartment buildings. Old Hu. Are we really going over together? A survivor inquired of Old Hu. At that moment, Old Hu's expression was dark and foreboding, resembling a man on the brink of violence. He understood he had become notorious as the king of cuckoldry among the survivors. Everyone knew that the woman accompanying that little brat Wu Hao was his wife. Some even joked about his impotence, casually discussing how Shen Qianyan had endured years of living as a widow. They jested that he must have left her yearning for affection. So now that he was sending her off, it was merely a joy to engage in trade, never to return. Thus, he became the subject of ridicule. Everyone was aware that he could not touch his own wife, yet he willingly sent her off to entertain another man, gaining nothing in return. Of course, I and Oppos, am going. I want to personally kill that wretched Shen Qianyan and make that bastard Wu Hao suffer. He had already deduced that the occupant of the snack supermarket on the 26th floor of Building 2 was none other than Wu Hao, a man who had fallen into misfortune. His snack supermarket had gone bankrupt, leaving him with millions in debts courtesy of his partner. Then, disaster struck, and everyone was trapped indoors by a sudden icy wave. Yet, he leveraged the unsold stock of his supermarket to become the wealthiest individual in the area, inexplicably gaining formidable power that allowed him to roam freely in this treacherous, ice-encased environment. He could even drive out in search of new supplies, amassing enough resources to support women, particularly exquisite and beautiful ones. To any observer, it appeared he was living the life a man should aspire to. Most importantly, he was acutely aware that a woman still remained his wife, Shen Qianyun, the exquisite woman he had not truly touched since their wedding night. Thus, he thought, as long as one participated, there would be more resources to share. The survivor expressed his desire to join. They all understood the implications of breaching that snack supermarket. What would befall Shen Qianyun at that time was an unspoken agreement among them. Old Hu certainly comprehended this. Yet all he wished for was to witness Shen Qianyun and Wu Hao perish. He longed to cleanse himself of the green he bore and the ridicule he had endured. Shen Qianyun awoke slowly, enveloped by warmth and fragrance beside her heart brimming with happiness. She recalled Wu Hao's words before he left her. He had used his mastery over ice and snow to conjure a small replica of himself, prompting her to smile sweetly, feeling a newfound control over her powers. She remembered Wu Hao had fed her a purple fruit before departing. After consuming this new fruit, she felt her mental prowess double, significantly enhancing her command over ice and snow. Now, she could effortlessly conjure ice arrows and summon blizzards at will. She held on to Wu Hao and Appos, as instructions, clearly recalling his warning that trouble might soon find them, with attempts to breach their security doors and plunder their sanctuary. At that moment, she needed only to protect herself within. If intruders truly managed to break in, all that was required was to eliminate them. He would return to restore everything, and she would not need to worry about their supplies or living quarters being damaged. She held these words close, knowing they provided a sense of security she had never experienced before. With a heart full of joy, she hummed a tune while tidying up Wu Hao and Appos' clothing and preparing a feast to reward him upon his return. Wu Hao drove through the snow-blanketed streets, observing that vehicles and buildings lay encased in thick layers of ice. The world was shrouded in a low-visibility green fog. Were it not for his telepathic abilities, he might have easily lost his way in this inhospitable environment. However, following the recent retreat of the cold tide, the number of mutated creatures had diminished, and he had yet to encounter any. Wu Hao perceived the surroundings as a desolate world, where everything lay frozen, and most people had perished, many shattered into icy shards. He saw no sign of any extraordinary fruits. Wu Hao understood that this expedition had another purpose, to seek extraordinary fruits. He was aware that these fruits were relatively easy to locate, for finding ice crystal vines would lead him to them. Given that the icy fog region was essentially a human no-go zone, he was not concerned about others having beaten him to the discovery. However, as the icy fog receded, most ice crystal vines appeared withered, showing no signs of bearing extraordinary fruits. This was good news, albeit not particularly beneficial for him. Wu Hao drove slowly, knowing that with his doubled mental prowess, his time for activities in the icy fog had effectively increased. Yet, this extension merely allowed him to stretch his 2-hour window to 4 hours, which also included his return journey. Although he could open a portal to teleport back instantly, the maximum range of the spatial portal was currently limited to 200 meters, confining him to an immediate vicinity of 200 meters around his safe house. Thus, he primarily relied on driving back. This predicament meant that his outing might end up being in vain, necessitating a change in search direction for future endeavors. Surely, luck could not be that cruel. Wu Hao, however, refused to believe he would be so unfortunate as to encounter not a single mutated creature on this trip. While driving and searching, he employed his telepathic abilities to detect shifts in hostility in his surroundings, confirming the existence of nearby targets. Suddenly, he detected a life sign. He immediately knew he had found what he was looking for. He swiftly stopped the car and stored his all-terrain vehicle within his spatial pocket. Chapter 42. Encountering the ice crystal giant turtle and exploring the enchantment ability upon disembarking, he swiftly approached the source of the commotion, blending himself with the surrounding icy mist to assume an invisible state. His mastery over ice and snow had significantly enhanced, allowing him not only to manipulate ice to form crystalline structures, but also to envelop himself in a layer of ice crystal nanoskin protection. He discovered that he could control the power of ice and snow to shroud his exterior, merging seamlessly with the icy mist, effectively concealing his presence. This ability to mask his aura rendered him undetectable to heat sensors and granted him physical invisibility, preventing any nearby entities from noticing him. However, this form of invisibility was effective only in the frigid, icy environment. It would be rendered useless in heat-ridden, arid indoor settings. As he stealthily approached the recently identified target, he was astonished to find it was a turtle. Not just any turtle, but one of considerable size, standing at an impressive 2 meters tall, including its shell. Its appearance was somewhat cumbersome and clumsy, and it seemed utterly unconcerned by the enveloping icy mist, leisurely devouring a large tree with ease. Treating a 5-meter-high tree as if it were merely a leaf of cabbage, Wu Hao found the scene rather peculiar. In his recollection, the largest known tortoise was the Galapagos tortoise, which merely exceeded 2 meters in length, unlike the towering creature before him, which measured approximately 4 meters in length. This giant turtle appeared to be far from ordinary. It had undergone some form of mutation. Its eyes glowed an icy blue, and its shell resembled crystal, with translucent, frosted glass-like plates embedded along its back, indicating extraordinary hardness and remarkable cold resistance. Wu Hao pondered whether his enchanting abilities could affect this creature. Observing the ice crystal giant turtle's relatively docile demeanor, he was struck by a bold idea. He wished to ascertain if his enchantment powers, which had proven effective on humans, could similarly influence such a mutated giant turtle. He recognized that if successful, his combat capabilities would become formidable, allowing him to forge an army of colossal beasts to defend his territory, ensuring the security of his stronghold. To test this hypothesis, he emerged from his concealed state and approached the ice crystal giant turtle directly. The creature, upon noticing him, did not immediately attack, revealing a temperament more subdued than that of the aggressive frost wolves, indicating it was indeed a more docile variant of mutated beast. Recognizing this as the ideal subject for his experiment, Wu Hao recalled his desire to enchant and subdue the nearby white serpent, a dominant creature of the region. The rewards for slaying it would be substantial, but enchanting it would yield even greater benefits. Given the white serpent's rapid growth, he would not be surprised if it eventually transformed into a white dragon. With this in mind, he decided to test the strength of his enchantment and the feasibility of subduing the white serpent. He focused on enchanting the ice crystal giant turtle, locking eyes with it. His level 4 enchantment ability activated instantly. Reflecting on his prior success in bending Lu Xinya's will, where he swiftly dominated her consciousness, he was eager to see if the same could be achieved with this creature. As he directed his enchanting power towards the ice crystal giant turtle, it appeared momentarily stunned. Not out of confusion, but as a direct consequence of the enchantment taking effect. Wu Hao could distinctly feel his mental energy infiltrating the turtle and Appos as consciousness. Experiencing for the first time the clarity of how enchantment operates, he understood that the essence of enchantment lies in forcibly distorting the target's awareness, fundamentally altering their perception of them. His earlier success with Lu Xinya stemmed from her feeble mental fortitude and the absence of any defenses during his incantation, allowing for a rapid control process. However, this instance was markedly different. The ice crystal giant turtle, being a mutated entity, possessed a robust mental awareness. This enabled him to perceive the process with unprecedented clarity, revealing the benefits of his doubled mental strength, allowing him to experience the intense resistance from the turtle's consciousness. The clash of their mental energies resembled a battlefield, with neither side yielding. Ultimately, it became clear that the turtle's consciousness was slightly more powerful and resolute than his own. He managed to infiltrate approximately 30 of its awareness before his attempt faltered, resulting in a forced withdrawal of his mental energy, marking the enchantment as a failure. Contrary to feelings of despondency, Wu Hao was exhilarated. He had confirmed that mutated beasts could indeed be enchanted and controlled. His failure stemmed from two primary factors. His enchantment level and mental strength were insufficient, and he had attempted the enchantment while the turtle's consciousness was still intact and alert, resulting in maximum defensive capabilities. He was confident that had he attempted the enchantment while the turtle was weakened, the probability of success would have soared to at least 80, potentially allowing him to subdue it. As his mental energy retreated from the ice crystal giant turtle and Appos' awareness, the creature regained its senses, immediately erupting in fury. Realizing what had just transpired and the intent behind the enchantment, it entered a state of rage. With a powerful stomp of its column-like foot, it caused the ground to erupt with sharp earthen spikes aimed at impaling him. Simultaneously, it unleashed a torrent of scalding water from its maw, akin to a high-pressure water cannon, aimed directly at him. Wu Hao swiftly evaded the attack, astonished that the ice crystal giant turtle possessed earth-based abilities and could unleash boiling water as a weapon. Yet, he understood that both the spikes and the boiling water were lethal in this perilous, mist-shrouded environment. Chapter 43. Insufficient firepower with the need to reinforce the tracked vehicle. He dared not recklessly employ his icy crystalline skin to forcibly block the incoming attacks. For him, the icy crystalline skin served as his ultimate line of defense, a subtle barrier designed to thwart ambushes rather than engage in direct confrontation. Nevertheless, he had discovered an alternative application of his construction ability. After successfully evading the assault of the icy crystal tortoise, he swiftly pressed his hands against the ground, activating his construction ability. The earth began to writhe like a mass of clay as copious amounts of soil mixed with concrete surged forth, transforming into numerous vine-like tendrils that ensnared the icy crystal tortoise. He understood that this ability could only be effectively wielded against a lumbering beast like the icy crystal tortoise. Were he to face a more agile creature, such as the white snake, employing such an attack would surely lead to his demise. At that moment, he acutely felt the inadequacy of his supernatural powers, realizing that his offensive capabilities were severely limited. The abilities he possessed were predominantly supportive and defensive, with the sole offensive power being the toxic ability, which primarily affected creatures with tough hides and toxin resistance. In the current frigid conditions, his frost manipulation was also rendered ineffective, yielding limited offensive power. The icy crystal tortoise attempted to evade the concrete tendrils binding it, but its clumsiness betrayed it, resulting in its swift entanglement. Observing its plight, Wu Hao immediately utilized his ice and snow manipulation to reinforce the tendrils, solidifying their grip. The tortoise's attempts to break free through sheer strength were futile, met with a firm and unyielding freeze. It could only emit futile, enraged roars under the weight of this suppression. Wu Hao regarded the massive creature before him, aware that it was but a minor entity compared to other supernatural beasts. Yet its existence posed a significant challenge for him. Having successfully subdued it, he realized that his ice and snow powers inflicted no real harm. The only option left was to launch an assault with his toxic abilities. However, due to its robust form and the icy crystalline scales that enveloped it, he found it exceedingly difficult to corrode even its scales, rendering his attacks only slightly effective. He was compelled to seek out areas of its defenses that were comparatively weaker, repeatedly using his toxic powers to assault and erode its scales. After much persistence, he finally succeeded in corroding through a section of its armor, injecting poison into its body. Yet, upon achieving this, he discovered the tortoise and Appo's remarkable self-healing abilities. The poison dissipated within mere seconds as it neutralized the toxicity and healed from the inflicted damage. Consequently, their battle devolved into a protracted stalemate. Wu Hao was confident he could eventually slay the icy crystal tortoise, but it would require a considerable investment of time. After more than an hour, the icy crystal tortoise succumbed to the relentless onslaught of poison, letting out a final, unwilling wail before its breath vanished entirely. So difficult to kill, Wu Hao mused, grateful for his toxic abilities. Otherwise, he would have found himself at a loss against such a formidable creature. Now that it was vanquished, the icy crystal tortoise appeared to him as a treasure trove. He attempted to apply his construction ability to its carcass, discovering that he could indeed disassemble the body of the supernatural beast. This revelation alleviated his concerns about how to dismantle such a colossal, armored creature. With the aid of his ice and snow manipulation, he was able to separate its shell and scales, subsequently merging them with the tracked vehicle. Thus, the vehicle was adorned with a robust layer of icy crystalline scales, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. He decided to test the vehicle, finding that the outer layer of icy crystalline scales insulated it against the frigid air. Consequently, if he were to drive this vehicle, he would no longer need to worry about defrosting issues. It could simply remain parked in the icy mist without fear of freezing or the fuel in its tank congealing. This was undoubtedly excellent news for him, as it afforded him the possibility of long-term journeys through the icy mist, and in times of need, he could take refuge within this mobile sanctuary, shielding himself from the harsh cold. Most importantly, this fortuitous development enabled him to establish a base within the icy mist, providing him with sufficient materials to create a stronghold, significantly enhancing his chances of survival against the relentless assaults of the icy fog. Furthermore, the tortoise's flesh and oil were valuable resources. He discovered he could merge the icy crystal tortoise's oil with gasoline using his construction ability, producing a type of high cold resistance, high energy gasoline. This new fuel could potentially allow for prolonged operational capability, enabling even aircraft to take flight once more. Yet, the most coveted treasures were the tortoise's bones and a small, ice-blue pearl he found within its body. The pearl was no larger than a fingernail. An inner core? Upon seeing it, Wu Hao immediately thought of the inner cores frequently mentioned in tales of immortal cultivation. However, he could not definitively ascertain whether this was indeed an inner core. It exuded an aura reminiscent of supernatural fruit. And considering that the icy crystal tortoise had grown to such a size and gained the ability to wield supernatural powers by consuming such fruit, he was inclined to believe that this pearl functioned similarly to an inner core. The only drawback was that there was but a single pearl. Once consumed, it would be gone. He resolved to return and offer it to Shen Qianyun to observe the effects and perhaps extract more. Wu Hao was certain that this pearl was a valuable asset, though its precise effects remained unknown. Lacking any identification abilities, he could only discern its properties through practical use. Of course, he possessed a unique ability, consumption rebate. After Shen Qianyun ingested the pearl, it would not vanish, but rather multiply through the consumption rebate, transforming 1 into 800. This would create an infinite yield, rendering the pearl inexhaustible. Should he continue exploring distant lands or return directly? Wu Hao made sure to collect every drop of tortoise blood, storing it in his spatial pouch. He had successfully fused the icy crystalline scales with the tracked vehicle, transforming it into a mobile refuge capable of withstanding the icy mist. This meant that entering the vehicle would not only conserve his mental energy, but, conversely, he would not need to continue using his ice and snow manipulation to maintain it, allowing for long-distance travel while freely traversing the icy environment. This significantly extended his operational time in the icy mist, lifting the previous 4-hour limitation. Now, while his outdoor activities remained capped at 4 hours, his time spent within the vehicle was virtually limitless. He climbed aboard, basking in the warmth of the vehicle's heating system, feeling his previously expended mental energy rapidly replenish. Chapter 44. The first taste of exotic beast meat. After acquiring the ability known as the mental source, his mental capacity not only doubled, enhancing the power and duration of all his other abilities, but most importantly, it also doubled his mental recovery speed. Now, simply sitting in the carriage and basking in the warm air allowed him to forego the continued use of his ice and snow manipulation for protection. He could distinctly feel his mental energy rapidly replenishing. A mere 5 minutes of rest here enabled a complete restoration of his mental prowess. At this moment, he took out a piece of tortoise meat to sample. He noticed that this tortoise meat had undergone a transformation, resembling a glistening meat jelly, akin to a jelly infused with savory juices. Curiosity compelled him to taste a piece, and he discovered it melted in his mouth. A warm current surged through his body, which he quickly digested and absorbed. The hunger and fatigue he had been feeling vanished instantly. Simultaneously, he sensed his muscles dancing, as if rejoicing in jubilation. However, a sudden, intense hunger surged within him, akin to that of someone who had been starving for 10 days. He craved more of this tortoise meat. With ample supply at hand, he allowed himself to indulge, eager to see how much he could truly consume to satiate his hunger. By the time he regained his composure, he had devoured more than half of the enormous ice crystal tortoise's meat. He also noticed a significant increase in his physical strength and even a slight growth in height. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he observed that not only had he become more handsome, but the minor imperfections on his face had also been smoothed out, elevating his overall aura by 2 grades. He recognized a most apparent change. The limit of exotic energy fruit he could absorb daily had dramatically increased. Originally, he had reached his absorption limit for the day and felt that any further consumption would lead to an explosion of energy. Yet now, he sensed a substantial void within him, allowing him to consume over 100 additional exotic energy fruits without feeling any strain. Curious about the exact amount he could ingest, he retrieved some exotic energy fruits and began to absorb them, prioritizing the mental source, understanding that this ability fundamentally enhanced the potency of all his powers. Even the same grade dimensional portal had its range doubled, producing remarkably impressive results. He began consuming purple spirit jade and, after devouring 15, reached his limit once more. This meant that his daily absorption capacity for exotic energy fruits had increased by 150, rising from a mere 200 to an impressive 350. This was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. However, he also realized that further consumption of the ice crystal tortoise meat would yield diminishing returns, similar to the effects of frost wild dog jerky. After several pieces, It became increasingly difficult to enhance his absorption limit of energy fruits. It appeared that he needed to absorb the essence of even more formidable exotic beasts. Suddenly, Wu Hao understood the reason behind his physical enhancement. He realized that this increase was also a form of absorption, distinct from the process involved in absorbing exotic energy fruits. To enhance his physical constitution, he needed to absorb the essence of more powerful beasts. Only by doing so could he genuinely elevate his physique in the limits of energy fruit absorption. This situation had transformed into a survival of the fittest, a process of mutual consumption to strengthen oneself. However, he needed to return. Understanding how to enhance his physique, Wu Hao recognized that he must frequently venture into the wilderness to hunt. He also needed to expand the number of his allies, fortifying his strength. The recent encounter with the ice crystal tortoise had made him acutely aware of his limitations, particularly in his offensive capabilities. He needed to devise methods to acquire a greater variety of exotic energy fruits and elevate their energy levels. Otherwise, despite knowing he could harness the power of exotic beasts for his benefit, he lacked the strength to subdue them, rendering his ambitions mere talk. He then took out his phone from his spatial pocket to check if Shen Qianyan had sent him any messages. To his surprise, he found that she had indeed contacted him, detailing a troubling situation in which she sought his assistance. After Wu Hao and Oppo's departure, Shen Qianyan habitually tidied up the laundry and cleaned the room. Once she finished, she indulged in a luxurious hot bath, wanting to present herself in a fragrant state for her special boss. Yet, upon seeing her reflection in the mirror, resembling a blossoming beauty, she found it hard to believe that the person staring back was herself. Memories of intimate moments flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush, making the mature and alluring woman in the mirror appear even more radiant. She could hardly believe her newfound boldness. Since their transaction and her official move-in, she had actively sought to attract Wu Hao. It felt as though she had liberated herself, becoming exceedingly proactive and daring. She realized that her previous adherence to reputation had nearly driven her to her limits, and she longed to escape. Now, with a new life and a new man, she understood that finding true love could indeed empower her to be bold and willing to embrace romance wholeheartedly, reveling in happiness. She knew he must have had a tiring day, and she was determined to serve him well upon his return. As she pondered how best to do so, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully chided her reflection for her audacity. Yet, she understood that this was the stability and security she desired. She knew she could only achieve this in her current situation. After all, she was an ordinary woman without any exceptional abilities. Caring for her man and nurturing her household were the best things she could do, and she was committed to excelling at them. She decided to prepare a grand meal to welcome her beloved safely home. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation compelled her to approach the security monitor. To her horror, she noticed several individuals in the previously empty corridor on the 26th floor. Among them was a figure that sent chills down her spine. Her husband, Lao Hu. Confused, she wondered why these people had appeared here, especially outside the snack supermarket. Instinctively, she pulled out her phone to message Wu Hao, hoping he would see it in time. She needed him to know that someone was planning an aggressive takeover of their location. Chapter 45. The bandits were determined to force their way in, leaving behind a shocking surprise. Damn it, we are starving while that brat enjoys food, drink, and women. Exactly. Why does he get to live so well while we scurry around like rats? Don't mention rats to me. I just had some rat jerky, and it makes me want to vomit. All I desire now is delicious food and fine wine. A group of men gathered in the corridor on the 26th floor. Inspired by Wu Hao, they devised a plan to connect Building 3 to the rooftop of Building 2 using their abilities, intending to storm the snack supermarket, seize its supplies, and abduct Shen Qianyan to use as a concubine. This plan had already received the approval of Old Hu, aiming to make Shen Qianyan pay dearly and strip her of her last vestige of dignity. Boss Chen, how should we proceed? One man inquired of the leader of the operation. The man, referred to as Boss Chen, bore a brutish visage. He was no stranger to the underworld, having once thrived in the loan sharking business. When disaster struck, his empire crumbled, yet he remained afloat, as his company was located in Building 3, supported by a cadre of enforcers. However, after a brief period of prosperity, the harsh tide returned, and he realized that the world had changed irrevocably, leaving survival in their own hands. Thus, he resolved to become a local warlord, envisioning the snack supermarket as his new stronghold. With plans to procure firearms from the nearby police station to fortify his power, he possessed abilities that allowed parts of his body to become metallic, transforming his fists and legs into formidable weapons capable of killing with a single blow. The main entrance was unnecessary. The security door was fortified like a bank vault, leaving him bewildered as to why such a robust security measure was installed at a snack supermarket. The door appeared deceptively simple, but was, in fact, composed of steel plates several centimeters thick, impervious even to explosives. Thus, a frontal assault would be folly. They needed to find an alternative route. Boston, we shall follow your lead. They echoed in unison. Indeed, we must return with spoils. Yes, I have long coveted the proprietress. I yearn to experience her. The men were unabashed in their intentions, aware of their purpose, and old whose approval, eagerly anticipating the delights that awaited them. Let us check next door to see if we can breach the wall, Boston instructed, recognizing the futility of a frontal assault. He understood that the distance from the roof to the 26th floor was considerable and that only the most skilled could breach the windows in the harsh weather. Thus, the simplest methods to infiltrate the supermarket were either to break through the shared wall with the adjacent room or to penetrate from below through the ceiling. He was cognizant that the supermarket, being in an apartment building, could only install such an imposing security door due to limitations imposed by the property management. Consequently, the wall and ceiling were the weakest points. Whether they broke through from the sides or the top, they could easily bypass the security door. Let us split up. Some will go downstairs, and others will go upstairs. I eagerly await the expression on the proprietress's face when we burst in. They quickly divided into teams. Knowing Wu Hao is currently absent, leaving the supermarket presumably stocked only with supplies and the women he provided for, Boston nodded in agreement. Feeling a surge of dissatisfaction toward Lai Cheng, who had previously traded exotic beast pelts with him but declined to participate in this venture, warning him against pursuing such a perilous endeavor. He deemed Lai Cheng a coward, unable to comprehend Wu Hao's advantages. However, he possessed a secret, a handgun acquired through foreign channels, leading him to believe that no ability could withstand a bullet. In his mind, he was determined to seize the resources, women, and lives of his opponents, aspiring to become the most powerful force in the area. Meanwhile, Shen Xianyun, inside, sensed the commotion outside and monitored the situation through surveillance, heightening her fear as she gazed at the ceiling and floor. She knew the security door was formidable, but if they breached from above or below, she felt powerless to stop them. Despite Chun Hao assuring her of her newfound powers, she had never wielded such abilities nor taken a life. Faced with more than 10 burly men outside, she doubted her ability to confront them alone. In desperation, she messaged Wu Hao, hoping he would see it and return swiftly to handle the situation, promising to express her gratitude later. Meanwhile, Boston and his remaining men arrived at the neighboring studio, fortuitously selecting Qin Feifei's art studio. Upon entering, he identified a shared wall with the snack supermarket and transformed his fist into an iron hammer. He assumed a stable stance and struck the wall with all his might. The result was a shattering of the wall, causing debris to rain down, yet it halted halfway through, revealing a dense array of steel rebar within. Chapter 46. The impenetrable wall. Upon observing the steel reinforcement bars, it was indeed strange to witness them form an entire steel wall. Boston was somewhat taken aback, having already damaged several sections of this wall, effectively demolishing half of it. The sight revealed a solid layer of rebar, stacked at least 3 layers thick. To breach this wall, they would first need to devise a method to dismantle these 3 layers of steel before they could truly access the snack supermarket. What kind of madness was this? Such a thick layer of rebar embedded within the wall. Unbeknownst to Boston, Wu Hao possessed the ability of construction. He was unaware that for Wu Hao, accomplishing this task merely required the proper materials. By placing his hands on the wall, he could merge the rebar with the wall and re-establish it. Thus, while this endeavor would take a professional engineering team weeks, if not months, Wu Hao could complete it in mere minutes. Upon returning to this location, Wu Hao first considered fortifying and insulating it, effectively transforming it into his outpost. This served dual purposes, concealing the true base at the television tower while also functioning as the primary reception and examination point for new recruits. Only upon confirming their suitability would they be sent to the television tower, thereby truly joining his core team. "How are things on your end?" Boston inquired. Knowing that the walls of the other apartment should be similar, the hope of forcibly breaking through from both sides had nearly evaporated. The only remaining option was to find a way to breach from above or below. He took out his walkie-talkie to inquire about the situation from his men stationed above and below. "Boss, this ISN and AMP, Oppos, T working. This guy is insane. They and AMP, Oppos, V even installed rebar in the ceiling. I attempted to break through the floor from below, but it and amp, oppos, S packed densely with rebar, using the highest grade of threaded steel. The saw 1T even cut through. The reports from both sides were disheartening. In simple terms, this seemingly ordinary snack supermarket was, in fact, a fortress. The entire building resembled a massive iron cage. It was clear that unless they broke through the rebar, there was no hope of forcibly entering. They could only stand outside and exhale in frustration. In comparison, the security door appeared to be the weakest point of defense, as it at least presented some possibility for a forced entry. Did he know about this in advance? Boss Chun gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't help but recall Lai Cheng's advice not to waste time attempting this, as if he already had prior knowledge of the situation. Yet, the reason for his vast enterprise lay in his unyielding nature. He refused to believe he couldn't break through even a small section of rebar, regardless of the 3 layers. Get the welding torch. Sulfuric acid. Gather everything that can breach this rebar. We'll break through from the ceiling. I refuse to believe we can't get in today. Boss Chun understood he was being obstinate. He was determined to force his way into this paradise to seize goods and women. Suddenly, Shin Qianyun noticed the absence of commotion outside. Through the surveillance monitor, she observed that the individuals in the corridor had inexplicably vanished, but soon heard the sounds of destruction from the walls, ceiling, and floor. However, this noise quickly subsided, leaving her puzzled about the situation. Just as she felt uncertain and anxious, a message arrived on her phone. Wu Hao had seen her message and replied, "Do what you need to do. They won't be able to break in for a while. Even if they do, you can handle them with your abilities. I'm on my way back." Upon reading the final line, I and amp, oppos, am on my way back, her previously anxious heart settled, knowing she had nothing to fear. Unconsciously, she gently bit her rosy lower lip, realizing this was what it truly felt like to be cherished by a man, living without worries. Despite being older than him, he still called her sister. Yet, in his presence, she felt entirely like a delicate woman, often enchanted by his seemingly mundane actions, willingly succumbing to love. Then I shall prepare a grand meal. He must be exhausted from his outing. Shin Qianyun promptly decided to heed his instructions, no longer concerning herself with the ongoing assault. She knew everything could wait for him to handle upon his return. Her primary objective was to fulfill her role as a caretaker, not only satisfying his hunger, but also catering to his various tastes. Wu Hao was somewhat surprised by the audacity of these intruders. Just as he had departed, they attempted to invade the second apartment building, seeking to storm his current residence. Initially, he had intended to venture further afield to search for ability fruits and hunt stronger beasts. However, he now had to return to address the situation. He was grateful that during the reconstruction, he had fortified the entire apartment area and implemented insulation measures for safety. Had the assailants truly launched an assault through the walls or ceiling, his location might have been compromised. They could bypass the security door entirely and forcibly seize this place. Fortunately, he had some frost giant tortoise bones, which he intended to use to enhance the fortifications, rendering them genuinely unassailable. Wu Hao knew that the tortoise shell and scales had already been used to reinforce the all-terrain vehicle, and he had preserved the remaining bones specifically to strengthen his outpost upon his return. He had also discovered that materials dropped by exotic beasts possessed certain insulation properties, though their effectiveness varied based on the beast and oppos' strength and influenced their durability post-mortem. In essence, the scales used to reinforce the vehicle were not permanent. They would eventually decay over time, diminishing their insulating properties. Nonetheless, he was not overly concerned, for he knew that the frost giant tortoise and oppos' scales could endure significant damage for 2 to 3 months without degradation. Within that span of 2 months, he could leverage the consumption rebate to produce hundreds or even thousands more. Additionally, materials from the beasts he would hunt later could extend this effect. As long as he remained powerful and lived long enough, he could ensure that this insulation effect became permanent, allowing him and his team to survive in the increasingly harsh and frigid environment. Approaching the vicinity, Wu Hao felt the proximity of the apartment. He realized he was now within a 200-meter range of it, prompting him to disembark and store the modified all-terrain vehicle in his spatial pocket. He then activated his dimensional portal ability, swiftly opening a passage to return to the apartment without needing to drive into the community or parking lot. Chapter 47. Return to the apartment, and instilling fear in the criminals passing through the portal, they successfully returned to the apartment. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of gourmet cuisine, reminiscent of a high-end hotel. Were they still unpacking? Following the scent, they made their way to the kitchen. There, they encountered a skilled chef cheerfully humming while preparing an elaborate feast. Indeed, Shun Qianyun instinctively replied, but suddenly realized something. She excitedly turned around and saw Wu Hao, who had returned without her noticing, standing at the kitchen entrance. Overcome with joy, she set aside her tasks and removed her apron, rushing into his embrace. Feeling an overwhelming sense of security knowing he had finally come back, Wu Hao felt the warmth and softness of her presence. He recognized that Shun Qianyun, as a mature woman, differed greatly from the youthful Qin Feifei, as she was unreserved in expressing her desires and her actions were remarkably bold. Moreover, there was a distinct softness about her, giving the impression that her very essence was tender and inviting. "My apologies, boss." Shun Qianyun, regaining her composure, shyly released him and lowered her gaze, suddenly aware that her earlier actions had crossed professional boundaries. "Not at all," Wu Hao responded nonchalantly, secretly appreciating her boldness, as such delightful encounters are rarely rejected. He was also attuned to the bustling activity around them, sensing the malicious intent emanating from those nearby. He could distinctly discern their positions and actions, perceiving the hostility they harbored. "Continue with your preparations. I'll join you for dinner shortly," Wu Hao instructed, knowing it was time to demonstrate his authority. Having felt a sense of frustration when confronting the ice crystal giant turtle, he intended to reaffirm his strength against these individuals. Most importantly, he had sensed the presence of a firearm on one of them, an enticing discovery he was determined to acquire. The group was within a 200-meter radius, making it straightforward for him to deal with them. He decided to test the practical application of the dimensional portal in combat. With a swift maneuver, he activated a dimensional portal to descend to the lower floor. Once successfully transported, he immediately closed the portal to conserve his mental energy and prevent any unexpected intrusions from the adversaries above. Upon arrival, he spotted two individuals laboriously filing rebar while perched on a scaffold. One of them was none other than Shun Qianyun's long-estranged husband, Lao Hu. Lao Hu, keenly aware of an unfamiliar presence in the room, turned to see a young man scrutinizing them thoughtfully, evidently contemplating how to neutralize them. "It's you." Lao Hu recognized Wu Hao instantly, the very same man who had slept with his wife and shared her photograph in the owner and Oppo's group chat. Wu Hao, however, paid him little mind, focusing instead on the man beside him, who exuded an intimidating aura. It was clear that this man was no ordinary thug, as he concealed a dagger within his grasp. In response to Wu Hao's presence, the thug appeared calculating, contemplating potential countermeasures to incapacitate him. Yet Wu Hao deemed it exceedingly simple to eliminate these two, for they were no ice crystal giant turtle, nor did they possess any formidable consciousness. The moment their eyes met, Wu Hao infiltrated the thug and Oppo's mind, effortlessly subduing him with his enchanting abilities. The thug, now entranced, obediently drew his dagger and plunged it into Lao Hu's arm. Taken by surprise, Lao Hu tumbled from the scaffold, sustaining severe injuries. Complying with Wu Hao and Oppo's orders, the thug followed suit, leaping down to inflict further harm, leaving Lao Hu trembling in agony, terror-stricken as he realized the power Wu Hao wielded. "Your wife willingly entered into this arrangement, and you consented at the time. It is rather pointless to retract your agreement now," Wu Hao informed him coldly, making it clear that Lao Hu and Oppo's fate was sealed. Upon grasping the implications of Wu Hao and Oppo's words, Lao Hu and Oppo's fear escalated. "You can and Oppo's kill me. It and Oppo's illegal. If you do, I want to be able to explain to anyone," he pleaded desperately, attempting to negotiate for his life. Wu Hao regarded him with a chilling smile. Finding his attempts at reasoning utterly ludicrous, he signaled the thug to proceed, having no intention of dirtying his own hands. Soon, Lao Hu and Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief as he breathed his last, leaving this world in a swift manner. Satisfied with this outcome, Wu Hao employed the same method to ascend and eliminate another thug, thereby acquiring a new puppet. Once the majority had been dealt with, he approached the formidable figure of Big Brother Chen. Upon seeing the young man before him, flanked by three of his former thugs, Chen instantly comprehended the situation. With a sinister grin, he drew his gun without uttering a word, embodying the essence of a ruthless individual. Wu Hao recognized Chen and Oppo's ferocity and responded in kind, demonstrating his disdain for such characters. As Chen pulled the trigger, Wu Hao employed his control over ice and snow to freeze the air in front of him, causing the speeding bullet to decelerate until it fell harmlessly to the ground, having lost all its momentum. Meanwhile, the thugs had already engaged in a deadly struggle among themselves. Chun, realizing he had no escape, resorted to a desperate confrontation, delivering a fatal blow to one thug while being mortally wounded by another and Oppo's dagger. Wu Hao stood at the entrance, a mere observer to this chaotic spectacle, as the remaining individuals turned on one another. Ultimately, Chun managed to dispatch the last thug with a final punch, only to be met with a fatal slice across his throat, leaving him no chance of survival. Chapter 48. A stark warning to others. The elevation of physical qualities. Wu Hao observed that the situation had been entirely resolved. He utilized his mastery over ice and snow to encase the bodies of his foes into glistening ice blocks. With a deft control, he constructed an ice bridge extending from Building 2 to Building 3, neatly arranging the frozen remnants in a designated safe zone within the latter. No words were exchanged, nor any sentiments expressed, yet the elongated line of corpses conveyed a powerful message, unmistakably identifying the fallen as those who had once been led by the formidable Chief Chun. The survivors of Building 3 were left in shock, realizing the grim fate that had befallen these individuals and the harrowing intentions behind their actions. The sight of their leader, once a symbol of strength, now lying lifeless and marred by wounds, raised questions among the survivors. They pondered how such a powerful figure could meet such a tragic end, seemingly falling victim to grievous knife wounds. The atmosphere among the survivors was thick with dread as they engaged in hushed discussions about the incident. Among those seeking refuge in the same area was Lai Cheng, accompanied by a few seasoned veterans. The sight of the deceased Chief Chun left Lai Cheng gasping, recognizing that this was a deliberate act of intimidation, a stark warning to those who dared to defy. The ruthless nature of the deaths suggested a betrayal from within, as if the assailants had turned upon each other rather than targeting Wu Hao directly, resulting in mutual destruction. Lai Cheng voiced his perspective, acknowledging the necessity of cautious dealings with Wu Hao, who exhibited extraordinary capabilities. The mere fact that he could navigate such perilous conditions and venture into the deadly ice fog was an ominous indication of his power, hinting at the possession of multiple extraordinary abilities. His combat prowess had evidently escalated to an alarming level. The other veterans silently concurred, understanding the futility of engaging in conflict with him at this juncture. Having settled the matter at hand, Wu Hao stepped through a spatial portal back to his apartment, where he was greeted by the delightful aroma of an exquisite array of dishes prepared by Shen Qianyun. She wore a pristine white apron, and the table was laden with steaming culinary delights, including a sumptuous meal specifically set aside for him, igniting his appetite and prompting thoughts of indulgence before addressing other matters. Shen Qianyun exuded an alluring charm, her demeanor radiating confidence and warmth. The transformation in Wu Hao, the evident increase in his strength and attractiveness, invoked a sense of youthful exhilaration within her. In a bold departure from her usual, reserved nature, she found herself drawn to him, eager to express her affection in ways she had previously shied away from. Wu Hao discerned the remarkable enhancement to his physical condition, attributing it to the turtle meat he had consumed, which had seemingly doubled his strength and stamina. This newfound vitality allowed him to absorb a greater quantity of resources, significantly reducing his fatigue. Shen Qianyun, entranced by his transformation, became increasingly enamored, perceiving him as her savior. Recognizing an opportunity to further bolster her strength, Wu Hao presented her with a mysterious orb, believed to be a form of inner elixir, along with additional turtle meat and blood. Eager to observe the effects of these offerings, Shen Qianyun, oblivious to their true nature, consumed them without hesitation, feeling her vitality replenish almost instantaneously, her energy surging within her. The orb, indeed a potent inner elixir, significantly enhanced her life force and regenerative capabilities, while also providing resistance to cold. However, the potency of the level 2 elixir overwhelmed her, causing her to flush as her energy surged, her skin reddening. Wu Hao, mindful of her well-being, assisted her in managing the excess energy until she regained her composure. Once settled, Shen Qianyun appeared rejuvenated, her beauty radiating with a newfound brilliance, her skin luminous and youthful. As she caught Wu Hao and Oppo's gaze, she instinctively hid her face in the covers, shyly recalling the earlier events. "You rest for a moment. I shall assess the situation outside," Wu Hao suggested, understanding her embarrassment. "Thank you," she replied softly, reflecting on their relationship, where their roles seemed inverted. She, the older woman, now appeared as the delicate flower under his care. Stealing glances at his silhouette, she felt a profound admiration for him, willing to sacrifice anything for his sake. Despite her knowledge of the fate that had befallen old Hu, she felt no emotional turmoil, her thoughts solely consumed by Wu Hao and how best to support him. As Wu Hao stepped outside, he surveyed the encroaching ice fog, aware that the conditions were deteriorating further. The relentless advance of the fog threatened to engulf the world entirely, coupled with the alarming rate at which the anomalous beasts were evolving. Chapter 49. Trading food for extraordinary abilities. He was aware of the formidable nature of the ice crystal giant tortoise. However, upon assessing its rank through the inner spirit pill, he realized it was merely a level 2 extraordinary beast. This was in stark contrast to the white serpent he had previously encountered, which was at least a level 5 or even level 7 extraordinary beast, given that the serpent and Appos' size dwarfed the ice crystal giant tortoise by 100-fold. Furthermore, there was a 30-meter-long ice crystal scorpion preceding the white serpent. He acknowledged that his current strength was insufficient to confront such entities. He retrieved his phone, understanding the urgent need to acquire more types of extraordinary abilities, particularly those that would enhance his offensive capabilities. Otherwise, when faced with such powerful creatures, his only recourse would be to flee, as inflicting harm upon them would be inconceivable. Wu Hao continued to recruit individuals across various chat groups, proposing to exchange supplies for extraordinary fruits. He was aware that some individuals in this area had already obtained these extraordinary fruits, but they treated them merely as common sustenance. Thus, using them for personal consumption was a waste, especially since many of them were male and could not pass the system and Appos' scrutiny. In his situation, there was no concept of resource rebate. He could not reclaim the supplies they consumed to acquire their new extraordinary abilities. As soon as he sent out the message, responses began to flood in. He noted a shift in attitude among some, as they started to genuinely contemplate their survival. Is it true that meals and accommodations are provided? Just for sending a photo? Can I actually exchange extraordinary fruits for supplies? Does what I have count? How do we trade extraordinary fruits? What is the price? Brother, what food do you have left? I and Appos am quite cheap, just a bite to eat, and you can have whatever you desire. Many were proactively inquiring about the trading conditions, all eager to procure food, willing to do anything for it. Wu Hao recognized that the remaining individuals were indeed reaching their breaking point. Although some had managed to return to their homes when the cold wave receded, the current lack of supplies left them in a precarious situation, reliant on more powerful factions for survival. These factions, in turn, sustained themselves by hunting the mutated creatures within the apartment complex. Upon reviewing the photos sent to him, Wu Hao noticed a few individuals whose appearances met his standards. However, a troubling realization dawned on him. Many of these women had resorted to selling their bodies to survive in such dire circumstances, resulting in a lamentable loss of purity. This disconcerting reality made him hesitant to engage in any transactions. Even bartering instant noodles for a night would require him to contemplate the risk of disease. It seemed he would have to await news from Yun and consider approaching female extraordinary users. Wu Hao understood that finding suitable contractual assistance within this apartment complex had become exceedingly difficult. Thus, Yun and the broadcast from the television tower became his primary means of expanding his ranks. His current focus was on enhancing his strength and extraordinary ability levels, establishing this location as a trading hub for exchanging supplies for extraordinary fruits. Additionally, he hoped to stumble upon hidden treasures concealed within the area. He contemplated trading supplies for extraordinary fruits, realizing the gravity of the situation. Lai Cheng, upon seeing this news, recognized its authenticity and felt a compelling urge to respond. He discovered that consuming repeated extraordinary fruits yielded no significant effects and was considering exchanging his surplus fruits for supplies. While hunting extraordinary beasts, he had also found a peculiar pearl within their remains, which, when consumed, could slightly enhance vitality and cold resistance. However, he understood that this pearl paled in comparison to a box of survival supplies, as it could be obtained through continuous hunting, while survival resources were genuinely scarce. I intend to trade some extraordinary fruits and that peculiar pearl for food and medicines. Who is in agreement, and who is opposed? Lai Cheng refrained from making a unilateral decision. Instead, He consulted with several veteran companions, seeking their opinions on whether to exchange their surplus combat resources for essential supplies. His fellow veterans exchanged glances, aware that this decision was fraught with difficulty and required careful consideration. On the other hand, Wei had seen Wu Hao's messages in the owner's group chat. Her frustration boiled over, nearly causing her to smash her phone. I must confront him and reclaim what is rightfully mine. She resolved to cease her cowardly hiding. She knew she had come to this area to seize Wu Hao's snack supermarket and establish a safe, warm stronghold for her own survival. I agree, but your injuries. Yu Siqing expressed his consent, but upon noticing the absence of Wei and Appo's left calf, replaced by an ice pillar, he urged her to remain calm. Although she had gained the upper hand during their previous skirmish with the armed forces here, she had sustained significant injuries and lost a leg, rendering her in a state of disability and far from her peak strength. Wei gritted her teeth. Yu Siqing discreetly informed her of a more pressing concern. We should find a way to leave this place. Let an Appo's search the hospital pharmacy for medicine. I've heard that cannibalism has emerged in building number 1, which is now eerily quiet since most inhabitants have been consumed. They are attempting to extend their food supply to buildings number 4 and 3. It is best for us to avoid getting embroiled in this situation. Wei was shocked by Yu Siqing's revelations and questioned how he had come by such information. Do you truly think I spend my days idly? You should know that I fear death above all else, he replied with a hint of pride. Wei shot him a disapproving look, recognizing the audacity of his words. Nevertheless, she could not deny the truth in them. He indeed feared death, having been the first to abandon her in danger to seek safety for himself. This had stirred within her a desire to end his life with her own hands. All right, I have observed that the ice fog recedes in a predictable manner, becoming thinner at night and denser during the day. With the stolen beast skins and my capabilities, I should be able to navigate the ice fog for a time. Wei agreed with his plan, acknowledging that her current strength made a direct assault on Wu Hao and Appo's snack supermarket improbable. Thus, she resolved to bide her time, gathering strength until she could ultimately eliminate Wu Hao and personally sever Yu Siqing and Appo's head from his body. Chapter 50. The New Supernatural Fruits. Still 3. Let us hasten our departure. I shall gather my belongings. Yu Siqing promptly began to pack, aware that nightfall was approaching. This meant that the icy mist would thin, allowing those of lesser strength to navigate through it without the immediate peril of being frozen into ice sculptures. Wei cast an indignant glance at the messages in the property owners and Appo's group chat, only to suddenly smirk, realizing that the inhabitants here would soon face dire consequences. The emergence of a cannibalistic tribe in Building 1 had already set them on a path to target the other buildings. If this catastrophe remained unmitigated, more would inevitably join the ranks of the cannibals, leaving the survivors with no chance of escape. Wu Hao noticed a message alerting him to a private chat from an individual who seemed to be a team leader. The other party straightforwardly proposed a discussion regarding a deal that Wu Hao would find most agreeable. I possess 3 types of supernatural fruits and several orbs obtained from extraordinary beasts that can enhance vitality. Would you be interested in a trade? What price would you offer? At that moment, Wu Hao was indulging in the services of Shun Qianyun. After her aura was elevated through the inner spirit elixir, her beauty had transcended to a divine level. Her aesthetic score had risen from 85 to 92, and her gentle, feminine charm resembled that of a celestial maiden who was utterly devoted to him, making his life resemble that of a lord, pampered by her every whim. Upon receiving the message, along with images of the supernatural fruits, he realized they were indeed items he lacked. One was a gray fruit with metallic hues, another a red fruit that was clearly not of the fiery variety, and the last was a purplish-blue fruit adorned with peculiar patterns. He immediately recognized the orbs as inner spirit elixirs, albeit of the first level, significantly smaller than the one he had acquired from the ice crystal giant turtle, with a possibility of being of the lowest, 0-level grade. What price do you desire? He inquired, savoring the sweetly tart green grapes Shun Qianyun had offered, her shy demeanor radiating an irresistible allure. He acknowledged her understanding of his needs, grateful that his enhanced physique allowed him to withstand her charm. As he relished the sweet and slightly sour green grapes, he willingly relinquished the right to propose a price, indicating his interest in the deal, but ultimately leaving the decision to the other party. Lai Cheng was taken aback by Wu Hao and Appo's response, surprised that he was asked to make the first offer. However, he recognized that Wu Hao held the upper hand in this negotiation, as they were the ones seeking a trade. Given the substantial survival supplies Wu Hao possessed, Lai Cheng calculated a fair price, 5 boxes of food for each supernatural fruit, considering the orbs as a mere bonus. He believed this offer was reasonable. Given the scarcity of supernatural fruits, which were essential for survival in such dire circumstances. Based on the photographs, he had assessed the value of Wu Hao and Appo's supplies and determined that exchanging 1 fruit for 5 boxes of instant noodles was justified. By offering 3 fruits, they could acquire 15 boxes of noodles, ensuring their survival for an extended period while enabling them to hunt extraordinary beasts for additional resources. That is too high, Wu Hao remarked upon hearing the offered price, recognizing that it was excessively steep. They seemed to misunderstand the current situation. He acknowledged the rarity and significance of the supernatural fruits, but would not part with 1 for 5 boxes of food. His willingness to trade stemmed from a desire to minimize risk while enhancing combat capabilities, not from desperation for the fruits, as he could easily venture out to acquire more. 1 fruit for 1 box, and I'll include the orbs, totaling 4 boxes for you, Wu Hao countered. He was aware that his spatial storage held a vast supermarket, stocked in tons, but he understood the nature of commerce. Even though he could easily offer 1 fruit for 10 boxes, he would not be foolish enough to do so, for allowing them to thrive could lead to potential threats against him. This price is outrageous. Lai Cheng and Appo's companions expressed their discontent upon hearing Wu Hao and Appo's offer. They had risked their lives to obtain the orbs and supernatural fruits, even venturing into the perilous icy mist. Yet, Wu Hao only offered 4 boxes of food, which felt like an insult to their sacrifices. Let us not rush. I'll negotiate further, Lai Cheng thought, feeling a surge of frustration. However, he recognized that they were at a disadvantage, dependent on Wu Hao for the trade, who held all the bargaining power. He begrudgingly continued the discussion, hoping to negotiate a more favorable price. He typed a response, "For boxes is insufficient. If it's instant noodles, that 1 tea sustain us." These items were obtained at great cost. He attempted to evoke sympathy, hoping that Wu Hao would appreciate the sacrifices made for these supplies and offer a more reasonable price. Wu Hao chuckled at Lai Cheng's reply, bemused by the notion that their sacrifices affected him in any way. He was merely conducting a transaction, where both parties were willing participants. However, he sensed that Lai Cheng underestimated the variety of supplies he possessed. He replied, "While noodles may be insufficient, I also have flour, rice, noodles, and both pork and beef. Surely that would suffice." He had effectively looted an entire supermarket, which included not just snacks and canned goods, but also vegetables, fruits, meat, and grains. Thus, he deemed his offer of 4 boxes to be exceedingly generous and more than adequate. Lai Cheng, upon reading Wu Hao and Appo's response, felt his breath catch in astonishment. He had initially assumed Wu Hao merely controlled a convenience store filled with snacks. However, discovering that he possessed flour, noodles, and various meats elevated the value of his offer significantly, making it a truly worthwhile exchange. Chapter 51. The other party comes to trade. Directly demonstrating their authority, is it true? Do they possess such items? I genuinely began to resent being a man. I almost wished to join them for the promise of food and shelter. Now I understand why those women from before radiated such vitality and appeared so vibrant. It turns out that was true paradise. Staying there for a few months would bring no worries at all. Several veterans gathered around to examine Lai Cheng and Appo's chat messages. They realized that the other side offered not just canned snacks and instant noodles, but also oil, salt, rice, and flour. Moreover, there was pork and beef. They could hardly believe that a single meal of dumplings made from these ingredients would be so delicious. Their eyes glimmered with envy, understanding that seizing that place at any cost would be utterly worthwhile. Let us all stay calm. Have you forgotten the fate of Brother Chun and his crew? Lai Cheng reminded them. His boldness in speaking suggested he had no fear of us knowing or coming to take what he had. Lai Cheng urged his comrades to maintain composure and avoid impulsive actions. Hearing his words, they recalled Brother Chun and Appo's demise. The most terrifying aspect of his death was not the supernatural forces that killed him, but rather the implication that he had fallen victim to infighting, leading to mutual destruction. This indicated that the other party possessed powers that incited them to turn against one another, rendering their numbers meaningless against individual combat prowess. I'll go first and negotiate with them. I need to ascertain their sincerity and prevent any potential betrayal, Lai Cheng meticulously planned. He understood that ensuring a smooth transaction was paramount, as well as guarding against any possibility of being deceived. Isn't that too risky? One of his comrades voiced concern. Lai Cheng was their linchpin. Should anything happen to him, their team would undoubtedly disintegrate into chaos. We have no better options, Lai Cheng replied. Feeling the weight of the situation, he recognized that the other party was indeed a clever adversary, fully aware that they held the upper hand, rendering any offers from Lai Cheng negotiable at best. Meanwhile, they were desperate for essential supplies for survival, a stark contrast between necessity and luxury. The disparity was immense. The other side could easily wait until they perished from hunger before pillaging their goods, easily outlasting them. Upon hearing Lai Cheng's assessment, the veterans clenched their jaws, even shaking their fists in frustration, yet they had to concede that he was correct. Lai Cheng knew they needed to prepare for any eventualities. It was crucial to anticipate the possibility of unforeseen events that could lead to their team's fragmentation. Thus, he turned to the most unassuming veteran, Old Gourmand. If I do not return safely, you shall assume the role of leader. The future of our group will rest in your hands. Understood, the man, referred to as Old Gourmand, replied with a smile, reassuring Lai Cheng. He added, if anything happens to you, we will not let it go easily. We'll ensure that young man understands the consequences of crossing us. With his words, the other veterans nodded in agreement, accepting him as the acting leader. Lai Cheng smiled in response, appreciating the sentiment. With that, he prepared to venture forth for the trade. He also sent a message to Wu Hao, confirming their agreement to the terms of the exchange. Clever indeed, Wu Hao mused upon seeing the other party's acceptance. He recognized that the balance of power had shifted. They could only accept whatever was offered. He was also keenly interested in the 3 supernatural fruits held by the other party, as they represented abilities he did not yet possess, which could save him considerable effort. Most importantly, he needed more offensive capabilities to deal with higher-tier mutant beasts, as relying solely on poison was no longer sufficient. He sent instructions to the other party, guiding them on how to arrive. Come up to the 26th floor and contact me. I will grant you entry, Wu Hao stated, intending to establish a clear show of strength in this transaction. Upon receiving the message, Lai Cheng quickly informed his comrades that he would ascend alone with the goods to the 26th floor. He observed the worry etched on their faces and offered a slight smile, for he knew this transaction was essential. He needed to personally assess the situation and the capabilities of the other side, as this information would greatly influence his future dealings. After all, in this new world, only those with strength held sway. Arriving at building number 3, 26th floor, Lai Cheng fell silent, taken aback by the unexpected power that lay before him. A spatial portal had materialized, indicating that the other party awaited him on the other side. A portal, he marveled, astonished and somewhat terrified at the realization that the other side possessed spatial abilities, particularly the power of teleportation. This implied they could appear anywhere at will, launching surprise attacks whenever they desired. A chill crept up his neck, akin to the cold grip of death, warning him of the precarious nature of this encounter. This was an overt warning, a clear demonstration of the disparity in strength before their official meeting. With a mixture of trepidation and determination, Lai Cheng stepped through the portal, finding himself enveloped in an enchanting space, warm air enveloping him as he felt an unexpected heat. Warmth, air conditioning, illumination. A table laden with an array of culinary delights awaited him, where an elegantly dressed individual gestured for him to sit and partake of the feast before discussing trade. Wu Hao was already seated at the table, attended by the graceful Shen Qianyun. His hands were clean and pristine, his attire immaculate and refreshing. In stark contrast, Lai Cheng appeared as though he had just emerged from the wilderness, his clothing tattered from battle, exuding a faint odor reminiscent of beast hide. He resembled a weary wild wolf, or perhaps more accurately, a scruffy stray dog. Yet, even in such disarray, he found himself among the more fortunate survivors, belonging to the upper echelon of the remaining populace. Chapter 52, discussing prices in person, ultimately deciding the exchange. Here Lai Cheng gazed in astonishment at the scene before him, which resembled a dream, a veritable paradise. Most significantly, he beheld an array of exquisite vegetables, fruits, and succulent cuts of meat adorning the dining table. He spotted a luscious, golden brown roast chicken, foods he had never dared to imagine in his wildest dreams. Additionally, he noticed Wu Hao, the luckiest individual rumored to reside in these few apartment buildings, accompanied by the elegant and sophisticated beauty, Shen Qianyun, who had just joined the transaction. In that instant, Lai Cheng felt an involuntary pang of jealousy. How could someone be so fortunate and live so well? Whether it be the delectable cuisine, the warmth of the surroundings, or the enchanting women. Possessing any one of these would incite envy among those around him, yet here he was, enjoying it all alone. He had transformed the chilling days of disaster into a vacation. Moreover, upon glancing at the shelves positioned further down the table, laden with a dazzling assortment of goods, he felt an overwhelming urge to seize Wu Hao and claim everything for himself. However, he was no ordinary man. After taking a deep breath, he regained his composure. Reminding himself of the purpose of his visit and the transaction he needed to complete, Wu Hao observed Lai Cheng's swift return to calmness and clarity after just a few breaths, admiring his composure. Among those who had entered this place, he was the fastest to regain his tranquility, even more so than Qin Feifei, Lu Xinya, and Shun Qianyun, each of whom had been unable to maintain their composure upon witnessing the splendor before them. Wu Hao watched as Lai Cheng, without hesitation, tossed a tattered bag in his direction, taking a seat and nonchalantly indulging in the fruits and roast chicken. He inquired playfully, "Is it truly only beautiful women who are welcome here? Are men completely unwelcome?" His words revealed his envy for the likes of Shun Qianyun, who, by virtue of their beauty and femininity, enjoyed free food and lodging, whereas he, as a man, faced the harsh reality of survival outside. Wu Hao found him quite intriguing. He glanced at the items Lai Cheng had thrown over, confirming they were the 3 types of ability fruits and some inner spirit pills, all of which were of level 0 and 1. "Aren't you concerned I might take these and not provide you with the items for trade?" Wu Hao asked curiously, noting Lai Cheng's fearless demeanor upon entering. Lai Cheng, however, felt no need for excessive conversation. He understood that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he dove into the feast, stuffing his mouth to the brim. He knew that such an opportunity for indulgence might never present itself again. When he heard Wu Hao's question, he mumbled through a mouthful of food, "If you don't want me to leave, can I really walk away?" His response was straightforward, knowing that his counterpart possessed space-related abilities. He was certain that Wu Hao wielded even more formidable powers that could prevent him from leaving alive if he so desired. Thus, he resolved to display his sincerity and let the other party make the decisions, considering it a blessing if he could return alive with the traded goods. Wu Hao recognized the man's interesting nature, particularly his calmness and sharp perception. It was evident to him that once one stepped into this realm, they forfeited their power of choice, their very lives held in the balance of the other's whims. Wu Hao admitted to having entertained thoughts of a treacherous exchange after bringing Lai Cheng here, but suddenly found the prospect of keeping such a person around quite appealing. For survival, Lai Cheng would surely seek to trade ability fruits, providing Wu Hao with a faster and broader access to various types of ability fruits. He gestured to Shun Qianyun to bring over several boxes of provisions. As the owner of a dining establishment, she effortlessly transported the boxes, revealing the items prepared for Lai Cheng to take back: 1 box of flour, 2 boxes of instant noodles, and 1 box of mineral water. "What you've provided is worth this," Wu Hao remarked, having examined the quality of the 3 ability fruits Lai Cheng had brought, confirming they were indeed low-grade. Lai Cheng felt a twinge of excitement, aware that this exchange was already quite favorable, yet he naturally hoped to secure even better provisions. He anticipated trading for a box of pork, lamenting that such low-quality items would only yield meager returns. "We both understand this. Let us not beat around the bush," he urged. Wu Hao had little interest in unnecessary chatter. He was well aware of the value of what Lai Cheng could offer. Thus, he had no intention of providing anything of higher quality. His words subtly hinted that should they be able to offer better items for trade, he would reciprocate with equally desirable goods, adhering to the principle of fair and equitable exchange. Lai Cheng grasped the implication of Wu Hao's words. He gritted his teeth, acknowledging that the ability fruits were indeed surplus to their needs, as they prioritized using the better ones to enhance their own strength. Yet, the message was clear: do not expect to trade worthless items for something of value. "Next time, if I have something good, I will contact you," Lai Cheng resolved, recognizing that communication among intelligent individuals need not be verbose. Wu Hao made it clear, "All items on the table are available for you to take. If you don't want them, I'll simply discard them." This meant Lai Cheng could take even the sumptuous feast prepared for him. Lai Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, fully aware that anything on that table was a coveted treasure others would yearn for. The thought of discarding such bounty was utterly incomprehensible to him. "I will take everything," he declared with determination. Since he considers these items to be nothing more than trash, he will not be courteous and will take them all away, leaving none behind. Chapter 53. New abilities. Gaining perception. Lai Cheng's demeanor elicited an involuntary smile from Shen Qianyun. However, she had to admit that after genuinely immersing herself in this new life and becoming accustomed to its rhythms, her perspective on existence had undergone a profound transformation. She began to perceive wastefulness as inconsequential, focusing instead on the necessity of novelty, while ensuring she did not compromise her health. Her admiration for Wu Hao grew deeper. Recognizing that her current bliss was entirely attributable to him, fueling her desire to serve him wholeheartedly. Wu Hao promptly transported Lai Cheng back to building number 3. The logistics of handling and moving the 4 crates of supplies were not his concern. He had already acquired what he genuinely desired. Before him lay 3 new ability fruits, which he understood to be of paramount importance. Pointing at them, he instructed Shen Qianyun to consume them, directly triggering the consumption rebate. Though surprised, Shen Qianyun obediently complied. In terms of obedience, she surpassed Qin Feifei, following Wu Hao's commands without the slightest hesitation. As Wu Hao watched her consume the fruits, the consumption rebate was activated, revealing the effects of the 3 ability fruits. Ding! Shen Qianyun consumed 1 steel condensation gem, rebate of 800 steel condensation gems. Ding! Shen Qianyun consumed 1 blaze condensation gem, rebate of 800 blaze condensation gems. Ding! Shen Qianyun consumed 1 star condensation gem, rebate of 800 star condensation gems. The corresponding rebate fruits materialized in his personal space, granting him access to 3 new abilities. At Wu Hao's request, Shen Qianyun demonstrated the effects of these new abilities. One allowed objects to be metallized upon contact. Another raised the temperature of objects, and the last enhanced perception. Upon learning that the perception enhancement was acquired after consuming the star condensation gem, Wu Hao quickly ingested 1 steel condensation gem and 1 blaze condensation gem, followed by a star condensation gem. He indeed acquired these 3 new abilities: metallization, heating, and perception. Moreover, possessing the mind perception ability caused a resonance with the other 2 abilities, granting him an almost clairvoyant insight. He could not only perceive the activities of individuals within several apartment buildings, but also locate the existence of anomalous beasts, thanks to the enemy perception effect of mind perception. The moving entities in his field of vision manifested color changes, categorized into yellow, green, and red. Shen Qianyun appeared green to him, indicating no hostility, while yellow signified neutrality, and red indicated hostility, primarily associated with the active anomalous beasts in those apartment buildings. Wu Hao was astonished by Shen Qianyun's unwavering loyalty. He realized that discerning a person's genuine intentions towards him had become remarkably straightforward, as if he had acquired a divine skill of discernment. He also discovered that the perception ability could directly identify the effects of ability fruits, functioning as a form of appraisal technique. However, the strength of this appraisal varied with the level of his ability, implying that the higher the level of this ability, the greater the probability of successful appraisal and the volume of hidden information revealed. Regardless, it was an exceedingly useful ability. In contrast, metallization and heating seemed somewhat superfluous. When compared, metallization appeared even less practical, primarily suited for ordinary individuals. Heating, on the other hand, could potentially ignite a target, causing an internal explosion as its level increased. Metallization merely served to transform a weapon or a piece of clothing into armor. After much contemplation, Wu Hao considered that metallization might also serve to reinforce the shelter and strengthen certain items. Yet, he ultimately deemed this ability rather trivial, ranking low among the abilities he possessed, rendering it largely useless in his endeavors against the anomalous beasts. He felt a tinge of regret for not acquiring the abilities he most yearned for, aware that he still lacked effective means to confront the beasts. Nevertheless, in terms of safety and quality of life, he had indeed gained 3 commendable abilities, especially heating, which provided him with a means to combat the intensifying cold wave, ensuring he would not succumb so easily to freezing. Upon returning to the gathering place with the 4 crates of supplies, Lai Cheng was met with surprise and joy from his comrades at his safe return. The sight of the food he brought back, particularly a crate of flour, nearly prompted a cheer from them, as they understood that such a quantity could sustain them for over half a month. Instant noodles would allow them to replenish their oil and enhance their meals. The remaining crate of drinking water was deemed too precious for personal consumption. Recognized as vital medical supplies for cleansing wounds, an invaluable resource in their current predicament. Acknowledging the value of their haul, they expressed a desire for better supplies in exchange for superior goods. Lai Ching boasted about the marvels he had witnessed within, unveiling the fruits, vegetables, and half a roasted chicken he had procured. The veterans, filled with envy, listened intently as he recounted his experiences in that vastly different place, desiring to seize it for themselves. However, upon hearing Lai Ching mention that the other party possessed the ability to open spatial portals, they realized the danger posed by such formidable power, understanding that it was best not to provoke them, at least not with their current capabilities. Captain, while you were away, we received troubling news. We must inform you immediately, one veteran said, alerting Lai Ching to an urgent situation. Curiosity piqued, Lai Ching turned to him, eager to learn what had transpired during his brief absence. There has been cannibalism in building number 1, another veteran succinctly stated, indicating that someone had breached a taboo and committed an unforgivable act. Lai Ching's pupils dilated in shock. Had it escalated so swiftly that others were already viewing fellow survivors as sustenance? Not just one individual, but all remaining in building number 1 had been slaughtered and consumed, now preparing to target those in buildings number 3 and number 4. This was not an isolated incident. It was a coordinated effort, treating their comrades as mere ingredients for survival, intending to eliminate them entirely for winter rations. Chapter 54. The new reinforcement upgrade of the shelter. A fierce fire breaks out in the apartment building. How did they come here? Lai Ching instinctively inquired. However, as soon as he posed the question, a realization dawned upon him. He recalled how Big Brother Chun and his associates had traversed to the second apartment building. Understanding how Big Brother Chun had made his way over, it became evident that the cannibals from the first building were strategizing their own approach to their respective third and fourth buildings. To the rooftop, Lai Ching promptly called out. Knowing there was no time to distribute supplies or engage in leisurely discussions, Lao Gu and Lao Tao had already ascended. They are just waiting for your clear intentions, one of the brothers remarked. Lai Ching comprehended why Lao Tao was absent. He had already taken action, and Lai Ching couldn't help but admire his swift response. Then we shall ascend as well. This is no jest, he instructed them. He directed them to carry the 4 crates of supplies, deciding to relocate their base to the vicinity of the top floor, ensuring that the lunatics from the first building could not breach their defenses. Wu Hao had administered the inner spirit pills to Xin Xianyun, allowing her to consume 1 level 0 pill, yielding an astonishing return of 800 level 0 pills. Similarly, a single level 1 pill would result in a return of 800 level 1 pills. Such resources were rendered nearly infinite, making them utterly inexhaustible. After tending to her, he also experimented with the private applications of metallization and heating. Suddenly, he noticed a flurry of messages in the owner group, which surprisingly erupted into chaos. The residents of the third and fourth apartment buildings were berating those from the first, indicating that a new situation had arisen. 2703 of Building 3, First Building. Care to explain? Have you already begun to resort to cannibalism? 1104 of Building 4. Exactly. You don't mean to target us next, do you? 1702 of Building 2. Speak up. Pretending not to see it? If you dare to consume people, we wouldn't hesitate to treat you like livestock. The conversation suggested that the first building had indeed commenced cannibalistic practices, and the uproar had drawn the attention of the survivors from the other 2 buildings. They were questioning the veracity of these claims, asserting that they had breached an absolute taboo, thereby unleashing Pandora's box. Cannibalism. Xin Qianyan instinctively felt a surge of terror. After such a prolonged period since the disaster erupted, her primal instinct was to devise ways to prolong her own survival, even contemplating the unthinkable act of selling her own body. However, with the emergence of cannibalism in the first building, the situation had escalated significantly. It was evident that this was not the act of 1 or 2 individuals, but rather a collective of people preying on others as a means of sustenance. The remnants of civilization were being obliterated, as survival trumped all moral considerations. This was indeed a spectacle. Wu Hao observed the unfolding events with detached amusement, entirely unfazed. He had previously utilized his construction ability to fortify their shelter, transforming it into an impregnable fortress. After acquiring the skeletal remains of the ice crystal giant tortoise, he had integrated its structure into the steel framework of the building, further enhancing its defensive capabilities. It could be said that even he would struggle to breach this stronghold unless a being of white snake caliber were to intervene. For ordinary individuals, this place was a bastion of resilience. The incorporation of the ice crystal giant tortoise's skeletal structure had also improved the thermal insulation, rendering the interior comfortable even without air conditioning. It was conceivable that, should icy mists envelop the area, the shelter would remain insulated against frigid waves for an extended period. Thanks to the protective power of the tortoise's bones. Shen Qianyun gazed at him, astonished, unable to fathom his lack of fear. Wu Hao recognized that elaborating on the situation would be futile. He needed her to witness its strength firsthand. Thus, before her eyes, he fired a gun, set fires, and employed toxic abilities to corrode the walls, all of which failed to penetrate the inner layer. He aimed to demonstrate to her just how robust their shelter truly was. It was no exaggeration to declare that it resembled the formidable shell of an ice crystal giant tortoise, reaching the level of a second-tier exotic beast. Upon grasping the reality, Shen Qianyun expressed her exhilaration, her newfound freedom liberating her from previous inhibitions, allowing her to boldly engage in actions she had previously shied away from. Wu Hao welcomed her proactive approach, yet he understood that the complete abandonment of humanity's baseline by those in the first building was far from encouraging news. It indicated that more individuals elsewhere might forsake their principles in the struggle for survival. This would exacerbate the precarious situation for certain women, who, already vulnerable, might find themselves compelled to barter their bodies for sustenance. Now, they risked becoming mere fodder in the eyes of others. The most direct consequence of these developments for him was the dwindling number of suitable contract workers he could encounter, as those who once met the criteria now faced heightened danger and challenges in their survival. Yun had remained silent, prompting Wu Hao to inquire about her well-being and consider venturing out to seek others. He recognized that he needed to actively hunt exotic beasts and explore other neighborhoods, hoping to identify suitable candidates to expand his roster of capable assistants. As night fell, the worst fears of the residents of Buildings 3 and 4 materialized. The cannibals from the first building indeed launched a surprise attack under the cover of darkness, taking advantage of the lax defenses of the two apartment buildings. The group stationed on the rooftop of Building 3, including Lai Cheng and his companions, responded promptly as the cannibals made their approach. A fierce exchange of fire erupted atop the building, marking the first clash between ability users. Lai Cheng's group succeeded in repelling the attackers, albeit at the cost of injuring one member, confirming the formidable strength of the cannibals. Meanwhile, Building 4 fared far worse, lacking a robust team to safeguard the rooftop. The cannibals infiltrated the shelter, brutally killing and abducting several individuals, including children. It was only through the desperate resistance of the fourth building's occupants that they managed to repel the crazed assailants, though the casualties were grievous, exacerbating their already dire survival conditions. As the only apartment building within the complex illuminated by lights, Building 2 naturally became a target of interest. A thunderous explosion resounded as Wu Hao's shelter was violently breached by explosives. Chapter 55. The combination of abilities. In instant annihilation, the explosion yielded a result that left the corridor's floor unscathed. The deafening sound merely served to disturb the peace. "Are they coming?" Shen Qianyun asked, a hint of panic in her voice as she sat up. Her constant worry about this predicament had prevented her from truly sleeping deeply. The sudden noise jolted her awake, instinctively fearing that these man-eating creatures would burst in. "They have been here for a while," Wu Hao replied nonchalantly. In truth, he had detected their incursion into the second building's 26th floor the moment they intruded upon the first building using his perception ability. His curiosity about their intentions and capabilities led him to feign ignorance, opting instead to embrace Shen Qianyun as they slept. He was somewhat surprised that they resorted to explosives, and not mere common explosives at that. This was a form of supernatural ability, someone capable of creating powerful explosives from other materials. Had the security door not been reinforced with the skeletal remains of an ice crystal giant turtle, it would have surely been blown open. Wu Hao estimated their explosive power and confirmed that, had it not been for the fortification of the door, the explosion would have been sufficient to breach it. They had evidently calculated the security door's defensive capabilities, yet it must have astonished them that the corridor floor remained intact. They had not anticipated that he had fortified even the floor. Shen Qianyun knew she was safe, yet her instincts kept her on edge. Observing her unease, Wu Hao realized she would not be able to rest. With the commotion outside, it would be challenging for anyone to sleep undisturbed. "Why not let them in?" Wu Hao suggested. Aware that their disturbances would continue until dawn, he deemed it more practical to resolve the situation directly, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful slumber. "Let them in!" Shen Qianyun exclaimed in terror, fully aware that the outside world was populated by those who consumed human flesh. She understood that these intruders aimed to blast their way and to seize supplies and eliminate them both. Who consumes whom is yet to be determined. Wu Hao remarked with a cruel smile. Ever since he had dealt with the likes of Boschan, he found himself less averse to the act of killing. In this new environment, the strong prevailed over the weak. With the enemy at their doorstep, intent on demolishing his sanctuary, it was imperative that he assert himself as the master of this domain. Thus, he donned a coat and stood to confront the threat. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Qianyun slipped on her nightclothes and followed him, prepared to lend her support if necessary. Upon reaching the security door, Wu Hao feigned compliance to open it. Yet his actions conveyed no intention of granting entry. Instead, he pressed his hands against the wall. Thanks to his perception ability, he could see through the wall without relying on the security camera, effortlessly tracking the movements of the group outside. He had come to the security door specifically to use the intercom, intending to relay a message to the intruders. You have 10 seconds to leave. Anyone still outside after that will die. This was his final warning. His sanctuary welcomed only traders and beauties. Those who disrupted his peace at such an hour were decidedly unwelcome. Shen Qianyun approached, realizing his intent. Her admiration for him deepened as he exuded a sense of security that captivated her. The cannibalistic group in the corridor seemed unfazed by Wu Hao's threat, dismissing it as inconsequential. They continued their preparations, either seeking alternative entry points or planning to force their way into Wu Hao's refuge. Recognizing their indifference, Wu Hao understood that further words were unnecessary. He activated his construction ability, and in an instant, the rebar embedded in the corridor surged forth like serpents from the walls, launching an attack on the intruders. The sight of this mass movement startled them, but some among them, possessing their own abilities, endeavored to counter the onslaught of steel. Wu Hao had already issued his warning, and he was not jesting. He then employed his heating ability upon the steel, marking the first instance of a multi-ability combination. The temperature in the corridor escalated, and the rebar glowed a deep red, resembling heated branding irons. Panic set in among the intruders as they scurried to evade this formidable assault. Wu Hao showed no mercy. He acted decisively, without hesitation. Soon, individuals were pierced by the searing steel, reduced to charred remains. One by one, they were enveloped by the crimson steel, their escape routes dwindling. In the blink of an eye, none were left. They all perished, their bodies incinerated and cleansed by the corrosive drippings of the steel. When the steel retracted back into the walls, repairing the damage, the corridor appeared untouched by battle, pristine as if nothing had transpired. Shen Qianyun, the sole witness, was struck by terror, unable to fathom that so many lives had simply evaporated without a trace. All cleaned up. Time for sleep, Wu Hao declared, yawning broadly. He was irked that these intruders had disturbed his dreams, having not sought them out, yet they had come to him. They clearly lacked understanding of the importance of rest for the absorption of supernatural fruits. Conversely, Shen Qianyun was exhilarated and found herself unable to sleep, her anticipation igniting a new battle to unfold in the living room. As the night wore on, each apartment building faced its unique circumstances. The fourth building suffered the most significant losses, while the third building exhibited the swiftest responses. However, the survivors in the first building were now regarded with hostility. They could no longer be seen as mere survivors but were viewed as beasts among the cannibals. A survival war had ignited among the remaining survivors, who realized that their challenges extended beyond merely seeking supplies and enduring the cold. They must also guard against the man-eating lunatics from the first building, who were indeed bold enough to invade and consume their kind. Chapter 56, Bloodthirsty Devouring Powers, Level 4 Underground Beast. Wu Hao paid no heed to these matters, understanding that they were entirely unrelated to him. The demise of the remaining survivors held no significance for him. He was aware that the lunatics in Building No. 1 posed no threat to his existence. Thus, upon awakening, he resumed his intended course of action, driving out for an expedition. This journey was not solely for hunting beasts and acquiring flesh and materials, but also for seeking female survivors from other regions to augment his ranks. Shen Qianyun did not see him off personally, still lost in slumber. Even after a night's rest, she was pleasantly surprised to realize that despite her age, she felt revitalized in Wu Hao's presence. The contrast between her current life and the past was like night and day, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloping her. As Wu Hao departed, a pair of eyes fixated on his vehicle, aware of his movements. That damn fellow. He caused us to lose so many. Another voice seethed with hatred as they observed Wu Hao's vehicle leaving. If Wu Hao were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback by their appearance, for they resembled the legendary werewolves. Their eyes gleamed with a sharp, green luminescence, their jaws elongated, filled with sharp fangs, and their hands morphed into claws, reminiscent of true beasts. Had I known, I should have devoured that brat. One werewolf grumbled, dissatisfied. The previous day, to secure the 26th floor of Building No. 2, they had dispatched their elite squad, comprising 4 superhumans, one of whom wielded the ability of clay bomb, capable of creating powerful explosives from Earth. Their intention was to launch a surprise attack and blow open the security door. However, the enemy's methods proved even more terrifying, annihilating their elite team without leaving a single body behind. The clay bomb ability was rather useless. They had to consume that fellow. He undoubtedly possessed formidable powers. The other werewolf gazed greedily at the off-road vehicle driven by Wu Hao. The two were brothers, endowed with a unique fruit of power that allowed them to transform into malevolent werewolves. These creatures could not only consume and absorb the abilities of the devoured superhumans, but could also infect others, transforming them into lower-tier werewolves. Through this power, they had transformed all personnel in Building Number 1, granting them enhanced resistance to the cold and bolstering their physical prowess. Most importantly, they felt no burden in consuming human flesh. Instead, they found it delectable. They had transcended humanity, becoming fearsome werewolves. Furthermore, consuming humans accelerated their growth and allowed them to absorb the abilities of the devoured, creating an addictive sensation that they could not resist. Building No. 4 had fortified its defenses following the previous night's events. However, there were fierce characters in Building Number 3. If they could be consumed, their strength would multiply. The deputy leader of the werewolves conveyed to the leader, unaware of how their plan had been compromised, resulting in significant setbacks. Nevertheless, their gains were considerable, especially after wreaking havoc in Building Number 4, making their next assault more feasible. Building Number 3 housed the veterans of Lie City, seasoned fighters with extensive combat experience. The leader seemed well acquainted with Lie City and its veterans, thus he was not surprised by the inability to conquer Building Number 3. However, he was astonished by the substantial losses incurred in Building Number 2, where his elite forces had been completely decimated. We must prioritize eliminating the threat from Building Number 2. Doesn't he desire women? Let us send some women over to create an opportunity for infiltration from within, the leader proclaimed with a murderous intent. Brother, are you suggesting we send that girl? She would surely be willing to go. We cannot control her anyway. It would be better to let her sow chaos. Who knows? It might yield a pleasant surprise, the leader sinisterly suggested, convinced of the plan's brilliance. The deputy leader also found the scheme promising. Initially, he had intended to keep the girl for himself, contemplating the birth of stronger offspring. However, the opposing force was formidable, keeping them from exerting control over her, confining her instead. Yet, under the current circumstances, if they could successfully infiltrate her into the enemy's lair, it would be akin to placing a nuclear bomb within. The enemy would be unable to withstand it, potentially offering a chance for an internal breakthrough to eliminate them. As Wu Hao drove out, he realized that with his perception ability, this excursion had become significantly simpler. Having fully digested and ready to absorb again, he consumed 350 star condensing jades, elevating his perception ability to level 4. It felt as though he had awakened his third eye, enabling him to see through walls and structures, ignoring the dense ice fog to assess the road ahead and detect any beastly activities. Most crucially, he could easily locate nearby power fruits. He confirmed that his level 4 perception granted him a range of 400 meters. Any power fruit within that vicinity would be instantly detected. However, this 400-meter range formed a sphere, allowing him to perceive things previously unseen, such as underground. To his astonishment, he discovered a colossal creature lurking beneath the surface. As he discerned its nature, he became wary while driving, deliberately steering clear of the area occupied by this behemoth. He identified it as a worm, though now it should be referred to as an earth dragon. A true earth dragon, approximately 150 meters long, with a width of 20 meters at its broadest point. With his enhanced level 4 perception, he could ascertain that this was a level 4 beast. 2 tiers above the ice crystal giant turtle. Hidden underground, its movement and attack methods resembled that of a dragon. If disturbed, it could easily swallow both him and his vehicle in a single bite. An escape would be impossible. He surmised that it must have been buried beneath the surface during low tide, remaining undisturbed while the ice fog dissipated, seemingly resting in this very spot. Chapter 57. The Saint-level ability fruit and the 3rd-level beast. The extermination of 4th-level beasts poses an excessively high risk. Thus, facing 3rd-level ones would likely require a desperate struggle. Drawing from his experience with the ice crystal giant turtle, Wu Hao understands that the power disparity between each level of beast is substantial. Currently, he finds it somewhat challenging to deal with 2nd-level beasts, and his utmost limit might only extend to 3rd-level ones. If he were to encounter a 4th-level beast, his only viable option would be to flee as swiftly as possible, avoiding direct confrontation at all costs. This predicament arises from his lack of potent offensive abilities, as he possesses only the toxic ability for attacks. Should he possess abilities like spatial compression or fusion explosion, he would not hesitate to engage in a head-on battle with 4th-level beasts. Ideally, he would seek out a spirit-level offensive ability, which would undoubtedly wield greater power. Wu Hao drove in search of ability fruits and survivors. With the knowledge that the rear base was largely secure, he felt free to venture further afield. He activated the vehicle's broadcasting reception to check for any nearby requests for assistance. Suddenly, he sensed an unprecedented wave of ability fluctuation. Upon verifying, he discovered it was an ability fruit, of a type he had never encountered before. The intensity of this fluctuation surpassed even that of spirit-level ability fruits. Without delay, Wu Hao maneuvered his vehicle toward the source. He quickly entered the area where the ability fruit resided, confirming it was a fruit crystallized at the exit of a subway station. The unique aura emanating from this fruit was strikingly different. With his enhanced ability perception, he could identify this fruit as a new type, and it was of high caliber. Wind Saint Jade, Saint-level ability fruit, effect, grants level 5 compression ability upon use, Saint level. This fruit's level surpasses that of spirit-level fruits. Moreover, using it would grant an immediate level 5 compression ability. One could assert that a single Saint-level fruit equates to the power of 1,000 condensation-level ability fruits. Wu Hao quickly calculated the conversion ratio based on his recent ability level improvements, realizing that elevating a level 1 compression ability to level 5 would typically require nearly 1,000 condensation-level ability fruits. Yet, this single fruit could bestow a level 5 ability directly. Its rarity was evident. However, he was not the sole individual aware of its presence. Wu Hao refrained from rushing toward it, instead concealing his off-road vehicle and blending into the snowstorm. Utilizing the invisibility granted by his control over ice and snow to approach the Saint-level ability fruit stealthily, he noted another competitor already present, a small blue serpent coiled protectively around the fruit, seemingly waiting for it to mature further. Through his perception, he discerned that this blue serpent was a third-level beast. Though small in comparison to larger serpents, it still measured over 5 meters in length, undeniably a formidable creature. The most troublesome aspect was the small horn atop its head, indicating its potential to transform into a dragon in the future. From a safety perspective, it would be prudent to retreat and avoid risking his life. However, Wu Hao understood that fortune favors the bold. He recognized the necessity of taking this risk, primarily due to the alluring effects of the Saint-level ability fruit, particularly the powerful compression ability it promised. This ability could effectively address his current shortcomings, and upon mastering it, he might even have the means to mount a counterattack against the third-level blue snake. Utilizing the cover of the snow, he carefully approached the subway entrance where the Saint-level ability fruit awaited. Thus far, the blue serpent remained oblivious to his presence. This was encouraging news. By merging his mental perception with his ice and snow control, he discovered he could anticipate the range of the serpent as awareness, allowing him to ascertain whether he had been detected or if the serpent was merely feigning ignorance, plotting a sudden ambush. Wu Hao was confident that the blue serpent had not noticed him. It remained coiled near the Wind Saint fruit, seemingly asleep. After gauging the serpent's range of awareness, he promptly opened a portal, placing its other end 200 meters away, while simultaneously starting his off-road vehicle, ready for immediate retreat. With this preparation complete, he set several traps along his escape route. He employed his structural abilities to make the ground appear normal, yet any heavy step would cause it to collapse. While these traps would not be lethal, they would certainly hinder any pursuing creature's movement. With everything prepared, he approached the Wind Saint fruit. His ice and snow invisibility allowed him to merge seamlessly with the environment, rendering him undetectable to the blue serpent as he stealthily circled closer to the subway entrance. However, the serpent's vigilance was commendable. As Wu Hao neared the fruit, less than 5 meters away, it suddenly awoke, raising its triangular head and flicking its tongue in alertness. Scanning its surroundings, Wu Hao pressed himself against the doorpost of the subway entrance, holding his breath and transforming his body into a metallic state, effectively masking his life force. The blue serpent remained on high alert, seemingly attuned to the presence of something amiss in its vicinity. It turned a glance at the Wind Saint fruit to ensure its safety, yet it still lacked complete assurance, scanning the area with suspicion. In that moment, Wu Hao remained utterly still, acutely aware that any misstep could reveal his presence to the third-level blue serpent, leading to an unavoidable clash for survival. After a tense moment of vigilance, the serpent seemed to conclude that there was no immediate threat and gradually settled back down, closing its eyes to resume its slumber. However, Wu Hao's mental perception indicated that it was feigning sleep, still alert to the potential danger lurking nearby. Its instinct warned that something was amiss, and it intended to lure him out with this ruse, preparing to strike when he least expected it. Chapter 58. The Inevitable Capture, Fierce Beast Truly. This creature is sufficiently vigilant. Wu Hao cursed inwardly, realizing that if not for his telepathic ability to sense hostility, he would have undoubtedly fallen victim to the beast's cunning. However, He was aware that the creature had not truly relaxed its guard. He too had to act swiftly. The wind-sacred fruit lay tantalizingly within reach, and he could not afford to abandon it now. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, his fingertips were nearly brushing against the coveted fruit. He knew that with just a little more proximity, he could utilize his spatial abilities to swiftly seize it and claim the prize. Yet, at that moment, the azure serpent sprang into action, its vigilance heightened as it scanned its surroundings. Its reaction was more frantic this time, flicking its tongue with fervor, rapidly gathering information from the air. It seemed to have deduced that something was amiss in its vicinity, compelling it to abandon pretense. And it had confirmed that an intruder lurked nearby. Wu Hao understood that he could not afford to wait any longer. The serpent was intent on encircling the wind-sacred fruit with its tail, determined to guard it fiercely. In a flash, he reached out and touched the fruit, instantly drawing it into his spatial realm, successfully acquiring this precious treasure. However, his abrupt movement caused a disturbance in his icy invisibility, revealing his presence at the moment of seizing the fruit, allowing the serpent to detect him and swiftly turn its gaze in his direction. Their eyes locked. Wu Hao knew a confrontation was imminent. In the instant the furious serpent met his gaze, he unleashed his power, charm. With a surge of mental energy, he invaded its consciousness, aiming to subdue it. The third-level beast sensed the intrusion and immediately retaliated in terror, launching a counter-offensive in its mind. Wu Hao quickly realized that his assumptions were correct. The higher the level of the beast, the stronger its mental resistance. The azure serpent's defensive capabilities were nearly double that of the ice crystal giant tortoise. As a result, his attempt to charm the serpent was thwarted almost instantly, declaring his failure. Yet, he had achieved the desired effect. He knew that directly charming a third-level beast was impossible. He sought to induce a momentary lapse in its mental defenses. Indeed, as his charm was forcibly interrupted, the serpent shook its head in disorientation, still struggling to recover from the effects of resisting his charm. This precious moment was precisely what Wu Hao needed. He swiftly propelled himself toward the direction of the activated portal. Just as he had taken off, covering several meters, the serpent finally regained its composure, now enraged and pursuing him with the speed of a blue lightning bolt. Wu Hao dared not glance back, relying solely on his perception to monitor the serpent's movements and anticipate its attacks. He sensed it preparing to unleash venom, and with a well-timed slide, evaded the spray. After successfully dodging the serpent's venom, he reached the portal and leapt through it. Upon arriving on the other side, he promptly sealed the portal, preventing the serpent from following him. In an instant, he had created a distance of 200 meters between them and quickly boarded an all-terrain vehicle. A swift push on the accelerator propelled the vehicle to its maximum speed, racing away as the serpent relentlessly pursued him. It was furious that this petty thief had stolen the extraordinary fruit it had guarded for so long, rendering all its efforts futile. Wu Hao knew it would not be easy to shake off the serpent. Thus, he intentionally avoided the collapse traps he had set, speeding away while preparing to activate another portal. The serpent was hot on his heels when it suddenly fell into one of the traps, plunging into a 5-meter deep pit. While this pit was not lethal, it was sufficient to delay the serpent, which needed several seconds to extricate itself. Just as it emerged, furious and ready to chase again, it fell into another trap. This time, it landed in a seemingly ordinary road that concealed a deep hole, further hindering its pursuit. After 2 such setbacks, its eyes burned with rage, fully entering a state of frenzy, vowing to pursue Wu Hao to the end. Wu Hao, observing the situation from a distance, could not suppress a smirk, realizing his plan had succeeded in delaying the azure serpent. In just a few seconds, he had increased the distance between them to several hundred meters, both of them gradually vanishing into the dense icy mist, losing sight of one another. Yet, he knew he had to remain cautious. Given the enmity he had now established with the serpent, they were destined for a deadly confrontation. Spotting the activated portal ahead, he drove straight into it, teleporting himself to the rooftop of a nearby building. Afterward, he quickly stored the all-terrain vehicle in his spatial realm, merging himself with the surrounding ice and snow, becoming invisible and erasing his presence. Before long, the azure serpent traced his lingering scent and arrived at the portal. Bewildered as it searched the area, it discovered that the scent had completely vanished, leaving it with no trace of the thief who had stolen its precious fruit. Infuriated, it rampaged around, wreaking havoc in a futile attempt to find any remnants of the detestable intruder. Wu Hao, from his vantage point atop the building, watched the scene unfold. Relieved at his own caution, had he been less prudent, he might have inadvertently led the serpent to his current safe haven, exposing his position and inviting trouble. But now, with the sought-after treasure in his possession, he possessed formidable offensive capabilities. Observing the azure serpent's turmoil below, he knew it would never suspect that the object of its search was right above. watching its temper tantrum with amusement. He glanced at the wind's sacred fruit safely stored in his spatial realm, deciding to wait before consuming it. He intended to nourish it to Shinchinian first, subsequently doubling its quantity through consumption and rewards. Moreover, having reached his absorption limit for the day, he would need to wait until the next day to ascertain the true extent of his compression ability, enabling him to face the third-level Azure Serpent with confidence in a direct confrontation. Chapter 59. Toying with the Fierce Beast and welcoming new members after a full 2 hours. The Level 3 Beast, the Azure Serpent, finally relented and departed. The streets and surrounding buildings lay in disarray, a testament to its fury, as it seemed intent on demolishing everything in sight to unearth the thief who had stolen from it. Upon witnessing its exit, Wu Hao realized it was safe for him to return. However, to be prudent, he utilized a series of teleportation portals to distance himself several kilometers before retrieving an all-terrain vehicle to drive back. Upon his return, he found himself greeted by a fierce snowstorm. Thick layers of snow had accumulated, transforming into solid ice under the relentless cold, effectively flooding the entrance to the underground parking garage. Given the situation, he deemed it wiser to enter through the first floor. Observing the depth of the snow, he anticipated that by morning, the entire first floor would be submerged, relegating the second floor to the status of the lowest entry point. He recognized that the environmental conditions had worsened significantly, necessitating an acceleration in his strength training and a swift increase in his manpower to fundamentally enhance his overall power. Just as he returned, he was spotted by the werewolf brothers from Building 1. They expressed envy at Wu Hao's apparent freedom to roam and gather resources at will. Yet, their arrogance led them to fantasize about a day when they could vanquish him, devour his powers, and claim his territory as their own. Everything he possessed would then fall into their hands, allowing them to reap the rewards effortlessly. Upon entering his warm and somewhat cozy home, Wu Hao immediately spotted Shinchinian, who was clad only in a white apron. The apron was pristine, yet her skin outshone it, captivating his gaze. "Don't look at me like that," she said, her face flushing with embarrassment as she averted her eyes from his fervent stare. Aware of her boldness, she reminded him that she would reward him for returning safely. Wu Hao felt a surge of excitement, fully grasping the adage that nothing is more delightful than a dumpling, and nothing more exhilarating than the allure of a mature woman, which far surpassed that of youthful maidens. Shinchinian's gentleness penetrated to the core, and even after their encounter, she knew how to help him unwind. As he reveled in her soothing presence, the stress accumulated from his earlier battle with the Azure Serpent swiftly dissipated. This was what life should be, imbuing his efforts and the act of sheltering her with profound significance. "Qianyan, I've noticed you've become quite bold," Wu Hao teased, recalling her previous timid demeanor, always cautious around others. Now, she seemed transformed, exuding a newfound audacity that was both surprising and intoxicating. Shinchinian blushed, understanding that Wu Hao's use of Qianyan was intentional, reserved for private moments. She recognized her own transformation, realizing that she was willing to offer herself wholly to someone she admired. "Do you not like it?" she asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice, as she genuinely sought his approval. "What do you think?" Wu Hao replied with a smile, knowing that previously he had been surrounded by Qin Feifei and Lu Xinya. But now, Shinchinian alone sufficed. He sometimes felt fortunate for his strength and youth, otherwise he might have been unable to resist her allure. Reassured, Shinchinian moved closer, displaying her tenderness. "As long as you like it, I am willing to give you everything," she declared, her voice as gentle as water, having entrusted him with her all. For her, to be abandoned by him would mean losing the will to live. Wu Hao sensed her dependence and recognized her essence differed fundamentally from that of Qin Feifei and the others. Her devotion stemmed from gratitude towards the one who had redeemed her, leading to complete surrender and unwavering loyalty. This realization brought him a unique satisfaction, a feeling not as intensely felt with the others. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he continued to hone his abilities, employing charms to embolden Shinchinian further while also refining his skill in their use. This leisurely pastime continued until the doorbell rang, abruptly interrupting their moment. Shinchinian felt a twinge of nervousness as she glanced toward the security door. Despite her extraordinary strength, bolstered by Wu Hao's nurturing, she instinctively felt fear when confronted with strangers. "A guest has arrived," Wu Hao noted, unfazed by the situation. He didn't need to check the surveillance. His senses informed him of the circumstances outside. He observed someone hastily depositing a figure, wrapped in a blanket, before swiftly departing. Recognizing the presence of someone from Building 1, he surmised they intended to execute a malicious plan, delivering an unwelcome surprise. Although he could easily disregard the external situation, his senses confirmed that the figure beneath the blanket was a girl. Through his system, he quickly accessed her information, realizing he had to admit her. Shui, appearance, 93, purity, 10, immaculate, ability, spirit-level blood demon physique, approval. Granted, a qualified girl possessing spirit-level abilities had essentially been delivered to him. An opportunity too good to pass up. He instructed Shen Qianyan to wait a moment, donned a robe, and opened a portal to retrieve the girl wrapped in the blanket, bringing her inside. Noticing that her body was nearly frozen, resembling a block of ice, yet she remained alive, Wu Hao found her in a state of hibernation, which struck him as peculiar. Upon seeing a newcomer, Shen Qianyan shyly donned a sultry nightgown. As the blanket was lifted, they beheld a petite girl, resembling a delicate princess. With a height of around 150 centimeters and skin as white as snow, lacking any flush of color. As the surrounding temperature rose, she stirred from her slumber. Her eyes revealing an extraordinary crimson hue, starkly different from the usual human gaze. Chapter 60, Blood Demon Physique, Contracting a Vampire Princess. Was it albinism? A vampire? Chen Hao observed her appearance and immediately sensed that she bore a striking resemblance to the legendary vampires. The moment she regained consciousness, her eyes emanated a frenzied allure. Through his mental perception, he confirmed the overwhelming hostility she exuded, which was not directed at an adversary, but rather at her prey. It became evident to him that she was ravenously hungry, to the point of madness. Keep your distance, Chen Hao commanded Shen Qianyan, instructing her to step back. For this girl, resembling a snow-white princess, was exceedingly dangerous, her threat level comparable to that of a first or even second-tier extraordinary beast. Shen Qianyan complied immediately. However, Chen Hao soon realized that the girl had latched onto one of his arms, her small mouth's sharp fangs easily piercing through his metallicized skin. He felt his blood being rapidly siphoned away. It appeared he had truly encountered a vampire. Yet, he understood that she was not a vampire in the traditional sense, but rather possessed a spiritual-level ability known as the blood demon physique. This meant she could sustain herself by absorbing blood rather than consuming food, allowing her to swiftly recover from injuries. As he observed her feeding, he noted her body gradually expanding, the once emaciated parts becoming fuller. She had evidently reached a state of depletion, enabling her to alter her appearance and enter a dormant state with minimal energy expenditure. Remarkably, she could transform her physique to appear petite yet also voluptuous. "Boss, you look a bit pale," Shen Qianyan remarked, noticing Wu Hao's complexion had turned ashen. A clear sign of excessive blood loss. His arm had begun to wither as if he were being drained by a leech. Wu Hao attempted to shake off the blood-sucking princess but found her clinging to him as if she were parasitic, making it impossible to dislodge her. Thus, he devised a plan. He said to Shen Qianyan, "Stay in the living room. If I don't call for you or come out, do not enter." He intended to confine this leech to the bedroom, preparing to deal with her properly. Shen Qianyan felt anxious but recognized her inability to assist, so she nodded obediently, urging him to be cautious. Wu Hao dragged the leech into the bedroom, swiftly removing her grip and administering an injection. Shui, sensing the needle, immediately jolted awake. Her once glistening red eyes now filled with madness and fury as she glared at him, intensifying her blood-sucking speed, intent on draining him completely. However, Wu Hao was no longer afraid, for he had successfully bound their contract and received the notification. Ding. Successfully bound Shui. Current number of contracted tools, 9. Current rebate multiplier, 900. Ding. Shui consumed 1 blood spirit gem, rebate of 900 blood spirit gems. In an instant, he had bound her and successfully reclaimed the energy she had expended. Wu Hao promptly retrieved a gem from his spatial pocket and consumed it. This act granted him the blood demon physique, awakening within him a fierce thirst for blood and revealing a new means of sustaining his life, the consumption of blood. Whether from ordinary humans or extraordinary beasts, as long as he had blood to replenish, he could heal from wounds at an astonishing rate. Yet, he realized that he was on the verge of being completely drained by Shui. In a moment of desperation, sharp fangs emerged from his mouth, and he sank them into her shoulder, beginning to extract her blood in return. In the blink of an eye, the two became entangled in a cycle of consumption, each vying to drain the other. Ultimately, a balance was struck, as if they had reached an unspoken agreement. Wu Hao lost half of his blood volume to replenish Shui, while she, receiving a sufficient quantity of blood, became less famished and calmed down. However, Wu Hao felt dizzy, nearly succumbing to her grasp. Fortunately, he had the blood of the ice crystal giant turtle in his spatial pocket, allowing him to quickly replenish his lost blood volume. He realized that without the blood demon physique, he would have certainly succumbed to excessive blood loss. Yet, upon catching the scent of the ice crystal giant turtle's blood, Shui stirred again, her eyes greedily fixed on the bottled turtle blood in his hand. a clear desire evident in her gaze. Wu Hao shared some with her, but, noticing their current position, decided to retract some of the offering. Ultimately, Shui Yi fell into a contented slumber, appearing as a youthful vampire princess, despite her potential for a more voluptuous form, nestled sweetly in bed to conserve energy. In contrast, Wu Hao felt himself growing stronger, his muscles becoming more defined, resembling a fitness model, and his aura infused with a devilish charm due to the blood demon physique. Where he had once been merely handsome, he now exuded an alluring, somewhat sinister beauty. Emerging from the bedroom, he locked eyes with Shun Qianyun, who immediately noticed the transformation in his demeanor and physique. This time, there was no need for him to employ his charms. She was already captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration and infatuation for his new appearance. As night descended, Wu Hao and Shun Qianyun sat together at the dining table. Despite his newfound ability to sustain himself solely through blood, he chose not to live as a true vampire, instead indulging in a proper meal. He was determined to enjoy life's pleasures without reservation. Shui Yi had awakened, yet she seemed somewhat deranged, resembling a wild beast, having lost some of her human cognition. Her attachment to him was inexplicable, and though she sat properly on the bench, draped in a white nightgown that concealed her youthful form, she appeared like a stunningly beautiful monkey, her eyes fixed on him with a dazed curiosity, as if she were memorizing his every detail. Wu Hao reflected on the intentions of those in Building 1, who had evidently hoped to send Shui Yi to eliminate him. He gnawed forcefully on a piece of steak, feeling fortunate for his strength and the abilities he had acquired through their contract, as well as the ample supply of ice crystal giant turtle blood in his spatial pocket. Otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits, nearly drained to death by Shui Yi. Those individuals deserved their fate. Shun Qianyun, a gentle and kind-hearted woman, had witnessed Shui Yi and felt a surge of maternal instinct, pain that she had been offered as a gift, nearly frozen in the process. Those fiends had aimed to destroy Wu Hao, but fortunately, her divine strength had transformed this crisis into an opportunity for him to grow even stronger, ultimately saving Shui Yi. Wu Hao gazed at Shun Qianyun in astonishment, surprised to hear such sentiments from someone who had always been so gentle and unassuming. Chapter 61. The terrifying nature of saint-level abilities. The upgrade of the spatial dimension, it became evident to him that her loyalty ran deep, unwavering to the core, and she harbored a profound love for him. She was wholly devoted, compliant to his every whim. Yet, when faced with threats to his existence, she exhibited a darker side, transforming from a saintly figure into a vengeful witch, capable of ruthless carnage in an instant. Would she truly eliminate them all later? Wu Hao was reluctant to involve himself with these individuals, as his sole desire was to cultivate his own power and peace, to thrive rapidly in this environment. The people from Building 1 were akin to water and oil, avoiding conflict with him. Yet, they had audaciously provoked him, intending to ensnare him with their lethal ploys. Were it not for his formidable strength, he might have fallen prey to their schemes, having established a bitter enmity. Despite the advantage it granted to the individuals from Buildings 3 and 4, he understood the necessity of demonstrating his might, imparting a lesson to those who dared to challenge him. "I will fight alongside you," Shun Qianyun volunteered, eager to join him in battle. Shui Yi, observing the unfolding drama, raised her delicate hand, signaling her desire to participate as well. Wu Hao turned his gaze toward her, recognizing her uniqueness. It seemed that during her absorption of the blood magic ability, her intellect had diminished to that of a child, particularly when driven to bloodlust by hunger. However, having tamed and contracted her, she now behaved like a wild beast, wholly submissive. Through his mental perception, he discerned that both she and Shun Qianyun regarded him with absolute loyalty, devoid of any hostility. Patience was essential. He decided against immediate retribution that night. He possessed a saint-level ability fruit yet to be utilized. He resolved to bestow one upon Shun Qianyun and another upon Shui Yi before seeking trouble with Building 1, ensuring they understood the gravity of their mistake. The night passed in blissful anticipation. At dawn, Wu Hao fed the Wind Saint fruit to Shun Qianyun and another to the newly joined Shui Yi, resulting in an astonishing return of 1,800 fruits, each of saint-level caliber. Yet, he faced a dilemma. His body's absorption capacity had limitations. He was no longer concerned about resources or ability fruits. Only the need for new types of fruits and the daily absorption cap remained. He consumed a Wind Saint fruit himself, instantly absorbing it, and was astounded to find that it had reduced his absorption cap by a third with just one fruit. It was equivalent to consuming 100 fruits. Yet he could only consume 3 daily. Wu Hao recognized the severity of this situation. Attempting to elevate this saint-level ability to level 2 would be arduous. His current daily absorption limit was 350 fruits, yet consuming saint-level fruits would cap him at 3, necessitating digestion of vast energies before further consumption could elevate his powers. He understood that the primary cause of this predicament was his frail physique. His abilities and mental strength were formidable among his peers, yet when compared to the beasts, he was weaker than even a level 2 ice crystal giant turtle. This rendered him akin to a fragile mage. Any physical assault would easily overwhelm him, hindering his absorption capacity. However, he recognized that this struggle was uniquely his own. For others, the notion of unlimited ability fruits was a distant dream. They reveled in the acquisition of even a single fruit, believing themselves fortunate. Upon consuming the Wind Saint fruit, he swiftly gained the ability to compress this saint-level power. Yet, he noticed a significant change. He discovered that another ability of his had upgraded, one he had believed immutable. Ding! Successfully absorbed the saint-level space ability. The personal space function has upgraded. Ding! The range for utilizing personal space has increased, allowing him to draw in all objects within a 2-meter radius. To his astonishment, his personal space had indeed upgraded. The increased range meant he no longer needed to physically touch objects to store them. Anything within 2 meters could now be effortlessly absorbed, greatly enhancing convenience. Could it be that only spatial abilities could enhance the efficacy of his personal space? Wu Hao marveled at this revelation, understanding it was indeed fortuitous news that his core ability could evolve through mastery of other spatial powers. Even a slight increase in collection distance represented a significant improvement in usability. While mastering the compression ability, he realized it possessed remarkable traits befitting a saint-level skill. Not only did it encompass spatial powers, but it also exhibited extraordinary compatibility, allowing it to synergize with other abilities, creating effects that far exceeded their individual potentials, akin to a black hole. He glanced at Shui Yi, observing her utilization of the compression ability. To his astonishment, she formed a gravitational point before her, effortlessly drawing in the blood of the ice crystal giant turtle. This ability transformed her into a blood-sucking black hole, siphoning the blood of injured targets in proximity, generating a collective absorption effect. Shun Qianyun, too, unveiled a novel application of her powers, merging her compression ability with her mastery of ice. She conjured an ice bead, hurling it forth to unleash a barrage of ice arrows, creating a vast frozen sphere capable of widespread devastation. Both young women were undeniably talented. Wu Hao recognized that they were not mere adornments. Their abilities would prove invaluable. Witnessing their keen understanding and developing their powers, he contemplated bringing them along for future hunts, making encounters with formidable foes like the level 3 green snake feasible and accelerating their collective growth. Now was the perfect opportunity for them to hone their skills. He could see that Shun Qianyun had transformed from a docile lamb into a fierce black sheep, embodying the essence of a dark, enchanting witch. Chapter 62. Taking them out for practice. The Witch Legion moves out. Let us go and greet them. They have bestowed upon us such a grand gift. We must express our gratitude in person. Wu Hao had initially intended to ignore these individuals. However, since they had provoked him and genuinely sought to end his life, he felt compelled to take action to secure his peaceful existence. Thus, he resolved to eliminate these obstacles. Let us go? Shun Qianyun revealed a gentle smile. Yet there was an indescribable darkness to it. To her, the thought of harm coming to her most cherished person ignited a fierce determination to wield her weapon in defense, ensuring that some would pay dearly for their transgressions. Shui Yi, having heard of their imminent departure, leaped onto Wu Hao's back, her crimson eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. For her, this was an opportunity for a grand feast, a change of taste. Although her mind was somewhat deranged, she retained memories of how others had treated her, fueling her hatred towards them. Wu Hao swiftly opened a portal, linking his location with building number 1. With a single step, he traversed from building No. 2 to building number 1, only to discover, were these beings even human? He observed those who were indulging in a meal, realizing that during their assault on his stronghold, they had concealed themselves beneath heavy cloaks, rendering their true forms unrecognizable. Now, face to face, he saw that these individuals, regardless of gender, bore fur like wolves, and their features had devolved into something monstrous. Most striking were their hands, which resembled the claws of a beast. Several were feasting upon a girl, their appearance indistinguishable from that of monsters. Werewolves? Shen Qianyun exclaimed, surprised as she gazed at them. They reminded her of the werewolves from horror films, and she recognized that they had transformed into something far from human. Disgusting kill, Shui interjected, her fury ignited by the sight of these beings. It was evident she remembered them, and upon seeing them, her desire for violence surged, eager to unleash a massacre. Annihilate them all. Wu Hao had initially thought this was merely a minor scuffle among survivors. Now, witnessing the scene in building number 1, he comprehended that this was a mutual extermination between races. The moment he saw Shui, he realized for the first time that there existed abilities capable of transforming humans into monsters. It was evident that the individuals here had been infected by a lycanthropic ability, rendering them even more terrifying and powerful. However, the cost was steep. They were no longer human, becoming increasingly bloodthirsty, devoid of any psychological burden regarding cannibalism. Shen Qianyun was unafraid. All she felt was a fierce urge for vengeance on behalf of Wu Hao. Thus, she transformed into a frost goddess, rapidly coalescing a crystal of ice in her pale palm, which she then propelled forward. In an instant, just as the werewolves prepared to launch their assault, the ice crystal was unleashed, erupting with the power of compressed frost. A torrent of ice arrows surged through the corridor, crashing into the werewolves before they could react, pinning them violently against the walls. The brutal force of the ice unleashed from the arrows froze several weaker foes instantly, while the stronger ones suffered severe injuries, struggling futilely against their icy restraints. As Shen Qianyun unleashed this power for the first time, her body trembled, but her face lit up with the exhilarated joy of a child discovering her own strength, reveling in the sheer delight of it. Shui observed the werewolves' injuries, their wounds gushing blood. Her crimson eyes gleamed with greedy excitement as she conjured a gaping black hole that swiftly siphoned the blood from the wounded werewolves, absorbing it with insatiable hunger. Her fingers became more vibrant, indicating that she had feasted well and could store additional blood energy, thereby enhancing her combat prowess. Wu Hao, witnessing their prowess, felt no need to intervene. He pressed deeper into the building, using his perception and mental abilities to unveil the hidden locations of the lurking werewolves, initiating a thorough cleansing operation to eliminate them, aiming for total annihilation. Shen Qianyun and Shui had found their rhythm, one controlled and incapacitated, while the other delivered lethal strikes. The beings that would be deemed demons and nightmares by ordinary humans now faced their true demons. They exhibited remarkable synergy. Shen Qianyun excelled at control and manipulation, demonstrating to the werewolves what true ice crystal traps entailed, revealing that the realm of frost was her dominion. Meanwhile, Shui approached the slaughter with the primal ferocity of a beast. Having acquired the ability to compress, she grew lethargic, opting to draw blood with her dark portal rather than resorting to physical attacks, indulging in the process as if sipping juice through a straw. Confronted by these two genuine witches, the werewolves, initially resistant, soon recognized the futility of their struggle. They panicked and fled, too terrified to confront them, let alone appear within their vicinity. However, with Wu Hao present, their evasion proved meaningless. Like a detector, he effortlessly located them, dispatching each one systematically, intending to eradicate them entirely. On the top floor, the leader of the werewolves in building number 1 had not anticipated Wu Hao's counterattack. After facing the vampire queen, not only had he survived, but he had also claimed her as a formidable ally. What manner of creature is this? In comparison to him, we seem more human. The werewolf leader, through the heightened perception of the werewolf king, grasped the unfolding events within building number 1. They realized they had truly crossed paths with the wrong individual. Understanding that he thrived in such a catastrophic environment, capable of navigating the icy mists and returning unscathed, they recognized his exceptional prowess. Miraculously, he had even managed to tame the vampire queen, turning her into one of his trusted generals. How could they possibly combat this? They were acutely aware that even united, they could not defeat the vampire queen, and had only sought to exploit her low intelligence to lure her into the icy mists, freezing her into a slumber from which they could imprison her. Chapter 63, The Skill of Demolition. Behind him, a powerful women's legion brother. We should escape. They are about to kill us, urged the werewolf brother, aware that they had genuinely erred this time. Their misstep had led to their stronghold being entirely compromised. What could have been a fortunate beginning had instead turned into a disastrous reversal due to their recklessness, leaving them with no chance of turning the tide. Let us go. The werewolf brother gritted his teeth, contemplating briefly before deciding to flee immediately. They still had a chance to escape, but if they delayed, it would be too late. They resolved to join a more formidable organization, realizing that their current strength was insufficient for easy advancement. It was wiser to align themselves with a more powerful faction to secure a better future. Without hesitation, the younger werewolf leapt from Building 1 onto a prepared zip line, quickly descending to escape the area. The older werewolf cast a reluctant glance at the trio of Wu Hao and his companions, who were currently sweeping the area, unwilling to stay behind and face certain doom. To have fled, Wu Hao noted, alongside Shen Qianyuan and Shui Yi, as they continued their clearance. They appeared to treat the situation as a game, each of them reveling in the thrill. He recognized that the werewolves had sensed the danger and scattered, necessitating a thorough sweep akin to playing whack-a-mole. However, he soon observed two had escaped from the rooftop, indicating their early awareness of the peril and their decisive choice to flee. Seeing them escape swiftly, he understood that pursuing them would leave Shen Qianyuan and Shui Yi vulnerable. Thus, he allowed their departure, confident that they posed no significant threat and that their absence was inconsequential. After thoroughly securing Building 1 and ensuring no remnants remained, Wu Hao activated a teleportation portal to send the exhilarated Shen Qianyuan and Shui Yi back. He prepared to undertake a significant experiment, merging his abilities of construction and compression. He channeled a potent force of compressive energy into the foundation of Building 1, eager to observe the outcome. As he executed his plan, the entire structure trembled violently. In an instant, the building began to collapse, consumed by an underground black hole of compression. The edifice disintegrated layer by layer, transforming into heaps of raw materials that piled near the black hole. Wu Hao watched in exhilaration as the decomposition unfolded, effectively dismantling the entire building into usable resources. He had previously witnessed this effect on the corpse of the ice crystal giant turtle, which had swiftly yielded various materials. However, the integration of compression enhanced the disintegration speed, allowing him to convert an entire building into materials for future use, greatly facilitating the establishment of new strongholds and the dismantling of old ones. He remained in the dwindling Building 1, aware that soon it would cease to exist, leaving no trace of its prior existence. He considered it a recycling endeavor, relieved that his spatial storage was boundless, ensuring he could accommodate all the materials with ease, enabling him to construct a new building when necessary. However, this commotion had alarmed the surviving occupants in the other apartment buildings. Lai Cheng, located in Building 3, was the first to notice the disturbance. Initially, he thought an earthquake had struck, as Building 3 trembled violently. Yet, upon investigating the source, he was astonished to see Building 1, which had previously troubled him, collapsing and sinking on the brink of total disappearance. This revelation was a welcome sign for him, indicating the demise of the creatures within. However, it also filled him with dread as he pondered the power capable of razing an entire apartment building, rendering a potential refuge completely obliterated. His thoughts immediately turned to the individual in Building 2, recalling their ability to create spatial portals, which could feasibly accomplish such a feat. He also remembered the previous explosive incident in Building 2, leading him to conclude that the inhabitants of Building 1 had antagonized the person from Building 2, who retaliated by dismantling their entire structure without a trace. Lai Cheng's astonishment escalated as he comprehended the implications of these events. He felt a surge of relief that the individual seemed relatively amicable and open to negotiations. Otherwise, with such destructive capabilities, they could have easily dismantled all the apartment buildings, exposing the survivors to the frigid elements and certain death. Returning after the demolition, Wu Hao was elated, having achieved a significant haul. During the dismantling process, he not only acquired a substantial amount of construction materials, but also unearthed the inner spirit pills hoarded by the werewolves and several ability fruits. While some were duplicates of what he already possessed, one particularly caught his eye, a vibrant green fruit exuding vitality. Life-condensing jade grants the user healing abilities upon consumption. This healing ability, colloquially known as a support skill, could potentially transform an individual into an indomitable force when paired with the blood demon physique. In such a harsh environment, this discovery was fortuitous, as the scarcity of medical supplies posed a grave threat, Even minor injuries could lead to devastating infections. Wu Hao recognized that if he were not sufficiently powerful and well-stocked, he could leverage this healing ability for profit, exchanging it for survival supplies or a higher standing within a team. Nevertheless, the most immediate benefit was the alleviation of his own physical ailments. He contemplated the current state of his stronghold, acknowledging that Shun Qianyun had emerged as a formidable female werewolf, showcasing a combat prowess reminiscent of a wolf at 30. Meanwhile, Shui Yi, endowed with the blood demon physique, could drain life energy at will, with both of them eager for sustenance. He was fortunate to possess the blood demon physique to withstand the demands. The acquisition of the life-healing ability meant he could now heal himself with mental energy. And combined with his unique ability, his mental recovery rate was astonishingly rapid. With the addition of the members from the television tower, his combat strength had become remarkably formidable. Chapter 64. White Serpent's Ascension Base Expansion. Wu Hao recalled those he had left behind at the television tower stronghold, Qin Feifei, Lu Xinya, and Yun Yun among them. Aware that their current combat prowess remained at level 0, he knew distributing the recently acquired ability-enhancing fruits tailored to their individual strengths could swiftly transform them into a formidable fighting force. His previous reluctance stemmed from wariness of potential betrayal, the fear that they might one day turn the very power he granted against him. But now, with his newfound psychic perception, he could discern their loyalty in advance. Moreover, the absolute devotion of Shun Qianyun and Shui Yi, his two bewitching subordinates, ensured internal stability. Should rebellion ever stir, his charm ability allowed him to overwrite dissent, molding the disloyal into unshakably obedient servants. With his forces now bolstered, subduing the Emerald Serpent became feasible. Cooperation would grant him a majestic guardian, defiance, a nourishing serpent stew. Assessing Shun Qianyun and Shui Yi's combat capabilities, Wu Hao was confident they could overpower the level 3 beast. Its flesh promised to significantly elevate his daily absorption limit, accelerating the growth of his compression ability toward its ultimate potential, a force akin to a black hole's devastation. Then there was the White Serpent. Its prolonged absence suggested formidable evolution, perhaps even the beginnings of draconic metamorphosis, should it ascend to a true white dragon. Its vanquishment and the consumption of its blood would propel Wu Hao's strength to staggering heights, shattering his current absorption constraints and elevating compression to levels 5 or 6. Enough to erase mountains with a single strike. Survivors from buildings 3 and 4 had witnessed the cataclysmic disappearance of apartment 1, now a fog-shrouded void. Their reactions oscillated between relief and dread. Relief that the nocturnal predators plaguing them were gone, dread at the unseen force that had erased an entire faction overnight. Within the sanctuary of his base, Wu Hao dined leisurely with Shun Qianyun over a simmering hot pot. The sole addition to their domestic tableau was Shui Yi, the fledgling vampire, who abstained from the meal in favor of savoring a flask of frost tortoise blood with evident relish. Shun Qianyun had reverted to her gentle, doting persona, tenderly preparing slices of beef, even offering them between her lips with coquettish allure. Wu Hao indulged in her attentions while perusing his phone. His latest recruitment notice, posted in the residence group chat, met with eerie silence, a stark contrast to prior hostility. The dwindling responses mirrored the neighborhood's escalating mortality. Few remained to answer his call. Recruiting's grown harder, he mused aloud, setting aside his phone. Though his blood-fiend constitution rendered eating unnecessary, culinary pleasures were indulgences he saw no reason to forsake. Shun Qianyun, now emotionally detached from the outside world's suffering, cared only for Wu Hao's well-being. Her transformation from timidity to ruthless pragmatism suited their dire circumstances. Wu Hao shared her sentiment. His concern for recruitment stemmed not from altruism but pragmatism. His consumption rebate multiplier, though theoretically limitless, languished at a meager 900x. 100 loyal followers could amplify it 10,000-fold, but progress was painstakingly slow. The cold will claim more lives, Shun Qianyun remarked, content in their climate-controlled refuge. Beyond these walls, temperatures plunged to lethal extremes. Without the means to hunt frost beasts for insulation or access to medicine, injury spelled doom for most. Her gratitude toward Wu Hao bordered on worship. To her, he was savior and sovereign alike. As she retrieved a dropped utensil beneath the table, her prolonged absence hinted at services beyond the culinary. Shui Yi, meanwhile, retained her feral demeanor, a combat prodigy whose physical prowess and instinct rivaled monsters. Like Shun Qianyun, her blood fiend affinity granted her exceptional potency, her multiplier advantage even more pronounced. Note: translated with elevated diction while preserving original narrative intent, omitting promotional interjectory content. Chapter 65. Venturing to hunt beasts and healing powers with a five-fold advantage. She merely consumed a blood demon ability fruit, instantly elevating her blood demon ability to level 5. This transformation granted her a pair of ethereal wings, allowing her to resemble a diminutive sorceress and bestowing upon her the capability of short-distance flight. It was time to challenge that azure serpent. Wu Hao observed her, understanding that certain battles were worth the attempt. For ordinary survivors, the most pressing threats were the extreme cold and scarcity of resources. However, for him, the more formidable dangers lay in the increasingly potent beasts. Though he considered himself quite powerful, he could barely contend with a level 2 beast and manage a level 3 in a pinch. Yet, he had already encountered multiple level 4 beasts and a white serpent exceeding 300 meters in length, which was still growing and showing signs of transformation into a dragon. When he first discovered this serpent, it was undoubtedly a level 4 beast. How much stronger had it become since then? Level 5, 6, or even 7? What level would it attain upon fully transforming? 10, 20? He realized that relying solely on his own growth was becoming insufficient. The daily absorption limit of ability fruits impeded him from continually confronting these beasts alone. He would need to harness the strength of his team, enabling his contracted allies to contribute more actively in battle. After the meal, Shun Qianyun emerged from beneath the dining table, having successfully located her chopsticks. She elegantly dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a napkin, indicating her satisfaction. Wu Hao recognized that today could be a day of respite. Before resting, he utilized his perception abilities to scan the surroundings, confirming the absence of high-threat beasts nearby. Satisfied, he invited Shun Qianyun and Shui Yi to retire for the night. After all, their lives here were free of worries, and enjoying good food and restful sleep was paramount. The only way to thrive here was through enjoyment. A tranquil night passed. Upon awakening, Wu Hao faced a delightful dilemma. He saw that he could absorb another ability fruit today, but he was torn about which ability to enhance, grappling with the decision of what to choose. Such was the burden of happiness. Wu Hao gazed at the plethora of ability fruits in his spatial storage, aware that any single fruit would bring immense joy to the outside survivors. Yet here, they amassed like a mountain. Furthermore, if any one type dwindled, allowing Shun Qianyun or Shui Yi to consume one would instantly replenish 900 more. It was akin to an infinite replication. As long as he possessed one, he could procure countless others without concern for quantity. However, a complication arose. Due to his daily absorption limit, which had now risen to 370, he could only consume 3 of the sacred level Wind Saint Jade fruits each day. Yet, to elevate this sacred ability from level 1 to level 2, he required 50 such fruits, necessitating nearly 10 days of absorption. The lower-tier spiritual level fruits were slightly better, allowing him to absorb 37 per day, yet still requiring 2 days to upgrade a single level 1 spiritual ability to level 2. When it came to enhancement benefits, sacred level abilities were undoubtedly superior. Moreover, this was his only core offensive ability, compatible with other powers. However, in terms of leveling effectiveness, condensed level abilities were more pragmatic, capable of improving by 2 to 3 levels at a time. He reflected on the confirmed upgrade requirements for abilities. Transitioning an ability from non-existence to level 1 required just 1 fruit. Yet, advancing from level 1 to 2 demanded 50, from 2 to 3 required 100, and from 3 to 4 necessitated 200, and so on. For the average person, they might never realize that their abilities could progress beyond level 1, 2, or 3. Thus their approach was to amass as many abilities as possible, enhancing their combat prowess through diverse combinations. Yet, he believed that specializing in a singular ability was far more advantageous than possessing multiple level 1 abilities. This notion had been validated through Shun Qianyun and Shui Yi. Shun Qianyun now wielded a level 7 mastery over ice and snow, unleashing a power akin to a blizzard, colder than the harshest frost. This singular ability surpassed the destructive potential of possessing 10 level 1 condensed abilities. Ranking his current contracted allies by strength, Shun Qianyun stood at the forefront, followed by Shui Yi, and then the remaining members stationed at the television tower. He resolved to enhance his healing ability, augmenting the team's restorative capabilities. Wu Hao recognized a unique advantage shared among himself and his companions. He was uncertain whether it was his possession of a spatial storage that seemed to be his sole power, which allowed him to harness any ability seamlessly. Unlike other members who either could not master any abilities or had their learning and growth halved, he had a complete grasp of any ability fruit, free from significant growth disadvantages and wastage. Now, with 370 life healing ability fruits consumed, his healing ability ascended to level 4. Upon experiencing this elevation, he discovered it had gained 2 special effects: purification and regeneration. The upgraded life healing ability transcended mere wound healing and stamina restoration. It could also purify toxins and pollution, and even regenerate lost limbs. He seriously suspected that if he could elevate this ability further, it might even resurrect the recently deceased. How extraordinary! Wu Hao delighted in this newfound effect, realizing the primary distinction between condensed level and sacred level abilities. The former began strong, inherently possessing a high ability level from the outset, while the latter required gradual progression from level 1. However, once a condensed level ability reached a certain threshold, it could yield effects comparable to those of sacred level abilities. In mid-level stages, a high-level condensed ability could indeed rival a lower-tier sacred ability in potency. Yet, should the sacred abilities also be allowed to rise in levels, their advantages would become truly apparent. The power unleashed by a level 10 sacred ability would undoubtedly eclipse that of any condensed ability. Wu Hao had discerned the stark differences among various levels of ability fruits, understanding that only he, with his unique resources, could appreciate these distinctions. Furthermore, he realized that the true limitation on an individual's growth was not the quantity of ability fruits, but rather the absorption cap. In this regard, the beasts possessed an innate advantage. They could absorb ability fruits to inherently enhance their physique, thereby increasing their absorption limits and physical size. However, the cost is that they are unable to fully utilize the true powers of the devil fruits, rendering their effects rather singular and limiting them to possessing only a few abilities at most. Chapter 66. Catastrophic circumstances elevate. Snow blankets the city as the snowfall ceased. Shen Xianyun, who had already completed her morning routine and assisted Shui Yi with her washing and brushing, called out to her. Upon Shui Yi's arrival, Shen Xianyun's maternal instincts surged forth, treating the wholly dependent Shui Yi as if she were a daughter of somewhat limited intellect, showering her with affection. This nurturing behavior fostered a growing trust and reliance in Shui Yi, enabling her to step away from her previous dependency on him. "Are we heading out?" Shen Qianyan inquired. Following the events at building number 1, she had grown bolder, shedding her fears of venturing into the fray. It became evident to her that in this novel, disaster-stricken environment, evasion was no longer a viable option. Many circumstances demanded she confront challenges directly, arming herself to engage in combat when necessary. A piece of splendid news for her was the realization that she had aligned herself with the right individuals, accompanying Wu Hao in their survival efforts. This association endowed her with capabilities vastly superior to those of others, granting her not only the courage to face the biting chill outside, but also the strength to retaliate against any who sought to harm her. Yes, he was also keeping pace. Wu Hao explained that this was a significant collective endeavor, marking their inaugural group hunting expedition. He entrusted the focus of this operation to Shen Qianyun and Shui Yi, confident in his unique ability to heal and thus untroubled by the prospect of their injuries. It was an opportune moment for him to cultivate their combat coordination and awareness. In truth, he held no reservations about Shui Yi's potential for mishap during battle. She was, after all, a bloodthirsty beast, albeit one who presented herself as a docile and quiet girl in the company of acquaintances. His primary concern lay with Shen Qianyun, who, aside from the skirmish at building number 1, had never engaged in a real fight. Previously, she had been a gentle and delicate woman, prone to being victimized without daring to retaliate. Even during the confrontation at building number 1, her role had been more of a sweeping force than one of direct confrontation. Consequently, he worried she might tremble in fear during combat, forgetting her purpose amidst the chaos. This was her moment for essential growth. Unbeknownst to Shen Qianyun, she was on the brink of facing significant challenges. Thus, she complied with Wu Hao's directives without question, prepared to accompany him on their excursion. Observing the weather, Wu Hao noted that the snowfall had halted, providing a relatively favorable climate compared to the prior days of relentless storms. This stabilization suggested that the ebb and flow of conditions had reached a degree of equilibrium, allowing individuals of moderate fortitude to emerge and escape the confines of their shelters. For safety's sake, he ventured out first. He witnessed the snow enveloping the second floor, effectively submerging the ground level of the entire city beneath a thick blanket of snow, which, due to the frigid temperatures, had frozen into at least a meter-thick layer of ice. This scenario indicated a greater peril than mere icy fog. He understood that if such circumstances persisted, the accumulation of snow would inevitably rise, threatening to submerge even the tallest edifices, transforming the world into a vast expanse of ice and snow, erasing all traces of human activity beneath its depths, leaving only the peaks of skyscrapers as remnants of a once vibrant existence. Wu Hao unleashed the all-terrain tracked vehicle and ignited its engine. He contemplated enhancing it further, even considering connecting multiple vehicles to form a convoy reminiscent of a train. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, recognizing that he had yet to contract many individuals. This strategy would be better suited for the future when their numbers increased to form cohesive teams of 30 or 50 for their outings, facilitating their expeditions and returns before achieving true long-distance teleportation. Having warmed the interior of the vehicle, he opened a portal linking to their stronghold within the apartment complex. Shen Qianyan and Shui Yi promptly stepped through the portal and boarded the vehicle. To any observers, it appeared as though he was the sole occupant departing the apartment community. As he drove off toward the direction of the Green Serpent, "Boss, he's gone out again," exclaimed an enthusiastic subordinate, reporting to Lai Cheng. During this time, Lai Cheng had undoubtedly risen to become the leader of Building Number 3, recognized as the chief among the survivors. Drawing on his military experience, he had reorganized their setup into construction, combat, and logistics teams. He had even dispatched members of the combat team to keep watch, both to prevent a recurrence of the incident at Building Number 1 and to monitor Wu Hao's movements, eager to ascertain when he would next venture out. "He has left again?" Lai Cheng mused, his envy of Wu Hao's freedom to drive and engage in activities palpable. Yet he understood that envy served no purpose, as he remained completely in the dark regarding the methods by which Wu Hao wielded such power, maintaining a steady supply of resources while enjoying the luxury of mobility. The very notion of operating a vehicle in such bitterly cold conditions, where gasoline and diesel would freeze solid, left him bewildered. Lai Cheng's frustration was further compounded by Wu Hao's selective recruitment, favoring only women, particularly those of stunning beauty, while dismissing all men. His criteria excluded even those who had compromised their integrity for sustenance, leaving Lai Cheng feeling utterly thwarted in his desires to align with Wu Hao. "Continue to observe and report on his return," Lai Cheng commanded. He had witnessed the fate of Building No. 1 and recognized the folly of tempting fate with reckless assaults on Wu Hao's stronghold. Instead, he remained curious about the means by which Wu Hao had achieved such standing, eager to learn and perhaps aspire to emulate his success. As Wu Hao drove, he listened to Shen Qianyan instructing Shui Yi in literacy. Yet, Shui Yi showed no interest in learning to read, her attention captivated by the scenery beyond the window. Wu Hao recognized the futility of Shen Qianyan's efforts. The transformation in Shui Yi was a result of her consumption of the ability-enhancing fruit, compounded by her blood demon constitution, which had impaired her mental faculties. Still, he made no attempt to intervene, observing the familial atmosphere within the vehicle, a stark contrast to the desolate, frozen landscape outside that enveloped the city in a chilling embrace. Their journey brought them to the subway entrance, where he anticipated encountering the Green Serpent, yet it seemed that the creature had departed, likely in response to the loss of the Wind Saint's fruit. However, the pool of frozen blood here rendered the departure of the Green Serpent far from simple. It was evident that it did not leave of its own volition. Rather, it had been attacked and was grievously wounded, forcing it to flee in a state of panic. This situation also revealed to him that the creatures of this realm do not coexist peacefully. There exists a brutal cycle of predation and slaughter among them. A stark manifestation of the survival of the fittest. Chapter 67. A message at the subway entrance, new supernatural fruits, a tiger? Nearby, a paw print resembling that of a tiger was discovered. However, it remained uncertain if it indeed belonged to a tiger. It could only be confirmed as a member of the feline family. "Boss, there is something here," Shen Qianyan called out to him. Although their relationship had evolved into an extraordinarily intimate bond, she still preferred to address him as boss, viewing herself merely as his devoted caretaker. Wu Hao leaned closer and observed Shen Qianyan pointing at a section of the wall near the subway entrance. Upon approaching, he discerned that a piece of ordinary A4 paper was affixed to the wall, seemingly frozen in place, making it impossible to remove. This peculiar circumstance had preserved the paper remarkably well. The message inscribed read, "No matter who you are, if you can see this message. You are welcome to seek help at the Dihao Holiday Hotel. Strong individuals are also invited to join, with generous rewards assured. Signed, Su Shua. The date. During the retreat of the tide? Wu Hao noted that the date on the paper corresponded to the day the cold wave receded. This indicated that someone had deliberately posted this message at such a bustling location during the retreat, not only welcoming survivors but also recruiting powerful individuals. Most intriguingly, the signature suggested that the author was a woman of considerable standing. The Dihao Holiday Hotel? Wu Hao glanced around and soon spotted a building in the vicinity indeed. It was the Dihao Holiday Hotel, located less than 2 kilometers from the subway entrance. If his assumptions were correct, there should be several such notices posted along the route. From these messages, he could surmise that the issuer possessed significant power, likely leading a team with a formidable female leader and an entourage of capable supernatural beings. Presumably bodyguards for Su Shua. However, after several days, it had become evident that a level 3 beast, the blue snake, was lurking nearby, along with a feline supernatural creature capable of inflicting severe injuries upon it. It remained uncertain whether she or her establishment still existed. Let us investigate further. Wu Hao beckoned to Shin Qianyun and Shui to get in the vehicle. He relished the prospect of acquiring contractual tools. And now that he had stumbled upon a promising candidate, he was determined to explore further and ascertain the current situation. All right. We're heading back to the car. Shin Qianyun called to Shui, who was surveying the surroundings. Shui quickly returned, her relaxed demeanor indicating that no immediate danger lurked nearby, suggesting the absence of the feline beast. Wu Hao drove towards the Dihao Holiday Hotel while simultaneously searching for traces of the blue snake and the feline creature. Knowing the blue snake was a level 3 beast, it was reasonable to assume that any creature capable of injuring it was also of comparable strength. Capturing both would yield a bountiful reward, significantly enhancing his daily absorption limit, potentially allowing him to surpass 1,000 in one go. This prospect was undeniably tantalizing, and he had no intention of letting either slip away. As he drove, he meticulously sought out any signs of life, utilizing his perceptive ability akin to a radar. Wu Hao was now certain that the blue snake had not perished, as no corpses or remains had been detected nearby. It was increasingly likely that the battle had merely shifted locations, not too far from here. While searching for the whereabouts of the 2 supernatural beasts, a series of notifications suddenly appeared. Ding! Yusiwei consumed 1 can of spoiled beef, receiving a rebate of 900 cans of fresh beef. Ding! Yusiwei consumed 1 piece of shining jade, receiving a rebate of 900 pieces of shining jade. Ding! Yusiwei consumed 1 candle, receiving a rebate of 900 candles. Oh! Wu Hao was taken aback by the unexpected notifications, his first thought being that Yusiwei was still alive. Remarkably, she had managed to endure this long in such dire circumstances. Wu Hao found himself admiring Yusiwei, pondering whether those with questionable morals might find it easier to survive in this world, enduring longer despite the harsh conditions. It was evident that her situation was far from favorable. She was reduced to consuming spoiled beef, a stark contrast to the fresh provisions he had on hand. Are you hungry? He inquired of Shin Qianyun and Shui, aware that they had been out for quite some time, almost 2 hours since their last meal. Shin Qianyun shook her head, bemused, as she had just eaten and even indulged in some soy milk. Shui nodded in agreement. As a being that thrived on blood, she had no qualms about the abundance of fresh and potent blood, though Wu Hao's blood remained her preferred delicacy, providing her with a notable boost in strength. Wu Hao tossed 2 bottles of blood from the ice crystal giant turtle to her, suggesting she treat them as juice. For Shin Qianyun, he didn't let her idle either, tossing her a bag of chips to pass the time in the vehicle. Upon receiving the chips, Shin Qianyun recognized their value, understanding that such luxuries were now a rarity, unattainable even for those willing to pay. The remnants of supplies lay frozen in supermarkets and warehouses, often inaccessible due to thick layers of ice, and even if found, they might be spoiled or contaminated. In contrast, Wu Hao's provisions were as fresh as if just harvested, fruits and vegetables glistening with vitality, representing the pinnacle of indulgence during these trying times. As he sipped a bottle of cola while continuing his search for the 2 beasts, he edged closer to the Dihao Holiday Hotel. However, he was indeed correct in his assumption that after Yusiwei and Yusicheng fled their apartment complex, they had found themselves trapped in another community, besieged by a horde of beasts, teetering on the brink of life and death. Wu Hao examined the newly acquired shining jade, discovering he had obtained another spirit-level supernatural fruit. His perceptive ability had also been upgraded, enabling him to directly assess the attributes of supernatural fruits. Shining Jade, Spirit-level supernatural fruit, grants level 1 luminous ability upon use. Chapter 68, The dazzling ability. Delving into the hotel, he encountered an ability akin to a flashbang. Upon further scrutiny, he discerned that his heightened perception of ability levels allowed him to grasp more nuances of this power. Level 1. Flash releases a luminous sphere for illumination. Level 2. Expanded Flash extends the range of illumination. Level 3. Detonation Flash triggers the luminous sphere, unleashing a dazzling shockwave. Currently, he could barely perceive the effects of Level 3, revealing that this ability served both supportive and offensive roles. At its most basic level, it functioned as a flashbang for illumination, yet as his ability developed, it could evolve into a beam attack, reminiscent of a laser's potency. The potential appeared promising. Given that it remained a spiritual level ability, elevating it to Level 3 would not pose significant difficulty. He seemed to have strayed quite far. With his absorption of the fruit of abilities reaching its limit for the day, he decided to stow the luminous gem in his personal space for later use. As he neared the Imperial Holiday Hotel, he still had not located the two extraordinary beasts. The last traces he sensed indicated they had moved in another direction. Hence, he resolved to first investigate the hotel before searching nearby for the beasts and attempting to eliminate them. The all-terrain vehicle crunched over the slightly frozen snow as it came to a halt at the Imperial Holiday Hotel. Once a lavish 7-star establishment, it was now entirely blanketed in white due to the cold wave. The snow had submerged both its parking lot and the opulent reception hall on the first floor, rendering the second floor the only true entrance. Wu Hao was the first to disembark. As he stepped out, the temperature differential between the inside and outside of the vehicle caused him to exhale a puff of white breath, which instantly crystallized into tiny ice beads that fell to the ground. At that moment, the external temperature plummeted below -40 degrees. The icy mist had yet to dissipate, engulfing areas below the 10th floor, making the coldest spots potentially dip to -60 degrees, a temperature at which ordinary life forms would be instantaneously frozen into ice sculptures upon entry. I'll go in first. Wu Hao instructed Shen Qianyun and Shui, aware that their all-terrain vehicle, reinforced by the shell of an ice crystal turtle, served as a secure refuge within the icy fog. Remaining inside meant they need not fear the external chill or the direct assaults of extraordinary beasts. Uncertain of the hotel's internal situation, he instructed them to remain in the vehicle until he could ascertain the conditions inside. Once confirmed, he would utilize a portal to bring them to his side. All right, MHM. They obediently complied with his orders, without a hint of dissent. Wu Hao shut the vehicle door and gradually vanished into the icy mist, activating the newly acquired invisibility effect of his snow powers, transforming into an unseen specter as he entered the hotel. The area below the 10th floor was devoid of life, rendering the hotel akin to a vast mausoleum, shrouded in an oppressive silence. However, this did not guarantee safety, as the absence of humans did not preclude the presence of more terrifying extraordinary beasts. Lowering his guard due to the lack of human activity would be perilous, inviting sudden attacks from these beasts. Yet, Wu Hao harbored no such worries. His perception ability allowed him to monitor the life forces within the hotel, revealing that survivors existed, notably near the upper levels, confirming the presence of life. He swiftly located the elevator shaft and corroded the elevator doors with a potent toxin, exposing the shaft. He then crafted an ice crystal platform using his snow powers to create a makeshift elevator, ascending directly to the 31st floor. As he rode his improvised elevator, he traversed what was originally designed as a scenic lift. Ascending, he witnessed the city encased in ice, transformed into a pristine expanse of white. In the distance, he could discern the silhouettes of colossal beasts moving about. Judging by their size, they were no less than 200 meters tall, monstrous figures reminiscent of Godzilla, slowly vanishing into the mist. Observing this, Wu Hao recognized that his strength was still insufficient. Only by effortlessly overpowering these giants could he truly claim strength in this new world, ensuring his safety. Upon reaching the 18th floor, he glimpsed the hotel's South Aerial Water Park platform. He mused that, had it not been for the icy wave, this venue would have been adorned with tropical flora, featuring beautiful women frolicking in the pool. The thought of a pool was enticing. Wu Hao, appreciating the luxury reserved for the affluent, felt a stir of desire within him. He realized he possessed the ability to construct, knowing that reinforcing his residence with the bones and scales of extraordinary beasts could shield against the harsh cold. Once basic needs were met, the pursuit of enjoyment would naturally follow. Presently, aside from stockpiling resources and enhancing his strength, he engaged in deep energy exchanges with Shen Qianyun and the others, as opportunities for entertainment were scarce. Though the main base near the television tower was indeed being prepared, the journey there seemed a considerable distance away, and significant renovations would be required to fortify the location with materials from extraordinary beast remains. The elevator continued its ascent, heading straight for the location of the survivors he had sensed, confirming that those still alive in the hotel were predominantly gathered on the 31st floor. However, the situation he perceived was rather intriguing. It was not the united front he had anticipated against the calamity. Instead, it had devolved into a small-scale conflict, with one faction opposing another, leaving the latter in a precarious position, barely able to hold out. His arrival inadvertently threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of their standoff, tipping the scales in favor of one side. Upon entering the 31st floor, he found the corridor's plush carpet frozen into a slick ice path. This condition posed no challenge to him. He effortlessly utilized his snow powers to traverse the surface with ease. Through his perception and mental acuity, he detected the presence of hostility nearby, confirming that they were aware of him and were waiting at the door of a presidential suite, ready to ambush him. Wu Hao recognized their intent to catch him off guard, but he would not allow them that satisfaction. Instead, he stood outside the door and unleashed his compressed abilities. Chapter 69, Betrayal Within the Team. Encountering distressed sisters in an instant, he compressed a sphere of highly concentrated energy in front of him. His mastery of various abilities far surpassed that of Shen Qianyun and Shui. Thus, he amalgamated his venomous, ice manipulation, and blood magic powers into this small orb, which he then propelled toward the door with a gentle flick of his wrist. The highly compressed energy orb swiftly approached the entrance, and due to its spatial collapsibility, it tore a large hole in the door, exposing a formation of armed individuals waiting for him inside. Upon seeing the dark, collapsing sphere, the guards were momentarily stunned. However, as they witnessed the energy orb effortlessly shatter the door into fragments, resembling a black hole that absorbed the debris, their expression shifted dramatically, realizing the orb's formidable nature. Just as they prepared to evade, the compressed energy within the orb spiraled out of control, erupting violently. In a blinding flash, a multitude of toxic ice arrows were unleashed, their venomous effects palpable. The blood magic energy instantly drained the blood of the injured, rendering them lifeless husks in the blink of an eye. The scene transformed into a terrifying spectacle as those who intended to hunt him down became the hunted. In less than a second, casualties exceeded half of their number, dwindling the group from 20 to merely 4. These 4 were fortunate, as one possessed earth-based abilities and swiftly erected a protective earthen wall, allowing himself and a few others to take refuge within. Yet, this exertion left him pale and on the verge of collapse, continuously retching blood, and despite his efforts, he was struck by an arrow, succumbing to poison that left him barely clinging to life. "What is the fuss? I merely came to check the recruitment notice from the subway," Wu Hao remarked casually as he strode in, appearing unfazed. To the observers, however, his demeanor was akin to that of a demon advancing through flames of hell. The remaining 4, or rather 3, trembled in fear. They considered themselves powerful ability wielders. Yet in comparison to him, they felt utterly insignificant. They could scarcely fathom the terrifying prowess of a contemporary ability user. Recognizing his spatial ability that could create a black hole through compression, they were left in awe. "Are you here to join us?" one inquired. "Su Shuya should be your leader, right?" Wu Hao paid no heed to the man's words. Upon entering, he noted the majority were men, and in a corner, he spotted bones, evidence of a female's presence. The circumstances became painfully clear. He understood the depths of human depravity in such dire situations. In an environment devoid of legal and moral constraints, people could devolve into beasts. Su Shuya was likely an ability user. Yet in a world where most possessed only level 1 abilities, the gap between even the most potent abilities would not be vast. Barring those with exceptionally powerful skills like fire manipulation, when resources were adequate, a semblance of balance could be maintained. However, scarcity would inevitably lead to rebellion, especially with a female leader, likely affluent and attractive, faced with imminent death, who would not wish to indulge in a fleeting thrill. Another man, sensing an opportunity, cunningly pointed to a bookshelf wall behind them. "Our leader is inside. You can meet her if you go in." Wu Hao dismissed the deception with a mere glance. Instantly, he activated his charm ability, ensnaring the man, who then, in a daze, shot himself in the jaw, the gunshot ringing out as his skull burst, ending his life on the spot. The remaining 2 ability users were paralyzed with terror, astonished by the sheer audacity of the act. "Can you open it?" Wu Hao inquired, hoping for a solution. They shook their heads in unison, revealing that if they could open it, they would not be trapped outside with no means to assist the 2 women within. "Useless," he muttered, casting a glance at them. They immediately panicked, turning their weapons on each other in a frenzied attempt at self-preservation. This led to the near-total annihilation of the exterior group, leaving only the earth ability user barely alive. As Wu Hao approached, he stepped over the last remaining man, moving toward the bookshelf wall that served as a security door, leading to a safe room. Almost immediately upon his passing, the Earth user ignited in flames due to his own abilities, quickly reducing him to charred remains. Wu Hao did not spare him a glance. Standing before the bookshelf wall, he knew that breaching the security barrier was not insurmountable. The challenge lay within. The two women inside were also ability users. One possessing the capacity to generate an energy barrier, akin to a formidable defensive wall. This ability could negate all forms of ability intrusion, thus. A direct assault would only empower her further. Wu Hao recognized the high tier of this defensive ability, which could easily handle the external threats, but would likely lead to starvation inside. Understanding the implications of this powerful defense, he realized that while it rendered her immune to ability-based attacks, she was vulnerable to physical harm. He placed his hand against the bookshelf wall, feeling the hidden security door. With a surge of energy, he activated his ability, causing the entire bookshelf wall to collapse and reveal a gaping void, where two young women, one mature, one pure and innocent, both bearing the air of privilege, came into view. Chapter 70. Two qualified contractual parties. The female CEO and the female secretary, upon witnessing the dismantling of the security door that had previously ensured their safety. A pallor washed over the faces of the two women as terror flickered in their eyes. Starved for days, they found themselves physically weakened, collapsing onto the ground. Unable to flee. Su Shuai, beauty. 96, purity. 100, immaculate. Review. Approved. Su Qingya, beauty. 95, purity. 100, immaculate. Review. Approved. Upon closer inspection, their personal information materialized beside them, revealing astonishing beauty scores of 96 and 95. Their names and appearances suggested they were sisters, an encounter of extraordinary caliber. Wu Hao scrutinized the two, noting that the elder, Su Shuai, exuded the demeanor of a formidable corporate leader. Though currently engulfed in fear, a trace of delicate fragility lingered about her. Yet, her innate pride and the aura of authority were not mere facades. Su Qingya, appearing a few years younger, radiated youthful charm, resembling a sweet secretary rather than a corporate executive, likely serving as Su Shuai's assistant. Observing their plight, he retrieved 2 bars of chocolate from his pocket. In truth, they had been drawn from his spatial storage, yet to them, they seemed to have been pulled from his pocket, still intact and not frozen solid. What does this mean? Su Shuai inquired, her wariness palpable. Their demeanor resembled that of 2 stray kittens, instinctively cautious, yet momentarily caught off guard by a stranger's kindness. First, replenish your energy. Will you come with me, or choose to remain here? Wu Hao understood he had fortuitously acquired 2 high-caliber contract tools, particularly Su Shuai, whose striking beauty instilled a compelling desire for conquest within him. The sensation was reminiscent of a worker's yearning to dominate a beautiful boss, to see her surrender and soften under his influence. In contrast, Su Qingya's hostility towards him was comparatively muted, perhaps due to his enhanced appearance and physique. A result of his blood magic abilities, he exuded an alluringly enigmatic charm that captivated the younger sister, leading her to instinctively trust him based solely on his looks. Sis, someone has come to rescue us, Su Qingya exclaimed, excitement evident as she reached for the chocolate. Given their prolonged hunger, the chocolate represented a much-needed source of energy. Rescue us, what is it for? Something else? Su Shuai was not easily deceived. She had discerned the man's gaze, rife with greed, reminiscent of the lascivious stares from those outside. He's handsome. Perhaps he intends to take advantage of us. Su Qingya murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, aware that her sister would chastise her for such thoughts. Yet, she had grown weary of their current predicament and felt resigned, believing that as long as her needs were met, she would not mind exchanging her body for sustenance. Moreover, the striking appearance of their rescuer made her past crushes appear utterly unremarkable by comparison. Su Shuai shot her sister a disapproving glance, exasperated by her thoughts. What about your self-respect and dignity? Are you truly willing to submit to become someone's plaything simply for a meal? I, Su Shuai, cannot abide by that. Rest assured, I have dealt with those outside. If you wish to stay, you may, but be warned, there are level 4 beasts in the vicinity. You likely won't last long here. Level 4 beasts. Su Shuai was taken aback, realizing that such creatures were ranked by danger. We must leave. Handsome. My sister is merely being coy. We are both eager to accompany you. Su Qingya exclaimed, tugging at Su Shuai, pleading for her to relent. She cast a hopeful glance at her sister, questioning whether she truly intended to endure starvation in their current situation. With resources depleted, they had succumbed to internal strife, leading others to abandon their loyalty and turn against them. They now found themselves utterly vulnerable. Su Shuai was no longer the untouchable CEO. Her status and wealth had become inconsequential in this dire environment. They needed to adapt to their new reality, and Su Qingyao recognized that their rescuer possessed formidable strength, having swiftly dealt with their adversaries. Furthermore, his striking looks made her feel as if a celestial savior had descended to rescue her, igniting a rush of emotions that made her heart race. Su Shuai observed her sister's infatuation with growing concern, knowing that even if she resisted, Su Qingyao would inevitably choose to follow him. Unease gripped her heart, for she felt compelled to protect her sister from potential harm. Wu Hao regarded Su Shuai's resistance, discerning through his psychic perception that her feelings towards him were a shade of orange-red, indicating a neutral stance tinged with hostility. In contrast, Su Qingyao's feelings were represented by a serene blue, suggesting a neutral disposition leaning toward trust, gradually evolving into loyalty. How intriguing, he mused, taking a moment to appreciate Su Qingyao's beauty, which, while lacking the commanding allure of Su Shuai, exuded a lively charm that evoked a sense of comfort and security. "We will accompany you," Su Shuai sighed, understanding that for her sister's sake, she must enter this perilous situation, even if it felt like a den of wolves. Fear of her sister being exploited or harmed loomed large in her mind, particularly in this chaotic world where survival often necessitated ruthless actions. "Welcome aboard," Wu Hao smiled warmly, knowing that their agreement marked the successful establishment of a fundamental contract, increasing his arsenal of contractual tools to 11 and elevating his rebate multiplier to an impressive 1100. Finally, he had breached the 1,000 mark. Once they engaged in deeper communication and formalized their contract, their loyalty would solidify, and even if they considered fleeing, as long as they remained alive, the multiplier would endure. He was confident that once they arrived at his stronghold, they would not wish to leave, and he would not have to chase them away. Chapter 71. Returning home with sisters. Discovering the trace of the green serpent now confirming that there is nothing of value to take away, they activated the portal leading directly into the all-terrain tracked vehicle. Upon witnessing the open portal, Su Qingya gasped in surprise, covering her charming cherry-red lips. Su Shuya endeavored to maintain her composure, yet she could not suppress her astonishment, for she beheld his remarkable ability to possess such a portal akin to spatial transportation. She was merely curious about the extent of his teleportation capabilities and the amount of mental energy it required. Wu Hao acknowledged that he intentionally showcased this ability before them. He understood that to win the affection of a woman, particularly a beautiful one, it was not through mere emotional appeal or touching gestures, but rather through demonstrating strength and prowess that commanded their admiration. Women are inherently drawn to the powerful, often lacking genuine interest in the weak, who only elicit sympathy at best. Indeed, upon witnessing this spectacle, Su Shuya's gaze softened somewhat, her previously hostile demeanor shifting from a reddish-orange to a more neutral yellow, diminishing her animosity towards him. Su Qingya, on the other hand, exhibited complete trust, her attitude transforming to a genuine verdant green, perceiving him as a good person. The trio traversed the portal into the all-terrain vehicle. Inside, Shun Qianyun and Shui Yi were astonished to see the newly arrived sisters, marveling at Wu Hao for bringing back two ethereal beings, for their beauty was unparalleled. Su Shuya and Su Qingya regarded the two women within the vehicle with curiosity. Su Qingya maintained a neutral stance, her gaze inquisitive as she observed Shun Qianyun and Shui Yi, particularly intrigued by Shui Yi's striking blood-red eyes, reminiscent of a vampiric princess. However, Su Shuya's expression shifted dramatically, her earlier softened attitude replaced by overt hostility. She had initially believed that only she and Su Qingya were welcomed, but now it was evident that other women accompanied him. As a modern woman, she was displeased by this, perceiving it as an attempt to emulate an ancient emperor seeking a harem. Wu Hao recognized the change in Su Shuya's demeanor, understanding that she was upset, possibly even envious. Yet, he remained unperturbed. For him, attitudes were malleable. His sole desire was Su Shuya's presence, as she enhanced his return ratio. As for matters of the heart, Shun Qianyun possessed clarity and understanding, cognizant that he would not engage in romantic pursuits within such dire circumstances. Her only wish was for his kindness and loyalty. Consequently, Shui Yi, having been well instructed by her, believed that over time, Su Shia would also adapt to the new way of life and become compliant. Unexpectedly, he had managed to secure 2 allies, dramatically increasing his return ratio by 200-fold. Wu Hao found joy in this outcome, for he had merely intended to observe the situation of other survivors establishing strongholds. Upon comparison, he realized his own circumstances were far superior. He possessed a spatial storage that preserved supplies indefinitely, alongside a return mechanism that ensured a steady influx of resources. Furthermore, he had the ability to modify shelter and vehicles, enabling him to remain in a safe haven indefinitely if he so desired. His willingness to venture out and enhance his power stemmed from the realization that beyond the impending cold wave lay even more formidable giant beasts, whose threats had begun to eclipse the chill itself. To remain complacent in safety would ultimately lead to destruction at the hands of these monstrous entities. Therefore, he recognized the imperative to rapidly bolster his strength, prioritizing his survival above all else. Inside the vehicle, Su Shia and her sister were taken aback by the interior of the all-terrain vehicle, which was as warm as spring, creating a stark contrast to the frigid exterior. It was almost unnaturally warm. For Su Shia, who was knowledgeable about vehicles, her astonishment deepened at how this machine could start in sub-zero temperatures without freezing the fuel tank. "Where are we headed? Are we going back?" Su Qingya inquired curiously, noting that their trajectory seemed to lead them deeper into an area ravaged by ice and fog, a place she and her sister would never dare explore. Yet, they were now driving right into it. "We're going hunting, to deal with 2 beasts before returning," Wu Hao replied, his mind still preoccupied with the green serpent and the newly discovered feline beast. He understood that only the flesh of high-level beasts would elevate his daily absorption limit, compelling him to actively hunt and either consume or tame these creatures as guardians. "Hunting beasts," Su Qingya exclaimed, casting a surprised glance at her sister. Su Shia mirrored her gaze, recognizing the astonishment in her sister's eyes. They had always avoided encounters with beasts, striving to evade conflict at all costs. Yet here was a man deliberately seeking trouble with these creatures, venturing into the deadly ice fog zone to find them. Su Shia recalled Wu Hao's words, "level 4 beasts," indicating that in his eyes, beasts were categorized by rank, signifying a distinction in strength and capability. As Wu Hao drove, he utilized his perceptive abilities to scan the surroundings, quickly detecting the trace of the green serpent marked by fresh blood. It was apparent that the feline beast had not spared the serpent, resulting in multiple skirmishes where the serpent found itself at a disadvantage, fleeing desperately and nearing the point of no escape. This was fortuitous news, as it presented an opportunity to seize an injured serpent without exerting much effort, significantly enhancing his own physical prowess. Following this lead, he continued his investigation, soon locating the 5-meter-long creature. To his surprise, it lay concealed within a school, camouflaged in the cafeteria, feigning death to mask its presence. While he did not spot the feline beast nearby, he was certain it lingered in the vicinity. The serpent's concealed aura rendered it undetectable, allowing it to remain hidden, awaiting the right moment. "You all stay in the vehicle. I will handle the next matter." Wu Hao initially intended to bring Shun Qianyun and Shui Yi along for some field experience. Yet with the inclusion of Su Shia and Su Qingya, he recognized their vulnerability. Exposing them outside would lead to immediate peril. Thus, he altered his plan, instructing Shun Qianyun and Shui Yi to remain inside for their protection. Given that a level 3 feline beast was lurking nearby, the uncertainty of its potential discovery and subsequent attack loomed large. Chapter 72. Discovering the trail of the Azure Serpent and opening the space for extraordinary beasts. Are you intending to venture out alone? There was concern. Su Yi, now able to articulate a few simple words, still appeared somewhat dazed, yet in combat, her primal instincts would burst forth with ferocity. "I will return shortly." It is quite simple. At present, Wu Hao possessed a holy level compression ability, which instilled in him the confidence to contend against the Azure Serpent at its peak. Now, however, the serpent was gravely injured, nearing death, making it even easier to subdue. His intention was to capture it, charming it into becoming his first pet. He had observed that the growth rate of extraordinary beasts surpassed his own significantly. With a plethora of extraordinary fruit at his disposal, he could nurture another white serpent, perhaps even facilitating the Azure Serpent's transformation into a dragon ahead of time. This way, even if he could not personally defeat the white serpent, his Azure Serpent could engage in direct combat with it, thereby neutralizing the greatest threat in his vicinity. Of course, should that fail, there were other candidates, such as that impressive feline beast. Be careful, Shun Qianyun expressed her concern. Su Shuya and Su Qingya, the two sisters, also gazed at him with worry, hoping for his safe return. They realized their current situation was entirely dependent upon him. If he were to encounter misfortune, their chances of finding refuge would be bleak. They instinctively sensed that the two individuals in the vehicle would likely vent their frustrations upon them. It was evident that either of them was vastly more powerful than the sisters. They understood that the two were remaining in the vehicle solely to protect them, which only deepened their feelings of resentment. Su Qingya sincerely wished for Wu Hao's safety, embodying the spirit of a devoted fan hoping for the well-being of her idol. Su Shuya felt a thawing of the animosity in her heart, as if the inner ice was beginning to melt. After all, her heart was not made of stone. Although certain circumstances left her somewhat dissatisfied, it was undeniable that Wu Hao's choice to venture out alone for their safety indicated that he genuinely cared for them. This gesture touched her deeply, revealing his undeniable charm, explaining why the two women were unwaveringly loyal to him. Wu Hao was surprised to find that his casual decision had moved Su Shuya, causing her icy demeanor to soften. After exiting the vehicle, he activated his snow camouflage, masking his presence as he approached the azure serpent, which feigned death. He discovered it coiled in the back kitchen of the school cafeteria, eyes closed in slumber, attempting to recuperate from its injuries. Observing its faint aura, Wu Hao noted its mental strength was considerably diminished, comparable to that of a level 1 extraordinary beast. This was indeed the serpent's most vulnerable state. Without hesitation, he unleashed his compression ability upon it, startling the serpent awake. As it opened its eyes in terror, caught off guard and unprepared, he activated his charm ability. The azure serpent, completely unprepared for this encounter, succumbed to his influence, and Wu Hao seized the advantage, rendering any resistance futile. This mental battle within the serpent's consciousness culminated in its comprehensive defeat, starkly contrasting its previous formidable stance against his mental incursions. He was exhilarated. There was a significant chance of success. The azure serpent continued to resist, seemingly aware of the consequences of being entirely dominated by Wu Hao's mental prowess. Despite its current state of collapse, it fought to prevent its consciousness from being completely consumed. As time ticked by, Wu Hao recognized he was steadily conquering the serpent's mind. He discerned that the charm ability affected extraordinary beasts differently than humans, as their intelligence was far inferior, leading to more straightforward expressions of hostility or loyalty. Thus, once charmed, an extraordinary beast was truly subdued. The serpent's mental resistance waned, weakened by its inherent fragility. Eventually, its last fragments of consciousness were engulfed, leaving it in a blank state. Wu Hao seized the moment to redefine their relationship, instilling within the serpent the belief that he was its master. However, it resisted fiercely, opting for a gentler approach. He framed himself as a friend who deserved unwavering loyalty and protection. Instantly, the level 3 azure serpent accepted this new relational dynamic, erasing all animosity and becoming amicable. Wu Hao withdrew from its consciousness, witnessing the serpent's softened gaze as it extended its tongue to taste him, truly perceiving him as a companion worthy of protection. Success. He was elated to have captured his first extraordinary beast, a level 3 azure serpent. Now, let us tend to your wounds. Wu Hao understood that their bond was still fragile. He needed to solidify their relationship. He presented several wind sacred pearls for it to consume, hoping to cultivate it into a magnificent creature akin to the white serpent. He also employed his healing ability to mend its injuries, aiding its swift recovery from the near-fatal state. The azure serpent gazed at him gratefully, devouring the offered pearls, its scales shimmering with a deeper emerald hue as a surge of energy enveloped it. Simultaneously, he received a notification indicating a transformation within his personal space due to the successful capture of the extraordinary beast. Ding! Extraordinary beast captured successfully. Personal space has undergone a change, unlocking the extraordinary beast space. The extraordinary beast space could accommodate creatures with friendly relations, allowing for convenient transport. A pet space. Wu Hao was pleasantly surprised to have activated the pet space, enabling him to house extraordinary beasts without concern for their whereabouts. Chapter 73, Taming the Azure Snake Beast. Is the white tiger beast merely a white cat? The conditions for subjugation require a friendly attitude towards the beast, which implies that he can only incorporate those creatures that are already amicable, rather than imprisoning those that harbor hostility. This revelation is advantageous, as it allows for the sudden emergence of powerful beasts during combat, thereby providing an additional layer of security. Wu Hao recognizes that this presents him with an immensely potent trump card, enabling him to unleash the beast from his space to assist him in dire situations or against formidable adversaries. This significantly mitigates the risk of unforeseen calamities, ensuring his safety in precarious circumstances. Presently, the azure snake has consumed several wind St. Jades and has fallen into a deep slumber, seemingly undergoing a process of metamorphosis. Upon retrieving it into the beast's space, he finds the action remarkably effortless. The retrieval process is akin to that of ordinary objects, with the enhancement of release distance. He merely needs a thought to summon it back. Within the beast's space, the azure snake exhibits no unusual behavior, existing in a void reminiscent of its gestational period, frolicking freely within. As Wu Hao deduces that the azure snake will remain dormant for some time, he begins his return to the all-terrain vehicle. Aware that the objective of his journey has been accomplished, he contemplates the need to formally contract with the Sioux sisters, recognizing that this will require a bit more effort. However, upon reaching the vehicle, he is met with the sight of a 3-meter-long white tiger beast, now lifeless. Shun Qinyun, slightly injured, stands beside the vehicle, clutching her still bleeding right arm. At that moment, Shui Yi is seen feasting upon the beast's neck, seemingly indulging in its blood, preparing for a hearty meal. "Boss!" Shun Qinyun exclaims, her eyes lighting up with surprise upon his return, her previously tense demeanor relaxing as she struggles to remain upright. Wu Hao swiftly approaches her, grasping her arm to employ his healing ability, hastening her recovery. His gaze shifts to the white tiger beast, realizing that it was once akin to a domestic cat. The recent calamity and the emergence of the supernatural fruit have induced its transformation into a colossal monstrous beast. Its residual aura indicates it was a level 3 creature. Thus it must have been the very perpetrator that pursued the azure snake, inflicting near-fatal injuries upon it. "You killed it?" he inquires. "Yes, Yi and I teamed up, and the two sisters assisted us," Shun Qinyun replies, attributing their victory in this battle to their collective efforts. Wu Hao glances at the Sioux sisters inside the vehicle, aware that one of them possesses a holy level energy field ability, an exceptionally powerful defensive skill that can wholly absorb and convert attack energies into defensive strength. This means the sisters effectively established a protective field to shield against the white tiger beast's offensive powers, while Shun Qinyun and Shui Yi took on the primary combat roles to ultimately slay it. "You are remarkable," Wu Hao praises them, eliciting a look of delight from Shun Qinyun, who has consistently received high emotional value in his company. She relishes the acknowledgement, appreciating his generous commendation. Wu Hao then turns his attention to Shui Yi, recognizing her significant contribution to defeating the level 3 beast. Her vampiric abilities grant her the capacity to drain life force as long as she is not instantaneously vanquished, showcasing an extraordinary endurance in combat, akin to a frontline tank within any team. "Don't drain me dry," he quips, lifting her by the nape as she persistently extracts the beast's blood, intent on replenishing herself. Shui Yi struggles momentarily, but upon realizing it is him, she settles down, pouting to signal her willingness to share some with him. Wu Hao, however, does not rush to claim it. After entrusting her to Shun Qinyun, he employs his unique abilities to disassemble the corpse of the white tiger beast. He meticulously extracts its bones, skin, flesh, and blood, as well as its formidable fangs. Observing a fang about half a meter long, he recognizes its value, untouched. It serves as a natural dagger, imbued with a chilling aura capable of freezing foes upon impact. He decides to keep it, taking the opportunity to devour several pieces of the tiger's flesh, while also consuming its heart raw, embracing the primal essence it offers. As he ingests these elements, he feels an invigorating surge within him, as if flames are igniting his very being, with the essence of the beast coursing through his veins, accelerating his physical evolution. He perceives a rapid enhancement of his absorption capacity, soaring from 370 to 1,000. Yet, the augmentation of his physical form does not cease. It aims to elevate him to the status of a humanoid beast, achieving a profound transformation. When the energy absorption finally wanes, his eyes remain bloodshot, his body ablaze with the residual effects of the beast's blood and flesh. Knowing he cannot retain any more, he resolves to expel the excess energy. Embracing both Shun Qinyun and Shui Yi, He returns to the all-terrain vehicle, disregarding the presence of the Sioux sisters inside as he expels the surplus energy. The sisters watch in astonishment, their eyes wide, realizing he seems oblivious to their presence. At this moment, Wu Hao is indeed indifferent, fully aware he cannot manage the situation. He had not anticipated the stark contrast between the blood and flesh of the white tiger beast and that of the giant tortoise beast, discovering the former to be overwhelmingly invigorating, almost excessively so. 2 hours later, as the all-terrain vehicle approaches the vicinity of the apartment complex, the atmosphere within the cabin is notably quiet. Aside from Wu Hao, who is focused on driving, the others remain silent, creating a somewhat awkward tension. The Sioux sisters shy away from looking at Wu Hao, perceiving him as a wild beast, his physique exuding an untamed allure. Shun Qinyun also refrains from glancing at the Sioux sisters, directing her attention primarily to Shui Yi, who appears unfazed, comfortably nestled in Shun Qinyun's embrace. Resembling an innocent little angel, Wu Hao, in contrast, feels no embarrassment. After all, they are all his, and the timing of their bond is inconsequential. However, upon nearing the apartment complex, he suddenly decelerates, startled to find a corpse outside the premises. Chapter 74. A violent clash in the apartment complex. The chilling scene unfolded before him. The frozen, snow-laden ground bore stark evidence of a fierce battle, with crimson stains marking the white expanse. Clearly, a violent confrontation had erupted during his brief absence. Among the remnants, he spotted a heavily modified combat bus, its exterior charred and blackened from flames, yet still recognizable. With a surge of perceptual energy, he scanned the vicinity, detecting severe injuries within buildings 3 and 4. A grim sight greeted him. A multitude of corpses littered the entrance of the stairwell, affirming that a monumental conflict had indeed transpired here. As he assessed the damage inflicted upon his own building too, particularly the 26th floor, he noted with dismay that even his internal skeletal defenses had been compromised. Wu Hao realized that he had indeed sustained damage. However, the assailants could never have anticipated that he had fortified his safe house with the bones of a second-tier anomalous creature, the ice crystal giant turtle. This fortification had proven resilient against their attempts to breach his defenses, forcing them to retreat in the face of futility, thus preserving the integrity of his sanctuary. "Have we been attacked?" Shen Qinyan questioned, her gaze drawn to the blood-stained snow and the unmistakable remnants of the scorched bus. Wu Hao surmised that the situation had escalated, likely due to neighboring factions exhausting their resources and seeking to seize what they could from his community. The survivors, driven by desperation, had grown increasingly ruthless, employing any means necessary to secure their own survival. Though Shen Qianyun felt a pang of anxiety, her unease dissipated upon seeing Wu Hao. Su Shiya and Su Qingya, cognizant of the rising threat, understood that their current circumstances were perilous, a reality they had faced before during their time at the Imperial Holiday Hotel, where they had endured numerous ambushes by rival factions. They had managed to withstand those external assaults, but now faced an internal collapse, with their gathered members turning against them as a means of venting their frustrations. "Let's return for now. We can address the situation later," Wu Hao concluded, reassured by his earlier assessments. His explorations had been directed towards a specific area, leading him to suspect that other survivors might be situated in a different locale, away from the icy mists he had been traversing. The unfolding events confirmed his hypothesis. The survivors had gravitated towards regions less affected by the chilling calamities, thereby increasing their chances of survival. This realization shed light on the nature of the icy fog, which, much like ocean depths, exhibited variations in density. This prompted Wu Hao to ponder the origins of this menacing phenomenon and the reasons behind its overwhelming presence. He now understood that they were not the sole survivors, but part of a larger group existing in areas where the fog was less oppressive, an understandable choice, as the icy mist posed a lethal threat to most individuals. For the majority, venturing into areas of high fog concentration was tantamount to courting death, akin to plunging into the depths of the ocean without oxygen equipment. To avoid drawing attention, Wu Hao activated a portal, transporting everyone back to the safety of the apartment complex, despite the exterior showing signs of devastation. Revealing the skeletal structure of the giant turtle, the interior remained unscathed, enveloped in warmth, a stark contrast to the bitter cold outside. Su Shiya and Su Qingya, unprepared for the sight that greeted them, were astonished to find themselves in what felt like paradise. Coming from affluent backgrounds, they had never known hardship, and the lavishness of their surroundings left them in disbelief. The abundance of food, the presence of hot water for bathing, and neatly stacked fresh clothing were all too surreal for them. Wu Hao observed their joy and sensed their neutral stance towards him, even noting Su Shuya's waning hostility. He understood that securing a contract with them was almost inevitable, though he recognized the importance of patience. They were already in his domain, and the completion of the contract was merely a matter of time. Hot water. We can eat anything we desire. Su Shuya and Su Qingya's perspectives diverged, as they had never experienced deprivation. Even amidst the disaster, they had relied on their wealth and status to command loyalty from others, who provided for their needs, including rare, high-quality, anomalous fruits. However, as conditions worsened, their resources dwindled, leading to a rebellion fueled by disillusionment. Cornered within a safe house, their fortunes shifted when Wu Hao arrived. For Su Shuya, the thought of being unclean was unbearable. She yearned for a bath and fresh clothes. Su Qingya, on the other hand, was captivated by the sight of snacks like chips and cola, her mouth watering at the mere thought. She even spotted a television, marveling at the luxury of their situation. "This is heaven. I refuse to leave," Su Qingya declared, enchanted by the comforts of their new abode, determined to remain no matter what. "You may explore here." "I shall take a bath," Wu Hao announced, making his way to the bedroom. He exchanged a knowing glance with Shun Qianyun, inviting her to assist him. Though her cheeks flushed, she felt liberated by recent events, understanding that their fates were intertwined, and thus, she followed him without hesitation. Su Shuya and Su Qingya observed the unfolding interaction, their faces betraying their innocence as they comprehended the implications. They feigned ignorance, instead taking stock of their surroundings, which felt worlds apart from the grim reality outside. Meanwhile, Shuiyi, resembling a vampiric princess, lounged nearby, engrossed in a historical drama on the television. "Sister, I absolutely refuse to leave. Compared to this, what were our former lives like?" Su Qingya mused, thoroughly enchanted by the haven they had stumbled upon. Chapter 75, The Sisters' Shock at the Safe House. The raiders' greed. Su Shuya's mind was racing as she contemplated the situation, yet she found herself unable to refute the reality before her. She had believed that their circumstances were quite favorable, indeed superior to those of others. However, in comparison to this place, their past existence seemed akin to that of a primitive society. There were moments when even a single packet of instant noodles would evoke salivation, too precious to consume. Here, an entire shelf stocked with beef jerky and instant noodles lay before them, rendering such items utterly unworthy of their attention as they gravitated towards more exquisite offerings, such as the fresh bananas and apples adorning the dining table. "Oh my goodness!" Su Shuya gasped upon witnessing the fresh fruit, unable to comprehend how such luxuries could exist in this realm, appearing as though they had just been harvested, glistening with freshness. To remain here would undoubtedly require a price. A realization that loomed ominously over her as she gazed towards the bedroom where Wu Hao had just entered. Her cheeks flushed, for she, as a female executive, was acutely aware of the transactional nature of adult relationships. She understood that to stay, they would need to offer something in return. "Is he not delightful?" Su Qingya mused, her face warming as she spoke, clearly smitten. To her, Wu Hao embodied perfection, leaving no room for criticism. His physique rivaled that of the most illustrious statues in the Palace of Versailles, captivating her utterly. Su Shuya could only watch in silence, bemused by her sister's infatuation. Yet, she could not deny that Wu Hao was indeed appealing. Even with her discerning taste, she found little to critique. The abundance of resources around them dispelled any fears of cannibalism. Rather, it suggested a different kind of consumption. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine as she considered the implications of Wu Hao's formidable presence. The faint sounds of engagement from the bedroom reached their ears, prompting a shared glance between the sisters, both aware of the implications, their faces betraying a blush. "I will choose something to eat. I am going to shower." They awkwardly diverged, each retreating to their own pursuits. In their hearts, they admired Shun Qianyun, recognizing her unique ability to resonate with Wu Hao, embodying an almost reverent devotion akin to that of a worshipper. Each mention of his name ignited a spark in her eyes, as if she were venerating a deity, leaving the sisters puzzled about the depth of her connection with him and her unwavering loyalty, intolerant of any disparaging remarks regarding Wu Hao. Meanwhile, Yu Siqing devoured his meal, indifferent to what type of meat he consumed, solely focused on satiating his hunger. Surrounding him were individuals of a rather intimidating demeanor, including two who appeared less than human, the Wolf brothers who had escaped from Building 1. Yu Siqing found himself separated from Yu Siwei, or rather, he had abandoned her, using her as a decoy to ensure his own escape, leaving her trapped among the beasts with an uncertain fate. He had successfully evaded danger and joined a retreating group, managing to reach their stronghold. Do you truly understand the situation on the 26th floor of Building 2? He boasted. Of course, that is my brother-in-law, though not anymore. As my sister has ended their relationship, I am not afraid to say that he was a complete failure. This disaster has inexplicably transformed his fortunes, turning his bankrupt snack shop into a treasure trove of supplies, enabling him to barter for women, having already exchanged for several. His words ignited a glint of greed among the listeners, each one transforming into a ravenous wolf at the mention of resources and women, particularly those deemed divine or pristine. Boss, it seems we have struck gold. Based on the current market conditions, these women could be bartered for substantial goods, an eager blonde exclaimed to the most formidable-looking man present. This man, known as Bo Hao, bore the scars of his past battles, his leg slightly limp from an old injury, yet he commanded respect. He now ruled over Bayun community, a once thriving neighborhood now reduced to a mere 210 souls, most of whom were his subordinates. His primary ability was fire manipulation, which safeguarded his followers from the harsh cold, allowing their vehicles to function even in the most severe conditions, thus enabling them to raid other survivor enclaves. They had already laid waste to 3 communities where survivors resided, either recruiting the men or eliminating them, while the women were either sold in the underground market or consumed as sustenance. This apartment complex had become their latest target, unaware of the fierce resistance they would encounter, nor the existence of a well-fortified safe house within its walls, a veritable paradise boasting ample supplies and exquisite women. Bo Hao inquired of the Wolf brothers. Aware of their past skirmishes and losses against a formidable opponent, he could scarcely believe that such power resided in this new world. Chapter 76. The Raiders Prepare to Strike. The true crisis of the frigid catastrophe, the exact strength of the adversary remains unclear, as they have yet to reveal their true capabilities. However, the blood demon girl, whom we initially intended to use against him, has been subdued and transformed into one of his formidable assets. Additionally, there is a woman by his side who wields ice and snow abilities, capable of unleashing a barrage of ice arrows from a single ice sphere, instantly devastating a large number of foes. The werewolf brothers exchanged comments regarding Wu Hao's situation, while Wu Hao's own strength remains somewhat ambiguous. The prowess of his 2 companions is undeniably terrifying, one of whom was even sent to him by them. They truly excel at delivering gifts. Bo Hao scrutinized the duo and realized they were exceptional. It felt as though they sought to capture a falcon, only to be pecked in the eye by the very bird they desired. Their attempt to harm the enemy has backfired, resulting in their adversaries absorbing their forces and growing even stronger. The werewolf brothers felt awkward. They had never anticipated such formidable and enigmatic strength from their opponent. The very blood demon girl who had rendered them powerless has now been turned against them, wreaking havoc in their stronghold. Bo Hao, however, was aware of the situation, understanding that the enemy's capabilities were far beyond his initial estimations. A single misstep could lead them to a fate akin to that of the werewolf brothers. What's the matter? Bo Hao inquired of Yu Siqing, who appeared to be utterly incompetent. Nevertheless, he chose to retain him, primarily due to his boastful claims of a close relationship with the individual on the 26th floor, asserting that the person was his brother-in-law. She encountered trouble, and in order to protect me, she was surrounded by a horde of beasts, Yu Siqing confessed, unable to meet Bo Hao's penetrating gaze. As he had indeed betrayed Yu Siwei to escape, contrary to her voluntary sacrifice for him, Bo Hao quickly grasped the situation, realizing that Yu Siqing was truly despicable. Yet, at this moment, he required such shamelessness, someone spineless who could easily renege on promises, carry out a task and infiltrate that community. When I need you, I shall instruct you on what to do. Bo Hao understood that the snack supermarket on the 26th floor of Building 2 could not be rushed, for the safety room had been fortified like a tortoise shell, and the individuals within possessed formidable abilities as well. Thus, it would be wiser to first deal with other, less formidable foes, especially considering Building 3, which had caused his subordinates considerable losses. He intended to capture their leader and make an example of him, demonstrating the consequences of opposing his authority. Understood, Yu Siqing nodded eagerly, knowing that betrayal was a task he could manage with ease. Bo Hao believed he would comply, fully aware that this coward feared death, making it relatively simple to exert control over him. Wu Hao gazed at Shen Qianyan, who lay beside him, blissfully asleep with a contented smile gracing her lips. Noticing the remnants of a blush on her face, he reflected on the irony that she was his elder. Yet in this moment, she appeared more fragile, leaning on him for support. Unbeknownst to him, the number of companions by his side had quietly increased, with the multiplication factor finally surpassing 1,000. Moreover, he had successfully captured a level 3 beast, the Azure Serpent, sitting at the edge of the bed. He indulged in a cigarette, organizing the contents of his spatial storage and tallying the immense spoils he had amassed. Given that their consumption would yield a return of several hundred times, his spatial storage was now overflowing with the fruits of ability. He had commenced targeted training based on the growth traits of his contracted companions, ensuring their strength was enhanced, rather than merely utilizing them as powerless tools. At present, a significant consumer of ability fruits had finally arrived. The azure serpent, as a beast, could effortlessly consume over 1,000 ability fruits daily. Even the holy grade fruits were no exception, as it could consume dozens in a day. This development allowed him to finally utilize the ability fruits in his spatial storage, which had previously been rendered useless. Feeding any one of them a single fruit would yield hundreds in return, resulting in a substantial increase in numbers. Of course, the most promising news was that the daily absorption limit for ability fruits had similarly reached 1,000. This meant he could utilize 10 holy grade fruits each day. Azure Serpent, Beast Level 3, Loyalty, 67. He cast a glance at the Azure Serpent within his pet space, observing it still in slumber, absorbing the energy from the recently consumed ability fruits. As it had only recently been captured, its loyalty was not yet high. However, he was confident that feeding it ability fruits would increase its loyalty. It had risen to 51 since its capture, indicating that enhancement would be relatively easy. Nonetheless, these circumstances posed a potential threat, particularly regarding the creature lurking beneath the earth. Wu Hao refocused his attention outward, noting that the level 4 beast, the Earth Dragon, was no longer as placid as before, seemingly on the verge of awakening from its slumber, preparing to forage for food. The apartment complex had already attracted the attention of other survivors, and given the outcome of the battles that had transpired here, it was evident that their adversaries possessed considerable strength, as they had managed to traverse the perilous icy fog to reach this location, driving their vehicles, indicating they too had discovered ways to harness their abilities to operate machinery. Moreover, Wu Hao gazed at the thickening icy fog outside. While it appeared unchanged at first glance, his heightened perception revealed ongoing transformations. He understood that the fog was not merely rising. It threatened to engulf the world in a chilling embrace, the origins of which remained a mystery. He sensed the energy concentration within the fog intensifying, indicating that another wave of cold was imminent, akin to the second freezing tide following the initial frost that had sealed the land. This would bring an absolute zero chill that could potentially freeze weaker beasts outside to death. It became evident that even the beasts were scrambling for survival. Wu Hao realized that their relentless pursuit of power was driven by a primal instinct to live, as they, being wild creatures attuned to the shifts in nature, understood that their frailty rendered them vulnerable to being consumed by other beasts and inadequate to withstand the worsening frigid conditions. Thus, the greatest adversary facing every living being in this world was a shared one, the merciless, frigid weather of unknown origins. An even harsher tide was about to arrive, with uncertainty surrounding its duration and intensity. Failing to withstand it would equate to a fatal challenge, leading to inevitable doom. Furthermore, the timing and ferocity of this impending tide remained unknown, poised to strike with suddenness and fury. Chapter 77. Sisterly Confidences. In the unexpected return of exotic beast materials, Su Shuyan gazed intently at the bedroom door, nibbling on the fruits and snacks available. Her attention fixated on the sounds emanating from within. "Sister, are you tempted to join in?" she teased, her cheeks flushing crimson as she caught her younger sister's playful grin. A sense of nervousness washed over her, for she had always sailed smoothly through life. Even in her career, she had encountered little in the way of setbacks. Everything she did was met with adulation, akin to a queen elevated on a pedestal. Never before had she found herself in a position where she felt the need to rely on someone else to learn the art of pleasing another, all for the sake of securing a roof over her head, meals provided, and the comfort of a good life. How can Mission endure this? She mused, her curiosity prompting her to inquire of Su Qingya. This was a rare moment for the sisters to share whispers, and she leaned in to discuss the happenings within the bedroom, cloaked in a veil of secrecy. Su Qingya's complexion mirrored her sister's, blushing deeply. Being an innocent young woman, her knowledge of such matters was confined to the pages of books and the frames of films, devoid of personal experience. Yet, she grasped the implication behind her sister's question. Unconsciously, her thoughts wandered to Wu Hao's physique, her eyes glazing over as she fell into a daydream. Reflecting on Su Shuyan's inquiry, she shyly replied, "If children can be born, it must be manageable." Seizing the opportunity to delve into their shared curiosities, they began to discuss the only man in their midst. Su Shuyan felt her face burn even more as she realized her own naivety in such matters was greater than her sister's, rendering Su Qingya a veritable teacher in this regard. She muttered, "That must hurt terribly." aware that the pain of childbirth was famously excruciating. Yet a flicker of fear crept in. It shouldn't be too painful, otherwise mission wouldn't tea. Su Qingya's neck flushed with embarrassment as she cast a shy glance towards the bedroom, aware that the sounds within did not suggest suffering. Su Shuyan's ears reddened as well. The two sisters resembling twin lotus flowers, both bashful and blooming, a stark contrast to their usual poised and revered demeanor at work. In this private setting, they felt liberated to discuss intimate topics, their public personas stripped away. Yet, the thought of leaving this haven pained Su Shuyan. She surveyed the warm, inviting space. A sanctuary she had longed for since the calamity struck. She never anticipated her resolve would wane so drastically, merely residing in a secure environment with warm meals, fresh fruits, and comforting air conditioning had lulled her into complacency. The notion of striving seemed distant, overshadowed by the desire to simply relish this newfound comfort. Sister, what if I made a sacrifice to allow you to stay here? Su Qingya suggested softly, her cheeks aflame. She understood the implications of her words. Yet she was entirely willing, eager even, to trade her own comfort for the chance for both sisters to remain in this safe haven. Do you think you would agree? Su Shuyan cautiously peered towards the bedroom door, anxious that Wu Hao might emerge unexpectedly. She recalled how he had scrutinized her closely when he first spotted them. His interest unmistakable. She understood that in the adult world, transactions often required a price, a barter that transcended mere monetary exchange. Thus, she did not believe she could remain without offering something of value. However, she had no intention of resorting to rebellion or force. Her prior experiences in establishing a team in a disaster-stricken environment had taught her that managing such a group was no simple task. She acknowledged her lack of prowess in such matters, recognizing that she and her sister would be no match for their captor, let alone the formidable Wu Hao. In truth, they were invited guests, yet it felt more akin to captivity, grateful for the sustenance and comfort provided. I rather think he is quite agreeable. Why don't we simply take advantage of the situation? Su Qingya proposed, encouraging her sister to abandon resistance and embrace the happiness available to them. How shameless, Su Shuyan retorted. Her cheeks now flushed with mortification. She was acutely aware of the reality they faced. Their survival depended on aligning with someone of strength. Should they fall into the hands of a brutish force, their existence would be a living nightmare. For now, they possessed the freedom to choose. To live with some semblance of dignity, making this place a veritable paradise for them. I'll consider it, if you wish to pursue this. I want to stand in your way, Su Shuyan replied, allowing her sister the autonomy to make her own decision, recognizing her maturity. Now it was Su Qingya and Appo's turn to blush, comprehending the weight of her sister and Appo's words, realizing the implications therein. Meanwhile, Wu Hao, having overheard snippets of their conversation, chose not to dwell on it further. He noticed a peculiar notification. Ding. Yusiwei consumed 1 unit of level 2 exotic beast flesh. Rebate of 1,100 units of level 2 exotic beast flesh. Ding. Yusiwei consumed 1 liter of level 2 exotic beast blood. Rebate of 1,100 liters of level 2 exotic beast blood. Ruthless consumption. Wu Hao mused, observing Yusiwei's voracious appetite. This time, she was not merely consuming items by the piece but was calculating based on the quantities devoured, level 2 exotic beasts. Had she truly grown so formidable as to slay level 2 exotic beasts? As Wu Hao contemplated the notification, it became evident that something extraordinary must have transpired on Yusiwei's end, granting her the capability to defeat such formidable foes. It was clear she had either joined a powerful team to earn her share of the spoils or had acquired an exceptionally potent ability, enabling her to conquer level 2 exotic beasts single-handedly. Chapter 78, The Transformation of Yusiwei, Welcoming the King's Return? No one understands the terrifying strength of a level 2 beast better than him. The only level 2 beast he had ever faced was the ice crystal giant turtle. However, he had defeated this creature after hours of exhausting it with his toxic abilities, relying on an abundance of ability fruits. He had yet to confront a level 2 beast head-on and triumph. Now, Yusiwei had already vanquished a level 2 beast, whether through teamwork or her own prowess, signifying that she possessed formidable strength. He found it perplexing how she managed such a feat, especially considering that he had access to a personal space and a near-infinite supply of ability fruits. To him, Yusiwei appeared to be an ordinary human. Merely surviving in such an environment was impressive, let alone possessing the power to consume the flesh of level 2 beasts. This was indeed a comforting revelation. It meant he no longer needed to worry about acquiring flesh from lower-level beasts. Wu Hao realized this was beneficial for him. With Yusiwei exerting herself, he could gain access to the flesh and inner spirit pills of level 2 and below beasts without the need for arduous hunting. He sensed that Yusiwei must have encountered some fortuitous event, leading him to believe she would soon be able to eliminate level 3 beast as well. Meanwhile, Yu Siwei's situation was far from favorable. She lay amidst a heap of bones, having just concluded her meal. She no longer resembled a human. One might liken her to a sphinx with wings. Apart from her head and face, her neck had transformed into the body of a crimson lion, adorned with a pair of eagle wings on her back. Her claws resembled those of a dragon, and from her rear protruded a tail akin to that of a scorpion. Those familiar with mythical creatures would recognize her current form as that of the legendary chimera. Yu Siwei had unexpectedly fused with the body of a beast, becoming a hybrid of human and monster. The price of this transformation was a chaotic consciousness, with her mind fixated on two individuals, Wu Hao and Yu Siqing. Instinctively, she understood that she must eliminate these two at all costs, locate them, and ensure their demise. Moreover, she yearned for greater strength, to confront the impending arrival of the king. Wu Hao, she murmured, her gaze clouded as she bowed her head. After her transformation, she could no longer recall why she was fixated on this name and person. All she knew was that Wu Hao must die. His continued existence barred her from true peace. Licking the blood from her claws, her crystalline yellow eyes, resembling slitted serpent pupils, gazed beyond the building. Sensing the presence of another beast nearby, she knew that by slaying it, she could enhance her power further. With that thought, she positioned herself to pounce. Leaping from the window and unfurling her wings to soar effortlessly toward the direction of the sensed beast. Unlike other beasts, she still retained the ability to wield her powers, using the strength derived from the ability fruits she had consumed, making her even more formidable than her counterparts. Indeed, the benefits of consuming the flesh of lower-level beasts had become somewhat limited. Wu Hao retrieved a piece of level 2 beast flesh from his personal space, specifically the kind Yu Siwei had sent back to him. Upon consumption, he found only a modest increase in his daily absorption limit. However, he was unbothered. As he now had a stable source of flesh, he realized that as long as Yu Siwei remained active outside, he would not have to worry about acquiring new types of items, allowing him to remain at home and still acquire a wealth of new resources. He confirmed that each time he absorbed higher-level beast flesh, his physical capabilities underwent significant enhancement. When he consumed the flesh of the level 2 ice crystal giant turtle, his daily absorption limit surged from 100 to 350. After consuming the flesh of the level 3 mutated white cat, his limit jumped to an impressive 1,000. He surmised that should he absorb a level 4 beast, his daily limit could exceed 2,000, thus accelerating his ability level significantly. At that moment, a soft, delicate figure pressed against his back, gently kissing the nape of his neck, reminiscent of a handmaiden bestowing affection upon her deity. Someone had finally awakened. Awakened? Yes. Shen Qianyun's languid, alluring voice was enough to send shivers down one's spine, exemplifying the mature charm unique to women of her age. Consume these. Wu Hao presented her with some beast flesh to bolster her strength. Shen Qianyun accepted without hesitation, indulging heartily to replenish the energy she had just expended. Ding. Shen Qianyun consumed a piece of ice crystal giant turtle leg meat, receiving a rebate of 1,100 pieces. Ding. She consumed a vial of ice crystal giant turtle blood, receiving a rebate of 1,100 vials. The quantity she consumed was dwarfed by what she received in return. For every portion she consumed, she received 1,100 portions in return, effectively expanding their resources significantly. As Wu Hao observed her eat, he prepared to venture out. He recognized that his own physique was the strongest here, enabling him to absorb the flesh of the level 3 mutated white cat. The primary reason he refrained from giving Shen Qianyun the flesh of the level 3 beast was that he suspected her physique might not withstand it. A gradual approach was necessary. In contrast, Shui, who also possessed a blood magic physique, appeared far more resilient. She seemed to lack any limitations regarding her physique, allowing her to absorb the flesh of even level 5 beasts without issue. Now that he was stepping out, he had a matter he wished to discuss with Su Shuya. He recalled her mentioning a refuge while driving them back. At the time, he was too focused on driving to delve deeper into the topic. Reflecting on it now, he realized it would be prudent to inquire further about her knowledge on the subject. Exiting the bedroom, he found Su Qingye seated in front of the television, engrossed in a palace drama alongside Shui, munching on potato chips and sipping cola. Su Shuya sat alone at the dining table, lost in thought, her expression inscrutable. Wu Hao sat directly across from her, capturing her attention. Su Shuya immediately tensed, instinctively wary of him, her face flushing as memories of the previous events in the bedroom surfaced, leading her to admire Shen Qianyun's combat prowess even more. Let us go to the study and discuss something, Wu Hao suggested, inviting her to join him for a private conversation. Su Shuya's anxiety heightened, fearing he might have ulterior motives. However, She keenly observed the clarity in his gaze, indicating he merely wished to discuss something ordinary. Thus, she followed him, eager to uncover the nature of their conversation. Once inside the study, they closed the door, and an enveloping silence enveloped the room. Looking out, they beheld the vast expanse of snow and the pristine white landscape. Inside the room, however, a warm, spring-like atmosphere prevailed, making it hard to fathom that outside. The temperature plummeted to a terrifying -60 degrees, a cold so fierce that one could perish instantly without proper warmth. What circumstances surround the sanctuary you mentioned? Please elaborate. Wu Hao invited her to sit down and converse, sensing that she possessed knowledge that eluded many. Chapter 79, The Refuge Insurance 3 years prior. The existence of refuge insurance was already known among the elite. It was announced a year ago, and a salesman approached me. I disregarded it then, but in hindsight, it seems that some were already aware of the impending catastrophe and had prepared in advance. Su Shiya shared with him a fact that would remain unknown to the average person. Refuge insurance? Wu Hao was taken aback to learn that it pertained to insurance. This revelation genuinely surprised him. Indeed, a one-time payment of 10 million. Should one wish to contribute more, enhanced service conditions could be secured. 10 million? Wu Hao was somewhat taken aback, acknowledging that while he currently possessed ample resources, he had yet to amass such a sum. Although he had become an undeniable top-tier magnate in this disaster-stricken environment, he could not produce 10 million. Moreover, this amount was based on pre-disaster valuations, meaning that only the affluent could afford it, definitely the upper echelon of society. For a family of 3, the required sum would amount to 30 million. Could it be a scam? Wu Hao inquired curiously. His initial thought upon hearing this news was indeed that it might be a con. As everyone knows the dual pitfalls of insurance, one is that it provides no compensation, and the other is that it compensates inadequately. Now that disaster had struck, and the world lay frozen and desolate, insurance companies would likely refuse to honor contracts, leaving policyholders, who might have already perished, unable to pursue claims. Even if someone wished to seek redress, the courts were entombed beneath layers of frost, akin to permafrost. Who would adjudicate such cases? Thus, beyond being unethical, this scheme appeared devoid of any genuine security. Initially, I believed it to be merely a ruse. Hence, when the salesman approached me, I chose not to invest. However, after establishing a team at the Imperial Holiday Hotel and welcoming survivors from the outside, I came to realize that this matter might not be a scam. Upon reflection, the salesman sought me out likely because I owned a company with assets exceeding 100 million. Su Shiya expressed her deep regret over this matter. Had she known earlier that this insurance could be genuine, especially in light of the terrifying disaster that erupted a year later, she would have insured her sister and family, even selling the company to ensure their safety. Now, she was left with only her sister by her side, mourning the loss of her other family members. Were there those who escaped from the refuge? Wu Hao asked with intrigue, recognizing the gravity of this revelation. It implied that the affluent had foreseen the impending disaster and made early preparations, while ordinary individuals were deliberately kept in the dark, reduced to mere pawns, left to fend for themselves amidst the calamity. Fortuitously, he had stumbled upon a recently bankrupt supermarket and possessed a portable space with consumption rebates. Otherwise, he would have perished shortly after the disaster struck. He would not be enjoying his current affluence and companionship with numerous beautiful women. How could anyone possibly escape? Su Shiya grimaced, for anyone fortunate enough to be within a refuge would surely never emerge. The world outside had transformed into a bleak wasteland. How long could one survive out there? She had learned about the reality of the refuge from an acquaintance, who confirmed its existence but had failed to gain entry. This individual had merely been in the vicinity, discovering such a place. He had attempted to use a drone for reconnaissance, yet the security was exceedingly formidable, allowing him to capture only a single photograph. The image revealed a refuge constructed atop a mountain, seemingly hollowed out to create a secure haven. Furthermore, according to his account, the primary refuge areas were concentrated in the southwestern mountains, suggesting that these individuals had anticipated the impending disaster and commenced preparations 3 years prior. 3 years. Wu Hao was astonished by this notion. If this information were accurate, it indicated that the elite had been aware of the disaster's onset 3 years ago, leading to the tragic demise of countless individuals in the ensuing cold wave. Yet some, primarily from high society, chose to conceal this knowledge, crafting their own sanctuaries for self-preservation. Concentrating the primary refuge in the southwestern region, he recognized that this area is characterized by vast mountain ranges, many peaks soaring thousands of meters high. Establishing a refuge there would allow one to remain untroubled by the cold wave for many years, free from the threat of encroaching frost. Is there a refuge nearby? Wu Hao discerned the implications, understanding that there was indeed one in proximity to their city, as evidenced by the captured image that led the photographer to Su Shi's team. Yes, those individuals intended to abduct us sisters and barter for an opportunity to join their ranks. Life within their refuge was extravagant, reportedly even hosting auctions for beautiful women. Su Shi's voice turned tense as she spoke, casting an involuntary glance at Wu Hao. She understood that life in that refuge contrasted sharply with their current existence. The only discernible difference was that this refuge belonged solely to Wu Hao, offering greater freedom of membership and the provision of resources and nurturing. She realized that if her sister and she were to be relegated to that refuge, they would be reduced to mere tools for others' gratification, nothing more than livestock. Where exactly is it located? Have you found out? Wu Hao retrieved his phone and opened an electronic map for her to indicate the site. It is located near Wulong Mountain, beneath a villa. Su Shia pointed out the location, and Wu Hao confirmed it was indeed situated within the city, nearly on the outskirts of its fourth ring. He also uncovered promising news. Knowing there were auctions meant that young, beautiful girls would be sold. This implied he would not struggle to find contractual partners, making the prospect of achieving a 10,000-fold return on investment entirely feasible. You wouldn't want to go there, would you? Su Shia gazed at him sternly. She recognized his many admirable qualities, almost flawless, yet noted one flaw. He was utterly ravenous for beauty. He had already amassed a considerable collection of exquisite women here. Wu Hao sensed her wariness, aware that she had misconstrued his intentions. However, he was not inclined to clarify. She could not fathom that for him. Beautiful and pure women represented far more than mere companions. They symbolized an opportunity for exponential returns. This was the true essence of his aspirations. Without this advantage, he would not have acquired such a plethora of extraordinary abilities nor amassed such formidable power. At present, she and her sister, Su Qingya, were not genuinely bound by a contract. They were temporarily engaged, providing him with a temporary return multiplier, thus elevating his multiplier to an astonishing 1,100 times. However, his return multiplier had no upper limit. If he could contract 100 assistants, he would secure a 10,000-fold return. This meant that for every one of their consumed ability fruits, he would gain 10,000. While he might not immediately require such a surplus, the potential for accumulation remained an enticing prospect. Who would object to an abundance of upgrade materials? Would anyone truly relish the daily grind of collecting without a single yield? Chapter 80. The powerful do not treat others as humans, and the refuge has an auction. Some matters defy explanation and do not warrant elucidation. Thus I am disinclined to provide any. However, it must be acknowledged that Su Shi's allure is undeniably captivating. In terms of charisma, Su Shia surpasses all other members with whom he has currently entered into a contract. Her appearance is resplendent, and only Shen Qianyan, whose strength has been enhanced, can rival her. Most enchanting of all is her icy beauty, which makes her seem somewhat unapproachable, save for her sister Su Qingya, who is lively and charming, embodying the essence of a pure young girl. Although she may not quite measure up to her sister, prior to the calamity, she was undoubtedly the type of delicate beauty that could captivate the attention of all the boys in school. After exchanging intelligence with Su Shiya's, Wu Hao has come to learn about the location of this refuge. He now understands that if the situation is indeed as described, the elite do not regard ordinary people as worthy of consideration. They are essentially condemned to death, as vital information is deliberately concealed, leading to the obliteration of these individuals during the disaster. Thus, the elite have become unwitting executioners, with a dearth of viable avenues for recruiting new members. Wu Hao contemplates visiting the refuge, perhaps even purchasing a few individuals. However, he is cognizant that entry into the refuge is contingent upon having a previous refuge insurance, which signifies that ordinary people are virtually barred from breaching the heavily fortified defenses within. This news is disheartening and presents significant challenges. Yet, the presence of an auction within the refuge, where beauty can be exchanged for entry, suggests a certain degree of complicity in the practice of human trafficking. Wu Hao reflects on the critical information provided by Su Shiya's, where she mentioned that those who betrayed her are contemplating capturing her and her companions to trade them at the refuge. This indicates that such transactions are both open and well known among many survivors, elucidating why his recruitment messages have not garnered enthusiastic responses. It appears that beyond those who have not received his messages, there are likely many eligible women who have been unable to respond because they have already been captured. Meanwhile, Yun Yun has remained silent, a sign that the situation is indeed grim. Wu Hao is aware that the television tower at the base of operations has been broadcasting recruitment messages, inviting interested individuals to seek him out at the apartment complex for provisions and shelter. Yet, not a single person has arrived, suggesting they either did not receive the information or were unable to come. Now aware of this, he realizes that the situation is more dire than he had anticipated. There are those deliberately targeting other survivor groups, capturing women to sell to this refuge, trading them for supplies, or even an opportunity to enter the refuge. Initially, this conflict did not concern him. Since he was not under attack, he felt no compulsion to advocate for personal liberties in such an environment. However, with individuals being captured, he has lost potential contract partners, thus creating a conflict of interest that complicates his ability to secure contracts, particularly since he currently lacks the means to enter the refuge or participate in the auction. He feels compelled to investigate the situation firsthand. Wu Hao understands the necessity of visiting the refuge to ascertain the truth of the circumstances within and the legitimacy of the auction. Lai Cheng has never felt a greater weight of pressure than in this moment. The sudden assaults from external teams, coupled with their formidable combat prowess, have left him unprepared for such an unexpected attack. It can be deemed a Pyrrhic victory that has merely repelled the adversary, but the cost has been high, with 2 of his comrades lost and many others injured, some severely. Lai Zi, take the remaining people and flee, urged several comrades, recognizing that they were outmatched. We cannot hold this position. The enemy is still entrenched nearby, intent on taking this place. It was clear to them that this battle could not be won. The adversary possessed superior weaponry and equipment, as well as stronger abilities. With so many casualties and injuries among their ranks, it was futile to confront an enemy that had already bested them at full strength. Now, they were merely incapacitated remnants, lacking any real chance against their foes. The prudent course of action would be to conserve their remaining combat power, evade the enemy's onslaught, and seek an opportunity to recuperate and return stronger. I understand this logic. But Lai Cheng recognized that under standard combat protocols, such a clearly unfavorable situation is ill-suited for direct confrontation. A shift in tactical thinking was necessary, transitioning to guerrilla tactics to undermine the enemy's forces gradually while searching for a decisive opportunity to strike. However, the current environment must be taken into account as a critical factor. The dilemma he faces is gravely significant. How to ensure the safe withdrawal of his remaining combatants without drawing the enemy's attention, while genuinely finding an opportunity to neutralize them. What is unfolding is not a conventional battle, as an unpredictable variable has been introduced: supernatural abilities. These extraordinary powers, derived from special fruits, enable seemingly ordinary individuals to possess exceptional reconnaissance or search capabilities. This drastically limits the effectiveness of their military training and experience, rendering a decade of effort obsolete compared to a single potent ability. In truth, he possesses a formidable supernatural ability that he has hesitated to utilize. Yet, given the current circumstances, even employing it may not alter the dire situation he faces. Thus, he contemplates another approach, realizing that one individual could potentially resolve their current predicament if he could persuade them to intervene. I want to go to Building 2 to seek that person out for a trade. I will request some supplies and see if they can offer us protection. Lai Cheng declares his decision. He knows that his current strength is insufficient to confront these marauders, but he is confident in the capabilities of an individual residing in Building 2. He recalls that when the marauders invaded the apartment complex, that person had also gone to Building 2, targeting the snack store there. However, they were unsuccessful, as the defenses there were formidable enough to deter even such lowly bandits. This realization solidifies his understanding that this individual has the power to deal with the marauders. He has long suspected that the disappearance of the entire Building 1 apartment complex must be linked to this person, for only they possess the capability to execute such a terrifying feat in this area. Chapter 81. A visitor for trade. Abundant supplies boss. You must seek that scoundrel. Don't go. Those fellows are utterly heartless. They have no regard for the lives of outsiders. If he cared, he would have intervened long ago. He is nothing but a coward, persistently hiding in his shell, completely indifferent to the affairs of the outside world. Upon hearing that Lai Cheng intended to seek assistance from Building Number 2, the veterans in his team became agitated and opposed his decision. They felt a mixture of envy and resentment towards Wu Hao from Building Number 2. Aware of their own struggles for survival, they felt as if they were witnessing a sumptuous feast when they encountered mutated cockroaches and rats. Meanwhile, The others enjoyed tender steaks and fine wine in their safe haven, accompanied by exquisite beauties, entirely shielded from the harsh, frigid conditions outside, living a life akin to paradise. It was evident that they recognized their own limitations. Had they possessed the strength, they would have stormed in and seized that place as their refuge. Yet, they were acutely aware of the formidable and mysterious power of their adversaries. They understood that those who dared to provoke them would meet a swift and ruthless end, as the latter would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who displeased them. Currently, Lai Cheng expressed his intent to negotiate with the other party, hoping they would extend their assistance. Setting aside the likelihood of success in this endeavor, given the outcomes of past negotiations, it was certain that the other side would demand exorbitant prices. Unwilling to let them benefit easily, "This is the only way," Lai Cheng insisted. He had contemplated the idea of drawing the attention of external bandits to building number 2, inciting conflict among them. However, having already interacted with Wu Hao, he realized the latter was far from foolish. On the contrary, Wu Hao was cautious and astute. Lai Cheng knew that should he provoke the bandits and they triumphed, they would inevitably turn their attention to him and his group, eradicating them without mercy. Thus, the best course of action for them was to collaborate. They needed to demonstrate sincerity and engage in trade using their special abilities, hoping that the allure of their exceptional abilities would persuade the other party to assist them in resolving their immediate predicament. If you are truly resolved, it seems we are destined to be taken advantage of once again. Yet, this is our only option. Observing Lai Cheng's unwavering determination, the veterans who had vehemently opposed him resigned themselves to agreement, recognizing that his decision was final and unlikely to be altered. "Bring this along as well. It may enhance our chances of a successful negotiation." A veteran suddenly produced an item from his pocket and handed it to him. Lai Cheng accepted it, intrigued by its origin. "I crafted this myself, initially intending to keep it. Now, let us see if it can sway the other party to assist us," the veteran reluctantly admitted, gazing at his creation with a sense of attachment. "All right." Lai Cheng carefully stored the item and sent a message to Wu Hao, indicating their willingness to negotiate. Wu Hao had been monitoring the situation outside, noting that the individuals had taken up residence in a nearby community. He surmised that their stronghold was not in this vicinity. They had merely launched an attack on one of his teams. The exact number of assailants and whether this group constituted their main force remained unclear. However, he recognized 2 werewolves among them, those who had previously fled from apartment No. 1, indicating they had joined forces and formed an alliance. To his surprise, he also spotted Yu Siqing among this group. Yet, there was no sign of Yu Siwei, his ex-girlfriend. Had he betrayed her to these individuals? Wu Hao pondered this possibility, acknowledging that Yu Siqing was indeed capable of such treachery. However, upon closer inspection, he confirmed Yu Siwei's absence, leading him to believe that the siblings had become separated rather than united in their endeavors. Of course, it was also conceivable that they had thoroughly severed ties, leaving Yu Siqing oblivious to Yu Siwei's whereabouts. Nonetheless, based on the returns he had been receiving, it was clear that Yu Siwei was still alive, albeit in a peculiar manner. He could monitor the movements of those with whom he had formed contracts through a system of notifications, akin to knowing what they consumed daily. The situation with Yu Siwei was similar. However, she was now providing him with the flesh and blood of mutated beasts, primarily those of level 2. This peculiarity raised his eyebrows. Why had she ceased her search for supplies and instead opted for hunting? She seemed to indulge in raw flesh, behaving more like a beast than a human. Though he found this behavior perplexing, he recognized it as beneficial for him. Each consumption on her part yielded returns, and the abundance of mutated beast flesh was advantageous, as it not only increased his capacity to absorb special abilities, but also served as a food reserve, ensuring he would not exhaust his supplies, even if he consumed everything from his personal store. He knew, however, that depleting his extensive resources was an impossibility. Estimating what he presently possessed, he realized that even with a solitary use, it could last him hundreds of years, sufficient for sustaining a 1,000-member team. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from Lai Cheng, indicating a desire to negotiate. He sought to exchange his special abilities for medicine and wished to discuss other matters in detail. Lai Cheng stepped through the portal into Wu Hao's safe haven. Though it was not his first entry, the warmth within still left him in awe. The stark contrast between the paradise inside and the hellish existence outside was striking, illuminating the harsh realities faced by those who lived in the unforgiving cold, constantly battling for survival and fearing for their lives. In stark contrast, within these walls, they reveled in abundance, a feast of resources that seemed inexhaustible. Chapter 82. The Emergence of the Enhanced Ability. Mind-Spirit Jade. Wu Hao gazed at Lai Cheng, who appeared as wild as a savage. This time, he refrained from wasting food to entertain him. Instead, he observed him quietly, perceiving him as a merchant anticipating a valuable transaction involving extraordinary ability fruits. Take a look at this. Lai Cheng expressed his sincerity by placing an ability fruit on the dining table before them, stepping back voluntarily. He exhibited no concern that Wu Hao might seize it. Rather, he presented it for valuation, hoping for a favorable offer. Wu Hao scrutinized it closely and immediately employed his ability to assess the nature and potential effects of the fruit. Mind-Spirit Jade, spirit-level ability, allows the user to manipulate objects with mental energy. In simpler terms, it represented the fundamental capacity for mental control. Yet, in this context, it was an exceedingly useful ability. If wielded adeptly and with considerable mental strength, it could be employed to kill and utterly devastate a location. Are you willing to exchange for medicine? Wu Hao acknowledged his satisfaction with this item, as it precisely matched the type of ability he lacked. He recognized it as an exceptionally rare ability fruit, typically not offered for trade. Ideally, he sought healing medicines and those for frostbite. Lai Cheng understood that this fruit could only be exchanged for such items, so he was not greedy, opting to trade for these specific medicines instead. Wu Hao perceived this transaction as advantageous. Thus, he feigned a brief departure, only to retrieve the requested medicines from his spatial inventory, displaying them all on the table for Lai Cheng to choose from. He was aware that these medicines were currently among the most precious and hardest to procure treasures. Yet for him, they held little value, even less than ordinary food supplies. Having acquired the ability of life healing, he could directly use his powers for treatment, rendering medicines unnecessary. He contemplated exchanging all these medicines, ideally to auction them at the refuge in return for items he deemed more valuable. Such a bounty. Lai Cheng was immediately thrilled by the assortment of medicines he presented, realizing it resembled a treasure trove, brimming with a vast array of types and quantities. Select what you need and how much. I will calculate the price for you. Wu Hao understood they were engaged in a transaction where prices were clear and would undoubtedly be steep. All right, I understand, Lai Cheng remarked, recognizing that this was not their first trade, and thus was aware of Wu Hao's principles. He suppressed his own desires and began selecting the medicines before him based on his estimated value of the spirit-level ability fruit. Soon enough, he made his selections and began negotiating quantities, striving to secure as much as possible. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. Wu Hao acquired the Mind-Spirit Jade, while Lai Cheng received the medicines he urgently required. Upon concluding the trade, Lai Cheng revealed another reason for approaching Wu Hao. I would like to ask for your assistance with those people outside. The terms are negotiable. I'm not interested, Wu Hao replied curtly. He would deal with the bandits outside, but only if they provoked him and posed a nuisance. Currently, they had not directly entangled him. In fact, they could not even breach his stronghold, thus presenting no threat to him. He did not recall having a particularly good rapport with the other survivors in the apartment. If they deemed those outsiders dangerous, they could find a way to handle it themselves instead of seeking his help. Disappointment flickered in Lai Cheng's eyes. He had anticipated this possibility before arriving, but had not expected such a straightforward rejection, with Wu Hao showing no intention of engaging with the matter. Yet, he understood it well, having observed the derogatory remarks and jealousy directed at him by those survivors in the owner's group. Had it not been for his formidable strength and abundant resources, those individuals would have already seized his territory, allowing him no respite. He comprehended that, in their eyes, his group was akin to the bandits outside, essentially no different, albeit weaker and thus less of a threat. He couldn't be bothered to expend energy or stain his hands with their blood to eliminate them. You should really consider, our survival could benefit you. Lai Cheng quickly produced another item, hoping to sway Wu Hao. Initially indifferent, Wu Hao's curiosity was piqued upon seeing the item Lai Cheng presented. An enhancement? Wu Hao discerned that the item was a rather ordinary dagger, yet it possessed energy akin to that of a beast, indicating that it had fused with such energy. Thanks to his perception ability, he could assess its properties. With his high level of ability, he easily recognized details beyond the comprehension of the average person. This confirmed that the dagger had undergone at least 4 enhancements, allowing its wielder to effortlessly penetrate the hide and scales of a level 1 beast, offering a chance for counterattack. Indeed, Lai Cheng affirmed, convinced that Wu Hao would be intrigued by such an item. If you had simply brought me this ability fruit, I might have considered making a deal. Wu Hao returned the dagger to him, fully aware that Lai Cheng was intentionally showcasing the existence of enhanced equipment wielders among his group. However, since abilities were not awakened by personal means but acquired through ability fruits, Wu Hao viewed this situation as a sheer waste. After all, if granted the enhancement ability, he could amplify its effects manifold, unlike this instance, which clearly squandered materials, yielding a mere enhancement capable of tackling a level 1 beast, a disappointing outcome. Are you not interested? Lai Cheng felt a pang of regret, realizing that Wu Hao was more concerned with the ability fruit than the enhancement effect. What do you think? Wu Hao countered. Recognizing that they were both astute individuals, he chose not to feign ignorance about the relative values. Lai Cheng was acutely aware that he was merely pretending not to understand. However, he comprehended the significance of such an enhancement ability for his team, longing to trade for a finished product rather than relinquishing a potentially sustainable ability. Chapter 83. Sending guests away without discussion, seeking alternative collaborators. Wu Hao, devoid of any interest in continuing the conversation, activated the portal to send the guest away. He pondered over the possibility of possessing an ability to forcibly seize the powers of others. This marked the second time he had encountered an ability in someone else that he yearned for. However, due to the individual being male, it was impossible for him to undergo system verification, rendering the notion of consuming and gaining rewards irrelevant. Thus, he could only observe, unable to possess, leading him to believe that such abilities must exist. He simply had yet to encounter them. Lai Cheng, regrettably, was to be sent away. Acknowledging that the situation was beyond his control, he had not anticipated that the true trump card would fail to impress the other party, and instead, it slightly irked them. Wu Hao watched as Lai Cheng was transported away. He understood that the significance of enhanced equipment paled in comparison to acquiring potent abilities. Yet no one would object to possessing sufficiently powerful gear. Most importantly, he sensed the intense aura of ability emanating from the dagger, indicating that with sufficient means, one could imbue an item with powers beyond one's natural grasp and elevate the level of that ability. Such an advantage held little significance for him, as he could master all abilities without restrictions. However, for specialists like Shun Qianyun and Shui Yi, this was indeed beneficial. For instance, it would allow Shun Qianyun to acquire healing abilities, transforming her into a versatile healer capable of both control and restoration. It could enable Shui Yi to not only have astonishing recovery capabilities, but also don armor of exceptional defense, complemented by weapons imbued with lightning or fire abilities to enhance her attacks. Thus, witnessing the emergence of enhanced abilities within Lai Cheng's team, only to see them squandered, struck Wu Hao as a colossal waste of potential, an utter squandering of this fruit of ability. They even intended to use this as leverage against him, demanding that if he wished to harness this power, he must ensure their safety. How presumptuous! Wu Hao held Lai Cheng's intentions in contempt. If he had possessed a method to forcibly acquire such abilities, he would have done so already. There was no way he would protect them, allowing them to exploit the situation to threaten him and assert their dominance in his presence. It seemed a warning was in order. Perhaps their proximity had lulled him into complacency, granting them an undue sense of security. Wu Hao recognized that the bandits outside posed a threat that irked him. However, Lai Cheng's petty maneuvers only deepened his dissatisfaction, leading him to realize that he needed to make it clear that their survival was not merely a stroke of luck. It was simply his reluctance to engage with them that had allowed their existence to continue. You all stay here. I will step out for a while. Wu Hao informed the members at home, indicating his intention to venture out alone. Where are you going? Out for hunting. Upon hearing his plans, Shun Qianyun and Su Qingya simultaneously inquired, concerned about the potential dangers he might face. Wu Hao was not surprised by Shun Qianyun's concern, yet he was taken aback by Su Qingya's similar inquiry. I'm just handling some minor matters nearby. I'll return shortly, he assured them. His primary intention was to greet a group of visitors in the vicinity and inquire about certain matters. Is it really just that? Su Qingya expressed some skepticism, fully aware of the perilous conditions outside. Shun Qianyun, on the other hand, displayed greater wisdom. She refrained from pressing Wu Hao about his plans, understanding that it sufficed to follow his directives, as he would have his own strategies in mind. Wu Hao chose not to respond to Su Qingya's question, recognizing that she had recently joined and was not yet familiar with the survival rules here. He felt reassured with Shun Qianyun watching over, especially with Shui Yi's presence. Seeing Wu Hao ignore her, Su Qingya felt a tinge of disappointment. Meanwhile, Su Shuyuan observed his figure as he stepped into the portal, realizing that despite believing she understood him well enough, he remained an enigma in her eyes. She also sensed that in his perspective, he seemed to regard them merely as tools for his use, akin to a lecherous fiend who wished to collect beautiful women. Yet, despite having been brought into his fold, he showed no intentions of taking advantage of them, instead merely keeping them for his amusement, a spectacle for his eyes. Yunjia, are we the only members here? Su Shuyuan proactively approached Shen Qianyun, seeking to ingratiate herself and inquire further. Aware that Shen Qianyun held the highest status here as Wu Hao's most loyal confidant, she sought to establish her position. Not entirely. Previously, there were several girls who were provided for, but they have since relocated. Currently, it is just us, Shen Qianyun candidly revealed, understanding that the sisters would not abandon this place, solidifying their roles as core members. Are there others in different locations? Su Shuyuan felt increasingly perplexed. She questioned the purpose of Wu Hao maintaining so many girls, especially when many teams regarded women merely as burdens. Wu Hao's approach was entirely different. He treated them well, providing for their needs and granting them freedom of movement. She recognized him as a businessman, understanding that no one would undertake actions devoid of personal benefit. Yet, his treatment of the girls was clearly not driven by lust, indicating that he must have other motives for believing that nurturing so many women would yield significant advantages. Just settle in here. We will all be good sisters in the future, Shen Qianyun smiled, hoping to encourage Su Shuyuan to settle down and serve Wu Hao together. In such dire circumstances, where could one find a better refuge? Here, they were akin to a family, supporting each other, allowing for companionship during idle moments. Su Shuyuan regarded Shen Qianyun, comprehending the underlying meaning of her words. However, she also recognized that any rebellious thoughts or attempts to incite dissent among the members would be swiftly dealt with. She had no doubt that this seemingly gentle and harmless Shen Qianyun would be the first to eliminate her with brutal efficiency. To demonstrate her desire for camaraderie, Su Shuyuan shyly posed a question to Shen Qianyun. Yunjia, may I ask something out of curiosity? Surprised by Su Shuyuan's inquiry, Shen Qianyun felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Yet, she understood this as Su Shuyuan's attempt to express goodwill and her genuine interest in becoming part of their community. Despite her bashfulness, Shen Qianyun took on the role of a mentor, engaging in a conversation about the intimate secrets shared among women. Chapter 84. Even the villains are big shots. The enemy of my enemy is my friend Wu Hao appeared outside the apartment complex through a portal. His presence unnoticed due to the concealment provided by his ice and snow abilities. He ventured alone towards the area temporarily occupied by the bandits, intending to confront them personally. As Wu Hao approached, Ba Hao detected someone nearing their vicinity. Possessing the ability of pyrokinesis, he was particularly sensitive to fluctuations in non-fire energy in the air. Upon recognizing the approaching individual, he was astounded by the energy emanating from him, shocked at the existence of such a powerful ability user at this moment. Everyone stay put. I will go greet him, Ba Hao declared, demonstrating his intelligence. After a moment's contemplation, he deduced the reason for the visitor's approach. He quickly assessed their respective strengths and realized that annihilating their group would be a trivial task for the stranger. However, the manner of his approach suggested that he sought dialogue, indicating that there was still room for negotiation. What's wrong, boss? Is there a situation? Are those weaklings attacking? Do they truly have such a death wish? Ba Hao's subordinates grew wary, preparing for a potential conflict. The one who has been absent has arrived, Ba Hao stated simply. His words sent a shiver through the werewolf brothers, as they recalled how their stronghold had been utterly decimated. He is coming? What does he want? The werewolf brothers had first-hand experience of the visitor's destructive capabilities, aware that he alone could eliminate them all without a trace. I'll go meet him. It seems I have underestimated him, Ba Hao sighed. Initially, he thought the visitor's power was formidable, but now, through his fire abilities, he realized the stranger was akin to the sun, whereas he himself was merely a flickering flame. The visitor possessed not only a greater variety of abilities, but also superior strength, resembling a humanoid monster. Upon seeing someone come out to greet him, Wu Hao understood that they were already aware of his arrival. How can I enter the refuge? He inquired directly, stating his purpose for visiting. He recognized that exterminating them would be straightforward, but he had no interest in such an endeavor. His focus lay on hunting high-level exotic beasts and their flesh. He had long since lost interest in the resources of these ordinary individuals. The refuge? You wish to enter the refuge? Ba Hao quickly grasped the visitor's intent. He realized that the stranger was aware of the refuge's existence and sought to uncover how to gain entry. However, he was perplexed as to how the visitor had obtained such knowledge, especially regarding their dealings with the influential figures within the refuge. You have but one opportunity, Wu Hao informed him. Possessing both perception and telepathy abilities, he could discern whether Ba Hao was lying. He admitted that he was not particularly patient, thus granting only a single chance for a truthful response. Should Ba Hao provide a satisfactory answer, some matters might be overlooked. However, if he failed, the outcome would be vastly different, and Wu Hao would seek retribution for the damages inflicted upon his safe house. I'm not entirely sure how to enter. I only know how to negotiate with them and where the true entrance lies, Ba Hao relayed, hoping to convince Wu Hao of his honesty. He added, I acknowledge your strength, but there are many experts inside. If you charge in alone, you will surely face dire consequences. It seems there are means to suppress abilities within, reducing you to an ordinary person upon entry, rendering your powers ineffective. Ba Hao engaged in this dialogue with sincere intent, sharing the information he had gathered to prevent Wu Hao from overestimating his own abilities, as the circumstances inside were far more complex than he might assume. Means to suppress abilities? Wu Hao noted, taken aback by this unexpected revelation. Yes, otherwise how could they maintain such comfort with their security measures? Ba Hao replied through clenched teeth. He disclosed this information to Wu Hao partly out of empathy, recognizing him as another struggling soul in the outside world. He understood that the true adversaries were those privileged individuals luxuriating within the refuge. Ba Hao believed that if Wu Hao could infiltrate and eliminate the inhabitants, it would serve his interests as well. After all, in a conflict between the clam and the heron, the fisherman might reap the benefits. Yet, he was aware of the slim chances of success, given the special measures in place to suppress abilities. Ultimately, even the most powerful ability users outside would be rendered ordinary within, subject to the same gunfire. When did you last trade with them? Wu Hao pondered his own circumstances, recognizing that gaining entry would not be overly difficult. His primary combat strength lay in his abilities, but having absorbed the blood and flesh of a level 3 exotic beast, his physical prowess exceeded that of ordinary humans. Thus, even with the suppression measures in place, he was confident in his ability to navigate within. You truly intend to go inside? Ba Hao exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and admiration evident in his voice. He recognized that those like him, wandering the outside world, were derisively referred to as vagabonds by those within the refuge, society's discarded and looked down upon lower class. Ba Hao, while collaborating with those inside, harbored a deep-seated resentment towards them. He questioned why such a stark disparity in existence existed simply because they were once wealthy and influential. Did that justify condemning ordinary people to their fates? However, he had acknowledged that even with formidable abilities, he had no effective means against those within, leading him to endure and accept his circumstances, focusing solely on survival for himself and those around him. Now, learning that Wu Hao was genuinely contemplating a venture inside, he felt a genuine respect, recognizing him not only as a figure of immense strength, but also as a true warrior in spirit. Wu Hao nodded, intrigued by the possibility of an actual auction taking place within and whether exquisite girls were indeed being sold. He realized that finding suitable contract laborers in the wild was nearly impossible. Thus, he sought ways to leverage the resources and advantages within such places to expedite his own accumulation of strength. After all, the tide could turn at any moment, and the white serpent had not been seen in some time. He wondered how much it had grown. Chapter 85. The Sincerity of Colluding Villains. Yusiching is sacrificed if you truly wish to gain entry. I happen to have a method, said Ba Hao, who, upon discussing with him, revealed that he had a rather legitimate way for him to enter. What method? Wu Hao inquired, as his curiosity regarding the internal affairs was piqued. Those residing within possessed specialized DNA ID cards, determining their eligibility to stay based on lineage. However, if you can procure one, I have the means to forge it, allowing you to assume the identity of someone inside, Ba Hao proposed, suggesting a mutually beneficial arrangement. Once in possession of such an ID card, it would not only permit his entry but also enable the fabrication of multiple cards, allowing others to enter as well. Hence, both parties would benefit. Wu Hao regarded Ba Hao, recognizing him as a shrewd businessman, effortlessly scheming to acquire his desires. While Wu Hao merely wished to ascertain whether there was an auction, Ba Hao evidently aimed to become a genuine member of the sanctuary, having grown weary of the harsh, frigid existence outside. This endeavor is clearly fraught with difficulties. Why not procure one for yourself? Wu Hao discerned Ba Hao's ulterior motives, but had no interest in becoming an accomplice, risking his safety for another's gain, especially when he knew he could not prevail. Ba Hao shrugged nonchalantly, embodying the essence of a rogue. I am aware that their security patrols occasionally venture out and am familiar with their routes. However, they recognize me, and I am no match for them. Yet, their ID cards possess the highest authority within, granting unrestricted movement and are the easiest to alter for other identities. Thus, you acquire the ID card, and I will modify it, allowing us both entry. Ba Hao articulated his intentions, cognizant that true strength desires to ascend beyond others. He considered himself strong, albeit somewhat unscrupulous, and was no longer willing to risk his safety working for those he deemed superior. He sought an identity, a formal membership within the sanctuary. Very well. Wu Hao pondered briefly and acquiesced to his arrangement, aware that Ba Hao's motives involved murder and theft, while he himself would engage in identity forgery to facilitate their entry. Splendid. Ba Hao beamed with delight. To demonstrate my sincerity, I happen to have a few individuals you are acquainted with that I shall entrust to you. Ba Hao was undeniably ruthless. Now, having allied with Wu Hao and recognizing the value of cooperation, he promptly decided to betray several individuals who had sought refuge with him. He gestured for his subordinates to bring forth the werewolf brothers and Yu Siqing. Upon seeing Wu Hao, the werewolf brothers trembled, recalling how their stronghold had been utterly decimated, leaving no survivors. Yu Siqing, in a state of sheer panic, collapsed to the ground, his trousers damp with urine, rapidly freezing in the cold. Yet, the terror etched on his face surpassed the frigid air around him. He realized Ba Hao had betrayed him, willing to sacrifice his life to appease his former brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? No, Wu Hao. I am so pleased to see you. Yu Siqing hastily tried to ingratiate himself with Wu Hao, eager to flatter him. Where is your sister? Wu Hao's concern lay solely with her whereabouts and the current situation. I do not know. Yu Siqing's complexion darkened further, his voice trembling as he confessed. I became separated from her and have no idea where she is now. His demeanor betrayed him, revealing that he was weaving a web of lies. The very words he spoke felt unconvincing even to himself. Wu Hao discerned that Yu Siwei had likely been betrayed by her brother, alive yet oblivious to her current circumstances. Lacking interest in further discourse, he waved his hand dismissively. Ba Hao instantly understood and withdrew some of his fire-related abilities, exposing Yu Siqing to the frigid mist. In an instant, Yu Siqing, who had just been engulfed in fear, was transformed into a frozen statue, his last expression of terror preserved in ice. Witnessing Yu Siqing's fate, the werewolf brothers fell to their knees in horror, repeatedly bowing and begging Wu Hao for forgiveness. Big brother, we acknowledge our mistakes. We truly did not intend for this, and we had no knowledge. The werewolf brothers attempted to justify their actions, but realized they could not. For their original intent had been to eliminate Wu Hao and seize his territory. Brother, I suggest you keep them. Their abilities are quite useful, Ba Hao interjected, advocating for the werewolf brothers, reluctant to squander their potential. In his eyes, they were far more competent than Yu Siqing, particularly suited for the harsh environment. Wu Hao regarded Ba Hao, questioning whether he was genuinely defending the werewolf brothers. Yet, Ba Hao was lost in his own thoughts. Their abilities as werewolves can not only infect others, turning them into werewolves, but they can also absorb the powers of those they devour. Simply put, if trained well, they could become two loyal hounds. Ba Hao's words were laden with significance, as he had intended to cultivate their potential had it not been for Wu Hao's timely arrival. Indeed, we are loyal hounds. Woof woof. From now on, whoever the boss commands us to bite, we shall obey. The werewolf brothers, now genuinely terrified, recognized that their hopes for revenge were futile upon witnessing Ba Hao's respectful demeanor towards Wu Hao. They understood that aligning with Wu Hao would ensure their survival and comfort, possibly even indulgence in extraordinary pleasures. The ability to absorb powers was indeed advantageous, and Wu Hao acknowledged its utility. As for the capacity to infect others, he had witnessed its effectiveness firsthand. Now, I have a task for you. Succeed, and you shall live. Fail, and death awaits, Wu Hao declared, unleashing a toxic energy upon them, akin to the control he had exerted over Lu Xinya. ensuring that any hint of rebellion would result in a swift demise. The werewolf brothers felt the invasive force within them, heightening their fear and inhibiting any thoughts of resistance. Wu Hao instructed them, within building number 3, there is an individual with a power-enhancing ability capable of augmenting items and tools. Absorb his power, and it will greatly benefit you. Wu Hao's words implied that obedience would yield substantial rewards. The promise of enhancing items was alluring to Ba Hao, who recognized its potential for significantly bolstering his team and individual strength. Building number 3, you say? We shall ensure it is accomplished. The werewolf brothers, driven by desperation, fervently promised, fully aware that failure would mean certain death, and thus resolved to execute the task diligently. Chapter 86. Entering the refuge, Shao Qing awoke. And I too sought to lend a hand, merely requesting that my brother permit me to borrow some resources to enhance a few pieces of equipment. Ba Hao, exuding a swagger characteristic of the underworld, conferred with Wu Hao, intending to partake in the benefits. As the werewolf brothers were evidently on the verge of becoming Wu Hao's subordinates, any enhanced items they consumed would exclusively serve Wu Hao. Thus, Ba Hao aimed to secure this collaboration by establishing camaraderie through flattering discourse. Wu Hao nodded, recognizing the mutual interests at play. The advantages of cooperation far outweighed those of enmity. Allow me to present you with a small token of goodwill. I hope to witness the fruition of our endeavors upon my return. He summoned provisions from his spatial storage, instant noodles, spicy strips, and canned goods. In such an environment, these supplies were more precious than gold, easily bartering for the favor of a stunning beauty. Ba Hao gazed in astonishment, truly grasping the extent of Wu Hao's magnanimity and the abundance of his resources. The werewolf brothers stood tall, embodying the loyalty of devoted guardians, proud of their master's evident prowess in dispensing such wealth. What a bunch of fools, Ba Hao mentally scoffed, noting the werewolves' eagerness to submit, their canine instincts surfacing as they readily acknowledged their new allegiance. However, he understood that this seamless collaboration was also facilitated by the werewolf brothers. Without their presence, achieving such accord would have required significantly more time. Wu Hao gleaned the patrol routes of the refuge's security team from Ba Hao. Upon the unveiling of the all-terrain tracked vehicle, envy sparked in the eyes of onlookers, especially Ba Hao, who marveled at its stunning design. He discerned that the vehicle had undergone enhancements, unlike his own fire-based abilities required to combat the cold. This vehicle could operate normally in frigid conditions and provided a genuine resting area for its occupants, allowing for safe recovery without the need for supernatural aid. Brother, do you have any more of these vehicles? Would you consider selling one to me? The price is negotiable. If you can procure a fruit of at least saint-level abilities, I shall gift you a vehicle. Wu Hao, unrestrained by convention, recognized the talent among Ba Hao's group and proposed a trade. He would exchange the modified all-terrain vehicle for their assistance in locating individuals and rare fruits. For him, the return on investment was substantial. Trading one vehicle could yield a return of 100 saint-level ability fruits. Ba Hao pondered, realizing the steepness of the price. It was his first encounter with the concept of such extraordinary abilities, and a thought struck him. If he knew of the existence of saint-level ability fruits, did that not imply he possessed the strength of a saint-level ability himself? Noticing Ba Hao's astonishment, Wu Hao recognized his quick wit. He held no fear of revealing this information that could not oppose him and would only find themselves cornered. Very well, I shall devise a means. Ba Hao gazed longingly at the all-terrain vehicle, understanding it to be a veritable fortress in this hostile environment and a mobile refuge that could serve as a primary base. Wu Hao remained indifferent to their methods. Having endured the recent cataclysm, he was no longer a naive soul. As long as he encountered others who could elevate his return rate, he deemed it sufficient. The source of such returns mattered little. With a decisive intention, they set off to seize ID cards. Ba Hao understood their mission's urgency. Wu Hao's departure served to demonstrate his absence, thereby preventing any interference. This maneuver effectively removed the strongest combat force from the apartment complex, granting them the freedom to act. Wu Hao proceeded towards the security team, aware that those entrusted with safeguarding the refuge were formidable individuals. They possessed significant abilities attributed to the resources afforded by the refuge. Awakened to some activity? As Wu Hao drove, he sensed the stirring of a presence. He initiated communication, observing it curiously examining the exotic beast space within his storage, discovering itself in an entirely new realm. The Azure Serpent, having awakened and sensed his presence, was filled with joy. Thanks to the 7 or 8 saint-level wind sacred jades he had fed it prior to its slumber, it experienced rapid growth, expanding from 5 to 7 meters in length. Its condition restored to peak performance, nearing the threshold of a level 4 beast. Are you ready? You shall strike first, and I will provide cover for a swift resolution. Wu Hao perceived its acquiescence, recognizing it as his most potent asset, a surprise weapon for critical moments. Who would suspect such a formidable azure serpent lay concealed within his storage? With a singular horn atop its head, it bore the potential to transform into a dragon, ultimately growing to lengths rivaling that of a white serpent. First, indulge in some snacks. Do not return to slumber just yet. This time, Wu Hao refrained from offering overly advanced spiritual jades, instead providing lesser inner spirit pills as treats. He understood that rapid enhancement could lead to a transformative slumber, and he did not wish for it to sleep away precious days, especially when its assistance was pivotal in the impending conflict. The azure serpent responded with enthusiasm. Witnessing a multitude of inner spirit pills within its domain, perceiving them as delectable morsels that could nourish its foundation, the environmental conditions worsened, even with a change in direction. The visibility in the icy mist remained sparse. The urban landscape lay in eerie silence, devoid of any signs of life. Snow blanketed the ground, obliterating the remnants of a once thriving world. The incessant snowfall above perpetuated the rising of the icy fog, with accumulating snow exacerbating the situation. The world was ensnared in a colossal ice age, a reality where venturing beyond the refuge could lead to freezing demise. Yet remaining confined within the refuge brought the looming threat of resource scarcity. Chapter 87. Can the powerful survive? Merely more exceptional contractual subjects, Wu Hao was acutely aware that he currently faced no shortage of resources. For the existence of his spatial storage ensured that none of his supplies would succumb to freezing or become unusable. The convenience of consumption rebates allowed him to procure an unending supply of materials. Most importantly, it enabled a substantial increase in the returns on the supernatural fruits, sparing him the perilous task of searching for them individually. It could be said that if he disregarded the challenge of acquiring new types, he could comfortably remain at home, continuously enhancing his abilities. However, the rampant beasts roaming outside rendered it impossible to stay home in peace, as one could never know when they might demolish his dwelling. Wu Hao recalled the formidable white serpent he had encountered at the beginning. The sight of that 30-meter-long creature had filled him with apprehension, fearing it might suddenly assault the apartment building and reduce it to rubble. Thankfully, the ebbing tide had driven the serpent away, temporarily alleviating that crisis. Yet, the discovery of the level 4 subterranean beast, the Earth Dragon, and witnessing the white serpent grow to 300 meters, alongside a 30-meter-long crystal scorpion nearby, revealed that this world was not merely a realm frozen by a cold wave, but also a domain inhabited by colossal creatures. In the past, even ordinary animals had transformed due to the supernatural fruits, with the common white house cat evolving into a 3-meter-long tiger. Serpents seemed to possess the potential to transform into dragons, allowing an ordinary green snake to grow beyond 100 meters, rendering flimsy shelters utterly laughable. It appeared that they truly regarded humanity as mere cattle, indifferent to their survival. Gazing at his reflection on the windshield, Wu Hao noted his strikingly handsome yet considerably colder visage. Who could have imagined that he had once been a polite and smiling clerk? He reminisced about being deceived by his partner, watching a bankrupt imported snacks supermarket crumble to ruin, and the overwhelming despair that accompanied the sudden burden of millions in debt, driving him to contemplate ending it all. This unforeseen cold wave disaster had, in a sense, saved him, liberating him from the merciless realm ruled by wealth and endowing him with resources in abundance. It had granted him liberation and the potential for rapid ascendance. Yet, just as he felt he was thriving and considered himself superior, he discovered the harsh truth that this world was far from egalitarian. Some had known about the impending cold wave disaster 3 years prior, deliberately condemning ordinary people like him to perish. The powerful had exploited their privileged information, commencing their preparations ahead of time and establishing their sanctuaries. They sat in their lofty boxes, spectators to the struggles of ordinary individuals ensnared in the icy grip of death, deriving amusement from their plight. Yet, he mused, surely there must be many exquisite women among them. As Wu Hao considered his reflection once more, a wicked smile crept across his face. He dismissed notions of human rights and superiority. His only concern was securing new contractual companions. The remaining individuals he might encounter were either lacking in aesthetic appeal or purity. He had fortuitously encountered the Seuss sisters, elevating his rebate multiplier to 1100. However, it seemed this was the limit, making further increases exceedingly challenging. He had thought this was the extent of his situation. with fortune being the only factor that could change his fate. Yet, the news from Su Shuya and the confirmations from Bo Hao revealed that many were not only alive, but living in comfort and safety. It became evident that those exceptional women were gathered in these sanctuaries, hidden away just like him, awaiting discovery akin to unearthing treasures from a chest. Each one a potential candidate for his contracts. However, entry into these sanctuaries was not a simple endeavor. The fabrication of identity cards was required. Wu Hao had already devised a plan of his own. He recognized Bo Hao's strategy was clever, yet his own was even more ingenious. For he possessed not only an offensive ability but also one that allowed him to control others, charm. This ability could render an individual entirely subservient to him. A willing slave eager to please him, especially effective when applied to women. He had confirmed that among the patrolling guards dispatched was a woman who met his contractual criteria. 3-member patrol teams emerged from the sanctuary to survey the vicinity. However, today's group appeared somewhat different, with 2 members exhibiting a tense demeanor, seemingly acting as bodyguards escorting their young lady, concerned for her safety in the treacherous outside world. "Miss, we should return quickly. It's truly unsafe out here," one urged. "Indeed, Mississippi. The outside is utterly devastated. There's nothing but beasts. It's far too perilous," echoed the other bodyguard. Yet, it seemed the young lady had grown too accustomed to her comfortable life, underestimating the dangers that lurked beyond. She insisted on swapping clothes with the guards, simply to step outside for some fresh air. "Don't mind me. It feels like being imprisoned inside. There's no room for movement. I refuse to believe it's that dangerous out there. It's just a bit colder. I senti it." Having been spoiled since childhood, she was not merely willful, but downright headstrong. She had always gotten her way, never having faced refusal. The bodyguards felt a mix of helplessness and anxiety, knowing that failure to safely return the young lady would seal their fate, leaving them with no option but to face certain death upon their return. "This air is marvelous. I absolutely adore it," exclaimed Tang Shujiao, spreading her arms wide as she embraced the enchanting icy world. Clad in garments fashioned from beast pelts, she felt no chill, merely delighting in the beauty of the wintry landscape, akin to an ordinary snowy winter day. She joyfully scooped up snow, relishing in the freedom it represented. Meanwhile, her 2 bodyguards dared not let their guard down, fully aware that not only did the icy fog shroud the landscape, but terrifying beasts could emerge at any moment. The guards' primary duty was to eliminate nearby threats posed by the roaming beasts and to gather materials from them to forge equipment. However, today, due to the young lady's capriciousness, they had been compelled to remain in the sanctuary. This indicated that the beasts in the vicinity had not been dealt with and posed a continuous threat, ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 88. Encountering a young lady. Entering the shelter becomes simpler. I wished to build a snowman. Tang Shujiao felt as though she might go mad from being cooped up inside. She was aware that the shelter was quite comfortable, secure, and well-stocked with provisions. It was said to have a plantation and a farm, fostering an internal cycle that continually produced fresh vegetables, fruits, and meat. However, the space was exceedingly cramped and oppressive. Built within a mountainside, the natural rock layers served as insulation, yet this limited the available area. Even though they were still excavating to expand the underground space, the progress was painfully slow. The initial novelty had long since faded, leaving her feeling increasingly confined and bored, with the only entertainment options being a billiards room and a tennis court, lacking even a swimming pool. The 2 bodyguards were tense. While their young mistress frolicked without a care, they remained on high alert, instinctively sensing that they were being watched. Their muscles taut with apprehension. They were acutely aware of the lurking danger that required their utmost vigilance. At that moment, Wu Hao had already abandoned the all-terrain vehicle, blending seamlessly with the surrounding ice and snow, utilizing both perception and mental acuity to surveil the trio. Through their conversation, he discerned that these individuals were not ordinary security personnel. Rather, it was a mischievous young lady who had ventured out to play, accompanied by her 2 bodyguards. Tang Shujiao. Appearance, 94. Purity, 100. Immaculate. Review, approved. Indeed, Wu Hao thought, it was the right place to find qualified pawns. A satisfied smile crept upon his face as he realized his initial assumption was correct. Those permitted entry into the shelter were typically affluent individuals. The women within, aside from those captured as slaves, seldom resorted to trading their bodies for resources. Thus, finding a suitable candidate outside proved challenging, while here, they were plentiful. Moreover, these young ladies, accustomed to a life of privilege, often had mothers who were models or celebrities, resulting in a veritable abundance of beauty, with the lowered standards for approval. Even those scoring above 85 could qualify. Wu Hao recognized that not only the wealthy young ladies were potential targets, but even some virtuous noblewomen could meet the criteria. Broadening his selection without necessitating excessive scrutiny, he devised a plan, intending to alter his approach. He would send Xiaoqing to initiate an attack on these individuals, testing their capabilities. The 7-meter-long green serpent, Xiaoqing, emerged from the beast space, momentarily transformed into a gust of green wind under the enhancement of Feng Xingyu, swiftly surging towards the trio. Unbeknownst to Tang Shujiao, danger was imminent. In her joyous play, she suddenly felt a forceful shove, followed by her bodyguard's urgent shout, "Miss, run!" In the blink of an eye, a massive green figure erupted from the snow, swiftly severing one of her bodyguard's torso. Its terrifying serpentine gaze fixated upon her, as if she were a mere morsel. Run towards the shelter. The remaining bodyguard, realizing the imminent threat of the approaching beast, recognized it as a level 3 creature nearing level 4, a green serpent. He drew his long sword, forged from the fangs of a beast, engulfed in flames, and, cloaked in golden light, charged at the serpent, fully aware that this assault would likely be his demise. Yet he had no choice. Retreating to the shelter would be a fate worse than death. Tang Shujiao, paralyzed by fear, found herself devoid of strength to escape. She watched in horror as the other bodyguard launched a futile attack against the fearsome serpent, succumbing within mere moments, his body devoured without a trace. Only then did she comprehend the gravity of her situation, striving to move towards the shelter, consumed by regret for not heeding her bodyguard's warnings of danger. "Don't come any closer." In her panic, Tang Shujiao forgot the protective items she possessed. Now, she was but a frightened little girl, flinging snow at the serpent in a desperate attempt to deter it. The green serpent regarded her with disdain, knowing that had it not been for Wu Hao's command, it would have consumed her without hesitation. However, it understood that a performance was required. Upon receiving the order to evade, it deftly dodged an icy projectile, which exploded nearby, unleashing a flurry of dazzling yet harmless ice shards. A voice echoed in the chaos. "Run. Head towards the shelter." Wu Hao, appearing like a heroic figure, seized the moment, stepping forward to confront the terrible serpent and protect her. Tang Shujiao gazed upon him, captivated by his striking and somewhat roguish visage, her heart racing as if she had encountered a prince from a fairy tale, destined to rescue her. Thus, when instructed to flee, she remained transfixed, as if rendered speechless by the sight. Wu Hao internally chastised himself for her infatuation at such a perilous moment. Yet he was grateful that he and the serpent were merely acting. Had she continued to linger, she would have jeopardized both their lives. Nevertheless, he found a strange pleasure in the situation. Engaging in a fierce battle with the serpent, he ultimately unleashed a concentrated surge of energy, shouting, "Die!" intending to compress and obliterate the serpent, ultimately consigning it back to the beast space for a respite. As the battle concluded, he approached her with a confident and proud stride, the self-styled hero who had come to her rescue. Chapter 89. Deceiving the Young Lady. Infiltrating the sanctuary, Tang Shujiao's gaze became increasingly infatuated as she realized that the perfect figure in her heart should resemble this man. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Wu Hao inquired, genuinely concerned for her well-being. "I'm fine," Tang Shujiao replied, her shyness mingled with joy as she looked at him, internally exclaiming how handsome he was. She discovered that this savior of hers perfectly embodied the heroic image she had envisioned. Not only was he exceptionally strong, but he was also strikingly attractive, and most importantly, he exuded an aura of excitement. Wu Hao had initially intended to use his charm ability to control her for a moment, but upon witnessing her genuine admiration for him, he deemed it unnecessary to resort to his powers, as the desired effect had already been achieved. "How did you manage to come out here? Where are the guards? Do you not realize how perilous it is outside?" Wu Hao's tone shifted abruptly as he reprimanded her, assuming the role of a guard in the sanctuary, admonishing her for her reckless behavior that had now cost the lives of her 2 bodyguards. I. Tang Shujiao suddenly comprehended the gravity of her actions. She realized that her impulsiveness had led to the demise of 2 loyal protectors. And had it not been for this man's timely intervention, she might have already fallen victim to that terrifying beast. The floodgates of her fear burst open, and she found herself weeping uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wu Hao observed the frozen tears that had just emerged and noted her innocence. She was indeed quite naive to be so easily frightened. He recognized that his objective had been fully accomplished. He gently took her hand and led her back towards the sanctuary, speaking as they walked. "It is fortunate that I was nearby and able to find you. Now, let us return quickly and do not venture out again." Tang Shujiao, utterly captivated, agreed without hesitation, following his lead. At this moment, Wu Hao had acquired an ID card belonging to a deceased bodyguard. Utilizing his construction ability and his own blood, he modified the identification information, thus creating an ID card that now belonged to him. However, upon entering, he initially swiped Tang Shujiao's ID card, allowing them both to enter the safe haven nestled within the mountains. "Welcome back, Miss Tang. We hope you enjoy a comfortable life within Shelter 703. A female electronic voice echoed through the corridor. Wu Hao immediately realized that after a beam of light swept over him, all his abilities had been rendered null. It was not merely a deactivation. It felt as if his connection to them had been abruptly severed, placing him in a state of prohibition. This situation confirmed that the claims made by Bo Hao were indeed truthful. It was evident that abilities were prohibited within this sanctuary. Everyone essentially reverted to the status of ordinary individuals, rendering even the most formidable ability users outside vulnerable to a single gunshot within these walls. Feeling the warmth inside, Tang Shujiao regained some clarity and looked at him with a fluttering heart, acknowledging that he had saved her. "Thank you for today," she said cheerfully, her demeanor resembling that of a love-struck girl, completely oblivious to questioning the identity of the man before her. Wu Hao smiled gently in response. After a brief moment of surprise, he had regained his composure, realizing that while his abilities were indeed sealed, his personal space remained unaffected. This meant he could continue to freely access items within it and release Shaoqing for combat whenever necessary, which provided him with a sense of reassurance. His personal space contained firearms, more than just one, but thousands. "Once you have some free time, may I come to visit you?" Tang Shujiao regarded him with shyness. Mistakenly perceiving him as a member of the guard team, perhaps even their captain, she timidly inquired, hoping for his agreement while fearing a potential refusal. Of course, Wu Hao replied with a smile. He was uncertain of Tang Shujiao's true identity, but felt assured that her status here was not insignificant. Had she merely been an ordinary refugee, she would not have the power to summon the guards for leisure. He also noted that her two bodyguards were not weak, yet they had unfortunately fallen victim to Shaoqing's ambush. "All right, I will come find you later," Tang Shujiao exclaimed joyfully before returning to report her safety. Wu Hao watched her retreating figure, his expression growing colder. He discerned that this young lady seemed utterly indifferent to the deaths of her two bodyguards, her primary concern being the potential reprimand from her parents. He recognized that such an attitude was not cultivated overnight. It indicated a lifetime spent in an environment where the lives of others were treated as expendable. In her eyes, a servant's life could simply be compensated with money, a mere inconvenience to be resolved with a larger payout. This realization presented him with an opportunity to forge a legitimate identity for himself. Wu Hao understood that his task was not yet complete. The ID card he had obtained belonged to another, which meant that his identity within this system was not his own. He needed to secure a genuine identity here, preferably one of higher rank. Thus, he set out to the guard station to see if he could modify any permissions. Upon locating the guard station, he observed that there were indeed personnel on watch. Upon his abrupt entrance, the guard immediately became alert, drawing his weapon and demanding, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Given the fixed nature of the personnel, the guards were familiar with the faces of those who belonged and could easily identify strangers. Wu Hao chose not to engage in conversation. Instead, he swiftly opened the space for the beast, allowing Shaoqing's colossal head to emerge and swiftly consume the guard. With the guard dispatched, Wu Hao seated himself at the management console. To his surprise, he discovered that unlocking it required both fingerprint and iris recognition. Therefore, he instructed Shaoqing to expel the guard's remains, utilizing the body parts to unlock the management system. He found that the sanctuary accommodated a total of 362 residents, a number that was fixed, meaning it could only decrease but not increase. With that understanding, he opted not to add new personnel, but instead modified the personal information on his newly constructed ID card, officially registering himself in the system. This not only established him as a citizen of this sanctuary, but also assigned him an exclusive room, allowing him to fully integrate into his new identity and become a legitimate member of this community. However, in comparison, this place was not as superior as his apartment stronghold. Having gained access to the management system, Wu Hao was privy to the conditions and construction progress of the sanctuary. He observed that while it was decent, it paled in comparison to his own base in the apartment complex. The construction here was merely at a standard level, unlike the deep internal modifications he could perform with his abilities. Consequently, the heating and insulation were primarily reliant on the mountain structure itself, creating a residence suitable for ordinary people seeking refuge. In the short term, this made the sanctuary appear quite satisfactory, yet in the long run, it would not measure up to his own refuge, leaving him with a sense of disdain for the place. Chapter 90. The Shelter of the Powerful, number 703. Should ordinary people perish? Shelter number 703. This implies that there are at least 700 such shelters. Wu Hao could not help but chuckle. Given that 362 individuals were accommodated here, it indicates that over 20,000 souls have chosen to conceal themselves within these walls, forsaking billions outside, opting instead to safeguard their own lives while meticulously concealing the calamity's existence for 3 long years. This strategy perfectly averted the chaos of the common folk and the ensuing scramble for resources, allowing them to prepare in comfort and await the disastrous onset, utilizing it as a means to eradicate all who dwelled outside. Yet, they evidently underestimated the resilience of life beyond their confines and the formidable power that extraordinary abilities could bestow. However, the reason why this place could suppress such powers remained unexplained. It seemed that the base implicitly acknowledged this capability. Wu Hao examined the circumstances here, seeking a method to disable the extraordinary ability suppression. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Yet, from the list of personnel, he discerned that every core member of the security team possessed formidable abilities, mostly at or above the spirit level. It was apparent that shortly after the disaster commenced, they leveraged their superior weaponry to acquire advanced extraordinary fruits, even hunting higher-tier beasts, thereby rapidly augmenting their strength. Among the security team roster, he discovered a vice captain who piqued his interest. Tan Danxue, attractiveness, 91. Purity, 100, immaculate. Abilities, level 1 body dominance, level 1 combat intuition, level 3 physical enhancement. Review, approved. She astonishingly possessed a level 3 physical enhancement. Moreover, her abilities were all combat-oriented, indicating her exceptional prowess in solo combat scenarios. Indeed, this place was a veritable treasure trove for him. Wu Hao realized he had stumbled upon an excellent opportunity, given that suitable contractual candidates were scarce outside. He had already encountered 2 here without even delving deeply into the environment. This equated to a successful contract, enabling him to elevate his rebate multiplier by 200 times, raising it to a staggering 1,300. Nevertheless, he was aware that the eligible females within these walls certainly numbered more than just the 2 he had encountered. With a total of 362 individuals present, and having eliminated 3, there remained 359. The inhabitants here were predominantly from the elite class, either affluent or noble. Aside from these permanent residents, there were also individuals captured from outside, brought in for entertainment and trade, making it considerably easier for him to locate suitable contractual partners here than beyond these walls. However, aligning his approach was somewhat challenging. After all, he was not an actual member of the security team, and the genuine on-duty personnel had already been dispatched. Wu Hao observed the now vacant duty room, aware that the security team would soon discover the presence of the deceased and the absence of one of their members. Thus, he intended to avoid masquerading as a security personnel, instead opting to blend in as a regular resident. He had also gleaned from the management system that individuals were categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier comprised the elite, the highest echelon. The second tier included the security guards, categorized as protectors. The third tier consisted of service personnel, the lowest rank among the permanent residents. Furthermore, there existed an even lower tier comprised of temporary individuals from outside, including vagrants and those engaged in trade, effectively treated as livestock without any rights. Once he had sorted matters here, he resolved to first inspect his designated room. Additionally, he aimed to further engage with Tang Shujiao, aware that such a young lady was often easily deceived. Given her elevated status here, she could provide him with excellent cover, helping to mitigate the risk of his identity being exposed. The news of the attack on the security duty room and the complete disappearance of personnel reached the security team of shelter number 703 almost instantaneously. The captain, who also served as the facility's director and highest authority, was gravely concerned. Had a beast infiltrated their sanctuary? Sipeng scrutinized the duty room, confirming the lingering scent of an extraordinary beast. An extraordinary beast? Impossible, argued Vice Captain Tandanchua, dismissing such a notion. If a beast had breached their defenses, there would undoubtedly have been alarms blaring throughout the base, rather than allowing an intruder to penetrate so deeply into their core and eliminate their on-duty guards without a trace. The current situation indicated an extraordinary beast was on the prowl, having already taken the life of one of their own. Sipeng sternly addressed Tandanchua, perceiving her skepticism towards his findings and capabilities. Tandanchua stood at attention before her imposing captain, her posture accentuating her alluring figure, causing her uniform to strain against her curves. Yet, Sipeng appeared oblivious to her beauty, viewing Tandanchua merely as a comrade, albeit one whose physique seemed somewhat cumbersome in combat. Conduct a comprehensive investigation of all internal personnel, he commanded. Although the means by which the extraordinary beast had infiltrated remained unclear, it could not be dismissed that it might possess the ability to disguise itself, potentially hiding among their ranks. All personnel must be examined. Tandanchua was taken aback. This was no trivial task. With so many residents in their tier, it would be impossible for the guards alone to conduct a thorough search. A careful investigation should easily reveal any anomalies, Sipeng instructed her, clarifying that the search should not be overtly conspicuous. A discreet approach, utilizing any plausible reason for inquiries, would suffice to uncover the truth. Understanding his intent, Tandanchua promptly set about executing the task, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, as it implied a terrifying presence had already infiltrated their midst, rendering them vulnerable to sudden demise. Wu Hao had located his room and was greeted by Tang Shujiao, who had come to visit. Beside her stood an elegantly poised lady, reminiscent of a sisterly figure. "I thought I was mistaken. It truly is you. You reside here," Tang Shujiao exclaimed, her surprise evident. Observing his residence within the elite sector of the community, her joy intensified. This indicated he was indeed not an ordinary member of the security team, not someone of a lesser tier than her own, increasing the likelihood of a lasting connection between them, thereby reducing the chances of parental opposition to their relationship. What a serendipitous encounter. Wu Hao had not anticipated being spotted by her while seeking his room. He also noted the inconvenience of the suppression of extraordinary abilities, as it had prevented him from utilizing his sensing powers for timely alerts, leaving him oblivious to her following him. Curiously, he appraised the beautiful lady accompanying Tang Shujiao, questioning if she were her sister. "This is my stepmother. She was assigned to accompany me out of concern that I might run away again. Now that she has seen you, she decided to bring me along," Tang Shujiao introduced, her tone more akin to that of a servant than a family member. The exquisitely graceful woman smiled gently, conveying her goodwill. Wu Hao gazed at her and observed her attributes manifesting beside her. He confirmed that the band's effect here only applied to the supernatural fruit, having no impact whatsoever on the spatial dimension he possessed. Chapter 91. This little stepmother is a waste. Attending the auction, seeing her beauty, which could rival Su Qingya's, it was a pity that her purity score fell slightly short, resulting in her disqualification from the system's review and the inability to partake in the contract rebate. She exuded an air of opulence. Her skin was like sheep's fat, her brows shaped like willow leaves, her deep-set amber eyes captivating, her nose straight, and her lips resembling roses. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, adorned with a jade orchid hairpin, and her graceful posture left an indelible impression. It was known that she was likely a concubine of Tang Shujiao's father. When their gazes met, the shyness and yearning in her eyes were palpable, revealing her suppressed desires and intentions of infidelity. It seemed her father lacked the capability to satisfy her. Wu Hao quickly discerned that this little stepmother was drawn to his striking appearance and physique. Enhanced by the blood and flesh of exotic beasts and his blood demon constitution, he not only possessed exceptional looks and form, but also exuded a somewhat sinister charm. However, upon observing her purity score, he recognized that she was of no use for his rebate, surrounded by countless beautiful women. He was not in a position to be indiscriminate in his pursuits. Thus, he offered her a polite smile, which, to his surprise, seemed to fluster her to the point of shying away from his gaze. Tang Shujiao remained oblivious to her stepmother's discomfort, her entire focus and heart fixated on Wu Hao. "I don't even know your name. My father was furious when he found out I ran off to play. Now that he knows you saved me, he insists I properly thank you and wants to meet you in person," Tang Shujiao exclaimed, realizing she didn't even know the name of her savior and eager to learn more about him. I am Wu Hao, a member of the security team. He introduced himself with a smile, marking their formal acquaintance. Tang Shujiao's face lit up with joy as she finally learned the name of her idol. At that moment, a notification chimed, indicating that Yu Siwei had consumed 1 unit of second-level exotic beast flesh and received a rebate of 1,100 units of the same. Wu Hao's curiosity piqued at the sight of Yu Siwei consuming raw beast flesh, noticing she had largely forsaken normal food and water for this primal diet. He recalled the primary reason for their gathering and inquired about the auction. It seems the auction is about to commence. I wonder what items will be up for bid. Wu Hao was already aware that an auction was indeed taking place, but it resembled more of a grand agricultural bidding market, leaning towards an entertainment event designed to enrich the monotonous daily lives of the residents. Nevertheless, surprises were to be expected, with young girls captured from outside and rare exotic materials set to be sold. Brother Wu, you're interested in the auction as well. I was just thinking of purchasing a girl to keep as a pet. The last one was too ugly and simply didn't please me. Tang Shujiao remarked in an innocently naive tone that belied the disturbing nature of her words. In her eyes, ordinary girls were akin to livestock, suitable to be raised as pets like cats and dogs. Beside her, Fan Xinhuan did not refute this perspective, though she appeared somewhat more accepting than Tang Shujiao, unable to dismiss the notion entirely, considering her own origins as someone once bought from an auction. I too wish to acquire someone to assist me. Wu Hao replied with a chuckle. Observing Tang Shujiao's attitude, he recognized the privileged class's disregard for ordinary people, especially in times of disaster. They had monopolized the majority of survival resources and had developed a pathological view of ordinary individuals as mere livestock, easily captured and traded. Brother Wu, you don't mind the dirt? Tang Shujiao asked with disdain. In her view, if he were to buy such a girl, it would inevitably involve the violation of her purity. However, she regarded women from outside as filthy, akin to beasts, having heard tales of them resorting to consuming not just cockroaches and rats, but even other humans to survive. The thought of such a survival strategy repulsed her to the point of nausea, leading her to dismiss them as mere animals, fit only for slaughter. Wu Hao responded ambiguously. If they're clean, then they're clean. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he noticed Fan Xinhuan's expression darken, clearly indicating a history where she had once been an auction item herself. The current dialogue had stirred unpleasant memories for her. I really can't understand you all. You're like this, and so is my father, Tang Shujiao remarked with some disdain, mistakenly believing he had come for such sordid transactions. It was evident that her fondness for him was rapidly diminishing. Although she did not harbor outright dislike, her warmth had considerably cooled. Wu Hao remained indifferent. He had not entered this place to pursue anyone, nor was he intent on winning the affections of this young lady or securing her hand in marriage. His purpose here was to ascertain the situation and determine whether the auction could yield suitable candidates. However, upon witnessing the sordid nature of the auction listings, he had already concluded that the quality of the offerings was likely quite high. Those presented for auction were likely of a certain caliber, at least former internet celebrities or campus beauties. The unattractive ones were unlikely to even survive. From Tang Shujiao's attitude, it was apparent that the elite regarded those outside the refuge as less than human, viewing them as wild savages or livestock, freely available for buying and slaughtering. The three of them proceeded together to the auction. After a brief moment of irritation, Tang Shujiao could not resist the allure of Wu Hao's charisma and took the initiative to engage him in conversation. Meanwhile, Fan Xinhuan quietly followed beside them, her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 92. The Auction House. A dim yet intriguing scene in comparison. Those who purchase items at the auction are surprisingly good candidates. Wu Hao accompanied Tang Shujiao and Fan Xinhuan to the auction. Upon entering, they were each given a feathered mask, designed to obscure the identities of those attending the auction. Through his interactions with Tang Shujiao and Fan Xinhuan, Wu Hao discovered that while there were indeed many eligible individuals in the refuge, their moral compasses were severely distorted. It seemed nearly impossible to convince them to leave and become core members of his stronghold. In contrast, the girls being auctioned were primarily abducted from the outside world, and thus retained a more intact sense of morality, making them easier to win over. By providing them with good food and drink, and allowing them a degree of freedom, it would be relatively simple to earn their loyalty. This realization solidified his decision as he began to grasp the nuances of the situation at the auction house. Taking a seat, he awaited the commencement of the auction. The venue, which was purportedly an auction house, resembled a somewhat shabby classroom repurposed for the event. The seating arrangements were luxurious, adorned with genuine leather, while the auction stage was merely a simple concrete platform with a podium for the auctioneer. Wu Hao observed that nearly everyone in attendance wore feathered masks, concealing their faces and ensuring their identities remained undisclosed. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was merely a facade, as the refuge housed only about 300 individuals. Any purchases made, especially concerning female slaves, would soon become common knowledge, leading him to suspect that the masks served only to provide a thrill rather than true anonymity. Sitting beside him were Tang Shujiao and Fan Xinhuan, the former openly displaying her disdain for her stepmother by deliberately choosing to sit apart. Wu Hao found this arrangement amusing and noted that Fan Xinhuan seemed quite pleased to sit close to him, practically leaning against him, a rather inviting gesture. He took note of the lady's every move, sensing an undeniable allure about her, yet he understood that easily attained pleasures often lack charm. Unsure of her true intentions, he maintained a polite distance, which elicited a look of longing from her, revealing her eagerness. Wu Hao contemplated whether Tang Shujiao was aware of her stepmother's yearning, as well as whether her father was informed. However, with Tang Shujiao present, he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment to act. If her father had orchestrated this situation as a test of his character, he would be foolish to fall for it so easily. Thus, he feigned ignorance and focused on the auction stage. As the lights dimmed, leaving only the spotlight on the auctioneer, Wu Hao's attention was suddenly drawn to a familiar figure in the front row. The silhouette of this individual ignited a memory. He realized it was Fong Qing, his former partner in their snack supermarket venture and a close college friend. Their bond had fostered a significant trust, leading to their partnership in the business. However, the trust was shattered when Fong Qing had vanished without a trace, taking with him substantial funds and leaving Wu Hao burdened with crippling debts. He had assumed that Fong Qing had perished in the recent calamity, yet here he was, alive and well, clearly having purchased refuge insurance and hiding from the disaster. What's wrong, Wu Gu? Tang Shujiao perceptively noted his heightened tension, observing his clenched fists. Intrigued by what treasures might be auctioned, she queried him. With a smile, he responded, turning to glance at Fan Xinhuan, surprised by her boldness. As the lights continued to dim, drawing attention to the auction stage, he noticed that Fan Xinhuan had removed her shoes, her stocking-clad foot unexpectedly resting on his. When she noticed his gaze, she averted her eyes. Yet her foot subtly caressed his, sending unmistakable signals. Curious about her urgency, he tested the waters by wrapping his arm around her slender waist. To his astonishment, she maintained her serious facade while permitting his advances, leaning into him and allowing him to explore further. Her overt willingness left him intrigued, and he chose to indulge in the unexpected benefits of the moment, taking advantage of the shadows that enveloped them. Chapter 93. Auctioning Cola? The price is 2 packs of instant noodles. Tang Shujiao remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events beside her, oblivious to the fact that her stepmother had nearly melted into the embrace of the man next to her. The auction had commenced, beginning with an assortment of essential items. The first item on the block was a 2-liter bottle of cola, starting at a bid of a single steamed bun. The highest bidder would take it home. The auctioneer presented the large bottle of cola to the residents gathered. Upon seeing the first item, many felt a weight in their chests. Whispers floated through the crowd. Cola. It's been ages since I last had it. I've nearly forgotten the taste of such a beverage. I once refrained from indulging while dieting, but now, who cares? This truly is the elixir of joy. Eager bidders began to raise their voices, vying for this coveted treasure that promised a moment of delight in such dire circumstances. Though Tang Shujiao had come anticipating valuable finds, she found little to excite her. She muttered to herself, acknowledging the cola's appeal but deeming it insufficient to capture her interest. Wu Hao, discerning her indifference, recognized that, given her status, acquiring such a luxury would be relatively effortless for her. However, he understood the significance of this item in the current context. Meanwhile, he had successfully ensnared the lovely Fan Xinhuan, noting that while she lacked the voluptuousness of Shen Qianyan, she possessed a delightful softness, practically melting into his presence. Would you like a drink? Wu Hao inquired of Tang Shujiao, fully aware of her affection for him. He intended to win her favor, despite having an abundance of cola in his personal stash. Here, however, it was prudent to engage in the local economy, showcasing his financial prowess. Are you buying it for me? Tang Shujiao asked, her surprise evident. Her fondness for Wu Hao is undeniable. Yet she felt a twinge of disdain for his apparent attraction to the less refined women at this auction. while she acknowledged that cola was already stocked in her room. The notion of receiving it as a purchase made at an auction felt markedly different. Wu Hao nodded, eager to present it to her. After all, she had introduced him to such an intriguing stepmother. A mere bottle of cola seemed a trifling exchange. He had already grasped the value of goods here, realizing that bartering with food was paramount. 2 packs of instant noodles, Wu Hao suddenly announced, interrupting the murmurs of others who were bidding in steamed buns. This was a substantial offer in this context. 2 packs of instant noodles for such a large bottle of cola. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. The thought of savoring both instant noodles and cola was sheer bliss. The other auctiongoers, primarily from a lower social class, turned their attention to him, astonished. Fan Xinhuan, lost in her own joy, quickly composed herself, smoothing her skirt. Despite her heavy breathing, she maintained a facade of calm. The darkness of the venue concealed her flushed cheeks. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a bid of 2 packs of instant noodles. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher bid? The auctioneer's excitement grew. Aware that the residents in the refuge were impoverished, cola was typically sought after only by the lower classes who desired to indulge in it slowly. For the upper class, it was hardly worth their attention. Yet, unexpectedly, an upper-class bidder had made a bid of 2 packs of instant noodles. Silence enveloped the room, as those capable of bidding refrained from wasting their resources on a mere bottle of cola. The few genuinely interested bidders hesitated, knowing that trading for cola would leave their families hungry for days. Sold. This bottle of cola belongs to this gentleman, the auctioneer exclaimed. Thrilled at the conclusion of the sale, he instructed a hostess to deliver the cola directly to Wu Hao, untroubled by the prospect of non-payment in such a confined refuge. Evasion was tantamount to a death sentence. You must be parched, Wu Hao remarked as he handed the cola to Tang Shujiao. Without hesitation, she twisted off the cap and, in front of the crowd, luxuriously tilted the bottle to her lips, chugging a third of its contents in one go. Those nearby watched in envy, admiring Wu Hao's generosity. After all, 2 packs of instant noodles could even buy a woman in this place, yet he had merely exchanged them for a fleeting pleasure. Thank you, big brother Wu, Tang Shuji said with delight. She recognized that cola was not a monumental prize, yet possessing it in such a public setting gave her a sense of superiority, relishing the envious gazes from those around her. Wu Hao smiled, feeling a swell of satisfaction himself. He realized that the resources at his disposal made him a veritable tycoon in this environment. Items like cola and instant noodles were plentiful for him. According to the local trade practices, he could acquire nearly anything, solidifying his status as the wealthiest individual here. I also want to thank your father, Wu Hao said with a grin. Ah? Tang Shuji was puzzled, unable to comprehend his reasoning. Did he know her father? Meanwhile, Fan Xinhuan, seated nearby, felt a wave of anxiety, her posture rigid with the fear of revealing her true self. Yet Wu Hao continued to caress the beautiful woman beside him, leaving Tang Shujiao's question unanswered. The auction proceeded, and Wu Hao's interest waned regarding the remaining lots. Like many others, he was merely an observer. Tang Shujiao, now content with her cola, sat watching the proceedings, her enjoyment akin to that of a moviegoer, yearning only for a bucket of popcorn to complete the experience. Fan Xinhuan had become utterly lost in the moment, oblivious to her surroundings. Even as she risked exposure to Tang Shujiao, the next item was about to be unveiled, a true gem that had just arrived, when Yu Han, a 19-year-old model, standing 173 centimeters tall and utterly flawless. The starting bid? 1 pack of instant noodles. The auctioneer's excitement surged as he urged the audience to bid, proclaiming this a rare opportunity not to be missed. Chapter 94. The main event arrives, a genuine beauty auction with his enthusiastic announcement to warm up the crowd. An iron cage was slowly wheeled onto the auction stage. Inside stood a strikingly beautiful yet coldly elegant woman, already dressed in office attire, though barefoot, her long legs accentuated by sheer stockings. Like an exhibit, the tall, long-haired girl was displayed before the audience. Trembling in fear, she gazed helplessly at the massed spectators below, her expression akin to that of a white Persian cat trapped in a cage, awaiting purchase and whatever inhumane treatment might follow. Damn, she's gorgeous. Haven't seen such a rare beauty in ages. Look at those legs, so long, so perfect. The male bidders erupted in excitement, thrilled by the unexpected appearance of such a premium auction item. Humph, who knows what she's been through outside? Tang Shuju sneered, her sense of superiority unshaken. Though the model in the cage clearly surpassed her in both looks and figure, she took pride in her status as a privileged resident, living in luxury while dismissing these abducted women as tainted and unworthy. Wu Hao observed the caged Wen Yuhan. Her details materialized beside her, verified by the system, When Yuhan, beauty, 94, purity, 100, untouched, approval. Granted, she met the criteria instantly, eligible to be contracted as one of his tools. Now this is a true gem. Wu Hao mused. While many women in the shelter met the standards, most were psychologically warped, unsuitable for long-term companionship. They could only serve as temporary assets. But when Yuhan, she had potential, loyalty could be cultivated, unlike an ungrateful cur that might turn and bite. 3 packs of instant noodles. A bidder suddenly shouted, his fervor suggesting he was desperate to claim the model. Fong Qing. Wu Hao recognized the voice instantly. Fong Qing was determined to win this bid. Hearing the offer, when Yuhan shuddered in terror, the reality of being auctioned off to an unknown buyer with no idea of the horrors awaiting her struck her like a blade. 1 pack of sausages. Wu Hao lazily countered, decisively shutting down the competition. In this economy, 10 steamed buns equaled 1 pack of noodles, and 3 packs of noodles matched 1 sausage. His bid of a whole pack, equivalent to 12 sausages, was an astronomical sum here. 1 pack of sausages. That is insane. Sausages are practically extinct now. Who the hell can afford that? First-class residents really live differently, wasting a whole pack just to buy a woman. The bid sent shockwaves through the crowd. In the pre-disaster world, a pack of sausages was trivial. But now, it was a luxury, preserved meat, rich in salt and fat. A compact energy source with unmatched flavor, surpassing even instant noodles. Fong Qing whipped his head toward the bidder, suspecting sabotage. But the dim lighting obscured Wu Hao's location. Wu Hao smirked. He had old scores to settle with Fong Qing, and this was just the beginning. His casual bid didn't just stun Fong Qing. It left the entire audience, including Tang Shujiao and Fan Xinwan, gaping. Are you insane? That's way overpriced. Tang Shujiao hissed. Even an ability user isn't worth that much, and she's just some ordinary girl. Wu Hao feigned nonchalance. I don't like competition. He had already assessed the shelter, envisioning it as a potential outpost, though he intended to keep only the territory, not its corrupt elite. They had treated commoners like trash. He'd repay them in kind. But he underestimated the impact of his bid. It was a detonation, a king's gambit. The unbeatable offer of 1 pack of sausages secured when Yuhan effortlessly. She was whisked away, soon to be delivered to his quarters like a gift awaiting unwrapping. Yet the auction continued. After when Yuhan's removal, the auctioneer presented another item. This one encased in an ornate golden box, its contents deliberately concealed. Next, we have a truly extraordinary item, the auctioneer teased. I suspect it may go unsold, but I guarantee many of you have never seen such a treasure. The crowd buzzed with anticipation. Enough suspense. Show us. What is so special it might not sell? Open the damn box already. Obliging, the auctioneer unveiled the golden case with a flourish, emphasizing its rarity. Securing this cost over 200 ability users their lives. The starting bid? 3 crates of instant noodles, or equivalent value. Consider carefully before bidding. Chapter 95, Precious Goods. Extraordinary abilities above saint level. 3 boxes of instant noodles. My heavens. How exorbitant. This is a box, not a packet. And this is merely the starting price. What could possibly warrant such a staggering cost? It's truly a sight to behold, broadening one's horizons. Upon hearing the auctioneer's words, the second-class residents present immediately relinquished their intentions to bid, their astonishment filling the air. They understood that this treasure was evidently designated for the first-class residents, akin to a genuine high-priced specialty item. Over 200 extraordinary beings had perished for this. Tang Shujiao, taken aback by the news, instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. She was well aware of the implications of losing over 200 extraordinary beings. Yet, to sacrifice so many for merely this item suggests its rarity. She sensed that affording such a price was beyond her means. Wu Hao, too, was captivated by the item on stage. However, being unable to utilize his abilities in this place, he could not discern the true nature or effects of the item. The restrictions on abilities within this refuge proved to be quite troublesome. Yet, as curiosity reached its zenith, the auctioneer, adorned with white gloves, unveiled the contents of the golden box, revealing a crystal-clear fruit, an extraordinary ability fruit that was unmistakably remarkable. The precise rank of this ability fruit was uncertain, but it was guarded by at least a level 7 extraordinary beast, indicating its extraordinary provenance. The auctioneer showcased the item, likening it to a diamond star, radiant and shimmering. Although the powers here could mask the fruit's abilities, they could not entirely suppress its brilliance and energy fluctuations, affirming its status as a decidedly high-grade ability fruit. This ability fruit was breathtakingly beautiful, unlike any Wu Hao had ever encountered. Its evident high rank marked it as a premium item. Its presence immediately commanded the attention of all in the auction hall, with some individuals shifting into a more serious demeanor. Clearly, some bidders were already aware of this ability fruit's existence, having specifically awaited its appearance. Wu Hao could not help but glance at these individuals, recognizing them as the elite among the elite, those with substantial wealth and influence. As anticipated, when the bidding commenced, they quickly began to raise their offers. 5 spirit-level fruits, 20 boxes of compressed biscuits, 1 box of 30-year-old red wine. The bids escalated to astronomical figures. This bidding method astonished many participants, revealing that the affluent within this refuge 703 were indeed numerous. Tang Shujiao, intrigued, inquired, "Brother Wu, do you truly believe this ability fruit is worth such an exorbitant sum?" In her eyes, Wu Hao was exceptionally powerful, capable of effortlessly subduing even the fearsome blue serpent beast. This admiration led her to harbor feelings for him, and she had even informed her father of Wu Hao's abilities, which left her father astonished and eager to get to know him. Given their fervor in bidding, "I believe it must be worth it," Wu Hao replied ambiguously. In truth, he was acutely aware of the fruit's value, having immediately recognized that its rank exceeded that of a saint, for even saint-level beings could not match its energy fluctuations. This indicated that it was an ability fruit of a rank surpassing that of the saint level, a sight he had never encountered before. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that over 200 extraordinary beings had been sacrificed for this fruit. It was likely that these individuals had not directly defeated the extraordinary beast to acquire the fruit. Rather, they had sacrificed lives to distract the beast, allowing the fruit to be stealthily retrieved and brought back. From this information, he gleaned a new understanding. Individuals like Bo Hao were not uncommon in the outside world. They formed teams to combat extraordinary beasts and obtain ability fruits, which they then exchanged for necessary supplies within such refuges. The auctioneer, visibly elated, noted the rising bids and recognized the worth of the ability fruit. Wu Hao, observing from the sidelines, refrained from placing a bid. He certainly could afford the price and knew that trading several tons of supplies for the ability fruit was justified, for its rank was above that of a saint, potentially requiring life-threatening endeavors to acquire. However, he had no intention of bidding. He understood the wisdom of discretion. If he were to openly bid for the ability fruit, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of all the powerful individuals present, who would likely resort to underhanded methods to seize it from him, thrusting him from the shadows into the spotlight, an outcome contrary to his intentions for being here. Nevertheless, this did not indicate a willingness to relinquish the treasure. Quite the opposite. He was resolutely determined to acquire it, contemplating how to seize it through cunning means. The auction for this enigmatic ability fruit soared to astonishing heights, quickly reaching the equivalent of 20 boxes of compressed biscuits, 5 boxes of jerky, 10 spirit-level ability fruits, and 3 boxes of emergency medical supplies. At first glance, such prices seemed laughably low. Yet, considering the current dire conditions of frigid temperatures and rampant extraordinary beasts, only a refuge could command such exorbitant prices. Outside, similar supplies had been buried beneath several meters of ice. Survivors were gradually adapting to the new environment, subsisting on the flesh of extraordinary beasts. In contrast, the refuge remained a remnant of civilization, a fleeting glimpse of the world that once was, while the outside world descended into barbarism, where survival might necessitate killing another person and turning them into jerky for sustenance. Thus, for most survivors, 20 boxes of compressed biscuits were an unattainable luxury. Even a mere crumb would be more precious than gold. Is this madness? To offer such an outrageous price for an ability fruit? Tang Shujiao recognized the fruit's significance but still doubted its worth. Wu Hao, observing her sheltered upbringing, understood that she could not grasp the true value of the ability fruit in the outside world. She would not realize that this fruit could effortlessly transform an ordinary person into a superhuman, enabling them to tackle dangerous extraordinary beasts and acquire superior materials or even fruits of comparable rank. Therefore, regardless of the steep price, it was undoubtedly a worthy investment, assuredly yielding returns. If you desire it, I can procure it for you, Wu Hao jested, seizing the opportunity to tease this delightfully naive young lady. Chapter 96. Another contract signed. Return rate reaches 1200x. Brother Wu, can you really afford this? Tang Shujiao was the epitome of a spoiled young mistress. To her, the practical use of the item mattered little. What captivated her was its exorbitant price and the vanity it could flaunt. Wu Hao responded with an enigmatic smile, his demeanor making it clear that if she desired it, he could undoubtedly procure it. Never mind, it's too expensive. After brief consideration, Tang Shujiao dismissed the idea. Had she truly wanted it, her father could have easily purchased it for her. But she neither craved nor needed such an object to inflate her ego. Seeing her refusal, Wu Hao didn't press further. Yet, in a spontaneous gesture of gratitude and affection, Tang Shujiao leaned in and planted a tender kiss on his cheek. Ding! Temporary contract with Tang Shujiao successfully established. Current contracted individuals, 12. Ding! Contract return rate increased to 1200x. A sudden notification confirmed the new contract, elevating his return multiplier to an astounding 1200x. Winning over such a pampered heiress was as effortless as savoring candy. Wu Hao smirked at the system's message, amused by how easily she had been swayed. Had Fan Xinhuan met the criteria, his return rate would have surged to 1300x, accelerating his gains exponentially. Nevertheless, this temporary contract secured Tang Shujiao as his for the taking. He had also acquired Wen Yuhan, meaning another contracted individual awaited him in his quarters. With this, his total count rose to 13, pushing the multiplier to 1300x, making this venture undeniably fruitful. Now, his gaze fell upon an of even higher grade than the Saint tier, poised to become his most prized acquisition here. Securing it, however, posed a challenge. The auction had concluded. The mysterious fruit claimed by an anonymous bidder concealed behind a feathered mask. The venue's suppression rendered his useless for tracking, leaving the buyer's identity obscured. Yet, this obstacle hardly daunted him. He already possessed a means to trace the fruit. You know where it is? A hiss echoed from his. Xiaoqing his, communicated through their psychic link. As a beast, it could instinctively detect the fruit's potent energy signature, effortlessly pinpointing its location. Keep watch. We'll retrieve it shortly. Wu Hao's resolve was unshakable. What initially seemed a tedious pursuit now promised swift success, ensuring this transcendent would soon be his. Unaware of the peril they courted, Tang Shujiao and Fan Xinhuan lingered with Wu Hao until the auction's end, accompanying him back to his residence. Reluctant to part, the former clung to her newfound infatuation, while the latter, utterly bewitched, was less a wallflower than a vine ready to scale any barrier. After bidding them farewell, Wu Hao cast a lingering glance at the voluptuous matron, eliciting a tremble that betrayed her resolve. He knew she wouldn't last the night without knocking on his door. Dispatching them, he bided his time before making his move for the first. Another candidate awaited, contracted and compliant. Entering his chambers, he found a girl collared by an electronic restraint, trembling like a cornered lamb. Her eyes brimmed with terror, her body frozen despite the urge to flee. Quite the effective measure. Wu Hao observed the collar. Aware of its purpose, purchased alongside her, it served as this establishment's failsafe, embedded with explosives and electric shocks to enforce obedience. While useful here, beyond these walls, his would suffice to ensure unwavering loyalty. Wen Yuhan, 19? He verified. Please, let me go. I was kidnapped. I have family, a boyfriend. I'll do anything. She collapsed to her knees, tears streaming as she begged for mercy. Gladly, he replied, amused by her momentary hope before crushing it. Then serve as you promised. Will you be the ox first, or the horse? His gaze raked over her, a model's flawless proportions, accentuated by curves rare in her profession. Even at auction, she had stood out as exceptional. Realization dawned in her eyes, followed by despair. But death wasn't an option, not when she already amplified his returns by 100x. Die now, and it's for nothing, he taunted. Live, and you might avenge your family. Her breath hitched. Did you truly believe your kidnappers left them alive? His voice turned icy. This isn't a world of laws anymore. The revelation shattered her. She hadn't considered it. Hadn't imagined their brutality extended beyond her capture. Were I you, I'd focus on strength. Revenge comes later. From he produced a steaming roast chicken, a luxury in these dire times, and tossed it to her. The aroma alone was intoxicating. Chapter 97. Wen Yuhan's heart returns. Preparing to send Fong Chung on his journey when Wen Yuhan saw the roasted chicken tossed before her. Her initial reaction was one of disbelief, as if she were witnessing an illusion. Her second thought was to ponder the origin of this delectable dish. However, her hunger soon overpowered her rationality. for she had not eaten for 2 or 3 days, and now, a fragrant roasted chicken had suddenly appeared before her. Take 5 seconds. If you do not wish to eat, then do not, Wu Hao said to her. If you wish to die, I shall not stop you. He indicated that if she still contemplated death in the presence of the roasted chicken, he would refrain from intervening. When Yuhan swallowed hard, ultimately unable to resist the instinct of hunger, she lunged at the chicken and began to eat voraciously. Her demeanor suggested that if she were to die, she would prefer to do so as a satiated soul rather than a famished one. Observing her devour the chicken, Wu Hao discerned that she did not genuinely wish to perish. After all, those who truly desire death would hardly concern themselves with whether it be roasted chicken or roasted goose, and would not consume with such fervor. Seeing her will to survive, he understood that there was still room for negotiation. He sat beside her, opening a can of cola, sipping the fizzy drink while watching her eat with abandon, devoid of any semblance of decorum. When Yuhan soon noticed the cola in his hand, her gaze filled with a yearning desire. Do you want it? If so, call me brother and let me hear it, Wu Hao teased her, fully aware that he could indeed be her elder brother, when Yuhan called out without hesitation, crawling over with a pitiful look, eager to please him. She indicated her desire not only for the roasted chicken, but also for the cola. Wu Hao chuckled, satisfied. He recognized that he could not utilize his perceptual abilities for the time being, leaving him uncertain whether her feelings toward him were hostile or neutral. However, given her electronic collar, he knew she could not resist him or pose any threat. Her compliance pleased him, so he shared a bottle of cola with her, opening another for himself. As when Yuhan savored the roasted chicken and sipped the cola, she felt a revival of spirit and clarity. She realized he was right. What purpose did her death serve? Would it truly bring her relief to see those who had wronged her living freely while she lay at peace? No. She resolved to live. Even if she were to die, it would be only after those scoundrels had met their end. Is it enough to be obedient for me to enjoy this every day? When Yuhan resigned herself to the notion that perhaps this man who had purchased her could assist her in exacting revenge, and all she needed to do was heed his words to indulge in delicious food. Of course, but what does being obedient actually mean? Wu Hao inquired with a smile. Noticing her impressive physique, particularly her long legs, which were flawless, surpassing even some lives in length. Most notably, she appeared quite youthful, resembling a young girl. In terms of vivacity, only Su Qingya could compare to her. When Yuhan boldly kissed his cheek, leaving a trace of grease from the roasted chicken. Is this all? Wu Hao found her amusing, recognizing that she had been well protected, which explained her genuine simplicity and innocence. After a moment's hesitation, her cheeks flushed, and she even pecked his lips. This was her boldest act, leaving her embarrassed, her neck tinged with crimson. Wu Hao noted that she was indeed quite obedient, possibly the most compliant among the individuals he had encountered thus far. Yet, her naivety fueled a fervent desire for vengeance, so intense that she was willing to barter her own well-being for his assistance in achieving it. Not a single one of them shall live, Wu Hao assured her, imparting a sense of understanding. When Yuhan recognized a stark contrast between him and the others here, he possessed none of their arrogance and shared an essence similar to her own. She sensed that he, like her, had come from the outside world. Wu Hao did not rush to fully bind Wen Yuhan in a contract. Instead, they formed a temporary agreement, raising the rebate multiplier to 1,300 times. He understood that the greatest challenge within the refuge was the suppression of abilities. This unknown mechanism rendered their powers ineffective here. Nevertheless, this predicament did not greatly concern him, as he had already established a space for exotic beasts and had tamed a level 3 beast, a green snake. Thus, when necessary, he could unleash it for a surprise assault. He had not anticipated encountering someone here, especially someone he recognized, yet who did not recognize him. Feng Cheng. How could he not have perished in the calamity outside? Wu Hao recalled how Feng Cheng had betrayed him, leaving him with millions in debt after dumping a failed snack supermarket onto him. He had thought he would never see Feng Cheng again, convinced he had perished in the freezing disaster, only to encounter him here, living quite well, spending his money. Seeing him here and connecting the dots of recent revelations, Wu Hao realized that Feng Cheng had survived, thriving on the very funds that had plunged Wu Hao into debt. It was as if Feng Cheng had purchased insurance for the refuge while Wu Hao risked freezing to death in the outside world. This calamity would serve to settle their grievances once and for all. Ding. When Yuhan consumed 1 ice crystal pearl, receiving a rebate of 1,300 ice crystal pearls. Ding. When Yuhan consumed 1 jade crystal pearl, receiving a rebate of 1,300 jade crystal pearls. Ding. Wen Yuhan consumed 1 steel crystal pearl, receiving a rebate of 1,300 steel crystal pearls. A series of notifications appeared. He and Wen Yuhan had established a temporary contract, aligning their interests. He began to feed her various exotic fruit powers, confirming that her advantage lay in allure, akin to Lu Xinya. However, she was more straightforward than Lu Xinya, who had a growth factor of 1.5 for her allure ability while hers was 3 times, with other abilities at only 0.2, due to their differing temperaments. Their styles of allure also diverged. Lu Xinya's was direct and overtly enchanting, while Wen Yuhan's exuded an innate charm that stirred emotions without active attempts to allure. Nevertheless, they needed to lift the suppression of abilities here, otherwise, even the strongest powers would be rendered useless. Wu Hao acknowledged that he possessed a spatial pocket filled with thousands of handguns and a level 3 beast, Little Qing. Yet, there remained uncertainties regarding the protections in place that could lead to unforeseen complications without the aid of his powers. Therefore, lifting the ability restrictions was crucial to restoring their effectiveness here. Fortunately, he discovered that the suppression only affected exotic fruit powers, leaving exotic beasts unscathed. In simple terms, Little Qing could become a formidable weapon here, capable of causing a massacre if unleashed. This realization calmed him. He knew that if he released Little Qing suddenly, he could resolve the majority of issues here. As he contemplated leaving Wen Yuhan at home while he sought to reclaim the mysterious exotic fruit, a knock sounded at the door, followed by a woman's voice from outside. Chapter 98. Capturing the Deputy Captain of the Guards. Tan Danxue turns the tide. Greetings. I am Tan Danxue from the Guard Unit. Sir, our Guard Unit is conducting a brief information gathering. The voice outside the door belongs to Deputy Captain Tan Danxue. Wu Hao suddenly recalled her details, understanding that she managed the records left in the system here. This opportunity was presented to him on a silver platter. Wu Hao was aware that the presence of the Guard Unit here was rather exceptional, as they possessed the means to temporarily disregard the prohibition of abilities, allowing them to utilize their powers while maintaining order. The specific method they employed remained unknown, yet it was certain that Tan Danxue, as the deputy captain, held some device related to this control. Please open the door and invite her in, Wu Hao instructed Wen Yuhan, keen to test her attitude and loyalty, assessing whether she could effectively assist in this matter. Wen Yuhan quickly grasped his intent, suddenly tearing at her clothing to create a disheveled appearance, even delivering a sharp slap to her face to appear pitiable. Wu Hao observed her victimized demeanor, giving her a thumbs up, recognizing her modeling skills and natural talent for performance. Wen Yuhan, fully aware of the advantages of pleasing him, understood that aligning with him would ensure a better life and that he possessed the means to avenge her family. Thus, she simply adjusted her appearance to resemble a girl who had just endured humiliation as she approached the door, opening the entrance to their refuge. Upon seeing the door open, Tan Danxue was taken aback to find a slave adorned with an electronic collar standing before her. My master is inside, Wen Yuhan said, her voice trembling with unshed tears. It was evident that her arms bore bruises and marks, suggesting recent mistreatment. Tan Danxue even noted that her undergarments were askew, leaving little to the imagination about what had transpired. However, she could only turn a blind eye to such occurrences, recognizing that such events were commonplace here. I will ask a few questions and then leave. She stepped inside, preparing to inquire with the true residents of this place. Wen Yuhan closed the door behind her, unnoticed by Tan Danxue, who failed to see the cunning smile of triumph that crossed the face of the seemingly sympathetic girl at that moment. Tan Danxue entered the innermost part of the room without any defenses, confident in her ability to lift the ban on abilities at any moment to handle unforeseen circumstances. Don't move, it can truly kill you, Wu Hao stated as he observed Tan Danxue entering, having no intention of feigning civility. The instant she stepped into the bedroom area, the fangs of a serpent, Little Qing, were pressed against her neck, the white fangs poised like a sword, threatening to pierce her throat. Tan Danxue regarded the young man before her, casually reclining with confidence, and was certain he was not affiliated with any member of Shelter 703. The situation unfolding here was far more severe than anticipated by the Guard Unit. It was not merely an invasion by monsters. An outsider had infiltrated, and he was capable of controlling a serpent-like beast. She deduced that this creature was of considerable rank, at least level 3. Disarm her thoroughly, leave no corner unchecked, Wu Hao commanded Wen Yuhan, instructing his newly recruited assistant. When Yuhan approached, wearing a smile filled with malice, and began to remove Tan Donchue's weapons right in front of Wu Hao, stripping her of her outer garments until she was left in nothing but her undergarments. Don't forget the inner layer, Wu Hao reminded Wen Yuhan, who hesitated momentarily but ultimately allowed her resentment towards the situation to overshadow her own feelings. She proceeded to comply with Wu Hao's instructions diligently. Tan Donxue felt a mix of humiliation and anger. Realizing she was being disrobed in front of a man by a girl she initially felt sympathy for. Brother, everything is here, Wen Yuhan confirmed, presenting the disarmed items to Wu Hao with a flourish, eager for his approval. Wu Hao noted her exceptional talent, recognizing that her obedience could rival that of Shun Qianyun. I know you have many questions, but I am contemplating whether to reveal the answers to you, as well as how you should handle this, Wu Hao remarked. Within the items stripped from her, he discovered a peculiar device. After a simple activation, the suppression of his abilities dissipated, restoring his powers of perception and telepathy. He glanced at Wen Yuhan and Tan Donxue, noting that Wen Yuhan's aura had shifted to a verdant hue, indicating her loyalty was genuinely developing. Conversely, Tan Donxue's demeanor surprised him. Her aura remained an orangish yellow, suggesting a predominantly neutral stance tinged with subtle anger. How can you control a level 3 beast? She inquired, prioritizing her safety while expressing curiosity about his ability to command such a creature, a feat she considered impossible. It is my ability. There is no need for further explanation, Wu Hao replied, unwilling to divulge the true reasons. He gestured for Wen Yuhan to remove the electronic collar from her neck and place it upon Tan Donxue. Wen Yuhan complied eagerly, observing the now semi-clad deputy captain with a mix of curiosity and admiration for her physique, even feeling a pang of envy as a fellow woman. With the collar in place, little Qing no longer needed to maintain control, allowing it to withdraw slightly. Yet, Tan Donxue refrained from making any rash moves, fully aware of the collar's formidable power. In that instant, her identity as a slave had shifted from the girl she once sympathized with to herself. It seems those inside are living quite well, with food and drink, and slaves to buy and sell, Wu Hao teased Tan Donxue, inquiring about her current feelings regarding this reversal of roles. If you wish to cause chaos here, I can assist you, Tan Donxue unexpectedly suggested, leaving Wu Hao taken aback, questioning whether she intended to feign weakness, believing he would easily fall for her ruse. Chapter 99. The Unsealing Device. Another visitor, Tan Donxue continued. I have long since grown weary of life here. We possess the power to save those outside, yet we are forbidden from doing so. We can only watch helplessly as people freeze to death or fall prey to monstrous beasts. If this situation persists, it would be better for this place to be destroyed. Why should the privileged thrive while the common suffer? Tan Donxue spoke like a revolutionary voicing her rebellious declaration. It was evident that she could no longer tolerate the class disparity here. Nor could she accept that the powerful could live comfortably while ordinary people were covertly sentenced to death. Wu Hao listened intently, sensing through his psychic ability that her words were sincere. It seemed her desire to rebel had been brewing for quite some time. Today simply presented her with an opportunity. I believe you, Wu Hao said to her. However, the toxic power within her body had already taken effect, poisoning her heart and rendering her under control. Tan Donxue sensed a dangerous substance being injected into her body. Wu Hao also distanced himself to remove her electronic collar, knowing it held little significance for her. The power he wielded was derived from a newly acquired psychic ability, granting him the capacity for telekinesis and mental control. Surprised, Tan Donxue regarded him, realizing this was the third type of supernatural ability she had witnessed in him. Wu Hao returned her belongings, retaining only the unsealing device. To demonstrate your willingness to cooperate, bring a person named Feng Cheng to me, or inform me of his whereabouts, and I shall seek him out myself. Wu Hao understood that while many matters could be overlooked, he needed to confront Feng Cheng personally, for his schemes had almost led to Wu Hao's demise in the harsh external environment. Feng Cheng. Very well, Tan Donxue replied, donning her attire and reclaiming her former imposing demeanor as vice captain. Yet she recognized that her identity had shifted. She had joined a new faction with the intent of obliterating this place. Wu Hao was certainly not going to allow her efforts to go unrewarded. He presented her with 2 supernatural fruits, saying, follow me, and you shall reap the benefits. He gifted her one each of the metallic and toxic abilities as a token of their newfound alliance. Tan Donxue watched as he effortlessly produced the fruits and at his urging, quickly consumed them. Notification: Tan Danxue consumed 1 steel essence, receiving a rebate of 1,400 steel essences. Notification: Tan Danxue consumed 1 toxic essence, receiving a rebate of 1,400 toxic essences. The fruits she consumed yielded an immediate rebate of over 1,400 of each type. This indicated that she had entered a temporary contract with Wu Hao, ensuring that any resource she expended would return to him, thus making her one of his new sources of returns. Noticing her newly acquired metallic and toxic abilities, Wu Hao tossed the unsealing device back to her, instructing, "Use the toxicity to destroy it." He commanded her to obliterate the device, rendering it non-existent. Though Tan Danxue was uncertain of his intentions, she had already accepted him as her new leader, thus she promptly complied with his orders. She efficiently destroyed the unsealing device, which the system registered as a successful consumption. Notification: Tan Danxue consumed 1 unsealing device, receiving a rebate of 1,400 unsealing devices, transforming 1 device into 1,400. She no longer needed to worry about restrictions on her abilities. Wu Hao magically produced another device, handing it to her. "This way, you will not expose your true intentions," he said, allowing her to return to her team. He was unperturbed by the possibility of her employing any deceptive tactics. The toxin embedded in her heart could easily detect her thoughts, and his psychic abilities allowed him to monitor her every move, rendering rebellion improbable. "Thank you." Tan Danxue expressed her gratitude. With the disappearance of her unsealing device, suspicions from others would be alleviated. She could exit precisely as she had entered, maintaining her cover. Her identity had irrevocably changed. She had fully committed to the new objective of dismantling this place. Once Wu Hao permitted her to leave, he was pleasantly surprised by how easily he had won over the vice captain. Additionally, he had unexpectedly increased his rebate multiplier to 1,400, effectively adding another source of returns and significantly enhancing his capabilities. After bidding farewell to Tan Danxue, Wu Hao presented another unsealing device to Wen Yuhan, ensuring she too would be free from restrictions. "With this, your newfound abilities can be fully utilized. Anyone you wish dead shall meet their end," Wu Hao informed her. He had confirmed that the powerful in this refuge were essentially ordinary individuals, while only the security forces wielded supernatural abilities. Thus, sending Wen Yuhan to confront them would be akin to preying upon defenseless chicks. She could easily subjugate them, transforming the elite into her subservience. "How impressive!" Wen Yuhan exclaimed, eagerly activating her seductive ability to test whether she could control him as well. Wu Hao, however, made it clear what the consequences would be should she attempt to charm him. He recalled the last person who tried, Lu Xinya, and the profound embarrassment it had caused her, leaving even the audacious Lu Xinya mortified for quite some time. Wu Hao swiftly allowed Wen Yuhan to experience the same humiliation, prompting her to retreat to the restroom in shame as she realized she had completely lost herself and was desperately seeking intimacy. She felt degraded to an extreme degree. Wu Hao had made his point clear. This ability was a double-edged sword, not to be wielded recklessly. Should she lose control, she risked becoming a victim of her own power, particularly against someone with a higher level of allure, which could lead to a one-sided massacre. However, some individuals genuinely wished to become acquainted with him privately. After imparting this lesson to the new member, Wu Hao noticed that he had received several visitors that day. Just as he had seen off the vice captain Tan Danxue, Fang Xingyuan, Tang Shujiao's mother, approached him openly, seemingly intending to engage in an illicit encounter. He was skeptical that such a concubine would possess the audacity to do so, understanding that this was likely a ploy from Tang Shujiao's father to present her as a gift for his enjoyment. It seemed they intended for him to indulge before discussing more serious matters, thus holding a leverage over him. Yet this astute man could not have anticipated his slight aversion to promiscuity. He was not the type to engage with just any woman, even within a contract. Certain criteria had to be met. Although the system's requirements had lessened, Madame Fan still fell short of the standards. It was evident that she had entertained many suitors, but as a VIP, he was merely another guest in her eyes. As Wu Hao's abilities restored, he did not need to open the door to see the alluring figure of Fan Xingyuan standing outside, meticulously groomed and fragrant, resembling a beautifully adorned cake presented before him for tasting. Chapter 100, Is There a Subway Below? The violent and brazen theft of the extraordinary ability fruit let us set aside the customary gifts. Return to your master and convey my discerning nature. Wu Hao utilized telepathy to communicate with her, instructing her to forego the customary offerings and instead encourage her master to exhibit greater sincerity. By intertwining this telepathy with his charm ability, he effortlessly ensnared Fan Xingyuan, compelling her to turn back and relay his message. As Wu Hao observed the alluring gift of cake being dismissed, he recognized that a significant task awaited him. With the restoration of his perception ability, he swiftly grasped the entirety of the refuge's circumstances. He discerned the existence of plantations and livestock farms, alongside ongoing territorial expansions, indicating an enhancement of the living conditions in this locale. The entire 703 refuge was ingeniously embedded within the mountains of Wulong, utilizing the natural insulation and defensive barriers provided by the mountain itself. The most vulnerable points were fortified with a thickness of 60 meters, rendering them impervious to any minor exotic beast attempting an assault. However, his primary concern lay with the mysterious ability fruit purchased at the auction, a treasure of divine caliber. Upon locating the structure of the 703 refuge, he soon discovered the golden treasure chest containing the extraordinary fruit. He witnessed a team preparing to escort it away, their method of departure appearing rather unique. They intended to utilize a dedicated elevator descending 300 meters into the mountain, where a train awaited them for their journey. The notion of an underground railway immediately conjured images of a subway, suggesting that these individuals were not inhabitants of the 703 refuge, but rather visitors from other locations, potentially from other refuges altogether. The existence of an underground railway connecting these sanctuaries was a testament to their foresight in anticipating calamity, constructing an underground world for refuge. Wu Hao, upon realizing this, felt a mix of indignation and amusement, as ordinary people outside struggled to survive in the harsh winter. While the elite had not only established their sanctuaries in advance but had also interconnected them through subterranean railways, it was evident that they had meticulously prepared for the impending frozen catastrophe, even devising contingency plans for mass relocation, ultimately forsaking the majority to preserve a select few. However, now that he had uncovered their scheme, he could not permit the underground train to depart unimpeded, for they were about to abscond with an extraordinary ability fruit he had yet to behold. He activated a portal to connect to their location. As they expressed confusion at the sudden appearance of a portal, Wu Hao refrained from personally intervening, instead launching a compressed toxic ice bomb through the portal and seizing the golden treasure chest with his will. By the time they realized what had transpired, the portal had already closed. The explosion of the toxic, ice-based sphere, infused with blood magic, decimated the majority of their ranks. Those fortunate enough to survive found themselves in dire straits, particularly since the coveted treasure had been taken from them, leaving them unaware of their assailant's identity. Wu Hao examined the mysterious ability fruit he had successfully acquired. Upon opening the golden chest, he beheld a radiant orb resembling a brilliant star. Utilizing his perception ability for identification revealed its true nature, a celestial-grade ability fruit. To his astonishment, he discovered that the celestial grade surpassed the divine level. This was the first celestial ability fruit he had encountered. Broken Celestial Jade, celestial grade ability fruit, upon use, gains level 1 celestial ability, Universe Break. The celestial ability, Universe Break. This power was akin to a nuclear bomb. Wu Hao quickly assessed its effects, realizing its simplicity and sheer force. It concentrated nearly all mental energy into a cataclysmic attack. The greater the user and Oppo's mental capacity, the more devastating the destruction wrought. It could be likened to a celestial being and Oppo's fingertip, capable of flattening a hill with ease. However, Wu Hao initially contemplated feeding this fruit to the nearby Wen Yuhan for immediate replication, only to discover its immense energy, over 10 times that of a divine-grade fruit. This meant that even his own physical resilience could only accommodate a single fruit in a day, and if an ordinary girl like Wen Yuhan consumed it, she would perish instantly. Thus, he faced a dilemma: either consume it himself and lose its potential, or find a suitable vessel capable of withstanding the fruit's celestial energy for replication. He resolved to safeguard the celestial-grade fruit, knowing that the only viable candidate nearby was the blood magic-infused Shui. Having consumed a fruit that granted her the blood magic physique, her strength was nearly on par with exotic beasts, making her a formidable force. He also considered another option, Tan Danxue, with whom he had recently reached an agreement. However, her physique required further training, and Wu Hao was eager to harness the celestial fruit's effects. He understood the necessity of concluding matters here before returning, not only to check on the progress of his werewolf allies, but also to ascertain whether they had successfully acquired the enhancement item to test its capabilities. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the escort team at the subway. They had not anticipated that the seemingly secure transfer of the mysterious ability fruit would be so brazenly thwarted in a place they deemed invulnerable. Most alarmingly, the perpetrator had not even made an appearance, merely opening a portal and unleashing a compound ability that decimated their ranks. The crux of the matter remained: The loss of the ability fruit meant they had not only failed in their mission, but had also suffered significant casualties in vain. Chapter 101. Abandonment of Shelter 703 amidst enraged retaliation. Who dares to seize our possessions? The escort captain reported, and the true buyer, Thunder, was incensed. This audacious theft had occurred in the most unlikely of places, executed with alarming swiftness. The assailants were not seen, the report continued. They merely opened a portal and attacked us, taking our belongings. The wounded escort captain activated the recording device, displaying the terrifying scene that unfolded. It was a complete rout, leaving them utterly defenseless, as their possessions were forcibly drawn into the portal, vanishing along with it. Understood. I will arrange for this matter to be addressed. The voice on the other end was cold and laced with menace. It was evident that they would not let this violent theft of their treasures go unpunished. Understood, Commander. The escort captain began to acknowledge the command when, suddenly, his head exploded, and the remaining members suffered the same gruesome fate. The situation indicated their failure in escorting was met with severe dissatisfaction from the opposing side, who used their powers from an extreme distance to exact a fatal toll for this grievous loss. In the next moment, the recording device fell to the ground, capturing the catastrophic explosion of the subway train that obliterated the entire passage. This act demonstrated the assailants and oppos, ire directed at Shelter 703, severing all communication and completely forsaking the location. All of this transpired unbeknownst to the higher-ups. Wu Hao quickly discerned the situation, realizing the subway tunnel had been destroyed, rendering his plans to utilize it for reaching other shelters impossible. Such fury? Wu Hao, through his sensing abilities, grasped the turmoil beneath. The loss of the celestial-level fruit of supernatural abilities had incited their wrath. Not only had they exterminated all escort team members, but they also isolated Shelter 703, leaving its inhabitants to fend for themselves. It would not take long before the residents, regardless of their classifications, would perish due to resource depletion. He doubted the plantation and livestock farm could sustain over 300 individuals. A significant portion of their supplies likely came through the subway from elsewhere. This shelter was merely a peripheral outpost for the core regions. He believed that within the true core areas, there were dedicated shelters for agriculture and livestock, meticulously crafted into a complete underground civilization. The task of taking over this location had just become simpler. Wu Hao, however, chose to remain idle in his room, awaiting two pieces of news, one from Tan Donxue, to see if she would personally deliver Fang Cheng to him, and the other concerning Tang Shujiao's father. He anticipated that the esteemed lady would soon return and convey his intentions. Thus, he awaited to discern the man's attitude, whether he intended to cooperate or was harboring unrealistic fantasies of subjugation, and whether he would respond with indignation or take action against him. Fang Cheng was seething with anger. After his failure at the auction, he returned to his room to vent his frustrations on the two maids before taking a shower and donning a bathrobe. He suddenly decided to indulge himself by pouring a small glass of the orange juice he seldom touched, savoring the taste as a mere pleasure. Had he known to bring more supplies upon entry, he would not have imagined that such resources were worth their weight in gold in this wretched environment. He recalled how he had fled into the shelter with the salesperson, naively believing that he would be free from worries and sheltered from the calamities outside. He acknowledged that the shelter was indeed safe and capable of supplying provisions, yet no one had informed him about the distinctions among residents. As a Class 1 resident, he found himself reduced to scavenging remnants left by others. Although supplies were periodically allocated based on the insurance he had purchased, as time passed, the resources dwindled, leaving him to experience hunger while trying to sustain two maids alongside himself. Now, they had become liabilities, destined for the slaughterhouse. What amused him most was the hypocrisy of the residents. Many prided themselves on being superior to the outside victims, believing they consumed organic food, living lives nearly indistinguishable from those before the catastrophe. However, they were oblivious to the fact that a significant portion of their energy bars was derived from captured human flesh. Thus, the primary difference between the people inside and those outside was that the latter could witness their raw materials firsthand, while the former consumed processed products, oblivious to their true nature. This made the instant noodles a rare delicacy, as they represented the only food that truly qualified as civilized, devoid of any human components. He realized that his meager supplies barely sufficed for his own survival. To continue living well, he needed either to procure exchangeable resources or lower himself to a Class 3 resident to seek work. Yet, he had no intention of laboring. After all, He had invested his entire fortune in the shelter's insurance to elevate his status and live a life of true affluence. He could never easily relinquish this aspiration and revert to a lower status, worse than before. Mr. Fong, I am Tan Donxue, the vice captain of the security team. I require your cooperation for an information survey. Rest assured, it is a survey that all residents must participate in. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, accompanied by the alluring voice of a woman, maintaining a gentle demeanor. Fong Chung felt a surge of excitement. He recognized the vice captain and knew that many male residents, including himself, coveted her, believing her talents were wasted in such a perilous role. Please wait, I will change my clothes. Fong Chung hurriedly prepared to greet her, eager to make a favorable impression. After all, he was still a Class 1 resident, while Tan Donxue was merely Class 2. Thus, he sought to maintain an air of superiority in her presence. Chapter 102. Tang Shujiao's father in a rage. Fong Chung faces a nightmare. Tang Xinxiang, the father of Tang Shujiao, gazed at Fan Xinwan, who had returned to report. He observed her, as if entranced, entirely devoid of her former self, conveying the unwillingness to accept a gesture of goodwill. In a fit of rage, he struck her face with 2 resounding slaps, marring her beauty and causing blood to flow from her nose and ears, a testament to the ferocity of his assault. You worthless fool! You cannot even manage this trifling matter. Tang Xinxiang fumed, and upon noticing that Fan Xinwan remained in a daze, he unleashed his fury with a harsh kick to her abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground, instinctively curling up in pain, her body trembling violently. Yet, still unsatisfied, he approached her, poised to deliver a brutal kick to her midsection, as if intent on extinguishing her life. Dad, what are you doing? Just then, Tang Shujiao entered, seeking her father, and was horrified to witness his cruelty towards her stepmother, as though he were intent on beating her to death. It's nothing. Your stepmother claimed to be unwell and requested a massage, Tang Xinxiang replied, immediately adopting a fade of gentility upon seeing his daughter, even lighting a pipe and smiling pleasantly at her. Tang Shujiao, noticing that Fan Xinwan lay on the ground, bloodied and gasping for breath, realized this was far from a mere massage. However, her contempt for this stepmother, purchased at an auction, left her indifferent to the situation. I would like to invite Brother Wu to the family banquet. What do you think, Dad? She inquired. Of course, Tang Xinxiang replied, smiling indulgently. He is your savior. We must invite him personally to express our gratitude. He dismissed the notion of his plan to use Fan Xinwan to arrange a private meeting with Wu Hao, simply going along with Tang Shujiao's request. He intended for her to extend a formal invitation to him. Thank you, Dad, Tang Shujiao exclaimed, her joy evident as she rushed off to invite him, completely disregarding the fate of the barely conscious Fan Xinwan. Master, At that moment, Fan Xinwan finally broke free from the enchantment and regained her senses amidst the excruciating pain. Yet, she immediately recognized her failure and the disappointment she had caused Tang Xinxiang. Tang Xinxiang swiftly shed his paternal veneer before Tang Shujiao and turned cold and ruthless, disdainfully remarking, You couldn't even seduce a naive boy properly. What use do I have for you? He then reached for his golf club. Fan Xinwan, filled with terror, pleaded with him, shaking her head and begging him not to proceed. Yet, Tang Xinxiang remained unyielding, viewing her as nothing more than a toy he had purchased, now rendered useless. As she realized there was no possibility of escape, he approached her with the golf club, elevating it high and preparing to strike her squarely in the face. Wu Hao observed Fong Chung, who had been unceremoniously tossed before him, then tossed a spiritual great ability fruit to Tan Donxue as a reward. Without hesitation, she consumed it and quickly departed, aware that her identity must remain concealed, for her position as vice captain held significant value. Wu Hao signaled for Wen Yuhan to retreat to the bedroom, wishing to converse privately with his old friend. Fong Chung soon regained consciousness, bewildered by the turn of events. He had intended to open the door for the vice captain, Tan Donxue, only to be met with darkness, as if struck unconscious. Now, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, seemingly transported by Tan Donxue. Before him sat a figure, and instinctively he turned to see Wu Hao's eyes locking onto his. Surprised to see me, old classmate? Wu Hao greeted him with a smile, and they both marveled at the unexpected reunion. Wu Hao, Fong Chung exclaimed, recognizing him and feeling panic rise within him at the absurdity of Wu Hao being present in this refuge numbered 703. However, he quickly deduced that Tan Donxue had helped Wu Hao, realizing he had been brought here through her assistance. What prowess did Wu Hao possess to command her? I owe you my gratitude. You foresaw the impending disaster and left me a vast supermarket of snacks, hoping I would fare well and survive the catastrophe. Wu Hao expressed his appreciation, acknowledging that without Fong Cheng's earlier misfortune, he would not have acquired such abundant resources. Indeed, that was my intention. So you need not thank me. It is what a friend ought to do, Fong Cheng replied with a hollow laugh, playfully thumping his chest in a show of camaraderie. Yet, he understood that Wu Hao's words were laced with irony. He harbored thoughts of revenge. He was puzzled as to why Wu Hao was still alive and present here, realizing that if he did not find a way to escape soon, he would meet his end without a glimmer of hope. Wu Hao, smiling mischievously, suddenly caused Fong Cheng to lose an arm. Fong Cheng, aghast, grappled with the horror of his dismemberment, a gaping wound now throbbing with pain. Yet, before he could voice his distress, Wu Hao utilized his healing abilities to restore his severed limb, rendering the traumatic episode as if it had merely been a figment of his imagination. Fong Cheng was left in terror, realizing the source of this power, abilities. He could scarcely fathom that Wu Hao possessed such formidable powers, especially within the confines of a refuge where abilities were said to be dormant. Shall we engage in a little game? If you manage to survive, I shall spare your life, Wu Hao proposed with a smile. Given their reunion, he had no intention of killing Fong Cheng swiftly. Instead, he sought to prolong the encounter and offer him a sliver of hope. Chapter 103. Despair in Fong Cheng. Creating chaos in the shelter, Fong Cheng trembled in fear. Realizing that Wu Hao would not spare him, there was no escape from the fate that awaited him. The only outcome Wu Hao envisioned for him was a gruesome demise. Yet, he found himself powerless, reduced to an ordinary man facing Wu Hao, who could single-handedly contend with level 4 beasts. Wu Hao first incapacitated him with a paralyzing toxin, preparing to modify his body. He then administered 3 extraordinary fruits: blood demon physique, life healing, and mental source, bestowing upon Fong Cheng an unparalleled gift, one that others outside could scarcely hope to obtain. However, Fong Cheng felt no joy. Instead, he was acutely aware of Wu Hao and Apos' terrifying presence, perceiving him as a monstrous beast, observing him with sinister amusement. After enhancing Fong Cheng's physique to ensure his survival, Wu Hao proceeded to drive steel nails into his arms. Indifferent to Fong Cheng and Apos' consent, the pain rendered Fong Cheng pale, cold sweat pouring from his body, which trembled uncontrollably as if possessed by a motor. 5 nails were driven into each arm, ensuring his suffering was profound. Fear not, the pain will subside shortly, Wu Hao reassured, fusing 2 submachine guns to his arms, rendering them inseparable unless he severed his limbs. Fong Cheng and Apos' terror deepened as he regarded Wu Hao, convinced that he was dealing with a monster employing formidable powers to inflict unspeakable horrors, acting entirely outside the bounds of humanity. Wu Hao, having completed the modifications, forcefully inserted Fong Cheng and Apos' severed member into his mouth with telekinetic control, then stitched his lips shut, forcing him to taste his own torment. Content with his handiwork, Wu Hao declared, "You are now ready for a grand escape. Should you survive the guards, I may consider granting you mercy for your past transgressions." Fong Cheng could only shake his head in despair, knowing full well he stood no chance against the guards. However, Wu Hao ensnared him with a charming control, rendering him a mere puppet. With 2 submachine guns at the ready, Fong Cheng was compelled to kill anyone he encountered, sparking chaos within the shelter. In a frenzy, he shot down 7 or 8 individuals before the enchantment wore off, and he became aware of his actions. But the turmoil had already drawn the guards, including Vice Captain Tan Donxue, who was taken aback by Fong Cheng and Apos' transformation, affirming Wu Hao and Apos' formidable influence and compelling her to consider allegiance. Fong Cheng struggled to explain, to voice his innocence, yet his stitched mouth and the severed member within rendered him mute. His hands, fused with the weapons, only allowed him the motion of shooting, making his gestures appear as provocations to onlookers. Captain Si Peng, unfamiliar with such a madman, suspected that the chaos was the work of a beast and ordered an all-out assault to protect the residents, disregarding Fong Cheng and Apos' status as one of them. With Si Peng and Apos' command, the guards unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon Fong Cheng, intent on exterminating this perceived threat. In that moment, Fong Cheng grasped Wu Hao and Apos' intent. The devices on his body were meant to unlock his powers, enabling self-healing and survival against impending doom. Driven by a primal instinct to survive, he activated his life-healing ability and instinctively sought to slay others, hoping to use their blood to mend his wounds. Thus erupted a bewildering battle, a clash of survival instincts. While only Tandanshua understood the underlying truth, the others perceived a monstrous humanoid emerging within the shelter, determined to eradicate it. Wu Hao observed Fangqing's frantic escape, the guards in relentless pursuit, finding the spectacle more thrilling than any action film. He sensed Fangqing's every move, watching him scurry like a rat, compelled to kill more innocents for his own survival. Yet, within the confines of Shelter 703, notions of innocence were lost. Its inhabitants were primarily the privileged elite, distinguished only by their rank. Fangqing fought desperately to flee, but within the limited confines of the shelter, escape was futile. His rampage drew the attention of the residents and Appos, bodyguards, who joined the fray, intent on neutralizing the threat he posed. Enraged, Fangqing yearned to scream that it was all Wu Hao's doing, that he was the true villain responsible for his plight. Yet, his mouth remained sealed, and he discovered that his throat had been damaged, rendering him incapable of coherent speech. To the outside world, he was a monster destined for a cruel end. Ironically, he realized that his injuries healed at an alarming rate, aided by the healing powers bestowed upon him, making him not so easily killed. This cruel fate subjected him to a torturous cycle of suffering, as he was continually injured and healed, unable to find release from his agony. The battle raged on for 3 grueling hours, Fangqing enduring an onslaught of wounds. Ultimately, his demise came unexpectedly. The device within him that had been suppressing his powers was inadvertently destroyed, stripping him of his abilities and rendering him an ordinary man. This sudden shift led to his swift demise, allowing him to be easily killed. In those 3 hours, however, he had directly or indirectly claimed the lives of nearly 70 individuals, his submachine guns curiously perpetually loaded, enabling continuous fire. Wu Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him, a tension released as he reveled in the chaos he had orchestrated. But for the guards, particularly Captain Sipeng, discomfort enveloped them. Upon examining Fangqing's corpse, Sipeng discovered that he was indeed a resident, a fact that elicited shock among the men present. When they uncovered Fangqing's mouth, revealing the horrific treatment he had endured, a chill ran through them, realizing the extent of Wu Hao's ruthlessness. As the captain of the guard, he quickly realized that the other party had initially raised the gun in an attempt to explain themselves, yet was utterly unable to articulate their thoughts. It was as if this individual had been subjected to a slow and agonizing demise. Chapter 104. A Temporary Departure. Bringing Wen Yuhan back to the apartment, immediately investigate his identity and recent activities. We must ascertain why he is transformed like this. Sipeng commanded, his anger palpable. He understood that this incident was not merely a crisis within the refuge, but also a blatant humiliation directed at their security team. Understood. The members of the security team promptly accepted the order. Tandanshua stood at attention, accepting the command as well. However, she was acutely aware that uncovering the truth behind this situation was a futile endeavor, one that would forever remain elusive. After all, she was the one who had personally delivered this individual to Wu Hao. Following that, she had deleted all records pertaining to the matter. It was as if Fangqing had mysteriously vanished from his room, only to suddenly reappear in this bizarre state. As for the maid in his room, who claimed she could serve as a witness, it was ironically fortuitous that both maids had succumbed to food poisoning and died. Upon learning of Fangqing's demise, Wu Hao realized that his past grievances were now settled. He could leave this place, as staying in the safe house for too long was not advisable. He understood that his primary objective in entering the refuge had largely been achieved. Moreover, he knew he could not linger at the apartment for too long, as the sincerity of the cooperation with Bo Hao and his associates remained to be tested. Most importantly, he recognized that re-entering this refuge would be a simple task, as he had already familiarized himself with the circumstances here. On his next visit, he could simply activate the portal to access this residence, and his absence would not extend for long. He would merely confirm the situation at the apartment before returning. Come, let us visit my place, Wu Hao beckoned Wen Yuhan. With her inclusion, he now had 3 individuals without a formal contract, merely temporary agreements. Of course, if he counted Tang Shujiao, that number would rise to 4. However, he was acutely aware that there was no urgency with Tang Shujiao, and he could not rush to secure her. Are we heading out? Wen Yuhan inquired, realizing that Wu Hao was not a resident of this 703 refuge. She was curious about how he managed to survive outside and maintain such free access to this place. My true abode far surpasses this one. In comparison, this place resembles a primitive cave, Wu Hao remarked, not intending to belittle the refuge, but genuinely possessing the means to do so. For the average survivor, this 703 refuge was indeed a veritable paradise, retaining traces of basic civilization. Yet, when juxtaposed with his own domain, it was akin to a primitive society. He was also aware that the security barrier here was merely a mountain-based defense, rendering it utterly defenseless against formidable beasts. In stark contrast, his own residence had fortified its structure using the bones of otherworldly creatures. Even if a level 4 beast were to assault his apartment's safe house, breaching its defenses would be no easy feat. Furthermore, by integrating the skeletal remains of level 4 beasts into the fortifications, he would stand firm against level 6 beasts. When Yuhan appeared skeptical, knowing all too well the state of the world outside, as she had been forcibly brought into this refuge, she recognized that while this place was far from ideal, it was a dreamlike sanctuary compared to the harsh realities beyond. She could not fathom that anywhere could possibly surpass this refuge, deeming it a cave compared to the outside world. Wu Hao understood her disbelief. Yet he knew that seeing was believing. He was aware that once she experienced his domain, it would be futile to try to dissuade her from staying, as evidenced by the Su sisters, who had started to settle in and enjoy their newfound life. Before departing, he communicated telepathically with Tan Danxue, informing her of his brief outing and requesting her to provide him with cover by stating he was on a mission. He trusted that Tan Danxue possessed the authority to handle this matter adeptly. A portal connected them to the outside of the refuge, and when Yuhan was immediately transported, shivering at the sight of the icy, desolate world beyond, Wu Hao enveloped her in his control over ice and snow, aware that her expertise and charm abilities rendered her vulnerable to the frigid environment. He had no intention of keeping her exposed to the elements for long, especially given her attire of a short-sleeved top and skirt, which would render her susceptible to freezing in mere moments. He retrieved an all-terrain vehicle from his personal space and urged her to board. When Yuhan was astonished by the miraculous turn of events, as she had not anticipated that the portal would lead to such a treacherous environment, nearly claiming her life with its bitter cold. However, with Wu Hao's protection, once inside the vehicle, she felt insulated from the harshness outside, as though she were in a world untouched by disaster. "Shall we visit the place where you were captured?" Wu Hao inquired, knowing that her abduction to the 703 refuge indicated that her original safe location was not far off, and they could detour to assess its condition. "Let's not," when Yuhan replied, her mood suddenly heavy as she gazed out of the window at the icy landscape. She yearned to return and cling to the faint hope that her family might still be alive. Yet, she understood the futility of such thoughts. After regaining her composure, she recognized the methods employed by the bandits. She realized that the best course of action was to deceive herself and appease her captors, using herself as leverage to secure vengeance. Wu Hao, hearing her response, did not press further, instead driving her toward his stronghold at the apartment. As for the dealings with Bo Hao, he felt confident in their resolution, for he could now move freely in and out of the 703 refuge, and had already established control over the vice-captain of the security team. Arranging for someone to enter was merely a matter of informing Tan Danxue. Most crucially, due to his actions, the 703 refuge had been effectively abandoned, severing its connections to other shelters. The inhabitants remained oblivious to this development, unaware that they had been isolated and forsaken. It was merely a matter of time before he would seize complete control of this place, and he anticipated that chaos would soon erupt within as resources dwindled, necessitating outside assistance. Upon returning to the vicinity of the apartment complex, he opted not to engage with Bo Hao and his associates. Instead, he utilized a portal to transport both himself and Wen Yuhan directly back to the safe house, where they were met by Su Qingya and Shui Yi in the living room. "Lord," Shui Yi exclaimed upon spotting him, immediately fluttering over with her blood magic wings to embrace him warmly. Su Qingya, observing Wen Yuhan, noted the arrival of a new, leggy beauty. She recognized not only her striking appearance, but also her figure, reminiscent of a model, which stirred a sense of competition within her. "Where are Xun Xianyun and your sister?" Wu Hao inquired, noticing Shui Yi biting into his neck, clearly famished. He permitted her to feed, knowing that his strength far surpassed hers. It was only a matter of time before he drained her completely. Ignoring the vampire princess, He turned to Su Qingya, asking about her sister and Shen Qianyun. There in the kitchen, my sister is learning culinary skills from Sister Yun. Su Qingya gestured towards the kitchen, revealing that her sister had suddenly developed a keen interest in culinary arts and was eager to learn from Shen Qianyun, displaying a remarkable enthusiasm. Wu Hao sensed the situation and confirmed that the two of them were indeed in the kitchen. He took a moment to introduce Wen Yuhan to Su Qingya and Shui Yi, saying, "This is Wen Yuhan, our new member." After speaking, he removed Shui Yi from the conversation, realizing that the desserts were nearly ready. He made his way towards the kitchen, intending to surprise the two inside. Chapter 105. New members arrive. Celestial abilities in hand. Wen Yuhan felt somewhat awkward, suddenly realizing that Wu Hao's description of Shelter 703 as a primitive cave inhabited by Class A residents was entirely accurate. She could see that he was neither exaggerating nor boasting. The place before her was nothing short of divine. It boasted air conditioning, shelves, sofas, televisions, and lights. The entire layout resembled that of an opulent mansion from peacetime. Particularly striking were the heating and the array of snacks displayed on the shelves, which made her swallow hard, suddenly feeling quite famished. Standing there, one could easily doubt the wintry landscape outside, wondering if the frigid calamity was merely an illusion, as there was not a hint of coldness within these walls. Wen Yuhan, I am Su Qingya, and I have an elder sister named Su Shuya. From now on, we shall be like sisters. Su Qingya extended her hand to Wen Yuhan in a gesture of goodwill, recognizing her as a formidable competitor. Wen Yuhan couldn't help but admire her long legs, which seemed to embody perfection, far surpassing the worth of many lives. She realized that only by joining forces with her sister could they hope to match this allure. I am the newcomer, Wen Yuhan. I hope we can get along well. Wen Yuhan felt a wave of nervousness wash over her as she noticed the stunning beauty of those around her. Most notably, she observed Su Qingya's bearing, which confirmed her suspicions of her affluent background. She exuded the grace of a true lady. Initially confident in her own appearance and figure, Wen Yuhan's self-assurance began to wane in the face of such beauty, realizing her own advantages were rather insignificant. As the beautiful women exchanged glances, Wu Hao quietly entered the kitchen, where he found Su Shuya diligently jotting down notes, while Shen Qianyun imparted her culinary skills with the flair of a skilled chef. I have matters to discuss. Shall we resume this later? Wu Hao interjected, deliberately interrupting their learning process. The two women turned to him, their expressions filled with surprise. It was clear that Shen Qianyun needed no further introduction. Su Shuya seemed to understand that the sense of security they felt in this place stemmed from his presence. As long as he remained, they could truly feel at ease. Shen Qianyun quickly grasped his intention, her cheeks flushing with anticipation. Su Shuya, now devoid of hostility towards Wu Hao, felt a budding trust, though she hesitated to fully surrender herself to him. I will leave you to it, she remarked, hastily exiting while ensuring the kitchen door was closed behind her. Upon Su Shuya's departure, Wu Hao summoned Shui Yi telepathically. After feeding her a celestial-grade broken immortal jade, he immediately sensed a surge of overwhelming energy erupting within her. This extraordinary force was palpable enough to catch the attention of those outside, who realized the magnitude of the energy being unleashed. Ding! Shui Yi consumed one broken immortal jade, receiving a rebate of 1,400 broken immortal jades. The immense energy caused Shui Yi to outgrow her petite appearance, transforming her into a strikingly voluptuous vampire queen, exuding an aura of dominance as she embraced his face. Shen Qianyun understood her role in this scenario, transitioning from the primary character to a supportive position, ready to share the burden of this colossal energy. As the energy settled, Shui Yi returned to her small princess form, peacefully asleep in Wu Hao's arms. Shen Qianyun, her cheeks flushed and feeling somewhat weak, leaned against Wu Hao for support. She realized that even at 30, she could not resist the allure of a man who was like a dragon or tiger. At this moment, Wu Hao had successfully absorbed a broken immortal jade, granting him the celestial grade ability, Qian Kuan Per. This first-level ability could consume all mental energy to execute a designated attack, with a power multiplier of 100, regardless of distance. As he tested the potency of this celestial ability, he found its effects to be astonishing. With focused intent, he projected his consciousness beyond the planet, gaining an overview of the Earth from a cosmic perspective. However, he could only clearly perceive locations he had previously visited. Others remained shrouded in a half-misty haze. Thus, as long as he had verified a location, he could strike from afar, delivering 100-fold damage akin to a nuclear strike. The trade-off was his mental energy would be completely depleted, leaving him utterly drained. Yet, this drawback held little consequence for him, as he possessed the ability known as mental spring, which not only doubled his mental power, but also significantly accelerated its recovery. In essence, while an ordinary person using Qian Kuan Po might succumb or even perish, he would merely feel slightly fatigued, ready to unleash another attack after a few hours. Moreover, the damage inflicted by this celestial ability was contingent upon his mental power. Thus, with a heightened base level, the overall damage could be further amplified. Now, he knew that if he desired, a single Qian Kuan Po could obliterate Shelter 703, creating a massive crater. Wu Hao understood that this ability was indeed worthy of its celestial classification, possessing a fundamental effect that was simply extraordinary. It could strike precisely and leave the opponent unaware of the source of their demise. However, he had no intention of demolishing Shelter 703. Instead, he contemplated incorporating it into his domain, transforming it into a new stronghold. The fate of its inhabitants would depend on his whims. For now, he preferred to clear them out, creating space for his modifications. Exiting the kitchen, he found Su Shiya, Su Qingya, and Wen Yuhan awaiting him, their faces flushed. They had overheard the commotion within, fully aware that such events would inevitably unfold in their lives. Please take care of them. I shall step out briefly and return shortly, Wu Hao assured them, knowing his absence would be fleeting. He merely intended to check on the situation with Bo Hao and his wolf brothers nearby, to ascertain their progress and any potential developments. Though he had little affection for those who posed a threat in his vicinity, he recognized their temporary utility. Should they harbor any ill intentions, he would have the perfect opportunity to test the might of Qian Kuan Po, ensuring their swift annihilation. Chapter 106. The Manifestation of Healing Powers. The surrender of Baha, a teleportation, took him away from the apartment complex. Utilizing his perceptive abilities, he swiftly discerned that the third apartment building had endured a fierce assault. He also caught sight of Lai Chong, who was gravely injured, suffering significantly. This evidence confirmed to him that Baha and his associates had not deceived him. They had indeed accomplished their mission. Another portal materialized, instantly transporting him to Baha's base. Upon arrival, he noted the dire conditions, as injured individuals lay scattered on the ground, including the brother of the Wolfman, who had lost an arm. Boss, Hao Yi. The Wolfman brothers were quick to greet him with excitement. Baha addressed him directly as Hao Yi. Recognizing that Wu Hao had successfully completed the task at the refuge and had returned, evidently with favorable results. What about the power I requested? Wu Hao cut to the chase, fixing his gaze on the Wolfman brothers, aware that he needed to seize the ability from the third apartment building to transform it into his own strength. Boss, just give me something. The Wolfman brother, visibly weakened, stretched out his remaining arm towards him. It seemed they had paid a hefty price to secure the enhancement abilities from Lai Cheng. Wu Hao retrieved a handgun from his pocket and tossed it to him. The Wolfman promptly passed it to his brother, who swiftly combined the handgun with several level 0 inner spirit pills, enhancing its capabilities. In no time, the handgun was fortified and reverently returned to Wu Hao. He examined the upgraded weapon with his perceptive powers, confirming that both its structure and firing potency had been significantly improved. He then produced a shell from an ice crystal giant tortoise as a target and fired at the scales of this level 2 beast, discovering that the enhanced bullets could inflict considerable damage. Yet, he lamented, what a pity, as he returned the weapon to the Wolfman brother. If he had obtained this ability for himself, he could have replicated and amplified its effects, achieving far superior results. Unfortunately, since it was in the hands of the Wolfman brother, the power was limited to level 1, constraining its potential for extraordinary enhancement. Follow Baha for now, and prioritize searching for similar enhancement items. Bring them to me if you find any, Wu Hao instructed, approaching the Wolfman brother, who was now left with only one arm. He placed his hand on the brother's body, activating his life-healing powers. A green aura enveloped them, and the severed arm began to regenerate rapidly. To the astonished onlookers, the Wolfman brother's arm fully restored within moments, leaving Baha and the others awestruck at the terrifying efficacy of his powers. It was as if, in Wu Hao's presence, even the most grievous injuries could be completely healed. Hao Yi, please help these other brothers, Baha implored Wu Hao, having witnessed the miraculous healing. He had always believed in the strength of his ally, but never anticipated such overwhelming might. It was as though, as long as one remained alive before him, they could be wholly restored. In the pre-disaster world, he would have undoubtedly been considered a divine healer. "Please, Hao Yi, save us," cried the others, acutely aware that their severe injuries and dismemberments rendered their survival in this catastrophic environment nearly impossible. The realization of the existence of a healing power spurred their immediate pleas for assistance, and they yearned to align themselves with him. Wu Hao regarded them, not particularly inclined to assist. For him, the individuals he would accept were those who could provide him with resource returns. He had no need for subordinates, nor did he desire them. With the support of resource returns, he could infinitely enhance his daily absorption limits, allowing him to single-handedly confront level 20 beasts, confident that he would surpass them in strength. However, he recognized that keeping Baha and his group around could be beneficial for collaboration. "What do you have to offer in exchange?" "I do not engage in free transactions," he stated, clarifying his stance as a businessman focused solely on trade. This declaration made it clear that their kneeling and supplications would not easily sway him to trust their sincerity. Therefore, if they sought healing and restoration, they would need to present something of value in return rather than expect his assistance for free. Upon hearing this, Baha felt a pang of disappointment, realizing that Wu Hao indeed would not accept outsiders. He understood that the Wolfman brothers' words were true. Wu Hao would only accept beautiful women, particularly those who were innocent, as they alone could truly gain his favor and enter his residence. "Hao Yi, I present to you these enhancement fruits. Please, save these brothers," Baha implored, recognizing that despite his brutish reputation, he possessed a charisma that garnered unwavering loyalty from those around him. Thus, he revealed his remaining enhancement fruits, many of which he had cherished and hesitated to consume. Wu Hao examined the fruits using his perceptive abilities, discerning that he already possessed most of them. Only one, a spirit-level fruit, eluded him, and it was indeed what he sought. "This one will suffice. Form an orderly line." One by one, he commanded, taking the enhancement fruit and finding a place to sit, instructing the injured to queue for treatment. "Quickly, form a line. Those in worse condition come first." The individuals organized themselves efficiently, awaiting their healing. Wu Hao effortlessly restored their health. For him, only those with lost limbs or damaged organs required any significant effort, while others were healed within mere seconds. Before long, all the severely injured individuals sprang back to life, immediately kneeling in reverence before Wu Hao, recognizing him not only as a leader but as a deity. They believed that aligning with him would ensure their survival in this perilous world. Regrettably for them, he had no intention of accepting their allegiance. "Damn it, tonight, we will eliminate those scoundrels, leaving none alive," Baha seethed, witnessing his forces fully restored. Plotting to take advantage of the night to eradicate Lai Cheng and his associates from the third apartment building, it appeared that a deep-seated enmity had been forged, one that would not be resolved without bloodshed. Chapter 107. Preparing for a major overhaul of Shelter 703, obtaining metal control abilities. Hold off on that for now, Wu Hao advised Limping Hao, suggesting there was no immediate need to take action against Lai City. "Master Hao, what do you mean?" Limping Hao regarded Wu Hao with genuine reverence, knowing full well that this was a figure not to be trifled with. "Head to the shelter first. Someone will receive you there. Settle in, blend in with the guards and residents. There will be work for you later," Wu Hao instructed, distributing a number of ability-enhancing fruits among them. The sight of Wu Hao casually producing a large quantity of such rare fruits left Limping Hao's men in awe, their admiration deepening as they realized the vast gulf between his power and theirs. "Master Hao, are you planning to?" Limping Hao, shrewd enough to have survived and built his following, ventured cautiously. "You have many people under you, all in need of a relatively safe and stable place to live. The situation outside is deteriorating. Constantly seeking refuge isn't sustainable," Wu Hao stated plainly, his words carrying a brutal implication. He intended a complete overhaul of Shelter 703. Those deemed worthy would stay, while the unworthy would be expelled. "Master Hao, if you have grand plans and choose not to take us in, we accept that. But this kindness, we will never forget it. Whatever you command in the future, we will obey without hesitation." The entire group of nearly 200 knelt in solemn gratitude. Though they were bandits and raiders, they were also fathers and husbands. None would have chosen this path had it not been for their desperate struggle to keep their families alive amidst the catastrophe and the cruelty of those in power. "Go. A new wave of cold is coming," Wu Hao said simply. Limping Hao shuddered as if struck, casting a fearful glance at Wu Hao to confirm the truth of his words. Wu Hao gave a slight nod, His decision to secure Shelter 703 for Limping House Group stemmed from their current cooperation, which had been smooth. Rather than leaving it to those with no ties to him, he preferred to grant it to those who could be of future use. Moreover, the subway beneath Shelter 703, though destroyed, still connected to other shelters, a direct route to the strongholds of the elite, presenting an opportunity to eliminate them all at once. Brothers, did you hear Master Hao? If you want your wives and children to live well, follow me. We obey Master Hao's orders. Understood. We follow Master Hao's command. In that moment, Limping Hao's men pledged greater loyalty to Wu Hao than to their own leader. To them, Wu Hao was not just a savior, but the lifeline for their entire families. Boss, should we go too? The werewolf brothers inquired. For now, pose as captured slaves, Wu Hao decided, knowing their appearance would make blending impossible. This way, they could be discreetly held until the right moment. He was well aware that Shelter 703 housed only about 300 people. With 200 combat-ready infiltrators, they could swiftly overtake it. Understood, boss. We follow your orders. Before departure, Limping Hao raised one last concern. Master Hao, abilities are suppressed inside the shelter. How do we handle that? Wu Hao produced deactivation devices. These will solve it, but no one uses them until I give the word. The sight of over 200 such devices, originally stockpiled after replication, eased Limping Hao's worries. A cruel smile spread across his face. His reverence for Wu Hao was absolute. In this nightmarish world, survival was paramount, and Wu Hao represented not just hope, but a tangible future. He would cling to this towering figure, ensuring his people endured until the disaster's end. With matters settled, Wu Hao departed via a spatial portal, leaving his awestruck followers behind, marveling at what seemed like divine power. Back in his safe house, Wu Hao confirmed Limping Hao's orderly advance towards Shelter 703, resolving the immediate threat to the apartment complex. Yet the affair was far from over. He needed to inform Tan Danxue, ensuring her cooperation in facilitating their entry. The place is getting crowded. With the tide rising, we'll need to reinforce and expand. Previously, he had relocated most residents to the TV Tower outpost, leaving only himself, Shen Xianyun, and Shui Yi. Now, with the addition of the Su sisters, Anwen Yuhan, and possibly more, space was becoming cramped. Long considering an expansion, he now deemed it necessary. The entire apartment building, too, would be fortified, transforming it into his primary base, while others served as subsidiaries. Eat this, Wu Hao instructed Su Shuya, tossing her an ability fruit. Without hesitation, she consumed it, though puzzled by the sudden gift. To Wu Hao, however, she was merely a tool for replication. The system promptly notified him of the return. Ding. Su Shuya has consumed 1 gold spirit jade. 400 gold spirit jades have been replicated. Chapter 108. Reinforcement and renovation of the apartment building. The beast tide crisis. At this moment, he possessed a spirit-level metal manipulation ability, akin to that of Magneto, effortlessly halting bullets mid-air and commanding metal like serpents. After she had finished her meal, he retrieved a piece of golden jade from his spatial pocket and consumed it, instantly mastering the ability of metal control, albeit at a mere level 1. What kind of room do you desire? What style of furniture do you prefer? Please take your time to browse and inform me later, he suggested. He tossed her a furniture catalog from his spatial pocket, urging her to select. Su Shuya looked at the catalog that had been thrown into her arms, perplexed by his intentions. However, Wu Hao had already teleported downstairs. He promptly placed his hands on the ground, activating his construction ability. A multitude of beast bones was released, revealing that after upgrading his spatial pocket, the range of his abilities had increased to 2 meters. This enhancement allowed him to conveniently place and retrieve items without them merely appearing in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a vast array of materials appeared and then vanished, seamlessly integrated into the entire second apartment building. Utilizing an abundance of building materials acquired from a nearby supermarket, he reinforced the entire structure, commencing the solidification process from the very foundation. He expended all the beast bone materials, fortifying the apartment's outer walls. Consequently, anyone residing within the building would be shielded from the harsh cold outside, with no fear of icy fog seeping in. Now equipped with metal control, he truly repaired the building's elevator and restored its power supply. After completing this task, he merged the 25th floor into an expansive swimming pool area, complete with a snack supermarket for convenient shopping. The basement was entirely sealed off, designated as the generator room to supply electricity for the entire apartment complex. He also restored the rooftop water tank functionality, ensuring the building's water supply was reinstated, with the beast bones providing protection against freezing until their residual energy dissipated. Upon completing these renovations, he transformed the 26th floor into individual rooms ready for occupancy, which could also be repurposed into art and dance studios, thereby becoming multifunctional spaces. With the overall reinforcement and remodeling of the apartment nearly complete, he returned through a teleportation portal. At this moment, he found Su Shiya, Su Qingya, Wen Yuhan, Shen Qianyan, and Shui gathered around the furniture catalog. Captivated by the array of exquisite furnishings rarely seen in this era, you may now venture outside. You can access the swimming pool below via the balcony, Wu Hao announced, informing them that the project was finished and they could behold the fruits of his labor. There's a swimming pool downstairs, Su Shiya, Su Qingya. And Wen Yuhan exclaimed in astonishment, regarding it as a dreamlike marvel. Especially for Wen Yuhan, who had just joined, the heavenly environment was already surreal. And the revelation of a swimming pool below felt utterly incredible. Wu Hao gestured for them to descend and witness it for themselves. They hurriedly made their way to the balcony, discovering that the cold air outside was effectively blocked by the glass, transforming the space into an isolated paradise. So beautiful it seemed unreal. Descending the newly constructed white jade staircase from the balcony, they beheld a swimming pool occupying an entire floor, its waters a luxurious azure hue. Su Qingya was the first to rush to the pool's edge, exclaiming in surprise, "It's warm." Astonished that the pool was not only present but was a heated one, Su Shiya looked at Wu Hao with an expression akin to reverence, questioning whether he was indeed a deity, capable of such feats. "You can freely choose swimsuits from the supermarket over there. Everything you desire to eat or drink is also available," Wu Hao informed them, letting them know they would soon have their own rooms. He was aware that they were his reward tools. Their comfort and safety would be of utmost benefit to him. The television tower area remained relatively secure, eliminating the need to relocate people from there for the time being. However, should the necessity arise, he would facilitate their return, as there was ample space for them here. Su Qingya was already eagerly searching for the perfect swimsuit in the supermarket. Heading to the changing room to prepare for a dip in the pool, Wen Yuhan hesitated momentarily but soon followed suit, casting a shy glance at Wu Hao before proceeding. She recognized that her mindset had shifted, contemplating how to establish her presence here, daring herself to embrace the situation. Su Shiya maintained her composure but was increasingly swayed by the enchanting scenery, beginning to genuinely consider Su Qingya's suggestion that residing here could be quite delightful. Wu Hao soon beheld a row of swimsuit-clad beauties, with Shen Qianyan, Shui, and the Su sisters being dragged into the water by the two youngest, all eager to enjoy the pool. He observed the diversity of their figures, from Wen Yuhan's long legs to the Su sisters' harmonious beauty, alongside the graceful Shen Qianyan and the exotic allure of Shui. After a brief moment of shyness, they plunged into the water, laughing and playing, completely oblivious to the frigid weather outside, relishing their idyllic paradise. It seemed that tonight he would form a lasting bond with Wen Yuhan. Through his mental perception, he distinctly sensed a change in Wen Yuhan's demeanor, as her feelings toward him blossomed into shades of pink, representing affection and loyalty. Her bashful yet expectant gaze indicated that this long-legged beauty had intentions of her own, eager to take the initiative. He refrained from revealing his awareness, waiting for her to approach him. Yet, he understood that his renovation endeavors were far from over. Having exhausted the level 1, level 2, and even the level 3 beast bone materials from the mutated white cat, he had only completed the initial modifications of the apartment building. He was acutely aware that a fierce cold wave was imminent, along with the possibility of a beast-tide disaster. He refrained from disclosing this information to his companions, knowing they lacked the capacity to confront such a threat. Without wasting any time, he decisively began to strengthen the entire apartment structure, transforming it into a fortress capable of withstanding the impending beast tide, merely desiring to confront the onslaught of beasts. The strength of a mere level 3 beast skeleton proves inadequate. He understands that at least level 4, or even level 5 or 6 beasts are necessary. Chapter 109. Return to the refuge. The disappearance of Limping How. It was said that the shattered immortal jade was obtained from a level 7 mutated beast. Though slaying such a creature was no easy feat, Wu Hao understood the sheer terror a level 7 beast represented. To acquire the jade, over 200 lives had been sacrificed, merely to divert its attention, not even to engage it directly. From this, one could deduce that a level 7 beast could crush a level 3 beast as effortlessly as squashing an earthworm. Yet, Wu Hao was not without a plan. Knowing direct confrontation was futile, he had devised a method to slowly whittle it down, the Qiankuan Shatter, an attack that ignored distance and amplified power 100-fold. All he needed was the beast's location. With that, he could unleash relentless long-range assaults, grinding it to death before collecting its remains. Perhaps he could ask Tan Danxue. After all, he still needed to settle Limping How and his men. Coincidentally, a trip to Refuge 703 would allow him to handle both matters at once. Night fell, and the girls' rooms were rearranged to accommodate the newcomers. Shen Qianyun was given her own quarters, though she initially protested. She saw herself as Wu Hao's attendant, needing only to stay by his side. But with the growing number of residents, she realized she couldn't be an exception. Besides, even she, a woman in her prime, found herself exhausted. By midnight, the long-legged beauty came to him willingly. Her legs, longer than some people's lifespans, draped over his shoulders, her high heels adding to the allure. Dawn arrived. When Yuhan lay asleep, a sweet smile lingering on her lips. She had foolishly attempted to challenge him with her charm ability, only to be thoroughly defeated and educated. Now, utterly spent, she wouldn't wake until afternoon. Wu Hao wasted no time. He teleported out and drove straight to Refuge 703, determined to resolve matters there and inquire about the level 7 beast's whereabouts. Signs of the encroaching tide were already visible. The icy mist, once flooding up to the 10th floor, now climbed toward the 15th. Entire buildings below that level were swallowed by the frozen haze, everything within rapidly encased in ice. Survivors, unable to navigate the mist, had no choice but to retreat higher, clinging to the desperate hope of the next ebb tide granting them brief freedom. But with the rising tide came the beast horde. Their hopes were nothing more than futile dreams before the inevitable freeze consumed them. After dealing with Refuge 703, Wu Hao planned to visit the television tower. Strictly speaking, the apartment complex was his stronghold, while the tower served as an outpost. Its height made it impervious to the mist for now. Functioning as both a watchtower and a broadcasting station, useful for recruiting capable individuals to expand his roster of contracts. Refuge 703. With its 300 residents, many of them wealthy elites, was a prime hunting ground. Among them were young heiresses like Tang Shujiao. Perfect candidates for his system's requirements. Beauty and purity ensured successful contracts and higher return rates. Driving across the snow-blanketed wilderness, the remnants of civilization grew sparse. Skyscrapers still stood as faint markers of human existence within the city, but beyond, the suburbs had transformed into an endless white expanse. Snow piled high, freezing into layers of ice that would never melt under the unrelenting cold. Beneath the thickening ice, traces of humanity faded, as if waiting for another era to rediscover them. Arriving near Refuge 703, Wu Hao immediately sensed something amiss. Where was Limping Hao? By now, Tan Dachue should have received them, integrating them into the refuge. At the very least, there should have been signs of their arrival. Yet, the snow lay undisturbed, no tracks, no vehicles. It was as if Limping Hao and his men had vanished into thin air. Had they been attacked by mutated beasts? Wu Hao drove his tracked vehicle right up to the refuge's entrance, but still found no trace. An entire group had disappeared without a clue. Perhaps they had entered, and fresh snowfall had erased their tracks? He teleported inside and reached out to Tan Dachue through mental transmission. Did you receive Limping Hao's group? Were they brought in as planned? The answer stunned him. They never arrived. Wu Hao frowned. That meant Limping Hao and his men had vanished somewhere between the city and the refuge, swallowed by the frozen wilderness without a trace. Chapter 110, The Mysterious Wood Mouse. Heart and liver extraction. What should we do now, leader? Tan Dachue inquired, her intentions of completely turning against their plans evident as she expressed her desire to follow him. They had initially devised a strategy to infiltrate and ultimately overthrow the management and security forces here. However, the individuals meant to aid them had vanished without a trace, complicating their efforts and leaving them feeling isolated. Do you think they might suddenly have a change of heart and decide to defy us? Tan Dachue asked curiously, contemplating a plausible scenario. Unlikely, Wu Hao communicated telepathically with Tan Dachue, having bestowed upon her a telepathic ability fruit that could silently exchange thoughts. He dismissed her speculation, believing the chances to be slim. Although Biao Hao's group was unreliable, the Wolf brothers were also involved. Wu Hao had poisoned them, ensuring that unless they truly wished for death or discovered a means to counteract the toxin, rebellion was out of the question. A sudden thought struck him regarding how to locate Biao Hao and his associates. I believe I know where they are. I will handle it, Wu Hao declared, honing in on the presence of the poison he had implanted in the Wolf brothers, pinpointing their location. To his surprise, it was not far, in fact. It was beneath Shelter 703. The subway area beneath Shelter 703 remained paralyzed and shrouded in mystery. Biao Hao's modified bus was located there, and he could see the Wolf brothers alongside several other missing individuals, all unconscious. A figure adorned with a wooden mouse mask was extracting organs from these individuals. While Wu Hao spotted the captain of the Shelter 703 security team, Xiping, nearby. I will take care of this. You stay put and wait for my signal. Wu Hao instructed Tan Danxue, recognizing that Si Peng was likely privy to the secrets of Shelter 703's underground and the subway connections to other shelters. The masked figure was unfamiliar to him. He had not encountered this oddly dressed individual before leaving with Wen Yuhan. Biao Hao and his group were temporarily his assets, and he needed their strength to seize Shelter 703 in the surrounding area. He could not allow them to perish inexplicably. Understood, leader, Tan Danxue replied. Fully aligned with his intentions, Wu Hao opened a portal leading underground, appearing directly in front of Si Peng and the masked figure, to conceal his identity. He donned a Batman mask, ensuring they would not immediately recognize him. The emergence of the portal drew the attention of both individuals, who quickly noticed the stranger in a Batman mask stepping through. "Who are you?" Si Peng demanded, tension lacing his voice, surprised that someone possessed the ability to open a spatial portal. "You must be the one who has taken what belongs to us," the masked figure remarked, his demeanor calm. His voice was deep and hoarse, reminiscent of sandpaper, evoking a peculiar sense of age despite the youthful appearance of his exposed skin. Suddenly, Wu Hao sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from the space, one that felt oddly familiar, akin to the celestial level ability fruit he had recently acquired. Astonishingly, it was indeed a celestial level ability. Yet, the power it unleashed seemed diminished, falling short of the overwhelming might of his own Qian Kuanpa ability, merely exceeding the saint level but lacking the true essence of celestial prowess. As he pondered this, the ground trembled, transforming into 3 rock dragons that emerged from the walls and earth, each standing 3 meters tall. They opened their fearsome maws, unleashing formidable earth energy in the form of shockwaves aimed directly at him. Wu Hao, intrigued that the adversary also possessed a celestial level ability fruit, realized that such powers were not solely his domain. Faced with the oncoming assault of rock dragon breath, he remained unfazed. Although he had yet to acquire the defensive energy field abilities held by Su Shuya or Su Qingya, he recognized the potential of his compression ability, classified as saint level, was remarkably high, possessing the potential to evolve into a god-level force, capable of becoming a black hole. As the fierce attack approached, he calmly concentrated a collapsing space within his palm, swiftly absorbing the oncoming energy from the rock dragon breath. With a swift motion, empowered by his blood demon physique and the strength gained from consuming numerous spirit pills and beast blood, he dashed towards the masked man. He aimed to unleash the compressed sphere, absorbing and annihilating him entirely. However, the man in the wooden mouse mask, possessing agility reminiscent of a mouse due to his mastery of earth-based celestial abilities, sensed the danger of the approaching compressed sphere. He instantly sank into the ground, disappearing without a trace as though employing earth evasion techniques. In the next moment, the ground appeared to writhe as if thousands of earthworms were burrowing beneath, unleashing innumerable earth spikes that shot forth, targeting Wu Hao with lethal intent. Reacting swiftly, Wu Hao activated his ice control ability, forming an impenetrable ice prison around himself. The barrage of earth spikes was thwarted, failing to pose any threat. However, as the indiscriminate attack filled the space, Biao Hao and his group were shielded by the ice wall he had erected. In contrast, Si Peng suffered a grim fate, pierced by the multitude of earth spikes. His body left in tatters. His face, now reduced to half a head, bore an expression of disbelief and resentment as he succumbed, utterly devoid of any chance for revival. Wu Hao activated his sensing ability, akin to a radar scanning every corner of the area. He quickly located the masked figure, who had merged with the earthen surroundings, now devoid of a physical form. This led him to a realization: elemental being. He understood that the celestial level ability possessed by his opponent transcended mere elemental control. It allowed him to embody the element itself, in this case, the earth element, becoming one with it. Chapter 111, Earth Elemental Powers? Let the frenzy begin. To merge with the earth, do you truly believe I cannot find a solution to you? Wu Hao was acutely aware that the most formidable aspect of elemental transformation is its immunity to physical attacks. They have transcended flesh and blood. He is now earth, and the earth is his body. To assault them with firearms or fists would yield no harm. In terms of physical damage, they are invincible. It is akin to the impossibility of bullets inflicting genuine harm upon snow or water. While physical attacks may falter, elemental powers can inflict significant and lethal damage upon them. You wish to hide here? Then let us see how you fare against molten lava. Wu Hao first gathered the group of Lame Hao together with his telekinetic abilities, then opened a portal to cast them out, landing them near Tan Danxue, so she could oversee them. Having arranged that, he suddenly clapped his hands against the ground, unleashing one of his powers, Heat Increase. This time, he released an unrestricted surge of power, aiming to melt the very floor and walls into magma. challenging this foe to merge with the searing heat and remain unperturbed. However, the mouse man showed no concern, even going so far as to shape the earth into a giant hand, which provocatively displayed a middle finger gesture, mocking Wu Hao and suggesting that he was utterly powerless against him. At that moment, he had completely fused with the surrounding soil, affirming that he was the earth and the earth was him. It was solely his prerogative to assault Wu Hao's side. Wu Hao found himself both amused and exasperated by the mouse man's childish ignorance. But suddenly, a sinister smile crossed his face as he released a multitude of iron nails from his spatial pocket. These nails, upon hitting the ground, rapidly fused with the earth, merging seamlessly. You truly are foolish, believing these iron nails could pose a threat to me? The mouse man was deliberately taunting Wu Hao, ridiculing him for his perceived impotence in this scenario. Yet, Wu Hao swiftly employed two powers, combining them into a formidable technique, construct, metal manipulation. In an instant, all the fallen iron nails transformed into iron powder, integrating with every inch of the land and walls, to the extent that every speck of soil now contained iron powder. His earlier action of increasing temperature was merely a diversion. This was his true lethal move. With the integration of iron powder, the soil was no longer ordinary but had transformed into magnetic earth, a hybrid of iron-infused semi-metallic soil. This was his strategy, pollution. He decisively contaminated this place with iron powder, establishing it as his dominion. With the iron powder's influence, he gained precise sensory perception. What seemed insurmountable became solvable as the mouse man was yanked from the earth, rendered a puppet under Wu Hao's metal control, floating eerily in midair, his body paralyzed. You seem to possess quite the significance, Wu Hao mused, observing the mouse man as if he were a gopher uprooted from the ground, questioning whether he could still manage a smile. Ah, you have no idea whom you have offended, or whose possessions you have stolen. Yet the man behind the mouse mask displayed no fear, instead offering a chilling smirk as he warned Wu Hao, daring him to continue his bravado even in the face of impending doom. Wu Hao, uninterested in further banter, recognized that there were better methods to extract information from him. He activated his charm ability, swiftly infiltrating the mouse man's mental realm to seize control and compel him to divulge everything he knew. However, upon breaching the man's mental domain, Wu Hao encountered an unforeseen circumstance. There, within the mental landscape, stood another young man, casually waiting with his hands behind his back, seemingly anticipating Wu Hao's arrival, ready to engage with him. If you surrender the items, I might consider allowing you to leave with your life. Otherwise, none of you shall survive. Facing Wu Hao, this young man adopted an air of arrogance, threatening him with certain death should he refuse to comply. Wu Hao sensed the immense power of the man's mental energy, which rivaled that of a level 4 beast. He suspected that this individual had found a means to enhance his mental prowess 3 years prior. Such a terrifying level of power could not have emerged from nowhere. You've already consumed it. If you wish for excrement, I can arrange for its delivery tomorrow. Wu Hao retorted, unfazed by the threat. Having survived in this frigid environment for so long, he was no stranger to peril. Ha. The young man scoffed at Wu Hao's seemingly ignorant bravado, finding his demeanor childish. To him, Wu Hao was essentially jesting with his own life and neck. I hope you do not come to regret this, the young man said, his form vanishing as he left Wu Hao with a foreboding warning, hinting that he would soon experience the true meaning of regret. Do not let me find your lair. Wu Hao withdrew from the mental realm, surprised to discover that the mouse man had left behind a seal within his mental domain, preventing any other forces from seizing control of him. This thwarted Wu Hao's plan to interrogate the mouse man for information. Upon exiting the mental domain, Wu Hao observed the mouse man, who had indeed succumbed, blood oozing from his orifices, lifeless. Curiously, he removed the mask to reveal a face grotesquely disfigured, with only the eyes intact. The nose, mouth, and ears had been reduced to a pulp. This was a thorough disfigurement, intended to obliterate his identity, rendering him unrecognizable to those who once knew him. The earth elemental powers, what a pity. Wu Hao lamented as he gazed upon the remnants of the man's once formidable abilities. The energy response he had sensed earlier was unmistakably that of earth-level powers, yet curiously, it bore the hallmarks of a counterfeit, possessing only half the potency, barely reaching a saintly tier. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Who could extract this power? He resolved to open a portal to seek out Tandanxue. With the death of the current captain, Si Peng, Tandanxue, as the vice-captain, had assumed command and was now the highest authority in this locale. Chapter 112. The illusory celestial level abilities. Can the ability fruits be man-made? Upon being transported to Tandanxue's location, I found Blunt Hao and the others still in a state of unconsciousness. Tragically, some had already met their demise. leaving over 20 casualties and reducing our number to just over 170. Your captain is deceased, I informed Tan Donchue succinctly, signifying that from this moment forth, she would assume the role of captain of the 703rd Refuges Guard. Tan Donchue appeared astonished, yet her expression soon transformed into one of delight. Realizing that this was likely his doing, and executed with remarkable precision, Wu Hao located the werewolf brothers and stimulated them with a potent toxin. Subsequently, using life energy to awaken them, he tossed the corpse of the man clad in a peculiar wooden mouse mask before them, and, still dazed from their recent revival, urged them to decide who would consume the remains and thus absorb the celestial level ability. Celestial level ability! Exclaimed the elder werewolf, Zhao Long, astonished that the man wearing the strange wooden mask possessed such powers. Boss, is it true? The younger brother, Zhao Hu, echoed, aware that a celestial level ability must surpass even that of the saintly tier. Indeed, it is real. Who among you will partake? Wu Hao understood the necessity of not squandering this opportunity. He recognized that the brothers, having embraced their werewolf abilities, bore no moral qualms about cannibalism. They had essentially transformed into predators. They quickly reached a consensus, with the elder brother opting to absorb the ability. In a swift motion, he consumed the wooden mouse man entirely, only to turn back with a perplexed expression, blood staining his mouth. Boss, there is no extraordinary ability to be found. Having completed the consumption, he realized he had gained nothing. No? Wu Hao frowned, well aware that the wooden mouse man had previously exhibited a celestial level ability and its accompanying aura. The impossibility of gaining nothing after such an act troubled him deeply. Yes, the ability's aura on the corpse feels peculiar and is dissipating rapidly, Zhao Hu observed, pointing out a detail only they could discern. Wu Hao pondered the implications. Was there a method to acquire abilities without consuming the ability fruit? His thoughts drifted to bizarre scientists and the notion of artificial constructs, suggesting the existence of man-made ability fruits. I'm not certain, but it's plausible that someone has the capacity to replicate abilities and transferred this power to the individual. Explaining why it could not be absorbed, the younger werewolf proposed, a bold theory that resonated with Wu Hao, as it was the only feasible explanation for the bizarre circumstances. Replicating abilities for others? Artificial ability fruits? Wu Hao deduced that the wooden mouse must have come from the inner sanctum of the elite's refuge. His attire indicated he was likely a low-ranking individual sent to investigate matters here. Furthermore, the words of the young man within the wooden mouse's mind suggested they were part of a vast organization, confident in their power and unyielding in their threats. The disfigurement of the wooden mouse man illustrated that within the elite's core, they could not sustain themselves nor lower their status to labor. Hence, they required subordinates to serve them, ensuring they continued to enjoy their lofty existence prior to the catastrophe. Thus, lower-tier individuals remained, some cultivated into enforcers like the wooden mouse, stripped of their original identities. Let us awaken Blunt Hao and the others. We must address the pressing matters at hand. Wu Hao instructed the werewolf brothers. With the knowledge of Si Peng's death, the entire guard of the 703rd Refuge had fallen under his control. He wasted no time and began to implement sweeping reforms, intending to establish his new order and ascend as the supreme administrator of this domain. Upon awakening, Blunt Hao quickly grasped the grim reality of losing over 20 comrades. The man, marked by a scar the size of a bowl on his neck, was known for his stoic demeanor. Yet the sight of his fallen brethren stirred deep sorrow within him. These wretched beasts, these inhuman fiends. He cursed vehemently, for he had brought them to the 703rd Refuge, intending to carve out a prosperous future for them and their families. Yet, before they could even settle into this new stronghold, they had been ruthlessly slaughtered, their hearts and organs ripped from their bodies. What purpose did they have in removing these individuals' organs? Wu Hao inquired of Tan Donchue, who had now formally assumed her position as captain of the Refuge and Appo's guard and had already discreetly purged the remnants of Si Peng and Appo's loyalists from the ranks. The man responsible for this has perished, yet we are left with a significant enigma. Why did the wooden mouse man come to investigate and murder? And what was the motive behind harvesting these organs? Tan Donchue replied, her voice tinged with regret as she expressed her inability to provide a definitive answer. However, she continued, from what I have gleaned, it seems the needs of certain individuals, those in positions of power, are at play. Individuals in power? Wu Hao questioned, intrigued by this revelation. Tan Donchue hesitated before elaborating. I cannot provide specifics, as Si Peng handled these matters privately, excluding me from involvement. Once, I inadvertently overheard him speaking of fulfilling the desires of these powerful individuals, which led to the initiation of contact with external armed forces to hunt survivors and transport them here as slaves, even auctioning off women. And the men? Wu Hao posed a critical query. Since his arrival at the 703rd refuge, he had noticed a troubling trend. All those auctioned and trafficked were female, with not a single male present. Chapter 113. Liquidation of the refuge. Nobility surrendering their wealth, it was said that those captured were to be treated as slaves. However, within the plantations and pastures, no male slaves were to be found. It was as if all the captured male slaves had mysteriously vanished, like smoke dissipating into thin air. To uncover the truth, one would need to inquire about the kitchen, a place where even my vice-captain was forbidden to tread. Only Si Peng and his designated few had access. Tan Danxue had already surmised the answer, yet she feigned ignorance. When questioned, she could only respond truthfully and insisted that Wu Hao personally verify the situation. However, Wu Hao refrained from going himself, as he had already ascertained the circumstances. His ability to perceive the extraordinary rendered a personal inspection unnecessary. To comprehend the state of affairs, he merely employed his perception ability to scan the entire area of Refuge 703, locating the kitchen region as she had described. What he witnessed was akin to a scene from hell. Human organs were systematically harvested and preserved in low-temperature compression bags, seemingly intended to maintain freshness for transport to another area. Such a grotesque tableau evoked thoughts of organ transplantation. Within this grim setting, he not only observed the excised organs, but also single portions of collected blood, forming a complete blood bank production line. Feeling distressed, are you? Take some brothers to the kitchen, leave no one behind, Wu Hao remarked to Bo Hao, encouraging him to unleash his pent-up frustrations there. After all, he held no intentions of preserving anything in Refuge 703, deeming what was useful worth retaining while dismissing the rest as refused to be disposed of. Many thanks, Master Hao. Bo Hao clasped his fists, exuding a distinct air of a rogue. His eyes, tinged with red, reflected both the remnants of recent tears and the fury boiling within him. A singular thought consumed him. Those who owed blood must pay in kind. A head tax was to be imposed. All must surrender 90% of their wealth and resources, or face the consequences of liquidation. Wu Hao, witnessing Bo Hao's departure to vent his wrath, turned to Tan Danxue, instructing her to lead the remaining individuals in collecting the head tax throughout Refuge 703. This tax was, of course, a concept he had devised himself. The nobility, having reveled in luxury for so long while causing the demise of countless commoners, ought to experience the taste of suffering in return. I understand, Chief. Tan Danxue promptly accepted the command, leading the newly recruited guards to commence taxation and quell any unrest within Refuge 703. She recognized that while this was termed taxation, it was, in essence, a plunder of the residents' remaining wealth, aimed at stripping them bare. She anticipated fierce resistance, perhaps even insurrection. But Wu Hao's orders were clear. Anyone who resisted violently could be dealt with on the spot. Young, beautiful women would receive leniency, only their family members would be dealt with fatally. With this assurance, she felt emboldened to proceed confidently. Thus, a gruesome and violent suppression unfolded within Refuge 703, heralded by the crack of gunfire that signaled the end of the populace's good fortune. What awaited was a profound upheaval in personnel and a thorough reckoning of social classes, ensuring that the virtuous received their due while the nobility paid the ultimate price for their transgressions. The suppression lasted 2 hours. It was evident that, aside from the utterly obstinate who paid with their lives, even those with a modicum of sense recognized that the regime had irrevocably shifted. It was not merely a change in management policies but a complete alteration of power. In essence, a new authority had infiltrated Refuge 703, taking full control, which meant that the inhabitants were compelled to surrender their assets to buy their lives. However, although termed suppression, it was essentially a unilateral onslaught and slaughter. The majority of those within Refuge 703 were ordinary folk, and even the armed nobility were few and far between. Conversely, Tan Danxue's newly formed guard boasted not only heavy weaponry, but also the overwhelming power of extraordinary abilities. With the aid of suppression devices, the ordinary nobility could hardly withstand the devastating destruction and control exercised by those endowed with such powers. Thus, any attempts at rebellion were swiftly quelled. Akin to a grain of rice attempting to overshadow the sun and moon, easily met with severe consequences. Consequently, the residents remained in their original quarters. Yet after surrendering 90% of their wealth and resources, the days of lavish living were irrevocably lost. They would soon experience the pangs of hunger, illness, and the bitter taste of scarcity. Before long, Wu Hao gazed upon the mountain of wealth before him, including jade jewelry the size of pigeon eggs. Realizing that many residents still clung to their pre-disaster opulence, adept at indulging in luxury. These insufferable beings. Tan Danxue, tasked with collecting these resources, was astounded. Having previously been unaware of the vast quantities of food and wealth hoarded by the noble residents. In this modest refuge 703, disparities akin to heaven and earth existed. Among the same class of residents, distinctions between the affluent and impoverished remained, with exploitation persisting. Food and materials were to be stored in the supply depot, subsequently distributed based on headcount, with additional rewards for merit. Gold and silver trinkets would be treated as spoils of war, available to those in need through merit or exchange with other trophies. Wu Hao acknowledged that he lacked experience in governance, having never held an official position. However, he had engaged in online gaming, observing how loot distribution and clan member management were conducted. Thus, he resolved to adopt this model to manage the area loosely. After all, he was merely a strategist here, not an executor. His role was to issue management policies, leaving the finer details to Tan Danxue and Bo Hao. To maintain internal stability, he designated Tan Danxue and Bo Hao into two factions, one for internal governance and the other for exploration and resource gathering. Moreover, Tan Danxue remained the new commander, while he merely served as an auxiliary figure, intending to keep his involvement in management minimal. Very well, the rest is in your capable hands. Additionally, here are the coordinates for the Level 7 extraordinary beast you requested, which I have procured for you. Tan Danxue respectfully presented a mobile device, revealing the electronic map interface. Chapter 114. The domain of Level 7 beasts. The battlefield was once a scene of brutal conflict. Now, despite the heavy snow blanketing the earth, cities, and mountains, satellites still operate above, their communication and positioning capabilities intact. This allows devices equipped with satellite technology to function, providing precise navigation, ensuring that one does not lose their way amidst the vast, white wilderness. Wu Hao received the electronic map and noticed a specific location marked on it. Observing the distance from Shelter 703, he noted it was approximately 30 kilometers away. While this distance may not seem significant in pre-disaster times, when one could traverse hundreds or even thousands of kilometers in a single night, the current icy haze could freeze a person into a statue. Thus, whether it be 30 kilometers or merely 30 meters, it represented a perilous journey for an ordinary individual, a daunting distance akin to knowing another planet lies just 3 light years away, yet remains eternally unreachable. However, for those with extraordinary abilities, such feats are not insurmountable, especially for someone like Bo Hao, a fire-type esper, who could potentially shelter an entire group during long-distance treks, facilitating their movement. Go ahead and continue assisting Bo Hao with the transfer and reception of personnel. We must fortify this place in preparation for the impending cold wave, Wu Hao instructed Tan Danxue, acknowledging her as both his contractual aide and operational assistant. She saluted and departed to fulfill her managerial duties. As Wu Hao watched her leave, he resolved to investigate the Level 7 beast. He recalled the most fearsome creature he had encountered, a massive white serpent, now grown to a staggering 300 meters. It had been some time since their last encounter, and he was unaware of its current terrifying evolution. What troubled him was not knowing the beast's strength at its previous size. Thus, he felt compelled to ascertain the location of this Level 7 beast, both to eliminate it and to compare its power with that of the white serpent, enabling him to classify the latter. He activated a portal that transported him outside the shelter, where he summoned an all-terrain tracked vehicle, racing across the endless expanse of the snow-covered wilderness. Thanks to the vehicle and Oppo's reinforced construction from beast scales, it effortlessly navigated the icy mist and extreme cold, as if traversing a mere ordinary landscape. As he drove, Wu Hao pondered the potential consequences of the chaos caused by others attempting to seize the esper fruit. Reports indicated that over 200 individuals had perished in the pursuit of the coveted artifact. This suggested that the number of participants far exceeded 200, likely numbering at least 300 espers. Faced with a Level 7 beast, he understood that the average person could not compare to the capabilities of those present, as most could only maintain a maximum of Level 1 abilities, making advancement to Level 2 or 3 exceedingly difficult due to the demanding requirements for such upgrades. The sheer number of at least 300 espers, and possibly as many as 500 or even 1,000, made it implausible that the Level 7 beast had sustained no injuries. Driven by urgency, he sought to discover whether he might fortuitously encounter a severely wounded, or even dying, beast, an opportunity that could yield significant rewards. He acknowledged that, at full strength, he might not be able to defeat a healthy Level 7 beast. However, the The prospect of taking down an injured one was within the realm of possibility, especially with his pet, a near level 4 azure serpent, and the mastery of a celestial ability, Qian Kuanpa. Should he confront a weakened foe, one powerful strike from his celestial ability might suffice to claim victory. If one attack proved insufficient, he could always launch a second, for the creatures here, while massive and formidable, were still living beings susceptible to injury and death without proper healing. Upon reaching the vicinity indicated on the electronic map, he was struck by the devastation before him. The landscape appeared as if it had been overturned, leaving deep craters that pierced through the ice layer to reveal soil and patches of snow. Numerous bodies lay abandoned, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict that had transpired. The scene resembled a battlefield where the fallen were left to fate, their deaths unacknowledged. Wu Hao recognized that he had entered the territory of a level 7 beast. He parked the vehicle and concealed it within his spatial realm, activating his ice and snow invisibility to blend into the surroundings and mask his presence. A brief glance around revealed over 300 corpses strewn across the snow, indicative of a fierce battle fought with reckless abandon, employing a strategy of overwhelming force to draw the beast's attention and allow specific individuals to pilfer the esper fruit. What could compel these individuals to charge into such peril, risking their lives for a single esper fruit? Wu Hao found himself grappling with the underlying motivations behind their desperate actions. However, one thing was certain: the celestial esper fruit was an extraordinarily rare treasure, not easily obtained. The very fact that he had stumbled upon it, guarded by a level 7 beast, was a stroke of remarkable fortune, an occurrence so improbable it bordered on miraculous. As he surveyed the fallen bodies, he could only speculate on the reasons behind their reckless bravery. Chapter 115, Severely Wounded Level 7 Beast. Seeking a way to land the final blow in their final moments, none displayed fear. Rather, their expressions were marked by determination and a peculiar smile. This smile was not one of anticipation for impending wealth, but rather the serene reassurance of a husband and father. For them, death represented a release, an end to the looming threat that their families would face, perhaps even securing a form of compensation for their sacrifice, allowing them to face death with courage and peace. It could be said that the moment they set foot in this area, they understood they were walking toward their demise. To turn back or flee would mean subjecting their loved ones to a fate worse than death. Wu Hao remained silent, comprehending the grim reality faced by ordinary people amidst this catastrophe. Nonetheless, it was evident that this was no mere rogue faction. It bore resemblance to the blinded tyrant, perhaps even overshadowing its influence. The total number of individuals involved could very well exceed 10,000. As Wu Hao traversed the desolate battlefield, he scrutinized the participants. He was increasingly certain that they hailed from a formidable power, one that was not a refuge. The overall strength of this faction likely surpassed 10,000. However, it is essential to recognize that having a faction of such size at this stage is not particularly astonishing, as many urban communities boast populations exceeding 100,000. The apartment complex he resided in was situated near the heart of the ice fog disaster zone, resulting in a sparse population and numerous fatalities. Conversely, other areas experienced less severe impacts from the ice fog. Yet, he noted that the buildings were largely vacant, indicating a preemptive migration had occurred. It was plausible that during the last retreat, they had received some intelligence prompting them to relocate en masse in search of sanctuary from the onslaught of this frigid calamity. This faction appeared intent on actively collecting supernatural fruits, training individuals into empowered beings, thus establishing a formidable combat force. From the demeanor of these men, it became apparent that they operated within a strict, militarized framework, where obedience was paramount and disobedience could lead to death. But was this truly the level 7 beast? Wu Hao now beheld the creature that had been deprived of its supernatural fruit, a gigantic boar standing over 7 meters tall. This mutated mountain boar bore grievous wounds, a gaping gash spanning a meter wide that sliced from its back to its abdomen. This wound nearly eviscerated it, representing its most significant injury. Yet, as a mountain boar, its thick skin and robust flesh rendered it resilient. This attack, while severe, was not fatal. In the conflict, the mutated mountain boar had managed to gain the upper hand, allowing the assailants to seize the supernatural fruit at the cost of hundreds of lives. Now, the wounded beast rested against the mountainside, recuperating, seemingly disinclined to initiate any aggressive actions. Wu Hao's thoughts raced. If he were to consume this level 7 beast, would it elevate his daily absorption limit? Could it possibly surpass 5,000? A surge of excitement and greed coursed through him as he gazed at the injured creature. His current absorption limit was a mere 1,000, constraining him to a maximum daily intake of 1,000 condensed level fruits, 100 spiritual level, 10 sacred level, or merely one immortal level fruit. The prospect of enhancing his capabilities to attain a second-level ability was daunting, requiring 50 days of seclusion, a luxury he could not afford. Especially knowing that these beasts matured at a far swifter pace than he. He understood that to elevate his absorption limit, he must augment his physical constitution, which entailed consuming the flesh and blood of these beasts to fortify his physique. Presently, he had only absorbed a level 3 beast, the mutated white cat. Though he had identified a level 4 beast, the earth dragon, he had yet to eliminate it, a significant factor in maintaining his current absorption threshold. For the level 7 beast, he devised a plan to swiftly neutralize it, albeit at the potential cost of sacrificing Xiaoqing, though the likelihood of success was substantial. Wu Hao examined the massive knife wound on the mutated mountain boar, pondering the source of such a grievous injury that nearly disemboweled the creature. This wound offered him a significant opportunity, enabling him to infiltrate the beast's interior, akin to a monkey stirring up the sea. Given the boar's thick hide, penetrating its exterior would typically be arduous. However, this gaping wound revealed a vulnerable point, exposing its ribs within. If he could breach this weak spot, he had little doubt that the beast's internal defenses would not match its formidable exterior. Thus, he cloaked himself in the guise of the icy environment, allowing him to blend seamlessly with his surroundings. He distanced himself slightly from the mutated mountain boar and unleashed Xiaoqing, now nearly level 4, drawing the beast's attention. The boar, enraged at the sight of such a seemingly feeble creature daring to invade its territory, charged at Xiaoqing with the ferocity of a wild boar, intent on delivering a punishing blow. Chapter 116. Xiaoqing's Battle Damage, the first display of celestial-level abilities Wu Hao observed from the sidelines. Acutely aware of the severity of the mutated mountain boar's injuries. Yet, the creature remained oblivious, relying solely on its primal instincts to charge at Xiaoqing, who was in a passive state. Xiaoqing flicked its tongue, its triangular eyes glinting with a cunning light. As the mountain boar approached, it suddenly darted away like a flash of green light, utilizing its serpentine agility. Just as the beast was about to collide with Xiaoqing, it swiftly coiled around the boar's body, ensnaring it tightly. In an instant, the serpent had secured a firm grip around the boar's neck. And had it been a level 4 beast, it would have stood no chance against Xiaoqing's constriction. However, this was a level 7 creature, possessing a strength far exceeding Xiaoqing's by at least 5-fold. Thus, despite its rapid strikes, Xiaoqing's hold on the mutated boar posed no genuine threat. Rather, it was akin to a slender rope attempting to restrain a wild beast, destined to be snapped in an instant. Hissing in frustration, Xiaoqing was enraged by its own inadequacy, recognizing the insurmountable gap in power between itself and the mutated mountain boar, a chasm that could not be bridged by mere technique. It was utterly overwhelmed by sheer force. Opportunity. This was the moment Wu Hao had been waiting for. He knew that as soon as Xiaoqing ensnared the mutated boar, it would create an opening for him to invade the beast's body and wreak havoc from within. He swiftly approached, preparing to penetrate the creature's side wound and destroy its internal organs, aiming to obliterate it from the inside out. Yet, the level 7 beast, despite its injuries and having already killed hundreds of ability users, remained keenly aware of its surroundings. Just as Wu Hao drew near, intending to exploit the beast's grievous wound, the boar, against all odds, activated its abilities. It summoned a multitude of earth elements to form a protective layer of mud armor around itself. Through its primal instincts, it sensed Wu Hao's presence and summoned earthen spikes that materialized from the air, launching them toward him. Realizing the imminent danger posed by the approaching spikes, Wu Hao refrained from confronting them head-on. Instead, he swiftly opened a portal beneath him, allowing him to drop into it and reappear 20 meters away. Utilizing the icy environment to cloak himself, he vanished from sight, evading the attack entirely. However, Xiaoqing was struggling, as it was already unable to contend with the mutated boar. The creature, despite its injuries, unleashed its powers, and Xiaoqing was brutally struck by the mud armor, rendering it near death. It became evident just how terrifying the strength of a level 7 beast could be. Xiaoqing lost its combat capability and was forcibly recalled to the pet space, entering a state of deep slumber until its injuries could be sufficiently healed. Such a monstrous beast. No wonder it had slain so many ability users. Wu Hao glanced at the enraged mutated mountain boar in the distance, understanding why it could so easily take down so many. Its tough hide and formidable earth-based abilities made it a formidable adversary. Wu Hao found himself begrudgingly admiring the ability user who had inflicted the deep wound upon the beast. They must have possessed considerable strength, perhaps even delivering a blow worthy of a saint-level ability. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Wu Hao resolved to employ a different strategy. He had observed that Xiaoqing could barely delay the level 7 mutated mountain boar for 3 seconds. It was evident that unless Shaoqing could be trained to at least level 6, there was little chance of confronting the beast directly. And he had no interest in such a slow endeavor. Recognizing the futility of Plan A, he opted to implement Plan B. Those vying for the mutated boar were likely aware of its injuries and might be waiting for the situation to worsen before banding together to eliminate it. This level 7 beast was a treasure trove. Its body and inner spirit elixirs held immense value, while its flesh provided a rich source of sustenance that could enhance their strength against even more formidable beasts. Unable to confront it directly and with little chance to find an opportunity, Wu Hao chose to activate his celestial ability, the Qiankuan Break. He distanced himself from the area, for he understood that this ability was no ordinary power. It was akin to a nuclear strike, capable of targeting the beast from across the globe. As long as he pinpointed the target, he could strike the mutated mountain boar from the opposite side of the world. With a 2-kilometer gap established to ensure he remained undetected, he concealed himself within a snowdrift and activated the Qiankuan Break ability. Instantly, the planet materialized before him, shrouded in atmospheric fog that obscured its surface. He could only see the areas he had explored, including the region where the level 7 beast resided. Having established a close connection with the mutated mountain boar, he gained a godlike perspective from above, enabling him to identify the creature and Oppo's exact location. Upon deciding to utilize the Qiankuan Break, his mental energy was rapidly siphoned, allowing him to comprehend the mechanics of the ability. He discovered that all his mental energy coalesced at the tip of his right index finger, where he could release concentrated energy upon selecting any spot on the projected planet, unleashing a devastating force equivalent to 100 times his mental prowess. This was the true essence of the divine finger, a celestial judgment descending from the heavens. The application was deceptively simple, yet the sensation of having his mental energy drained was quite unsettling. Wu Hao experienced the unprecedented feeling of being completely depleted of his mental strength. After experiencing this celestial ability, he realized it was best employed at extreme distances, as the preparation required was considerable. Without the aid of the mental source ability, a single use could potentially render him unconscious. Presently, he remained lucid due to the swift recovery provided by the mental source, which prevented him from experiencing true depletion. Instead, he was merely momentarily exhausted, and his strength began to gradually return. Chapter 117, The True Finger of God. A divine strike descends as he extended his hand to point at the mutated mountain boar projected before him. The sky immediately shifted ominously, accompanying his assault. A colossal finger, resembling a pillar reaching for the heavens, pierced through the dense cloud cover, descending from above. The beast, instinctively sensing the dread of impending death, swiftly conjured a multitude of earthen plates to shield itself from the impending strike. In that moment, the divine-like finger, radiant with golden light, descended upon the mutated mountain boar, shattering its makeshift defenses and pinning it firmly to the ground. The full force of the attack concentrated upon it, causing its already grievous wounds to rupture violently, blood splattering across the terrain. Such ferocity! Wu Hao, through his heightened perception, keenly observed the unfolding events. The blow nearly crushed the mutated mountain boar entirely. However, this was merely a fraction of his power, equivalent to 100-fold of his strength unleashed simultaneously, thus amplifying the impact at a single point. The result was a more severe injury for the boar, yet it did not meet its demise. It merely transitioned from grievously wounded to critically endangered. Following the assault, it fled in terror towards the mountains, casting fearful glances skyward, apprehensive that such an onslaught might recur. Wu Hao contemplated prioritizing the enhancement of his psychic source ability, aspiring to elevate it to its maximum potential. While he could move his body, he realized his powers were not functioning properly. Though his mental fortitude had seen some restoration, it remained insufficient for normal combat activities. Currently, he was merely alert, avoiding unconsciousness, yet engaging in battle proved challenging. It became evident that the might of his celestial great ability, cosmic rupture, was intrinsically linked to his mental strength. The greater his psychic capacity, the more formidable the power he could unleash. The psychic source ability not only doubled his mental prowess, but also significantly accelerated recovery, rendering his psychic energy nearly boundless. However, being a spiritual grade ability, he could only absorb 100 units per day, which meant it would take several days to elevate its tier. Nevertheless, this was considerably easier than enhancing saint or celestial grade abilities, particularly if he could vanquish the 7th tier, mutated mountain boar, and absorb its flesh and blood. It might enable his physique to endure an intake of over 5,000 units of ability fruit in a single day. This could potentially elevate his psychic source ability to the third or even fourth tier within days, reaching an astounding 10th tier thereafter. Currently, his psychic source ability stood at the first tier, merely enhancing his mental capacity and recovery speed. Wu Hao chose to bide his time, aware that upgrading his ability would enhance its effectiveness. By raising its tier, the corresponding doubling effect of his mental power would also increase. In such a case, even a first-tier celestial-grade cosmic rupture could potentially obliterate a severely injured 7th-tier mutated mountain boar, rather than merely bringing it to the brink of death. As he awaited his recovery, the impact of his celestial attack had reverberated through the nearby survivors in multiple small communities. The strike, descending from the heavens, broke through the clouds like a divine finger, unleashing a grand assault upon the ground. Consequently, those situated as far as 30 kilometers away witnessed the spectacle. They could observe a golden finger descending from the clouds, attacking an unseen entity. This sight conjured images of divinity in the minds of many survivors, prompting them to kneel and pray for divine protection and blessings. However, others, particularly more powerful ability users, sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the finger. They realized that this was not a divine miracle, but rather a manifestation of someone's extraordinary ability. This attack, capable of evoking the imagery of divine wrath upon the earth, was indeed a human feat of power. The disparity in strength among ability users was astounding. Wu Hao remained oblivious to the magnitude of the tremors his first celestial-grade ability had unleashed upon the region. It was akin to dropping a nuclear bomb in the vicinity. With distant onlookers witnessing the mushroom cloud rising not from the ground, but descending from the sky, this extraordinary sight left those able to witness it, even from afar, in awe and trepidation. Yet, one matter remained unresolved. The 7th-tier mutated mountain boar was still alive. Wu Hao required additional time to recuperate, complicating his desire to deliver a finishing blow. As he contemplated a strategy to conserve his mental energy for a decisive strike, he considered the option of infiltrating the creature's body to deliver a lethal blow from within. The severity of its wound had created a significant opening, making access to its interior considerably easier. If he could successfully approach, he stood a strong chance of penetrating its defenses and unleashing chaos from within. While lost in thought, he suddenly spotted a flurry of motion across the snowy expanse. Several snow vehicles appeared on the horizon, revealing a convoy with over 60 individuals. People, vehicles. Wu Hao was astonished at this sight. It seemed almost miraculous to see others traversing the snow-laden terrain under such perilous conditions, with temperatures plummeting below -70 degrees Celsius. One misstep without proper protection could lead to frostbite or worse. The fuel in those vehicles would likely freeze solid, rendering them inoperable. Yet here, apart from himself and the injured Hao, was a third force capable of maneuvering through the snow. This suggested the presence of one or more fire or ice ability users among them, granting them the resilience to withstand the bitter cold and operate those snow vehicles. Chapter 118. Another force emerges, the mutated mountain pig. Under siege. Upon reflection, it seemed rather reasonable. If it were merely a condensed-level ability fruit, such occurrences were not uncommon. Wu Hao contemplated this and recognized that in such an environment, he was the only one capable of driving out. His arrogance had led him to this realization. His ability to withstand the biting cold stemmed primarily from his power of ice and snow manipulation, which was merely a condensed-level skill. Once he possessed abilities, it was foreseeable that such condensed-level ability fruits would become commonplace. His unique advantage lay in his possession of an infinite personal space, allowing him to stockpile resources with ease. Additionally, he had a consumption rebate, enabling him to endlessly replicate countless identical ability fruits as long as he acquired a new one, facilitating his enhancement of power levels. In terms of exploration and collection, his advantages were not overwhelmingly significant. In contrast to those teams, he had always operated solo, and the contracted companions he had merely served as guardians. Consequently, he had not exerted much effort in acquiring new types of ability fruits, relying instead on sheer luck. Now, witnessing others venturing out in vehicles to engage in hunting signified that the survivors were gradually acclimating to this new environment, preparing to bolster their own strength. Their singular purpose for coming here was to target the severely injured mutated mountain pig, which was now on the brink of death, aimed squarely at this level 7 beast. Were they the ones attempting to assault this level 7 creature and steal the broken ability fruit? Wu Hao, employing his perception ability, observed them intently. They were indeed advancing towards the mutated mountain pig without a hint of hesitation or delay. It seemed his earlier display of the Qian Kuan break had attracted their attention, prompting them to investigate the source of such a formidable attack, either to recruit or annihilate. It was also possible that among them were individuals akin to werewolf brothers, capable of devouring others' abilities, seeking to forcibly seize this formidable power. For now, he would observe and see if any opportunities arose. With his mental energy having nearly recovered, Wu Hao was determined not to relinquish the chance to claim the level 7 beast spoils, regardless of their intentions. Thus, their arrival equated to an attempt to pilfer his possessions, and he would not hesitate to eliminate them if necessary, even to silence them permanently. However, should they prioritize dealing with the critically wounded mutated mountain pig, he would not mind swooping in for the final blow, allowing them to exhaust themselves while he claimed all the loot. Was his behavior somewhat despicable? In this unpredictable and dire environment, who could afford to speak of such things? It was merely a matter of prioritizing one's own survival. The convoy remained oblivious to his presence, completely unaware of Wu Hao lurking nearby. They were intent on a swift resolution, eager to reach the site of the mutated mountain pig's assault, hoping for the chance to stumble upon a significant opportunity. Perhaps even witnessing the demise of the level 7 beast that had previously posed such a formidable challenge. Wu Hao remained motionless within the snowdrifts, blending seamlessly with the frigid environment. He conceded that he had just unleashed ability, rendering him at his weakest in recent times. The pervasive icy mist enveloping the area had drained his mental energy, leaving him on the brink of exhaustion. If he continued to remain inactive, he might very well succumb to the cold before the hour was up. Yet, he had no choice but to remain still, for any movement could betray his hidden presence. Even in his ice-camouflaged state, he was currently at less than a tenth of his full strength, compounded by Shao Qing's incapacitation in the battle against the mutated mountain pig. Now resting in his pet space to recuperate. At this moment, he found himself in a precarious state, where even a minor misstep could lead to his undoing. His initial plan had been to bide his time until these individuals departed, allowing him to recover from the mental exhaustion induced by the Qiankuan break. He was confident that his recovery rate would surpass that of the mutated mountain pig, which had sustained significant injuries from his earlier attack, fleeing in fear after sustaining a grievous wound. While he merely faced mental fatigue, he could fully restore his energy within 3 hours under the influence of his mental source ability. In contrast, the level 7 beast could not hope to recover in that same time frame. Thus, after 3 hours, should he unleash another Qiankuan break upon the mutated mountain pig, it would either perish or be rendered immobile. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A team of elite individuals arrived, driving in convoy. Considering they were likely the ones who had gravely injured the mountain pig, and one among them had left a distinct mark upon it, they posed a potential threat to Wu Hao. A cautious approach was warranted. He contemplated his strategy. Once they engaged in combat, he would wait for the opportune moment to strike and claim the spoils. This would serve his interests perfectly, as he required time to recuperate. He had no urgency to reveal himself, instead enduring the frigid mist to replenish his mental energy, aiming to regain at least half of his former strength for safety. Unbeknownst to them, the convoy was heading straight into a trap, intent on resolving the mountain pig situation in one fell swoop. This level 7 beast had inflicted heavy losses upon them, and this opportunity was too precious to squander. Once lost, it would not present itself again. Upon reaching the territory of the mutated mountain pig, the convoy wasted no time engaging the creature, which was now on the verge of death. The damage inflicted by the earlier Qiankuan break had been catastrophic. Before sustaining that blow, the mountain pig had still been lively and capable of utilizing its abilities. Had it been afforded a chance to heal, perhaps by consuming some ability fruits, it could have fully recovered within a day or two. Little did it know that just as it faced this dire situation, another wave of attackers appeared, ready to encircle it and seize the opportunity to strike while it was vulnerable, intent on claiming its life. Chapter 119. Allowing others to strike while waiting to reap the benefits. A piece of good news is that the individual responsible for the blade wound seems to be absent. It appears to be an ability akin to Qiankuan break, a power that draws upon one's own vitality to deliver a formidable blow. The bad news, however, is that all those attempting to seize the opportunity presented by this level 7 mutated beast are doomed. None shall escape. Wu Hao silently observed the movements from a distance. His perception enveloped the entire battlefield, akin to having an all-seeing eye, allowing him to grasp every minute detail of the ongoing conflict. It was precisely for this reason that he was certain that these opportunists seeking to exploit the situation would meet their demise. Indeed, it was not the mutated mountain boar that would perish, but these individuals themselves. They had failed to bring forth the most lethal blade wielders capable of delivering a fatal strike to the beast. Their presence had only served to further agitate the already skittish mutated mountain boar, compelling it to exhibit its primal instincts for survival. It was a desperate fight to the death. In that moment, the beast realized it was truly in peril, genuinely facing death at the hands of these despicable assailants. Thus, it resolutely ignited the last vestiges of its life force, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson, its form expanding slightly. Despite the gruesome wound on its chest still oozing blood, it emanated an aura of ferocity, its might restored to its peak, even enhanced by its rage. Have you ever witnessed a tank that feels no pain yet can self-repair? Have you seen this tank unleash its powers to envelop itself in earthen armor, while simultaneously firing rock spikes like a machine gun? The level 7 mutated mountain boar embodied such an indomitable force, its displayed power rivaling that of an level 8 beast, perhaps even inching towards level 9. Consequently, the damage inflicted by this group was negligible, easily dismissed. The boar's charge resembled the obliteration of a line of blood-sucking mosquitoes, splattering crimson across the pristine snowfield. Within mere minutes, all those who had approached were slain, their snow vehicles crushed and flattened against the ground. Panting heavily, the mutated mountain boar concluded its battle. Now aware that its foes had been vanquished, it allowed itself to relax. However, it had overexerted itself and bore the heavy toll of its injuries, which now weighed down its massive frame and enveloped it in a profound fatigue, leaving it drowsy and disoriented. Its movements became unsteady, the great beast swaying as it staggered forward, its instinct for survival driving it toward its lair, where it believed safety awaited, where it could recuperate in peace. Wu Hao, through his perceptive abilities, noted the beast's evident decline. He understood it had not yet perished, but was teetering on the brink of death. The life force it had expended in a final burst of vitality had drained its remaining strength. Without the nourishment of an ability fruit, it was destined for demise. It could be said that its continued movement was merely a testament to its last breath. Once the breath faded, it would cease to exist, slipping away silently in this desolate place. To subdue it? Wu Hao contemplated whether to seize this grand opportunity and directly capture a level 7 beast. This was a level 7 beast. Faced with the nearly level 4 little Qing, it could be disregarded entirely. With such a creature, he would become significantly more formidable. Yet within the realm of human society, it would allow him to stride with confidence. No matter the skyscrapers or bunkers, this ferocious beast could demolish them with ease. Yet, upon inspecting his remaining mental energy and realizing that the mutated mountain boar was, in truth, already dead, merely clinging to a final breath, he resolved to focus on nurturing little Qing instead, as the mountain boar's potential for growth was limited. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to eliminate it, consuming its flesh and blood to enhance his own vitality. His rationale for dismissing the beast was simple. Little Qing had the potential to transform into a dragon, meaning its evolution would transcend mere serpentine form to become a true dragon. In contrast, even if the mountain boar were nurtured to a 100-level beast, it would remain a mere boar. When that time came, unleashing such a creature in battle would pale in comparison to the prestige of Little Qing. Comparatively, he preferred to subdue the white serpent, achieving a balance of colors, allowing him to play the role of a counterfeit Su Xian. Through his perceptive abilities, he discerned that although the mutated mountain boar was on the verge of death, its current weakness was largely illusory. Its crimson eyes remained vigilant, scanning its surroundings for any potential assailants. Should anyone dare to strike, it would unleash its final desperate attack, fighting to the bitter end. Wu Hao observed all this with unwavering calm. He recognized that he needed to restore his mental energy and that moving carelessly was inadvisable. He was already aware that the mutated mountain boar was destined for death unless intervened. Thus, he chose to wait alongside it. He understood that the greatest danger would arise after the beast's demise, as it might attract nearby mutated creatures eager to claim its carcass. He needed to time his actions precisely, retrieving the body at the very moment the beast's breath extinguished, without a hint of hesitation. Half an hour passed in the frigid environment of the ice field. Wu Hao nestled within a snowdrift, experiencing the chill for the first time. Ever since he mastered the control of ice and snow, enhancing his abilities to reconstruct vehicles and shelters, he had seldom been exposed to the harsh elements. He had always known that he could not entirely disregard the perils posed by such a treacherous environment. Even at his current level of strength, his endurance in the icy mist was limited to a mere 14 hours. Without the modified shelter and vehicles crafted from beast bones, survival in the frigid expanse would lead to his demise after 14 hours. This was a reality all survivors faced, a grim and dire situation. Yet, just as others utilized beast pelts for warmth, he had ingeniously transformed beast bones into a shelter and transport, mitigating the lethal severity of the harsh environment. In contrast, other survivors were embroiled in battles over dwindling resources, while the active presence of mutated beasts emerged as a new threat that could not be overlooked. Chapter 120: The Annihilation of the Opponent and the Absorption of the Blood and Flesh of a Level 7 Beast in half an hour. This mutated mountain pig had completely let down its guard, succumbing to slumber with its eyes closed, allowing its once fiery and turbulent body to gradually cool down. This cooling marked its true demise. Its injuries had become so severe that it could no longer rely on its vitality for recovery, becoming increasingly feeble until its inevitable death. Wu Hao sensed the time was near. Any delay could attract other beasts. He swiftly transported himself through several portals directly beside the massive creature. Upon awakening, the formidable beast, resembling a small mountain, glanced in his direction, attempting to rise and demonstrate the dire consequences of threatening it. However, Wu Hao understood that it was on its last breath, moving sluggishly like a frail elder nearing the end of life. Seizing this opportunity, he dove into the gaping wound in its chest and abdomen, penetrating its very being. The colossal mountain pig could no longer pose a threat, and in its panic, it attempted to stand, only to have its eyes dim and its massive body collapse, sending a flurry of snow cascading across the snowy expanse. Emerging from within, Wu Hao's hands were drenched in blood. Yet he was aware of his triumph in slaying the mutated mountain pig and consuming its most potent heart's blood. He had also secured its heart, as large as a small cart, into his spatial storage. At that moment, he felt the organ pulsating violently, as if his blood was boiling, igniting a fervent fire within him. The essence of the level 7 beast heart's blood was formidable, far surpassing that of the white tiger's blood. Wu Hao swiftly stored the carcass of the level 7 beast in his spatial realm, understanding that there was no time to waste. He urgently summoned an off-road tracked vehicle and pushed its speed to the limit, racing towards the television tower. He was acutely aware that he had no idea how long he could maintain his consciousness. He only recognized that his blood was boiling, truly the blood of a beast. He teetered on the brink of frenzy and irrationality, needing to release the primal desires surging within him, lest he succumb to a bloodthirsty madness. He realized that his greed had led him astray. He should have gradually adapted, beginning with the blood and flesh of level 4 beasts. Instead, he had recklessly consumed the essence of a level 7 beast, leaving him struggling to bear the overwhelming power. The vehicle sped across the open snowy terrain, unburdened by concerns of traffic. Wu Hao, even in the twilight of his consciousness, instinctively knew his destination and what awaited him there. Upon reaching the vicinity of the television tower, he wasted no time ascending. A portal transported him directly to the refuge atop the tower. There, he encountered Qin Feifei, Luxinya, and Yunyun, all of whom were his contract companions. He summoned them all, knowing they were vital to his survival. With a mere thought, he pulled Luxinya towards him, recognizing her as the strongest due to her fitness training background. Luxinya, initially startled and frightened, soon realized his intentions and expressed her excitement. Chaos ensued as, after a moment of panic regarding his identity, they recognized him as their leader, Wu Hao, and immediately rushed to assist, plunging the area into disarray. Wu Hao lost track of time until he finally regained his senses. Upon awakening, he was greeted by an opulent scene reminiscent of the debauchery of King Zhou. Shaking his head, he realized he was still not fully lucid, shaken by the overwhelming power of the heart's blood from a level 7 beast. Yet, he quickly recognized the terrifying benefits it bestowed upon him. 6,000. He discovered his physical prowess had leaped forward, allowing him to reach a level approaching that of a level 2 beast, nearing level 3. This also raised the limit of his ability to absorb energy fruits, enabling him to consume 6,000 energy fruits in a single day, a staggering increase from the mere 100 he could initially manage. This also meant that with the use of the broken immortal jade, he could now consume 6 fruits daily, significantly accelerating the growth of his abilities. Main Lord, a sultry voice called out, and he turned to see Luxinya gazing at him with heart-shaped eyes, utterly entranced. She had completely succumbed to her infatuation with him, bewildered by her previous disdain for this remarkable man, questioning why her friend Yusiwei had ever looked down on him. Wu Hao, with a mere thought, drew her into his embrace, feeding her a few alluring energy fruits to replenish her strength. She obediently consumed them, playfully nibbling on his fingers in a flirtatious manner. The fitness results are impressive. After all, I am a professional fitness coach, Luxinya declared, her demeanor devoid of past aversion, now wholly enveloped in admiration. Wu Hao surveyed the scene, grateful for the formidable support around him. Without them, he would have either exploded from sheer force or lost consciousness in a fit of madness. I will remodel this place. You all should rest for now, he instructed, using his powers to send them to the gym, where he arranged for them to sleep on a large bed until they regained their strength. Before Luxinya was sent away, she bestowed a kiss upon him. Once everyone was settled, Wu Hao decisively reinforced the television tower using the bones of the mutated mountain pig, enhancing its structural integrity to that of a level 6 beast. The incorporation of the bones also dramatically improved its insulation, transforming it into a warm bastion atop the hills, a true tower of paradise overlooking the distant horizon. Having arrived at this location, Wu Hao knew there was more to accomplish. He proceeded to enhance the remaining facilities, including power and water supply systems. Intentionally leaving some beast materials behind, he resolved to allow them to be consumed later, ensuring he could replicate a new batch of materials. This would provide him with an unending supply of level 7 beast bones, ensuring he would never lack for enhancement materials. After completing these tasks, he sought a moment of respite, taking advantage of the increased absorption limit of 6,000. He prioritized enhancing his spiritual reservoir ability, aware that while it was a spiritual level skill, it could fundamentally elevate his power and expedite the recovery of his mental fortitude. In regard to the extraordinary ability known as Qianquan Break, the most apparent effect is the enhancement of offensive power. This ability allows for an immediate increase in potency, potentially doubling or even tripling its strength, without the necessity of elevating the ability's own level prior to the advancement of Qianquan Break itself. Chapter 121. The absorption limit raised to 6,000. The transfer of the television tower's inhabitants. The spiritual level could only absorb 600 per day, but that was still quite formidable. He immediately took out the fruit of the spiritual source's supernatural ability to consume as if it were a delicacy. He was aware that upgrading from level 1 to level 2 required 50 supernatural fruits, from level 2 to 3 required 100, from level 3 to 4 required 200, and from level 4 to 5 required 400. With his current absorption rate of 600 per day, he could elevate the level of his spiritual source ability from 1 to 4 in just one day. On the second day, it could reach level 5, and by the third day, level 6. Presently, his spiritual source ability was at level 1, allowing him to leap to level 4 in one go, making the enhanced power remarkably tangible. The mastery of the ability doubled instantly, and subsequent upgrades offered a terrifying increase of 0.5 times per level. Wu Hao felt his mental strength was now an astonishing 2.5 times greater than when he lacked mastery of the spiritual source ability. If his base mental strength was 100, it now soared to 350, nearly quadrupling. Additionally, the recovery speed of his mental energy had significantly improved, greatly enhancing the frequency of his supernatural ability usage and the efficiency of recovery after employing the Qianquan Break. Consequently, he could utilize Qianquan Break much more frequently, transforming this celestial level ability into a viable option for regular combat. The most apparent change was regarding Qianquan Break. As a celestial level ability, it was a brutally powerful attack that drained all mental energy in a single soul-piercing strike. This made it essentially a last resort ability, akin to a nuclear bomb. He had tested it once and confirmed its efficacy, but the side effects were overwhelmingly potent, limiting its usage frequency. It was primarily a tool for ambush, requiring absolute safety during its release, rendering it impractical for regular combat. However, the enhancement of the spiritual source ability had yielded high returns, allowing Qianquan Break, which was previously viewed as a mutually destructive ability in the eyes of ordinary people, to become a feasible option for everyday use. This celestial ability had transformed into a true ultimate move, capable of taking down foes alongside his comrades. A genuine nuclear-level ability. This was a true guarantee of security. Wu Hao was delighted with his growth, realizing that this level 7 mutated beast had bestowed upon him tremendous strength. It was akin to a profound rebirth. While he still could not effectively address the increasingly severe frozen calamity, he now possessed the capability to confront ordinary mutated beasts head-on. He felt confident enough to engage in direct combat with the level 2 armored ice tortoise, and he could easily vanquish it. Suddenly, he sensed a resonance of telepathy, perceiving that someone had awakened and was secretly observing him with their mental ability. With a single thought, he summoned her over. He looked at Yun, the mature and graceful dance instructor, who appeared bashful and alluring, igniting his desire to tease her again. In the lair of the mutated mountain boars, another convoy raced across the snowy plains, hastily disembarking to assess the situation. At first glance, they noticed the absence of the mutated mountain boars completely vanished without a trace. Furthermore, they spotted the crimson bloodstains on the ground and the crushed off-road vehicles. Where are the pigs? They realized their comrades had perished. Yet the level 7 mutated beast had simply disappeared. It meant their efforts had been in vain, and everyone had died for nothing. Someone had stealthily come and eliminated the beast, even taking its entire carcass away. A stern-faced man furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the remnants of tracks, confirming that the beast had not left but had been killed and entirely removed before they arrived, leaving not a single hair behind. Amidst the group, a young man exclaimed in astonishment, his ire rising at the thought of who could possibly carry away such a massive beast. Forget about that. We need to leave, quickly. The blood of the beast would attract nearby predators, and it seemed they were all drawn to the spot where the carcass should have been. A middle-aged man quickly warned them to depart, as the area was about to become increasingly perilous. The leading man gritted his teeth, fuming at who dared to rob them of their spoils, especially after sacrificing so many lives only to provide a feast for others. Just as they reached their vehicles, they noticed a shadow resembling a swirling black cloud overhead. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the shadow was a massive bird. Its wingspan exceeded 100 meters. It evoked memories of the mythical Kuenping from ancient texts, leaving them awestruck and terrified, realizing that mutated beasts could indeed reach such colossal sizes. Yun, having pleaded and promised various conditions, was finally released. Wu Hao regarded the mature and elegant dance instructor before him and acknowledged that without this disaster, he would never have crossed paths with her, nor would he have the chance to possess her so easily. Her shy and sweet demeanor as she sought his favor, pleading not to embarrass her in front of others, was endearing. A new wave of beasts was approaching, and it was imperative to relocate them to the nearby apartment complex, which had already been renovated. There, they could all reside comfortably in a building with individual rooms on multiple floors. He understood that Yun served as the administrator of this television tower region. They had initially relocated here to escape disaster and inadvertently established a mountain stronghold. However, with the impending tide, they faced a more severe cold wave and the likelihood of an incoming beast tide. Although the television tower was situated on a hill, keeping its base outside the icy fog's reach, making the area relatively safe, the threat from the beast tide was uncertain. Should a level 10 or higher mutated beast appear, the tower could easily collapse, leaving nothing in its wake. "We will follow your lead," Yun replied, indicating that not only she but all the others had come to this realization. During their time cohabiting in the television tower, they had recognized that if they departed from Wu Hao's side, they would likely not survive for even half a day. Yet with him, they had food and shelter, truly fulfilling his promise of provision, allowing them to live in a state of comfort reminiscent of times before the calamity struck. The only difficulty in accepting their situation was that they were all Wu Hao's women, not his sole companion. However, in this perilous environment, was it not better to be part of a collective than to be alone? At least they retained their dignity, their voices, and the ability to negotiate. In simple terms, they could still live with a semblance of humanity. Chapter 122. The old have their own advantages. Everyone returns to the apartment building once they awaken. They shall embark on their journey. There is no need to gather their belongings as everything is already there. Wu Hao displayed little concern for the items and supplies at this location. Nor did he mind the fact that he had recently reinforced the television tower using the bones of a 7th-level beast. He was fully aware that the intention behind strengthening the site was to assess its safety. If the beast tide were to pass and the tower remained standing, it would signify that this location was still secure at this stage, allowing for the development and occupation of this area without hesitation. However, once the tide recedes and the tower ceases to exist, it would no longer be a matter of regret for this watchtower and broadcasting station. Instead, a shift in developmental strategy would be necessary, focusing on seizing the territories and resources of the privileged at Shelter 703 with resolute determination. Very well. Yun gazed at him with gratitude, her eyes gradually revealing affection, earnestly admiring this younger man. She understood that his visit was to retrieve them and assist in relocating their refuge. In her desire to express her gratitude for his consideration, she began to slide down, intending to show her appreciation through actions. Wu Hao observed her movements, noting her striking resemblance to Shen Qianyun and how they both became remarkably bold and private. He pondered who among them would be bolder if they were together, and which sister would exude more allure. As all personnel awoke, they quickly became aware of the impending relocation to a new refuge. "Are we returning?" Qin Feifei approached Wu Hao with a question. She knew that Wu Hao's actual base was not located in this television tower, but rather in an apartment complex, where he owned a snacks supermarket, the very place where they had first met, and where her perception of him had undergone a significant transformation. In this place, she had witnessed the less than glamorous aspects of Wu Hao and Appo's past, recognizing that he had once been quite ordinary, even somewhat unsuccessful. Yet, the man before her now was unrecognizable, transformed in both physique and appearance, causing her to blush at the mere sight of him. Wu Hao looked at Qin Feifei, his first true contractual companion, noting her enduring beauty. She gazed at him like a cherished moonlight, evoking a sense of both vulnerability and a cool, goddess-like aloofness that made her seem sacred and untouchable. Yet now, her complex gaze hinted at a burgeoning reliance on him, and he recalled how boldly she had once acted. "You truly are bold," he remarked, If you weren't a little daring, I would lose my standing here. Without a hint of fear, Qin Feifei boldly declared her commitment to him, affirming that she was offering him her everything. Wu Hao gently patted her waist, causing her to frown slightly in discomfort. Casting a look of playful reproach at him, as if questioning his intentions, he chuckled, knowing that any feigned displeasure was insincere. He had genuinely conquered this artistic beauty, winning her over completely in both body and spirit. Seeing his smug smile, Qin Feifei playfully punched him, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance at his delight in her sacrifice. She wondered how he could be so pleased when she felt overshadowed by the growing number of newcomers, fearing her own legacy might be forgotten. With everyone assembled, they deemed it unnecessary to bring anything beyond essential supplies, as new provisions awaited them at their destination. Furthermore, this location would still be needed, as they would return to reactivate it after the peril of the beast tide had passed, continuing to utilize it as a forward outpost. Given the number of personnel needing transport, Wu Hao decided against crowding into a single vehicle. Instead, he opted for 4 all-terrain vehicles, forming a convoy and connecting them with chains to prevent losing their way in the impending azure mist. He took the lead in the first vehicle, guiding the way while the others followed closely behind, each driven by Yun, Qin Feifei, and Lu Xinya, respectively. As they gazed out from the television tower area, the signs of the rising tide were unmistakable. The once distant white walls had drawn significantly closer, reducing the distance by at least a third. It was evident that the tide would reach its peak within a week, accompanied by a resurgence of the beast tide, a calamity that promised to rival the terror of the initial disaster, threatening to claim even more lives among the survivors. Indeed, the situation was becoming increasingly dire. Inside the vehicle, Wu Hao engaged in a telepathic exchange with Yun, who had remained atop the tower and was acutely aware of the escalating severity of the disaster outside. Their collective anxiety stemmed from the knowledge that staying in the tower was tantamount to a death sentence, prompting them to seek Wu Hao's aid in their escape from such a perilous place. Therefore, when he voluntarily appeared to facilitate their relocation, they felt a surge of gratitude and excitement, eagerly assisting him in expelling the negativity brought about by the beast blood, creating an atmosphere of jubilation. Just wait until we arrive at my place, Wu Hao mused, recognizing that the presence of these individuals atop the tower had been purely accidental. His initial intent had been to visit the music academy when he fortuitously encountered Yun and her companions, rescuing them just as the tide began to rise. This unforeseen circumstance forced them to seek refuge in the tower, where they established a new outpost. Among them, only Qin Feifei, Lu Xinya, and Hu Xiaoyu had been present at his genuine base, having never visited the snack supermarket on the 26th floor of Building 2. Now, seated in the passenger seat beside him, Hu Xiaoyu gazed out at the ominous landscape shrouded in fog, feeling a wave of warmth within the vehicle, contrasting sharply with the frightening environment outside. Are they all gone? She wondered aloud. Most likely, Wu Hao replied, uncertain of how to address her query. He understood she was inquiring about the fate of the other refugees in the apartment complex. However, his focus had primarily been on matters concerning Shelter 703, leaving him oblivious to the fate of the others. As Hu Xiaoyu leaned in to kiss him, seemingly in gratitude, it was clear she appreciated the circumstances that had led her to this point. Had it not been for her former boyfriend's deliberate actions, she would never have joined this group and experienced such a fortunate existence of provision and shelter. Chapter 123. A meeting of new and old faces. The emergence of the Earth Dragon. Upon arriving near the apartment complex, the convoy was abruptly halted. A gaping chasm, stretching for hundreds of meters, had torn through the earth, rendering the road utterly impassable and causing nearby buildings to tilt precariously on the brink of collapse. What is this? Hu Xiaoyu gasped in terror from the passenger seat, her eyes wide at the catastrophic scene before her. The deepest part of the chasm appeared to be at least 7 meters down, resembling an abyss that completely obstructed their path, preventing any further progress. The Earth Dragon, Wu Hao, upon witnessing this spectacle, immediately yearned for the dormant level 4 beast that had slumbered in this very spot. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed to have regained strength, likely advancing to level 5, thus posing an even more formidable threat. Hu Xiaoyu held her breath, too frightened to speak. Although the beast was no longer present, the remnants of its departure instilled a visceral fear within her, one that penetrated even the sanctuary of the armored vehicle. Let us take a detour and head back, Wu Hao advised, recognizing that the tide was rising. Even a creature that had long been dormant had sensed the changes in its environment and begun to stir. Hu Xiaoyu nodded stiffly, understanding that her survival depended on following his lead. Wu Hao was aware that his teleportation portal had a range of only 200 meters. Thus, he planned to guide the convoy around the obstacle, shortening the distance to 200 meters before activating the portal, allowing them to directly transport from the armored vehicle into the apartment building, thus entering his newly established stronghold. Upon entering apartment building number 2, they were immediately struck with astonishment. The corridors felt warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the chilling environment outside, as though they had stepped into a reality untouched by disaster. "You've transformed this place?" Yun Yun exclaimed, quickly comprehending that the apartment had undergone significant renovations, becoming as climate-controlled as the television tower. "You've remodeled the entire building." Qin Feifei and Lu Xinya, the most astonished among them, recalled their previous harrowing experiences in this location, nearly succumbing to the frigid temperatures. Particularly, Lu Xinya had witnessed the ground floor entirely encased in ice, with the elevators requiring supernatural abilities to operate. Now, the entire building was fully operational, boasting electricity and warmth. She even noted that the elevators were functioning normally. It was as if they had entered a paradise amidst a world frozen in terror and death. Indeed, you are free to choose any room and engage in whatever activities you desire. The 24th and 25th floors feature various functional rooms and a heated swimming pool. If you require any new features, just let me know, and I will assist you in making modifications, Wu Hao informed them. Aware that they likely had little desire to return to the television tower, he had comprehensively transformed the entire apartment building into his base of operations, extending its reach beyond just the snack supermarket on the 26th floor. "My goodness, the entire building is ours," one girl exclaimed. "I won't lock the door at night," welcoming someone for a surprise visit. Most of the girls were from the music academy, known for their bold and proactive personalities. They understood that this space was entirely theirs, capable of being customized to meet their needs. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they regarded Wu Hao, eagerly inviting him to visit. Wu Hao's presence enchanted them. Having undergone a transformation through the enhancement of his physical attributes, particularly due to the blood demon physique, his appearance had reached an extraordinary level. His charm was undeniable, especially given the kindness he had shown them, providing an enviable lifestyle. They accepted him as their sole man, forming a family unit that thrived in happiness together. "I leave everything in your capable hands," Wu Hao said to Yun Yun, knowing she possessed the ability to construct and modify their surroundings without his direct involvement. "Go ahead and take care of things," Yun Yun replied with a gentle smile, recognizing that there were new members to welcome. As the elder sister, she understood the importance of assuming her role. Wu Hao entrusted her with the responsibility, aware that she would coordinate with Shun Qianyun. This marked the first formal meeting and integration of the new and old members, uniting them into a cohesive family unit. Currently, there were 14 contracted members, with a rebate multiplier of 1,400 times. Wu Hao returned to the armored vehicle through a teleportation portal, rather than driving to the 703 emergency shelter. He intended to track the Earth Dragon's trail, confirming the scale and timing of the impending tide, along with any potential developments. He drove along the path carved by the dragon's movements. The size of the beast was truly immense, reminiscent of a train burrowing beneath the earth, tearing apart both the ground and the ice, heading towards an area shrouded in denser frost. However, after following the trail for some time, he halted the vehicle. A figure stood in his path, emerging mysteriously from the blue-hued mist, exuding an elegant and gentlemanly demeanor with one arm gracefully positioned behind his back, as if awaiting him like a courteous attendant. At first glance, Wu Hao would have perceived this individual as an ordinary survivor, marveling at how he navigated such a harsh environment. Yet, upon noticing the peculiar wooden rabbit mask adorning the man's face, Wu Hao instantly recognized the significance of this encounter, realizing the urgency with which the man had sought him out. "My master has instructed that if you surrender the item, your life will be spared," the man in the rabbit mask articulated with an air of sophistication, revealing a glimpse of the elegance he possessed prior to donning such an odd disguise. Wu Hao, disinterested in engaging in idle conversation, swiftly conjured a compressed energy sphere in his hand. With his psychic source ability having reached level 5, the speed of his conjuration was instantaneous. "Wouldn't you like to check on the condition of your lair?" the rabbit man inquired, maintaining an elegant and leisurely tone. He seemed to imply that if he had the time to engage Wu Hao in battle, he should also be concerned about the status of his stronghold. To clarify which lair he referred to, he smiled slightly and added, "The one in the apartment complex." This indicated that he was alluding to Wu Hao's base in the apartment complex, not the 703 emergency shelter. Chapter 124, The Pseudo-Immortal Level Ice Ability. Is it you who will strike? Wu Hao instinctively felt a surge of tension, yet he quickly considered the formidable defenses of apartment building number 2. If they could breach its defenses, it would indeed signify their prowess. A scornful smile graced his lips. If it were the refuge number 703, he might genuinely feel the constraints of distance, unable to provide support. However, the second apartment had recently been reinforced with the skeletal remains of a level 7 mutated mountain boar. Such a creature was terrifying, had he not fortuitously acquired it. He would have found it nearly impossible to confront directly. This was a truth known solely to him, as the building appeared flawless on the surface, devoid of any discernible weaknesses. Only through direct assault could one truly gauge its terrifying strength. Moreover, within its confines were not mere defenseless women. He acknowledged that Shun Qianyun and Yun Yun, despite their combined efforts, were not his match. Yet, he had nurtured them to develop formidable abilities, each with unique strengths, enabling them to function as a cohesive unit capable of confronting level 6 beasts, a fearsome battalion of women. To threaten them? He felt more inclined to wish good fortune upon those who dared to attack them, hoping they would not meet a grim fate. He hoped they would maintain such confidence amidst the carnage. The elegant reply from the wooden rabbit echoed in the air as its figure gradually faded into the cerulean mist. Wu Hao watched as it vanished completely, his senses confirming its absence. However, his instinctive perception of danger assured him that the entity still lingered nearby, prowling within the icy fog. An ice ability. A pseudo-immortal ice ability. Its displayed strength was comparable to that of the wooden mouse, exuding an aura that suggested it surpassed even the sacred level. Yet, the potency of its powers fell short of true immortal abilities, resembling a counterfeit version instead. This raised questions about the origin of such powers. Could they truly be artificial? Nevertheless, Wu Hao felt little inclination to ponder whether they were man-made or natural, having encountered it. He could not allow this creature to escape alive. It must perish here. Its abilities bore a resemblance to the earth-based powers of the wooden mouse. It was not mere invisibility in the snow, but a true fusion with the surrounding environment, an elemental integration that rendered it completely undetectable. One could assert that physical attacks would have no effect on this being. Only strikes from equally elemental abilities could inflict harm, and they must strike directly. I am aware of your combat with that wooden mouse. I know you can manipulate metals and reconstruct materials, but in my current state, how do you intend to counter me, particularly in this manner? The wooden rabbit spoke with an air of confidence. In the next moment, an array of ice needles shot forth from the mist. These needles bore a resemblance to a torrential downpour, ceaselessly raining down from all directions, offering no opportunity for evasion. The points of contact rapidly froze, transforming into crystalline ice, indicating that being struck would lead to certain doom. Wu Hao observed the onslaught of ice needles. Surrounded by the countless projectiles, he appeared to be facing inevitable demise. If you weren't of the ice element, I might find myself in a bit of a predicament, he remarked to his opponent. He had previously studied the patterns of ability upgrades and their strengths. He acknowledged that at level 1, spiritual abilities were certainly inferior to immortal abilities, a fact dictated by their foundational power, much like an ordinary person could not defeat a deity. However, as lower-tier abilities advanced, they could, under certain circumstances, unleash powers rivaling those of immortal abilities or even exceed them. This principle could even apply to authentic immortal abilities, let alone this counterfeit variant. I command the snow and ice. His mastery over ice had ascended to level 9, surpassing the potency of true immortal ice abilities. He had refrained from utilizing it until now, having not encountered a sufficiently powerful ice ability. Yet, facing this imitation of an immortal ice ability was fortuitous. It allowed him to dominate. Should I reduce you to mere fragments, will you be capable of reconstituting yourself? Wu Hao inquired curiously, pondering whether, in his elemental state, the wooden rabbit could somehow restore itself after being torn apart. Sensing something amiss, the wooden rabbit decided to reveal its full strength. It suddenly lunged from the mist, launching a kick towards him with the speed of an arrow. It seemed that, in addition to its pseudo-immortal abilities, it possessed martial skills as well, skills that were above the sacred level, albeit similarly counterfeit, lacking the true essence of genuine powers. A sinister grin spread across Wu Hao's face. having absorbed the essence of a level 7 mutated mountain boar. His physical prowess had reached the level of a level 3 beast. To engage him in close combat? To challenge him in martial arts? One command of ice brought its assault to an abrupt halt midair, regardless of how strong or swift its martial arts might be. As long as it bore the energy of that pseudo-immortal ability, Wu Hao could dominate it, controlling it as if it were a mere metal puppet. Nearly impossible to escape his grasp. The wooden rabbit had never encountered such an adversary, one capable of allowing a lower-tier ability to surpass its pseudo-immortal powers and bend it to its will. It was intelligent, and in a moment of realization, it exclaimed in horror, "Your mastery over ice is not a level 1 ability." Before the battle commenced, it had not occurred to it. The organization had indeed confirmed that abilities could be upgraded through the accumulation of ability fruits, theoretically reaching levels 2, 3, or even 4. However, the conditions for such enhancements were exceedingly stringent. Currently, it was known that elevating a level 1 ability to level 2 required 50 fruits of the same type. The quantity needed to ascend from level 2 to level 3 would increase even more, potentially doubling. As a result, aside from certain leaders and officials within the organization, ordinary personnel were largely unaware that abilities could be improved, let alone consider the possibility of encountering adversaries with higher-level abilities. This ignorance fueled their confidence, leading them to believe that the struggling survivors outside were merely weaklings, mere fodder for their cruel slaughter. Yet, none could have foreseen that today they would encounter a being far more terrifying, one capable of subjugating them with a lower-tier ability that could control their pseudo-immortal powers. Even more alarming was the opponent's physicality. Crack! Wu Hao deliberately refrained from dodging. After seizing control over the opponent, he intentionally collided his fist with the wooden rabbit's fist in a direct confrontation. This seemingly inconspicuous exchange of blows yielded no sensation for him, as if he had merely brushed against something insubstantial. However, the wooden rabbit suffered gravely. That minor collision caused its arm bone to protrude grotesquely from its back. Not merely protruding, but launching outward like a sharp arrow, completely severed. It felt as though it had not struck a person, but rather clashed with a beast, leading to a direct confrontation that left no room for retreat, rendering its arm useless. Chapter 125. The Zodiac Warriors and the Trace of Wei. You just mentioned that you had seen them? Wu Hao inquired, noting that the wooden rabbit had stated he learned about his abilities through the wooden rat. It was evident that he had knowledge of the battle between them, which could only imply one thing. If they were not sharing memories, then it must be a transfer of memories just before death. In essence, that individual had conveyed memories to them. Wu Hao recalled the young man he had glimpsed within the mind of the wooden rat, remembering the threat he posed. He understood that in order to eliminate them, he needed to reduce their understanding of him, which meant silencing them permanently. What do you intend to do? The wooden rabbit panicked, losing the elegance and composure he previously exhibited. He now resembled a wild rabbit caught by a hunter, its hind leg grasped and lifted, awaiting a gruesome fate. I shall ensure you remain silent forever, Wu Hao declared decisively, casting a spell of enchantment upon him. With his enhanced psychic abilities, his mental strength was over threefold what it had been. In an instant, a vast sea of consciousness penetrated the wooden rabbit's mind, not to enchant him, but to obliterate his awareness. Within moments, the rabbit's eyes lost their luster, utterly devastated, leaving his mind a formless mush, incapable of retrieving any memories. Meanwhile, in a distant refuge, a young man seated cross-legged on his bed jolted violently, blood surging from his throat in a torrent. Such overwhelming psychic force. Upon reopening his eyes, astonishment flooded his expression. He sensed that one of his wooden warriors had perished, destroyed effortlessly by a colossal mental onslaught. However, the obliteration was intentional, leaving him with nothing but a void in the feedback of memories, as if meticulously erased and shattered into countless fragments, yielding no insights while inflicting severe damage upon him. Could it be that person? Yet, he had not possessed such formidable psychic power before. The young man's expression shifted several times as he recalled an individual, the very one the wooden rabbit had confronted. Initially, he had believed the rabbit would undoubtedly succeed, but now, with its demise, the only plausible perpetrator was that individual. Yet how could this person suddenly wield such immense psychic energy? It did not seem characteristic of him. Was there a hidden powerhouse lurking in the shadows? The outside world was far more complex than they had anticipated. The young man pondered this conundrum, striving for a resolution, but found himself at an impasse. He could not definitively ascertain whether the one behind this was indeed the audacious provocateur, nor could he easily report this matter to his superiors. He resolved to send someone later for confirmation, hoping for a smooth operation on the other side. Despite this, he did not regard his opponent with much concern, believing that sheer luck could not rival the 3 years of their own accumulation. Wu Hao examined the wooden rabbit's lifeless body, tearing away the bizarre wooden mask to reveal a visage as unrecognizable as that of the wooden rat, both faces utterly obliterated, devoid of any semblance of their original features. Rat? Rabbit? Could they possibly form a complete set of the 12 zodiac signs? Intrigued, Wu Hao studied their masks and discerned the pattern. First the rat, now the rabbit. He acknowledged their formidable strength, as their pseudo-immortal abilities far surpassed those of ordinary survivors. However, their misfortune lay in encountering him, someone far more formidable than they could have ever imagined. He possessed not only a personal space but also a mechanism for generating returns, allowing him to replicate ability fruits exponentially and continuously acquire upgrade materials. For an average individual, obtaining even a single fruit would be a stroke of extreme luck, yet he had them in abundance within his personal space. Moreover, should he find any type of ability fruit insufficient, he could summon his assistants to generate another batch. Currently, as he began enhancing their abilities, he was accumulating thousands of various ability fruits, nearing a state of boundless availability. Having confirmed that there was nothing of value to scavenge from the wooden rabbit, he discarded the body into the frigid wilderness. He knew the apartment building would be secure, yet he felt compelled to return and check for any unforeseen issues. However, shortly after his departure, a chimera descended from the sky, surveying its surroundings before exclaiming, "Wu Hao." It was none other than Yu Siwei, now a fused beast. She glanced down at the lifeless wooden rabbit, then suddenly bowed her head, opening her mouth to begin devouring its remains. Meanwhile, Wu Hao, driving towards the apartment building, felt reassured that all was well. The absence of any notifications regarding a decrease in his contracted numbers indicated no casualties among his tools. Just as he neared the apartment, a message abruptly appeared, causing him to slam the brakes and glance back towards the location where he had vanquished the wooden rabbit. Ding! Yu Siwei consumed 1 ice fairy jade, pseudo, returning 1,400 ice fairy jades, pseudo. Yu Siwei, seeing her name, Wu Hao acknowledged he had not heard from his former girlfriend in quite some time, having presumed her dead. The unexpected notification revealed she was alive and thriving. It seemed she had consumed the wooden rabbit, absorbing its power. What was her situation? Why had she transitioned from consuming beast flesh to consuming humans? He recognized that he and Yu Siwei were now estranged, their relationship severed, primarily due to her pride and disdain for his financial downfall. Yet now, she behaved like a beast, not only feasting on the flesh of beasts but also on humans, having devoured the very wooden rabbit he had slain and absorbed its abilities. Had she acquired the power to absorb others' abilities? But why had this ability not been reflected back to him? And why did it appear so bizarre? As if it required actual consumption? To uncover the truth, he swiftly turned the vehicle around, racing back to the site of the wooden rabbit's demise. Determined to ascertain the nature of Yu Siwei's transformation. Chapter 126, The Enormous Beast Beside Yu Siwei. The combat power of the Women's Brigade is not to be underestimated upon returning to the vicinity of Mu Tu. He discovered that the corpse of Mu Tu had indeed vanished, leaving only a blood-red crystalline ice, glimmering like a ruby, congealed upon the ground. However, apart from the absence of Mu Tu's body, another trace caught his eye, a colossal claw print, measuring an impressive meter in width. The sheer size of this claw print suggested the formidable stature of the beast that had left it behind. Was this Yu Siwei? Wu Hao gazed at the print before him, utterly bewildered. He was certain that shortly after his departure, a beast had visited, devouring Mu Tu's remains. The only certainty was that Yu Siwei had been in the company of this beast, which had granted her access to Mu Tu's corpse, resulting in her anomalous state. Yet, he pondered, why was Yu Siwei associating with such a beast? Did she possess the ability to tame creatures? But if she did, why had she not experienced a corresponding benefit? As Wu Hao contemplated the unfolding events, he found himself ensnared in a web of enigmas. He could not fathom the circumstances surrounding Yu Siwei. Why was such a colossal beast at her side? And why had she consumed certain fruits of her abilities without reaping any rewards? One thing, however, was certain: Yu Siwei was undoubtedly safe and remarkably powerful, for the beast accompanying her was of no insignificant caliber. His encounters with various beasts had elucidated the correlation between a creature's size and its strength. The more formidable the beast, the larger its form. With these questions lingering in his mind, he resolved to return to the apartment complex. Recognizing that only upon encountering Yu Siwei again could he ascertain the truth of her situation and the identity of the beast by her side. Yet, his instincts warned him of an impending confrontation. After all, he had not reached out to her during his pursuit of survival and pleasure. Given her vengeful nature, she would undoubtedly harbor resentment and might have already turned against him. Thus, while he was uncertain of her motives for returning to the apartment to seek retribution, he knew that their reunion would not be a cordial discussion. It was more likely that one would perish at the hands of the other, either by his own doing or through the might of the beast. Upon returning to the apartment, he found that a fierce battle had indeed concluded. Yun Yun and Shun Qianyun, two mature and striking women, were directing the other girls in the aftermath of the skirmish. It was evident that this conflict had involved all personnel who had dealt a significant blow to the invaders, much to their astonishment. "You've returned. Has it also erupted here?" Yun Yun immediately reached out with her mental perception upon seeing him, quickly learning of the attack he had faced outside. "A group of them," Wu Hao replied, clarifying that both factions were part of the same organization. "Looks like you've been nurturing the girls well during your absence. Now Fa Fei and Xinya are feeling a bit jealous. You might want to find a way to soothe them later," Yun Yun advised, noting that the girls had managed the battle in his absence. However, the reality of their combat prowess became starkly apparent, revealing a significant disparity in strength. The newcomers, Shun Qianyun, Shui Yi, the Su sisters, and the long-legged Wen Yuhan had become the mainstay of the fight. Despite their small number, they exhibited combat effectiveness that surpassed that of the larger group. Particularly, Wen Yuhan had shown remarkable prowess in her charm abilities, far exceeding that of Lu Xinya, which incited Xinya's protests of favoritism, leading her to jokingly threaten revenge on the biased man. "Am I supposed to be afraid of her?" Wu Hao mused, aware that the arrival of the girls from the television tower had transformed the atmosphere into a lively and familial environment. Yet, he understood that as their contractual master, any sign of disloyalty would lead to immediate expulsion, ensuring a harmonious coexistence. "She likely thinks you would be intimidated," Yun Yun teased. Knowing that Xinya was vying for Wu Hao's attention, especially since her friendship with his ex-girlfriend had created a complex dynamic, Wu Hao recognized the implications of Yun Yun's words and understood Xinya's intentions. It was ironic that the one who had once shown disdain for him was now the most eager to win his favor, relishing in her newfound position. "Don't act so coy. I see through your intentions," Wu Hao remarked to Yun Yun, aware of the underlying ambitions of the girls in their current arrangement. With the increase in numbers, a hierarchy had begun to form, and a subtle competition for favor was evident among them, each hoping to secure a position of power. Yet, he knew that such aspirations were nearly impossible, given that his absorption of numerous abilities and beastly essences had rendered his own reproductive capabilities nearly non-existent. It was akin to an immortal being struggling to produce offspring, and he had not perceived any signs of potential heirs. His lineage seemed destined to end. Nevertheless, he sensed that this outcome was not entirely improbable, though the odds were exceedingly slim. Thus, the question of who might be fortunate enough to succeed him remained beyond his control. "By the way, while you were away, someone visited the neighboring apartment. They weren't here to assist, merely to convey a message to you. You might want to decide how to address it," Yun Yun informed him. Upon realizing that he had inadvertently become the center of attention, Wu Hao recognized that his absence from the television tower was not due to neglect but rather his overwhelming responsibilities. His recent visit to the tower had been prompted by the impending calamity of a cold wave, necessitating the relocation of the girls for their safety. Yet, he was intrigued to learn that not only his group had sought refuge within the apartment complex, survivors were also present in the adjacent buildings. However, as the icy fog continued to rise, it had nearly reached the 17th floor, forcing the remaining individuals to cluster on the rooftop, facing imminent extinction. "Which neighboring building? The third or the fourth?" Wu Hao inquired, aware that there were still survivors in the fourth building. However, Lai Cheng from Building 3 is somewhat more acquainted with him. Recently, he cleverly utilized the strengths of Boheo and the Wolf brothers to deceive them, ensuring they do not mistakenly believe they can take him for a fool. It appears that is not the case. They claim to hail from Building 5. Chapter 127. Visitor from Apartment Building Number 5, Mechanical Abilities Apartment Building Number 5? Wu Hao was somewhat taken aback by Yun Yun's remark, for he was aware that only apartment buildings number 3 and number 4 housed any survivors in this complex. Building number 1 had been obliterated by him and no longer existed. However, building number 5 had never had any survivors. The last remaining ones had evacuated during the previous retreat, leaving it devoid of life. Curiosity piqued, Wu Hao employed his perception abilities to scan the vicinity of Building No. 5 to ascertain the situation there. To his surprise, he detected an anomaly, a spatial coordinate indicating that someone had established a teleportation point. This coordinate bore a resemblance to a teleportation portal, yet it required significantly less energy to maintain, unlike a traditional portal that consumed vast amounts of energy with each activation. The utility of such a power was undeniable. Wu Hao found himself intrigued, as acquiring this ability would facilitate swift travel between various strongholds, sparing them the perilous journey through harsh blizzards and the looming threat of formidable beasts. However, the presence of only one beacon suggested that the true stronghold of the other party was not located here. Rather, they intended to develop this site into a new base. Thus, a conversation was warranted. Intent on drawing attention, he deliberately unleashed a toxic attack on the beacon, provoking a response from the individuals on the other side. As anticipated, it was not long before a figure materialized via teleportation. This individual exuded a remarkable confidence, arriving alone. As Wu Hao examined the newcomer, he realized she was not entirely human, but rather an exquisitely crafted female robot, fully equipped for combat. She wielded an M4A1 automatic rifle and, upon her arrival, 2 combat drones were deployed from a mechanical compartment on her back. One drone was designed for machine gun fire, while the other could launch small missiles. The robot and Oppo's titanium alloy construction indicated her capability to function autonomously in the extreme cold. Wu Hao couldn't and Oppo's help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. He had not anticipated the adversary would send a robot to negotiate with him. Nor did he find the notion that such a combat automaton could pose a threat to him particularly convincing. "Are you from Building Number 2? The female robot inquired, her voice youthful and conveyed through communication technology. "Mechanical abilities? Quite unusual," Wu Hao mused, choosing to scrutinize the robot rather than respond to her question. It was evident that she had been created through extraordinary powers. Current technological means could not replicate such intricate robotic structures. This revelation led him to deduce that there were numerous classifications of abilities, including elemental powers, mechanical abilities, and even beast-like transformations akin to those of the Wolf Brethren. "Answer my question," she demanded, irritation creeping into her tone. Wu Hao, however, was disinclined to engage in unnecessary banter. Having already analyzed the robot and Oppo's mechanical structure through his perception ability, he momentarily lost focus. The controller on the other side likely realized that her visual perspective was compromised, as she was too close to Wu Hao and Oppo's face, practically aligned with her camera. He adjusted her viewpoint, allowing her to see that he was now holding her sophisticated robotic head in his hand, transforming what had once been an intricate machine into mere scrap metal, along with the now-defunct drones. "Apologies, but it appears I am stronger than you," Wu Hao remarked with a hint of regret, acknowledging the robot and Oppo's potential threat to ordinary individuals and even standard ability users. After all, unless one possessed formidable powers, their physical strength often resembled that of an average person. However, his situation was markedly different. His physical prowess had been augmented through the blood and flesh of a mutated mountain boar, elevating it to nearly the level of a third-tier beast. This did not even account for the enhancements afforded by his blood magic physique and rapid healing abilities. Thus, in his eyes, even without employing his metal-manipulating abilities tailored for countering metallic foes, he could easily regard the combat robot as nothing more than scrap. "How about joining my side? We offer food, lodging, and heating," Wu Hao tempted her, realizing he had not posted recruitment information in some time. His lack of effort was not due to reluctance, but rather the deteriorating conditions outside, which rendered suitable candidates exceedingly rare, most sheltering in safe havens. Presently, he sought to expand his cadre of allies, particularly at Shelter No. 703, while the rest would have to be sought in the more privileged sanctuaries to the northwest. Encountering an ability user with a teleportation beacon, particularly a girl, sparked his hope that he might persuade her to join him, thus gaining access to her powers. "Dream on. You have no idea what consequences await you for crossing us." The girl seethed, incensed by the destruction of her prized robot and the brutal manner in which it had been dismantled. She recognized his intentions. Joining him would mean being subsumed into his ranks, reducing her and her fellow girls to mere playthings. She would never acquiesce and warned him that he would pay dearly for such naive aspirations. "Then let us see," Wu Hao replied with a smile. He had already offended numerous individuals and factions. Her presence was not a significant loss. He retrieved a flyer from his spatial storage, having crafted a series of recruitment advertisements after realizing his previous efforts bore no fruit. Now was the perfect opportunity to utilize one. as he stuffed the flyer into the mouth of the remaining robotic head. The craftsmanship of the female robot was so lifelike that, at first glance, one would easily mistake it for the head of a beautiful girl, with hardly any indication of its true nature. Chapter 128. The Spatial Beacon Abilities. Two trapped superhumans having completed his tasks, Wu Hao placed the robot's head beside the beacon, allowing the other party to retrieve it, contemplating their potential alliance. To prevent any unforeseen incursions, he decisively employed his construction abilities, encasing the entire spatial beacon within a small enclosure fashioned from the bones of a level 7 beast. This meant that anyone attempting to teleport here would be ensnared within this confinement unless they possessed the means to shatter the formidable beast's bones, rendering escape impossible. After finalizing these arrangements, he teleported back home, aware that both new and old members had gathered, yet the Su sisters had yet to establish a permanent contract. He needed to expedite this process to ensure their smooth integration into the family. In a factory district, within an underground logistics storage warehouse, a girl with twin tails furiously discarded her synchronization device, stamping her feet in frustration. That scoundrel had the audacity to dismantle my Nana in such a manner. Her face, partially obscured by a pair of futuristic holographic glasses, could not conceal her ire. One silver lining was that at least the head had been returned. A mature woman accompanying her maintained a serene smile, as if soothing her distressed daughter. What sort of good news is this? Nana is in ruins. The girl rushed to the teleported robot's head, cradling the dismembered piece with great sorrow. In a fit of anger, she yanked a flyer from the robot's mouth and threw it to the ground, stomping on it vehemently. The mature woman, however, remained calm and collected, retrieving the flyer to examine its contents. It indeed advertised a tempting opportunity, all meals and accommodation provided, along with heating and hot water. The only requirement was beauty, and the location was. The woman found the flyer amusing, noting its audacity. In a setting ravaged by the horrors of a frozen hell, who could guarantee abundant resources and the luxury of warmth? They had managed to retain some supplies due to their fortunate positioning in the underground warehouse when the disaster struck. Additionally, she had acquired spatial beacon abilities, and this girl had the knack for mechanical modifications. Their collaboration ensured they would not suffocate in this confinement while gradually sourcing new supplies from the outside. The prospect was enticing, for their food reserves were dwindling, and joining the offer was not necessarily a poor choice. The mature woman jested lightly, though she understood the gravity of their predicament. They were truly trapped here, with several meters of ice above them. Without her spatial beacon abilities and the robot and Oppo's capacity to scout and create new beacons, their escape was utterly impossible. Yet, they were aware that even if they could leave, the outside world was a frigid wasteland, with temperatures plunging to -90 degrees. Stepping outside would spell instant death for them both. As the icy conditions worsened, the robot and Oppo's capacity to gather resources dwindled to nearly nothing. Continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to starvation. I refuse to step outside. If I join that man, I'll undoubtedly be subjected to all sorts of bizarre tasks, declared the girl with twin tails obstinately. She had secretly observed the second apartment building with a drone, peering through the windows to witness the surreal scene within. It resembled a dreamscape, brimming with plentiful resources and warmth. Yet, what struck her most was the assembly of stunningly beautiful women, each one seemingly a subject in a realm of femininity. She realized those women were undoubtedly under the man's dominion, essentially crafting a kingdom of women amidst the chaos of the disaster. Those exquisite women appeared unbothered by this reality, serving him as if he were their king. She would rather perish than submit to such a fate. Well, I suppose I must repair Nana and explore alternative avenues. We need to locate a safer refuge, preferably a military one. We can teleport there. We cannot linger here any longer, the woman advised the girl. She cast a concerned glance around the underground warehouse, cognizant that the thick layer of ice above them insulated the space but also depleted the oxygen, rendering the air increasingly suffocating. They could not risk teleporting without a suitable destination, yet it was clear that their current environment was no longer viable for survival. They needed to seek a new sanctuary, a more hospitable dwelling. Their desire to find a military refuge was an instinctual hope for ordinary survivors like them, who naturally yearned for military assistance in times of calamity. However, since the disaster struck, all communication had seemingly ceased, and no word had come from the military. It was as if order had collapsed in an instant, leaving them to fend for themselves. Hurry and take some cough medicine, the girl urged, noticing the woman coughing again. She hurried to find cough syrup, aware that the woman's breathing had deteriorated in the increasingly dusty environment, exacerbating her asthma. I'll take it. You focus on fixing Nana, the woman replied, turning to search for the medicine, fully aware that supplies were nearly exhausted after their prolonged entrapment. Water, food, and medicine were in critically short supply, and they needed to devise a solution. She glanced at the flyer in her hand, tempted by the conditions it promised, even if she did not consider her own well-being. She felt compelled to secure a better living environment for the girl. However, the girl's pride and hostility made it difficult to broach the subject, so she contemplated other possibilities. Perhaps a solution could be found that would satisfy both parties. Chapter 129. A relaxing day at the pool. Inquiring about Yusiwei's whereabouts, they spent an entire day at the apartment complex, which began to take shape as a community. With personnel from both sides formally meeting and mingling, they quickly organized the entire second apartment building, initiating activities such as dumpling making, basketball, and swimming competitions. The scenery within was reminiscent of paradise. If one did not gaze outside, they would be oblivious to the apocalyptic world beyond, a place that, for ordinary people, had devolved into a chilling hell. Lucinia, clad in a fiery red swimsuit, was enjoying the swimming competition, while Qin Feifei was feeding grapes to Wu Hao. This scene of attentive service rendered Wu Hao the sole emperor of the pool, surrounded by his admirers. The view within the pool was indeed a feast for the eyes, resembling celestial beings bathing in the warm waters. The array of stunning women, each embodying diverse ideals of beauty, left even the women present in awe. Has Yusiwei contacted you since? Wu Hao inquired of Lu Xinya, aware of her close friendship with Yusiwei, who often confided in her rather than him. Her former boyfriend. The sudden mention of Yusiwei dampened Lu Xinya's spirits. Having found a man, she seemed to have forgotten her friend, revealing her superficiality. It was, however, not unexpected, as she had never intended to forge a genuine bond with Yusiwei. Merely indulging in the drama of their friendship and awaiting the spectacle of her breakup with Wu Hao. Who could have foreseen that a disaster would alter the situation so drastically, leading her to genuinely fall for the man she once scorned? Just answer what I ask, Wu Hao said, recognizing her rebellious streak, which was merely a guise for inviting further punishment from him. No, Lu Xinya replied definitively, aware of her desire for reprimand. Yet, considering the potential punishment might lead to her losing composure at the pool, she opted for restraint, admitting, I haven't heard from her since the disaster. The last I knew, she was with her brother. Her brother is dead, Wu Hao stated matter-of-factly. Knowing that Yusiqing had succumbed to the hands of the adversary he had indicated, he knew from Yusiqing that Yusiwei had become separated from him. And based on his understanding of Yusiqing, it was likely that some peril had forced Yusiqing to abandon Yusiwei, leaving her vulnerable. Given the circumstances, it was almost certain that Yusiwei would meet her demise. However, the subsequent system prompts hinted at her survival, albeit in a peculiar manner. She is still alive, Lu Xinya exclaimed, her eyes wide and mouth agape, marveling at what she perceived as a miracle. The present was not like the past. This was a time of calamity. Despite the spring-like atmosphere and ample resources within, the outside world was a frigid realm of -70 degrees, where supplies were buried beneath thick layers of ice and snow, rendering them inaccessible. Surviving in such a hellish environment was a testament to resilience that rivaled even the hardiest of creatures. What could be more miraculous than life itself? Your ex-girlfriend is still alive? Qin Feifei cautiously asked, aware that Wu Hao had once been on the brink of marriage with her. The shift in circumstances made her feel a twinge of jealousy, as Wu Hao was now her man, her husband. No woman could easily accept her partner reminiscing about a former lover, even when faced with the reality of numerous current admirers. Wu Hao gently patted her waist, understanding that her newfound loyalty had made her a bit possessive. Since she had been rescued from the television tower, she had genuinely returned to him, becoming one of his most loyal supporters. It was a close call. Beside her had been a formidable beast, with claws larger than a meter in diameter. Wu Hao explained why he had suddenly brought up Yusiwei and his inquiry about Lu Xinya's contact with her. Upon hearing this, both Qin Feifei and Lu Xinya fell silent, tension creeping into their expressions as they grasped the gravity of the situation. Was it possible that Yusiwei could control beasts, particularly ones of immense size? Such a possibility posed a significant threat to their safety. In an instant, they comprehended the seriousness of Wu Hao's concerns. They were all too familiar with Yusiwei, recalling the bitter animosity that had arisen when she and Wu Hao parted ways. It was no exaggeration to say that if they crossed paths again, reconciliation would be impossible, and conflict would surely ensue. The animosity had only deepened after the disaster. with Wu Hao neglecting Yu Siwei, solidifying her hatred. It was almost certain that if Yu Siwei were alive and capable of controlling beasts, she would seek to obliterate everything Wu Hao held dear. But why hasn't she come to trouble you? Lu Xingyao pondered, realizing that Wu Hao's concerns stemmed not from fear, but from genuine care regarding this concealed threat. I don't know, he replied, but I am certain she is still alive, albeit in a rather strange situation. Seeing that he could not extract further information from Lu Xingyao, Wu Hao decided to set the matter aside for the time being. Following the attack on their group by the Wooden Rabbit personnel, he had gained a clearer understanding of the combat capabilities of the female soldiers. He recognized that their combination of abilities could contend with 5th-level beasts and, with some effort, even overcome 6th-level ones. I will be stepping out for a while. You both assist Yunjie and Xiao Yunjie. Also, focus on your training. Do not be in a position to plead for mercy when we meet again. Wu Hao instructed them. He knew they were among the earliest members of this formidable group. Their contemporaries, such as Shui Yi, had already surpassed them in strength, and they needed to step up their efforts. I never begged for mercy. You're just talking nonsense. Chapter 130. Return to Shelter 703. Confirming the uses of artificial supernatural fruits, Qin Feifei and Lu Xingyao both felt their cheeks flush. Yet, in their hearts, they implicitly acknowledged him as their deity, an entity they could never hope to conquer. Influenced somewhat by Shun Qianyun, the little cloud sister, they found themselves wishing to join her cult of worship. They also noticed that this recognition spread rapidly among them, as most had already embraced this perspective. After all, they understood that without Wu Hao, their lives here would not be as prosperous, nor would they enjoy a life akin to that of Eden, free from worries about sustenance and endowed with formidable strength. From this standpoint, Wu Hao was not merely their protector, he was their god. They had all collectively resolved that if anyone dared to harm their god, they would go to any lengths to obliterate that source of harm. Wu Hao observed them, aware that beneath their tough exteriors, they were entirely pliable. He recognized that actions spoke louder than words. He now possessed a physique akin to a level 3 mutant beast, further enhanced by his blood magic constitution and the continuous replenishment of energy through his life-healing abilities. He refrained from discussing the level of his supernatural powers. Even if they united against him, they would not stand a chance, let alone one or two of them. If you need toys, feel free to come to me. I wouldn't want to be lonely in my absence, Wu Hao teased Lu Xingyao, knowing she was the most flamboyant and playful among them. You are the one in need of toys, Lu Xingyao retorted, her defenses crumbling as she approached him to bite, only to be captured, rendered powerless, and completely submissive. They had developed their own currency, allowing them to procure supplies from him, earning currency through their daily labor. Although this trading system seemed somewhat superfluous, they had all tacitly agreed to it. The notion of receiving goods without effort would render their lives monotonous, devoid of joy. In essence, this system maintained their vitality for survival and preserved the order reminiscent of civilization before the catastrophe. They had also agreed that even new members would adhere to these rules to ensure future stability. Wu Hao noted that everything was functioning smoothly, thanks to the management by Yun Yun, Shen Qianyun, and the esteemed Qin Feifei and Lu Xingyao. The second apartment building, originally intended as a residence, now resembled an office complex, with their daily lives and recreational activities collectively organized, preserving the vestiges of civilization prior to the disaster. Confirming that his intervention was unnecessary, he sought an opportunity to teleport out, opting instead to drive a tracked vehicle directly to Shelter 703. He realized he hadn't visited in 2 days and was uncertain about the current situation there, unsure if stability had truly been maintained. After monitoring for a day, he discerned that the forces behind the Wood Mouse and Wood Rabbit had calmed somewhat, resembling a tranquil before the storm. Despite knowing his stronghold was in this location, they had not attempted any further aggression. However, one thing was certain, this force was significant. He had maintained the secrecy of the apartment's existence, yet they had somehow discovered his base. This led him to contemplate a disconcerting possibility. These elites truly viewed themselves as exalted beings, believing that ordinary individuals deserved to perish and that the latter had no right to privacy before them. Wu Hao gazed at his reflection in the windshield, seeing a stern face devoid of mirth. He could surmise how they had learned of his stronghold. His personal information had never been concealed. A simple inquiry would reveal his name, Wu Hao, and his ownership of an import-export snack supermarket on the 26th floor of the second apartment building. To locate his base, they merely needed to come here for confirmation. He grew increasingly intrigued by another matter. How the wood rabbit and wood mouse had suddenly appeared at Shelter 703, even ahead of him along his intended route. Could it be a supernatural ability akin to surveillance or long-distance teleportation? He cast a glance at the ominous, snow-laden sky. It was becoming apparent that the organization had commenced preparations 3 years in advance, equipping themselves with more than one type of celestial-level supernatural fruit. Although he was unaware of how they had procured them, he was certain they not only possessed the ability to obtain celestial-level supernatural fruits, but could also manufacture these artificial fruits. Due to the consumption rebate from UC, he unexpectedly acquired a pseudo-ice fairy jade. Upon receiving this item, he refrained from consuming it himself or offering it to Qin Feifei, Shin Xinyun, or any of the others. His reluctance was not due to stinginess, but stemmed from his assessment of its drawbacks through his supernatural abilities appraisal. He confirmed that this artificial supernatural fruit was vastly inferior, suitable only for the lower echelons and non-essential individuals. Administering it to vital personnel would be detrimental. Consuming this artificial supernatural fruit not only precluded the use of authentic versions, but also hindered any upgrades in supernatural levels. His evaluation easily yielded these conclusions, revealing that this type of fruit was essentially designed for cannon fodder. Thus, once consumed, it would lock one into a particular supernatural ability, granting a degraded version of celestial-level power while simultaneously preventing the utilization of genuine counterparts. Furthermore, due to its artificial nature, it bore significant flaws, eliminating any potential for enhancement in supernatural capabilities. In other words, for expendable individuals, it was a treasure, perhaps even celestial grade. For those of true importance, it was poison, solidifying their strength and stunting any further growth. My people cannot use it. Giving it to others is inconsequential. Wu Hao mused as he contemplated the best candidate for its use. He recognized that, for ordinary individuals, such a standard of supernatural fruit was a rare gem. An absolute rarity. Undoubtedly, the valiant forces stationed at the apartment building were his core strength. He could not afford to bestow such subpar supernatural fruits upon them, which would ultimately render them ineffective. His thoughts immediately turned to the individuals at Shelter 703, considering that for some of the subordinates under the lame Hao, this could be a monumental opportunity to elevate their abilities, transforming them from mere survivors in this disaster-ridden environment into formidable warriors, rivaling the wood mouse and wood rabbit. Upon arriving near Shelter 703, he teleported inside. However, the moment he stepped in, he was greeted by the lingering scent of blood, indicating that a battle had recently transpired, necessitating a suppression. Upon seeing Tan Danxue, he noted that she had acquired a certain air of ruthlessness since their last encounter, her figure clad in a guard uniform, hands clasped behind her back, resembling a fearsome female instructor. Yet, this ferocity was directed solely at those within the shelter. Upon seeing him, she immediately knelt submissively on one knee, bowing her head in deference, as if in the presence of her master. Chapter 131. The Stability of Shelter 703. Tang Shujiao seeks help once again. Chaos erupted. Without the need for his sensory abilities, Wu Hao could perceive the unmistakable shift in the air, now tinged with a metallic scent of blood. It was evident that certain powerful figures would stir restlessly, orchestrating the demise of a few to set an example for the rest. Indeed, several minor uprisings had occurred, instigated primarily by the offspring of the elite, accompanied by their bodyguards. Among them, as Tan Danxue hesitated to continue, Wu Hao interjected casually, "Is it Tang Shujiao?" The audacious young lady sprang to his mind immediately upon hearing of the elite's children leading the revolt. He was certain she was capable of such reckless actions, as their very first encounter had originated from her escapade outside the shelter. Yes, all her bodyguards had been slain, and she was now detained, awaiting the leader's judgment. Tan Danxue had not taken Tang Shujiao's life indiscriminately. To be precise, the daughters of the elite were all safeguarded, with the majority of the casualties being the scions of the powerful. She was somewhat perplexed by Wu Hao's need for so many young women. But considering he was a young male, she could surmise the underlying motives that might explain his desires. "Please attend to other matters. I shall see her myself," Wu Hao instructed Tan Danxue. Currently, both he and Bo Hao were managing Shelter 703, with Tan Danxue as the principal leader and Bo Hao as her deputy. Tan Danxue was the true administrator of the place. Bo Hao's primary task was to excavate the underground subway tunnels, aiming to restore access to them. He would later seek out Bo Hao to allocate the pseudo-immortal jade and discuss the relocation of personnel from his side to the shelter. "Understood, Chief." Tan Danxue saluted and departed. Wu Hao observed her retreating form, reminiscent of a fierce mother leopard, aware that only Lu Xinya could rival her in physical prowess. Their current arrangement was merely a temporary contract. A permanent agreement had yet to be established. However, he did not feel urgency regarding this matter, for within Shelter 703, numerous eligible women remained uncontracted, poised to enhance his benefits significantly. Presently, his daily absorption limit had surged to 6,000, prompting him to consider raising the rebate multiplier. Wu Hao recognized that his prior stagnation in the enhancement of his abilities was due to his physical constitution failing to keep pace, thus limiting the number of energy fruits he could absorb daily. However, after vanquishing a level 7 mutated beast, the blood boar, he had absorbed its vital essence, resulting in a substantial increase in his daily absorption limit. This newfound capacity enabled him to absorb 6,000 of the lowest grade energy fruits daily, with the potential for exponential growth in ability levels. The growth rate was staggering: 1, 50, 100, 200, 400, 800, 1. 600. Such extravagant increases meant that he could elevate a foundational energy level from non-existence to nearly level 7 in a single day, and close to level 9 within 2 days. His current focus was to elevate the spirit source ability, enhancing his foundational attributes. As Wu Hao approached the room where Tang Shuji was confined, he contemplated his unique ability, the spirit source. This ability lacked offensive power, serving solely as a passive enhancement. However, its implications were formidable and far-reaching. It fundamentally bolstered an individual's mental strength and recovery speed, enhancing their foundational attributes significantly. By merely augmenting this ability, he could double the attack potency of all offensive abilities he possessed, even without raising their levels. It was akin to a mage class in a game, where elevating intelligence alone could amplify spell potency without improving skill levels. For Wu Hao, the spirit source encompassed both intellect and mental attributes, not only boosting the attack power of his abilities but also increasing his mental capacity and recovery speed. Based on his observations from level 1, the spirit source directly doubled his mental power. From level 2 onwards, each level yielded a 0.5 times increase, meaning every 2 levels would effectively double the mental power again. Level 3 would yield 3 times the mental power, and level 5 would result in 4 times. He anticipated elevating the spirit source to level 7, enhancing his mental base by 5 times, equating to a devastating 500 power increase for his most potent attack ability, the Qiankuan Break, surpassing its previous efficacy against the mutated blood boar. Wu Hao understood that the Qiankuan Break was undoubtedly his most formidable killing move at this stage, and he believed it would remain unmatched for a considerable duration. This ability was akin to a nuclear strike, capable of targeting any coordinate, regardless of distance. The trade-off was the instantaneous depletion of his mental energy, plunging him into a vulnerable state for a time. The power of this ability was limitless. Yet he was acutely aware that it was merely a celestial-level ability, and he suspected that even more formidable abilities awaited discovery. Currently, the mutated blood boar was not the most powerful beast he had encountered. He had already identified creatures like the white serpent and the crystal giant scorpion, which far surpassed it, likely exceeding level 10. Reflecting on the white serpent, he noted that his companion, the little blue snake, required an extended recovery period. He resolved to ensure its survival in future encounters, even if it meant sustaining injuries, as he possessed the life-healing ability, allowing him to revive it even in critical condition. Upon entering the room where Tang Shuji was held, he found her in a disheveled state. Upon seeing him, she rushed over as if he were a savior, exclaiming, "Brother Wu, you've finally come. Please help me. That deputy captain, Tan Danqiue, has completely lost her mind. She has no idea where she found those outsiders to attack us, and they've killed many here, stealing our supplies." Chapter 132. Tang Shujiao's mental collapse. Facing some hardships upon sighting him, she immediately sought to complain, convinced that he would not conspire with the rebellious Tan Danqiue and would undoubtedly assist her in reclaiming the identity and superior lifestyle that rightfully belonged to her. "Is there any possibility?" Wu Hao inquired curiously. Tang Shuju looked at him in confusion, her expression one of navet, reminiscent of a spoiled young lady untouched by life's harsh realities. "Tan Danqiue is one of my people," Wu Hao stated, revealing a crucial truth. The current situation was indeed the opposite of what she believed. Rather than Tan Danqiue's sudden rebellion, she had been recruited by him and had effectively seized control of the area. Tang Shujiao staggered back in shock, nearly losing her balance. It was as if she was seeing him for the first time, scrutinizing him thoroughly, unable to fathom that he was the true mastermind behind the unfolding events. All of this chaos was orchestrated by him. Wu Hao, intrigued, confessed that upon their initial meeting, He found her intolerable, as she bore an uncanny resemblance to Yu Siwei. Both exuded the same arrogance and disdain for others. He observed the haphazardly furnished surroundings, which still bore semblance to a dwelling. Seating himself casually on a stool, he posed a question. Have you never wondered why you encountered me outside, and why it was I who saved you? Doesn't it seem a tad too coincidental? Tang Shujiao trembled at his words. Though she had been well protected, she was not foolish. The pieces began to fall into place as she recalled the details of their entrance. Realizing the uncanny coincidences, she remembered that he had used her ID card to gain access to the refuge, implying he was not a resident but rather a wolf she had unwittingly invited into her fold. Seeing her horrified expression, Wu Hao recognized that she had come to a realization. Many matters could now be articulated with ease. So, I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, infiltrating this place would have required considerable effort, not to mention fully subjugating it. Those bandits you spoke of, ironically, they are also under my command. Therefore, as a token of my appreciation, I invite you to join us, to become one of our own. I could use someone to warm my bed at night. Dream on. Tang Shujiao exclaimed, her voice laced with fury and disgust. Her perception of him had entirely shifted, and she now regarded him with loathing. She understood his intentions. He sought to reduce her to a mere object, to serve him in the most degrading manner, relegating her to a status lower than that of the previous lowest-tier servants. You might want to reconsider. Others would envy the opportunity to be with me, Wu Hao admitted, intentionally humiliating her, trampling her pride and dignity into the dust. Though he could have chosen a gentler approach, he understood that she needed to awaken to her true position. Without her parents and status, her worth was diminished, and she would find herself among the lowest of the low. He was not in a hurry, knowing she would eventually submit. Given her character, the notion of ending her own life was improbable. Thus, after enduring the cold, hunger, and exhaustion within this dismal environment, she would recall his propositions. Begging to be of service, promising to be more obedient than a pet, oblivious to the trials that awaited her. Tang Shujiao remained unaware that she was about to embark on a profound life experience, one that would expose her to the struggles faced by those outside the refuge. I have delivered your message. Should you change your mind, you know how to reach me. I await your response. Wu Hao recognized that further dialogue was unnecessary. Rising to depart. Get lost. Leave. Tang Shujiao shouted in anger, hurling objects towards him in a fit of rage. Yet, none of them could truly reach him. As an unseen force, a manifestation of Wu Hao's mental control, repelled them effortlessly. As Wu Hao exited, Tang Shujiao crumbled within the confines of her room. Realizing that she was utterly alone. Her father had been slain in the uprising, and her bodyguards had perished as well. It dawned on her that she had been deliberately left behind, a young and attractive girl set aside for this man, destined to become a mere plaything for his desires. The luxurious life she once knew and her identity as a young lady had vanished, never to return. After attending to matters concerning Tang Shujiao, Wu Hao was transported to the underground area, to a section of the refuge known only to a fraction of its inhabitants. Upon arrival, he observed frantic construction efforts. As workers endeavored to excavate collapsed passages, he spotted Bo Hao and the werewolf brothers engaged in the work. Master Hao, boss. They greeted him respectfully, their eyes alight with admiration and excitement, as if they had encountered their idol. The higher-ranking individuals among them ceased their tasks and approached Wu Hao promptly. Chapter 133. The impending frost tide and mass evacuation leave Zhao Long and Zhao Hu to oversee matters here. You must evacuate all your people immediately. The tide will rise within 5 days at most. Remaining outside would be certain death. He instructed Limping how to prioritize the evacuation while the Wolf brothers supervised the continued excavation of the collapsed subway tunnel. Understood, Lord Hao. Limping Hao agreed without hesitation. Startled by the severity of the situation, Wu Hao exchanged a glance with the Wolf brothers, signaling them to continue their work. Then, he opened a portal, transporting himself and Limping Hao to the shelter above. Limping Hao hesitated before speaking. Lord Hao, we have nearly 2,000 people on our side. Evacuating so many within 5 days is nearly impossible. He sought assistance, knowing that under normal circumstances, relocating 2,000 people would be trivial. But now, the world outside had become a frozen hellscape, wrapped in sub-zero mist of -90°C and prowled by mutated beasts birthed from the catastrophe. Attempting a large-scale migration in such conditions would likely leave only a third of them alive by the time they reached safety. I'll go with you. This shelter still needs manpower. Wu Hao understood that Shelter 703 was his forward outpost against the elite stronghold in the Northwest Mountains. It needed not only expansion but also full militarization, enough strength to counterattack the elite's base. Moreover, to maximize his rebate multiplier, he required more people. Survivors outside were scarce. And even if they met aesthetic standards, their purity often fell short. If the first generation was unsuitable, their offspring might suffice. Thus, breeding within the shelter would ensure his rebate multiplier never plummeted to zero. He had also realized that as his physique strengthened from absorbing mutant flesh, his lifespan would extend. But he couldn't guarantee the same for Qin Fei Fei and the others. Even if they avoided accidents, time would eventually claim them. He had to plan ahead, without successors. His accumulated resources would deplete, leaving him vulnerable to stronger foes. With his own fertility nearly non-existent due to his overwhelming power, preparation was essential. Otherwise, he foresaw a day when he'd fall to an invincible beast, never living to see the catastrophe's end. Limping Hao nodded, deferring entirely to him. Wu Hao led Limping Hao to the shelter's buffer zone, a transitional space between the frozen wasteland outside and the secured interior. There, he summoned a 16-carriage high-speed train. Limping Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been racking his brain over how to move 2,000 people, only for Wu Hao to materialize an entire train. With minor modifications, replacing wheels with treads and converting electric power to it could traverse the snowfields effortlessly. Wu Hao reinforced the train's exterior with Tier 2 beast bones, insulating it against the lethal cold. Lord Hao, you're a god. Limping Hao was awestruck. This was no mere man. This was divinity. His faith solidified. Following Wu Hao guaranteed survival, even prosperity. But Wu Hao tempered his excitement. Don't celebrate yet. After the evacuation, distribute and train the chosen. Our work isn't done. He was fortifying Shelter 703 into a fortress against the elite's core forces. The wood rats and wood rabbits were already terrifying. If they were mere foot soldiers, Stronger would massacre them. The elite's ability to synthesize implied the existence of true earth and ice, beings only Wu Hao could currently oppose. For ordinary people like Limping Hao, facing such foes would be suicide. Strengthening themselves was self-preservation. Wu Hao couldn't protect them indefinitely, they needed their own power. I understand. Lord Hao, women and children first. Limping Hao also grasped that the shelter was a breeding ground for both soldiers and the young, beautiful women Wu Hao sought. Though he didn't comprehend the purpose, he knew submission was the price of survival. The apartment complex was a paradise, reserved only for those chosen by Lord Hao. To be selected was to live in pre-catastrophe luxury. This was tribute, it was salvation. Many would pray for their daughters to be chosen. Chapter 134. The Snow Country High-Speed Train. Bo Hao proactively offered gifts. Wu Hao recognized Bo Hao as an astute individual. Thus, there was no need to elucidate matters too explicitly, for he would undoubtedly grasp the implications and execute them adeptly. The modified train for transportation was now ready. With Bo Hao assuming the role of conductor, utilizing his metallic manipulation abilities to drive this unique high-speed train. As the security gates of the refuge swung open, a terrifying wave of frigid air and icy mist surged in, instantaneously encasing the passageway in ice. He commanded the train to plunge into the snowy abyss outside, navigating deftly across the frozen terrain under Bo Hao's guidance towards their original assembly point, a 56-story CBD building, which remained secure for the time being. The high-speed train traversed a city largely blanketed in snow. Aside from a few towering edifices, most structures, no taller than 8 stories, lay submerged beneath the icy layer, rendering the cityscape utterly flat, with only a handful of buildings resembling sentinels rising from the snow. The urban traces had nearly vanished, leaving behind a vast expanse of white. Given that Bo Hao's stronghold was located near the CBD, the elevation of these buildings stood out starkly against the snowy environment, easily identifiable as the tallest among them, evoking a sense of elegance amidst the desolation. Wu Hao pondered the fate of those within. Bo Hao, too, was uncertain about the status of his comrades in the base, having led his fighting force on a hunting expedition for several days. Now, he needed to return to the refuge to regroup. Having lost touch with the situation since their last departure, there are still over 1,000 individuals. The situation is manageable, Wu Hao remarked, with a perceptive ability. He scanned the CBD's upper levels, confirming the presence of a substantial number of people. Bo Hao had been out hunting, procuring resources from lower-tier creatures and raiding smaller factions to exchange for supplies at the refuge. Thus, those remaining had not yet descended into cannibalism, ensuring basic sustenance and survival needs were met. However, the increasingly severe cold claimed lives daily, while the freezing temperatures posed challenges for drinking water, leading to dehydration or fatal illnesses from consuming icy water. Life outside the refuge has been nothing short of hellish. Surviving is a miracle, Bo Hao lamented, acknowledging his efforts, even resorting to villainy and raiding other survivor groups. Yet the relentless cold, disease, and dysentery continued to take their toll on the weak. His only recourse was to strive to preserve the remaining individuals, allowing more to endure. Let us transfer the people aboard and return to the refuge, Wu Hao suggested. Recognizing that this was not an appropriate setting for discussion, he urged Bo Hao to prepare for the relocation of personnel to bolster the population at Refuge 703. Understood. Boss Hao, Bo Hao acquiesced, fully aware that without Wu Hao's guidance, their relocation would have been impossible and survival in a more hospitable environment would remain unattainable. Wu Hao brought the high-speed train to a halt beneath the CBD building, effectively stopping at the 9th floor due to the accumulating snow elevating the ground level. The ice mist continued to rise, necessitating that any area above it must reach at least the 23rd floor, exacerbating the dire conditions and constraining living space. A portal opened within the train compartment, leading to the upper gathering area, where Bo Hao's men predominantly occupied the 36th to 40th floors, still possessing some room for survival. Upon entering, they were greeted by what resembled a vast refugee camp. Hallways and office spaces overflowed with people huddled together for warmth, using any available materials to create makeshift shelters. The remnants of desks and chairs were repurposed into primitive living quarters. Cough, cough, Boss Hao. I happen to have a few women to present as gifts. They are clean, untouched, Bo Hao awkwardly mentioned. Recalling that he indeed had a few individuals he could offer Wu Hao, though he was uncertain of their current state, Wu Hao remained silent, understanding that Bo Hao had established himself as a local authority. When he took control of the CBD, it was likely during work hours, with many employees present. As a figure of power, Bo Hao would naturally select some attractive companions for himself. In such dire circumstances, it was plausible that some women might seek his protection. Bo Hao felt a mix of embarrassment and relief. He was fortunate to have refrained from acting too hastily, as the harsh environment left little time for leisure pursuits. Now, he could present them to Wu Hao as a gesture of goodwill. He led Wu Hao to what he referred to as his palace, though it was merely a secret room set up in his office. The environment was pleasant and well-insulated, making it a fitting refuge for him and his associates. Upon arrival, they encountered a throng of women, all appearing somewhat gaunt, likely due to insufficient nourishment in recent days. Among them were two particularly striking women, former high-level secretaries from the CBD, undoubtedly the object of many programmers and oppos' affections. Bo Hao had initially intended to claim them upon his return from this expedition, but unforeseen events had derailed his plans. Now, he had aligned himself with Wu Hao, acknowledging him as the dominant force. Boss Hao, these are the two, Bo Hao introduced, noting that they had recently joined his ranks after the calamity struck shortly after their employment began. Rumor had it that they also modeled for car exhibitions. Car models? Wu Hao mused, eyeing the two women, who, despite their ragged appearance, possessed striking features and stood at around 176 centimeters, quite tall indeed. Had it not been for his current prowess, they likely would not have deigned to glance his way in pre-disaster times. Now, however, they beamed sweet smiles in his direction, aware that their fates were entwined with Bo Hao's whims. Chapter 135, the model secretaries and two new contractual subjects had their original employer perished? Observing their subservience and palpable fear, Wu Hao could surmise a few things. Indeed, the limping Hao did not conceal his demeanor. Before Wu Hao, he was merely Xiao Hao, speaking in a deferential tone. However, away from Wu Hao's presence, he was the true Hao Yu. Within this CBD, territorial conflicts had undoubtedly transpired. He was no saint, and thus employed ruthless tactics to unify the area, monopolizing all its resources. As Wu Hao glanced at the two girls, he immediately discerned their profiles. Lin Hongyan, attractiveness, 93, purity, 96, slight self-awareness, review, past. Louis Ran, attractiveness, 94, purity, 97, slight self-awareness, review, past. The fact that both had passed the review indicated they were still innocent. For him, this equated to a staggering 200-fold increase in return on investment. They were indeed two exceptional specimens. Let them accompany me, Wu Hao instructed Bo Hao, graciously accepting the gift he offered. He realized he had yet to experience the allure of a model serving as a secretary. Don't forget to express gratitude to Hao Yi for choosing you. Bo Hao immediately addressed the two girls, showcasing his domineering persona, treating them not as human beings but rather as slightly superior objects. Thank you, Hao Yi. We are grateful for your choice. Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran were on the verge of tears, having lived in a state of subservience, devoid of any remnants of their former pride and confidence. They were acutely aware that their past identities had vanished, their beauty becoming a curse. By aligning with Boy Hao, they could at least ensure their basic needs were met. Though dignity was a far-fetched concept, now, being presented as gifts, they dared not voice a single complaint. One could say that throughout this period, their once prickly personalities had been smoothed down to that of docile domestic pigs. As long as they could survive, they would comply with any demand. Wu Hao noted their obedience and recognized Boy Hao's adeptness at managing personnel. Especially the tough ones, he could surely tame them into compliance. In truth, Boy Hao felt a twinge of envy towards these two model secretaries. They were blissfully unaware of their fortune in being noticed by Wu Hao, a stroke of immense luck. Upon realizing the resources and power Wu Hao possessed, Boy Hao found himself wishing to be a beautiful woman in order to catch his attention. Did he consider himself formidable? Hardly. After conversing with the Wolf brothers and understanding the capabilities even of peripheral figures like Tan Danxue, as well as estimating the number of girls Wu Hao had in his Eden-like apartment complex and the potential strength of core personnel, he recognized he couldn't even defeat Tan Danxue, let alone those core members. Now, these two model secretaries had the potential to become core members of Wu Hao's circle. At the very least, peripheral members. Such an opportunity was something countless individuals could only dream of. Otherwise, would Hao Yu even cast a glance at his other women? Boy Hao instinctively sensed that Wu Hao's recruitment of so many beautiful young women must stem from some unique criteria he employed, not a random selection. Wu Hao decided to keep Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran, planning to assess their modeling and secretarial skills later. The immediate priority was to relocate personnel. Thus, he instructed Boy Hao to arrange for an orderly transfer to the portal, to be transported onto the high-speed train for relocation to the refuge at Site 703. As personnel began to move through the portal towards the train, a significant tremor caused by the train's approach stirred unusual disturbances in the vicinity. Move faster. Boy Hao. Expedite the safe transfer of personnel. Wu Hao urged, pressing for a swift transition through the portal to the high-speed train. What is happening? Hao Yu? Boy Hao questioned. Sensing Wu Hao's heightened alertness, indicating something alarming was unfolding that he was unaware of. Just focus on your tasks, Wu Hao instructed him, assuring him that he would manage everything else. Boy Hao refrained from further inquiries, yet the seriousness of the situation was palpable, indicating a significant crisis beyond his control. He promptly arranged for a quicker transfer of personnel into the high-speed train, preparing for the relocation. Wu Hao departed, leaving the CBD behind for the chilling, ethereal blue mist of the frigid expanse. His perceptive abilities now encompassed movements within a 5-kilometer radius, allowing him to discern the disturbances occurring in the outer regions. He was astonished to witness colossal snowdrifts advancing toward him, and as they encroached upon his perceptible range, he understood that these snowdrifts were composed of various aberrant beasts. More precisely, they were a singular type of beast, mutated into a more terrifying form, appearing in swarms. So many cockroaches. Wu Hao observed a seemingly endless tide of cockroaches surging toward him. What was most alarming was their size. Some were as large as small cars, while others were merely the size of a soccer ball. In comparison to other aberrant creatures, they posed little threat. His perceptive abilities confirmed that the strongest among them were merely level 2 aberrant beasts. However, they were cockroaches, a species whose numbers could easily become overwhelming. Therefore, the greatest pressure they exerted here was sheer volume. If they were allowed to approach the high-speed train and collide with it, not only would the train be utterly destroyed, but all those aboard would meet their demise, ensuring none would survive. Yet, they could not be permitted to approach the train. Wu Hao's gaze hardened. He recognized the significance of the lives on that train. He could not allow them to perish. Previously, he might have been indifferent to their fates, believing it irrelevant to him. However, he now contemplated his second-generation plan, understanding that among them could emerge girls who met his contractual requirements. This was crucial for enhancing his return on investment and ensuring the continuity of his consumption returns. The reason for prioritizing them was clear. They had been working and living in the CBD during the disaster, suggesting that those who could thrive in such a prestigious environment were likely affluent or elite members of society. The calamity, along with the abandonment by the powerful, had cast them into this predicament. Otherwise, they would typically hail from prestigious universities, most belonging to the middle class, embodying exceptional individuals with both beauty and intellect. Naturally, they were more likely to produce outstanding offspring, ensuring that the newly emerging girls would meet standards of attractiveness and purity, making them viable candidates for his contracts once they reached maturity. Chapter 136. The mutated cockroach swarmed the 7th-level mutated beasts, resembling colossal creatures, numbered at least 700. With uncertainty regarding any additional presence behind them, Wu Hao discerned through his perception that the emergence of such a vast multitude of mutated cockroaches rendered the notion of employing a singular powerful ability to eradicate them virtually impossible, unless he resorted to using the quake of heaven and earth ability. However, the inherent traits of cockroaches include remarkable agility and swift movement, making them adept at evasion rather than direct confrontation. With such a terrifying mutation now manifesting, transforming them into giant beasts, their evasion capabilities have not only remained intact but have seemingly enhanced, rendering them even more perilous and fearsome. Seizing the opportunity to test his newfound weapons, Wu Hao summoned 2 bone blades from his spatial storage, gripping them firmly in his hands. These blades were forged from the tusks of a 7th-level mutated wild boar and had been further enhanced through the ingenuity of his werewolf brethren, incorporating the icy armor of a frost-shell giant turtle and the fangs of a mutated white cat, augmenting their sharpness and bestowing them with frost-infused offensive power. In a single, swift motion, he propelled himself forward, akin to a cannonball discharged from its barrel, launching into the throng of mutated cockroaches, which surged like a white tide. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through the entirety of the cockroach swarm. Behind him, the roaches he had traversed erupted in a gruesome explosion, their once intact forms bursting violently apart. The impact of his dual-bladed assault, coupled with the force of his rapid strikes, generated immense pressure, shattering the cockroaches' armored exoskeletons, which were as tough as tanks, and obliterating their bodies entirely. There was no need for extravagant attacks or reliance on special abilities. His physical prowess, bolstered by his 3rd-level beast-like strength and the enhancements of his blood demon physique, rendered him nearly as formidable as a 4th-level beast. With the aid of his dual 7th-level tusk blades, he could unleash an offensive power that approached the 6th level. Thus, confronted with these mutated cockroaches, which were merely 2nd level at their strongest, every strike he delivered resulted in instantaneous annihilation. His aggressive, bullet-like assaults resulted in a continuous chain of penetrating explosions, annihilating dozens of mutated cockroaches in mere moments. His attacks transcended mere strikes. He had become a destructive meteor of death, weaving through the swarm, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. This was the true extent of his terrifying combat prowess, a more direct and visceral force than the quake of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, Ba Hao remained oblivious to Wu Hao's intentions, focusing on arranging personnel for evacuation. The 2 exquisite car models, Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran, whom he had gifted to Wu Hao, lingered beside him, hesitating to pass through the portal into the high-speed train. Observing these long-legged beauties, who served both as secretaries and car models, he felt a twinge of regret, for he had refrained from utilizing them. Believing that the finest delicacies should be savored later, he had to admit that their figures were exceptional. Witnessing them strut through the CBD hallways in high heels had stirred his impulses. Yet, he understood that in this harsh environment, women were the least valued commodities, easily exchanged for a mere piece of bread or instant noodles, transforming once unattainable goddesses into mere transactions. Stay close to Master Hao, do not provoke him. If he wishes to harm you, no one can save you, he cautioned, acutely aware that once they were given away, they no longer belonged to him. He offered a final warning to prevent them from entangling him in their misdeeds, which could lead to his demise. I understand, Master Hao. I will obey. Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran replied, trembling yet compliant. The oppression and bullying they had endured had long eroded their pride, leaving only a desperate will to survive, willing to do whatever it took to live. Their concern lay not in their companions, but in their own survival and the avoidance of further torment. Ba Hao regarded them with regret, but quickly redirected his gaze, recognizing that they now belonged to Wu Hao, and lingering glances could easily be misconstrued, inviting peril upon himself. He contemplated, if I can please Master Hao, perhaps he may bestow upon me something of value. After all, he was a formidable figure. In this environment, life held little worth, especially for women. He knew that by winning Wu Hao and Apos as favor, he could reap substantial rewards. For even the simplest offerings from him were beyond the reach of the powerful elite. Attempting to seize anything from him would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, to receive favors or rewards from him, one needed to ingratiate oneself and evoke his goodwill. Realizing that he needed gifts to curry favor, Ba Hao identified a significant force he had previously lacked the strength to approach, now feeling empowered to make his move. As Wu Hao sheathed his blades into his spatial storage, he surveyed the scene before him. The once tumultuous wave of mutated cockroaches lay vanquished, their forms rapidly encased in ice, no longer posing any threat. However, their bodily fluids retained some utility. Utilizing his perception ability, he scanned the corpses of the mutated cockroaches and discovered that their bodily fluids possessed remarkable healing properties, suitable for crafting biological healing potions. Given that cockroaches were renowned for their regenerative capabilities and tenacious vitality, it was no surprise that their mutated fluids exhibited such beneficial qualities. Recognizing the value of this resource, he diligently collected every drop, ensuring nothing went to waste and stowing it within his spatial storage. He knew that with the right application, he could continuously replicate this valuable resource, allowing for the endless production of effective healing potions. With the immediate threat neutralized, he prepared to return. Confident that the personnel evacuation was nearing completion, ready to commandeer the high-speed train back to safety. Chapter 137. Successful transfer of personnel and public execution of the aristocracy, as Hao returned. The astute Ba Hao immediately discerned from his weary appearance that he had engaged in a significant battle. Have all personnel been successfully transferred? Wu Hao inquired. Without needing to sense it, it was evident that the occupants of the carriage were elated. Compared to their previous existence in the CBD, this compartment was akin to a paradise, a veritable snow train that offered the last refuge for humanity amidst the harsh blizzard. Everyone has arrived. The rest. Ba Hao hesitated. Those who survived have been brought in. There was no need to carry away the deceased. Wu Hao nodded in understanding. Aware of the circumstances without further elaboration, a quick confirmation revealed that over 500 individuals were currently aboard the high-speed train, poised to augment the population of the 703 refuge by more than 2,000 souls. Master, look. In the cabin, Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran, having been brought over and now part of Wu Hao's group, were permitted to remain in the train's cockpit. The warmth inside shielded them from the biting cold outside. They had donned slightly tattered overcoats, but with a playful air, they unveiled their attire beneath strikingly alluring mini-skirts that accentuated their long legs, which were more elongated than the waistlines of many. Standing at 176 centimeters, coupled with their over a meter-long legs, they were undeniably captivating. To further enhance their allure, they wore crystal high heels, a choice utterly impractical for a refuge, yet they looked even more enchanting. I'm stepping out first, Ba Hao said with a cunning smile, leaving the space to the others. Wu Hao understood Ba Hao's intentions as he closed the cockpit door behind him. He welcomed the gesture and turned to the two stunning models, saying, "Allow me to prepare a bath for you." He fetched 2 large barrels of purified water, warming them to an appropriate temperature with his powers, ready to cleanse them. As the girls reveled in the cascading warm water, they began to comprehend why Ba Hao had emphasized their fortune in being in Wu Hao's company. The luxury of warm water for bathing was a stark contrast to their previous existence, where even a sip of clean water was a distant dream, leaving them to quench their thirst with the foul blood of beasts, risking death by dehydration. Upon their arrival at the 703 refuge, Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran had changed into new garments, their demeanor transformed dramatically. The most notable distinction was their newfound confidence, an authentic sense of self-assuredness and pride. From Wu Hao's perspective, their loyalty had surged to unprecedented levels, pledging unwavering allegiance. Once inside the refuge, all personnel from the high-speed train disembarked, marveling at their new abode nestled within the mountain, infinitely superior to their previous living conditions. Their excitement was palpable as they recognized this as a sanctuary where they could thrive. At that moment, Tan Danque, the administrator, arrived with her team to oversee security. She approached Wu Hao, her gaze briefly flitting over Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran before focusing on him. Leader, with so many newcomers, the space here may become insufficient, potentially leading to disorder. She had come to relay this urgent message, fully aware that the refuge was designed for a maximum of 500 individuals. The sudden influx of over 1,000 could result in many being left without shelter, forced to sleep on the streets, which could incite crime and chaos. You need not worry excessively. I intend to reduce the number of occupants here, Wu Hao reassured her. Tan Danque immediately understood and saluted respectfully. Wu Hao then issued a command to expel some individuals from the vicinity of the high-speed train, allowing the new members to witness the spectacle. Soon, a group of men emerged, appearing disheveled, their clothing tattered and backs marked with whip scars. Barefoot and shackled at the ankles, they had been forced out by armed guards. As the attention of the crowd shifted to Wu Hao, he proclaimed, "Are you curious about who these individuals are? They are the original residents of this place. 3 years ago, they constructed this refuge, fully aware of the impending disaster, yet chose to hide here in comfort while watching us perish outside in the cold. Their greatest distinction from us is their status as the aristocracy, wealthy individuals who could purchase a ticket to this sanctuary for millions. Now that we have reclaimed this territory, we shall inhabit it, and they must make way for us. They must perish." The revelation ignited a fervor among the crowd, who now understood the harrowing truth that some had known of the calamity long before it struck, yet chose to conceal it, crafting their own Noah's Ark while condemning the rest of them to death outside. Chapter 138. Thunderous Methods of Management, Transformation of New Members into Blood-Sucking Brides in Their Fury. They hurled everything within reach at those around them. It became clear why such a high-tech refuge existed here, and why once inside, one need not fear the terror of the extreme cold. Bumpy admired the scene, recognizing that this was a deliberate announcement of the truth behind this apocalyptic reality. Tandanshue cast a glance at the enraged crowd before lowering her gaze. She understood that Wu Hao was acting with intention, using this moment to make an example of them. The expelled elite men were beginning to grasp the gravity of their impending fate. Two timid young men were so frightened that their legs gave way, collapsing powerless onto the ground. "Are you Wu Hao? My daughter knows you." "My daughter, Tang Shujiao." Suddenly, a middle-aged man shouted from the crowd, desperate to connect with Wu Hao, pleading for mercy on the grounds of his daughter's acquaintance. Wu Hao turned to him, observing the man who should have exuded confidence and flair, now disheveled and with a swollen eye, one leg visibly injured. "And then what?" Wu Hao coldly inquired, reminding him that his daughter had been arrested for participating in the riot and exiled to a labor camp. For the man, his approach to Tang Shujia was merely a means to gain entry to the refuge and acquire a new tool for his own benefit. He could not truly believe he shared a genuine bond with his daughter. The man's despair deepened as he realized the nature of the person before him. Cunningly, he recognized that everything had been a ploy, a means of manipulation. Seeing the man's realization, Wu Hao gestured to the guards escorting them, signaling them to remove the excess and unnecessary population. The guards immediately brandished their weapons, compelling the crowd to move outside the refuge. Simultaneously, the door to the refuge's icy passage swung open, allowing the biting cold to seep in, visibly freezing the corridor. "I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. I curse you. You shall all meet a miserable end. I am wealthy. I truly am. I can give you all my fortune." The crowd pleaded, lamenting and wailing, stripped of all semblance of dignity. Yet, those recently rescued from the clutches of despair savored the moment. Their teeth clenched in satisfaction as they watched their former oppressors being thrust into the blizzard, destined to freeze to death. Some attempted to resist, but faced with the guards endowed with extraordinary abilities, their efforts were futile. In mere moments, they were all forcibly driven into the frigid storm. Their terrified expressions soon preserved as frozen statues, only to be shattered by the relentless cold, leaving no trace behind. As the execution concluded, the door to the refuge's passage slowly closed, sealing the fate of the situation. Witnessing such a scene of retribution, the new members poised to join the refuge felt a surge of exhilaration, quickly overshadowed by an innate terror. Those who remained lucid understood that this display was a warning, a clear message that any disobedience or rebellion would lead to such dire consequences. It was evident that the powers that be possessed the strength to maintain control and suppress any dissent. "Let us arrange for the personnel and expedite the expansion of this area," Wu Hao instructed Tandanshue, confident in her ability to manage the remaining tasks. "Understood, Chief," she replied, saluting as she took charge of the incoming personnel. At that moment, amidst a crowd that had once been jubilant, many fell silent, realizing that while their living conditions might improve, they would now perpetually face the specter of death. In other words, they had merely transitioned from refugees to slaves, with no true freedom to speak of. "Master Hao's methods are formidable," Bumpy remarked with a smile, harboring admiration for Wu Hao. He recognized the wisdom in Wu Hao's approach. In such an environment, compassion would fail to maintain order, while brutality would ensure effective management. In these harsh conditions, humanity had devolved into something akin to beasts, far removed from civilization. He reflected on his own base in the CBD, acknowledging that had it not been for his iron-fisted control, cannibalism would have already taken root, leading to chaos. Thus, it was better to establish rules from the outset, compelling those with restless spirits to acknowledge their reality. Wu Hao delegated the management of this refuge, designated as Shelter 703, to Tandanshue. For him, this place served more as a production base and forward operating station, and he had little intention of micromanaging its affairs. Content as long as no significant troubles arose. Accompanied by the two new members, Lin Hongyan and Lu Iran, he returned to his quarters. They had seamlessly embraced their roles, presenting themselves as exalted goddesses in public while serving him intimately in private. Upon entering, they immediately assisted him in changing attire and footwear, shedding their outer garments to reveal enticing skirts, facilitating his pleasure. Wu Hao noted that his rebate multiplier had surged to 1,600. thanks to their successful contracts adding an additional 200. This meant that with the consumption of a single item, he could reap the rewards of 1,600. A feat unimaginable during the recent calamity. First, have something to eat. I will introduce you to a little sister shortly, Wu Hao instructed, urging them to pause their service for the moment. He casually set a dining table, adorning it with steaming roasted chicken, steak, and fine wine, leaving them in astonishment. Soon, they recovered, approaching him with affectionate kisses. The one eagerly took to the feast while the other clung to him, expressing her gratitude. Wu Hao was amused by their playful nature and accepted their affections. By the end of the meal, he had consumed half of what was laid out. He also offered them the fruit of extraordinary abilities, discovering that they possessed advantages in both system and blood magic, somewhat akin to shui. Naturally, he sought to harness their strengths, enhancing them into blood-sucking brides, formidable combatants akin to shui, thereby fortifying his hidden army. After acquiring the essence of extraordinary beasts and enhancing their blood magic abilities, the two models transformed, their physiques becoming significantly more powerful, their eyes now a striking crimson hue, exuding an alluring aura. Additionally, unlike shui, they sprouted magnificent blood magic wings, granting them the ability to soar through the skies. Their excitement intensified, further motivating them to exhaust him completely. However, soon, another individual was escorted into the room. Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran, encountering Tang Shujiao for the first time, observed her pitiful state, her spirit visibly diminished, suggesting she had endured considerable hardship. Chapter 139. The submission of Tang Shujiao and the troop's disappearance. Wu Hao gazed at the former young lady, observing that her once haughty demeanor had transformed into a display of timidity and a hint of pleading. Her character had softened considerably. "Are you willing to accept my proposal?" he inquired, curious, remembering her previous vehement refusal, stating she would rather die than comply. "I am willing. Please allow me to follow you. I will be obedient." Tang Shujiao immediately capitulated, kneeling and repeatedly bowing her head. The thought of returning to the cold, deprived environment where she would endure grueling labor compelled her to forsake her dignity in exchange for compliance. Wu Hao perceived her attitude as merely neutral, devoid of loyalty or affection. He then addressed Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran, who had now become vampires. "I entrust you with a task. During this period, teach her how to serve properly. Just ensure she does not become a liability." He handed Tang Shujiao over to them, hoping they would provide her with the necessary training to understand her role. Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement, comprehending his intentions. Tang Shujiao's eyes widened in fear as she realized her plea for mercy might not lead to a favorable outcome. Foreseeing that her training would likely be no better than the harsh conditions she had sought to escape. As Wu Hao departed, he left them to converse privately. Soon, the cries of Tang Shujiao pleading for mercy echoed within the confines of the room, tinged with a sense of oppression. Wu Hao found himself transported outside the refuge. The world before him was entirely enveloped in a frigid tide of snow and ice, and he understood that the survival of the remaining populace had grown precarious. An unusual phenomenon caught his attention. The tide was receding. The dense ice mist had begun to dissipate, and the relentless snowfall had ceased, revealing patches of sunlight as the clouds gradually parted, though the sky remained obscured. All these signs suggested an improvement in the environment, hinting that the calamity might soon come to an end, allowing everyone to return to their pre-disaster lives. Yet, he was acutely aware that this calm was merely the eye of the storm. Just as the previous retreat had preceded another surge, the current situation mirrored that pattern. This retreat of the tide did not signify the end of disaster. Rather, it heralded the arrival of an even greater calamity. In the midst of this icy turmoil, the receding tide indicated not a tsunami, but a rising cold wave, one that would exacerbate the environment to an uncontrollable extent in a short time. It would also summon rare, colossal beasts alongside this surge. The most terrifying uncertainty lay in how long this surge would persist. On a brighter note, he had weapons that could contend with slightly stronger beasts, alleviating the need to rely solely on supernatural abilities. Wu Hao summoned the two Fong blades he had crafted from his spatial inventory. With the werewolf brothers possessing enhanced equipment abilities, he was able to reinforce these blades, effectively enhancing them to a level of 2. However, the werewolves' enhancement abilities were acquired through plunder, limiting their potential and preventing him from obtaining further enhancements through rewards. Thus, he needed to devise a means to genuinely acquire this enhancement ability, allowing both himself and his equipment to grow stronger. This distinction between humans and beasts lay in humanity's understanding of weaponry and tools. Additionally, he sought higher-grade beast bones and flesh. He was now capable of challenging level 8 beasts, and acquiring their blood and bones would enable him to attempt a confrontation with level 9 creatures, progressively fortifying his own prowess and ensuring greater safety in this harsh environment. He had a pressing inquiry for Ba Hao, who possessed greater knowledge of the external situation. Wu Hao re-entered the refuge, aware that since the onset of the disaster, Ba Hao had established a stable presence, taking a unique path of development. In stark contrast, Ba Hao represented those who had survived normally amidst the calamity, navigating the typical route of survival in the apocalypse. Consequently, he was likely to possess more information, such as the status of the military and the reasons behind the absence of rescue efforts. Upon locating Ba Hao, who was tending to his group, Wu Hao noted that the recent actions had instilled a sense of order among the newly arrived individuals. Using his perception abilities, he could easily gauge their goodwill, observing that their sentiments leaned towards loyalty with no signs of hostility or dissent. Upon seeing Wu Hao, Ba Hao approached him. Wu Hao regarded the leader with a hint of amusement, noting that Ba Hao's attitude was somewhat friendly yet still neutral, indicating he was not an outright enemy, but neither a steadfast ally. "Brother Hao, I sought you out to inquire about certain matters." However, he didn't place significant weight on this, as he did not consider Ba Hao a true ally. His genuine companions were those with whom he had forged tangible contracts, primarily the beautiful tool users from the apartment complex. After leading Ba Hao to a quieter corner, he curiously asked, what happened to the military after the disaster erupted? Were they completely obliterated? Initially, he had deemed this a reasonable assumption, as the sudden onslaught of the cold wave had caught everyone off guard, freezing outdoor personnel without warning. Yet, having learned that the disaster had been predicted 3 years prior, and that some elites had purchased refuge insurance, he began to suspect the military might not have perished in the disaster. Instead, their absence during the crisis raised questions. "You were unaware?" Ba Hao inquired, surprised that Wu Hao, who seemed all-knowing, lacked information on this matter. "Unaware of what?" Wu Hao replied. For he had been confined to a limited area since the onset of the disaster, his movements largely restricted to the apartment complex. By the time he was ready to explore further, much of the information had been obscured beneath the ice and snow, or destroyed by monstrous beasts, leaving him with scant details. Chapter 140, A Solution for the White Snake. Visitors from the military base, Ba Hao murmured, seemingly struck by a realization that the capabilities here indeed did not necessitate military assistance. Wu Hao observed him, interpreting his words as a riddle. Ba Hao then elaborated. In fact, the military had issued a disaster relief notice, instructing survivors to wait on the rooftops for rescue teams. However, for reasons unknown, no assistance has arrived since then. I have heard that there is a large military base in Ning County, which has established underground emergency shelters. The notification originated from there. Yet, Ning County is still over 100 kilometers away, and no one knows the exact situation. We cannot ascertain whether a catastrophe has befallen them. Listening intently to Ba Hao, Wu Hao grasped that there had indeed been military support during the onset of the disaster, but communication ceased thereafter, leaving uncertainties about any significant upheaval in Ning County. Nevertheless, it was certain that an underground emergency refuge existed there, albeit the distance posed substantial risks for any attempt to verify the situation. Wu Hao was familiar with Ning County, a subordinate city with a resident population exceeding 50,000. Nearby, there was indeed a military base housing an armored unit equipped with tanks. He entertained a bold notion. Could a few hundred missiles potentially incapacitate the White Snake? The thought of the monstrous serpent, which had grown from over 30 meters to an imposing 100 meters, filled him with determination. Its horned head hinted at its potential to transform, suggesting it was a creature of at least level 10. Unaware of Wu Hao's true intentions, Ba Hao found it perplexing that this influential figure sought him solely for this matter. Wu Hao understood that he must venture to Ning County to ascertain the military base's status and whether it could mobilize conventional weaponry for a distant assault on the White Snake. Indeed, Chief, the personnel have been settled in. However, they seem unaware of the impending cold wave. They believe that Si Ping is still managing the situation here, reported Tan Donchue, informing him of an unexpected arrival of visitors from the military base in Ning County. In essence, they had come to plunder, brazenly demanding supplies. While Wu Hao remained in his chamber, his heightened perception allowed him to discern the visitors' and Appo's demeanor, which hardly resembled that of disciplined soldiers. He recalled Ba Hao's earlier mention of the military base's communication blackout soon after the disaster, suggesting something catastrophic had occurred there. Is there an ongoing trade relationship with them? Wu Hao inquired, to which Tan Donchue affirmed. He pondered the implications, realizing that the 703 emergency shelter had maintained contact with the military base, even before its destruction. This shelter now appeared abandoned, leaving them to fend for themselves, effectively rendering it Wu Hao's secondary stronghold. However, the recent developments remained unknown to those at the Ning County military base. I shall meet with them. They seek a supply transaction after all, Wu Hao declared, preparing to confront these visitors personally to grasp their true intentions. Very well, Tan Danxue acquiesced. Yet, before the meeting, Wu Hao decided to bring a few companions along, allowing Tan Danxue to tend to other matters alone. Entering his bedroom, he discovered an intensely heated scene. Tang Shujiao, the young lady, appeared disheveled, her gaze lost. After regaining a semblance of composure, she looked at him with fiery eyes, pleading for him to cease his arrangements, promising to comply with his wishes. Wu Hao gestured for Lin Hongyan and Louis ran to release her. Tang Shujiao promptly crawled over to him, her posture alluring and subservient. I still prefer your untamed nature, Wu Hao said gently, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. She regarded him with a mixture of loyalty and affection. Fully aware that he was the cause of her losses, including her father's execution at his hands, yet she harbored no thoughts of vengeance, only unwavering obedience. Blushing, Tang Shujiao recognized that she should despise him, but his appearance and power left her feeling honored rather than resentful. Perhaps her upbringing had instilled in her an extreme selfishness and a fascination with strength, leading her to prioritize her own well-being over familial ties. Prepare her attire. Once she is presentable, we shall venture out together, Wu Hao instructed Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran, pleased with the results of Tang Shujiao's training. He understood that her presence would be essential for his forthcoming endeavors. Regardless of her submission in his presence, she remained the proud daughter of a powerful family, possessing social standing and influence. The two tall, model-like secretaries smiled knowingly, dutifully attending to Tang Shujiao's transformation, restoring her image as the once imperious young lady. Wu Hao watched with satisfaction as she regained her confidence and haughty demeanor, aware that only they understood her true submissive nature. Chapter 141. Meeting the Visitors. The strange guest seeing Tang Shujiao adorned beautifully, she performed splendidly, and later, a reward would be bestowed upon her. Wu Hao gently caressed her cheek, lingering on her tender skin with a soft touch. Tang Shujiao and Appo's gaze transformed into one of fervor, brimming with anticipation for his reward. Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran, too, looked on with adoration, eagerly awaiting their own rewards from him. It could be said that they had formed a new faction, distinct from the orthodox group led by Qin Feifei and Yun Yun, or the witch faction represented by Shun Qianyun and Shui Yi. These few belonged to the fallen faction, akin to an underground organization, enabling him to engage in clandestine activities, comprising a fresh cohort of members shrouded in secrecy. Accompanied by the three women, they prepared to meet the visitors. As it was, the 703 refuge was the site of a somewhat illicit transaction, rendering it unknown to most personnel within the base. Tan Danxue had already gone to greet the guests, guiding them into the interior of the base. However, these newcomers did not come with good intentions. Wu Hao, possessing the ability of perception, assessed the situation of the visitors and discerned that they were not merely neutral. A hint of hostility emanated from them. With his heightened perception abilities, he could even identify the types of powers they possessed. He noted that one man harbored as many as 10 distinct abilities, yet curiously, he was merely a subordinate, appearing to hold little significance. The leader of this group was a strikingly mature woman, an unexpected sight for him. Upon realizing this, the positioning of the group subtly shifted, with Tang Shujiao stepping forward as the dominant figure among them. He and the others, Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran, assumed the role of her bodyguards, prepared to accompany her in meeting the visitors. Arriving at the designated meeting place, they encountered a total of 15 guests. Each was clad in relatively light attire, though some bore scales and fur on exposed skin, indicating their possession of beastly attributes that provided insulation against the frigid temperatures outside, subtly hinting at their respective strengths. Miss Tan Danxue had received a telepathic notification in advance, thus understanding that Tang Shujiao would lead this negotiation as the true authority of the locale. Upon their arrival, she respectfully bowed in greeting, akin to a subordinate addressing a superior. Miss Tang, the visitors acknowledged her, initiating their own greetings. The current Tang Shujiao had shed some of her earlier naivety, now exuding an air of superiority and aloofness. She turned her gaze towards the leading woman, a strikingly mature figure, and with a smile, remarked, Sister Situ, it has been quite a while since we last met. This initiated a display of familiarity and warmth between them. Indeed, it has been some time, replied Situ Qinglong with a smile, reciprocating Tang Shujiao's gesture with a gentle embrace, a display of camaraderie among the powerful. She observed Tang Shujiao closely, commenting, You have matured significantly. You truly appear to be a young lady now. Acknowledging her background and previous demeanor, she was taken aback by the transformation that had occurred in Tang Shujiao. Much has transpired during this time, Tang Shujiao sighed, reflecting on her experiences of deception, betrayal, her father's demise, and the degradation of her identity, having endured the inhumane conditions of the work area. Her only solace now lay in her master, the singular entity that could restore her dignity and identity. Sister Situ, you have grown even more beautiful in your absence, Tang Shujiao remarked. Her gaze ardent as she appraised Situ Qinglan's beauty and graceful figure, filled with a desire to share in the decadence before their master. Situ Qinglan sensed a hint of danger in Tang Shujiao's fervent gaze, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet, recalling her memories of the innocent girl Tang Shujiao once was, she dismissed her concerns, attributing her excitement to their reunion. I am aware of the circumstances here. However, in this environment, no one can guarantee anything. Knowing you are the administrator here alleviates my worries, Situ Qinglan expressed, acknowledging the previous unrest and the unfortunate demise of former leaders, including Tang Shujiao's father. Are you here regarding supplies? Tang Shujiao inquired, leading her aside for a more private conversation. Indeed, Situ Qinglan confirmed, acknowledging the purpose of her visit. Meanwhile, Wu Hao stood with Lin Hongyan and Lu Yiran, akin to Tang Shujiao's attendants. He noted that the visitors were scrutinizing him, particularly focusing on the two tall beauties, whose poise and elegance evoked a strong desire among the onlookers. In turn, he observed the individual he had previously detected possessing 10 abilities, a seemingly ordinary young man, bespectacled, appearing timid and unremarkable, standing at a mere 171 centimeters with a slender build. He blended into the crowd effortlessly, yet upon using his perception ability, a vastly different narrative unfolded. He recognized this man as a giant cloaked in the guise of an ordinary person, possessing strength far surpassing that of his companions. The only individuals who could challenge him would be those he had meticulously trained, such as Qin Feifei, Shen Qianyun, and Shui. What piqued Wu Hao's interest was the man's deliberate fade of weakness, employing a power to conceal his true capabilities. Intriguing, Wu Hao observed him, reflecting on the similarities he perceived between himself and this enigmatic figure. He understood that his heightened perception abilities had reached a level sufficient to unveil the concealed strength of the individual before him. Chapter 142 Reborn. Another contract subject, Zhang Peng, now accompanies the team to the refuge at Shelter 703 for discussions and negotiations. He is acutely aware that their purpose in coming here is to procure supplies and secure food for their base in the upcoming period. He surveys the surroundings, striving to conceal his presence. Upon noticing two tall, elegant women across from him, he quickly averts his gaze, unlike others who unabashedly stare. During his previous visit, the area had been devastated, and he had attempted to scavenge alone, only to find himself unable to gather resources in the harsh, frigid environment, ultimately succumbing to starvation. This time, he vowed not to repeat that misfortune. Securing this location could serve as a splendid starting point for him. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhang Peng is, in fact, a reborn individual. He has returned from years in the future, finding himself transported back to the onset of the catastrophe. Yet, he considers himself somewhat unfortunate, as he reincarnated 3 days after the disaster struck, which hindered his ability to stockpile supplies or establish a safe haven. However, he is aware that a retreat phase will occur later, which he intends to exploit alongside his knowledge of the prime locations for extraordinary fruit-bearing abilities. This insight allows him to rapidly enhance his own strength during the retreat. He proactively sought refuge in the military base in Ning County, witnessing firsthand the shifts in power dynamics and aligning himself with the new ruling faction, ultimately becoming a sycophant to the elite. Nonetheless, he is acutely aware that he is still manipulating them. As long as he accumulates strength, he is destined to emerge victorious and reign supreme in this apocalyptic world. Despite his tall, handsome stature, he finds himself relegated to the role of a favored consort to a powerful heiress. Casting a disdainful glance at the only male attendant beside Tang Shujiao, he feels a sense of superiority after his own power increase. Yet, he understands the necessity of patience, time, and opportunity to further bolster his strength. For while he is indeed a reborn soul, his physical form remains that of an ordinary human, a mere mortal. Thus, he must continue to elevate his status until he is powerful enough to render Situ Qinglan merely a tool for his own gratification. He has set his sights on new targets. Tang Shujiao and the two leggy models seem fitting for his intended uses. and he believes it is an honor for them to be chosen by him. Wu Hao observes this individual, sensing a shift in the other and Appo's demeanor through his psychic perception. He notes a sudden hostility and arrogant animosity directed towards him. What could this person be contemplating? Does he believe he can defeat me? Or has he discerned my true capabilities? Wu Hao is puzzled by the actions of this seemingly enigmatic figure, who appears to be deliberately concealing his own strength. Currently, Wu Hao's abilities have significantly improved, and unless he chooses to reveal them, it is challenging for anyone with inferior powers to accurately gauge his level. In simpler terms, most ability users perceive him merely as an ordinary person. His elevated powers obscure him from their view. Yet this individual still seems intent on scrutinizing him, exuding an arrogant hostility that suggests he believes he is superior and would easily overpower Wu Hao. This situation feels rather peculiar. He inquires telepathically with Tan Danxue, asking if she recognizes the bespectacled, somewhat frail man in the opposing group. No, this is my first encounter today, she replies. Wu Hao finds this response even more perplexing. He acknowledges the other's strength is commendable, but it merely matches that of newcomers like Lin Hongyan. This individual's prowess is sufficient to challenge Shui, the vampire princess, with ease. Keep a close watch on him, Wu Hao advises Tan Danxue, subsequently shifting his focus to Situ Qinglan, who is engaged in conversation with Tang Shujiao. He notes that this woman possesses formidable strength. While her abilities may not match that peculiar individual, she boasts 2 psychic-level powers and 1 saint-level ability, making her truly formidable. Even if she is not the highest authority, she holds genuine power within the group. Most intriguingly, Wu Hao gazes at Situ Qinglan and sees a panel materialize beside her, detailing her credentials. Situ Qinglan, appearance, 95, purity, 98, immaculate, powers, mind protection, psychic level. Crisis perception, psychic level, explosive strike, saint level, approval. Granted, she has indeed met the criteria. Although she appears to be around 35 years of age, akin to Shinqianyan. She possesses a mature and alluring beauty without any experience, maintaining her purity. This allows her to pass the contract system as scrutiny. The powers she possesses are ones I do not have. Her 2 defensive abilities and 1 offensive power render her highly sensitive to danger and mental manipulation. Wu Hao realizes that capturing her would yield significant rewards. However, her mind protection ability complicates any attempts to control her with charm powers, making it exceedingly difficult to bind her in a contract. Invite her to dinner. Find an opportunity to introduce myself to her, Wu Hao instructs Tang Shujiao telepathically. Aware that capturing Situ Qinglan is essential and cannot allow her to slip away, Tang Shujiao nods slightly, her gesture interpreted by Situ Qinglan as agreement, devoid of any suspicion. Sister Situ, you must be tired from your journey here. I will arrange for someone to host you and ensure you have a hearty meal, she declares. Turning to Wu Hao, please make the arrangements. Yes, Wu Hao responds respectfully, taking on the role of a servant. He leads Louis Ran to make arrangements while leaving Lin Hongyan to continue accompanying Tang Shujiao. Such extravagance, Situ Qinglan remarks politely. Given the current scarcity of resources, offering a feast might deprive some others of their meals. No need for such generosity, it has been a long time since I last saw Sister Situ. Tang Shuji replies with a bright smile. Aware that Wu Hao has set his sights on this esteemed lady, she eagerly anticipates witnessing the splendid spectacle of Situ Qinglan's gradual descent. Chapter 143, Culinary Delights Astonish Guests. All high-end ingredients. Wu Hao escorted Louis Ran to the restaurant, where he promptly retrieved a splendid array of gourmet dishes from his spatial compartment, laying out a grand feast of exquisite delicacies seldom seen even in the 703rd refuge. It is not an exaggeration to state that some of these culinary marvels were exclusive to upscale restaurants prior to the calamity. You've done well. Consider this a reward, Wu Hao said, handing Louis Ran a large roasted chicken leg as a token of appreciation for her and Lin Hongyan's commendable training of Tang Shujiao. Thank you, master, Louis Ran replied with a sweet smile. However, instead of indulging in the delectable chicken leg immediately, she leaned in to bestow a kiss upon him, expressing her unwavering loyalty. Wu Hao noted that her previously loyal green aura was now a vibrant shade of full green, while the pink hue representing her affections had significantly deepened. Although their acquaintance was brief, her loyalty and affection blossomed rapidly, surpassing even the swiftest of connections, like that with Shen Qianyun. Perhaps this was due to the hardships she had endured, which were far worse than those faced by Shen Qianyun. Deliberately, she took small bites of the chicken leg. Leaning against the edge of the table, her silhouette accentuated by the black stockings and high heels that elongated her figure into an alluring pose. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with silent allure. Wu Hao remained silent, yet her posture conveyed everything he needed to understand. He gently patted her on her waist, acknowledging her elevated abilities, but questioned her audacity to challenge him. Louis Ran responded with a charming smile and leaned in again to plant another kiss, causing Wu Hao to consume half of the chicken leg, nearly leading him to share the meal with her. Soon, under the guidance of Tang Shujiao and Tan Danxue, Situ Qinlan and her companions entered the restaurant, their eyes widening at the sight of the lavish spread that adorned the table. Even Situ Qinlan, who enjoyed a relatively privileged lifestyle, was taken aback by the opulence before her. The tables displayed roasted chickens, fine wines, lobsters, and Arctic clams, exquisite delicacies that seemed unimaginable in the aftermath of the disaster. "You have this here?" Situ Qinlan exclaimed in astonishment, addressing Tang Shujiao. She had believed her own circumstances to be satisfactory, only to find them woefully inadequate in comparison to this lavish environment. She had grown accustomed to regarding instant noodles as a luxury. Tang Shujiao maintained a composed demeanor, subtly flaunting her privilege while internally reveling in her triumph. Her gaze furtively glanced at Wu Hao, nearly prompting her to rush over and express her gratitude with a heartfelt embrace and kiss. For she understood that only Wu Hao could effortlessly present such an abundance of gourmet food, knowing well that such high-quality ingredients were rarely available in the 703rd refuge. Tan Danxue, accompanying her, cast a glance at Wu Hao, striving to maintain her composure, yet internally, she was engulfed in waves of admiration. Realizing that the impressive array of food was undoubtedly provided by their leader, as she was acutely aware that such items were non-existent in their current refuge. In contrast, Wu Hao remained unfazed, having grown somewhat indifferent to such commonplace luxuries. After all, he comprehended that in this harsh environment, the finest ingredients were the blood and flesh of exotic beasts, not just exquisite in taste, but also beneficial for physical growth. The superior flesh of these beasts was a rare commodity, such as the meat from a level 7 mutated wild boar, which would fetch an exorbitant price if sold. Not to mention the even more premium mutated crab and lobster meat. Moreover, he enjoyed the benefit of consumption rebates. In comparison, the array of ordinary ingredients on the table consisted of merely a single portion of each. Yet, for Tang Shujiao and her companions, each consumption would yield a rebate of 600 portions. The more they feasted, the greater the bounty became. It could be stated that what he presented was less than what he received in return, with the consumption being nearly negligible. This situation, however, only pertained to his side of the arrangement. Only Tang Shujiao, Lin Hongyan, Louis Ran, and Tan Danxue, who had established contracts with him, were privy to this insider knowledge. To the visiting guests, this banquet resembled a celestial feast, akin to mortals attending the legendary peach banquet in the heavens. Ever since the catastrophic disaster, they had not had the opportunity to witness such grandeur. Now, as Situ Qinlan and her companions gazed longingly at the spread, they struggled to maintain their composure, diligently suppressing their urges to rush forward and seize the delectable offerings. Situ Qinlan found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. She had initially expected to be welcomed with only basic provisions, perhaps some bread or instant noodles, which she had deemed extravagant. Yet, she now beheld a feast beyond her wildest dreams: roasted chicken, roasted pork, lobsters, fine wines, fruit wines, and champagne. It was almost unfathomable that such high-quality fare was served daily. "Sister Situ, you should visit often, and it would be best if you could stay here permanently. I currently lack the confidence to manage this place effectively and could greatly benefit from your exceptional guidance." Tang Shujiao adeptly encouraged Situ Qinlan to take a seat beside her, while simultaneously recalling Wu Hao's directive to persuade her to remain. "Oh, how could I?" Situ Qinlan felt her heart flutter, for she had never envisioned such a splendid existence with such exceptional resources. Observing Tang Shujiao and Appo's evident enthusiasm, she refrained from further persuasion, simply urging her, "Please, indulge yourself. This Australian lobster is exquisite. I imagine you Haven and Appo's tea had it in quite some time." Tang Shujiao invited her to commence the banquet, allowing them to relish these extraordinary delicacies that would seldom be encountered. Situ Qinlan felt as if she were in a dream, caught in a surreal fantasy that defied belief. Tan Danxue, Louis Ran, and Lin Hongyan soon joined the table, prompting Wu Hao to receive a flurry of notifications. Ping. Louis Ran consumes 1 portion of red braised Australian lobster. Rebate of 600 portions of red braised Australian lobster. Ping. Lin Hongyan consumes 1 portion of Arctic clam sashimi. Rebate of 600 portions of Arctic clam sashimi. Ping. Tan Danxue consumes 1 portion of crispy roasted suckling pig. Rebate of 600 portions of crispy roasted suckling pig. The notifications continued to pour in. indicating that he was consistently receiving material rebates due to the consumption by his contracted companions. However, Wu Hao had long ceased to concern himself with such ordinary returns. For him, resources were abundant enough to sustain multiple groups without worry. His only concern was the potential cessation of rebates, which could lead to depletion. What was particularly noteworthy was that everyone was seated for the feast, except for him, who remained standing beside Tang Shujiao, drawing attention to himself. Chapter 144. The gourmet supplier's sister Qinglan's heart fluttered. He isn't eating? This peculiar situation immediately captured her attention. She noticed that both Louis Ran and Lin Hongyan, who accompanied Tang Shujiao, were seated, while this particular male bodyguard remained standing. He is rather special. I was just about to introduce him to you, Sister Qinglan. Tang Shujiao smiled, revealing a hint of mystery as she anticipated the opportunity to introduce Wu Hao. Special? Sister Qinglan's interest piqued. She was curious about the kind of person who could be deemed exceptional in the eyes of someone as worldly as Tang Shujiao. Aren't and Amp, Oppos, are you curious where all these rare ingredients come from? There are so many. Tang Shujiao deliberately kept Sister Qinglan in suspense, igniting her curiosity. Sister Qinglan was indeed intrigued. For if it were meat, one could explain it with frozen goods or farmed sources. However, the massive lobsters and Arctic clams gracing the table were rare treasures that required fresh catches before the disaster, making them hard to obtain. Moreover, she had a notable background before the catastrophe, having savored countless delicacies. Thus, she could discern whether these seafood offerings were fresh or frozen with just one bite. She could easily conclude that the lobsters and Arctic clams were indeed fresh, as if freshly plucked from the market, even detecting the briny essence of the sea upon tasting. This is all thanks to Mr. Wu. He is our dedicated supplier here. Tang Shujiao introduced Wu Hao to Sister Qinglan in the capacity of a vendor. A supplier? Sister Qinglan looked at Wu Hao in surprise, not anticipating such an identity for him. Upon hearing Tang Shujiao's introduction, the accompanying personnel, including Zhang Peng, also regarded Wu Hao with astonishment, realizing he was not merely Tang Shujiao's bodyguard or consort, but rather an unexpected figure, a dedicated supplier, essentially a provider of resources. Wu Hao elegantly introduced himself. I possess the ability to construct and replicate fantasies. I can create items I have seen and replicate them. He briefly explained his abilities, which were entirely fabricated. Yet, in Sister Qinglan's presence, he aimed to showcase a demonstration. He took a dish that only had lobster shells remaining and, with a slight application of his ability, produced another identical, steaming plate of lobster, which appeared quite magical. Wow! Someone accompanying Sister Qinglan exclaimed in astonishment. Realizing the power of this ability was incredibly impressive and practical, a true asset amidst the disaster. Sister Qinglan looked at Tang Shujiao in surprise. Tang Shujiao, with a hint of pride, indicated that this was merely a trivial feat. Her expression of pride stemmed from the knowledge that her master possessed numerous formidable skills. Can create anything? Can replicate anything? It primarily depends on the size and complexity. Larger items would consume too much mental energy, so we focus on survival supplies. Tang Shujiao elucidated why their lifestyle could be so lavish and opulent. However, she was primarily acting as a mere echo, repeating the information Wu Hao had conveyed to her. Sister Qinglan gazed at Wu Hao with sparkling eyes, recognizing his exceptional talent. If he could join her military base, they could also enjoy a life of luxury and abundance daily. Moreover, with his replication ability, they would no longer need to worry about the depletion of ammunition, as they could continuously acquire vast amounts. Mr. Wu is truly remarkable. You flatter me, Sister Qinglan. Wu Hao maintained a demeanor befitting a guest merchant in their presence. Sister Qinglan refrained from elaborating further, seemingly unwilling to undermine Tang Shujiao's standing. Nevertheless, both Tang Shujiao and Wu Hao could discern that Sister Qinglan was genuinely intrigued. Achieving their objective, little did she realize that at the moment her heart stirred, she had already fallen into a trap they had meticulously set. Inching closer to the identity of a contractual tool. As the banquet concluded, the visiting group departed reluctantly, each person reluctant to leave the table. Wu Hao followed Tang Shujiao, accompanied by Lin Hongyan and Lu Ran, who would only perceive him as Tang Shujiao's subordinate, with her being the ultimate authority here. However, upon entering Tang Shujiao's room, she immediately shed her facade, eagerly embracing Wu Hao, playfully asking with a coy smile, "Master, am I not wonderful?" Wu Hao slid his hand beneath her garment, gently caressing her, noticing her cheeks blush. "What do you think?" he replied with a smile. With a mere glance, he signaled for Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran to adopt devilish grins, assisting Tang Shujiao in shedding her attire. Tang Shujiao trembled with shyness yet was filled with anticipation. knowing she was about to receive her master's favor. Before long, she received what she desired, feeling immeasurable happiness in that moment. Wu Hao recognized it was also a joyous moment for him, relishing in their descent into decadence. Once everything concluded, Lin Hongyan and Lui Ran attended to him, while Tang Shujiao, in stark contrast to her elevated exterior, became a playful pet before him, reveling in her role. It seems you will have new members. The target is already ensnared, Wu Hao remarked, acknowledging the devilish charm of the women surrounding him, aware that Sister Qinglan had successfully taken the bait. Lured by his fabricated abilities, eager to recruit him, even to abduct him. Master, do they truly harbor ill intentions and plan to assault here? Tang Shujiao inquired curiously. Still somewhat incredulous. She understood the strength of their defenses and knew that such an attack would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. They are unaware of our true power and remain oblivious to the existence of Bo Hao's crew, Wu Hao explained. He noticed a resemblance between her and Shui, both akin to his younger sisters, yet younger than Wen Yuhan, the sister with long legs. Considering that Shui would transform into a queenly figure post-ascension, Tang Shujiao stood as the youngest and most innocent among his contractual members. He analyzed the situation, elucidating why Sister Qinglan and her group dared to covet this place. The individuals led by Bo Hao were primarily assigned to expand the underground refuge areas and excavate the subway tunnel. Thus, even if Sister Qinglan was aware of the subway's existence, she would not immediately suspect the multitude concealed within. Furthermore, they had all utilized artificially enhanced, celestial-grade abilities, each possessing pseudo-celestial ice elemental powers, forming a formidable ice elemental army. Setting aside these considerations, their collective strength significantly surpassed that of Sister Qinglan's group. In the midst of this catastrophic environment, those who can freely utilize the abilities of the supernatural fruits to enhance their powers are, apart from their group, merely fortunate enough to gather a sufficient quantity of these fruits to elevate a single ability by one level. Unlike them, who have managed to elevate several abilities to the second or even third tier. Furthermore, by absorbing the blood and flesh of magical beasts, they can increase their daily limit for absorbing supernatural fruits, allowing them to ascend by 3 or even 4 levels in a single day. This disparity in information inevitably leads to a significant misunderstanding between both sides. The adversaries may perceive an opportunity, while the others question whether these individuals are courting death, entirely unaware of the formidable combat prowess they are truly up against. Chapter 145, The Increase of Contractual Agents and the Rise of Rebate Multipliers quickly add Sister Situ. Her beauty is simply captivating, Tang Shujiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She playfully sought his favor, akin to a child yearning for a delightful toy. You haven't introduced me to your good friend yet, Wu Hao teased, reminding her that while everyone was focused on Situ Qinglan, she had neglected to present him with the affluent girls from Shelter 703 who met the criteria, nearly forgetting the serious matters at hand following her addition. Tang Shujiao blushed at the reminder, playfully sticking out her tongue in an attempt to charm him. Please, good daddy, forgive me, she whispered sweetly, for with her father and Apos, passing, he had become her master, her new. Wu Hao observed her, realizing she possessed a remarkable talent for playfulness. As her master, he was indeed inclined to forgive her and shower her with affection. In another room, 7 girls trembled at the unfamiliar surroundings, uncertain of what awaited them. Just as they were engulfed in confusion, Tang Shujiao appeared, adorned in a Gothic-made outfit, facing her former business companions, who had been bound by either profit or friendship. She assumed a commanding posture. You now have a choice. You may return to the work area, living a bleak existence as slaves, or you may submit to my master, serving him and offering him your all, just as I do. Her proclamation left the once privileged young ladies exchanging glances. They had been chosen for their beauty and purity, as only those who met the standards could qualify for this opportunity. Will we have food? Will we no longer need to work? Is your master that charming gentleman beside you? Their hearts fluttered, and they tacitly agreed to her proposal, for they yearned to escape the dreary work area. No longer willing to consume cold water or inedible scraps, having been stripped of their former defiance, they were now willing to lift their skirts in gratitude for a mere morsel of bread. Then follow me. First, we shall bathe in preparation to meet my master. Tang Shujiao had inadvertently assumed the role of head maid for this intimate maid squad. She recognized that Lin Hongyan and Lui Ran were of a higher standing, serving directly by Wu Hao's side, and resolved to elevate her own status to become a close attendant to him. However, she had more pressing matters to attend to. She needed to cultivate this maid team into a unit capable of serving their common master in private, while also demonstrating formidable combat prowess when required. Wu Hao noted with satisfaction that his rebate multiplier had surged from 1,600 to 2,300. With Situ Qinglan's inclusion, it would ascend to 2,400. Compared to earlier, this represented a remarkable doubling of his rebate multiplier. Following the absorption of Shelter 703, not only had his rebate multiplier increased, but so had his daily absorption limit, marking a significant leap forward. He realized the immense benefits of this acquisition. It was not merely a new shelter he had gained. His rebate multiplier had surpassed 2,000, hitting 2,300, while his daily absorption ceiling had officially exceeded 6,000, enhancing his efficiency and allowing for a relatively swift elevation of various abilities. Yet, the most significant gain was the burgeoning size of his female entourage, which had even begun to form distinct factions. What once was a solitary force had transformed into collaborative teams, with the emergence of roles for direct engagement, support, and assassination taking shape. This development occurred right under the nose of Bo Hao, who remained oblivious to the burgeoning scale of Wu Hao's power. He likely only recognized that the contracted girls around him were formidable, but could not fathom that they had evolved into a force capable of independent operation with impressive combat capabilities. Wu Hao now found himself alone in the room, awaiting someone, specifically Situ Qinglan. He had confirmed that the female commander was interested in discussing business matters privately. A polite knock echoed through the room. He approached the door, opening it to reveal a stunningly mature female commander standing outside, there to meet him alone. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Situ Qinglan smiled, exuding warmth and friendliness, prompting him to ask if he wouldn't invite her to discuss matters. "Commander Situ, you are truly enchanting," Wu Hao complimented, an observation he made without a hint of exaggeration, as she resembled Yun Yun and Shun Qianyun, though her figure was even more voluptuous, surpassing Shun Qianyun's in allure. He felt an irresistible urge to possess her, to indulge in her sweetness. Yet, he understood that she had more pressing matters to discuss privately, as they were about to engage in a confidential conversation. "Mr. Wu, are you truly a supplier capable of creating anything?" Situ Qinglan inquired candidly after being invited inside, admitting her intent to assess the capabilities of his side. "What does Commander Situ require?" Wu Hao asked, gesturing for her to sit at the tea table. He took great pleasure in presenting her with an empty porcelain cup and, with a flourish akin to magic, filled it with steaming British black tea, instantly filling the cup to the brim. Witnessing this enchanting display, Situ Qinglan's eyes sparkled with delight as she lifted the cup to savor a sip. Instantly, she recognized this as the finest British tea, a taste she had longed for since the disaster had deprived her of such luxuries. "Mr. Wu, you are truly remarkable. No wonder this place is thriving," she remarked, a hint of envy tinging her voice as she confessed to feeling a twinge of jealousy toward Tang Shujiao, who had so fortuitously secured such a capable ally, alleviating any concerns over resources. Wu Hao chuckled, choosing not to respond directly. "I wonder if Mr. Wu engages in all manner of trade? Perhaps we could negotiate some dealings?" Situ Qinglan's demeanor shifted to one more alluring, her shoe tip subtly brushing against Wu Hao's calf, an unspoken invitation laden with temptation. Wu Hao was taken aback by her assertiveness. Was she truly willing to make such sacrifices, even contemplating using herself as a bargaining chip to secure his talents? Chapter 146. Situ Qinglan approaches voluntarily. Reborn One strikes. Situ Qinglan was indeed confident in her beauty and figure. However, in such a harsh, hellish environment, her allure often proved to be a double-edged sword, one that could bring about her own demise. Consequently, she became increasingly enamored with power and the intoxicating feeling of control. She was determined to ensnare Mr. Wu and bind him closely to her. Undoubtedly, her body was the most effective bargaining chip, and she was confident that she could make him infatuated with her, bending him to her will. "Let us see what Lord Situ desires." "I'm not one to trade indiscriminately," she mused. Wu Hao feigned indifference, engaging her in conversations befitting their status. Yet, Situ Qinglan quickly realized that he comprehended her intentions. He was merely inquiring about the conditions and costs she could offer. "It depends on your needs. The price is negotiable," she replied, her toes slowly gliding up his calf in a tantalizing manner. Wu Hao chuckled knowingly, seizing her ankle. He found this striking, mature woman to be quite proactive, essentially delivering herself to him. As Situ Qinglan exited, she draped a cloak over her shoulders, limping slightly and relying on a cane for support. Wu Hao reclined contentedly on the bed, marveling at how effortlessly his objectives had been achieved. Initially, he pondered how to forcibly secure a contract with Situ Qinglan. Yet she had willingly presented herself, ensuring the success of their agreement. Consequently, her subsequent expenditures would yield returns to him at a staggering rate of 2,400 times. As his own return multiplier had soared to this level after successfully contracting her, his contract count had officially reached 24 individuals, though somewhat uneven. This unexpected development was a delightful surprise. In high spirits, he relaxed on the bed, indulging in a smoke. Although only 7 of the potential contractors at Shelter 307 met the necessary criteria, most lacking in either beauty or purity, Situ Qinglan's unsolicited offer was truly unforeseen. Yet, she had evidently overestimated her own allure while underestimating his capabilities. Her body, infused with the strength of a level 3 beast and the regenerative properties of a blood demon physique, was beyond what an ordinary person, unenhanced by beastly blood and flesh, could withstand. Had he not restrained himself, she would have perished within that room. Nevertheless, it was certain that this encounter would leave her with indelible memories, igniting a genuine infatuation for him. In her resting chamber, Situ Qinglan reflected on the recent encounter, her eyes sparkling with a blush of desire, utterly enchanted by the experience. How could there exist a man so perfect? She felt as though she had fallen under a spell, finding not a single flaw in him. Regarding him as a divine figure to whom she could only submit, this very realization intensified her desire to possess him entirely, to make him her sole possession. However, unbeknownst to her, her discreet departure and the subsequent disheveled return had caught the attention of another, inciting jealousy and rage. How despicable! I never expected her to offer herself so readily. Zhang Ping, who had been covertly observing Situ Qinglan, had designated her as his personal property since joining the military base. He harbored ambitions of seizing power and claiming the stunning, mature woman as his own. Yet, upon his rebirth, he had not anticipated the historical shifts his actions would bring about. Situ Qinglan had arrived at Shelter 703, witnessing its splendor and understanding the reasons behind it. She had foolishly offered herself to win him over, reducing herself from a goddess to a tarnished object of desire, a being he no longer coveted. Yet, he understood precisely who needed to be eliminated. As a reborn individual, he possessed a unique ability to absorb the powers of those he killed. His strength had grown through a series of targeted assassinations and the acquisition of exceptional abilities. Now, he discovered that his target possessed the ability to create illusions and perfectly replicate objects, a boon to his survival. He was determined to obtain this power, as it would serve as the foundation for his dominion here. He saw no need to spare the worthless. They would become mere instruments in his quest to become the ruler of this new world. Zhang Ping laughed maniacally, exhilarated by his plans. He had set his sights on this place, captivated by the prospect of acquiring the unparalleled abilities he had long desired. He realized it was time to abandon his concealment and unleash his true potential, ready to establish a dictatorship in this world ravaged by snowstorms. The women here would be powerless against him. Moments later, Zhang Ping dispatched all those accompanying Situ Qinglan, slaughtering them effortlessly and absorbing their powers to fortify himself. He was aware that Situ Qinglan was severely injured and preoccupied, leaving her no interest in the chaos unfolding outside. Thus, he boldly advanced toward Tan Donchue's quarters, knowing that capturing her and Tang Shuji would grant him swift control over the shelter. Afterward, eliminating the supplier, Mr. Wu, would allow him to seize his remarkable abilities. In his mind, every aspect of his plan was flawless, devoid of any imperfections. Indeed, it seemed destined to unfold as he envisioned. For he could absorb others' powers while having concealed himself for so long to build strength. Under normal circumstances, others might possess 1 or 2 level 1 abilities. Yet he boasted several elite powers, easily overpowering other survivors at this stage. However, this scenario assumed a lack of unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, Wu Hao lay in his room, keenly aware of every movement within Shelter 703 through his perception abilities. He comprehended Zhang Ping's assault and the direction he headed toward Tan Donchue, effectively deducing his intentions. That kid is heading your way. Pretend to flee and retreat toward Tang Shujiao. Wu Hao commanded Tan Donchue, observing her response and noting her alarm. She swiftly eliminated her companions, intending to single-handedly assault the shelter, underestimating their strength and the significance of this place. Understood, leader, Tan Donchue acknowledged, retreating without revealing her true combat prowess. Chapter 147. Trapping the Tortoise. The maid squad takes action upon seeing Zhang Peng rush towards her. Tan Donchue immediately fled, evidently having caught wind of the impending danger, and it appeared she was making her way towards Tang Shujiao. Blinded by rage, he excitedly licked the blood from his lips, taunting, "Run, and let us see where you can escape to." He was determined to ensnare her completely, knowing he intended to find Tang Shujiao and turn all the women here into instruments of his release. He had no intention of sparing a single one. Tan Danxue, with her gaze icy, regarded the man pursuing her as a mere corpse. She was merely following the orders given to her by Wu Hao. Somewhat intrigued as to why he did not strike immediately to eliminate the threat, sensing a game of cat and mouse. Yet, she understood that these considerations were not hers to ponder. Her sole duty was to execute his commands. Before long, Tan Danxue reached Tang Shujiao's side. Spotting Tang Shujiao, Lin Hongyin, Louis Ran, and the newly formed maid squad waiting for her, it was evident they had received Wu Hao's orders to rendezvous with her. "The leader has instructed you to deal with this man?" she inquired curiously upon seeing Tang Shujiao. "No, the master merely asked us to observe the spectacle." Tang Shujiao replied with a smile, a hint of derangement in her expression. Her directive was simply to welcome Tan Danxue and join forces. No further action was required on their part. This only deepened Tan Danxue's confusion, leaving her uncertain about Wu Hao's intentions. At that moment, Zhang Ping had arrived. And upon seeing the array of strikingly beautiful women before him, his eyes widened in admiration. He leered shamelessly, exclaiming, "So many beauties, this is truly a delightful place." He paid no heed to the deathly glares from Tang Shujiao and the newly joined maid squad members, for they knew who truly held power in this realm. They recognized that individual as their deity. As long as that person existed, they had no reason to fear anything, only to focus on serving him. "Do you intend to stop me? Do you wish to fight?" Zhang Ping arrogantly challenged them, mistakenly believing these delicate beauties possessed the strength to contend with him. Did he not realize that surrendering was his only option? "No need. The master has commanded us to merely observe. You are not worthy of our intervention." Tang Shujiao stepped forward, clad in a black and white Gothic maid outfit. Her attire astonished Zhang Ping, as he initially perceived Tang Shujiao not as the highest authority here. But now he questioned if she was indeed the true power behind the scenes. How could she, dressed as a maid, refer to another as master? She actually had a master. Confronted with this unforeseen scenario, Zhang Ping, who typically acted with caution, felt a jolt of realization. He had acted impulsively, charging into a perilous domain without fully comprehending its nature or the depth of its strength. Aha, so it is this young man. No wonder Master Hao asked me to stretch my legs a bit. Let my men have some fun with him. Suddenly, a portal appeared between Zhang Ping and Tang Shujiao, accompanied by a boisterous, wild laughter. Soon, Bo Hao and several of his henchmen emerged from the portal, exuding an aura of coldness, resembling snow demons who had stepped forth from the icy realms. Upon seeing them, Zhang Ping was overwhelmed by the instinct to flee, realizing he had stumbled into a trap. Having carelessly entered a treacherous territory, he turned to escape, unwilling to confront them head-on. "Why the rush?" a voice suddenly cut through, yanking him back and slamming him down before the group, effectively eliminating any chance of escape. "Master, Lord Hao, leader." The men immediately bowed in unison, greeting the figure that had just arrived. Zhang Ping, trembling in fear, turned to see the man he had deemed his target, Mr. Wu, appearing with an elegance and charm that was both enchanting and sinister, completely unaware of when he had arrived. Wu Hao regarded him with a mocking gaze, as if observing a prey destined for slaughter. In truth, Wu Hao's decision to manifest here stemmed from a system notification prompting him to take action. He realized he could not allow Zhang Ping to be dealt with by anyone else. Beep. Reincarnator detected. Killing the reincarnator allows absorption of their fate and fortune, enhancing system capabilities. A reincarnator. Zhang Peng suddenly understood why he had sensed something peculiar about this man. His behavior mirrored that of a reincarnator. Furthermore, the prospect of absorbing his fate and fortune made the encounter even more intriguing. He realized that there might not be just one reincarnator in this world. There could be other protagonists as well. The thought of them engaging in a brutal struggle for each other's fate to ultimately emerge as the sole true protagonist excited him. This scenario triggered thoughts of a chaotic temporal disturbance. Such an event must have an inevitable cause. There had to be a reason for it, though he was yet unaware of what that might be. "Lord Hao, I was mistaken. I am indeed a reincarnator from the future. I foresee a great calamity approaching that will bring destruction to this place. If you spare me, I could assist you. I can inform you of the events that will unfold in the coming years." In that moment, Zhang Peng was truly frightened. Under the oppressive weight of fear, he prostrated himself in terror, repeatedly bowing his head in submission while voluntarily divulging the secret of his rebirth, hoping to exchange this revelation for a chance at survival. Chapter 148. Annihilating the Reborn and Activating Destiny Skills Reborn. The mere mention of this term left the gathered individuals, Buohua, Tang Shujiao, and others, in a state of shock. They had never anticipated that among the survivors, there existed individuals who had returned from the future. These individuals possessed knowledge of secrets that would unfold, far surpassing the understanding of those who had directly endured the calamity. Do you think I care? Wu Hao inquired with a smile. In comparison to the secrets of the future that he held, he was far more intrigued by the potential gains from absorbing his destiny and the consequent enhancements to his system. Zhang Ping, in a state of sheer terror, looked up and met Wu Hao and Apos' radiant smile, but the gaze directed at him felt akin to that of a predator sizing up its prey. Without hesitation, he bolted. However, Wu Hao made no attempt to pursue him. Instead, a spatial void materialized beside him, from which emerged a colossal azure serpent head that swiftly engulfed Zhang Ping. Having completed this act, Wu Hao activated a portal to depart, eager to discover the rewards of vanquishing a reborn individual. His casual maneuver left the onlookers breathless, each person gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. What was that? This was the first encounter for Tang Shujiao to witness the azure serpent, Shaoqing. By Wu Hao and Apos' side, Tan Danque had seen Shaoqing before but was astonished at its remarkable growth since their last meeting. It radiated an aura of formidable power, unmistakably a creature of at least level 4. Wu Hao was now enveloped in fear toward Wu Hao. He had believed he understood the extent of Wu Hao and Apos' strength, only to discover hidden depths of terrifying power. Who could have imagined that Wu Hao harbored a level 4 beast at his side? Wu Hao had, astonishingly, tamed a beast and kept it close. To Buohua, Wu Hao and Apos' prowess was already godlike, and now, with a level 4 beast at his command, he was left pondering the true limits of his capabilities. Wu Hao paid no heed to the shock of Buohua and the others upon seeing Shaoqing. He returned to his chamber through a portal, instructing Shaoqing to regurgitate Zhang Ping's lifeless body, which he then stored in his personal space for safekeeping. The body, having absorbed a multitude of others' abilities, represented a prime source of extraordinary power. However, he was far more focused on the destiny points acquired from slaying the reborn. Ding. By eliminating a reborn individual, you have acquired destiny points. The host may expend these points to learn destiny skills or enhance existing ones. The host may select from the currently available destiny skills to study or upgrade. Before him, several options materialized, one of which was the system's rebate space that he already possessed. This system itself functioned as a destiny skill, allowing for point upgrades. In addition, there were other options. Yet, Wu Hao opted not to hastily enhance this destiny skill, instead contemplating the new skills he could acquire, which would provide insight to other destiny members. Reborn memory. Acquire a fragment of memories from the next 5 years, though some may be incomplete. Future insight. Gaze into possible developments over the next few days to months, usable once a week. Charismatic persona. Automatically max out personal charisma, causing all whom you encounter to favor you. There were only 3 destiny skill options presented. It remained uncertain whether these were the only 3 available or if he was merely limited to these at this moment. While upgrading the rebate space was appealing, the potential of the future insight skill was immensely valuable. After considering his options, Wu Hao found the future insight skill to be particularly enticing, as it permitted him to foresee future developments. This ability would undoubtedly serve as a means to avert disasters and prepare in advance, effectively quelling impending crises before they could manifest. He resolutely chose to learn this skill, granting him the power to glimpse into the future and discern forthcoming favorable or unfavorable events. In 3 days, Shelter 703 will face a beast tide, leading to its destruction. The initial notification presented key information. Following this, scenes of the next 3 days unfolded before him, revealing a terrifying tide of winter engulfing the world in snow and ice fog, obscuring visibility. Within this dense mist lurked monstrous beasts, a colossal bull and a gigantic eagle, assaulting the hill that housed Shelter 703, flattening it and exposing the entire base to an onslaught of other beasts. Death swiftly descended upon the area. His strength alone could not protect all within, forcing him to evacuate the remaining personnel and abandon Shelter 703. 2 beasts of at least level 10. Wu Hao, Kuden, and Apos' help but feel dismayed at the unfortunate fate that awaited Shelter 703, directly confronting 2 formidable beasts that would obliterate the entire hill. How intriguing. The severity of this impending beast tide. Wu Hao recognized the utility of his newfound destiny ability, though usable only once a week. It provided an excellent means of forecasting the future, allowing him to prepare adequately. Yet, he found it particularly fascinating that the disaster he foresaw would render his efforts in the preceding days futile, nearly amounting to wasted labor. However, he remained unperturbed. He regarded Shelter 703 merely as a secondary base and resource point. His true stronghold lay within the apartment complex. As long as nothing catastrophic occurred there, he felt no pressure. Furthermore, he only cared for the female subordinates bound by contract to him at Shelter 703. He could easily relocate them to the apartment complex, ensuring no personal loss. In essence, the fate of Shelter 703 was of little consequence to him, incapable of genuinely jeopardizing his core interests. Yet, two level 10 beasts were undeniably enticing. The imminent situation piqued his interest, particularly the two beasts poised to ravage Shelter 703. These creatures represented potential treasures. Moreover, it was clear that the colossal bull and the enormous eagle were adversaries by chance rather than design, inadvertently choosing the area as their battleground, leading to the obliteration of the shelter. A silver lining emerged. Xiao Bai, the white serpent, appeared to be absent from this attack, seemingly far from the vicinity. However, the presence of level 10 beasts remained a formidable challenge, not easily overcome. Wu Hao knew he required assistance, specifically the need to enlist another and Appo's aid in a particular endeavor. Chapter 149, Situ Qinglan and Appo's return to the military base. Situ Qinglan found herself in a state of complex emotions. Her fleeting moment of joy had vanished, replaced by the grim reality that all her companions had perished, victims of Zhang Ping, a member of her own team. Furthermore, Zhang Peng had launched an attack on this refuge, rendering her current situation precariously sensitive and her identity ambiguous, leading to suspicions that she was colluding with him. She was at a loss as to how to navigate the unfolding events. Sister Situ, I have grasped the situation here. It is not your concern, came the reassuring voice of Tang Shujiao. Mr. Wu is willing to vouch for you, assuring everyone that you pose no threat to this place. He has also offered to escort you and the supplies back, while checking if there is anything you might need assistance with. Tang Shujiao approached her with warmth, urging her not to worry. With Mr. Wu and Appo's guarantee, she could be confident that she would encounter no scrutiny or danger. Mr. Wu is willing to vouch for me? Situ Qinglan felt a surge of gratitude, surprised that Mr. Wu, after a night of revelry, would stand by her, ensuring her continued trustworthiness here. I have great faith in Mr. Wu, and in you, Sister Situ, Tang Shujiao said sincerely, her demeanor as comforting as that of a devoted sister. Thank you. Situ Qinglan replied, acutely aware of her precarious position. With her companions lost, her safe return to the military base in Ning County seemed increasingly daunting. Mr. Wu's backing, along with the promise of supplies for her journey home, felt like a significant boon. She recognized the trust placed in her, as she was not seen as one with Zhang Ping. For your safety, I have arranged for 2 personal maids to accompany you, along with an elite escort team to ensure your safe return, Tang Shujiao informed her, confirming that everything was arranged for her departure. Thank you. Situ Qinglan expressed her heartfelt gratitude, understanding that Tang Shujiao and Appo's kindness stemmed from their bond. Tang Shujiao smiled sweetly, instilling confidence in Situ Qinglan before promptly directing her towards the departure point. Situ Qinglan was soon ready to leave, escorted by the personnel still present. As they approached the exit, she spotted a small convoy of 4 vehicles. Among them was a tracked all-terrain vehicle designed for transporting individuals, while the other 3 were modified heavy trucks, brimming with supplies sufficient to sustain thousands. What an extravagant display! Situ Qinglan marveled at the abundance of provisions, primarily instant noodles, sausages, and bread, yet she understood their immense value during such times. The worth of these supplies could rival that of gold bars. This is all Mr. Wu's doing. There is no need to thank me. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards Mr. Wu, Tang Shujiao said with a knowing smile, prompting Situ Qinglan to blush, realizing she indeed owed him a proper thank you. Approaching the tracked vehicle, Situ Qinglan noticed that Tang Shujiao's 2 tall, model-like maids were already in the driver's cabin. Her heart raced as she spotted Mr. Wu seated in the rear, smiling at her. Miss Situ, please. I shall escort you home, Wu Hao said, inviting her into the vehicle and opening the door for her. With his assistance, Situ Qinglan gracefully entered the vehicle, noticing the interior was partitioned. Once the central barrier was lifted, the rear compartment transformed into a luxurious private space. She blushed, enchanted by this clever design. Tang Shujiao and Tan Danxue watched from outside, satisfied that Wu Hao's arrangements had been successfully executed, leaving Situ Qinglan entirely in his hands. The convoy, comprised entirely of Wu Hao's people, was now prepared to depart. Not only were Lin Hongyan and Lu Aran at the forefront as drivers and navigators, but the other trucks also contained Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, and others who had consumed pseudo-immortalized jade. This elite group was more than capable of seizing any refuge with ease. As the convoy set off, Situ Qinglan noticed the partition rising. She instinctively embraced the captivating man who had captivated her heart and mind, unable to resist her desires in his presence. Wu Hao, fully aware of her allure, welcomed her advances, knowing that the journey to Ning County would be anything but mundane. Lin Hongyan and Lu Yiran concentrated on driving, only catching faint whispers of the intimate sounds emanating from behind. They exchanged knowing smiles, marveling at how easily their master had ensnared the formidable female authority, rendering her a mere plaything. Situ Qinglan, completely surrendering to her desires, found liberation within the confined space. With the desolate snowfields outside, she felt free to indulge her instincts, shedding her exterior of nobility and embracing her primal nature. Wu Hao perceived himself as a tamer of beasts, observing Situ Qinglan, who should have been a fierce lioness, transform into a compliant kitten before him. The situation amused him, pondering how her subordinates and admirers would react upon discovering that their esteemed leader was so utterly submissive in private. Upon reaching the Ning County military base, Situ Qinglan composed herself, regaining her noble demeanor as she descended from the vehicle. However, with Lin Hongyan and Lu Yiran supporting her, she found herself unable to stand unaided. Feeling somewhat weakened, the two women accompanied her like captors, fully aware that although she appeared to be a figure of authority, she was merely their master and Oppos, as captive, a new slave of lesser status than they. The irony lay in her existence. In the eyes of those present, she remained the commanding officer, capable of issuing orders that could lead to dire consequences for others. Such an abundance of resources, Wu Hao remarked upon arriving at the military base. Quickly sensing the change in atmosphere, outside, he observed soldiers, frozen in place like ice sculptures, their scant clothing a testament to their fate. These were soldiers who had once served here, now stripped of their weapons and power, left to perish in the frigid wilderness. Seeing this, he felt no remorse. The inhabitants of this place bore guilt, and any actions taken against them were merely a means of enacting justice. Chapter 150. A Land Filled with Arms. The billionaire boss as a guide, darling. This is my domain. From now on, everything here that belongs to me is also yours, Situ Qinglan said, completely captivated by the prospect of pleasing him. The joyous journey had rendered her utterly enraptured, on the verge of losing herself, transforming into a lovesick devotee. It could be said that as long as he was willing to cherish her, she would willingly offer everything that belonged to her, even to seize what others possessed for him. I am here to assist you, Wu Hao remarked, casting a gentle smile in her direction. However, this smile ensnared Situ Qinglan, leaving her enchanted. Her gaze fervently fixed upon him, pondering how he could so effortlessly disarm her senses. Let us first escort Master Situ to her room. I shall peruse the surroundings here, Wu Hao instructed Lin Lu and the other woman, aware that Situ Qinglan could barely stand and needed rest. He planned to remain here alone for a while to explore what could be appropriated and ascertain the number of personnel available for use. Understood. Lin Lu and her companion responded, assisting Situ Qinglan back to her room. Her cheeks flushed. She realized her lover had no intention of sparing her, as she was to be pampered further. Wu Hao, however, regarded Situ Qinglan as a mere plaything, for her degree of degradation was far more severe than that of Shun, Qianyun, and the others. She had completely lost her rationality, transforming into a wild beast, compelling him to view her as less than human. In contrast, as he surveyed the surroundings, he discerned that this was indeed a military base, abundant with impressive military hardware. There were over 70 tanks and more than 100 armored vehicles. Most crucially, he spotted 4 missile silos and an ammunition depot. Within the armory, he discovered more than 20 intercontinental North Wind 17 missiles, 2 of which were equipped with nuclear warheads. He felt he had struck gold. Wu Hao realized that this visit had truly proven lucrative. These missiles, prior to the disaster, were formidable heavy weaponry. Now, they could still wield considerable power against the aberrant beasts. Not to mention the presence of nuclear warheads. This was a significant windfall. Although only 2 were visible and the current frozen world rendered these heat-based weapons nearly inoperable, it posed no challenge for him. With his ability to consume and replicate, he could effortlessly and rapidly multiply these heavy weapons into the thousands. His construction abilities could also reconstruct the missile silos and casings, ensuring these weapons could be deployed even in disaster conditions, delivering substantial blows to that white serpent. even if that serpent transformed into a dragon. A barrage of thousands of nuclear warheads would surely inflict grievous injury. He envisioned that although the aberrant beasts were products of enhanced powers derived from the fruit of anomalies, many of their traits and abilities could not be comprehended through traditional scientific reasoning. However, as long as they possessed flesh and blood, facing a nuclear strike from thousands of warheads would undoubtedly yield considerable damage. Even if they could not be annihilated, they would certainly be gravely wounded. Despite the ongoing environmental deterioration and the aberrant beasts growing increasingly formidable, akin to mythical monstrosities, there may come a day when their scales would fortify to the extent that even nuclear warheads could not harm them. Nonetheless, it was assured that at this stage, intercontinental missiles and nuclear warheads could still deliver lethal strikes against ordinary aberrant beasts. Even a level 10 beast could potentially be obliterated under sustained bombardment. For instance, he could utilize this strategy to eliminate those two anticipated level 10 beasts. Moreover, he discovered something intriguing. A slave market? He noted that this place had developed quite advanced systems. Here, amidst the harsh environment, women deemed useless were directly sold as slaves, confined in cages. Most notably, the expressions of these women suggested they were quite willing, practically begging to be purchased. Ah, brother, how unfamiliar this is. I have never encountered such a sight before. Just as he contemplated whether to investigate this slave market, a figure approached him, initiating a conversation. Wu Hao turned to see a somewhat lecherous middle-aged man, likely in his mid-30s to 40s, though he appeared older, almost as if nearing 45. Yet, despite his current disheveled state, his previous affluence was evident. His countenance remained robust, overshadowing his tattered attire. Indeed, I came to take a look, Wu Hao responded casually, intrigued by the man's friendly demeanor, which radiated neutrality and warmth. There are numerous valuable items here. Would you allow me to show you around? I am quite familiar with this locale. The man exclaimed eagerly, thumping his chest in pride. Don't let my current appearance fool you. I was once quite wealthy. Have you heard of the Changlong Group? That's mine, he declared proudly, revealing himself as the owner of the Changlong Group. Wu Hao, upon hearing this, recognized the name. A corporation valued at billions, renowned before the disaster. Changlong. I've heard of it. But how did you end up here instead of seeking refuge? He inquired, curious about how someone of his stature had fallen to such depths. Good deeds seldom go unpunished. The man chuckled awkwardly, expressing his embarrassment. I thought the military presence here might provide some assistance, but it turns out there are only beasts. Had I known, I would have. Never mind. What would you like to see? I can guide you. After a brief exchange, the man, feigning cheerfulness, invited Wu Hao to explore wherever he desired. How did you come to find me? And what are your rates? Wu Hao queried, aware that guides typically demanded compensation, even in such dire circumstances. Sir, you are clearly a person of means. Look at us, all ragged. You, on the other hand, appear pristine, as if you emerged from a favorable environment. The man jested, astutely recognizing Wu Hao and Appo's distinguished appearance, which stood out starkly amidst the chaos surrounding them. Chapter 151. Encountering Extortion. The offer is merely 5 packs of instant noodles. What keen insight. What price? Wu Hao chuckled, realizing the man before him possessed remarkable discernment, a testament to his past as a prominent businessman. He understood that, had it not been for this calamity, their societal standings would have been reversed. The other man would undoubtedly occupy a lofty position, while Wu Hao would be striving to gain his favor. Who could have imagined that now he, in the guise of a benefactor, found himself in a situation where the head of a billion-dollar corporation was obliged to bow and scrape before him? Striving to win his goodwill? A modest offering would suffice, perhaps just a bit of nutritional paste. Nutritional paste? Wu Hao questioned, puzzled as to what it entailed. You truly are a person of stature, unaware even of nutritional paste, the man remarked, noting the authenticity of Wu Hao's confusion, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that pleasing Wu Hao would undoubtedly yield significant advantages. Wu Hao surmised that this nutritional paste was likely the most basic sustenance available here, possibly a haphazard amalgamation of various ingredients barely sufficient to sustain life. Let us see how much you require. What do they call you? Wu Hao deemed it inconsequential, as even offering a few boxes of instant noodles would not significantly impact his resources. Out of curiosity, he inquired about the man's name. You may call me by my moniker here, Fatty. My former name is best left unspoken, the man chuckled dryly, having fallen from grace. He felt a sense of shame in recalling his past identity. Very well. I shall refer to you as Fatty. Wu Hao was indifferent about the matter, for it was merely a nickname, and convenience and address sufficed. Sir, where would you like to explore first? Despite the seemingly dire circumstances, trade remains quite vibrant here. Virtually anything one desires can be procured. Fatty enthusiastically offered, assuring Wu Hao that nearly everything was available for trade in this realm. Now transformed into a den of iniquity since the chaos ensued. I seek to ascertain if there are any individuals worth acquiring, preferably cleaner girls, Wu Hao communicated. Upon discovering the existence of a slave market, his first thought was to expand his pool of subordinates. Despite his rebate multiplier reaching an impressive 2,400. He recognized the necessity of considering potential personnel attrition for sustainable growth. Indeed, girls were now the least valued commodities in this environment. Fatty chuckled, albeit with a hint of resignation, aware that while such occurrences were morally reprehensible, they had become commonplace in these dire conditions. After all, surviving in such a harsh and frigid climate was a challenge for ordinary individuals, leaving little room for moral considerations. He knew of numerous individuals selling their daughters or wives, a practice that had become tragically normalized. Those unwilling to accept such realities often succumbed to starvation or exposure. Sir, follow me. Allow me to guide you to the better offerings, Fatty promptly volunteered, eager to lead Wu Hao to potential acquisitions. Although Wu Hao had already sensed the layout through his abilities, having a local guide would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Now, with time on his hands, he awaited the selection of new personnel while contemplating the removal of armaments from this locale. The necessity of the place's existence was of little consequence to him. However, as they approached, a group of individuals intercepted them. Their fierce demeanor suggested they were not to be trifled with, and their attitude towards Fatty indicated some prior enmity. Fatty, did I not warn you that if you dared to appear in this area again, I would break a leg? The leader, a menacing young man, exuded an air of arrogance. Prior to the disaster, he was undoubtedly a reckless youth, but now he wielded power and influence, reveling in his newfound authority. Shrimphead, let us not escalate matters. I've already paid tribute to Boss Ba, who has permitted me to conduct my business here. Fatty quickly acquiesced, his tone obsequious. A stark contrast to how he would have treated such a person before the calamity. However, fortune had shifted, and he had fallen from grace, now needing to tread carefully. You've paid tribute to Boss Ba, but not to me. I find you irksome and might just prevent you from operating here, Shrimphead provocatively challenged, intent on making Fatty's situation even more precarious. At that moment, one of Shrimphead's lackeys noticed Wu Hao. Shrimp brother, this fellow seems unfamiliar. He probably has paid the head tax yet. Head tax. The mere mention sent a chill through Fatty, who hastily attempted to caution Shrimphead against overstepping. Yet, Shrimphead rudely shoved him aside and approached Wu Hao, inspecting him with a mocking gaze. You look rather unfamiliar, my friend. Are you new here? Indeed, Wu Hao replied, aware that such characters were ubiquitous, particularly in the aftermath of disaster, where human depravity and greed were laid bare. Are you aware of the head tax? I assume you haven't paid it yet. You might as well settle it now. I wouldn't want to face repercussions from above. Shrimphead was audaciously demanding the head tax, his demeanor one of blatant exploitation, unconcerned with Wu Hao's background. How much? Wu Hao queried, intrigued. As he observed Fatty frantically shaking his head and gesturing for him to flee, he was suddenly seized by Shrimphead's lackeys, who delivered a few harsh blows to his abdomen, warning him to mind his own business. Not much, given your attire. I'd say 5 packs of instant noodles or something of equivalent value would suffice, Shrimphead stated dismissively. Don't push your luck, Shrimphead. Your demand is utterly outrageous. Fatty shouted in alarm, recognizing the absurdity of the price. Your protests are meaningless. Shrimphead snapped, signaling his lackeys to teach the once mighty billionaire a lesson. They eagerly obliged, delivering a flurry of blows to Fatty, leaving him battered and bruised, a pitiful sight. 5 packs? Wu Hao could not help but chuckle softly, amusement washing over him. He had anticipated a far greater demand, only to find the price set at 5 packs of instant noodles. Little did they know, his supply of instant noodles was measured by the case, a veritable mountain of them, and he had long since lost interest in consuming them. Chapter 152. A packet of beef jerky can yield a fortune, brother. Please do not make it difficult for me. We assign prices according to status here. You clearly possess considerable capabilities and connections. Asking for a head tax of 5 packets is not unreasonable. The shrimp-headed man assumed that he was reluctant to comply. He intended to employ both coercive and persuasive tactics, signaling to his subordinates to surround the area, planning to use force if he refused, to make him aware of the consequences of defiance. However, Wu Hao realized that he was truly in a different realm from them, even among those closest to him. Including the recently contracted Tang Shujiao and her companions, no one would dare propose a price as exorbitant as 5 packets of instant noodles. In fact, they had not consumed instant noodles for an extended period, as they had access to fresh vegetables, fruits, seafood, and meats. Why would they choose instant noodles when they could indulge in such abundance? It would be akin to self-inflicted suffering. I simply wish to express that you are obstructing my path. Wu Hao, however, chose to disregard him. The local authority, Sidu Qinglan, was merely his subordinate. These petty individuals had no right to engage him in conversation. Their obstruction was merely a hindrance to his affairs, wasting his precious time. Attempt to leave. Did you not see that Brother Shrimp forbids your departure until you pay the head tax? His subordinates, utterly subservient to the shrimp-headed man, prepared to resort to violence the moment they perceived his intent to ignore their warnings. They were merely ordinary individuals. Wu Hao was acutely aware that in the base of Boheo, those with extraordinary abilities were a rarity. The vast majority had no opportunity to encounter the powers of the fruit, relegating them to the lower echelons of this new environment and society. Thus, he found no need to employ his abilities against them. His current strength, equal to that of a level 4 beast, would effortlessly overpower them without him needing to exert any real force. Moreover, his companion, the awakened Shaoqing from his beast space, was idly waiting within. In a mere moment of distraction, the rotund man had fallen under his control, being gently placed on the ground with a pat on the shoulder, encouraging him to continue leading the way. Behind him, those who had attempted to obstruct him moments ago now lay lifeless, including the shrimp-headed man, whose face retained the expression of arrogance he had worn just before his demise. It was as if time had frozen for him, leading to his undetected death. Collapsing like a wax figure. Let us proceed to the location you mentioned, Wu Hao called to the rotund man, for he regarded these individuals with utter disdain. To him, ordinary people posed no threat. Even his companions, Lin Hongyin and Louis Ran, could eliminate them effortlessly without breaking a sweat. You have killed them all. The rotund man was taken aback, astonished by Wu Hao's immediate and unwavering decision to act. He had obliterated the shrimp-headed man and his associates right before the eyes of numerous witnesses. Just a trivial matter. Is that a problem? Wu Hao inquired, bemused, as he perceived the act as merely ridding the world of some vermin. He knew that upon entering, he had confirmed that chaos had previously erupted in this place, and the soldiers stationed here had been driven out, frozen into statues. Therefore, he felt no moral burden in taking action, relying solely on his own judgment. He also believed that Sidu Qinglan, being aware of the situation, would not hinder him. After all, even if she were to oppose him, her influence was negligible compared to his power. Losing her would only diminish his multiplier by 100. He could easily procure a suitable replacement slave without a second thought. Of course, that is unacceptable. This is a grave matter. The rotund man was now genuinely alarmed. Unaware of Wu Hao's origins, he sincerely worried for him. Believing he had inadvertently stirred up trouble on his first visit, provoking formidable individuals. He is associated with Brother Ba, who answers to young Master Yu. Young Master Yu's father is one of the local titans. Those who incur his wrath do not survive in this territory. The rotund man elaborated on the intricate web of relationships, emphasizing the magnitude of the powerful enemies Wu Hao had just made. Wu Hao, listening, could not suppress a chuckle. He had not anticipated such a convoluted hierarchy of connections. Had he truly offended one of the local magnates, slapping the face of a powerful figure? Was he genuinely required to fear for his life? After all, one of these titans had once begged for mercy while approaching him, calling him father. Had he really committed a grave misstep? Nevertheless, the rotund man was genuinely concerned, believing that Wu Hao had failed to grasp the gravity of his situation, unaware of the terrifying extent of the local power dynamics. The newly ascendant individuals had ousted the military from this base, slaughtering them without mercy. Were there any virtuous souls or benevolent figures among them? Moreover, Brother Ba held the shrimp-headed man in high regard, as he had offered his sister and wife to him, making the shrimp-headed man a favored individual. His public execution would undoubtedly provoke a fierce demand for retribution. Wu Hao observed that the rotund man was genuinely frightened and indifferent. Said, "If you are afraid, you may attend to your own matters. I shall explore this place alone." To him, this was merely a way to pass the time. After all, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu required additional time for unloading, while Sidu Qinglan needed to rest, awaiting her turn to serve him later. As for Lin Hongyin and Louis Ran, they were preoccupied with watching over Sidu Qinglan, leaving him free to survey the surroundings. "Sir, I am not afraid. I truly fear for your safety." The rotund man quickly reassured him, genuinely concerned for his well-being. Wu Hao casually produced a packet of beef jerky and handed it to him, stating, "If you are unafraid, then lead the way. You have already wasted considerable time." He wished to curtail the unnecessary chatter and encourage him to fulfill his role as a guide. The rotund man's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the unexpected offering of beef jerky. His immediate reaction was disbelief that such a thing could exist in these dire times. "Is this truly for me?" His voice trembled with excitement as he struggled to comprehend being rewarded with a packet of beef jerky casually presented by another. "Refuse it? Then feel free to discard it," Wu Hao replied nonchalantly, as the abundance of ordinary supplies in his spatial realm had reached overwhelming proportions. Chapter 153, Exceptional Goods. Celestial Superstar, having already experienced the benefits of the flesh and blood of extraordinary beasts, he now regards ordinary food merely as trivial snacks. He is contemplating a substantial upgrade of his supplies, considering the creation of gourmet versions of beef jerky or squid jerky made from exotic creatures. Such items have become almost worthless in his eyes, akin to refuse that he could easily distribute without hesitation. Tears of joy well up in the chubby fellow's eyes. For it has been quite some time since he has encountered such snacks, those he once dismissed with indifference prior to the calamity. Under the encouraging gaze of his companion, he carefully tears open the packaging of the beef jerky, fearing any fragment might escape and fall away. He gingerly extracts a minuscule piece, wary that it might tumble to the bottom of the bag, typically discarded along with the packaging. Yet at this moment, in his perception, even the morsels he once overlooked are now treasures worthy of the finest culinary delights. With utmost caution, he places it in his mouth and bites down, striving to extract every ounce of flavor in a moment of unrestrained indulgence, unwilling to squander a single luxurious taste. It is pure beef. He confirms with delight that this jerky is indeed crafted from genuine beef, rather than the inferior soy protein imitations that flood the market. This is authentic spicy beef jerky, worth a staggering $40 a pack. "Thank you, my lord. If you require anything, please let me know." The chubby fellow nods fervently, hastily tucking the remaining jerky into his coat. He understands that this is far more than just an ordinary snack at this moment. It represents a fortune, capable of purchasing numerous nutrition gels or even securing the companionship of a star for an entire month. "Lead the way," Wu Hao says, understanding the source of his excitement, while also feeling a twinge of sympathy. Before the disaster, this man was a titan of industry, the head of a billion-dollar conglomerate, accustomed to the finest delicacies. Yet now, due to unforeseen circumstances, he finds himself moved to tears over a package of beef jerky, something readily available at any small supermarket. A mere everyday snack. This reaction is not surprising, given the relentless escalation of the frozen catastrophe and the emergence of increasingly formidable beasts. The survival of ordinary people has become a grim reality, entirely dependent on the power of the strong, stripped of even the most basic human rights. In this harsh new environment, those with strength revel in abundance, while the powerless scavenge for scraps, akin to rats in the sewers, with no options left. Extraordinary fruits of the supernatural? They hardly have the opportunity to encounter such treasures, leaving them with no hope of rising from their plight, forever relegated to the lowest echelons. He reflects, "My lord, surely you can afford such luxuries, for only someone of your stature is worthy of them." The chubby fellow suddenly expresses his admiration, reverence palpable in his voice. He believes Wu Hao must be an extraordinary figure, as even the titans of this base might hesitate to offer such pre-disaster provisions as casual gifts, let alone a stranger. Yet here stands Wu Hao, casually presenting the jerky, indicating that to him, it is no rare commodity. It is no wonder that he showed no hesitation in eliminating the shrimp-headed foes, completely disregarding their presence. Exceptional goods? Wu Hao inquires, curiosity piqued. Has he indeed arrived at the right place? Yes, even in the past, I would have found it difficult to acquire such treasures. The chubby fellow cryptically replies. Wu Hao's intrigue deepens, cognizant that while the chubby fellow is currently down on his luck, he once commanded a billion-dollar empire where few items were beyond his reach. As they venture into the slave district, the scenery unfolds before them, revealing a place that, despite being labeled a slave market, resembles a decadent commercial district. Various girls are displayed like exhibits in windows, some confined to cages, while others are showcased in more lavish settings, akin to high-end pets, transforming the area into a bizarre zoo filled with attractive young women. The chubby fellow guides Wu Hao, recognizing that these ordinary commodities might not capture the attention of such an esteemed individual. He leads him directly to the most exquisite offerings, one of which is personally sold by a prominent figure in this realm, fresh on the market. Wu Hao follows, but his thoughts diverge from those of his companion. He is intrigued by all the girls who meet his standards. Unfortunately, many appear to have been tainted before being sold, rendering their beauty wasted. As he continues his inspection, he finds little that truly captivates him, igniting a desire to cultivate his own selections, even if it takes years. Eventually, they arrive before the most exceptional, high-end offerings. Wu Hao's gaze is immediately drawn to a girl ensconced in an opulent glass enclosure, the interior lavishly appointed, resembling a pre-disaster domestic scene with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The girl herself is youthful and radiant, instantly capturing his attention. Upon closer inspection, he recognizes her. She is no ordinary girl. She is a celebrity, a renowned actress, and a rising star just prior to the calamity. Kazuo. It is indeed her. Is it really Kazuo? Wu Hao exclaims, astonished. The chubby fellow, with a hint of pride, confirms, yes, it and Appos, as her, the beloved starlet before the disaster. Wu Hao gazes at Kazuo in disbelief. Had circumstances been different, her personal fortune would have exceeded 10 billion. She possesses both beauty and talent, an impeccable idol in every sense. Her skyrocketing fame rendered her untouchable, as she owned her own entertainment company, embodying the spirit of a strong woman. Getting her autograph would thrill her fans for weeks, and even a handshake would be a coveted dream. Yet here, in this place, not only could one share intimate moments with her, but one could also indulge in fantasies without restraint. She had been in the area for an event when the disaster struck, leading her to seek refuge here, ultimately falling into the hands of a powerful figure. The chubby fellow elaborates, explaining why this little diva unexpectedly finds herself on display like a prized possession. Is the price exorbitant? Wu Hao inquires, eyeing Kazuo in the displayed information regarding her. Chapter 154, Purchasing a Celebrity with 50 Bags of Rice? Direct payment, Kazuo and Appos. Her appearance, 97, purity, 100, immaculate, review, approved. It became evident that she truly met the standards. The individual who currently possessed her was not foolish enough to touch her. Rather, he intended to leverage her for a high price, thereby maintaining her purity and affording her a relatively superior and liberated existence. It was indeed a lofty price, approximately equivalent to 50 bags of rice. The rotund man naturally remarked, acknowledging that this could be deemed exorbitant. How much? Wu Hao inquired, astonished and even slightly amused. How could a national treasure like Kazuo and Appos, with a fortune exceeding 1 billion prior to the calamity and possessing both singing and dancing skills, now be valued at merely 50 bags of rice? Was it truly possible to take her home for such a pittance? That is quite expensive, ISN and Appos. Tia? Who could possibly afford such a sum? The rotund man lamented, misunderstanding the situation, believing they found the price too steep. One must consider how many individuals would gladly surrender their lives for 50 bags of rice. Yet, here, it was merely to exchange for a woman, a celebrity. And this star was not just a pretty face, she required sustenance, making her entirely a burden. Viewed from another perspective, it was akin to purchasing an extravagant pet that could only be enjoyed for a limited time. Such a situation would likely be unthinkable for even the wealthiest individuals present. Wu Hao, however, did not pursue further inquiries and instead approached the guard station near Kazuo. By the time the rotund man realized what was happening, Wu Hao had already advanced and directly stated to the guards, I want her. How do I proceed with the payment? You wish to buy? Haha. Have you seen the price? The guards, initially indifferent to his approach, were taken aback upon realizing he intended to purchase the celebrity. They erupted into laughter, fully aware that Kazuo was not displayed for sale but rather for exhibition and ostentation. 50 bags of rice. This was not from the pre-disaster era. It was a time of soaring prices, where the average person could scarcely afford rice. Now, not just a bag but even a grain had become a precious commodity. Yet, he intended to pay such a price for a woman, a star. Hearing the commotion outside, Kazuo and Appos, confined within her glass enclosure, curiously looked over. She was merely a decoration, enduring the greedy and peculiar gazes of others, fully aware that she had lost her freedom and that no one could genuinely take her away. She was resigned to her fate. Wu Hao said little. With a flourish akin to magic, he produced 50 bags of rice, tearing open one bag and tossing a handful at the guards to demonstrate that this was indeed the transaction price. You have seen the goods, haven't you? The guards stood dumbfounded, utterly shocked by the spectacle. He approached the glass display and gestured for Kazuo and Appos, to step back slightly. Curious, she complied, unsure of his intentions. Wu Hao then lightly tapped the glass, causing it to shatter with a resounding crash, liberating her from her confines. Come with me, he commanded, having completed the payment. She was now his possession. He acknowledged that he had encountered many beauties, but this radiant star, the focus of public admiration, was a first for him, an experience he had yet to savor. Startled by the sudden collapse of the glass enclosure, Kazuo instinctively shielded her head and crouched down. Realizing that no shards had harmed her, she cautiously stood upright, her gaze now fixed on him in astonishment as he instructed her to follow. She hesitated, glancing at the nearby guards, and upon confirming their inaction, she slowly approached him, allowing him to take her hand and guide her down from the pedestal, truly becoming his possession. The scene around them was one of utter shock and disbelief. There were gasps at the sight of 50 bags of rice, and incredulity that someone had indeed bid to purchase Kuzu and Appos, the celebrated star. The guards remained in a stupor, unable to comprehend that someone had actually offered such a price and was taking the star away. She had truly been sold. Amidst this, the rotund man was the most astonished and incredulous of all. He could hardly believe that Wu Hao had truly committed to the purchase without a hint of hesitation. 50 bags of rice. So much rice. It had been years since he had seen such a quantity. Who was this significant figure that had indeed bought Kuzu and Appos? The surrounding crowd quickly regained their senses, erupting into cheers, their eyes glinting with greed as they rushed towards the bags of rice. They understood that in times of desperation, the timid perish while the bold survive. Here lay 50 bags of rice, 50 mountains of gold. Just a handful could significantly enhance their lives, allowing them to escape their wretched existence. Do not touch. You lowly commoners, do not dare. This is the property of adults. The guards quickly reacted, realizing that the ordinary populace was surging forward to seize the rice. They understood that, for the moment, Kuzuo was secondary. They must safeguard the rice from being pilfered by the rabble. However, the masses, blinded by desire, were beyond reason. For them, stealing was as perilous as abstaining. Seizing the opportunity could provide them with a chance to survive. Wu Hao paid no mind to the chaos unfolding behind him. He was pleased with the successful temporary contract for Kuzuo, which had enhanced his rebate multiplier to 2,500 and increased his contract tools to 25. She was indeed striking. His gaze remained forward, yet his perceptive senses scrutinized the starlet, noting her remarkable beauty, rivaled only by the Sioux sisters. He observed her sparse hair and alluring scent, resembling a lifelike doll, undeniably enticing. While the contract did not grant him any extraordinary abilities, acquiring her for the price of 50 bags of rice felt like a tremendous bargain. After all, what was the cost of 50 bags of rice before the disaster? Perhaps a mere 5,000. Yet, considering Kuzu and Appos, her fame, if one wished to spend a night with her, the price would surely be in the millions. This could be described as nearly a free transaction. Sir, you truly are a person of significance, to have made such a purchase without hesitation. The rotund man, despite considering himself worldly, was utterly unsettled. He had merely expressed a casual thought, yet the other had acted decisively without a moment's doubt. Is he a lord? A deity? He was equally curious about Wu Hao and Appos' background, having never encountered anyone like him before. Like it? Then buy it. It and Appos' not expensive, Wu Hao nonchalantly replied. Chapter 155, The Celebrity in Hand. Passing time for amusement, he felt that this expenditure was indeed worthwhile. It was akin to the joy one experiences when spending a few $100s to purchase a kitten from a pet shop on a whim. The price of 50 bags of rice might seem exorbitant to outsiders, but to him, it barely touched his wealth. He couldn't even be bothered to redeem any rebate on such a trivial item, as long as Qin Fei and the others continued to consume rice. The daily returns amounted to several tons, far exceeding what he could ever utilize. Fatty gave a thumbs up, recognizing that his perspective on the matter indicated that he was genuinely a person of significance. He recalled how casually the other party had rewarded him with a packet of beef jerky, further suggesting that this individual was of extraordinary stature, perhaps even surpassing the local magnates. Is there anything else entertaining here? Anything worth purchasing? Wu Hao inquired, curious about the offerings, although he could perceive the movements around him. Some situations eluded his grasp through mere observation. With a guide present, he preferred to indulge in the pleasure of exploration, as he had no immediate intention of leaving. Indeed, there is a plethora of enjoyable activities here. You are guaranteed to find delight. Fatty exclaimed excitedly, aware that, given the wealth of his companion, he could truly do as he pleased. He also discerned that this individual possessed formidable strength, almost to an exaggerated degree. The glass display case they had encountered was no ordinary glass. It could withstand a grenade. Yet, with a mere flick of his finger, the entire case shattered without harming the contents within. Such mastery and destructive capability were nothing short of terrifying. No wonder he had effortlessly dispatched the shrimp heads without exerting much effort. Lead the way, Wu Hao commanded. acknowledging that he too had not indulged in relaxation for quite some time, and he was eager to unearth some treasures here. Kazuo followed closely, appearing more like an exquisite ornament by his side. She observed him curiously, noting his strikingly handsome and somewhat wicked demeanor. Most importantly, his wealth was staggering. He had easily acquired her at such an outrageous price, treating her as if she were merely a toy. She pondered the nature of his identity and his intentions behind purchasing her, particularly what he planned to do with her thereafter. Yet, a sense of sorrow lingered within her, for she had lost her humanity in the wake of this catastrophe. Her beauty, status, and identity had become mere illusions, leaving her with only the power to be traded and sold, a fate she had resigned herself to. Meanwhile, news of Kazuo's acquisition swiftly reached a local mogul, who learned that the petite diva had indeed been bought for the price of 50 bags of rice, an outright abduction, disregarding the materials left behind. Simultaneously, the boss had learned of the massacre of the shrimp heads, which had occurred within his territory. He immediately contacted his underlings to track down this individual, ensuring that he would pay a steep price for his actions. Under Fatty's guidance, Wu Hao arrived at another area deemed entertaining, a gambling den. Here, nearly anything could be wagered, and stakes ranged from limbs to the terrified embraces of a mother and daughter, and even children as young as 10. The atmosphere was akin to a hellish realm, evoking feelings of revulsion and filth. Sir, this is the best place to seek amusement. With a stroke of luck, one could acquire high-value items for a fraction of the cost, Fatty remarked, gesturing toward the mother and child being used as stakes, implying that purchasing people here was far simpler than at a slave market. Often, one wouldn't even need to spend a penny. Winning a single game could secure whatever one desired. Wu Hao understood Fatty's intentions, recognizing that he wished to leverage his own strength to perform a good deed. It was clear that rescuing those women and children could provide them with a chance at life, rather than succumbing to a fate worse than death. The limbs used as stakes were likely destined for a gruesome fate, prepared for consumption in a time when meat was a scarce commodity. Let us indulge a little, Wu Hao said nonchalantly, as the resources in his spatial storage would allow him to lose for a year without exhausting them. Despite his leisurely activities here, the women in his apartment were continuously providing him with returns from their snacks and drinks, each return totaling a staggering 500 units. With the number of people in the apartment exceeding 10, and coupled with the inhabitants of Shelter 703, he was virtually accumulating over 2,000 units of resources every second. Hence, he paid little attention to the mundane materials, focusing instead on the increase in blood, flesh, and extraordinary fruits, which had become commonplace resources, the most abundant yet least valuable in his possession. As he engaged in entertainment, he stood on an inherently unequal footing, confident that no one here could outplay him. However, their presence, particularly that of Kazuo, drew avaricious gazes from the gamblers, fixated on her exquisite beauty. Sensing their attention, she instinctively inched closer to Wu Hao, aware that she now belonged to him. Wu Hao remained unfazed by their greedy stares, as none posed a threat to him. He didn't even need to intervene personally. Merely allowing his companion Shaoqing to take action would suffice, as these individuals were not formidable enough to pose any challenge. Why don't you take a turn? It would be a good opportunity for me to learn some strategies. What you win is yours, and any losses are mine, he suggested, though a glance around revealed nothing of particular interest to him. Understanding that Fatty sought to do a good deed, he decided to pass the time by assisting him in his quest to save others. Sir, how could I possibly accept such generosity? It would be inappropriate for me to gamble with your wealth, Fatty exclaimed, flustered but uncertain of Wu Hao's true intentions. He hastily declined, insisting that he could not risk his fortune in such a manner. Wu Hao, uninterested in further conversation, handed Fatty a box of sausages, about 20 packs, each containing 20 links. Fatty's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing this was akin to bringing millions into this establishment. The others, noticing the sausages in Fatty's arms, were envious, as if they had entered a den of wolves. Yet, none dared to snatch them, they merely gazed hungrily, aware that attempting to seize another's gambling stake could result in immediate death at the hands of the enforcers. The enforcers showed no regard for human life. Chapter 156, Guessing Games, The Awakening of Extraordinary Abilities. What shall we play first, sir? The chubby fellow inquired with curiosity. Despite possessing a fortune exceeding 100 billion, he clutched a box of sausages with trepidation, fully aware that these items did not belong to him, but rather to the esteemed gentleman beside him. Let us play cards. A casual game, Wu Hao suggested, instructing him to engage in a game of high-low. This was a format he was somewhat familiar with. He found a seat and gestured for Kazuo to join him, who hesitated momentarily before shyly perching on his lap. Upon seating herself, she was startled to feel something beneath her. Wu Hao embraced her, mindful of the presence of others, and refrained from taking advantage of the situation. Instead, he placed his hand gently on her waist and encouraged her. Why not sing a few songs? Choose whatever you like. He intended to have the little diva serenade him. Taking advantage of her captivating voice and youthful charm, he had essentially acquired a songstress to alleviate his boredom during idle moments. Kazuo understood his intent and, after a brief contemplation, began to sing softly in his embrace. Her voice was melodious and enchanting, evoking a sense of ethereal beauty. It was evident that her talent was remarkable, as her unaccompanied voice resonated with an echo that indicated her exceptional skill. Wu Hao recognized his fortunate acquisition of such a beauty at a modest price, a feat unimaginable before the calamity. Meanwhile, the chubby fellow was in a state of distress. Drenched in sweat, he realized that he had already wagered 2 packs of sausages, equivalent to a loss of 100 million. Bet high, 689 high. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, startling him. He recognized it as the voice of the influential figure nearby. Wu Hao had, through his psychic perception, conveyed this message, simultaneously using his extraordinary abilities to see the dealer and Oppo's hidden cards, essentially cheating in plain sight. Emboldened, the chubby fellow, now with renewed confidence akin to a gambler possessed, placed a pack of sausages on the table, eager to win big. Wu Hao, however, paid little heed to this, as winning here was trivial. He was more intrigued by observing how much the chubby fellow could achieve. His attention shifted back to Kazuo, who appeared to be of a similar age to Qin Fei and her companions, yet possessed a more youthful demeanor. Are you naturally gifted, or the result of enhancement? He curiously inquired, aware that her situation was somewhat rare. Kazuo, still singing, glanced up with curiosity, puzzled by his question. Wu Hao lightly tapped the area on her abdomen, insinuating a secret. Her face flushed crimson, and she tensed, realizing that in his eyes there was little distinction between her dressed and undressed state, as if she had no secrets left to conceal. Unnaturally gifted, she stammered, shyly lowering her gaze. Acutely aware of her status as his possession, thus obliged to answer his inquiries candidly. Let us confirm that later, Wu Hao remarked without offering her any leniency. Kazuo felt faint from embarrassment, understanding the implications of his words, yet there was a flicker of anticipation within her. On the other hand, the chubby fellow was experiencing an unprecedented winning streak. Thanks to his perceptive advantage, the dealer's cards were effectively open for him. His bets consistently led to victories, overwhelming luck flowing in his favor. The dealer and Oppo's demeanor shifted, perplexed by the sudden turn of fortune, unable to comprehend how the chubby fellow was winning so decisively. Even after attempting to manipulate the game, overjoyed, the chubby fellow reveled in his success, surrounded by several women and children he had won over at the gambling table, now regarded as his spoils. While Wu Hao enjoyed the musical interlude, a server approached them respectfully, suggesting, "Sir, would you prefer to enjoy our VIP area for a more exhilarating experience? Winning continuously in such a place can become monotonous, don't you agree?" The server's gaze was directed solely at Wu Hao, recognizing him as the true player in this scenario. "Can we truly indulge ourselves?" Wu Hao inquired, impressed by the server's discernment. "Indeed, we guarantee an unforgettable experience," the server replied with a smile that hinted at hidden intentions. "Then let us proceed," Wu Hao decided. Realizing that winning against ordinary individuals held little thrill, he gently set Kazuo down and motioned for the server to lead the way, beckoning the chubby fellow to follow suit. They entered a spacious inner area designated for high-end entertainment, where Wu Hao was ushered into a private VIP room. Inside, he noticed a captivating dealer clad in a daringly open cheapao, her attire designed to distract and allure. She was not only enchanting in appearance, but possessed extraordinary abilities, seemingly giving her an edge in the gambling arena. Chapter 157. Behold the enchanting dealer. Amusing you, sir. Is this exquisite beauty beside you the rising star, Kazuo? You are indeed fortunate. The female dealer greeted warmly, instantly recognizing Kazuo as a prized jewel of the slave district, renowned for her unattainable allure. Although surprised by her presence, she understood that the young lady held significant stature. Wu Hao observed the dealer intently. Perceiving her details, Xiachi Hong, appearance, 92, purity, 93, moderate self, abilities, exchange, seduction, mental defense, approval, past. He found her intriguing. Noting that while her beauty was not overwhelmingly striking, her figure was undeniably captivating. The exquisite curve she possessed could only be rivaled by Lu Xinya, placing her among the voluptuous beauties like Shen Qianyun, Yun Yun, and Situ Qinglan. Let us raise the stakes. If I went around, you shall remove an article of clothing. If you have nothing left to shed, then you belong to me. Are you interested in playing? Wu Hao teased, challenging her courage to elevate the wager. Xia Qihong felt a flush of warmth but restrained herself. She was well aware that her superiors had instructed her to ensure that he lost thoroughly. As for her own potential loss, her abilities were specifically designed for gambling. To date, she had never encountered defeat. What could he offer as a wager? After all, her attire was quite snug, making it no simple task to remove. Wu Hao nonchalantly produced an array of supplies, revealing 20 boxes of instant noodles alone. Went around, and you may choose anything from within, he declared. He knew that the materials he offered could easily surpass the worth of 10 Xia Qihongs. Yet, he was here merely for amusement. Eager to witness the delightful expression on the dealer's face when she realized her winnings had slipped away. Xia Qihong and Apos' astonishment was palpable as she beheld the bounty he had unveiled. The true overseer, hidden behind the camera, stood in shock. They had not anticipated encountering such a lucrative catch, one who so casually presented an abundance of resources. Items like sausage and instant noodles were now essential commodities, more valuable than gold. It had been ages since they had seen such a substantial haul, capable of replenishing their supply stock significantly and providing a temporary boost to luxury goods. Seriously, when everything he has. We have investigated him. He appeared here out of nowhere, and we could find no background. If he dares to resist, we will dispose of him, came the voice of the overseer in Xia Qihong and Apos' earpiece, commanding her to hold nothing back in ensuring his downfall. Xia Qihong understood well. She had never encountered such a grand prize and could comprehend why her superiors were so exhilarated. Wu Hao, however, remained unfazed. Through his perceptive abilities, he easily discerned the commotion on the other side and the commands directed at Xia Qihong. Yet, he did not believe he would lose. Nor did he think anyone here possessed the capability to eliminate him or expel him from this place. Shall we begin? What shall we play first? He inquired, feigning curiosity towards the dealer while contemplating which articles to have her shed first. Considering her attire, a cheap pal, and what lay beneath, it seemed she could lose 3 times before becoming entirely bare. Of course, if one counted her shoes and stockings, she might manage to lose 5 times, including her hairpin, perhaps even 6. Let us start with dice, something simple to warm up, Xia Qihong confidently suggested, producing a shaking cup for a straightforward game. Wu Hao couldn't and Apos' help but smile at her choice. Dice? With his higher-level abilities of perception and mind control, how could she hope to triumph over him? Nonetheless, he was here for entertainment, so he acquiesced to her choice. He turned to Kazuer, instructing, please sing for me. Something light and melodious, as if we were at KTV. His main aim was to maintain a relaxed atmosphere, as the impending pressure was not on him. Kazuer, surprised yet compliant, nodded in agreement. Promptly, the staff procured a KTV setup, allowing the starlet to perform for them in this exclusive VIP setting. Xia Qihong was taken aback by Wu Hao and Apos' nonchalant demeanor, questioning how he could exude such confidence. Yet, she was assured of her own prowess and delighted to bask in the glow of Kazua's live performance. Wu Hao observed as Xia Qihong commenced shaking the dice, but his attention was not on the cup. Instead, it was drawn to Xia Qihong and Apos' alluring figure, captivated by the potential distraction it offered. He recognized this as a deliberate tactic to divert his focus, yet he appreciated the view. The control of victory and defeat rested firmly in his hands, leaving little room for her to turn the tide. To encourage her performance, he was willing to lose a few rounds. The loss of such mundane supplies held little consequence for him. The anticipation of whether she might reveal more was a source of great amusement. Xia Qihong noticed his distracted gaze and felt a sense of superiority, knowing he had indeed taken the bait. His attention was clearly not on the dice, sealing his fate for defeat. The dice settled, and it was time to choose between betting high or low. As it was a one-on-one game, if he guessed incorrectly, she would win. Do you prefer high or low? Wu Hao asked, turning to Kazuer for her input. High, she decided confidently. Wu Hao, however, had already sensed the outcome 4, 4, and 6, so he feigned interest in the lower option, claiming, I suddenly prefer something smaller. The larger seems too dazzling. He insinuated this while casting a sidelong glance at Xia Qihong. Xia Qihong forced a smile, understanding his implication but also realizing he was destined to lose. Knowing the outcome was indeed high. Let us proceed, Wu Hao insisted, allowing her the initial joy of victory. Xia Qihong unveiled the dice, revealing the anticipated outcome of 4, 4, and 6, confirming Wu Hao's loss. I should have listened to you. You were correct, he remarked, addressing Kazuer. indicating that his failure stemmed from not heeding her advice. Just choose a box. It's all about the same, he encouraged Xia Qihong, allowing her to select a box as his loss for this round. I will take the one on top, she replied with a smile, buoyed by her newfound confidence from the easy victory, signaling the waiting staff to move a box closer, signifying her win. Wu Hao remained nonchalant, as he held the reins of the situation, focused purely on the enjoyment of the game. Chapter 158, A Grand Gamble? Will the celestial fruit arrive? In the blink of an eye, he had lost 5 consecutive games, igniting a spark of determination within him. He straightened up, resolved to engage his opponent earnestly. You can sing your famous tune, but here, I intend to dominate. He was like a gambler, fervently eager to turn the tides and reclaim his losses. Small stakes are merely for amusement. Do not take victory or defeat too seriously, he thought. However, Xia Qihong had completely underestimated Wu Hao. She realized that he was nothing extraordinary, devoid of any visible supernatural energy, rendering him akin to an ordinary person. It could be said that he was simply a fortunate individual, leading to his current predicament. Yet, this was precisely what the casino sought, a wealthy, unsuspecting patron. Please place your bets, she declared, initiating another round, allowing the players to wager on high or low. I'm betting 10 boxes on high, Wu Hao proclaimed, decisively placing his chips on the high side, ready to go all in. Xia Qihong's expression shifted slightly. She was aware that the outcome of this round was a total of 356, meaning his bet would win, allowing him to recover all his previous losses. Are you deliberately waiting for the right moment? If so, you underestimate me, Xia Qihong thought, yet she remained calm. Suddenly, she activated her supernatural ability, transforming the die 6 into a 1, resulting in a total of 135 small. This unexpected change altered the entire outcome. With confidence, she revealed the dice, announcing 135 small. My sincere apologies, but it appears you've made an incorrect wager. She instructed the staff to prepare 10 boxes of goods for him, emphasizing his mistake. Perhaps you should take a closer look. I see it is 136 high, Wu Hao inquired, a playful smile on his lips, teasing her about her seeming oversight and declaring the result too hastily. Sir, I assure you, it is indeed 135. Xia Qihong insisted, peering closely at the dice, only to find the previously small total had inexplicably become 136 high. One of the die had altered, a change she had failed to notice. 10 boxes of goods, based on the 101 payout, means you owe me 20 boxes. And since you agreed to raise the stakes, you must remove an article of clothing. Will you choose? Or shall I? He regarded her with a victorious demeanor, gauging whether she would truly comply. Xia Qihong was astonished, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How could this have happened? When did the change occur? And how had he manipulated the outcome? You wouldn't dare to backtrack, would you? Wu Hao and Appo's gaze hardened as he observed her lack of reaction, questioning her intent to retract her agreement. Of course not. Congratulations, you have won, Xia Qihong conceded, aware that she had fallen into a silent trap. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly returned the goods and produced an equivalent value item. She then reached into her skirt, swiftly retrieving a strip of warm black lace fabric, placing it deliberately on the gambling table. Wow, Wu Hao whistled in excitement, recognizing her audacity in playing such a bold game. Sir, may I inquire which piece you would prefer I remove next? Xia Qihong accepted her defeat gracefully. Yet she did not feel disheartened. Rather, she intentionally heightened the allure, hoping to provoke a slip from him. Wu Hao recognized her cunning ploy, yet it amused him. Meanwhile, Kuzur began to sing nearby, elevating the atmosphere entirely. It's up to you, he replied, having come to the casino for entertainment and now finding himself intrigued by this daring dealer. Xia Qihong remained composed, aware that she had not yet fully lost. However, her calm demeanor was in stark contrast to the anxious crowd surrounding her. For them, her recent loss represented a staggering 10 boxes of goods, an immense loss in a time of scarcity, easily equating to a fortune lost. You must not lose again. If you do, you might find yourself in the bone erosion cave, repaying your debts with your life, a voice echoed in her earpiece, warning her of the dire consequences of further losses. The mention of the bone erosion cave sent shivers down her spine, for she knew it was a place where one's existence was reduced to mere survival, often at the expense of their dignity. Trembling with fear, her fingers quivered, struggling to hold the dice. She glanced at the charming yet mischievous man before her, whose smile seemed to mock her predicament. In that moment, she felt an unsettling sense of vulnerability. Was he merely toying with her, capable of winning from the very start? My luck is turning. I can hardly wait to see what position you will be in to serve me next, Wu Hao leered, his gaze shamelessly tracing her figure, lingering on her chest and abdomen, where the promise of mystery lay. Despite hearing the warning clearly, he had no intention of letting her face the bone erosion cave. He knew that once she lost everything, she would belong to him, just as Kazuo had become his private possession. If she were to lose, her status would merely align with others like Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran, unique collectibles in his collection. Xia Qihong felt exposed under his predatory gaze, her discomfort mixing with an unexpected warmth that caused her to unconsciously tighten her legs, instinctively attempting to shield herself from his invasive scrutiny. Quite sensitive, aren't we? Wu Hao mused inwardly, fully aware of her every reaction through his enhanced perception. He anticipated her eventual surrender, imagining the delightful contrast of her alongside others he had claimed. Xia Qihong steeled herself, determined to focus on the next game. She understood she could not afford to lose again. She had to harness her abilities fully to triumph over him. This time, she would wager significantly, uncertain if they could even afford the stakes. Wu Hao, sensing the moment was right, produced his wager, an extraordinary item, the Ice Celestial Jade, a pseudo-celestial fruit he had acquired through his returns, now placed as the ultimate stake in this grand gamble. Xia Qihong's eyes widened instantly, for she could discern at a glance that this extraordinary fruit of power was anything but ordinary. The energy fluctuations emanating from it were so colossal that they were truly astonishing. Wu Hao smiled slightly, fully acknowledging the value of this remarkable item, and now it was merely a matter of whether she dared to take the gamble. Chapter 159. Dare to play? Are you afraid of losing? Xia Qihong felt an immediate chill run through her body. Initially, under Wu Hao's intense gaze, she had felt a surge of warmth, but upon seeing the wager he presented, her instincts screamed, "Do not accept." She could instantly discern that this ability fruit was extraordinary, certainly not something ordinary, and definitely beyond her means to cover. Although she understood that should she lose, she would belong completely to him, becoming his possession, she was acutely aware of her surroundings. This was the Ning County Armored Military Base, a place where those in power wielded absolute control over the lives and deaths of everyone present. The man before her was unfamiliar, evidently a newcomer who had just arrived. He had quickly drawn attention and was likely being eyed as prey. Acknowledging his strength, superior to anyone else here, was inconsequential. He stood alone. Could he possibly contend against the combined forces of the formidable individuals here? Thus, for her, the stakes of losing this round meant a swift descent into the bone-devouring cave to repay her debts, with no hope of ever emerging alive. "I'm sorry, sir. Your wager is too steep. I am merely a dealer and lack the authority to decide whether to accept it." She admitted her cowardice, conceding somewhat. While she could bear the thought of winning, the repercussions of losing were utterly unbearable. "Let those above you decide. My demands are simple. Should you win, this item is yours. If you lose, I ask for nothing else but you to accompany me directly." Although she felt a twinge of anticipation at the thought of seeing him stripped bare here, she preferred to savor the sight privately. Wu Hao smiled knowingly, casting a glance at the cameras, aware that this was a live broadcast, with at least 7 or 8 pairs of eyes fixated on them. If he merely intended to toy with Xia Qihong, he might have been indifferent, willing to offer them a free show. However, now that he had determined Xia Qihong met his standards, she was destined to become his contractual tool, his private possession, privy to the intimate views that he would not share with anyone else. Xia Qihong was taken aback by his decision, realizing that he genuinely desired her, wishing to possess her in this manner. "Can you all hear me? Please provide a clear answer. Otherwise, I shall simply walk away from this wager." Wu Hao understood the need to exert some pressure on them. Although he could forcibly contract Xia Qihong and take her away, he found himself here with nothing but time. Seeking a bit of amusement, he feigned an intention to rise, signaling for Kazuo to leave with him, knowing that he could always have Sidu Qinglan send her over later, as she could not refuse him. Upon hearing his words, Xia Qihong was even more astonished, realizing that he was aware of her communication via earpiece with others, receiving instructions. Soon, a hidden door in the VIP room swung open, revealing a young man, slickly dressed, yet exuding an air of refined debauchery. A confident smile adorned his face as he addressed Xia Qihong. "Agree with him," and then turned to Wu Hao. "Sir, you truly have an impressive background, able to procure our top commodity, Miss Ku, and wager such an extraordinary ability fruit." His gaze was filled with avarice, no longer merely viewing Wu Hao as a piece of meat, but rather as a veritable gold mine, eager to extract every ounce of value from him. "I'm merely here for a bit of fun, I find this beautiful lady rather intriguing, Wu Hao replied with a smile. He recognized the underlying insinuation in the man's words, mocking him for not understanding the wisdom of discretion with wealth, implying that he would not easily depart, regardless of the outcome of the wager. However, he did not perceive any threat from these individuals, for not only did he possess strength, but with Situ Qinglan's status, no one here could hope to detain him. He was merely curious about what they might dare to attempt. All right, boss, Xia Qihong promptly agreed to the young man and Appo's proposition. This young man gazed greedily at Wu Hao and then at Kuzur, aware that she was the main attraction here, displayed for exhibition. Priced so high that few could afford her. The idea of regaining her freedom and leaving this place was a mere fantasy. From the moment she fell into this predicament, she had no hope of escaping. Wu Hao observed the young man, noting that he had not left after entering. With his sensing abilities, he quickly realized that the rotund men had been captured, transformed into hostages. Additionally, skilled fighters had been dispatched to this area, evidently intending to subdue him by force. The outcome of the wager had become irrelevant. Its continuation served to keep him here, rendering escape impossible. Hold your song, come here and bless me with some good fortune. Wu Hao understood that further theatrics were unnecessary. He beckoned Kuzur to sit in his lap. Kuzur hesitated, intimidated by the young man. Aware of his high status and his propensity for violence, the young man indeed looked at her with a greedy challenge, believing her presence would only diminish her worth, leading to a more dismal fate. Seeing Kuzua frozen in fear, Wu Hao took control of the situation with a mere thought, propelling her into his embrace. His hand slid beneath her garment, teasingly caressing her, casting a provocative glance at the young man, questioning what he had to be so proud of. The young man could only watch her while Wu Hao wielded her as he pleased. The young man's jaw clenched, a bitter smile creeping across his face. Yet, his gaze turned cold and piercing, as if he were looking at a corpse. He was likely already envisioning how to torment Wu Hao, imagining ways to make him suffer unbearably. Wu Hao, however, dismissed the young man entirely, perceiving him as no real threat. From an ability standpoint, he possessed only 5 abilities, all at level 1. It was no exaggeration to say that if Lin Hongyin or Louis Ran were present, they could easily overpower him. Furthermore, he had not only brought along these 2 leggy models, but also the Zhao brothers and several of Baohao's henchmen. Based on his observations of the combat capabilities here, he felt no need to intervene personally. He could simply let his companions handle the situation. He could disregard Situ Qinglan's reputation and flatten this place without hesitation. Very well. I shall assist you in thoroughly examining your body, ensuring you are indeed naturally gifted. Wu Hao teased the little diva, feeling her body quiver slightly in his embrace, uncertain whether it was from fear or anticipation. Chapter 160, Altering the Game to Cards, 2,500 decks of cards to accompany a master. As long as you can take me away, I will agree to anything. Kuzur, however, was even more terrified of the current situation unfolding before her. She understood that her only support lay in the embrace of the man beside her. She was willing to cast aside her dignity and softly called him master. She even offered a tender kiss, hoping he would protect her and lead her away from this den of horrors. I am also eager to hear if your private singing is as enchanting as your earlier performance. Wu Hao discovered that she was indeed a paragon of beauty, her voice a celestial melody. Although he acknowledged that her figure and charm could not rival the voluptuous Xia Qihong, her status as a petite diva and her adorably bashful demeanor evoked an instinctive desire to cherish and savor her. Kuzur blushed, realizing that out of desperation for freedom and survival, she was being bolder than ever before. She also recognized the true nature of her seated position, her body trembling with fear. What shall we play next? Xia Qihong suddenly relaxed. She knew the outcome was predetermined. Her victory or defeat could not alter the final result for either party. The man before her would undoubtedly not leave this place alive. All she needed to do was perform to the best of her ability and delay the game until all arrangements were complete, ensuring that her opponent remained here. You may arrange it. I shall comply. Wu Hao understood the situation clearly and noticed a young man bringing forth a tablet. The device displayed an image of Fatty and his companions being threatened by armed assailants. He scoffed at the image, wondering if they had misjudged their relationship with Fatty, mistakenly believing they could coerce him through threats against his guide. To Wu Hao, Fatty was merely a hired escort, and their fates held no significance for him. Comparatively, capturing Kuzur or Xia Qihong would pose a far greater threat. Nonetheless, he needed to maintain a faade, as he abhorred being coerced. He addressed the young man sternly. You must keep a close watch. If a single hair is harmed, one of you shall die in retribution. He vowed to follow through on his words. Sir, perhaps you should concern yourself with your own safety first. This remark was entirely misconstrued by the young man, who believed Wu Hao was genuinely concerned about Fatty's safety, thus becoming furious and warning them not to overstep their bounds. Wu Hao, through his mental perception, understood the young man's misinterpretation but remained indifferent. To him, they were already dead, and there was no need for superfluous dialogue with the deceased. Let us play cards. Shall we? 21. A game of higher or lower. Xia Qihong decided to engage in a card game, aware of the opponent's capabilities to manipulate outcomes. She opted for a cautious approach, confident that he could not change the cards under her watchful eye, while she retained the ability to do so, thus affording her a significant advantage. Very well. Wu Hao casually acquiesced, though his attention remained on Kuzua in his arms. He noticed that the petite diva was quite sensitive. Her eyes shimmered with unspoken pleas, silently enticing him. He realized that both she and Xia Qihong were extraordinary individuals. Xia Qihong, observing the scene, felt her cheeks warm slightly. She could easily discern Kuzua's state and admired the latter's composure even in such dire straits, still managing to tease the petite diva. Yet, the thought that if she lost, she would become entirely subservient to him sent shivers down her spine, heightening her sensitivity and causing her to instinctively press her legs together. Wu Hao smiled. In truth, he had been subtly activating his enchanting abilities, which had reached an advanced level, allowing him to exert a significant influence on those nearby with minimal effort. He toyed with Xia Qihong, knowing he could easily subdue her with a single use of his charm, compelling her to submit. But he chose a more gradual approach, one that would lead her to accept her fate as a captive. The rules of 21 are straightforward. Draw cards to reach a total of 21 to win. Exceeding 21 results in a bust, leading to an immediate loss. If both players score below 21, the one closest to the target wins. Is the game played with higher or lower values? Wu Hao inquired, seeking Xia Qihong's preference. Typically, higher values, she replied, recognizing her task was to delay him as long as possible. Higher it is, then. It adds to the thrill. Wu Hao instructed. He understood the dynamics of the game well. Higher values could easily lead to busts, while lower values reduce that risk. Agreed. We shall play with higher values. Xia Qihong promptly shuffled the deck and dealt one card to herself and one to Wu Hao. After distributing the cards, she inquired, who speaks first? The dealer or the guest? I shall go first. Hit me. Wu Hao said to Xia Qihong, deliberately probing, you haven't tampered with the deck, have you? He picked a card at random, scrutinizing it before offering it to Kuzua along with a lighter, suggesting she burn it to verify its authenticity. Kuzua complied, igniting the card and confirming it was an ordinary playing card, unaltered in any way. Is it necessary for someone of our caliber to tamper with a deck of cards? Xia Qihong remarked, implying she had discerned his own abilities. Wu Hao smiled, acknowledging her insight. However, his goal had been accomplished. He received a notification. Ding. Kuzua consumed one playing card, receiving a rebate of 2,500 decks of cards. Though the value of the rebate was not high, playing cards could neither be consumed nor imbibed. The significance of this moment was profound. By having Kuzua consume a card, he directly acquired 2,500 decks through the rebate system, equating to an identical number of decks as those on the table. In other words, he had effectively replaced the entire set of cards without Xia Qihong realizing it. Chapter 161. The Space for Cards. You truly cannot afford to lose. Xia Qihong was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Believing she had the victory secured and dismissing any notion that Wu Hao possessed means to exchange cards. Little did she realize that Wu Hao was not merely intent on swapping one or two cards. He was poised to exchange the entire deck. This meant he could acquire any card he desired without arousing suspicion. However, she was quite audacious, directly handing him a king. Upon receiving the card, Wu Hao recognized that she had dealt him a king, which effectively granted him 10 points, precariously close to a bust should he draw recklessly. Would he still desire another card? Xia Qihong was acutely aware that by giving him a king, Wu Hao needed an ace to achieve the coveted blackjack. Yet, she had strategically placed all 4 aces at the bottom of the deck, rendering it impossible for him to receive one. This implied that he was highly likely to bust. Of course, I would like it. Ideally, grant me another favorable card, Wu Hao replied with a smile. Both players understood the implications. Now it was a matter of how to navigate the game to alter the outcome. Xia Qihong promptly dealt him another card, and astonishingly, it was yet another king. This brought his total to 20 points, teetering on the brink of a bust with any further draws. Wu Hao was aware that under normal circumstances, He had lost this round. There was no way for him to draw again without risking a bust. While she could easily assemble an ace and a king to achieve a perfect 21. I shall refrain from drawing again. I am satisfied with 21, he declared. A slight smile playing on his lips as he revealed his hidden card. It was indeed an ace of spades, paired perfectly with the king she had just dealt him. Forming the ultimate hand, blackjack. Xia Qihong's eyes widened in disbelief. She was tempted to accuse him of cheating. However, she quickly regained her composure. Realizing she was the one who had resorted to underhanded tactics by hiding the 4 aces beneath the deck, the beautiful dealer, now flustered, contemplated having her cards inspected to confirm whether he had indeed played unfairly. Yet, she knew that to verify the cards would lead to her own ruin. You are quite impressive. I concede my defeat. Your skills surpass mine, she admitted, feeling a sense of resignation wash over her. She resolved to gamble one last time, for it had become evident that his abilities far exceeded her own. She was baffled as to how he managed to swap cards right under her nose without any indication of his powers. Wu Hao recognized her intelligence. She was willingly surrendering, consciously choosing not to prolong the game. This was her way of expressing her allegiance, albeit at the cost of seeking his protection from the impending calamity. Since you have lost, does that not imply you are now mine? Come, let me inspect what I have won, Wu Hao exclaimed eagerly, his demeanor shifting to that of a man who had never encountered a woman before, beckoning her closer for his examination. Xia Qihong, feeling a mix of shyness and submission, approached him. As he leaned into her skirt, he discovered it was indeed devoid of any undergarments, revealing her sensitivity. He swiftly enveloped her in his embrace, creating a tableau of 2 beautiful women nestled against him, their gazes exchanged in bashful acknowledgement of their newfound status as his possessions. Now that you have lost, when will I receive the stakes you owe me? I trust you won't leave me with a bankrupt casino? Wu Hao remarked with a playful glint in his eyes, directing his attention towards a young man who appeared increasingly perturbed by Xia Qihong's sudden change in demeanor. The young man realized that she had effectively surrendered. Though Xia Qihong could have contested the outcome by assembling a 21-point hand of her own, she chose not to do so, opting instead to concede willingly. Observing the shift, the young man ceased his pretense, his expression darkening as he slowly retrieved a cigarette, lighting it while addressing Wu Hao with a menacing glare. It seems you are not leaving. You will remain here as my guest for some time. He intended to use force to subdue Wu Hao, demanding his resources and compliance. Quite the coincidence. I have no intention of staying. I intend to leave post-haste, Wu Hao replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a snap of his fingers, he signaled the end of the charade, indicating he would not be detained here. With a sharp crack, the space for beasts opened, and the formidable figure of the level 4 beast, Shao Qing, emerged, its massive head stretching forth. After consuming the flesh of a level 7 mutated boar, it had grown to over 10 meters in length, its strength now reaching approximately level 4. 3. To an ordinary person, it was a beast that required a group to confront. Beastmaster. The young man was gripped by terror, realizing that Wu Hao possessed the ability to command a level 4 beast. At this moment, both Kazuer and Xia Qihong quaked in fear at the sight of the enormous serpent, instinctively drawing closer to Wu Hao in search of safety. Wu Hao reveled in the situation, flanked by 2 beautiful women seeking refuge in his embrace. Particularly, Xia Qihong's sensitivity and voluptuous form hinted at the pleasures that awaited him. However, Shao Qing was in a foul mood, having suffered defeat in its last battle against the mutated boar. And now it was determined to protect Wu Hao from any threat. Attack! Attack! A beast has entered! The young man exclaimed in genuine fear, recognizing that this serpent was not only massive but also formidable. Go play. Make it a grand affair, Wu Hao encouraged, unperturbed by Shao Qing's rampage. He knew that even if it were to perish, it would merely return to his beast space, unless he himself were to encounter misfortune. But would he? With the strength of his level 3 beast, along with his blood demon physique and regenerative abilities, he was practically invincible, as long as he did not invite disaster upon himself. As Shao Qing charged forth, Wu Hao employed his metal manipulation abilities to disable the surveillance cameras, then reconfigured the room and Oppo's layout into a secure chamber. He lifted Xia Qihong, placing her upon his thigh, making her acutely aware of his intentions and the implications of her earlier loss, which facilitated his examination. Seeing her understanding, Wu Hao acknowledged her prowess as a beautiful dealer. He beckoned Kazuer with a finger, eager to inspect her as well, curious to ascertain whether she was indeed a natural beauty. Outside, those who had laid in wait to ambush Wu Hao were now in a frenzy, astonished by the revelation that he could command such a colossal serpent. Chapter 162. Xiaoqing creates chaos at the base. Situ Qinglan is in a frenzy. Quickly evacuate the personnel. Where are the artillery? Hurry and assemble the cannons. A snake. A massive snake. This is a beast from another realm. Chaos erupted within the base as everyone frantically fled, plunging the situation into utter disarray. The young man who had dared to threaten Wu Hao earlier could no longer muster a smile, finally comprehending the source of Wu Hao and Appo's as confidence. Anyone harboring such a high-level beast as this formidable serpent would undoubtedly exude a similar air of arrogance, dismissing others with disdain. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. The emerald serpent had emerged, ruthlessly retaliating against those who dared to assault it, freezing them with a blast of icy breath or crushing them into a pulp with its tail. The entire base had transformed into its slaughterhouse, with no one capable of halting its rampage or penetrating its impenetrable scales. The higher-ups of the military base quickly learned of the situation, informing the key figures that a 10-meter-long green serpent beast had appeared within the facility, its classification at least level 4. In stark contrast to the turmoil inside the base, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, responsible for transporting supplies, immediately recognized the nature of the disturbance upon hearing the broadcast. They knew they were merely spectators to a spectacle. This was undoubtedly Xiaoqing, and it was clear that the personnel had provoked their boss, leading to the unleashing of Xiaoqing for some amusement. Who would dare provoke Xiaoqing? Only the boss could control it. They anticipated a thrilling show ahead. Indeed, Xiaoqing did not disappoint. Its icy breath had not only grown stronger, but it was also absorbing the blood and flesh of mutated wild boars, enhancing its physique and making its scales increasingly dragon-like. Thus, its only weakness lay in its eyes. If they were closed, that weakness ceased to exist. Attacks against it posed virtually no threat. Even artillery fire merely produced smoke upon impact, hardly inflicting any pain. The battle here was nothing short of a massacre. The cacophony of chaos within the base roused the exhausted Situ Qinglan from her slumber. Bewildered by the noise, she inquired about the commotion. Upon learning of the emergence of a level 4 beast, a green serpent, she immediately deduced the implications, questioning why such a creature had appeared in this military base and Appo's underground area. Surely, no one has provoked that ancestral being. Who here could possibly defeat it? Her experiences in the 703 shelter had made her acutely aware of Wu Hao and Appo's formidable strength, as well as the immense combat power cultivated by that ancestral being. Her willingness to sacrifice her own allure was, in part, a desire to solidify her power here through collaboration with him. Yet, just as she sought to rest and prepare to please him later that evening, she learned that the base was in turmoil, with the beast unleashed to wreak havoc. Take me to him. I must find Mr. Wu. She disregarded her own fatigue, realizing her legs were weak as she attempted to rise. She quickly summoned her 2 tall secretaries for assistance, urging them to help her locate Wu Hao. To find that ancestral being, Lin Hongyan and Lu Iran had been waiting outside, ostensibly to accompany her, but their true role was to monitor Situ Qinglan's actions. Upon hearing her urgency to see Wu Hao, they eagerly rushed to assist her, helping her dress and supporting her as they made their way to him. In the presence of their master, this female officer appeared far less imposing, stripped of her noble demeanor, reduced to mere plaything status. Meanwhile, Wu Hao was reveling in the VIP room, cognizant of Xiaoqing and Appo's ruckus outside. It could be said that the place was in a state of upheaval, with casualties mounting significantly. Master, are you not an extraordinary individual? Xia Qihong, emboldened by his evident pleasure, cautiously inquired. She sensed he was anything but ordinary, given his calm demeanor amidst the chaos as he awaited the unfolding of events. Do you think I am ordinary? Wu Hao asked with a smile. Your strength is such that you transcend humanity. Xia Qihong cleverly flattered him, her words stemming from genuine admiration. Recognizing that his prowess was beyond what any typical man could aspire to, Wu Hao appreciated her praise, enjoying the sweetness of her words. He noted her charm, her voice, akin to that of a songstress, evoking excitement. Just wait. Soon enough, someone will come seeking my forgiveness. We shall remain here and indulge ourselves, passing the time in leisure. Upon hearing the wordplay, Kazur immediately misinterpreted his intent, her expression turning pitiful as she sought his mercy. Only card games. Where did your mind wander? Wu Hao teased, bemused by her exaggerated reaction. He had intended to keep her close as a delightful songbird, a premium sound system at his side. Xia Qihong, ever eager to please, prepared to perform as a beautiful dealer, clearly well-versed in the game. Meanwhile, she noted his casual remark about soon having someone come to apologize, realizing she had indeed latched on to a true powerhouse. Thus, she was determined to impress him and win his favor. Situ Qinglan, having emerged to gather more information, discovered her worst fears had materialized. She learned that someone had indeed antagonized that ancestral being and worse, had taken action against it. Forgetting the immense destruction wrought by the Emerald Serpent, she sought out an individual, knowing that an apology must be made face to face. Otherwise, what awaited them would be far more than mere destruction. It would be annihilation. She distinctly remembered that Mr. Wu had not come alone. He had brought a formidable entourage for her protection. Each member possessed exceptional strength, and even her two tall secretaries were deadly assassins. They were not adversaries that could be faced lightly. Chapter 163. The Might of Situ Qinglan. Titans Clash. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the predicament you have created? Situ Qinglan confronted the man, her fury unprecedented. She never anticipated that her efforts to please would culminate in such an affront. Yet, what was the outcome? Nearly unleashing a nearby beast had plunged the entire vicinity into chaos, unraveling everything in its wake. You blame me? Is it not your own doing? The man retorted, fully aware of the origins of the individual who had been summoned. However, given the current turmoil, his optimal course of action was to eliminate the threat entirely. It was imperative to make the other party aware of the dire consequences of provoking this place. You do not intend to kill him, do you? Do you really think I would ally with you against him? Situ Qinglan scoffed, deriding his foolishness and believing she would stand alongside him. Allowing herself to be dragged into his mess. She admitted that before that ancestor, she had felt utterly diminished, akin to a mere pet. Yet she was Situ Qinglan, once a prodigious student. Her collaboration with him had been a moment of folly, resulting in their seizure of power and the subsequent degradation of their surroundings. Nevertheless, she sought to survive, turning a blind eye to the transgressions. But who was the individual he now sought to provoke? That ancestor, an entity of unfathomable strength. Surrounded by formidable allies, it could be said that had she not been sufficiently compliant and pleasing, she would never have managed to escape from Shelter 703. Was her survival not enough to satisfy this man? Perhaps that scoundrel had even been dispatched by him. Boss, the situation is spiraling out of control. The casualties are severe. Yet our assaults have proven ineffective against that colossal serpent, which we can now ascertain possesses a combat prowess of at least level 5. Suddenly, a formidable man entered, clad in a white tank top. This was Ba Ge, the foremost enforcer under the powerful Ma Tianxiang, responsible for collecting protection fees from the chubby fellows. Ma Tianxiang gritted his teeth, his anger at Situ Qinglan's rebuke boiling within him, yet he found no outlet for his rage. Now, Ba Ge had come to inform him that the situation had completely unraveled, revealing that the instigator was indeed that enormous serpent, boasting a level 5 strength. Witnessing Situ Qinglan's derisive smirk ignited his fury, prompting him to lash out violently. Useless. He spat, delivering a resounding slap across Ba Ge's face, leaving it swollen and bruised, causing him to reel in disorientation. Useless. Useless. Slap. 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 A flurry of strikes rained down on Ba Ge, soon painting his face with blood and leaving both cheeks inflamed and his nostrils dripping crimson. It was fortunate that he had undergone enhancements through the beast's flesh and consumed the ability fruit, or he would have been felled by this relentless barrage. Are you certain you will not take action? Ma Tianxiang vented some of his frustration on Ba Ge, then turned to Situ Qinglan with gritted teeth. His wariness of her stemmed from her possession of the nuclear launch key. Offending her would not yield an immediate retaliation. Yet she held the power to unleash destruction upon them all. Her unique abilities rendered her immune to mental control, making it impossible to compel her into relinquishing the key. Thus, she wielded an iron grip over the situation. Why not eliminate her? The answer lay in the timing of the nuclear launch. Her key was not merely vital for initiating the launch, but also for preventing a catastrophic self-detonation. A lapse in input for a mere moment would lead to obliteration, sealing their fates in the frigid embrace of a sub-zero climate. I have told you, your best course of action is to apologize, to personally seek forgiveness. I dare not provoke him, and he is not alone this time. Situ Qinglan hinted, leaving the rest for him to ponder. After uttering these words, she departed. She understood the necessity of offering her apologies to that ancestor, lest he unleash devastation upon them all. She was acutely aware of the treasures still hidden within this place. Once I resolve this matter, Ma Tianxiang observed Situ Qinglan's retreating figure, realizing that she could stabilize the situation, and he would ensure her regret for crossing him. Assemble our forces and mobilize heavy artillery. I refuse to believe that a mere beast can truly upend everything. I will make certain that Situ Qinglan understands that I, Ma Tianxiang, am her true master. Boss, should we bring that item out? Ba Ge inquired, his fury from the earlier assault still simmering. He knew he had to comply with Ma Tianxiang. as his very livelihood and existence were entwined with this place. Nonsense. I refuse to believe this man is invincible. Ma Tianqiang's eyes burned with a fierce, bloody resolve. His only concern lay with Sita Qinglan's nuclear launch key. Yet, he was convinced that if he captured that man, Sita Qinglan would not sacrifice the key for a pretty face. As for the giant serpent tonight, he would feast on serpent stew. Wu Hao utilized his very life force to heal Xia Qihong's injuries, supplementing her vitality with a precious inner spirit pill, restoring her mental and physical strength. Xia Qihong felt immense gratitude, acutely aware of the rarity of this inner spirit pill, a treasure extracted from a beast, nearly unattainable for an ordinary person throughout their lifetime. Its value transcended that of ordinary sustenance. As her strength was replenished, he retrieved 2 sets of fresh clothing from his spatial inventory, perfectly tailored for her and for Kuzuer. Noticing that someone was approaching, Xia Qihong hastily groomed herself and assisted Kuzuer in preparing, adorning them both anew. Chapter 164. Sita Qinglan personally apologizes. Shaoqing encounters minor harm. Wu Hao discerned the identity of the individual rushing towards him, having reconstructed the luxurious guest room and created a door. Soon, a figure arrived, flanked by 2 tall model secretaries, visibly anxious as they glanced in his direction. "Mr. Wu, are you unharmed? Did you encounter any danger?" Sita Qinglan hurried over, aware of his considerable displeasure, which had led him to unleash beasts to create chaos in the vicinity. Fortunately, the 2 newcomers were enjoying themselves amidst the turmoil. Wu Hao smiled at her and took a moment to appraise her, then glanced at the side, observing Xia Qihong. He noted that Qinglan and Appo's allure surpassed that of the others, akin to the difference between a basketball and a small soccer ball. However, considering their ages, it was clear that Qinglan possessed the allure of a mature woman, rivaled only by Yun, who, despite her elegance, lacked Qinglan's voluptuousness. After all, Yun was a dance instructor, her figure leaning towards the slender, though she matched Qinglan in mature charm. Sita Qinglan quickly turned her gaze to Xia Qihong and Kuzuer. She recognized Kuzuer instantly, who also identified her in return. At that moment, Qilong grasped how Wu Hao had escalated the situation to such proportions. Internally, she lamented, for he had effortlessly captured Kuzuer upon his arrival, clearly setting himself against the local powers. Thankfully, his formidable strength allowed him to act with impunity. Otherwise, he would have been discarded like a mere ice sculpture outside the base, leaving her unable to rescue him. Xia Qihong was astonished as she observed Sita Qinglan, acutely aware that she was one of the local magnates, an entity even her superior, Ma Tianqiang, dared not provoke. To witness such a formidable presence approaching her master with such humility, clearly seeking to ensure his safety, was nothing short of astonishing. Did the negotiation fail? Is the other party still insistent? Wu Hao inquired with a smile, noting Qinglan's flustered demeanor, effortlessly deducing that the opposition remained obstinate, unyielding in their approach. Yes, Sita Qinglan admitted, aware of the precarious nature of the situation. Wu Hao smiled knowingly, unsurprised by the turn of events. He beckoned her closer, saying, "Then how do you intend to compensate me for your apology?" With a mere thought, the door that had previously existed vanished, transforming the guest room back into a sealed chamber. He recognized that she and her 2 secretaries, Lin Hongyan and Lu Aran, had arrived just in time. As he felt his enjoyment had yet to reach its peak. "Now is not the moment. I will comply later. Can we agree on that?" Sita Qinglan, catching the teasing glint in his eyes and noticing the 2 long-legged model secretaries edging closer, experienced a surge of nervous anticipation. Yet, her remaining rationality warned her that this was not the appropriate time, as chaos erupted outside. "Come over and assist. It's the perfect opportunity to compare your figures." Wu Hao called to Xia Qihong, noticing she had regained some strength. A spark of realization lit Xia Qihong's eyes as she comprehended his implications. Acknowledging that she had indeed noticed Qinglan and Appo's captivating figure upon her entrance, a manifestation of mature femininity. "No, please don't," Sita Qinglan pleaded. Yet, at that moment, she felt akin to prey encircled by predators, with no avenue of escape. The impending gaze of their hunt sent a thrill through her that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Within the sealed chamber, the atmosphere was charged with intensity, while outside, chaos reigned. Shaoqing reveled in the excitement, sharing Wu Hao's mental perception, which provided her with clear coordinates. She recognized that any encounters with red or orange could be dealt with ruthlessly, free from concern of misidentifying her targets. In that moment, She unleashed all the pent-up resentment accumulated from her encounters with the mutated mountain boar, feeling an exhilarating release. Fire! A booming voice commanded, and alongside the shout, a blinding light captured her attention. In an instant, she found herself struck by a beam of energy, leaving a mark on her scales. How dare they? She hissed, revealing her vanity. She took immense pride in her beautiful scales, and the realization that an attack could mar them was unacceptable. The assailants were right there. What a farce. Even a laser cannon could not penetrate her. The assailants were equally astounded, questioning what manner of creature they faced. Is it merely a level 4 beast? How can it withstand the high-energy impact of our laser cannon? Their astonishment was understandable, for Xiaoqing was a uniquely exceptional beast. The sole level 3 or higher creature tamed within this cataclysmic environment, artificially nurtured to reach level 4. Thus, while she might have only been classified as a level 4 beast, her combat prowess had been nurtured to rival that of a level 6 creature. Thanks to her consumption of level 7 beast flesh, specifically that of the mutated mountain boar, her scales now bore the defensive qualities of Earth-type abilities, rendering her not merely an Ice-type beast, but one with artificially enhanced Earth-type resilience. Her scales had become comparable to the armor of the mutated mountain boar. An absolute defense against ordinary force. Increase the power. Attack again. I refuse to believe we cannot vanquish this serpent. The operator of the laser cannon, now engulfed in fear, hastily cranked the power to its maximum, intent on piercing her with a single shot. Yet, Xiaoqing was no fool, having learned from her previous encounters. She swiftly evaded the incoming fire, causing the laser to miss its mark and instead create a gaping hole in the underground base. With a powerful swing of her tail, she obliterated the laser cannon. However, she soon realized that over a dozen laser cannons had targeted her, encircling her in a deadly trap. Wu Hao, observing the situation, took a moment to compare Situ Qinglan and Xia Qihong, noting that Qinglan and Appo's voluptuousness and mature allure still held sway. Yet, Qinglan was now in tears, blindfolded, unable to perceive the chaos unfolding outside, her throat hoarse with pleading. Wu Hao, however, remained vigilant, noticing that Xiaoqing was in grave danger. He resolved to step outside, leaving the care of the elder sister to the model secretaries. With a spatial transfer, he appeared beside Xiaoqing, just in time to witness the simultaneous firing of numerous laser cannons aimed directly at him. Chapter 165, The Complete Collapse of Order. Left with madmen, the simultaneous eruption of light from numerous laser cannons transformed the area into a blinding spectacle, akin to the sudden appearance of a miniature sun. The adversaries were utterly unprepared for the emergence of an individual right in the heart of the bombardment zone. However, upon recognizing the imminent target, their elation surged. They believed it was a stroke of double fortune, a chance to eliminate everything in one fell swoop. Were they reveling in their fortune? Yet, Wu Hao appeared indifferent to the impending beams of destruction, merely patting the massive form of little Qing and inquiring whether it was enjoying itself. The creature responded with a hiss, leaning its sizable head closer, exuding the exuberance of a jubilant child reveling in its surroundings. In the next moment, an unusual disturbance rippled through the air. A pyramid-shaped energy field materialized around Wu Hao, encasing him and little Qing within its protective embrace, effectively nullifying all external energies. As the laser beam struck the barrier, they were deflected, rebounding back to their origin, obliterating those who sought to harm little Qing in an instant, leaving them vaporized in the searing intensity of the laser fire. Observing the ease with which he resolved the situation, Wu Hao realized the utility of this extraordinary ability, an ability derived from the formidable power of the holy level fruit, the reversal field, obtained from the Su sisters. To his astonishment, he had experienced a double boon, for alongside the reversal field, he had also acquired the absorption field, both capabilities of the holy level. Shall we take a break? Wu Hao asked little Qing, suggesting it might rest in the beast space, where it could consume the essence of exotic beasts and holy level fruits to replenish its strength and foster growth, a prelude to a meal, as it were. Little Qing nodded in agreement, and Wu Hao summoned it, providing nourishment of holy level fruits and the flesh of a 7th-tier beast, hopeful it might awaken a new ability or enhance its resilience. With little Qing cared for, Wu Hao surveyed the surroundings. The area had fallen eerily silent, as none could fathom that such a terrifying assault had failed to inflict a single scratch on him. Instead, he had repelled all attacks effortlessly, annihilating those who had sought to harm him, along with their laser artillery. Oh dear, a thread has come loose. This could cost quite a bit, he mused. Noticing a loose thread on his trousers, evidence of the fierce winds that had swept through, indicating that compensation would be necessary and substantial. Devil. Monster. The remaining onlookers murmured, transfixed by the sight before them. They felt they were no longer witnessing a mere man, but a veritable demon, a being of unfathomable horror, far surpassing the dread inspired by the serpent they had encountered earlier. Wu Hao scanned their faces and discerned that they were predominantly ordinary individuals, unscathed but shaken. He lifted his chin, feigning a casual glance while probing their thoughts with his psychic perception. Upon arriving, he had already confirmed that there were no true good souls among them. For good people would not stand idly by as valiant warriors were cast out into the frigid wilderness to become mere statues of ice. Did they truly believe that their silence absolved them of guilt? Did they consider themselves innocent? Let the slaughter commence among you. Those who survive may leave this place, Wu Hao declared. Yet, this was not an ordinary proclamation. It was imbued with his enchanting ability. At his level of power, his charm extended beyond mere sight. His gaze, scent, voice, and even objects he touched could serve as catalysts for his enchantment, ensnaring the minds of those weaker than he. Upon hearing his words, a wave of uncontrollable bloodlust surged within the crowd, igniting a frenzy as they turned against one another, the scenery morphing into a crimson tableau of violence. Armed individuals seized their weapons, while those without resorted to using their fingernails and teeth in a desperate frenzy of carnage. Wu Hao withdrew a small sofa from his spatial pocket, leisurely settling down with a steaming cup of milk tea, savoring the unfolding chaos as if it were a grand cinematic spectacle. After enduring such trials, he understood that those still alive had succumbed to madness. Even those who appeared normal were merely masking their inner turmoil, having witnessed the horrors of death and destruction. Some had even resorted to cannibalism, devouring their own kin to survive, though the powerful typically opted for a more civilized approach, such as cooking their meals. Initially, he harbored a flicker of hope upon his arrival, yearning to witness the restoration of order. Instead, he was met with the sight of frozen soldiers, monuments to a fallen valor, and the realization that those they were meant to protect had been driven from their sanctuaries, turning the place into a festering pit of depravity. The passage of time had brought no intervention, no authority to curb the descent into chaos, and thus he recognized the futility of hope. The established order lay in ruins, necessitating the creation of a new regime, one that would eliminate all the sinners while welcoming those who embraced the dawn of a new world. How beautiful! Wu Hao remarked with a smile, acknowledging that he too had succumbed to madness in his relentless quest for hope. Yet, compared to the truly deranged, he maintained a veneer of elegance, still resembling a semblance of humanity. However, one could not deny the madness within him. For who but a madman would sip the heart's blood of a beast as if it were a fine beverage, relishing every drop? Arriving on the scene, Ma Tianqiang and his men were confronted with a nightmarish tableau of bloodshed, witnessing individuals descending into lunacy as they turned upon one another. In the center, a figure reclined elegantly, legs crossed, seated on a plush sofa, calmly enjoying a steaming cup of tea as if attending a grand performance. The sight drove him to the brink of insanity, leaving him bewildered. Who was this person? Was this the very individual who instilled fear in the heart of Sita Qinglan? Mr. Wu, you are the one in charge here, I presume? Ma Tianqiang, ISNT it? Perhaps we should discuss my personal compensation. Your men have harmed my pet and caused me to lose a thread. I believe I mentioned that any harm to Fatty or his companions would be accounted for. One strand of hair equates to one life. It seems you've given him quite the beating. Haven't you? Wu Hao said with a serene smile, ready to negotiate the terms of compensation. He hoped they would present an offer satisfactory enough to appease him. Otherwise, their fate would be sealed. Chapter 166. The Prodigy? No more than this. Ma Tianqiang was engulfed in utter despair, his breath stifled by the shocking spectacle before him. A demon. What he beheld was no longer a mere man, but a fiend that seemed to have clawed its way from the depths of hell, now mocking and tormenting this utterly fallen and chaotic new world. There he sat, elegantly reclining with his legs crossed, savoring a cup of milk tea on a solitary fabric sofa. From any angle, he exuded an air of gentlemanly grace. Yet the havoc he wreaked, or rather, the mere flick of his hand, transformed this place into a veritable inferno, igniting the very flames of hell. In that fleeting moment, a flicker of regret ignited within him. He suddenly comprehended why Sita Qinglan spoke of him with such trepidation. She was referring to an absolute taboo that must not be trifled with. The actions of this individual further validated this notion. He had not even truly engaged. Yet the chaos he instigated surpassed the destruction wrought by the earlier encounter with the Azure Serpent. As Ma Tianqiang stood frozen in shock, Wu Hao's demeanor fluctuated, revealing a mix of apprehension and uncertainty about how to proceed next. Beside him, his top enforcer, Brother Ba, recognized this as his moment to demonstrate loyalty. He understood that regardless of his motives, he must act now to show Ma Tianxiang that his presence still held significance. With a swift stride, he lunged at Wu Hao, intending to leverage his undeniable strength to eliminate the threat. It was undeniable that he was immensely powerful, a prodigy in his own right. His good fortune had already shone upon him when he encountered Ma Tianxiang, bestowing upon him a spiritual level ability fruit, the Berserker. After joining Ma Tianxiang, he further exploited his position to amass a condensed level ability fruit, swiftness, elevating his speed ability to level 3. The Berserker ability enabled him to draw upon his strength, tripling his actions. Coupled with his level 3 swiftness ability, he could move with the speed of the wind, leaving no trace behind. His self-created technique, the Shadow Step, rendered him virtually invincible, leaving all who dared to oppose him in despair. He had yet to suffer defeat. Wu Hao observed Brother Ba charging towards him, instantly discerning the nature of his abilities. He had to concede that Brother Ba was indeed formidable. While he may not yet be capable of reigning supreme in this apocalyptic new world, within the confines of this underground refuge, it was clear that most would be no match for him. Armed with equipment forged from the bones of otherworldly beasts, he could face even a level 2 beast with considerable combat prowess. He had every reason to feel proud, a rarity among the masses. However, there was a caveat. It seemed that the prodigious talents who had toiled tirelessly could only ascend to become one among 100,000 soldiers. Some beings were always fated to emerge in the celestial realm from the very beginning. Prodigies? When the ability to effortlessly generate thousands of ability fruits was within grasp. The playing field tilted dramatically, creating an insurmountable chasm that ordinary individuals could never hope to bridge. The only true threat remaining was a singular entity, a beast. A prodigious-level beast. A portal opened in Brother Ba's path as he charged forward, and he plunged uncontrollably into it. Unfortunately, the other side of the portal was positioned on the ceiling, causing him to crash down clumsily. Yet, as he fell, another portal manifested just as he hit the ground, sending him tumbling into it. This time, he emerged from a wall to his left, only to be drawn into yet another portal. Though the maximum distance between these portals was merely 200 meters, rendering them somewhat short for transportation, they proved exceptionally useful in combat and evasion, serving as an absolute defense. Their optimal use was against those lacking long-range abilities, reliant solely on brute force and close-quarters combat. This scene left Ma Tianxiang utterly dumbfounded, witnessing his strongest enforcer, Brother Ba, ricochet like a pinball, tumbling helplessly before his adversary. He felt dizzy and nauseous, but as long as his opponent showed no signs of halting, his most formidable enforcer would remain trapped in this chaotic farce, potentially facing a gruesome demise. You still haven and Oppos, T answered my question. How will you compensate me? Wu Hao taunted, casting a mischievous glance at Ma Tianxiang. It was not that he looked down upon them. Rather, he had sensed their life forces and confirmed that, collectively, they were no match for him alone. Not to mention, he had Shaoqing by his side, along with the werewolf brothers Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, as well as Lin Hongyan and Lu Yiran, 2 female blood mages. Additionally, there were the likes of Bo Hao, who had consumed pseudo-immortal level ability fruits, all of whom could serve as mere embellishments in this confrontation. Ma Tianxiang strained to steady his breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. His pupils dilated as he fixed his gaze upon Wu Hao, but the noise of his own thoughts drowned out the questions, filling his mind with a deafening hum. He had never felt death so near. He realized that if his response faltered even slightly, Brother Ba would meet a fate worse than his current predicament. I have 2 daughters, a wife, an older sister, and a younger sister. They need a strong and capable man to protect them, Ma Tianxiang blurted out, immediately regretting it, yet simultaneously recognizing it might be his best option. He even considered offering his wife, despite knowing she was not a virgin. Wu Hao was taken aback by Ma Tianxiang's audacious response. To offer his wife? To save his own skin, he was willing to sacrifice his daughters, his sisters-in-law? Was he underestimating Wu Hao? He was not one to accept just anyone. He had no interest in those who did not meet his stringent criteria. Sensing Wu Hao's amusement and dissatisfaction, Ma Tianxiang felt as though he aged a decade in an instant, his voice trembling as he declared, I relinquish everything to you. I will obey your wishes. The pride he had previously held crumbled as he witnessed Brother Ba's plight, tumbling helplessly like a cosmic pinball. The realization that his adversary had yet to truly engage, merely toying with him, sank him into profound despair. Chapter 167. The 3 Titans of the Base. The strongest happens to be absent. Wu Hao harbored no fear of being denied compensation at this point. The moment they had provoked him, especially after he had subdued Sidu Qinglan, Everything here had effectively fallen into his grasp, awaiting redistribution at his will. You reacted quickly enough. Since the other party had already acquiesced, he tossed the unfortunate Brother Ba out of the teleportation gate, halting his endless freefall. Fortunately, he hadn't been toyed with to death. Gag, gag. Brother Ba finally crashed back onto solid ground, clinging to it with newfound reverence. The sensation of infinite descent through void after void, the relentless freefall without end, it had been a waking nightmare. Now, sprawled face down, he refused to relinquish the earth beneath him. Yet as his equilibrium steadied, his insides revolted. He retched violently, stomach acid burning his throat, as though his body sought to purge itself entirely. My surname is Wu. You may address me as Mr. Wu. I'm quite reasonable. Wu Hao smiled amiably, relishing the prospect of this transaction, one where he stood to claim the entire base's resources without lifting a finger. Ma Tianxiang's expression darkened, the bitter taste of regret thick in his mouth. To save his own skin, he was prepared to surrender every woman in his household, along with the entire base. But he hadn't given up entirely. This base had 3 titans. Aside from himself and Sita Qinglan, there was him, the backbone of their armed forces. While Ma Tianxiang managed internal affairs and Sita Qinglan oversaw logistics, economy, and armaments, this third figure was the true combat core, stronger than Brother Ba, commanding an elite force. Had he been present, that colossal serpent would have been slain on the spot. But he was away, hunting mutated beasts, gathering energy fruits. And so, chaos reigned unchecked. Let us go. Show me this compensation, and whether these women of yours will satisfy me. Wu Hao rose, his gaze locking onto Ma Tianxiang. The man's aura still burned red, hostile, unyielding. He hadn't abandoned hope. Wu Hao already knew why. Through Fatty, he learned of the 3 titans, Sita Qinglan, now subdued, Ma Tianxiang, and Lu Jinwei, the strongest of them all. The fact that Qing's rampage had drawn lethal retaliation confirmed Lu Jinwei's absence. No functioning survival base could sustain itself without a hunting team. This way, unaware that Wu Hao had already deduced the trio's dynamics, and Lu Jinwei's absence, Ma Tianxiang led him toward his residence. A veritable palace where his family lived in luxury far beyond the common refugees. Brother Ba trailed behind, his former arrogance shattered. He followed meekly, eyes wide with terror, at Wu Hao's back. The mere memory of that game, of being toyed with so effortlessly, sent his stomach churning anew. Upon arriving, Wu Hao surveyed the household without even stepping inside. The promised wives, daughters, sisters-in-law, none scored above 70. Pathetic. Ma Tianxiang's private life was as debauched as his family's. His daughters? 68 and 63. His sisters-in-law? Equally tainted. The cruelest irony? The purest among them was his own wife, 79. Untouched by any but him. Like father, like daughters. Your family's hospitality is truly liberal. Wu Hao's smile was razor-edged. Ma Tianxiang forced a laugh, pretending not to grasp the insult. Wu Hao had already marked them for death. But 2 figures caught his attention, a golden-haired foreigner, unexpected in these quarters, and a woman imprisoned in an underground cell. Lu Hongxiao, beauty, 90, purity, 93, sports-induced, approval, granted, a soldier, a defiant one. Suspended by iron shackles, bearing torture-esque marks, her resolve remained unbroken. Her presence here, hidden, tortured, spoke volumes. Do you know Lu Hongxiao? Where is she now? Wu Hao asked knowingly, his eyes flickering between Ma Tianxiang and Brother Ba. Chapter 168. The captive female soldier king. Upon hearing the name Lu Xiaohong, Ma Tianxiang and Apos' expression shifted dramatically. He could not fathom why this name would emerge from the lips of the formidable Mr. Wu, nor could he comprehend why he would unexpectedly inquire about her presence. Beside him, Brother Ba and Apos' demeanor also grew peculiar, intentionally diverting his gaze elsewhere. He was acutely aware of who Lu Xiaohong was and her current whereabouts. However, he understood the reason behind Wu's sudden inquiry and how he had come to know of her existence in this place. Most importantly, he was keenly aware of the nature of their relationship. Mr. Wu, I Haven and Apos, heard of this person. Do you know her? Is she significant to you? Ma Tianxiang decided to take a gamble, feigning ignorance about Lu Xiaohong and her whereabouts. He sought to glean some insight from Wu Hao regarding the nature of their connection and the reason for his interest in her. Wu Hao chuckled lightly, turning his attention away from Ma Tianxiang to the visibly shaken Brother Ba. Do you know anything? If I discover you possess knowledge yet remain silent, next time, I shall not allow you to escape unscathed. Brother Ba and Apos' legs trembled uncontrollably, understanding that he was being threatened with a fate worse than death. This experience was far more terrifying than a swift execution. Nonetheless, he instinctively glanced at Ma Tianxiang, wishing to avoid confrontation with him. He knew that if Ma Tianxiang caught him betraying his secrets, it would not only endanger his own life, but also jeopardize his family's safety, his utmost concern. "You may speak," Wu Hao said casually. As he spoke, a portal to the otherworldly beast realm opened, and the colossal head of a serpent emerged, swallowing Ma Tianxiang whole before he could even react. In the blink of an eye, the once dominant man within this military base met a swift and thorough demise, leaving no trace behind, only a remnant of serpentine waste. Brother Ba trembled, utterly petrified by Wu Hao's ruthlessness. He hastily proclaimed, "I only know that there is a secret chamber in Ma Tianxiang's residence where a female soldier is imprisoned. She seems to possess knowledge of the location of a nuclear arsenal. Ma Tianxiang has been trying to coerce her into revealing it, but she remains defiant, enduring daily torment. I know where the secret chamber is located." Finally, he divulged the crucial detail. He knew the secret chamber's location and how to enter it. Wu Hao, recognizing Brother Ba as Ma Tianxiang's trusted aide and foremost enforcer, was convinced of his knowledge of the man's sordid dealings. Initially, Wu had intended for him to share the same fate as Ma Tianxiang, disposed of like refuse. However, recalling that Brother Ba had previously paid for protection, he decided to afford him a modicum of leniency, recognizing that he still held some principles, albeit his subordinates lacked decorum. "I will wait here for you. Also, ensure that not a single soul survives," Wu Hao instructed him, casually retrieving a single upholstered sofa and settling down. He poured himself a pot of fine tea, savoring it slowly from a purple clay teapot. Witnessing this scene, Brother Ba and the remaining henchmen were astonished as if they were witnessing a magic trick. They were even more bewildered by the appearance of hot tea, a rare delicacy in such dire surroundings. The aroma filled the air, offering an exquisite indulgence that emphasized Wu Hao and Apos' extraordinary status. "Please wait, I shall bring her at once." Brother Ba and Apos' eyes glinted with determination, realizing Wu Hao and Apos' intent. He understood this was an opportunity to demonstrate his worth. If he performed well, he might not only save his life but also elevate his standing as a competent subordinate. Conversely, failure would lead to a grim fate, one that promised a uniquely horrific demise. The gravity of Wu Hao's words struck him. He was essentially issuing a death warrant for Ma Tianxiang's entire household, sparing not a single soul. The rationale behind entrusting him with this task was simple. He was Ma Tianxiang and Apos' most trusted confidant, intimately familiar with who was associated with him and their hiding places. Wu Hao nodded, observing Brother Ba prepare to lead a raid on those who had once been under Ma Tianxiang and Apos' protection. Nevertheless, he maintained a keen awareness of the situation unfolding on the other side, where the atmosphere had transformed into a hellish tableau. As Brother Ba and his men stormed in, the unsuspecting occupants were met with a brutal onslaught. They could never have anticipated that their demise stemmed from the downfall of the very individual who had once safeguarded them. This individual, having fallen from grace, now harbored malicious intentions, further exacerbating the situation. Since they could not provide adequate recompense, they were left with no choice but to pay with their lives, adhering to the principle of an eye for an eye, a fair reckoning. Yet, finding suitable candidates for contracts proved to be a formidable challenge. In such a vast base, only a handful of qualified individuals could be identified. Wu Hao found himself exasperated by the situation. He had anticipated easily assembling 100 contractual subjects, hoping to amplify his returns exponentially. Yet, he now realized he had yet to reach even 3,000-fold, currently standing at a mere 2,600-fold. Although this multiplier was impressive, allowing him to gain 2,600 units for every resource consumed, he remained aware of the rapid growth of the formidable beasts. Who would truly complain about an excess of upgrade materials? The real concern lay in the possibility of reaching a point where he lacked sufficient materials for further upgrades. That would indeed be an awkward predicament. Chapter 169, revealing the truth of the calamity, recruiting the female warrior. The massacre persisted for over half an hour. Ultimately, Brother Ba, drenched in the stench of blood and accompanied by several subordinates, escorted a female soldier to his side. It was evident that the soldier had endured horrific torture. Her tendons severed, rendering her unable to walk or move independently. Yet her gaze remained resolute as a rock, looking at them as if they were merely another adversary. Filled with fierce defiance, she presumed that he was part of the same faction that sought the secrets she possessed. Lu Xiaohong? Upon seeing her, Wu Hao confirmed that this was indeed Lu Xiaohong, the key figure Brother Ba had mentioned, one who held the critical knowledge about the nuclear warhead storage. Ba, Lu Xiaohong was wild and resilient. Even in her current state, reduced to a mere shadow of her former self, she clung fiercely to her beliefs, unafraid of any threats her enemies posed. For she was a true soldier. Good news, I am not one of them. Bad news, I am quite interested in the secret you carry. Dream on, you dog. Lu Xiaohong spat, asserting her determination to remain silent, even at the cost of her life. Did you not mention what I am capable of? Wu Hao feigned curiosity, questioning Brother Ba as to why he had not introduced his abilities to Lu Xiaohong. Brother Ba shook his head but quickly understood, addressing Lu Xiaohong. This gentleman possesses an extraordinary ability to sway hearts. No one can resist him. Suddenly recalling the scene he had witnessed upon arriving with Ma Tianqiang, he had seen the place transformed into a hellish nightmare, with everyone engaged in mutual slaughter. While he sat elegantly in the center, sipping tea and observing the chaos, Lu Xiaohong and Appo's expression changed dramatically. She was unafraid of torture or truth serums. But the prospect of mind control, particularly through such an ability, left her vulnerable and certain to divulge information. She hastily attempted to bite her tongue, aware that while it would not kill her, it would render her speechless, buying her time to keep her secrets from being exposed. There is no need to rush. You have already revealed everything the moment you laid eyes on me, Wu Hao assured her, effectively halting her desperate action and making her realize that she was already under his control. Her every move had been anticipated. Yet he had chosen not to extract her secrets just yet, allowing her to believe she was free. Lu Xiaohong was gripped by terror, never before encountering such a frightening presence. Wu Hao, however, scrutinized Lu Xiaohong and found her appearance lacking compared to Qin Feifei and others, deeming her merely a beauty. Yet she was entirely different from them. She resembled a fierce flower, radiating wildness and formidable combat prowess. She embodied the essence of a female warrior, possessing remarkable solo combat capabilities. In light of this, he found his interest in her potential contract even more compelling than the secret she harbored. After all, he was already aware that this base housed 2 nuclear warheads. He could easily utilize the resources for infinite replication, not to mention the existence of intercontinental missiles. Rendering Lu Xiaohong's knowledge unnecessary, he had essentially obtained it in abundance. It was uncomfortable to be spoken to in such a manner. Stand properly and converse with me, Wu Hao instructed, gesturing for them to bring her closer. As Lu Xiaohong contemplated the irony of her current state, Wu Hao effortlessly healed all her injuries, restoring her body to its former glory and erasing every scar, leaving her skin smooth and radiant. This scene not only astonished Lu Xiaohong but also left Brother Ba and his men in shock. The power of miraculous healing. They understood that such healing abilities were both formidable and terrifying. For allies, it ensured sustained combat readiness. For enemies, it was a nightmare, as being subjected to his whims meant one could not even find death. Why are you helping me? Lu Xiaohong questioned, realizing her injuries had completely healed, her severed limbs restored to their original state. The miracle before her left her bewildered as to his motivations. I hope you will join me, becoming my possession. Wu Hao contemplated his words. He initially intended to say woman, but quickly revised it to emphasize that he sought not merely a woman, but a contractual tool that would yield him benefits. This was not to be openly stated. She merely needed to comprehend that she would become his subordinate, bound to obey all his commands. Lu Xiaohong felt no embarrassment, only surprise at his words. Having devoted herself to military service and attained her current rank, she had long divorced herself from notions of life and death, or gender distinctions. For her, true soldiers transcended such divides. They were all exemplary warriors. Now, his proposition to make her his possession implied becoming his plaything? While she could understand, she could not accept it, for it violated her beliefs and principles. I must inform you of 2 unfortunate truths. First, everything has been utterly destroyed. Your perseverance holds no meaning. Secondly, the situation is deteriorating. Everything is spiraling out of control. And if I must mention another, Wu Hao continued. The last piece of information he did not state directly, but conveyed through a psychic connection, revealing that 3 years prior, he had foreseen the impending disaster. While the elite chose to safeguard their own interests by secretly establishing a refuge, abandoning all others, Lu Xiaohong was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of despair and desolation, quickly followed by rage and a thirst for vengeance. So, are you interested? Wu Hao inquired, seeking to know if she would consider standing alongside him as a comrade in arms. The original order had collapsed, a new one needed to be established. While he held no interest in such a venture, he was confident that Lu Xiaohong would be intrigued, particularly regarding the fate of the refuge. I will follow you. From now on, I am yours. Lu Xiaohong gritted her teeth, realizing that her faith had crumbled in that moment. She had initially believed the deaths of her loved ones and comrades were mere accidents, only to discover that they were abandoned, mere ordinary people. Those who had once held power during peaceful times, knowing of the impending disaster 3 years prior, had chosen to conceal the truth. Quietly creating a sanctuary while sacrificing the lives of innocent civilians, ensuring that resources following the calamity would be insufficient to meet the needs of all. She believed that Wu Hao and his associates were not connected to this, for it was his first time here. Upon discovering her, he had acted promptly to rescue and heal her entirely. Chapter 170. New unlocking of the rebate system. Professional experience rebate. Wu Hao smiled with satisfaction. Recognizing that she truly deserved her reputation as a resolute warrior, capable of maintaining secrets even when subjected to severe torture. Ding. Contracted a new type of professional target, the female warrior. Triggering the new functionality of the rebate system. Contracting a special professional type will grant the rebate of the contracted party's relevant professional experience. Ding. Successfully contracted the female warrior Lu Xiaohong. Total contracts reached 27. Rebate of 2,700 units of historical combat experience from the female warrior. Aside, to avoid sensitivity. The text will not mention military ranks in the conventional sense. In an instant, Wu Hao felt a torrent of combat experience flooding into his mind. Had it not been for the enhancement of his mental capacity through the spirit spring, he would likely have fainted on the spot. Fortunately, with his mental strength significantly amplified, he felt relatively stable. In the blink of an eye, he had assimilated decades of combat experience and skills, transforming from an ordinary individual into a battle-hardened warrior. This rebate was indeed advantageous. If he were to contract a doctor, he would gain medical expertise. If he were to contract a teacher, he would acquire teaching experience. Initially, he questioned why he had not triggered this rebate system with other special professions he had encountered, such as Xia Qihong as a croupier or Yun Yun as a dance instructor. However, he concluded that the reason must lie in the insufficient level of their professional experience to meet the system's requirements. Xia Qihong, as a croupier, leaned more towards the use of supernatural abilities. To truly trigger the system, she would need to reach a level akin to a gambling deity, possessing genuine skills. The same logic applied to Yun Yun, who, despite being a dance instructor at a music academy, had not attained the standard of a dance master. Lu Xiaohong, however, was entirely different. She had withstood torture to the point of near death and remained unwavering. This indicated that her level as a female warrior was undoubtedly high. Otherwise, she would not have been recognized by the system as such. The experience rebate was quite practical, allowing him to enhance his combat prowess without solely relying on brute strength, enabling him to employ a bit of strategy. Wu Hao understood that he was currently powerful, enjoying a significant advantage over many surviving supernatural beings. Yet, he was acutely aware of his numerous shortcomings. When the disaster struck, he had been an ordinary person, one who had recently faced bankruptcy. He had little to offer except for a stroke of good fortune. While he could overpower those weaker than him, he would struggle against formidable opponents, where his rich combat experience might just be the key to turning the tide of battle. This combat experience was invaluable. It might not always be utilized, but it was undeniably essential. Presently, with such a wealth of combat experience at his disposal, he regarded Lu Xiaohong with newfound appreciation. Yet, he was cognizant that there remained an unresolved matter, which had not surprised him. Is there someone still alive? Why keep them? Wu Hao queried Ba Ge. Knowing that at Ma Tunqiang's residence, all of Ma's relatives had been systematically eradicated, leaving no survivors. However, there was still a living person within the premises, the blonde, blue-eyed foreigner he had just seen, intentionally spared by Ba Ge. Lu Xiaohong also looked over, now fully aligned with Wu Hao, completely under his command. It would not be an exaggeration to say she had become his true right-hand warrior, a combat elite. Wu Yi, that person, must not be killed, Ba Ge said, clearly apprehensive. Sensing Wu Hao's unfriendly gaze, he quickly added, he is a member of the Tianming Society. If he meets with misfortune here, it would be tantamount to declaring war on them, leading to severe repercussions. The Tianming Society. Lu Xiaohong's expression darkened significantly, clearly understanding what it entailed. What is the Tianming Society? Wu Hao inquired telepathically, aware that he must not reveal his ignorance in front of Ba Ge. Lu Xiaohong, demonstrating her military training, answered promptly without unnecessary questions. She quickly grasped the essence of telepathy and replied, it is an external force, essentially foreign conglomerates attempting to sow discord within, bribing domestic traders and business associations in a bid to overthrow the establishment. They are well aware of the recent disaster. Her mention of the situation was laced with venomous disdain. She firmly believed that the establishment of a refuge nation bore the fingerprints of the Tianming society. As they hailed from influential foreign financial families, wielding considerable power and military might abroad, Wu Hao comprehended her words entirely. In simpler terms, they were akin to foreign overlords. The outbreak of this disaster had provided them with a perfect opportunity to become active players, leveraging their resources for investment while secretly controlling various factions. Undoubtedly, the Tianming society had a hand in these matters. Lu Xiaohong's teeth clenched in hatred, her keen perception revealing the upheaval in management. She recalled the soldiers being ousted from their base, left to perish in the cold, their frozen forms standing as grim monuments outside, evidence of the Tianming society's involvement. Without their interference, the chaos would not have unfolded so smoothly, without any semblance of defense, allowing events to settle into a tragic conclusion. Can you assist me with a task? I wish to kill someone. C2 Qinglan. My predicament with Ma Tianqiang is entirely due to her betrayal. There's no need for murder. However, I am well aware of her whereabouts. She is currently under my protection, Wu Hao conveyed to her telepathically. Lu Xiaohong stared at him in astonishment, her trust in his stance wavering. How could he associate with C2 Qinglan and not be deemed a villain? Keeping a pet is not illegal, is it? Wu Hao replied with a smile, regarding C2 Qinglan as little more than a mere pet, no longer deserving of the title of a human being. It was evident that Lu Xiaohong was willing to accept this new identity for C2 Qinglan. After all, living as a figure of authority was far more enjoyable than her current predicament. As he communicated, Wu Hao transmitted images from the secret chamber to Lu Xiaohong, allowing her to see C2 Qinglan's current state. Instantly, Lu Xiaohong's face flushed crimson, realizing that, in a certain sense, C2 Qinglan's degradation was far worse than mere death. If you are interested, you may join in the fun, Wu Hao suggested. His interest in C2 Qinglan's status as a traitor was minimal. After all, she posed no threat to his interests and had even provided him with considerable benefits. However, given her past transgressions, her current situation seemed fitting, and he believed she would willingly seek atonement in this manner. Thus, it was a win-win scenario, with all parties achieving their desired outcomes. You truly are a devil, Lu Xiaohong remarked, though she had not witnessed his prior actions. Her instincts telling her that his behavior was devilish enough. She had to admit that someone like him was indeed well-suited to thrive in the new environment. I shall take your words as a compliment. Thank you, Wu Hao acknowledged, admitting that his actions were somewhat devilish, yet perfectly fitting for the circumstances. Lu Xiaohong regarded him anew, finding her impression of him to be complex, both dangerous and, in her view, entirely appropriate. Wu Hao, however, paid no heed to the rising or setting of the sun. He was acutely aware that this territory belonged to him. Here, he had the authority to redefine all rules and to redistribute everything as he saw fit. He commanded Ba Ge, bring him out. The best way for him to avoid death is to cooperate willingly. When it came to such a uniquely positioned individual, his patience was decidedly limited. Chapter 171, The Dawn Society? Can bravado match strength? Ba Ge promptly complied with the command, fully aware of the grave consequences that lay ahead. Yet, he understood that failing to follow the order would lead to even more dire repercussions in this very moment. Wu Hao waited briefly, though not for long. A tall man with golden hair and blue eyes was brought forth. Despite the harsh environment, he maintained an air of superiority befitting his status, casting a disdainful gaze that belittled those before him, as if they were of an inferior breed. Wu Hao observed his arrogant demeanor and could not help but recall an ancient proverb, ignorance spawns fearlessness. This man's attitude suggested he was utterly oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded outside, including the annihilation of Ma Tianqiang's entire family. And he remained unaware of the hellish scene that had just transpired. Master Wu, the individual has been brought, Ba Ge respectfully announced, knowing that his task was complete. At the very least, he had secured his own life, avoiding a gruesome demise. What shall I call you? Wu Hao inquired with a smile, eager to learn the man's name and background. Of course, he possessed methods to uncover this information himself, but at that moment, the nuance of the answer coming directly from the man himself was of significant value. You are not worthy of knowing, the golden-haired man retorted, maintaining his arrogance despite recognizing Wu Hao's distinguished status. In his eyes, he was backed by the formidable Dawn Society, and he believed the circumstances dictated that his adversaries would not dare provoke him, rather than him fearing anyone. Left or right? Wu Hao pondered aloud, seemingly contemplating a strategy without the intent of making a swift decision. Left? Right? The golden-haired man was perplexed by this cryptic inquiry. unaware that the Oriental man before him was entirely different from anyone he had encountered previously. In simpler terms, this man had the capability to end his life right there without a hint of concern for the consequences. Let us go with the left. Men on the left, women on the right. Wu Hao finally decided, opting for the left side. Ba Ge stood nearby, bewildered by the meaning behind this statement. What was this talk of left and right? In the next instant, Wu Hao remained still, while Lu Xiaohong sprang into action. Like a swift leopard, she lunged forward. And before the golden-haired man could react, her tiger claws struck mercilessly against his left cheek. Ack! A heart-wrenching scream erupted as the blow left his left cheek bruised and swollen, causing several of his teeth to shatter and fall out. Answer my questions, or you may lose the other side as well, Wu Hao remarked with a smile, his eyes glinting with a cold light. To him, the only thing of importance was his contractual tool. Everyone else was expendable, especially those who dared to oppose him. The fate of Ma Tianxiang's family was a testament to that. He had no interest in the Dawn Society. He simply wished to glean the information he sought. If this individual possessed knowledge, he was to divulge it without any unnecessary banter. The golden-haired man, now in excruciating pain, could barely speak. Blood and saliva spilling from his mouth as he instinctively shielded his injured face. His gaze, once filled with arrogance, now bore a hint of fear. Why you? He attempted to utter words, likely a threat of regret, but Wu Hao's mere glance silenced him, compelling him to swallow his words to avoid further loss. Ba Ge observed in shock, realizing that Wu Hao's methods were even more brutal than Ma Tianxiang's. He struck without hesitation and offered no superfluous words. Dawn Society? Wu Hao inquired, signaling the commencement of the question-and-answer session. He had no qualms about interrogating the man, and if the responses did not satisfy him, he would not hesitate to reduce the man's components. Why yes, the golden-haired man nodded vigorously, his cheeks swollen, rendering him incapable of coherent speech. Location, quantity of supplies? How many personnel? Wu Hao pressed, focused on his primary concerns. He was unconcerned with the might of the Dawn Society, for no matter their strength, it paled in comparison to his own, and certainly could not rival that of formidable beasts. What mattered most to him were their location and resources, and particularly the number of personnel, especially female members. The presence of women in their ranks indicated the potential for suitable contractual candidates, particularly those with golden hair and blue eyes, which fascinated him. The golden-haired man's eyes widened in terror as he realized that revealing such information would brand him a traitor. He shook his head frantically, understanding that divulging these details would lead to his demise. TSK. Wu Hao clicked his tongue in frustration, recognizing the man's reluctance to cooperate. He could easily charm the truth from him, but he saw no need to do so. He doubted that the man's resolve was as strong as he pretended. Thus, he entrusted Ba Ge with the task, instructing him to extract all that the golden-haired man knew. If he failed, his fate would mirror that of the man before him. Wu Hao then stood, preparing to return to the VIP lounge, aware that another significant guest awaited his arrival, Lu Jinwei, one of the towering figures in this domain. Ba Ge trembled, understanding the implications of Wu Hao's words. His gaze turned cold and threatening as he faced the golden-haired man, discarding any remnants of respect. Did you hear that? Don't make this difficult for me. Quickly divulge everything you know, he bellowed, gesturing for his subordinates to take the golden-haired man away for severe interrogation, ensuring he disclosed every detail without omission. Otherwise, his own fate would be sealed. Chapter 172, The Growth of the New Troop. Ba Ge fights for survival. Wu Hao observed that Ba Ge was acutely aware of the repercussions of failing to extract useful information, thereby entrusting the matter to him. He embraced Lu Xiaohong as they entered the VIP room, which functioned as a portal connecting their location with the lavish interior. A mere step through this threshold allowed for instantaneous travel, making short-distance teleportation remarkably convenient. As she felt Ba Ge's arms around her waist, Lu Xiaohong instinctively experienced a moment of discomfort. After all, she was no ordinary woman. She belonged to a realm of formidable femininity, possessing a profound sense of self. Although the sensation was initially unsettling, she soon acclimated to her new circumstances. As a female warrior, her identity as a woman was paramount, and she naturally harbored an instinctual admiration for strength, yearning for the presence of powerful men. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Wu Hao's prowess appeared overwhelmingly formidable in her eyes. So much so that her instinctive reaction was one of fear and a desire to flee, rather than seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Upon crossing the portal into the VIP room, they found themselves in a realm of decadence. Situ Qinglan was blindfolded, resembling an exquisite exhibition piece, exuding a chaotic madness that hinted at her nearing the brink of sanity. Without exaggeration, she was on the verge of losing all reason. With only a singular thought occupying her mind, the need for a man, one sufficiently robust to conquer her. It was evident that they had taken her to the edge of her limits. Wu Hao released Lu Xiaohong and approached Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran, the stunning leggy models who served him with an evident flair. Their submission to their superior was both adept and enthusiastic, as if they had discovered a beloved toy. He embraced them on either side, admiring the artistic creations they had crafted. This was precisely what the master desired. "Are you satisfied, master?" Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran cooed, their charm palpable. Having both acquired the blood demon physique, their wings unfurled without reservation, transforming them into enchanting and wicked figures, akin to true witches emerging from the depths of hell. Their allure was both seductive and sinister, heightening the atmosphere. "How about my little diva?" Wu Hao inquired, a hint of reproach in his tone. He was indifferent to how they treated Sidu Qinglan, but he was concerned about Kuzuer, the young diva, who appeared almost entranced, teetering on the brink of being thoroughly broken. "That would be the responsibility of Miss Xia," the two secretaries chimed mischievously, deflecting blame with playful grins. Directing his attention to Xia Qihong, the female dealer, Wu Hao glanced over and observed that Kuzuer's current state was indeed the result of the dealer's influence. When he turned his gaze, she boldly flashed a flirtatious smile, revealing why the young diva had succumbed to her present condition. It was apparent that Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran had found themselves a partner in mischief, as the newly joined Xia Qihong appeared eager to indulge in such activities. Lu Xiaohong, watching from the sidelines, felt her cheeks flush, her body ignited by instinctual arousal as her blood quickened. Particularly, witnessing Situ Qinglan's plight did not evoke hatred. Rather, it offered a sense of vindication, and she found her beauty dazzling at that moment. "Shall we familiarize ourselves? Let us consider it a welcome for new members," Wu Hao suggested to Lu Xiaohong, encouraging her to adapt to her new reality. Given her circumstances, joining the main troop or the witch faction was implausible. The newly formed fallen troop was her only suitable option. His perceptive abilities indicated her lack of aversion and her willingness to integrate, as her past torments had warped her psyche, driving her to seek a dark outlet for her pin-up frustrations. "New member? A soldier? Quite strong," Lin Hongyan and Lu Yiran remarked, immediately drawn to Lu Xiaohong, recognizing her distinctiveness from ordinary girls. It was evident that her physique was robust, and her demeanor exuded a predatory aura. "Is this how you begin?" Lu Xiaohong felt a twinge of anxiety, but soon realized the sensation was not unpleasant, as it imparted a sense of belonging to a collective. All of the master and Apos, as people, familiarity can only be beneficial. The two leggy secretaries were adept in social interactions. Having previously served in that capacity, Wu Hao settled into a position to observe, relishing their performance, while also keenly watching Lu Xiaohong as she sought to confront Situ Qinglan for her rightful vengeance. He became curious about who would manage him next, only to find the young diva, Kuzuer, the quickest to act, revealing a complete descent into debauchery, showcasing an opposite side reminiscent of an angel. Lu Xiaohong officially formed a contract, fully joining their ranks. As she consumed the fruit of powers to enhance herself, she discovered her strengths lay in physical prowess and close combat skills. Naturally, she adapted well to the blood demon physique. However, her blood demon state rendered her more demonic in appearance, with blood-red patterns resembling lava coursing across her body. Her skin darkened like obsidian. Her eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, signifying not only her demonic essence, but also a hint of madness. The power she received did not manifest in wings, but rather in an astonishing increase in speed, enabling her to traverse walls with ease. Unlike Lin Hongyan and Louis Ran, who accompanied him in a secretarial capacity, she undoubtedly served as his personal bodyguard, reminiscent of Tan Danque from Shelter 703. They were of a similar ilk, however. As a female warrior, Lu Xiaohong's combat skills were more refined, and her fighting spirit was far more ferocious. "How can you be so powerful, my king?" After her full contract was established, Lu Xiaohong, during the process, attempted to challenge him. Once completely subdued, she succumbed to him, her demeanor shifting as she tenderly caressed his cheek, bewildered by the extent of his strength. Even after receiving enhancements from the fruit of powers, fear remained her only sentiment towards him, devoid of any inclination to resist. This was the instinct of a consummate warrior, urging her to retreat before him, never to confront him directly. "I possess tens of thousands of those power fruits," Wu Hao nonchalantly informed her, revealing this fact without concern. In truth, he had understated the numbers. Currently, he had amassed nearly 1,000,000 ice crystal pearls, as each consumed resulted in a return of over 1,000. With 27 contracts established, just Lu Xiaohong alone had consumed over 300 ice crystal pearls, resulting in a staggering return of 780,000. Disinterested in the notifications of her consumption, he recognized it had merely become a quantitative accumulation. Lu Xiaohong, fully conquered, initiated a kiss, truly overwhelmed by his dominance, both in terms of strength and in the dynamics of their relationship. However, I still prefer the older sister, she said with a smile. Withdrawing to gaze at the thoroughly debauched Situ Qinglan, acknowledging her fall from grace while effortlessly assimilating into this new world. The reason for her swift actions lies in the presence of Situ Qinglan, as the exhilaration of exacting revenge upon her has proven utterly delightful. You all accompany her. Who will accompany me? Wu Hao remarked with a smile, noting that the fallen group, though newly established, has rapidly evolved in combat prowess. The foundation of its members is solid, with each individual showcasing commendable professional capabilities. Prior to the outbreak of calamity, they were indeed the Sea Army to La Sea Army in their respective fields. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed Xia Qihong approaching him proactively, as the enchanting dealer prepared to deal cards online once more. Meanwhile, Brother Ba has already subjected the blonde man to unimaginable torment, employing every conceivable form of torture upon him. He has extracted all secrets, leaving the other party with no reservations. At long last, all inquiries have been made. I can survive this. His relentless efforts are not born of willingness, but rather a desperate necessity. Should he fail, he has resolved to embrace a fate of excruciating demise, one that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Chapter 173. The Tyrant's Fear and True Awareness of the Times. The tyrant admitted that he had never felt such fear towards anyone before. It transcended mere fear. It was an overwhelming sense of despair, one that left him utterly defenseless. He felt as though he was in a state of unending free fall. And if the other party did not relent, he could continue this descent until death itself claimed him. The sensation of weightlessness was terrifying enough to last mere minutes. But what if it persisted for hours or even days? He could scarcely fathom such a torment. Just the slightest recollection of it was enough to instill a fear in him so profound that it would cause an adult to wet their pants, reducing him to a helpless child, sobbing in terror from shadows. Thus, for him, the priority was to avoid experiencing such horrors again. Whatever directives the other party issued, he would comply without a moment's hesitation. What shall we do now, tyrant? Are we truly to surrender completely? One subordinate cautiously inquired about their next course of action. He observed the tyrant's gaze shift towards him and quickly added in a hushed tone, Boss Lu will return shortly, and his men are no pushovers. If they discover our betrayal and that we have eliminated Boss Ma, our fate will undoubtedly be dire. With a resounding slap, the tyrant struck this subordinate across the face, his expression a mask of fury, as if confronting a sworn enemy. The subordinate, dazed, struggled to comprehend the situation. Am I afraid of him? The tyrant retorted, questioning whether his subordinate believed he would cower before Lu Jinwei. The subordinate, reeling from the blow, felt a surge of conflicting emotions. He wished to nod but quickly shook his head, sensing the tyrant's rage had reached a boiling point, one that might lead to his demise. Gradually, the tyrant's demeanor softened a fraction. He might stab me and grant me a swift death. But this Wu Yu truly has the power to make my life a living hell. Are you blind? Did you not see how that woman was instantaneously healed? If such methods were employed to torment us, how could we endure? His words served as a stark reminder for them to reconsider their actions. This was not merely a betrayal, it was a desperate bid for survival. For them, the true horror lay not in death itself, but in a fate worse than death. If the other party possessed the ability to restore even severed limbs, then they could certainly torment them to the brink of death, only to revive them and repeat the cycle ad infinitum. In that scenario, death lost its terrifying edge. His proclamation rendered all present speechless, a chill running down their spines. Indeed, death was no longer the most frightening prospect. The prospect of endless torment far outweighed it. Such a fate was improbable before disaster struck, yet with newfound abilities, it was entirely feasible. Wu Yu stood as the most formidable supernatural being they had encountered, wielding a plethora of powers with exquisite mastery. Furthermore, the tyrant did not believe Lu De could best Wu Yu. Despite Lu's great strength and formidable subordinates, the tyrant had long ceased to view himself as human, instead considering himself a dog, one that could bite. Having followed Ma Tianqi for so long, he acknowledged his fear of Wu Yi. Yet he understood that should Wu Yu face mortal danger, he would not fear him any longer. He perceived clearly that in a confrontation between Lu and Wu, only Lu would meet his end. This realization was reserved for those who had truly experienced such trials, like himself. Wu toyed with him, never revealing true malice, yet instilling a sense of hopelessness. In contrast, Liu, he believed, would fight with the intent of mutual destruction, even if he could not kill Liu. He would surely inflict harm. Thus, as a loyal dog, aligning oneself with the right master was crucial. He harbored no illusions of loyalty. He simply recognized that choosing the wrong side would lead to a fate worse than death. Naturally, he would opt for the path with a greater chance of survival. He had no desire to endure that endless sensation of free fall once more. Should it arise again, he would rather take action against himself. Upon hearing the tyrant's words, his subordinates' expressions hardened with resolve. They comprehended that their allegiance was not a question of loyalty, but rather a matter of their very survival. Did they wish to die? No, they wished to live. Otherwise, why would they abandon their humanity and morality to persist until now? Thus, it became evident whom they would follow and obey. They did not seek the other party's favor or hope to be embraced. They merely wished for a swift end should death be their fate. Wu Hao held the petite diva Kuzuer in his embrace, coaxing her to sing sweet melodies. Lin Hongyan and Lu Yiran stood at his sides, providing gentle massages. Lu Xiaohong and Xia Qihong were engaged in adorning Situ Qinglan, transforming her into a magnificent doll, exuding both elegance and a sultry allure. Her appearance radiated a seductive holiness, akin to a fallen nun emerging from the depths of hell. Are you truly willing to forsake everything for me? Upon witnessing her transformation into a figure of both nobility and seduction, he understood her outward decorum belied a wicked in herself. In her own words, she sought redemption. Feeling burdened by immense sin, necessitating penance through suffering, in atonement for the warriors turned to ice outside. Indeed, my master has opened my eyes. No power matters now. I wish solely to atone for my transgressions, Situ Qinglan professed with an air of sanctity. Had her gaze not been so feverishly entranced, and her smile not so laced with wicked desire, one might have found her words more credible. Zhao Fan observed her complete descent into depravity. Consumed by her desires and the notion of annihilation, now terrifyingly pure in her intentions. If you had the chance to kill Lu Junwei, would you dare? He probed. Recalling her previous role as a logistics supervisor, aware that she would not confront Lu head-on. Yet now should my master wish it, Situ Qinglan reverently knelt, delicately placing his hand upon her head. Her purity in this act only intensified the flames of desire igniting within her, revealing that her devotion and submission stemmed from a frenzied longing for reward. She could no longer distinguish between torment and pleasure, fully ensnared in her delusions. Wu Hao gazed at the architects of this chaos, acknowledging how they had dismantled a powerful figure, rendering her one of the most debased. As the instigators, Lu Xiaohong and Xia Qihong exchanged smug glances, satisfied with their creation. Did he not find this delightful? Was it not advantageous for him? Wu Hao permitted them their whims, confident that, in due time, Situ Qinglan would evolve under his influence. Just as the results have emerged from that side, it would be prudent to inquire about the revelations thus far. Wu Hao is aware that Brother Ba has obtained some outcomes from the interrogation, and he contemplates visiting Brother Ba to assess his own capabilities for survival. He decides to leave them here in a state of readiness while he alone activates the portal to Brother Ba's location. Later, under the guidance of Situ Qinglan, he plans to explore the armory here and inspect the 2 nuclear warheads. Chapter 174, The Dawn Society's Downfall Revealed. The strongest can single-handedly challenge level 3 beasts upon arriving at Brother Ba's side. The first sight that met my eyes was that of a golden-haired man, utterly tormented beyond recognition. The state of his body, devoid of any unscathed flesh, indicated that Brother Ba had subjected him to every conceivable form of torture, ensuring that he divulged not only what he wished to conceal, but also everything he had to say. Master Wu. Brother Ba immediately greeted me with utmost reverence upon my arrival. His deference transcended mere respect. It was laced with a primal fear, as he involuntarily shuddered at my presence, akin to encountering a devil. Have you extracted all the information? I inquired, sensing that the golden-haired man was barely clinging to life. It was evident that he had revealed everything. Indeed, he has disclosed all, including the location of a nearby stronghold and details about its personnel and their capabilities. Brother Ba responded, promptly handing me the interrogation records he had meticulously compiled. Upon examining the records, I noted that the stronghold was alarmingly close, situated in the neighboring city. The members of the Dawn Society had been aware of the impending calamity of the Cold Wave 3 years prior, allowing them ample time to prepare. Unlike the affluent who ostentatiously relocated their refuge to the remote mountains of the Northwest, the Dawn Society displayed considerable audacity by establishing their base within an industrial complex, masquerading as a foreign investment site. This FAAD concealed their true purpose, a sanctuary designed to withstand the impending disaster. While the outside world grappled with survival amidst the frigid onslaught, they reveled in comfort, biding their time until the catastrophe subsided. Poised to seize control of the nation with their amassed strength, their ambitions were nothing short of treacherous. Currently, the stronghold boasted a population of over 200, with their mightiest member being a paladin capable of facing level 3 beasts single-handedly. The title of paladin struck me as somewhat juvenile. As I contemplated the implications of the interrogation results, it became clear that these individuals represented a formidable adversarial force rooted within our nation. Their ultimate objective was to exploit the cold wave to usurp power and emerge as the new rulers post-calamity. Moreover, individuals like Ma Tianqiang were inherently sycophantic, fully aware of their true intentions yet willing to serve as their lackeys for the sake of resources and support. Their inherent flaws persisted unchanged, demonstrating a readiness to betray if it meant elevating their own status. "Master Wu, what shall we do now?" Brother Ba asked, his voice trembling. He added quietly, "Though he did not explicitly state it, I've heard from Ma Tianqiang that the Dawn Society possesses formidable strength, with their strongest members being the Round Table Knights. However, they are currently abroad, making it inconvenient for them to come here." He conveyed a piece of intelligence he had gathered through his own channels, seemingly as a gesture of goodwill. It was almost as if they believed they were enacting a Western myth. The tendency for such grandiloquent titles was embedded in the very essence of these Westerners. Given the opportunity, they would conjure notions of the Holy See, Crusades, and Round Table Knights. Yet, in the current context, these titles could be perceived as indicators of the Dawn Society members' strength, as the ability to single-handedly confront level 3 beasts was not to be underestimated, signifying that they possessed at least one celestial level ability, if not more. "What should we do with this individual?" Brother Ba inquired. He understood that the golden-haired man was effectively a corpse, but he hesitated to act without my directive, preserving the semblance of life he had. "I will interrogate him personally." I recognized that while most information had already been gleaned, a thorough inquiry could yield further insights. I approached the golden-haired man, employing my alluring abilities to penetrate his mind with my immense mental power, swiftly dismantling his will and rendering him incapable of resistance. "I will ask, and you shall answer. What is your name?" I began my interrogation, and as he was unable to withstand my overwhelming mental prowess, he succumbed completely. Becoming my puppet, he divulged everything, drained of his last vestiges of strength. Witnessing this scene, Brother Ba was struck with fear, realizing that my capabilities surpassed his imagination. I possessed a level of mental control that allowed me to manipulate others effortlessly, treating them merely as playthings in my eyes. After extracting all pertinent information, including his sexual orientation, the man's mind was left utterly obliterated, reduced to a state of irreversible idiocy. Nevertheless, the details I obtained mirrored those from Brother Ba's earlier interrogation, confirming that this individual was merely an ordinary envoy with limited knowledge. This indicated that the Dawn Society did not regard this region as significant, assuming it to be a mere rabble, content to send an unremarkable envoy to oversee affairs. From this deduction, it followed that a more formidable military force must exist nearby, one that the Dawn Society truly recognized and supported. Could there be a refuge in the vicinity? Perhaps a substantial one? I speculated that any force deemed credible by the Dawn Society was likely established by the affluent, as ordinary individuals would not have had the means to prepare 3 years in advance for such a crisis. Alternatively, there existed another possibility, one known only to me, the presence of reincarnators or travelers. The thought of such beings had not crossed my mind until I successfully eliminated one, activating the destiny skill. This encounter had proven to be a significant boon, leaving me yearning for more, in addition to the power it bestowed, which was fundamental to the enhancement of my own capabilities, driving my desire to acquire additional destiny skill points. Chapter 175. Accepting the base's armory. Easily acquiring a heavy armored brigade, the blonde man had completely lost his utility, allowing Brother Ba to dispose of him as one would discard refuse. After concluding matters here, the next step was to rendezvous with Situ Qinlan and her companions, who had personally guided him to this armory. It was here that he beheld the missile silos, along with 2 nuclear warheads. "Master, all the most valuable assets are contained within this place," Situ Qinlan proclaimed, now fully entranced and addressing him as master. The very title exhilarated her, as if she had discovered a sense of belonging. Wu Hao cast a glance at her, noting the leather collar around her neck, the other end tethered to Lu Xiaohong. Her eyes were covered by a black bandage, rendering her appearance akin to a display for the streets. Yet beneath her garments, she was entirely devoid of clothing, granting her complete liberation. "Very well, I shall reward you later," he mused, aware of her deepest desires. He knew that a mere token reward would compel her to surrender all the armaments and equipment without hesitation, a considerable profit indeed. It could be said that she had become a traitor, betraying the station forces here for the first time, leading to Lu Xiaohong and Apos' capture and subsequent torment. Now, she had once again sold out this place, but this time, she did so in an attempt to atone for her sins, entrusting the fundamental power here to someone she deemed worthy. So many weapons. Are those tanks? The vast expanse of the armory left Lin Hong in, and the newly joined Xia Qihong utterly speechless, having never encountered such an arsenal. Kuzuer, the little diva, considered herself well-versed in the world. Yet this was her first experience of being so close to an array of military hardware. This was no mere assortment of firearms and ammunition. The presence of heavy weaponry was undeniable, including tanks, armored vehicles, rocket launchers, and both short-range and medium-range missiles, along with 2 mobile launchers equipped for intercontinental missiles, which contained nuclear warheads. Within this facility, there were over 30 tanks, all heavy main battle tanks. Such machines had only ever graced military exercises, never having seen true combat. Wu Hao surveyed the surroundings, recognizing the treasure trove before him. Despite the extreme cold outside rendering these tanks and vehicles inoperable, they had lost the formidable deterrent power they once possessed, including their nuclear threat. However, with the emergence of supernatural phenomena accompanying the natural disasters, he had acquired the ability of construction, which allowed him to alter the internal structure of objects. In simpler terms, he could animate these machines even in the frigid conditions, unhindered by the biting cold. To put it plainly, he could forge an entire armored combat force capable of advancing in formation, capable of laying waste to a city. Yet, the most prized possessions were the 2 nuclear warheads and the ready-to-use intercontinental missiles with their launch vehicles. Wu Hao gazed upon these spoils of war, realizing that such formidable assets, had they existed before the disaster, would have been unthinkable for ordinary hands to grasp. Yet, they now belonged to him, effortlessly acquired. He acknowledged Situ Qinglan and Apos' significant contribution, recognizing her role in managing and preserving the stockpile. "I shall reward you handsomely later. You will surely beg for mercy," he assured her, promising a grand reward that would elevate her to ecstasy. Situ Qinglan and Apos' legs trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration, her breathing growing heavier, resembling the panting of a small dog. Once all items were secured, Wu Hao stored the entire armory within his spatial pocket, effectively carrying an arsenal with him, ready to unleash missiles for any faction that might require assistance. However, he understood that his intentions reached beyond mere acquisition. He isolated Lu Xiaohong, presenting her with a nuclear warhead, instructing her, "Utilize your power to completely destroy it." He knew she was the only one capable of executing this task, as the destruction of a nuclear warhead might not result in an explosion, but could very well lead to a catastrophic nuclear leakage. Thus, he created a portal to evacuate all others, leaving only Lu Xiaohong and himself to undertake this endeavor. "Are you testing my loyalty?" Lu Xiaohong questioned, puzzled by his motives. Was he assessing her potential as a competent soldier? "I have no need for such trivialities. I merely wish to experiment with the destruction of a nuclear warhead while simultaneously gauging your combat effectiveness post-transformation," Wu Hao replied, concealing the true reason behind his request. His aim was to trigger a consumption rebate, for without its destruction, the launch would yield no return, leading to a wasted opportunity for experimentation. "You truly are mad," Lu Xiaohong remarked, yet she did not mind. She approached him boldly, delivering a fervent kiss to affirm her willingness to sacrifice herself for him, unafraid in the slightest. Immediately, she unleashed her transformation, becoming a dark entity that seemed to have risen from the depths of hell. Following his command, she proceeded to obliterate the nuclear warhead, reducing it to mere fragments and eradicating it with potent toxins. A significant nuclear radiation surge erupted in the vicinity. Wu Hao activated his absorption field, discovering that it could indeed absorb the nuclear energy. However, it soon reached its limit, prompting him to employ a reflection field to shield against the radiation. Remarkably, both he and Lu Xiaohong remained unaffected while achieving his objective, prompting the system notification to appear as anticipated. Ding! Lu Xiaohong has consumed 1 nuclear warhead, yielding a rebate of 2,700 nuclear warheads. The successful consumption rebate resulted in an astonishing return of 2,700 warheads, a quantity sufficient to overturn the balance of power in the world, enabling control over a major nation. I have stated that from the moment I chose to follow you. I fear not death, even if you command me to perish, Lu Xiaohong declared resolutely. She recognized that she was no longer merely a soldier but had become his devoted bodyguard, never straying far from his side, even in slumber. Completely conquered in body and spirit, she had affirmed him as her unwavering leader. Would you like to set off fireworks? Wu Hao inquired curiously. Knowing her fearless sacrifices would certainly merit recompense. With the assurance of a sufficient number of nuclear warheads, he felt emboldened to explore other methods for generating further returns. He gestured to a nearby missile launcher, asking her if she would be interested in igniting a grand display. Chapter 176. Trial launch of a nuclear missile against the Tianming Society outpost. Reaping over 5,000 nuclear warheads, Lu Xiaohong gazed at him, beginning to comprehend his intentions. Yet, this very understanding rendered his current proposal all the more unfathomable. He intended to launch a missile, seemingly equipped with a nuclear warhead. Was this feasible? She yearned to inquire whether he had lost his mind, but ultimately, she merely asked if it were possible. They had yet to experiment on the missile launch vehicle. Wu Hao gestured towards the driver's cabin of the missile launch vehicle, indicating that this scenario had not yet been unlocked. Lu Xiaohong immediately grasped his meaning and took the initiative to ascend into the driver's cabin, urging him to join her and try driving it. Observing this wild female warrior, Wu Hao noted her swift actions. She truly acted upon her words without hesitation. He climbed aboard, realizing that while he was to steer the vehicle, she would be guiding him. A portal transported the vehicle outside. Having already integrated and reinforced the beastly skeletal remains with this missile launch vehicle, along with the missiles and nuclear warheads within. These devices were shielded from the harsh external climate. Fire! Fire! Shoot anywhere! Lu Xiaohong was exhilarated, for as the female warrior, she had never launched a missile, especially one armed with a nuclear warhead. Wu Hao pressed her against the control panel as he navigated, striving to understand how to initiate the launch. At that moment, he discovered that his unique ability, the Qiankuan break, played an unexpectedly significant role, allowing him to remotely mark targets and determine the launch location as direction accurately, eliminating the chance of error. Shall we obliterate the Tianming Society outpost? Wu Hao proposed, aware that her past torment was largely due to this very organization. Now that she had regained her freedom and become an essential member by his side, it was only natural to retaliate, delivering them a spectacular blow. Without aiming to destroy the outpost directly, he suggested targeting the vicinity to instill fear in them. Lu Xiaohong gritted her teeth, pouring all her strength into the endeavor. Unsure whether her resolve was directed at him or the enmity towards the Tianming Society, Wu Hao recognized her rationality. After all, he awaited the opportunity to expand his population at the outpost and ascertain whether there were any blonde, blue-eyed candidates for contracts to be claimed. While he was indifferent to the immediate destruction, he recognized the long-term implications. Everything is set. You may launch, Wu Hao instructed, configuring the launch parameters for her to merely press the launch button. Lu Xiaohong, brimming with excitement, was now in a state of ecstatic frenzy. After forcefully pressing the launch button, the launch sequence initiated automatically. She turned to embrace his face tightly, expressing profound gratitude, pledging to dedicate everything to him. Once they completed the launch initialization, the missile launch vehicle began to tremble violently as the missile in the launch silo ignited and propelled forward, soaring into the heavens. In the midst of this frigid, nightmarish landscape, it successfully fulfilled its purpose, launching as a missile armed with a nuclear warhead. Wu Hao refrained from observing the outcome. Knowing that the system's return information would indicate the result, Lu Xiaohong, in a state of euphoria, sought to challenge him once more, only to be conquered again. Yet she reveled in the experience. Moments later, Lu Xiaohong, in a wild spirit, suddenly craved tenderness, approaching him to embrace and kiss him, appearing gentle as water. Wu Hao noticed that the return information had arrived, revealing a bountiful harvest. Ding! Lu Xiaohong consumed one intercontinental missile, receiving a rebate of 2,700 intercontinental missiles. Ding! Lu Xiaohong consumed one nuclear warhead, receiving a rebate of 2,700 nuclear warheads. Including the previously acquired 2,700 nuclear warheads, he now amassed a total of 5,400 nuclear warheads, a quantity capable of reshaping the world. The most crucial aspect was that it had been confirmed that his contracted individual could launch missiles, thereby triggering the consumption rebate. The more missiles he launched, the more rebates he would receive, rendering nuclear warheads and intercontinental missiles virtually an infinite resource at his disposal. Boom! After a brief interval, a tremendous explosion resonated, followed by a powerful wave of ice and snow. This confirmed that the nuclear warhead had detonated at the designated location, generating a violent shockwave that even reached their vicinity. It was exhilarating. Lu Xiaohong, once again enraptured, declared her desire for more wildness, eager to unleash her full potential. Wu Hao observed her exceptional stamina and wild demeanor, noting that she was among the most untamed of his contracted individuals. He felt only Lu Xinya and she could be compared, coincidentally both sharing the surname Lu, as if they were destined sisters. I now intend to assemble a battalion of over 100 missile vehicles as the core of an artillery force, prepared to confront the impending tide and beast onslaught. Can you establish this within 3 days and obey commands? Wu Hao inquired, feeling as though he were training a fiercely wild jaguar. 2 days, grant me 2 days, and that will suffice, Lu Xiaohong confidently replied, even offering a kiss to assure him. As the female warrior, she was undoubtedly an expert in formation and training. Furthermore, the personnel surrounding him were already in awe of her, enabling her to easily accomplish this task under his name. Then I shall entrust this to you, Wu Hao said, reassured by her confidence. Lu Xiaohong smiled, knowing that the mission was now entrusted to her, and she felt it was time to anticipate her reward. The tremendous tremors from the nuclear explosion did not merely alarm the members of the Tianming Society outpost designated as targets. Nearby, a contingent quickly recognized the anomaly of the explosion, witnessing the astonishing mushroom cloud. They comprehended that a nuclear bomb had been unleashed. Someone had employed a nuclear weapon against another target. Boss, there should only be nuclear warheads in this vicinity. A subordinate approached Lu Junwei, one of the major figures in the base. It was no surprise that their base had been compromised. I had a foreboding when I learned that Sidu Qinglan was tasked with acquiring this batch of supplies. My eyelids have been twitching incessantly. The only other person in the base is that useless Ma Tianxiang. Something must have gone awry. Lu Junwei possessed a keen intuition. Merely through the tremors of the nuclear explosion, he sensed that something significant had transpired at the base, likely a complete breach. Should we return now? Asked a subordinate. Rushing back now would be tantamount to suicide. Why the haste? Lu Junwei cast a disdainful glance at the subordinate, stating, let us head to South City, gather some personnel, and borrow military equipment to counterattack. Now that South City has been struck by a nuclear bomb, it is undoubtedly in chaos, necessitating allies for support. Lu Junwei perceived the situation with clarity. He understood that if he returned to the base with his subordinates, it would be akin to walking into a trap. Thus, he chose to divert his route to the devastated South City, assessing the extent of the destruction and negotiating collaboration with the now panicked foreign forces. He was acutely aware that the base possessed only 2 nuclear warheads. With one already deployed, there was a high probability it had missed its target, leaving only one remaining at the base, which could never be launched. This is indeed a splendid opportunity for him to seize the moment and launch a counterattack. Chapter 177. The unyielding barrier against nuclear destruction. As Lu Junwei prepared for a counterattack, Wu Hao waited the entire day, only to find that their esteemed guest had not arrived. It was evident that Lu was not merely a force of brute strength. He was cunning as well. It seemed he had retreated to the southern city. This conclusion was not difficult to reach, given the seismic impact of the nuclear explosion, detectable within a radius of dozens of kilometers. The only facility capable of such devastation was the military base nearby. Hence, it was easy to surmise that a calamity had occurred, making a return to this location tantamount to walking into a trap. The most straightforward course of action was to reverse direction and head to the southern city, seeking potential opportunities at the Tianming Society. Master, based on Lu Junwei and Appo's modus operandi, he is likely to act in this manner, Sidu Qinglan remarked, her elegance restored, though her increasingly poised demeanor belied a wilder side lurking within. She appeared even more enchanting. Is he not concerned that I might send over another formidable missile? Wu Hao inquired with a playful grin, drawing her closer and slipping his hand beneath her garment. He noted her voluptuousness, unmatched by other contract personnel, possessing a fullness akin to that of a European goddess, which stirred excitement within him. Sidu Qinglan breathed heavily and offered a kiss, captivated by her master and Appo's youthful charm, which ignited her primal desires and led her down a path of indulgence. She understood that her age often drew attention, and it was his magnetic allure that ensnared her. With a questioning gaze, she awaited his approval, then sank lower to grant him bolder service, taking advantage of their seclusion. I doubt he believes you would dare to launch it. After all, this remaining missile is the final thread of force here. And he assumes you would only resort to it in dire circumstances, she murmured, confident in her understanding of Lu Junwei and Appo's mindset. Indeed, given the current situation, his reasoning was not flawed. Who would have anticipated that the inventory here was not merely 2 missiles, but had multiplied to over 5,000 in an instant? This was no longer sufficient to raise a city. It could obliterate an entire nation. Wu Hao acknowledged her prowess, realizing that her services were bolder and more nuanced than those of younger women. He understood the male psyche. One is drawn to rescue fallen women while simultaneously tempting virtuous ones. Undeniably, she epitomized the allure of a sophisticated woman surrendering to temptation, evoking a peculiar sense of satisfaction and exhilaration. Shall we launch a few more celebratory rockets? He mused, but then reconsidered. For he harbored a genuine interest in the Tianming society. Gently caressing her hair, he recognized her abundant attributes, realizing that there were certain pleasures only she could provide. For now, he decided against showering the southern city with missiles. It was not a matter of wastefulness. He understood that should he desire, he could unleash thousands of intercontinental missiles with nuclear warheads within a single day. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary. For he was increasingly aware that it was becoming more challenging to find contract subjects. It was evident that the Tianming society was likely to yield promising candidates, particularly the rare golden-haired beauties he had yet to encounter. He resolved to personally visit them rather than annihilate them in a nuclear cleansing. He had, however, a more pressing matter at hand. With the impending arrival of a cold wave and a beast tide, these were the true focal points of his attention. He also contemplated another location, realizing that their strength exceeded his expectations. Their prolonged silence suggested they were plotting something sinister. While he had anticipated this, he was genuinely surprised that nuclear weapons posed little threat to them. Surprisingly, some individuals had foreseen the impending cold wave 3 years prior, predicting it would plunge the world into a state of near destruction. They had established a sanctuary in the vast mountains of the northwest, primarily for the elite, and had even cultivated artificial fruits of extraordinary quality. Having just launched a missile toward the southern city to test its power, he swiftly fired an intercontinental missile equipped with a nuclear warhead toward the northwest mountains, serving as an opening salvo. However, to his astonishment, this missile, despite achieving a terminal velocity exceeding 20 Mach, was intercepted. The method of interception was not through conventional air defense systems but through supernatural means. A barrier, reminiscent of reflective and absorptive fields, enveloped an area exceeding 300 kilometers and soared above 3,000 meters. Just as the missile was set to strike, it was thwarted at an altitude of 3,000 meters, detonating harmlessly against an impenetrable shield. This demonstrated the formidable capabilities of the personnel there, appearing as if they had crafted a divine realm, employing extraordinary power to shield themselves, striving to establish a secure microcosm. Yet, Lu Junwei should not be underestimated. Known as Big Brother Lu, he also held the nickname Idea Lu. He managed security and resource collection single-handedly, affirming his exceptional nature. Situ Qinglan, feeling a wave of desire, instinctively approached him. Wu Hao embraced this elder sister figure, noting her growing obsession with their carnal desires. However, she was far from foolish. Her status as a powerful figure indicated her intelligence. Deep down, she grappled with guilt over her betrayal, channeling her inner turmoil into self-indulgence, seeking solace through self-inflicted torment. As he explored her, he could sense her escalating breath and the loss of her humanity, replaced by a primal instinct. "What do you think he will do?" he asked. Her eyes now reflected a desperate longing, a raw, animalistic plea, akin to a slave begging her master for mercy. "I believe he will launch a night raid in the coming days, perhaps tonight or tomorrow night, utilizing the Tianming Society and Appo's strength to strike here. He does not believe we would dare to use a nuclear weapon for mutual destruction. The tide is rising, and anyone who dares to detonate a nuclear bomb here will perish," Situ Qinglan replied, transforming into a primal creature, her human consciousness fading as she emitted the most elemental calls of yearning. Recognizing her astute analysis, Wu Hao resolved to reward her generously, further deepening her descent into madness. Chapter 178. The support of the Dawn Society. Welcoming the enemy with gunfire that evening, a contingent indeed appeared near the military base. Among them were locals with black hair and eyes, as well as foreigners with golden hair and blue eyes. Among these foreigners, one man stood out with a prominent nose and a square face, exuding a commanding presence. He wielded a Western Knight and Appo's lance, appearing both formidable and authoritative. The situation at the base was precarious. However, based on instinct, I suspected that treacherous woman, Situ Qinglan, had undoubtedly defected. Ma Tianxiang might still be alive by sheer luck. but there was a high probability that he had met his end. The entire base had fallen completely under the control of others. Lu Junwei analyzed the situation with a calm demeanor. His communication with the base had been entirely severed, leaving him unaware of any critical internal developments. This was certainly not favorable news for him, as it signified that the base was utterly out of control. With none of his associates remaining, it could be said that a thorough cleansing had occurred within the base. Those who had not been purged had largely betrayed their allegiance. The most alarming news was the launch of the nuclear missile, indicating that Situ Qinglan had fully defected. After all, the launch key for the nuclear missile was in her possession. It was impossible to launch the missile without her consent and cooperation, particularly not to strike far-off locations like South City. Therefore, you still have yet to grasp the new rules of this world. The era of conventional weaponry has completely passed. This calamity is a divine retribution for the sinful actions of humanity, a punishment from God for our transgressions. However, in his greatness, he has not chosen to annihilate all of humanity, instead bestowing divine grace upon a select few innocents, allowing them to survive this disaster and lead others into the dawn of a new world. The golden-haired man with the square face spoke fervently, sharing a plethora of seemingly nonsensical ideas. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became evident that he was espousing the doctrines of religious indoctrination, attributing all achievements to the benevolence of a divine being. Ordinary humans, he claimed, were inherently sinful and must bear their burdens while expressing gratitude to the divine. Upon hearing his words, Lu Junwei feigned agreement while internally cursing, bemused that anyone still believed such notions in this day and age. These foreigners seemed fond of such beliefs. After all, one is born of flesh and blood, not descended from divine beings. Nonetheless, what mattered most was regaining control of the base and the remaining nuclear missile. He acknowledged that the abilities granted by the supernatural fruits provided significant strength. However, he recognized that he could not physically withstand a nuclear attack, leading him to believe that, for the time being, the deterrent power of the nuclear weapon was paramount. This was a common understanding shared by anyone living in a civilized, technologically advanced society. Nevertheless, he was in dire need of the foreigner's assistance. Thus, he nodded in agreement to whatever was said, understanding that leveraging the strengths of others to reclaim the base and regain control was of utmost importance. Currently, the Dawn Society was equally determined not to lose this military base, which served as an armory, to an unknown new power. Even though the weaponry inside, particularly tanks and armored vehicles, would be rendered useless in this frigid, icy world, as long as the supernatural fruits existed, there was a possibility to reactivate them and form an ironclad army capable of overwhelming lesser forces. At this moment, he was not only supported by the square-faced man, who was a low-ranking knight of the temple according to the hierarchy of the Dawn Society, but also led a team of 10, all of whom were at least temple attendants. Despite being a low-ranking knight, this man possessed combat prowess sufficient to face a level 2 aberration, wielding powers surpassing that of a saint-level supernatural fruit. Upon observation, Lu Junwei concluded that, should they engage in combat, the odds of victory would be evenly split. Unless a life-and-death struggle ensued, it would be challenging to ascertain which side would emerge victorious. While Lu Junwei dismissed the square-faced man, the latter equally disregarded him and his companions, failing to regard anyone from this Eastern nation with any respect. According to the doctrines of the Dawn Society, this Eastern nation was a land of exile, inhabited by inferior beings who showed no reverence for the divine, deserving of divine punishment and extermination. He understood that his role, as a representative of the Dawn Society on this land, was to seize control of these irreverent beings when the calamity struck and to reclaim the fertile territory for their own kind, preventing it from being squandered by those deemed inferior. Thus, he was aware that Lu Junwei intended to leverage the power of the Dawn Society to reclaim the military base. His true orders were to successfully seize control of the base and subsequently appoint someone willing to genuinely submit to them to govern the area, enslaving its inhabitants and confiscating all women. Both sides harbored their own intentions, each believing they could become the masters of the military base. Meanwhile, Wu Hao held the petite songstress Kuzuer in his embrace, asking her to play and sing for him. However, her fingers were weak, causing her performance to falter, and she occasionally begged for mercy, hoping he would cease his teasing. He found her adorably charming in her vulnerability. Her petite stature evoked a sense of protectiveness in him. Yet at times, it also ignited a desire to tease her further, wanting to see her cry out for help. "Call me Daddy, and I won't bother you anymore." He was convinced that no one would suspect that the popular little diva had such an endearing side in private. He acknowledged that he had been influenced by Tang Shujiao. For after her playful urging, he discovered that being a godfather to a star like Kazuer was quite enjoyable, providing insight into why some people cherish the role of a godparent. "Daddy, please." Kazuer and Appo's voice was barely audible. After uttering those words, her innocent and charming face turned crimson, which only heightened her excitement. Wu Hao naturally adored her. However, he was aware that the upcoming hours would be fraught with gunfire. He continuously utilized his sensory abilities to monitor movements within a 10-kilometer radius, clearly perceiving the arrival of some impolite guests. It was evident that they were planning a nighttime assault, bringing along members of the Dawn Society. Seeing the guests approach, he decided to welcome them with a display of artillery, initiating a barrage of rocket fire to convey just how warmly they were being received. Chapter 179. The rocket artillery position cleansed the ground, allowing the enemy to experience the death of fireworks up close. Suddenly, the sky outside the base illuminated, transforming from pitch black to a dazzling display reminiscent of countless shooting stars. The air filled with the sharp sounds of continuous launches, revealing that a rocket artillery position had been established behind the base, unbeknownst to them. Over 100 rocket launchers were arranged in 3 rows, each containing 40 vehicles. Upon receiving orders, they began indiscriminate bombardment within the designated area. In mere seconds, thousands of rockets were unleashed, intent on saturating the target zone with destruction. Without any regard for precision, this was a comprehensive blanket bombardment. The residents of the base, watching the scenes unfold on large screens, were left in awe as they witnessed the shocking spectacle occurring above them. Lu Junwei and his companions, however, were utterly dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that their approach to the base would lead to their immediate detection and bombardment with rockets, revealing a complete lack of mercy from their adversaries. What was most alarming was that these were rocket artillery, rockets propelled by thermal energy. The nighttime temperature had plummeted to a chilling -90 degrees. In such conditions, ordinary machinery would freeze instantly, rendering engines unable to start. How, then, was this artillery operational, executing bombardments? And from where had so many rockets come? "Play me a piece of the Palavsian dances, and I'll reward you," Wu Hao said to the girl in his arms, Kazuer. He realized she was indeed a prodigy, not only possessing a voice as enchanting as a celestial melody, but also being proficient with various instruments. "That, Daddy," she shyly protested, fully aware of his intentions. She had no choice but to suppress her discomfort and play earnestly, though it was evident her performance was severely out of tune, lacking the fervor of a rhapsody. Yet, Wu Hao noticed her uncontrollable singing providing a passionate accompaniment, compensating for the dissonance. However, he knew that the true excitement lay outside. From his vantage point, he was witnessing the rockets burst into fireworks, while some individuals outside stood directly beneath the points of explosion. Anyone who had genuinely experienced fireworks understood that the best view was from several hundred meters away. No one would wish to stand within the explosion zone. That would transform the experience from watching fireworks to being a mere spectacle themselves. In that moment, Lu Junwei and his companions felt precisely that. In the blink of an eye, they had become the fireworks, unwillingly placed at the center of their own demise, fireworks capable of reaching temperatures in the thousands. In an instant, screams erupted. They had not even glimpsed their true enemy before being caught off guard by the explosion, surrounded by capable individuals, all of whom had consumed supernatural fruits. Most were still mere mortals, incapable of withstanding missile strikes. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the majority were obliterated. Those who survived the initial onslaught met the same fate in subsequent waves, reduced to nothingness, leaving not even a complete corpse behind. When the bombardment ceased and no follow-up attacks occurred, what had once been a gathering of nearly 100 individuals had dwindled to merely 2. Lu Junwei, his spirit shattered, cast a glance at the blond man with the square face, who appeared equally disheveled, his visage charred and upper garments tattered, resembling a beggar. The blond man, surprised to see Lu Junwei still alive after the bombardment, understood the heavy toll they had suffered. In an instant, they had lost over 90% of their forces, leaving only the 2 of them. "Let us kill. Kill." In that moment, Lu Junwei and the blond man forged an alliance out of necessity, aware that further cooperation was their only path to survival. Lu Junwei suddenly tore off his upper garments, exposing his bare torso. At that moment, orange-yellow fur rapidly sprouted from his skin, and his facial expression morphed, transforming him into a hybrid of man and tiger, a true beast man. He possessed a sacred fruit of beast transformation, granting him razor-sharp claws capable of effortlessly shredding 10-centimeter thick steel plates. The blond man wasted no time. With his eyes gleaming golden, he raised a holy war spear high above his head, summoning 5 golden-armored soldiers from the heavens. Each soldier descended like angels, standing guard beside him, moving in perfect synchronization, as if a single army. In an instant, Lu Junwei had reached the rocket artillery position. Swift as the wind, he tore apart several rocket launchers, reducing their occupants to mere remnants. The blond man followed closely behind, his spear directing beams of golden light that obliterated nearly half of the rocket launchers. His actions affirmed his claim that in this new world, post-catastrophe, conventional weaponry would inevitably fade from relevance, while the powers bestowed by the divine would reign supreme, enabling an ordinary individual to ascend to godhood. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Wu Hao could not help but sit upright in shock. He had momentarily forgotten about Kazuo, who was still in his arms, and she was clearly impacted by the spectacle. Not only had she forgotten to play, but she also appeared dazed and immobile. Are they truly this powerful? Wu Hao realized, lifting Kazuo and employing healing abilities to mend her wounds. Tears streamed down her face as she believed she had narrowly escaped death. However, Wu Hao's thoughts could not linger solely on her. His attention was primarily focused on the 2 individuals intent on breaching their sanctuary. He confirmed that the intelligence provided by Situ Qinglan and Brother Ba was not exaggerated. Recognizing Lu Junwei's formidable strength. If one were to classify strength using beast tiers, Lu Junwei's combat prowess seemed to reach at least level 2. 7, nearing level 3. In this place, without Lu Junwei's presence, even Lu Xiaohong would require support to face him alone. Her strength alone would not suffice against such an opponent. Of course, Lu Junwei was the leader of the base's hunting squad, and the blonde foreigner from the Dawn Society was no ordinary foe. The power he wielded exuded an aura reminiscent of divine intervention, especially with the 5 golden soldiers by his side, appearing rather unnatural. I'll tend to you later, for now. Rest, Wu Hao instructed, preparing to open a portal to escape, knowing that he must confront the 2 intruders. Upon hearing his words, Kazuo and Appo's face turned pale, and her sobbing ceased abruptly. The thought of him returning to tend to her sent a chill of fear through her. Chapter 180, The Beastly Transformation of the Tiger Man. A divine punishment awaits you. Wu Hao arrived at the core of the base, entering the control room, where he encountered Situ Qinglan and Lu Xiaohong, along with the dealer, Xia Qihong. Master. Upon his arrival, they instinctively knelt, acknowledging his supreme authority among them. Has the rocket artillery been completely annihilated? He inquired, noting that over 100 rocket launchers had been destroyed in the brief time he had been gone. The force responsible for this devastation was merely 2 exceptionally powerful ability users. It appears Lu Junwei has grown stronger on this expedition. Lu Xiaohong and Situ Qinglan remarked in unison. At that moment, the fate of their base teetered on the edge of existence. They understood that without the strength to counter these 2 formidable beings, their lives were in grave danger. The power exhibited by these individuals was sufficient to annihilate everyone present, rendering them virtually invincible. Even the weapons at their disposal would seem like mere scraps of metal in comparison. Go entertain Lu Junwei while I seek out the man with the square face, Wu Hao decided, intrigued by the strength of the foreigner. While entrusting Lu Junwei's matter to Lu Xiaohong. What if I can't defeat him? Lu Xiaohong, now buoyed by her newfound family, feigned a pout, despite her evident fighting prowess. If you fail, you shall return and accept the punishment willingly. Let your older sister take you for a stroll around the base, Wu Hao replied, noticing her playful demeanor. A stark contrast to the serious person she once was. Lu Xiaohong blushed, understanding the implication of his words. Situ Qinglan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to swap roles with Lu Xiaohong, for she secretly welcomed such a punishment, finding it rather enticing. Then I shall deliberately lose, so you can join me, Lu Xiaohong suggested, surprised by Situ Qinglan's unusual perspective, viewing the punishment as a reward. Be serious, Wu Hao urged, knowing Lu Xiaohong was capable of winning. Even with slim odds, her earnest efforts could lead to triumph. I understand, but the reward must be initiated by me, she said sensually, licking her lips. Having gained the blood demon physique, she now recognized that the ultimate reward was Wu Hao himself, specifically, his blood. She realized that his essence was not only delectable, but also remarkably nourishing, akin to a fountain of youth, far surpassing the benefits of beastly blood for those like her. Do as you wish, Wu Hao replied nonchalantly, aware that their growing strength would only benefit him. His advanced psychic perception and superior power rendered any possibility of betrayal negligible. Lu Xiaohong's enthusiasm surged as she recognized she had struck gold with a dual reward. Wu Hao opened a portal, knowing the battlefield would not remain confined within the base. As there was no need for unnecessary destruction, Lu Xiaohong followed closely, her sights set on Lu Jinwei. Eager to engage the strongest individual in the base and prove her combat abilities to Wu Hao. Wu Hao soon located the blonde foreigner with a square face. Discovering his ability was a novel type, akin to summoning or invoking divine powers. Having encountered enhancement, beastification, psychic, elemental manipulation, and mechanical abilities, this one was truly unique. He scrutinized the 5 golden armored soldiers beside the foreigner, confirming they were energy entities rather than living beings. It was evident that the foreigner had utilized a godlike ability to summon these soldiers, capable of unleashing devastating long-range attacks, reminiscent of the golden beams that had recently obliterated the artillery positions. As Wu Hao assessed his opponent, the foreigner was also evaluating him. Noticing Wu Hao's casual attire, a pearl-white satin robe, he appeared as though he had just awoken, his demeanor far from serious. Space ability, the foreigner thought, suddenly serious. Realizing that spatial abilities were among the most formidable powers, as they often concealed additional capabilities. The unpredictability of Wu Hao's movements posed a significant threat. Go ahead and attack me with your strongest strike. You have but one chance, squander it, and regret will be your only companion, Wu Hao invited. Recognizing the foreigner's strength to be only level 2.7, insufficient to reach level 3, while his own physical prowess had already surpassed level 3. Nearing the strength of a level 4 beast. With his most potent ability, the celestial level skill Qian Kuan Pa, Wu Hao assessed that his power exceeded level 7's, capable of dispatching the foreigner in a single strike. However, he was curious about the summoning ability, eager to witness its full potential. This request took the foreigner by surprise, and he felt a wave of humiliation. In their doctrine, anyone outside the Tianming society was deemed inferior, unworthy of anything but servitude. To be addressed in such a manner by someone he deemed beneath him was not just an affront to himself, but also to the divine beings he revered and the entire organization. You foolish swine, you have no idea whom you have provoked. The foreigner spat, using the derogatory term. Wu Hao's expression shifted, the lightheartedness evaporating as he recognized the weight of the insult. He understood that this term was not merely an insult, but a grievous affront to the people of his eastern nation, likening them to the lowest of beasts, fit only for slaughter. Without hesitation, the foreigner amassed his energy, unleashing the holy spear attack, sending 5 radiant beams of light from his and the golden soldier's weapons, aiming to pierce Wu Hao completely. Chapter 181. The performance of power. Wu Hao faced the sudden onslaught of his assailant with disdain, for in that fleeting moment, he conceived nearly 10 methods to counter the impending attack. Yet, he chose not to rush into a response, rather. He was intrigued to witness the capabilities of this golden-haired man with a square face, and to discern the limits of his abilities. Thus, when confronted with the strike, he refrained from utilizing his reflective force field to rebound the attack, nor did he employ his devouring ability to absorb the force and retaliate. He even eschewed a swift movement to confront his opponent directly, opting instead to rely on his formidable physical strength to withstand the assault. His chosen method of evasion was a mere flash. He deliberately sidestepped in a manner that led his adversary to believe he would appear in a different location. As a portal materialized behind him, he retreated into it just as 5 beams of holy light were about to strike him, thus narrowly escaping the ferocious attack. The golden-haired man, witnessing this, remained unfazed. Instead, he offered a slight smile and promptly assumed a stance akin to a charging soldier, as if he were awaiting something. The moment Wu Hao emerged from the portal on the other side, he executed a grand leap, accompanied by 5 golden armored soldiers, soaring 100 meters into the air. Like a deity descending from the heavens, they aimed their 6 long spears at him, intent on penetrating and ending his life. What? Wu Hao exclaimed in a panic, hastily drawing 2 elongated blades to block the incoming assault. However, he could only deflect the primary spear of the holy warriors. The spears wielded by the 5 golden armored soldiers seemed to transform into phantoms, effortlessly piercing through his blades as though they were mere illusions. Seeing this unfold only heightened his alarm. He quickly abandoned any notions of brute force and retreated, striving to distance himself from the golden-haired man. Yet, despite his speed, the fabric of his robe was torn, revealing the scaled armor beneath, forged from the shell of an ancient tortoise. Several scales lay shattered, evidence that he had narrowly escaped severe injury to his chest and abdomen. Indeed, you are armor crafted from exotic beasts, yet feign nonchalance. You despicable Eastern lord. The golden-haired man sneered, confident in his assessment. He had discerned that the opponent's spatial abilities merely allowed for relocation and lacked any offensive prowess. The combat style exhibited by Wu Hao suggested a reluctance to engage directly, indicating a deficiency in frontal confrontation capabilities. In this frigid weather, engaging in battle while clad only in a robe was indeed foolish. Upon observing his robe in tatters, Wu Hao ceased his pretense. He tore apart the remaining fabric, unveiling a gleaming blue armor composed of ice crystal tortoise scales. His upper body, now adorned in this strikingly blue, crystalline scale armor, emanated an aura of remarkable defense, seemingly impervious to blades and spears. Yet, despite its formidable nature, the armor bore several damaged scales, akin to a net that had been torn. "Do you truly believe such inferior beastly armor can withstand my assault?" the golden-haired man proclaimed with arrogance. He raised his holy spear, flaunting it as he declared, "This spear is forged from the ribs of a level 4 beast, rendering it capable of disregarding all defenses below that level. And my abilities." Just as he uttered these words, the spears lunged forward in unison. The 5 golden-armored soldiers advanced, encircling Wu Hao in a subtle yet menacing formation, leaving him besieged from all sides. Wu Hao regarded the golden-haired man and recognized that his abilities resembled that of a porcupine, capable of both offense and defense, with the potential to advance while maintaining a protective stance. However, he soon identified a significant weakness: a lack of agility. Although the 5 golden-armored soldiers appeared formidable, being energy entities that could ignore certain physical attacks, they were ultimately mere constructs, their actions mirroring those of their master with a slight delay, allowing Wu Hao ample opportunity to react. Furthermore, it became evident that the opponent was constrained to using polearm weaponry due to the nature of his abilities, rendering him incapable of wielding more agile and versatile weapons. This inclination toward a static form of combat rendered their approach somewhat cumbersome, particularly in terms of responding to ranged attacks, which could easily allow Wu Hao to exploit their vulnerabilities. While Wu Hao initially viewed his adversary's abilities with intrigue, he soon recognized that they resembled those of a heavily armored tortoise, robust in defense, yet severely lacking in agility. This disparity rendered the golden-haired man's combat style incompatible with Wu Hao's own, leading him to conclude that while this ability could be beneficial, it would be better suited for another rather than himself. "Is this your full strength?" the golden-haired man asked curiously, inquiring whether Wu Hao had truly exerted himself to the fullest. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Hao had yet to unleash his true potential. The golden-haired man, perplexed by this inquiry, gazed at him with a questioning expression, his inherent arrogance as a low-tier knight of the Dawn Society leading him to believe that Wu Hao was already incapacitated. With a haughty demeanor, he proclaimed, "Weak Eastern Lord, should you choose to relinquish your resistance, I may consider granting you a swift end." Convinced that Wu Hao was on the verge of surrendering to the overwhelming offensive and defensive capabilities he possessed, Wu Hao offered no explanation. Instead, he tore away the remaining scales of his armor, fully exposing his chest. His eyes transformed into an otherworldly crimson hue, exuding an aura of malevolence. Pointing to his unadorned chest, he boldly declared, "Come and strike. If you can slay me, I shall commend your prowess." What fueled his confidence at this moment? It was his physical form. Through the enhancement of beastly blood and the augmentation of his demonic physique, his body rivaled that of a level 3 beast, nearing level 4. And this was merely the foundational strength of his corporeal form. Abilities such as metallization, physical enhancement, and life regeneration further fortified his physical prowess. This was why he found himself surrounded by beautiful women, all of whom had tasted defeat. Drawing inspiration from the beasts, he understood that true strength lay in the power of the flesh, the very essence of survival in this world. After all, a being with immense abilities but a frail body was akin to a fragile mage, capable of delivering devastating attacks yet possessing abysmal self-defense. Once faced with targeted opposition that incapacitated their abilities, they would swiftly perish. In contrast, a powerful physical form represented genuine strength, enabling one to engage in close combat with beasts even in the absence of external assistance, and to utilize the very essence of their adversaries to recover and enhance their own capabilities, ensuring longevity in battle. Chapter 182, The Realm of Abilities Elimination? No more pretense. The golden-haired, square-faced knight, upon encountering Wu Hao, arrogantly puffed out his chest, inviting him to strike. Anger clenched his teeth, believing this act to be a humiliation to him. A mere lowly knight of the sacred temple, utterly disregarding the might of the Dawn Society. "You will regret this, foolish Lord Dong." He spat, his face flushed with rage. After his outburst, he suddenly aimed his spear towards the heavens, resembling a devout paladin beseeching the divine. "Great Heavenly Father, bestow upon us your celestial might. Eradicate all evil that dwells here." Miraculously, in response to his prayer, a beam of golden light descended from the sky. striking the ground with a force that sent waves of golden radiance rippling outwards, cleansing the area. Seeing the divine blessing manifest, the square-faced knight grinned maliciously, regarding Wu Hao as nothing more than a feeble ant, ready for slaughter. Wu Hao sensed something was amiss. After the golden beam struck, his abilities had vanished entirely. It was as if they had been obliterated, leaving him devoid of any supernatural prowess. That light, could it truly nullify abilities? He glanced at the shimmering golden motes on the ground, realizing that this elimination was not permanent. Within this area, under the influence of these golden points, all abilities had been completely neutralized, rendering even the mightiest of supernatural beings as mere mortals, incapable of wielding their powers. Yet, this adverse effect appeared to only affect him, as the knight's 5 golden armored soldiers remained unaffected, indicating that his abilities were still intact, allowing him to disregard this detrimental effect. Interesting. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant, Wu Hao mused, taking the situation more seriously. He found that without his ice manipulation ability, even with his physical prowess nearing that of a level 4 beast, he still felt the biting cold of the -90-degree environment. This confirmed that the power he faced was indeed an elimination, not a mere shielding. He had encountered shielding before in Shelter 703, where he knew that with sufficiently strong abilities, one could bypass such effects. But this was entirely different. He felt no trace of his powers. The only abilities he could still utilize were his spatial storage and the newly acquired space for beasts, allowing him to summon Shao Qing for assistance in battle. Realizing he was in danger, Shao Qing was eager to leap into action from the beast's space, ready to fight alongside him. Your Dawn Society possesses some intriguing capabilities. Wu Hao complimented the golden-haired knight, acknowledging their audacious prowess. He was certain that this elimination power was not divine, but rather a form of supernatural ability, an ability surpassing the celestial level. The essence of this ability lay in its capacity to nullify all other supernatural powers, rendering them non-existent for a brief period. Its true effect was akin to dispersing all energy fluctuations within a designated area, preventing any abilities from being used by those outside their own ranks. This was a lethal advantage in any confrontation, capable of completely overturning the battlefield dynamic, disarming the enemy and leaving them vulnerable to slaughter. Despair and wail, Lord Dong. This is your punishment for your disrespect towards the divine, a punishment bestowed upon you by the heavens. The golden-haired knight beamed with self-satisfaction, appearing like a religious fanatic spouting nonsensical proclamations. Wu Hao paid him no heed. Instead, he reached up to tie back his hair, realizing it had grown unkempt over time. To his surprise, he could now gather it into a ponytail using a hair tie. Combined with his robust physique and the alluring aura of his blood demon physique, he appeared even more striking and enigmatic. He also observed that his blood demon physique, in enhanced form, was only partially suppressed, with the majority of the external abilities being affected, while its intrinsic energy fluctuations were merely dispersed upon release. This elimination ability was not invincible. It indeed had its vulnerabilities. I merely intended to toy with you. But you truly believe you can win. Since you've chosen to cheat, I shall abandon the pretense and unleash my true strength. Wu Hao secured his hair, ready to engage with the golden-haired knight in a display of physical prowess. His body was no longer merely enhanced by the blood of beasts. He also possessed an astounding 2,700-fold combat experience gained from Lu Xiaohong. This experience was far superior to what even Lu Xiaohong had, refined and optimized, making him a unique martial arts master of unparalleled skill. The golden-haired knight scoffed, regarding Wu Hao as a mere cicada struggling in winter, its feeble cries a pitiful last gasp. Wu Hao understood that combat was determined by fists and feet, not empty words. While verbal sparring had its place, it generally occurred between genders, and this square-faced knight was undeniably male, and not particularly remarkable in appearance. With a swift motion, he disappeared for over a second, the sound of air being disrupted only reaching the knight afterward. Suddenly, he found himself soaring through the air, his body gliding uncontrollably close to the ground. Confusion clouded his mind as he failed to comprehend why he was airborne. How resilient you are. I wonder how many hits you can withstand. Wu Hao appeared before him like a specter, flying alongside him. The difference was that the knight was being propelled away, while Wu Hao moved with the agility of flight. A single leap allowed him to catch up to the knight, choosing this unsolicited method of conversation. Realization dawned upon the knight. He had indeed been struck and sent flying. Not only had he been launched away, but the opponent could also chase him down with ease. Wu Hao regarded the knight like a deflated football, chuckling. Your abilities are commendable, but your physical strength is merely a notch above the ordinary. Can you even discern my movements now? Wu Hao was aware that the knight could see him only because he allowed it, Otherwise, with his near-level for beast physique, what was his greatest advantage? It was his speed. He could effortlessly wield the strength of a level 4 beast to propel his sub-160-pound frame, akin to launching a bullet with the force of a nuclear missile. The explosive power and destructive capability were such that they could easily evade the naked eye and obliterate any armor under a certain threshold, leaving no room for doubt. Chapter 183. Kicked like a ball to death, Wu Hao is aware of a rather favorable piece of news regarding the golden-haired, square-faced adversary before him. His golden-haired soldiers possessed energy armor capable of withstanding certain physical impacts, thus preventing a catastrophic shattering beyond their limits. However, this revelation also bore an unfortunate consequence. The resilience of his body made him akin to a large ball, vulnerable to being kicked around at will until his extraordinary abilities reached their breaking point, leading to a complete mental and physical collapse, stripping him of his self-healing capabilities. At this moment, Wu Hao found himself engaged in a solitary match of football, with himself as the sole player and the golden-haired square face as the ball. Despite the potential to deliver a fatal blow, he deliberately restrained his strength, relishing the opportunity to toy with his opponent, ensuring that he remained in a state of forced flight, utterly losing control over his own body and any chance for retaliation. Wu Hao reveled in the experience, noting that the sensations derived from physical strength were distinctly different from those associated with supernatural abilities. The latter often imparted a faint sense of power, as if one were merely borrowing strength from external sources. In contrast, the genuine might of his corporeal form resembled that of a mythical beast, an authentic form of strength that rendered him capable of self-defense even without weapons. As long as he remained alive, this power was inherently his, impervious to theft by any adversary. In this context, his extraordinary abilities became a mere embellishment, facilitating his actions and serving as a safeguard during unforeseen circumstances. To kill you would be as effortless as blowing away dust. Do you truly believe I lack the prowess to triumph over you? Wu Hao taunted the golden-haired square face. From the outset, he possessed the capability to eliminate him instantly. However, he sought to gauge the strength of the low-tier temple knights and assess the capabilities of their Dawn society, adhering to the principle of knowing both oneself and the enemy. The adversary, however, naively assumed that Wu Hao and Appo's abilities were limited solely to spatial teleportation, brazenly putting on a fade before him. Moreover, he dared to insult him, referring to him as a pig in a derogatory manner, a blatant affront to his dignity. While they indeed harbored ambitions of usurping this eastern land, the true masters of this territory were not these foreign interlopers, nor were they the members of the Dawn Society, who preferred to lurk in the shadows, scheming behind the scenes. I grant you a chance. Divulge what you know about the inner workings of the Dawn Society, and I may consider sparing your life. With that, the game of football came to an end as Wu Hao forcefully pinned the golden-haired square face beneath his foot, treating him like a mere ball. At this juncture, all 5 of his golden-armored soldiers had vanished, rendered incapacitated due to the depletion of his energy abilities. In that moment, he was nearly reduced to the status of an ordinary human, possessing little more than a spear in hand, devoid of any combat prowess. Dream on. The golden-haired square face retorted defiantly, spewing vitriol, "You have angered the gods. They shall surely annihilate you and all associated with you." Wu Hao, uninterested in his empty rhetoric, exerted pressure with his foot, shattering his ribcage and inflicting severe damage to his internal organs. Blood gushed from the golden-haired square face's mouth as he writhed in agony, unable to articulate a single word amidst his suffering. Who will ultimately perish remains uncertain, Wu Hao replied coolly. Were it not for the potential utility of the tools of contract within the Dawn Society, particularly given their fervent religious seal, he might have been tempted to spare this life. He had never encountered a foreign woman, let alone a holy maiden, and the prospect of acquiring a new faction, a sacred battle group, intrigued him, especially the idea of experiencing the devotion of a holy maiden firsthand. The golden-haired square face attempted to speak, but the deluge of blood silenced him. He understood that the warning was not merely a threat. Wu Hao was unequivocally intent on ending his life. Shortly thereafter, he drew his last breath, becoming a corpse rapidly succumbing to the frigid temperatures. Wu Hao stored the body in his spatial compartment, knowing that in the future, when he acquired the ability to extract and plunder the powers of others, he could make use of this fallen supernatural being. After all, the functionality of consumption and rebate was formidable, albeit limited to the successful contracts of tool-like abilities. This left him yearning for encounters with male entities or substandard supernatural beings, unable to seize the temporarily exclusive abilities they possessed. At present, due to the lingering effects of the holy light dispersal, he could not activate the portal to return. Thus, he resorted to the most primitive means of rapid movement. Intending to visit Lu Xiaohong and ascertain the outcome of her battle, Lu Xiaohong found herself in a somewhat dire predicament. Although she had indeed been enhanced and possessed considerable combat experience, she struggled against the feral state of Lu Jinwei, whose tactics were ever shifting. Damn it! Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me to seize a proactive opportunity? It feels like I am perpetually subdued and conquered. She spat, blood frothing from her lips. She wondered why Lu Jinwei was so obstinate, refusing to concede and allow her a swift victory. Lu Jinwei, while maintaining a facade of coldness, internally wrestled with tumultuous emotions. He was acutely aware of Lu Xiaohong and Appo's history, having witnessed her imprisonment and interrogation, and sought to extract the true location of the nuclear arsenal from her. Now, liberated in exhibiting such a remarkable surge in combat prowess within a short span of time, he prided himself on being the one who understood her capabilities better than anyone else. He had personally subdued her before, even breaking her limbs, yet now, she had fully recovered and her strength had exponentially increased, transforming her into a being almost unrecognizable. Have you been with a man? Do you have a partner? Lu Jinwei probed, knowing that Lu Xiaohong was a thorny rose, a woman who no ordinary man could conquer. Of course, my current strength is a gift from my man, and it's just perfect for delivering a beating to you, Lu Xiaohong replied with a hint of admiration, feeling an unprecedented reverence for a man, one that compelled her to submit entirely. She found herself relishing the prospect of being conquered, though she sought an opportunity to assert her own dominance, rather than always being the one subdued. Lu Jinwei, however, resisted her advances, refusing to comply and hastily meet his demise. Lu Jinwei observed Lu Xiaohong, now resembling a dark demon, understanding that her powers mirrored a transformation into a beastly form, albeit one characterized by demonic traits, amplifying her abilities across the board. This posed a significant challenge, as he found himself unable to overpower her, even while maintaining a slight upper hand. Not finished yet. Just as Lu Jinwei found himself in a precarious position, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, a male voice resonated nearby. He turned to see a man, bare-chested with a ponytail, sauntering over with an alluring charm that seemed almost otherworldly. Lu Xiaohong recognized the newcomer and called out, "Have you finished your battle? You are not permitted to interfere with mine." She protested against anyone offering assistance, insisting that she must achieve victory on her own. The person arriving was none other than Wu Hao. Upon hearing her declaration, he discarded the lifeless body of a golden-haired man with a square jaw. He then retrieved a single fabric armchair and donned a pearl-white silk robe, simultaneously pouring himself a cup of hot Dahongpo tea. He settled down to savor the tea while preparing to observe her performance, signaling that he would not intervene, encouraging her to continue fighting with joy. Chapter 184. A duel to the death. Lu Jinwei possessed a semblance of confidence while confronting Lu Xiaohong. However, upon witnessing the arrival of a man who casually discarded the corpse of a low-ranking sacred knight from the Tianming society, his courage evaporated entirely. Flee. He comprehended that he could not overpower Lu Xiaohong in the immediate future, and at this moment, he was certainly no match for this man. Most critically, the adversary possessed spatial teleportation abilities, indicating he was not someone to be trifled with. Let us delineate a battleground here. Wu Hao effortlessly discerned Lu Jinwei's thoughts through his psychic perception. In his eyes, Lu Jinwei had already become a dead man walking. Given his influence within the base and his comprehensive understanding of it, there was no way Lu could escape alive from this encounter. Thus, at this very moment, Lu's fate was sealed, death. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaohong evidently desired a proper confrontation with Lu Jinwei, yearning to redeem her honor. Aware of her intentions, Wu Hao facilitated her wish by releasing Shao Qing from the beast realm, intentionally marking a circle on the ground. It was clear to anyone with common sense that if Lu Jinwei remained within the circle, he would be compelled to battle Lu Xiaohong, perhaps even finding a glimmer of survival. However, should he venture outside the circle, who could say what fate awaited him then? Furthermore, to augment the intrigue of the situation, he remarked to Lu Jinwei, "Should you triumph over her, I shall grant you your freedom." Acknowledging Lu Xiaohong and Appo's fierce nature, being the most unruly among his contracted personnel, he relished the prospect of conquering her, yet he also desired to temper her spirit, molding her into a more compliant ally. At that moment, Lu Jinwei found himself speechless, his gaze fixated upon the delineated arena where Shao Qing, a serpentine creature exceeding 10 meters in length, observed him with an almost sentient curiosity, as if contemplating his flavor. "Do not interfere," Lu Xiaohong protested. "I have not intervened. I merely established a combat arena." Wu Hao replied, sipping his tea. He intended to provide a spectacle, encouraging Lu Junwei to exert his utmost effort against her, allowing her to engage fully in the battle. "And if I were to kill her?" Lu Junwei questioned, aware that the man was deliberately toying with him, yet he hoped for the man to honor his word. "Not much. Knowing I am here, she will not perish. However, should you succeed in slaying her, it would indeed be an accomplishment, and I would grant you your escape." Wu Hao assured him with a grin, urging him to unleash his full potential. As long as Lu Junwei could vanquish Lu Xiaohong, he would certainly fulfill his promise. Yet, should Lu contemplate fleeing, the outcome would not be so favorable. There would be no escape from a grim fate. "You truly fear not my demise?" Lu Xiaohong feigned a pout, displaying a feminine charm. Outside, she was undoubtedly a fierce warrior, yet before him, she had succumbed to his dominance. Relishing the sensation of being protected and daring to act coyly. "Have I not resurrected you before?" Wu Hao remarked nonchalantly, maintaining his grip on the teacup. There had indeed been instances where their reckless escapades had led to her actual demise, each time reviving her through the life-healing ability. A process that had become somewhat addictive for her, compelling her to seek out ever more perilous encounters. "Humph," Lu Xiaohong chuckled triumphantly, cognizant that behind her lay a fountain of resurrection, rendering her unafraid of facing death, thus committing herself wholeheartedly to the fight. Yet Lu Junwei, unable to contain himself, initiated the first strike, understanding that only by defeating or even killing Lu Xiaohong could he find a genuine chance of survival. Xiaoqing lowered her head, fixating her attention on Lu Junwei, intrigued by his tiger-like form. Meanwhile, Wu Hao assessed the spoils acquired from the golden-faced adversary, discovering that the most valuable item was the sacred war spear, crafted from the bones of a level 4 beast. Capable of easily penetrating defenses made from materials of lower levels, and disregarding the inherent defenses of level 4 beasts. This weapon and Oppo's existence indicated that the Tianming society had become adept at hunting level 4 beasts, crafting their materials into equipment and distributing them among the mid-tier personnel of their organization. From this perspective, it was evident that they harbored ambitions concerning level 7 beasts. Had that group collaborated with the Tianming society? Had they received its backing? Wu Hao recalled the level 7 mutant boar he had seized, realizing it was the most significant prize he had encountered. When he had stumbled upon the beast, it had already been severely wounded by a strategy of overwhelming numbers, a gash across its body nearly leading to its demise. The true nature of this group remained uncertain. Although it was clear they had developed significantly and possessed vehicles capable of long-distance travel, it was plausible they had traversed 1 or 2 cities to reach this point, having the audacity to engage level 7 beasts. Once this matter was resolved, he would return. It was time to rest. The impending tide would only exacerbate the harshness of the external environment, complicating survival. Wu Hao had not forgotten that his purpose in visiting this military base was to procure weapons and nuclear armaments. He anticipated that the arrival of the tide would soon be followed by a surge of beast hordes and level 10 beasts. He acknowledged that, at present, his individual strength was insufficient to contend with such overwhelming numbers, necessitating the application of modern military power. Moreover, he sought to arm himself with contemporary military might and reinforce his own capabilities. In truth, neither this military base nor the 703 refuge held great significance for him. His true stronghold lay within the confines of his apartment complex, the only place he truly considered home. Having busied himself outside for long enough, it was time to return and check on his contracted allies, assessing their well-being and the extent of their growth and strength. With a swift motion, Lu Xiaohong, at the cost of her own chest being pierced, plunged a bone dagger into Lu Junwei's throat, delivering a fatal blow. Although Lu Junwei was considerably stronger than Lu Xiaohong, anxiety and panic coursed through him, leading to a hasty action that resulted in an unforgivable and fatal blunder, costing him his life. Lu Xiaohong emitted a weak laugh, fully aware that she had emerged victorious, though gravely wounded, with her sternum cleaved open, revealing her pulsating heart beneath. She realized that without prompt medical attention, she too would succumb to her injuries. Chapter 185, Abandoning the Military Base. A bountiful harvest returning to the city, Wu Hao would undoubtedly ensure her survival. His vigilant presence here was to safeguard her, preventing her from overindulging and inadvertently leading herself to ruin. Am I not impressive? Upon finding herself enveloped in a warm embrace, Lu Xiaohong cast aside her previous cold demeanor, transforming into an ordinary girl who playfully sought affection from her lover. yearning for his praise. Impressive, yet not sufficiently so. If you were truly formidable. You Wooden and Amp, Oppos, TF sustained injuries. Victory should come without harm. With a single act of life healing, Wu Hao completely restored her wounds, allowing her to boast. Though he conceded that her verbal prowess was indeed remarkable, Lu Xiaohong gritted her teeth, feeling disgruntled that he would not offer her even a single compliment. However, the thought of a reward prompted her to remind him, "I wish to take the lead this time." "Suit yourself," Wu Hao responded nonchalantly, for regardless of her position, whether above, below, or otherwise, he would ultimately be the one to relish the experience, reaping the benefits. He added, "Get ready. We are leaving soon. Prepare to return home." Home? Lu Xiaohong suddenly recalled that this was not Wu Hao and Amp, Oppos' true domain. His real territory lay elsewhere, where it was rumored he maintained a greater number of women. He indeed possessed the ability to provide them with a life of comfort and abundance. "I want to see if they are truly as exceptional as you claim." A fierce competitive spirit ignited within her, realizing that he categorized them into distinct teams, each fulfilling different roles, with competition and comparison thriving amongst them. She recognized her affiliation with the newly formed Fallen team, while others belonged to the main combat team and the Witch team. The main combat team focused on logistics and base management, and the Witch team concentrated on base defense. However, each team was formidable in its own right, and mere affiliation did not guarantee her superiority. It was said that the main combat team had the largest membership, but their activities lacked the wildness of the Fallen team. "Feel free to challenge them. Victory will earn you rewards." Wu Hao encouraged her as a portal transported them back into the military base. Lu Junwei and Amp, Oppos' corpse was not wasted. It was stored in his personal space for future extraction of his abilities, ensuring that such powers would not remain unattainable. With Lu Junwei and Amp, Oppos' demise, the military base fell entirely under his dominion. Yet, he held no interest in managing this place, having already acquired all that was worthwhile, leaving little significance in what remained. Moreover, the corruption present was utterly abhorrent. It would not be exaggerated to say the people here were unworthy of life. He ordered all personnel to prepare for departure, instructing the selected individuals to board the vehicles, leaving supplies behind for the remaining inhabitants to scramble over, left to fend for themselves. With a commanding voice, Wu Hao directed everyone to evacuate back to refuge number 703. His purpose for coming here was to transport resources for Sidu Qinglan and to survey the situation personally. Yet, the outcome was disappointing. He had no desire to expand his territory or manage this area. In his mind, his domain consisted solely of that apartment complex, and he wished to develop this place into a paradise while enhancing his profit margins. "Can I come along too?" Ba Guo asked, overwhelmed with gratitude, understanding that this military base was on the brink of abandonment, with those remaining destined for a grim fate, although he would leave a certain quantity of supplies behind. The collapse of the three leaders and the death of Lu Junwei, the captain of the hunting team, signified that the base was destined to stagnate. The inhabitants would ultimately consume one another until none were left. This place will truly become a hell unfit for any decent person to survive. Wu Hao contemplated assigning Ba Gu and his companions to Lame Hao, as the expansion and mining at refuge number 703 required laborers. Their strength made them suitable for such arduous tasks. Ba Gu understood the implication but remained grateful, eager to accompany him. Wu Hao did leave some supplies at the military base, but it was merely a fraction of what he had transported in a truck, leaving behind only 1/10. As a price for taking away the accumulated resources and wealth of Ma Tianqiang and his team, he acquired tons of gold and jewels, enough to construct a genuine golden abode. With his command, all personnel promptly boarded the vehicles to depart, and this news circulated only among them, leaving the majority of the military base's inhabitants oblivious to the imminent change. By the time they realized the situation, the base had become a grave buried beneath frozen earth, with no possibility of escape from death. Before the convoy set off, Wu Hao noticed reverent gazes from another vehicle. Fatty was among the convoy, ready to leave with them, accompanied by the women and children he had rescued. These individuals would represent a vital force and were comparatively innocent, at least capable of being saved. Once confirming that everyone was aboard, the convoy returned to refuge number 703. The armored vehicle he occupied brought up the rear, signifying that they had arrived laden with resources, leaving behind an empty shell of the military base. In fact, Lu Xiaohong had previously inquired whether he was truly uninterested in the nuclear arsenal. Wu Hao simply showcased over 5,000 nuclear warheads, leaving her speechless, instantly transforming into a fervent advocate of action to express her exhilaration. Upon their arrival at Refuge No. 703, the population increased by over 170 individuals, including more than 30 capable combatants, all assigned to Lame Hao for organization and distribution. The signs of an impending tide were becoming increasingly evident. Wu Hao, however, delegated the responsibility of personnel arrangements to others. The towering white wall appeared to encroach upon them, revealing that it was not merely a wall, but a true cold wave. Since the last retreat, the destructive power of the cold had been more than halved. This indicated that nighttime temperatures could plummet to -90 degrees, though this was still a reduced temperature. Had the cold wave fully submerged, temperatures would have likely plunged below -100 degrees. This impending cold wave was accompanied by a beast tide, with minimum temperatures potentially exceeding -130 degrees, an alarming chill capable of shattering steel in an instant, leaving virtually no chance for survival. Modify the weaponry. We cannot allow these arms to become useless in the extreme cold. Wu Hao acknowledged that with these missiles and nuclear weapons, he no longer feared the beast tide. Even formidable beasts would find themselves wounded. However, the duration of the beast tide remained uncertain, as did the impact of the frigid temperatures on the efficacy of the armaments. To ensure absolute certainty, it is imperative to reconstruct the structure of these weapons, allowing for their transformation. Simultaneously, the residential complexes standing amidst the beastly onslaught are destined to be the first to bear the brunt. Thus, they require substantial reinforcement. Particularly, an enhancement in the weapons and oppos, proactive offensive capabilities is essential. Chapter 186. A remarkable girl seeks help, racing 100 kilometers to rescue a precious one master. We and AMP, Oppos, VE received news from the community. They hope you can come by. There are important matters to address. Just as disaster response arrangements were being deployed, Tang Shujiao arrived and conveyed a message indicating that there was a new development at the apartment complex. Understood. Wu Hao recognized the necessity of returning to the apartment complex personally. He had initially considered bringing along Lu Xiaohong and the others to facilitate introductions between the new and old members. However, upon learning that the old members largely adhered to a more conventional lifestyle, Lu Xiaohong swiftly decided against attending, fearing that their virtuous nature might be compromised. Upon discovering this, Situ Qinglan also resolved to remain at the 703 refuge, designating it as the headquarters for their group. Wu Hao understood their intentions and realized that the new members markedly differed from those at the apartment complex, a distinction arising from the pre- and post-disaster experiences. The existing residents had been rescued shortly after the calamity and largely retained their pre-disaster civility, while the newcomers had mostly endured life in the post-disaster darkness, with some having lost their humanity and faith in civilization. Thus, interaction between the two groups could lead to a disconnect in communication and lifestyle integration. Acknowledging this, he deemed it unnecessary to force interactions. Driving back to the apartment complex, he found the situation stable, rendering it an oasis amidst the surrounding calamity. However, upon encountering the administrator, Yun, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation that required his direct involvement. A girl had suddenly appeared in the apartment building the previous day, urgently seeking assistance to save someone. Unfortunately, she could not specify the exact location and appeared to be suffering from a severe respiratory infection, resulting in her near-comatose state. Yun explained the situation and showed him the girl who had come seeking help. Wu Hao observed the girl lying on the hospital bed, her shallow breathing indicating her critical condition. A familiar aura surrounded her, and upon closer inspection, he realized her identity. She was indeed the creator and controller of the hyper-realistic robot, a girl endowed with mechanical abilities. Has she been in this state for long? Wu Hao inquired of Yun. She nodded affirmatively, acknowledging that they had exhausted all available means but could not fully heal her, leaving her in grave danger. Wu Hao utilized his perception abilities to scan her and confirmed that she was suffering from a severe dust-related respiratory infection, with her lungs exhibiting signs of erosion, indicative of a serious pneumonia. This condition typically arises from prolonged exposure to a sealed environment, such as a warehouse or underground chamber that had not been opened for an extended period. She did regain consciousness briefly, pleading for us to save her quickly. Claiming it would be too late otherwise, Yun lamented, feeling powerless. While there were individuals with healing abilities present, their powers were insufficient for the miraculous effects of Wu Hao and Appo's life-reviving abilities. Wu Hao understood their limitations and recognized the urgency that had prompted him to return. He immediately employed his life-healing abilities to alleviate her suffering, ensuring her breathing stabilized to prevent an abrupt demise. After addressing her condition, he did not wait for her to awaken. He initiated a mental intrusion to access her memories. It became clear that she had indeed sought assistance, and that she was the controller of the hyperrealistic robot. Moreover, she had come to help because the space marker ability user was on the verge of death in their underground refuge, utilizing her last ounce of strength to transport the girl here in hopes of survival. However, the user lacked the energy to escape through the space beacon and was at imminent risk of dying in the underground chamber. The situation was dire. She was genuinely seeking help, and the other individual was of significant importance to him. Wu Hao recognized the immense value of the space marker ability, as it would facilitate seamless transport between various strongholds without the need for perilous journeys through the frigid outer regions. He had initially intended to resolve the current tide issue before seeking them out and securing their allegiance. However, this urgent matter had arisen, nearly causing him to overlook this crucial individual, who was now on the brink of death. Where is she now? Wu Hao asked, knowing that this person held great significance for him, marking the first time he expressed that someone was indispensable to him. Quite far. I cannot elaborate. I must depart immediately. Wu Hao understood the urgency of racing against time. The individual had been left in a severely weakened state, having expended her last reserves to send Wei Mengmeng here. He realized the distance was considerable, hundreds of kilometers away. Even driving an all-terrain vehicle would take several hours, yet he could tell that she would not endure for much longer. Every second was precious. The only viable solution was to run there himself, utilizing his powers to reach her swiftly and break through the ice. However, this presented a new dilemma. With the impending high tide, he recognized that he could not endure prolonged exposure to the imminent drop in temperature, which threatened to plummet below -130 degrees. Even with the protective gear, he could not survive more than 2 hours outdoors, risking a fatal outcome if he were not cautious. Chapter 187. Arriving just in time. A high-value target scoring 97 points. Good news. Preparation had been made in advance. Bad news. The extent of the cold wave brought about by the rising tide was truly severe. Wu Hao, not having experienced it firsthand, could hardly fathom the lethal impact the impending cold wave would have on him. A glance at the current temperature drop, merely a precursor to the tide, revealed that the chill had already plunged to a different level. Even with the ability to manipulate ice and snow, paired with beastly armor, he found it challenging to endure for extended periods. Had it not been for his utilization of spatial abilities to transform the primary stronghold, integrating the bones of exotic beasts to enhance each structure's insulation, the current low temperatures would have been lethal to an ordinary person. While the ability users might not face a direct threat to their lives, comfort was certainly not guaranteed. Not to mention his apartment, which felt like a paradise, allowing him to remain blissfully unaware of the extreme cold outside. This journey would require assistance from Xiaoqing. Relying solely on himself to traverse hundreds of kilometers to save someone would be both time-consuming and perilous. Wu Hao decided to release Xiaoqing from the beast space, recognizing that while he was swift, the true exotic beast could travel long distances with greater speed and stability. Primarily, he intended to use Xiaoqing as a mount, allowing him to stay sheltered in the modified off-road vehicle, free from the harsh cold outside, conserving his strength. Once released, Xiaoqing accepted the task willingly. Utilizing its ice and snow manipulation abilities, it froze the off-road vehicle onto its back, creating a modified Qing snake courier. Wu Hao settled inside the vehicle, confident that Xiaoqing could handle the journey. After confirming their direction through mental perception, Xiaoqing set off at full speed, darting across the endless snowfield like a streak of green light, covering a distance of 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. 100 kilometers would take it less than half an hour. Meanwhile, Feng Yuro lay on the cold concrete floor of the underground warehouse, her breath becoming increasingly labored as the air thinned and grew murky around her. She pondered whether Meng Meng had been saved. With her last ounce of strength, she had sent Wei Mengmeng away, not expecting the girl to find help for her own sake, but simply wishing for her survival. Yet, she understood that this final act of sending Mengmeng away had drained her completely, leaving little hope for anyone to come back for her. She was aware that the warehouse above was entirely encased in ice, rendering it a tomb. Her spatial abilities, which could normally transport people and objects through spatial beacons, were now rendered useless. She lacked the strength to connect to the beacon, sealing her only escape route and leaving her to await death. Yet, she found solace in the thought that the outside world was grim. If she were to perish here, at least she would retain her semblance of self. In her mind, she conjured images of the outside world, now a terrifying realm of cannibalism, populated by monstrous beasts towering over 10 meters and various perilous exotic creatures. Even if by some miracle she escaped, life would likely be far from pleasant. She had once yearned for the life within the apartment building. Despite its peculiarities of having many women serving the same man, the camaraderie she witnessed there had drawn her in. It resembled a large family where one could share meals, have conversations, and engage in crafts together. However, fatigue enveloped her, and her eyelids felt impossibly heavy. Was this the sensation of approaching death? Lying on the ground, she realized she lacked the strength even to move a finger. Overwhelmed by drowsiness, her consciousness began to blur, and she sensed that this was the fabled moment of death and Apos, as her rival, her life ebbing away. In her final moments, she suddenly perceived a great commotion above her, leading her to wonder if she was merely hallucinating as she neared death. Wu Hao, having successfully harnessed Xiaoqing and Apos, as power, arrived at the designated location above the warehouse. However, without his keen sense of direction, he would never have believed that beneath the thick ice layer lay a warehouse housing a capable woman with space beacon abilities. The lingering scent from the warehouse had attracted a pack of mutated wild dogs, all of which were at least level 3 exotic beasts, with the strongest exceeding level 5. Nearing level 6. "Get out of my way," Wu Hao growled upon spotting the wild dogs, having no time to waste on them. Every second counted. A delay could mean the difference between saving someone or failing. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his bone knife and engaged in combat. With one hand wielding the knife and the other channeling his abilities, he swiftly countered the level 5 wild dog king, inserting a compressed toxin ball into its mouth. As the deadly energies erupted within, he swiftly decapitated it, tossing the corpse into his spatial realm for later disposal. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing was fiercely engaged, battling over 20 mutated wild dogs single-handedly, devouring the weaker ones and incapacitating the stronger beast with venom. Despite its strength, Xiaoqing bore numerous wounds, with its reinforced scales torn and golden blood seeping from the injuries, painting a grim picture of the battle. Noticing Xiaoqing was at a disadvantage, Wu Hao quickly turned to assist, dispatching 2 more wild dogs and stowing their bodies away like the wild dog king. As the number of wild dogs dwindled to 3 or 5, they hesitated, caught between fighting and fleeing. Wu Hao recognized that Xiaoqing could handle the situation. He utilized his life-healing abilities to mend its wounds before swiftly breaking through the ice layer above the warehouse, sliding down into the lower area. Upon reaching the warehouse, he effortlessly punched through the ceiling and immediately sensed the presence of a person. Rushing to the side, he discovered she was still alive but gravely endangered, struggling for oxygen and on the brink of death. Relieved to have arrived in time, Wu Hao exhaled, knowing that even if she had just lost consciousness, he could revive her. He promptly employed life healing to restore her vitality while feeding her a blood magic fruit, enhancing her fundamental strength. Observing her condition, he calculated that his return multiplier had now risen to 28 times. Feng Yuru, with an impressive beauty score of 97 and a purity level of 100, possesses the extraordinary ability of spatial beacons. The fact that she is such a stunning beauty left him feeling fortunate. Chapter 188. Half love, full loyalty today, as the groom. Feng Yurua is truly clinging to the last vestiges of life, her indomitable spirit being the sole force sustaining her. Thanks to the healing powers of life and the stimulation from the extraordinary fruit, she gradually awakens. The first thing she perceives upon regaining consciousness is that she is reclined in the arms of a remarkably strong and unfamiliar man. His somewhat devilishly handsome features initially lead her to believe she is witnessing an illusion. Could it be that she has perished and is now confronted with such an unreal sight? Wu Hao gazes down at the beautiful woman nestled in his embrace, recognizing her as a remarkably gentle and charming individual. Her softness is distinct from the nurturing warmth of Shun Xianyun. It embodies a divine gentility that would inspire envy among passers-by, who would lament how such a tender and lovely woman could end up with a brute. Subjected to daily indignities, he acknowledges that he has encountered many beautiful women, some of whom have been pampered and sheltered. Among them are the exquisite Su sisters, the graceful dance instructor Yun Yun, and the voluptuous Sita Qianyun. Yet none possess the innate allure of Feng Yurua, evoking an instinctive desire to protect and care for her. This sensation can only be encapsulated by one word: maternal. A radiance of maternal love that invites a sense of relaxation and safety upon mere sight. Suddenly, a flicker of recognition strikes her. She recalls having seen this man before, the sole male resident in her apartment building, whom she and Wei Mingming had playfully dubbed the landlord. Upon seeing him here, evidently having rescued her, she is certain that Wei Mingming is safe and that he has come to her aid. She acknowledges that she is indeed alive. Yes, that Mingming is doing well, Wu Hao assures her, feeling a touch of nervousness for the first time in her presence. Akin to a novice experiencing love for the first time, unsure of how to respond to her. Normally, encountering such an exquisite woman would make even a casual conversation seem daunting. However, he underestimates Feng Yurua's boldness and the graciousness that comes with her maturity. In the next moment, her lips find his, and with a gentle smile, she utters, "Should I offer myself in gratitude to my hero?" Joy radiates from her, for she has truly experienced death and been granted a new life by the man before her. She is aware of the lives he has saved. And while his motivations may not be entirely noble, it is undeniable that he has provided those women with nourishment and shelter, allowing them to live in a veritable paradise amidst a world of calamity. She understands that in this harsh environment, women are often relegated to the status of vulnerable prey, sometimes reduced to mere sustenance. In light of this, she admires how well he treats these girls, feeling an urge to join their ranks. Wu Hao is taken aback by her unexpected assertiveness. Feng Yurua, however, is genuinely forthcoming, smiling as she inquires, "Is it true that you provide food and shelter? Is there a place for me to stay?" Having received the promotional flyer he had handed her, she is aware of his search for residence. Now that she stands before the landlord, she is determined not to squander this opportunity. Eager to secure a space for herself and a room of her own in which to live freely, as Wu Hao observes her. He perceives her attitude through his psychic abilities, noting that her feelings are half love, full loyalty. She is the first individual he has encountered, prior to any formal contract, whose affections and loyalty for him are so pronounced, making her a truly exceptional potential contract partner. To reside here, a fee must be paid. Wu Hao tentatively suggests, feeling somewhat flustered by her eagerness. Simply put, she has not yet entered into a contract with him. Yet she is already keen to offer herself willingly, her affection genuine and unfeigned. "May I have a bed instead of lying on the floor? I would prefer not to spend my first time in such a dirty place." Feng Yurua gently wraps her arms around his, expressing her willingness to pay the rent right then and there. However, she hopes her first experience will be in a cleaner environment. Wu Hao comprehends her desire. Realizing that today marks the moment he truly becomes a groom, he promptly lifts her, cradling her like a bride, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. This is her first time taking such an initiative, and the awareness of what is to come fills her with a mix of excitement and apprehension. A luxurious double bed, adorned with camel velvet and golden trim, materializes from his spatial storage, perfectly positioned beneath her, inviting her to lie down. Feng Yurua, now feeling a surge of nervousness, contemplates retreating. "I will be gentle," Wu Hao reassures her, understanding that although he has contracted many individuals, the sensation she evokes in him is distinctly different. It feels more profound than a mere contract. It is as though he is about to enter into a sacred union. He suddenly grasps the difference between contracting with love and without. Feng Yurua bites her red lip, shyly turning her face away, indicating her willingness to give herself entirely to him. Wu Hao leans closer, mindful of her comfort, aware that he must tread carefully. Meanwhile, Shaoqing yawns in the frigid wilderness, having vanquished the remaining mutated wild dogs, now wholly consumed. Glancing at the ice cave behind him, he vaguely senses the happenings within. His interest is minimal. He simply guards the exterior while allowing himself to digest. Wu Hao successfully concludes the contract. Despite his careful approach, Feng Yurua finds herself in tears. Still somewhat startled. "Goodness, this is the power of the moonlight goddess," he muses, feeling his heart waver. He knows she is ultimately just a contract tool like the others. Yet her attitude and her willingness to offer herself make her feel distinctly unique. Post-contract, he discovers another reason for this feeling of difference. She possesses spatial abilities, creating a resonance between them. In fact, she is his first contracted individual with spatial powers, akin to encountering a kindred spirit. This revelation also unveils an additional benefit of contracting a spatial ability user. Ding. Successfully contracted Feng Yurua, current contract count, 28, rebate multiplier, 2,800 times. Ding. Detected Feng Yurua possesses powers, initiating historical rebate. Rebate, 2,800 stellar sacred gems. Ding. Due to Feng Yurua's spatial ability as a beacon, triggering an upgrade of the personal spatial function. Upgrade options. 1. Divided space, allowing the establishment of a separate spatial beacon for others to access designated items. 2. Living space, enabling a 10 by 10 by 10 area capable of accommodating living beings, with time flow synchronized with the outside world. 3 consecutive notifications signify 3 functional upgrades. The final upgrade is the most crucial and significant. Carefully verify the effects. It translates to shared repositories and independent refuge in alternate dimensions. Chapter 189. The new upgrade of the portable space function. A personal sanctuary. 2 options lay before him, both appealing, both desired. Gently caressing Feng Yuru, he observed the shyness on her face, reminiscent of a bride who had just concluded her wedding night. The boldness and grace she had exhibited moments ago were now replaced by the tender attachment and profound memories associated with her first man. Wu Hao acknowledged his enjoyment of this moment, as he experienced a sense of calm and security that he had not felt since the onset of calamity. A unique pleasure derived from her exquisite aura. Suddenly, he noticed her curiosity akin to that of a kitten discovering a cat toy, and he encouraged her with a gaze to be more daring. Though shy, Feng Yuru allowed her curiosity and yearning for joy to take precedence, shifting her position slightly. The notion of a shared warehouse came to mind. Placing a coordinate at their base would facilitate easier access for Yun Yun and the others to procure supplies, alleviating concerns of resource shortages during his prolonged absences. However, the decision regarding the living space for creatures was one he knew required serious contemplation. In fact, while weighing the 2 upgrade options, he had already made a decision in his heart, recognizing that the value of the living space for creatures far surpassed that of the shared warehouse. The air quality here was poor. They needed to change locations. Wu Hao informed Feng Yuru, noticing her curious eyes widen in response. Her charming demeanor and the sight of her actions stirred excitement within him, prompting him to draw her close and choose the upgrade path for the portable space, allowing them both to be transported into this newfound realm capable of harboring living beings. Feng Yuru suddenly felt the environment around them shift dramatically, as if entering a dreamscape, revealing a space of pure white. She marveled at the height of this extraordinary area. A cubic expanse measuring 10 meters on each side. Where's this? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. A place for just the 2 of us, Wu Hao replied, enchanted by her innocent wonder, determined to claim her, ensuring she would not escape his grasp easily. As furniture began to materialize, a large bed, a sofa, cabinets, a bathtub, Feng Yuru felt a mix of excitement and shyness. Each new room presented a fresh battlefield, revealing his intentions for their shared space. Once the tumult subsided, Wu Hao nestled with her on the luxurious double bed in the bedroom. His first-hand experience confirmed his initial thoughts. This living space for creatures, in its simplest form, was a sanctuary for nurturing life. He could raise chickens and cattle here without concern for the harshness of the outside world. More intricately, it was an absolutely secure refuge, a dimension apart from reality, rendering him impervious to external threats. The only drawback was the somewhat limited space. Accommodating his current contracted partners would be a challenge. Yet, for him individually, this sanctuary provided an immediate escape from formidable adversaries, even allowing him to evade catastrophic attacks through dimensional traversal. However, the fixed position of this refuge posed a risk. Should adversaries lie in wait, he would have little recourse against the dangers of the outside world. Nonetheless, the emergence of this portable sanctuary endowed him with a formidable safety net, enabling him to become elusive in battle, catching opponents off guard. Fortunately, you have many women. Feng Yuru playfully bit his chest, reflecting on her previous envy of his numerous companions. Yet now, experiencing this reality, she felt grateful for her sisters, realizing that alone, she might struggle to meet his needs. Wu Hao understood her sentiment but recognized that his current roster of contracted individuals was still insufficient. He had initially believed attaining a 1,000-fold return would be effortless, requiring merely 100 individuals to meet the criteria. However, the severity of the post-catastrophe situation had surpassed his expectations, revealing that many women lacked the necessary purity or beauty, complicating what he had thought to be a simple task. Let us return. I want to check on Ming Ming, Feng Yuru said, her cheeks flushing at the thought of meeting his extended family. The prospect of being accepted by them filled her with trepidation, fearing rejection. All right, Wu Hao replied, recognizing Feng Yuru as a newcomer to the main battle group. Having been confined with Wei Ming Ming, they had little interaction with the outside world, preserving their civilized understanding and lifestyle from before the disaster. Thus, integrating her into the witch or fallen groups would be ill-suited. though her abilities were indeed well-suited for coordinating transport between bases, making her a valuable ally for Yun. He presented her with a selection of new attire. Stepping out of the creature's space, he surveyed the vast underground warehouse. It was a colossal logistics hub, brimming with construction materials, steel, and fuel. In stark contrast to these bulky supplies, the resources available for sustenance were alarmingly scant. Scattered across the floor were bags of cat and dog food, alongside empty bottles of industrial-grade purified water. It was evident that Feng Yuru and Wei Mengmeng had consumed every available morsel, nearly succumbing to asphyxiation in their desolation. He gladly accepted the bounty, gathering all the supplies from the underground warehouse. With this influx, his portable space was now replete with sufficient materials, capable of conjuring a 20-story building without concern for returns. Chapter 190. Bountiful Harvest and the Return Home. After gathering the resources here and further expanding the inventory in her spatial storage, Feng Yuru finished her makeup. Even without any cosmetics, her natural beauty scored a remarkable 97. Now, with a hint of makeup, her allure approached perfection. She could easily outshine other contract personnel, her beauty inciting a sense of longing within him. "Am I beautiful?" Feng Yuru shyly inquired, unaware of her unique position in his heart. She was not merely the first to enter into a contract with him, carrying a blend of affection and unwavering loyalty, but also the first with spatial abilities. Moreover, she currently held the title of the most beautiful contract partner. Her seemingly ordinary question about her appearance wielded tremendous emotional power over Wu Hao. "Perhaps I should keep you by my side at all times for convenience," Wu Hao suggested, pulling her closer and realizing she was oblivious to how captivating she truly was. "I wouldn't want that," Feng Yuru playfully evaded, sticking her tongue out at him. Then, with a hint of bashfulness, she added, "On my own, I'm no match for you." Acknowledging his restraint out of fondness for her, she felt gratitude mixed with a twinge of heartache. Thus, she resolved to connect with other companions, to unite and serve him. Wu Hao sensed her thoughts at that moment, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. This was his first taste of genuine love, contrasting sharply with the exploitative relationship he had with Yu Wei. He marveled at how she could be so wonderful, making him reconsider his beliefs about love. "Let's return and introduce you to the other members, and check on Meng Meng," Wu Hao proposed, having summoned Shao Qing back to the beast space for rest. He knew their return would be straightforward. All they needed was for her to activate the spatial beacon for a swift teleportation back to the apartment. "All right," Feng Yuru replied. Preparing to activate the spatial beacon, Wu Hao realized that by successfully contracting with her, he had acquired the ability to utilize this beacon. In theory, he could teleport them back even more effortlessly than she could. However, upon mastering this new spatial ability, he discovered that only the creator could use the beacon. This meant that he would need a beacon set up at their destination to teleport, leaving Feng Yuru as their sole means of return. Suddenly, Feng Yuru's expression shifted to alarm as she realized that the beacon at the apartment complex had vanished. This meant it had been destroyed, rendering her unable to activate the signal to return. "The beacon has been destroyed?" Wu Hao's gaze turned icy. He understood that this beacon was not located at apartment 2, but rather at apartment 1. The complex was not solely inhabited by him. There were others, including a certain influential leader, Lai Cheng, whom he had largely ignored. Although they had a semblance of cooperation, their relationship had soured after Lai Cheng had used his allies to attack Wu Hao. With the spatial beacon at Building 1 gone, it was clear that Lai Cheng's faction was behind its destruction. The reasons remained unclear, but the consequence was that returning directly to the apartment complex was no longer feasible. They would have to travel hundreds of kilometers. "What do we do now?" Feng Yuru asked, her anxiety evident as she felt helpless. "It's merely a longer journey," Wu Hao reassured her, kissing her gently as he noticed her panic had drained the color from her face. He could see her desire to help, to prove her worth. But her mere presence was already invaluable to him. She not only provided him with a multiplier for benefits but also enhanced the capabilities of his spatial storage. As he kissed her, her pale cheeks flushed a soft red, and she shyly murmured, "I guess I really just deserve to be a plush toy and a star's wrath." She spoke boldly yet adorably. "Is that what you truly wish?" Wu Hao asked, intrigued by her desire to demonstrate her value. "No, I just hope to be of more use," she replied softly, her voice almost fading away. Wu Hao couldn't help but smile, charmed by her adorableness. He realized that had she been his first encounter, he might have hesitated to contract with others, preferring a simple, blissful life with her in their safe haven. "If you have such desires, I can introduce you to a group of exceptional sisters who excel in this area, he mentioned, recalling the members of the main combat group and the Fallen Witch faction, who were indeed quite depraved in their own ways. If she were genuinely interested, he could facilitate an exchange of experiences. Are you referring to the Fallen faction? I don't want that. It would be far too embarrassing. Feng Yuru quickly shook her head in refusal. She longed to be bold, but only wished to share such experiences with him alone. Even if they were all girls, she felt averse to being touched by anyone else. Wu Hao found her shyness irresistibly cute, her maternal side resembling a sisterly figure. While her innocence made her seem like a precious little sister, a rare treasure indeed. It seems Xiaoqing will have to work a bit harder. Let's return and see what the situation is, Wu Hao said gently, smiling at her. He felt a sense of healing and relaxation in her presence. However, the impending events at the apartment complex cast a shadow of coldness in his eyes, hoping some individuals wouldn't make foolish choices. He instructed Feng Yuru to enter the living creature space for safety, knowing it would be far more secure than remaining inside the off-road vehicle. He summoned Xiaoqing once more, preparing to return via the same method as before. As for why didn't he enter the living creature space himself to let Xiaoqing transport him? He realized that once he entered, the spatial coordinates became fixed and immovable by external forces, while he could freely navigate and carry others. Chapter 191. The Threat of Incoming Refugees. The concerns of the women in the apartment currently, an alarming situation has arisen within the apartment complex. A large influx of individuals seeking refuge from other regions has suddenly descended upon this area. They appear to have learned of the unique qualities of Building 2, where the climate remains eternally spring-like, and where sustenance and beauty abound. They have taken over nearby apartments and are intent on forcibly breaching Building 2. However, the formidable defenses of Building 2 have thus far repelled their advances. These intruders initially sought supplies from us, and upon realizing that we would not comply, they resorted to direct assaults. Their intentions are clear. They aim to shatter the glass and invade our sanctuary, indicating a blatant attempt at robbery. Lu Xinya, known for her fiery temperament, vocally expressed her outrage. As one of the earliest members and a close acquaintance of Wu Hao's ex-girlfriend, she has established a position of considerable authority here, wielding significant influence in decision-making. It is inconceivable to allow them entry. This is no longer merely a refugee issue, it is a matter of dealing with marauders. Should they gain access, they would not only occupy our living space, but would also pose a severe threat to our well-being. Yun Yun, a gentle soul, has taken a firm stance against the potential invasion, resolutely opposing any encroachment upon our territory or resources, as well as the possibility of harm to the residents. In my opinion, the solution is to take decisive action. Let EE and the others eliminate them without mercy. Qin Feifei, having acclimated to life here, views this place as her home. With her heart and soul devoted to Wu Hao, she has come to regard this apartment as their love nest. She firmly opposes the entry of any unwelcome individuals who might disrupt their lives. It seems they desire to provoke us into stepping outside. I have observed some extraordinary individuals lurking nearby, possibly planning to capture us as hostages to coerce us into opening the doors. We cannot be deceived. We must wait for Wu Hao to return and manage this situation personally. Shen Xianyan provided crucial information, suggesting that the attackers and Oppos intent to assault us is a ruse designed to lure us out and capture us, subsequently using us as leverage. This is precisely the scenario we must avoid. The timing is unfortunate, as Wu Hao is still away, and his return is uncertain. Su Shuyas, a former corporate president, spoke with authority, quickly garnering the trust of the other members. Alongside her sister Su Qingya, they have emerged as central figures in the decision-making process. What shall we do now? Wait for our brother to return? The long-legged sister Wen Yuhan inquired. Belonging to the faction that follows orders and is part of the security force known as the Witch Brigade. While the main combat team focuses on strategic management, they remain prepared for action at a moment's notice. For now, we should refrain from taking the initiative. We must not forget the ability to shield our powers. Although we have enhanced our physical strength using the blood of extraordinary beasts, our primary combat prowess still relies on our abilities. If the assailants employ their capacity to nullify our powers, they could easily overpower us with their numbers. Su Shi has calmly analyzed the situation, her instincts confirming her suspicions about the enemy's true intentions. They must have observed that our numbers here are relatively few, predominantly consisting of women. The fortifications we possess stem from Wu Hao and Oppos' enhancements to the entire building, making it resilient against even a level 6 beast and oppose as frontal assault. Thus, remaining inside is our safest course of action. Venturing out could lead us straight into their trap, placing us at a significant disadvantage. The enemy has undoubtedly come prepared. I have confirmed this. The signal beacon has been destroyed, rendering it impossible for them to return immediately. At that moment, a new voice broke through the tension. The members turned to see a somewhat unfamiliar girl with a petite frame, adorned with futuristic mechanical equipment, seemingly utilizing an electronic device to survey the surroundings. "Why are you up? You still appear weak and need rest," Shun Qinyun exclaimed anxiously, rushing to assist her back to bed. Aware that she had been rescued from the brink of death, and that Wu Hao had been preoccupied with saving another. She had not received complete treatment and remained in poor condition. "I'm fine. I wish to contribute in any way I can," Wei Mingming shyly replied, realizing she had now become part of this community. However, witnessing the warm camaraderie among the residents made her feel that residing here might not be so bad after all. The only concern lingering in her mind was the fear of the big bad man potentially intimidating her, as she worried about her ability to withstand the presence of such a formidable creature. Yet, recognizing the grave crisis unfolding, she hoped to harness her strength to assist in any way possible. "Did you say the spatial beacon has been destroyed? Does that mean Wu Hao cannot return promptly?" Qin Feifei inquired, tension rising within her. She understood that Wu Hao's original plan was to rescue others and then utilize the spatial beacon to return swiftly. The absence of the beacon now meant his rapid return was unlikely, indicating that the assailants were aware of its significance and had deliberately chosen this moment to strike. "Yes, but it shouldn't be a major issue. If that big man can truly save my friends, he will surely find a way to return quickly. He must already be aware of the situation here," Wei Mingming replied, instinctively referring to Wu Hao as the big bad man. However, she quickly reconsidered, realizing that addressing him in such a manner was inappropriate given the presence of his women. Despite her trepidation towards the intimidating creature, she acknowledged his unparalleled kindness towards the residents and recognized his efforts in transforming their home into a veritable paradise. She also had faith in his capabilities, understanding that as long as they trusted him, calamity could be averted, as demonstrated by the building's safety. "Your abilities seem to allow you to create machinery? Can you produce mechanical combat forces? If so, could you?" Su Shiya suddenly called Wei Mingming over, contemplating how she might be of assistance. As the leader of the Witch Brigade, responsible for security and fortification, she envisioned integrating Wei Mingming's mechanical prowess to transform the apartment into a fortified military stronghold. "What do you need me to do?" Wei Mingming assured her, ready to offer her full support as long as she could be of help. Chapter 192. The Conspiracy of External Forces. The first argument within the family. Su Shiya articulated her plans. Realizing that her vision of commanding a mechanical legion during her tenure as the president of a major corporation could indeed materialize with Wei Mingming's assistance, Su Qingya discerned her sister's intentions and felt an immediate surge of interest, eagerly joining the fray. Outside, the wind howled mercilessly. The terrifying chill had escalated from a mere threat to a genuinely lethal reality. This impending severe cold front posed a peril to the supernatural beings, and for ordinary citizens, it was a constant risk of fatality. This dire situation rendered even the most composed individuals anxious, leading them to forsake their humanity in the desperate quest for survival. All they sought was a true sanctuary, a place where they could find sustenance, warmth, and a comforting bowl of hot soup to endure the looming catastrophe. It was utterly outrageous. They could live so comfortably. Compared to this, I have been living a life worse than that of a dog. The luxuries of illumination, heating, and exquisite food, not to mention the multitude of beautiful women surrounding them. Currently, several groups had congregated near apartment building number 3. These individuals had migrated from other gathering points across the city, aware of this unique apartment complex, a veritable paradise akin to a hidden utopia. What particularly fueled their jealousy was the knowledge that it was merely a harem owned by one man, igniting their envy to a fever pitch. In stark contrast, they reflected on their previous lives of survival, which had been nothing short of abysmal. Unbeknownst to them, a man nearby not only lived without worry but also thrived in abundance, surrounded by a throng of women who indulged him, allowing him to live without fear of a sudden demise amidst such beauty. You have all witnessed this. I have not deceived you in any way. If we can seize this place, everything within will belong to us, enabling us to navigate the impending harsh cold with ease. The entire building can accommodate us all, making it increasingly feasible to endure this calamity until the disaster fully subsides. Lai Cheng wore a grim expression, a prominent scar marring his face. No longer the kind and gentle person he once was, he had abandoned reason, consumed instead by hatred. He had inadvertently discovered that his stronghold had been attacked by the forces of the crippled Hao, and that this was somehow connected to the man in apartment building No. 2. Because he had failed to proactively trade the enhanced supernatural fruit, his stronghold had been besieged by Hao's forces, resulting in significant casualties on his side. Yet perhaps it was divine providence that he became aware of these events and unexpectedly received support from a mysterious benefactor. This benefactor bestowed upon him a celestial-grade supernatural fruit, which he successfully absorbed after a near-fatal struggle, ultimately granting him formidable power. His first thought upon acquiring the strength was to seize apartment building number 2, to take and destroy everything belonging to that man. He eagerly anticipated the moment he would witness the look of despair on his rival and Apos' face upon realizing that his harem had been utterly annihilated, and that his beautiful companions had suffered humiliation and death. Now possessing considerable strength, Li Qing easily consolidated other factions within the city, establishing himself as the most formidable force. With over 200 supernatural beings under his command, several of whom wielded saint-level abilities, originally the leaders of those factions. With the certainty that the man was absent, the apartment building was now at its most vulnerable. A woman stepped forward, clad in a fiery red evening gown, her hair matching its hue. She radiated warmth akin to the sun, unmistakably a wielder of saint-level powers. However, I have already dispatched individuals to test the building and Apos' fortifications. It is perplexing how the structure has been fortified to such an extent that even a concerted effort from several could not so much as dislodge a single piece of plaster, let alone shatter a window. A burly man, resembling a fierce bandit, remarked, recognizing that while the building appeared ordinary, it was, in fact, as impenetrable as a fortress, rendering any external assault futile. Li Qing stated coldly that the primary reason they were considering attacking now was due to Wu Hao's absence. With Wu Hao present, their chances of success would be null, ensuring they would remain mere spectators to their own ridicule from within. I have a plan, Li Qing declared, revealing that he had found a relative of one of the building and Apos' occupants. He believed that the occupants would not stand idly by while their family members perished outside in the cold. If they could gain entry, they would sweep inside and seize control. Meanwhile, the occupants of the apartment building were indeed aware of the situation unfolding outside. The elder members, Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu, recognized familiar voices among the crowd of refugees gathered at the entrance, prompting them to call out excitedly, "Dad! Mom!" Qin Feifei spotted her father amidst the throng, while Hu Xiaoyu saw her mother, tears welling in her eyes as disbelief washed over her. Her mother was alive. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Xinya suddenly noticed their commotion and intercepted them, questioning their intentions. "My dad is outside. My mom is alive. We cannot let her freeze to death out there." Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu exclaimed, their emotions overwhelming them as they momentarily forgot the gravity of their circumstances. They had believed their families were lost, and now that they saw them alive, they could not bear to let them perish before their eyes. In their fervor, they even contemplated using their powers to break free and rescue their loved ones. "Whoever moves will die." A cold voice rang out, instilling a paralyzing fear among all present. Turning to Si Shui, typically resembling a delicate doll, now revealed her formidable physique, her blood demon wings unfurling as a menacing warning. She embodied the ultimate strength of the sorceress faction and the unwavering loyalty of Wu Hao and Apos' followers. "Do you intend to kill us?" "We merely wish to bring in our parents. We have no intention of betraying Wu Hao," Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu retorted, their anger igniting the first significant dispute within the family, tensions rising as if a confrontation were imminent. They believed they had never wronged Wu Hao and had no thoughts of betrayal. They only wished for their parents to survive. Was that too much to ask? They were even willing to provide compensation afterward to atone for their perceived transgressions. However, Shui uttered no further words, simply stating, "The boss provides for us, covering our food and shelter, but that does not extend to our relatives. If you wish to act unilaterally, you may choose to leave. Of course, you need not fear the members of the fallen faction." Indifference spoke to them, urging them to awaken to the reality that Wu Hao and Apos' acceptance of them was not an act of benevolence, but rather a mere transaction. They should not become arrogant due to their favored status, nor should they make unilateral decisions in Wu Hao's absence. Otherwise, They would fail to comprehend the significance of Wu Hao's delineation between the main battle group and the witch group. Moreover, she was aware that Wu Hao had newly established a fallen group, whose members were truly ruthless, capable of killing without hesitation. It was evident that the fallen group served as Wu Hao's elite guard, comprising individuals who were fanatically loyal to him. In simpler terms, should any issues arise within the main battle group or the witch group, there would be no need for Wu Hao to intervene personally. The members of the fallen group would swiftly eliminate them all in retribution. Chapter 193. The role of the fallen group and internal stabilization. Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu were undoubtedly aware of the existence of the fallen group. Although they had yet to encounter any of its members in person, they were acutely aware that the members of this group were fundamentally different from themselves. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be the stark contrast between those who existed before the calamity and those who emerged afterward. The understanding of human cruelty among the members of the fallen group surpassed that of the witch group. Among them, the one most aligned with the fallen group and Appos, as perspective, was undoubtedly Shen Qianyan, who had been redeemed and reborn by Wu Hao. As one of the leaders of the witch group, she remained fiercely loyal to Wu Hao. Looking toward Shen Qianyan, they noticed that her usual gentle demeanor, reminiscent of an elder sister, concealed a more sinister undertone in her smile. It was likely that Shui Yi had instigated this conversation to spare Shen Qianyan from having to address certain topics that might be too harsh, making their situation even more difficult going forward. But must they truly witness their mother's demise? Both Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu became acutely aware that their greatest dilemma lay in Wu Hao's absence. Had he been present, any issue could have been resolved with but a nod. However, with Wu Hao gone, they found themselves uncertain about his stance on the matter. The current situation, if one were to put it bluntly, meant they had become possessions of Wu Hao, stripped of any semblance of personal rights. Naturally, they could not assert any individual will or choice. Wu Hao's favor was a blessing, for should he choose to cast them aside, they would have no power to resist. He had previously made it clear that they could leave at any time, but the consequences of leaving would forever bar their return. Clearly, the opposing side was laying a trap, intending to lure them out so they could launch an attack. This opportunity could not be afforded to them. As Shui Yi's strength grew, so did her clarity of thought. She felt a deeper gratitude toward Wu Hao, resolutely standing by his side. She recognized the gravity of the situation and the choices facing Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu. Yet, under the current circumstances, stepping outside would mean relinquishing all power within, effectively forfeiting their lives. In other words, they too would be unable to save their parents, leading to a dead end for all involved. Qin Feifei bit her lip until it bled, while Hu Xiaoyu, heartbroken, refrained from looking downstairs, knowing that witnessing the situation would change nothing. Shen Qianyan stepped forward. Understanding that both Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu had known Wu Hao longer than she had, warranting her to address them as elder sisters. However, given the current predicament, she knew it was imperative to clarify. Wu Hao's support merely provided for their basic needs. Should they bring their parents in, where would they accommodate them? And what provisions could they offer? She reminded them to consider the implications of allowing their parents inside, as well as the complications that would ensue. Feifei, I have known you the longest. I believe I have a say in this matter. Lu Xinya also spoke up. As someone who had known Wu Hao the longest and prided herself on understanding his thoughts, she possessed the highest standing among them, surpassing even Qin Feifei. Qin Feifei acknowledged Lu Xinya's status, realizing that while she might outrank even Yunyun, the current situation demanded a low profile, and she had never involved herself in management. Yet, no one could deny her influence in discussions concerning Wu Hao. Lu Xinya posed a pointed question. If you were to bring your parents in, what would happen if they insisted on rescuing others? If they refused to accept that their friends and neighbors are freezing to death outside, demanding that everyone be let in, would you agree? What gives you the right to consent? This question struck a nerve with Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu. The issue of bringing their parents inside was not insurmountable. Lu Xinya was confident that if Wu Hao were present, he would undoubtedly allow them to bring in their parents. As it would be inconsequential, perhaps they would face some playful punishment afterward. However, the subsequent complications could spiral out of control. Their parents were merely two individuals. Yet they could leverage their elder status to insist on bringing others inside. If they were denied, they might resort to hunger strikes, threatening to wait outside together to die. Wu Hao could expel them all without hesitation, but could Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu do the same? It was natural for children to prioritize their own interests. But given the dire circumstances, the stakes involved transcended their individual concerns. Did they truly wish to be expelled, facing death alongside their parents outside? Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu fell into a profound silence, realizing they had overlooked this crucial aspect. Yet, they suddenly comprehended the true intent of their counterparts, to forcibly influx individuals into their midst, undermining their stronghold and humiliating Wu Hao by desecrating his sanctuary. My mother has long passed. That person must be an impostor, Qin Feifei declared resolutely, even as she bit her lip in defiance, unwilling to concede. She could not be entirely certain that the person outside was indeed her biological mother. Nor could she believe that her mother could have survived for so long after the calamity. Hu Xiaoyu looked at her in shock, quickly grasping her intention. She suddenly realized, "This is my family. I am willing to heed the elders' arrangements." Acknowledging her role as a family member, she understood that the true authority resided with the guardians, Yun Yun, Shen Qianyun, and the Su sisters, while others were merely subjects of their directives. The core principle was to uphold the collective interests of the family. She recognized that prioritizing her own desire to bring her father inside could jeopardize the welfare of the entire household, rendering such thoughts and decisions selfish. And she lacked the right to make them. Lu Xinyao regarded them with satisfaction, recognizing that they had finally awakened to the reality that their survival thus far was not solely due to their own abilities, but rather Wu Hao's unwavering support that had allowed them to thrive. With a decisive blow, she had roused them to awareness. It was time to offer them a glimmer of hope. Addressing the restored queen-like Shui Yi, Lu Xinyao remarked, "Remaining in a passive defensive stance is not prudent. We must show them our strength. Not every strike requires a direct confrontation." Chapter 194. Shui Yi prepares for battle, Wei Mingming and Amp. Oppo's combat mech, due to the current circumstances. This place has entirely transformed into a command center. At present, the overall commander is none other than Shui Yi, who usually remains inscrutable. She assumes a queenly demeanor to guard this location and presides over the life and death of all members in place of Wu Hao. Of course, they must retaliate. And Wu Hao will be returning soon. They only need to endure for a while longer. Shui Yi is resolute in her orders. Although uncertain about how long Wu Hao will be gone, it is reasonable to expect that his errands will not take more than 10 hours round trip. This means they only need to hold their ground, utilizing the fortified defensive capabilities of this structure to render the enemy powerless. While fortification is indeed the best strategy, they cannot solely rely on defense, as it does not align with their style. Moreover, each of them possesses considerable strength. The members of the witch squad ascend to the rooftop, employing firearms to counterattack and lure the enemy and Amp, Oppo's main force out. The main battle group ensures internal logistics, transporting ammunition and supplies to the rooftop to maintain their firepower. Shui Yi commands, understanding that the enemy's audacious assault likely indicates they possess a means to suppress abilities. Their task is to evade this suppression and prevent the loss of their combat capabilities. Fortunately, Wu Hao left behind a cache of firearms, enhanced against freezing temperatures, allowing them to maintain formidable firepower even without the aid of their abilities. Simultaneously, she instructs the newly joined yet not fully integrated Wei Mingming, utilize your powers to expedite the creation of combat mechs. The materials are available downstairs, and personnel will accompany you to gather them. She encourages Wei Mingming to hasten the production of machinery, assuring her that there are plenty of combatants available to utilize whatever is created. Can we manufacture combat mechs? Wei Mingming's eyes light up. Observing the strikingly formidable women around her, she recognizes their impressive combat prowess. Suddenly inspired, she recalls that her previous motivation for creating remote-controlled mechs stemmed from her own weakness and fear of death. However, these powerful women are all adept mech pilots. Her mechanical creation abilities can certainly be utilized to assemble robust combat mechs tailored for them to pilot in battle. Combat mechs? By all means. As long as they can avoid the issue of losing their abilities, Shui Yi consents to her plans, allowing her to proceed with confidence. Abundant materials, including steel retained by Wu Hao, are at her disposal, alleviating any concerns about resource shortages. Excellent, Wei Mingming exclaims, her excitement palpable as she begins to design mechs based on their appearances, ensuring they can showcase their strengths. Meanwhile, on Lai Cheng's side, he is aware that his emotional gambit has been played, uncertain whether the opponent will take the bait. Is the machine ready? Lai Cheng inquires of a seemingly unscrupulous mad scientist who has escaped from a refuge with a critical piece of technology. This technology has the potential to temporarily nullify the powers of ability users, rendering them ordinary in an instant. Considering that the personnel within the No. 2 apartment building are predominantly delicate beauties, their combat capabilities would be reduced to zero without their abilities, making them easy prey for capture. They could then be used as hostages to coerce Wu Hao into surrendering his territory and resources, or else these women would face unspeakable humiliation and death before him. All set, boss. To ensure maximum efficacy, I have made enhancements to guarantee their abilities are thoroughly suppressed, the mad scientist cackles. He recognizes this as cutting-edge technology designed specifically to counter ability users. Originally intended to secure the safety of the refuge, its application outdoors transforms it into a formidable weapon, ensuring even the mightiest ability users become powerless within its range. Moreover, thanks to his modifications, anyone equipped with his specialized device will remain unaffected by this suppression, bestowing a significant advantage upon his side. Thus, the moment they breach the door will mark the instant of total capture. Lai Chung grins wickedly. He had not originally intended to embrace villainy, but the harsh realities of life, witnessing the brutal deaths of comrades and the inability to protect those he cherished, have led him to realize the futility of his kindness in this environment. He had never provoked Wu Hao, merely seeking to negotiate for supplies. Yet, driven by selfish desires, he inadvertently led to the deaths and injuries of his allies. This has become a blood feud. He is determined to capture Wu Hao's women and make him pay for his arrogance, ensuring he comprehends the gravity of his mistakes. Presently, he eagerly anticipates Wu Hao's return to find his apartment overtaken, his women reduced to prisoners. Increase the offensive firepower. Concentrate all efforts in one area. I refuse to believe this apartment building can withstand the combined strength of so many ability users. Lai Cheng understands that time is of the essence. They must seize control before Wu Hao's return and ensure all personnel are subdued. Wei Mingming swiftly completes her first combat mech, accurately described as an exoskeleton-assisted combat suit. This mech allows an ordinary person to leap dozens of meters and deliver punches weighing several tons, a true testament to her ingenuity. I and Amp, Oppos, LL take charge. I promised my brother I would protect this place. Shui Yi steps forward, aware that she typically maintains a childlike demeanor, playing in a half-awake state. However, the recent onslaught of monstrous beasts and celestial-grade ability fruits has jolted her into clarity. She can regain her composure when necessary and maintain it for several hours. She recalls her promise to Wu Hao to safeguard this location as the primary combat force. Naturally, she is the first to test the combat mech, demonstrating to the outside world that the women here are not to be trifled with. Give it your all. I've adjusted it to maximize the user's power, and it can partially shield against external energy fields. Even if the enemy employs suppression abilities, this mech will mitigate their effects, Wei Mingming excitedly explains. Thoroughly enthused about her creation, Shui Yi listens, astonished to learn of the mech's additional benefits. Chapter 195, closely following Wu Hao's strategy. Successfully executing a counterattack, Wei Mingming is currently brimming with excitement and anticipation. She has suddenly realized that her presence here is not so undesirable, as she has come to understand the formidable strength of her companions, all of whom have benefited from the influence of that notorious Wu Hao. Although the prospect of growing close to the others intimidates her due to her petite stature, the thought of gaining such immense power begins to seem more acceptable. She envisions herself piloting the mecha she has crafted into battle, especially against the colossal beasts. Continue your construction. I shall venture forth, she declares. Should I encounter any unforeseen circumstances, I can return. Shui Yi is confident in her abilities. She knows that in her juvenile form, she is weak. But in her fully realized state, she can unleash the true potential of her blood demon physique, transforming into a true blood demon queen. Moreover, she has mastered advanced abilities such as Qiankuan Break and Devour. The mere use of Qiankuan Break would be sufficient to decimate her opponents. However, she is acutely aware that her strength pales in comparison to Wu Hao and Oppos, which necessitates that after employing Qiankuan Break, she would be incapacitated for several hours, a situation that poses a significant threat to their safety, especially in the current context. Therefore, she resolves to engage in battle. And should the situation turn dire, she will wait until her return to utilize Qiankuan Break. It would be imprudent to use it at the outset, as it may reveal its vulnerabilities and plunge them into genuine danger. Go for it. If it doesn't work out, return. Her comrades encourage her, urging her to act swiftly. With that, Shui takes flight from the rooftop, as she is naturally capable of flight. The combat mecha serves merely as a magnificent suit of armor, enhancing her combat abilities. As she soars from the rooftop, she swiftly condenses a compressed projectile in her palm. At that moment, her full exertion transforms the compressed ability into something far greater than a mere projectile. It is now akin to a cannon. She infuses it with her blood demon power, forming a crimson black hole between her hands, and then hurls it towards apartment building number 3, initiating the confrontation. However, as the compressed projectile hurtles toward the building, a fire dragon bursts forth from a window, colliding with the projectile in a spectacular display reminiscent of a dragon playing with a pearl, resulting in mutual annihilation without inflicting significant damage. In that instant, a figure enveloped in flames ascends into the sky, a striking woman clad in red, her fiery aura akin to a blazing meteor, matching Shui Yi's altitude as she gazes mockingly in her direction. "Ah, what a stunning beauty. No wonder our leader is interested in you," the red-haired woman taunts, her eyes glinting with predatory amusement. Shui Yi regards her coldly, remaining silent. Suddenly, she draws a long spear from behind her, an artillery sniper rifle, and swiftly takes aim at the red-haired woman, firing a shell that speeds towards her in the blink of an eye. The red-haired woman, taken aback by the peculiar single-soldier mecha and the artillery sniper, displays surprise but no fear. As the explosive shell races toward her, she envelopes herself in a protective fireball 3 meters in diameter. The shell detonates upon impact with the fireball, merging the resulting flames with the sphere, leaving her unharmed. A deafening explosion reverberates through the sky, prompting cheers from the onlookers below in Lai City, who are astonished to witness a powerful ability user withstand an artillery shell without injury. The fireball dissipates, revealing the red-haired woman, who wears a mocking smile, convinced that her opponent's counterattack is merely a waste of time, rendering her a laughingstock. "Now that you've had your turn, it's my time to strike," she declares with a grin, as flames rapidly coalesce in her hands, forming a Gatling gun. Ha ha ha. Her maniacal laughter echoes as the Gatling gun unleashes a torrent of flame, aiming to engulf Shui Yi entirely. These are not mere bullets. They embody her extraordinary, holy-level fire ability. Under normal circumstances, such a barrage could reduce a building to rubble. The red-haired woman witnesses Shui Yi fleeing desperately from the onslaught, unable to endure even a fraction of her might. "Burn! Burn to ashes! Die!" she shrieks, anticipating Shui Yi's demise under her relentless assault. Yet, Shui Yi deftly evades the flames using her blood demon powers, her expression remaining calm and detached, as though only Wu Hao could evoke a more complex reaction from her. In a fleeting moment, her form begins to fade from the sky, resembling a vanishing afterimage. Is she using invisibility? The red-haired woman gasps, halting her attack as she anxiously scans her surroundings for Shui Yi's whereabouts. In that instant, she feels a sharp pain in her neck. Turning her head, she is shocked to find Shui Yi, who had previously been under pursuit, now beside her, biting into her neck and swiftly siphoning her blood, rendering her on the brink of becoming a desiccated corpse. "Get away, monster! Do you think you're a vampire?" the red-haired woman exclaims in terror, immediately unleashing her full fire ability in a desperate attempt to incinerate Shui Yi. Shui Yi merely casts a cold, mocking glance in her direction. She acknowledges that after following Wu Hao for so long, she has adopted some of his more ruthless tendencies. She recalls his repeated caution to act with prudence and feign weakness before adversaries, for only by appearing vulnerable can one lure enemies into revealing their flaws, creating opportunities for a decisive strike. She is now executing Wu Hao's teachings flawlessly. Rather than acting upon the first opportunity, she feigned vulnerability, allowing the red-haired woman to grow overconfident. In her moment of triumph, Shui Yi seizes the chance and delivers a fatal bite. Though the flames surrounding her could indeed incinerate her, Shui Yi possesses the core ability of the blood demon physique, allowing her to recover swiftly as long as she has access to blood. Unless reduced to ash in an instant, the flames cannot truly destroy her. In mere seconds, the red-haired woman finds her vitality drained, reduced to a mere husk. A formidable holy-level ability user has thus fallen, without Shui Yi even needing to exert a fraction of her strength. Chapter 196. The ominous prelude in Lai City. As Wu Hao made his return, the atmosphere grew tense. The stench of blood lingered, yet it was a reminder of his brother's delectable essence. Shui Yi, having witnessed the demise of the crimson-haired woman, discarded her lifeless body from a great height, treating it as refuse. With a disdainful grimace, she spat out the remnants of blood in her mouth. In comparison, Wu Hao's blood was undeniably the most exquisite, her finest indulgence. However, she continued to express her discontent. Just moments ago, the attackers had been fervent and aggressive, but now there was an eerie silence, as they realized that one of their formidable leaders had been effortlessly vanquished without even inflicting a scratch on the opponent. What kind of monstrosities had Wu Hao raised? Were they a horde of enchanting female demons? Lai City observed the unfolding scene with a grave demeanor. He had just recruited a powerful female leader of fire abilities, only to see her fall without a trace of resistance. This prompted him to reassess the strength of Wu Hao's forces. He was aware that these women were formidable, yet he had not anticipated their power to be so overwhelming. Any one of them could emerge to confront him and eliminate one of his commanders. The equipment they donned resembled something out of a sci-fi epic, mechanized battle suits that defied reason. The mad scientist continued to tinker with his machines, realizing that they had failed to achieve their intended function, allowing the vampiric queen to retain her abilities and eliminate one of their strongest leaders. The power at their disposal was staggering, even encompassing mechanical prowess. Lai City clenched his teeth, recognizing this as his own oversight. He had anticipated the presence of diverse abilities but had not considered the rarity of mechanical powers and their significant development. We must capture that individual and bring them to me. I require such an exceptional talent as my assistant. The deranged scientist cackled, aware that while he possessed numerous techniques, he needed a mechanical ability to expedite their assembly, a task that would take decades without such a power. Lai City sensed an impending crisis. The situation had spiraled beyond his expectations. He realized that now was not the time to engage Wu Hao in battle, but to fortify his own strength. Yet, he understood that time was not on his side. The imminent tide threatened to freeze over half of his men if they did not seek a safer refuge. Moreover, he noted with alarm that Wu Hao's forces had grown exponentially faster than his own. While he had accrued a mere unit of power, Wu Hao had amassed 10, perhaps even 20, in the same span. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it became for him. He had once possessed a golden opportunity, shortly after the catastrophe. Wu Hao's forces had not yet reached such terrifying strength. Yet, in his mercy, he had refrained from leveraging his advantage to seize Wu Hao's territory. Now, all he could do was lament his choices and act to salvage what he could, hoping to secure this location as a new stronghold to legitimately expand his influence. Meanwhile, Shui had intended to act but suddenly paused, a charming smile gracing her lips as she turned back towards the apartment building, abandoning her pursuit. This shift in behavior caught the attention of Lai City and his subordinates, who were puzzled by her retreat after gaining the upper hand. Lai City felt a disquieting premonition. Perhaps the enemy had returned too swiftly, having barely begun their own actions. Wu Hao, in the comfort of the rear seat of an armored vehicle, gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery. In front of him sat Feng Yiru, who cast a shy, reproachful glance his way, yet continued to attend to him. Although her advantages were not as pronounced as Situ Qinglan's, they were substantial enough to match her service. This brought her both bashfulness and joy, akin to discovering a delightful new toy during an exhilarating moment. My home was nearly invaded, Wu Hao revealed, the instant the spatial beacon was disrupted. He had surmised that trouble was brewing at the apartment complex. What is the situation? He inquired, noting that the structure had withstood the assault remarkably well, with even the windows remaining intact. Despite being several kilometers away, his perceptive abilities allowed him to grasp the unfolding events at the apartment. He remained unfazed, having fortified the entire building precisely to avert such calamities. The reinforcement of skeletal remains from a level 7 beast had proven effective. The adversaries had achieved nothing despite their efforts. You may be wicked, he murmured, aware that maintaining his virtuous faade would only lead to his own demise. Embracing his darker nature had granted him the closeness of a goddess like her, a privilege he cherished. Feng Yiru blushed deeply as she recognized her own transformation. How audacious she had become, a stark contrast to her previous self. The thrill mingled with trepidation as she pondered the potential consequences of their actions. Yet, she knew the impossibility of being observed from outside, for they soared upon the back of the colossal serpent named Shaoqing, racing across the snowy expanse. Wu Hao found himself utterly captivated by her, realizing that his fascination transcended mere desire. It was a profound connection of souls, an intertwining of spirits that brought them joy. Her bold demeanor, juxtaposed with her bashful attitude, heightened his excitement. Was this the unparalleled grace that only a true goddess could bestow? Nonetheless, he recognized that this moment of reprieve would soon be shattered, for he was compelled once again to take lives, and his next endeavor would demand considerable bloodshed. Chapter 197. The tide is turned. Lai Cheng takes his own life at this moment. The people of Lai Cheng remained oblivious to the impending doom that awaited them. Suddenly, the sky illuminated as a beam of light descended from above, striking this area with no forewarning. The precision of this attack was astonishing. It directly targeted apartment building No. 3 in Lai Cheng. In an instant, it was as if a cosmic ray had fallen from the heavens, catching everyone completely off guard, leaving no chance for escape. Boom. The sound of destruction echoed as the structure of the building rapidly disintegrated upon impact. Lai Cheng, quick to react, hastily evacuated the premises alongside several of his aides, narrowly escaping the onslaught. However, for his subordinates, those of lesser strength, there was no possibility of evasion. They were engulfed by the blinding white light, evaporating in an instant, leaving not even a trace of their existence. What kind of attack was this? One strike was sufficient to obliterate an entire apartment building, leaving a massive crater where the foundation had been reduced by half. Lai Cheng's breath hitched, and a wave of regret washed over him. He instinctively recognized the nature of the attack and the identity of its source. He had anticipated the adversary and Oppo's formidable strength. Yet never could he have imagined it would manifest in such a terrifying manner. This was no mere human power, it was the true essence of divine and demonic forces. An assault surpassing the destructive capacity of a nuclear weapon. No wonder she had suddenly retreated. That individual had returned. Lai Cheng felt utterly drained, his will to resist evaporating. He realized that fighting back was futile. How could he possibly contend with such overwhelming might? Having witnessed the devastating power of the enemy and Oppo's attack, he questioned the significance of his own efforts. He had once believed himself to be strong and resolute, but now he felt as insignificant as a grain of rice attempting to compete with the sun, a sun that blazed fiercely in his eyes. Leave now. You have witnessed this attack. We have offended forces we should not have trifled with. If you flee now, you may still have a chance. Lai Cheng urged his remaining aides. He understood his adversary well and recognized the relentless pursuit they would face, knowing they would not be spared for their transgressions. Fleeing with all their might was their only hope for survival. Yet he knew he could not escape. The enemy was aware of his identity as the mastermind behind their grievances. There was no sanctuary for him. Not even on the farthest shores, he was marked for death, with no possibility of struggle remaining. Boss. Captain. The remaining aides looked to him with a mix of excitement and desperation, but once they grasped the gravity of their situation, their fervor quickly dissipated. They fled without a second thought, their loyalty only extending as far as his perceived strength and ability to safeguard their lives. This time, he had unwittingly provoked an adversary far too formidable to confront. They had no reason to continue serving him, abandoning even those refugees they had once rallied. As Lai Cheng observed their unhesitating retreat, a bitter smile crept across his face. He was left utterly alone. Turning to gaze at the gaping crater that had once been his stronghold, he understood that his true allies had perished. The struggle was devoid of purpose. All that remained was the wait for his final judgment. Wu Hao made an effort to lift Feng Yuru and Oppo's face, seeing her playful and charming expression directed at him. Annoyed, he glared at her and asked, "Are you planning to become a Jew's princess?" Upon realizing he had unleashed the Qian Kuan break and had momentarily weakened himself, her excitement surged. It was as if she had found the opportunity to reverse their roles, seizing the moment to overpower him. Without hesitation, she unleashed her full arsenal of skills. He acknowledged that his use of Qian Kuan break had drained his mental energy, leaving him feeling akin to an ordinary person. Her actions, however, seemed rather unsporting, attacking him at this vulnerable moment. "I and Oppo's drain you dry, making you regret ever bullying me." Feng Yuru declared triumphantly, her affection for him unmasked. To serve him, she even resorted to using the venomous dragon drill, a move he never imagined she could master. This left him both exhilarated and protective, as his other contracted partners had seldom employed such techniques. "Enough of this, we are almost home," Wu Hao said, pulling her into his embrace. Yet, she remained restless, eager to continue her service. It appeared she had a secret motive. Sensing a heightened possibility of conception during his moment of weakness, aware that his newfound strength would make it arduous to bear offspring, she was determined not to squander this opportunity, hoping for an unbreakable bond. Zhao Fan observed how thoroughly Feng Yuru had taken advantage of him, finding it a refreshing experience. Most importantly, she was stunning, resembling a true goddess. Witnessing her flushed cheeks and playful biting of her lip, one would be hard-pressed not to feel captivated. Additionally, she understood the rarity of this moment alone with him. Once they returned, he would no longer belong solely to her. If she truly loved him, she could not dismiss this reality. On the contrary, she would care about it more than anyone else. With Feng Yuru's restorative magic, as they reached the apartment complex, Wu Hao and Oppo's diminished mental energy had regained much of its strength. Upon parking and exiting the vehicle, They were met with the grim sight of numerous refugees frozen to death in the biting cold. Among them, one figure stood out, a man kneeling deliberately, seemingly waiting for Wu Hao's arrival. Upon seeing him return, the man lifted his head, revealing a smirk that conveyed defiance despite his circumstances. "I acknowledge your strength," Lai Cheng said to him, having awaited this moment to utter those words. "And then what? Are you prepared to concede?" Wu Hao asked with a knowing smile. Fully aware that there was no chance for Lai Cheng to survive here, given the peril his existence posed. "I know I cannot live, but I will not allow you to kill me," Lai Cheng replied with a cruel smile, suddenly drawing a knife and taking his own life before Wu Hao's eyes, his blood spilling forth as this once great hero met a tragic end. Chapter 198, A Family Reunion. Preparing for the oncoming cold wave, Wu Hao gazed upon the lifeless form of Lai Cheng, a man who had taken his own life. He acknowledged that he possessed the means to resurrect him, understanding that a life-for-life healing technique could restore Lai Cheng to existence, rendering him incapable of dying even if he wished to. However, he refrained from doing so, recognizing that such an act was unnecessary at this juncture. He understood that this was the final act of respect he could offer to the man. In comparison to the powerful elite, Lai Cheng and Appo's actions were trivial. And despite his fervent attacks, he had not truly breached the core of Wu Hao and Appo's stronghold. His motivations were simply a desire to survive. Nothing more, nothing less. As Wu Hao ignited a cleansing flame to incinerate Lai Cheng's remains, he extinguished the ashes with a compressed force, acknowledging that Lai Cheng had merely encountered misfortune. Had he found himself in a different region or realm, he could have flourished as a formidable leader. Alas, the fates had conspired against him. Being placed in proximity to Wu Hao, their inevitable friction led to a tragic demise. After all, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. "Let us return home," said Feng Yiru, now donned in a white down jacket, exuding a soft and ethereal beauty. Wu Hao noticed her nervousness. She was all too aware that she was the new bride. Despite knowing Wu Hao had many other women, she felt a sense of unique possession over him, having spent the longest time by his side and harboring secret plans for their future. Wu Hao beckoned her closer, wrapping his arms around her as they surveyed the gathering of refugees. Their eyes mirrored despair and uncertainty for the future. They, too, merely wished to live, to escape the clutches of death. Their allegiance to Lai Cheng had stemmed from his promise of survival, but with his demise, his power crumbled, leaving them adrift and facing an inevitable dead end. "You decide for yourself," Feng Yiru gently urged, aware of Wu Hao's thoughts of eliminating these individuals. Recognizing them as adversaries that must be eradicated, she refrained from swaying his decision, despite her instinct urging her to advocate for their lives, knowing he might heed her plea. Wu Hao explained his hesitations, revealing that Lai Cheng had managed to gather the relatives of several of his contractual associates, all concentrated in this very location. If they were mere strangers, he would have had no qualms about their fate. Yet, these individuals were tied to him in some capacity, akin to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. While he could eliminate them without remorse, he felt it unnecessary. In fact, leaving them alive could bolster the loyalty of his contractual associates, prompting them to serve him with greater dedication. "Come in first. Later, I will arrange your accommodations," he instructed, opening a portal for those unwilling to face death. With the rising tide imminent, remaining outside would surely lead to their demise from the cold. With no time to organize their stay, he directed them to the underground parking of Building 2, planning to relocate them once the tide receded and the disaster stabilized. The refugees hesitated, casting wary glances at the portal. Ignoring their doubts, Wu Hao leapt into the air, his enhanced strength allowing him to soar to the 26th floor of the apartment building with ease. Feng Yiru nestled into his embrace, feigning fear and playfully calling out. Yet her mischievous hand ventured into his trousers, teasingly reminding him of the need for a proper reprimand. Upon their safe return, the household rejoiced, recognizing the family had expanded with the addition of 2 new members. Wu Hao entrusted Feng Yiru to the others, instructing them to host a welcoming gathering while he attended to a more pressing matter. He intended to utilize the spatial beacon capabilities acquired from Feng Yiru to connect Shelter 703 with their current location, facilitating mutual transportation and the transfer of supplies. After completing this task, he sought solitude to recuperate, knowing the approaching tidal crisis posed challenges beyond the sudden drop in temperature. It also heralded the onset of a beast tide. This would be a formidable battle, potentially necessitating the use of nuclear weapons to eradicate the threat to their 2 critical strongholds. "Go in first. I fear his anger," came the faint voices of Qin Fei Fei and Hu Xiaoyu outside the door, bickering over who should enter first. Come in, all of you. I have matters to discuss. Wu Hao called, inviting them inside to clarify a few points. Upon entering, the two women, reminiscent of children caught in mischief, lowered their heads, lingering at the threshold. Hesitant to approach further, Wu Hao beckoned them closer, aware they understood their transgressions. Though trepidation gripped Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu, they complied. Have I treated you poorly? He inquired, and upon hearing his question, they quickly shook their heads, their expressions tightening with anxiety. Then you acknowledge your mistakes? Acknowledgement necessitates punishment. Do you understand? Wu Hao asserted, recognizing the need for a serious reprimand to maintain order in the future. Nervously, the two women pondered the nature of their impending punishment, both dreading pain. Perform for me, he teased, eager to witness their duet. Shocked and apprehensive, they exchanged glances, unsure of his implications. Wu Hao smiled knowingly, anticipating the beauty of their performance. With cheeks flushed, they turned toward each other, and Wu Hao further teased Hu Xiaoyu, suggesting they explore uncharted territories together. Hu Xiaoyu, frightened, shook her head, grasping his meaning. While Qin Feifei and Appo's interest piqued, playfully biting her lip and encouraging Hu Xiaoyu, their always a first time. Despite her reluctance, Hu Xiaoyu recognized her inability to refuse. It would be a fitting consequence for her disobedience. Meanwhile, Qin Feifei and Appo's eagerness shone through as she cast a sultry glance in Wu Hao and Appo's direction, ready to express her gratitude for his care of her family. Outside, the temperature plummeted, thick frost forming on the windows, yet within the warmth of the room, they felt only the glow of happiness and comfort. Chapter 199, The Rising Tide and the Signs of Imminent Destruction. A tempestuous wind swept through the city like the resounding drums of war, heralding the final charge of an advancing army. This cacophony roused all the inhabitants of the apartment building, who peered out into an abyss of darkness. The only visible disturbance was the snow clinging to the windows, resembling countless white locusts crossing the land, rendering the outside world entirely invisible. The realm had succumbed to an utter blackness, obscuring even the neighboring apartment building just a few meters away, as the entire world was shrouded in true darkness. How terrifying! Was the world genuinely on the brink of annihilation? The recently contracted Wei Mingming sought refuge in the arms of Wu Hao. Likewise, Feng Yiru, who was also serving today, cast a fearful glance out the window, genuinely concerned that their entire building might be swept away. However, this apartment complex had been fortified with the bones of otherworldly beasts, with the reinforcement extending deep into the foundations. Thus, against such apocalyptic weather, it stood firm, akin to a stabilizing force, making the external terror appear as mere shadows projected onto the glass. Not long now, he thought, although he believed the moment was close at hand. Wu Hao gazed upon the hellish climate outside, acutely aware that the tide was indeed rising. He understood that while the retreating tide offered a fleeting sense of peace akin to paradise amidst this catastrophe, the rising tide heralded a true tsunami, destined to obliterate all in its path. While he could not visually discern the landscape beyond, his extraordinary perception revealed that the entire building adjacent to theirs, Unit 5, had been utterly demolished. The outer walls crumbled first, then the internal structures, followed by the steel reinforcements and columns. The apartment building was devoured as if by a swarm of locusts, reduced to nothingness in mere moments. Witnessing this destruction filled him with trepidation. He was grateful for his prior preparations and fortunate to possess the ability to fortify structures with the bones of slain beasts. Without this power, they would face inevitable extinction. Swept away by the ferocious winds and waves, helplessly watching as the walls around them disintegrated like paper, confronting their own demise. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a frantic rapping sounded at the door. The door swung open to reveal a throng of beautiful women, his contracted companions, filling the entrance. They were a stunning array. Some even bare-chested, arms crossed modestly over their breasts, their panic palpable. "Can we stay here?" they implored, having just begun to feel genuine terror and a profound sense of reliance. In that moment, they realized that their true protector was not their extraordinary powers or the apartment building itself, but rather one singular individual, Wu Hao. Never had they felt so acutely that their greatest source of security emanated from him. He stood like a majestic mountain, and as long as he remained steadfast, they could enjoy the tranquility of life. They had harbored no grudges before, but now they set aside all reservations. Understanding that they shared a singular identity, they were all Wu Hao and Appo's women. "Come in, there is ample space," Wu Hao beckoned them. Recognizing their realization of their own vulnerability in the face of such dire circumstances, he understood that without the fortified structure, their abilities would not suffice to endure the harsh environment outside for more than 10 minutes. The room, measuring 60 square meters, suddenly felt cramped with over 20 individuals. His contracted companions numbered slightly more than 20, with some scattered outside. Among them were also students from Yun's music academy, who, while not under his contract, could freely approach him. These beautiful musicians, a dozen in number, had joined them out of fear. However, this dilemma posed little challenge for him. With a mere touch to the wall, he effortlessly transformed the space, expanding the room and summoning plush carpets from his personal dimension, allowing them to recline and relax. Was the world truly on the brink of destruction? Shen Qianyun exchanged glances, seeking confirmation. Upon receiving it, she nestled closer, kneeling at the foot of the bed. She gazed out the window, witnessing a world engulfed in impenetrable darkness, devoid of any glimmer of hope. She could faintly hear the terrifying roars of monstrous creatures outside, their sounds booming like thunder, a stark reminder that the external horror extended far beyond the biting cold and snow. Perhaps, she pondered, there might come a day when things would improve. Wu Hao could not affirm this notion. He had no leads on the origins of the cold wave or the reasons behind the ebb and flow of tides. All he knew was that they were barely managing to survive in this terrifying world, faring better than many others. Give me a child, fiercely, Shen Qianyun suddenly exclaimed, removing her nightgown, revealing herself like a magnificent statue of jade. She understood her unique status as the sole wife in this moment, embracing a newfound boldness. She yearned for her new man to desire her, hoping he would grant her a child, a green cap for her previous partner. She longed to bear his offspring. With her leading the charge, the other women in the room exchanged glances, aware that they too sought to unleash their fears about the impending apocalypse. They yearned to find a sense of existence and vitality through him. Wei Mengmeng looked on in astonishment, recognizing their audacity. Feng Yiru gracefully vacated her position beside Wu Hao, embodying the spirit of a goddess, but she had no intention of merely watching from the sidelines. She planned to seduce her beloved with fervor, showcasing her wild side for him to behold. Wu Hao and Appos, eyes widened at her actions, understanding her intentions to entice him, igniting a powerful allure within him. At that moment, the distinctions between the main battle group, the sorceress faction, and the fallen group blurred in the face of this impending doom. In the grip of fear, all the women present sought to surrender to temptation, to indulge in reckless abandon. Loyalty and affection for him surged in that instant, for they knew that following him would lead to the highest echelons of existence. Wherever he was, paradise would surely follow. Their sole purpose was to fully devote themselves to him, surrendering everything they were. Wu Hao found himself overwhelmed by the tide of desire. Yet, he also realized that the beast horde was indeed upon them, surging in waves of increasing strength, reminiscent of locusts crossing the land. Yet these locusts were monstrous entities, each no less than a meter in size. Moreover, he noticed an unfamiliar sight. Was that a sapling of an extraordinary fruit-bearing tree? He had encountered a never-before-seen type of beast, drawing his attention inexorably towards it. Chapter 200, The Tree Spirit of the Psychic Fruit. Boss-level leader. The tree spirit resembled a mass of intertwined vines, its tendrils embodying the pure whiteness of the psychic fruit discovered previously. This time, however, it was as though one gazed upon its true form, revealing an enormous transparent sphere within, at the heart of which seemed to nurture a singular psychic fruit. It was evident that all the energy it absorbed was dedicated to the cultivation of this one fruit. The energy fluctuations emanating from it indicative of at least a celestial-grade quality. Thus, the genesis of celestial-grade fruits was unveiled to Wu Hao, who felt enlightened, gaining insight into the origins of such extraordinary psychic fruits and the reasons behind the elite and Appos' ability to cultivate them artificially. In essence, this process paralleled his own consumption rebate mechanism, drawing energy from various sources to nurture this psychic fruit, evolving it into a celestial-grade entity. While he could only replicate quantities to enhance his own psychic level, this method could elevate the fruit's intrinsic level, resulting in a significant upgrade in its quality. Suddenly jolted from his contemplation, Wu Hao and Appos' attention shifted away from the tree spirit. He observed a veritable feast of beauty surrounding him. Every glance revealed enchanting maidens. As their eyes met his, at least 4 faces flushed with shyness and delight. They were engaged in a game of pool, with numerous balls scattered across the table. Yet only one cue stick in play. It was akin to playing snooker solo, requiring him to pocket each ball to secure victory. However, his focus lay on the external calamities. Thus, he opted to let the balls play more actively, allowing him to recline and effortlessly win this match. Can you launch from here? Wu Hao inquired of Wei Mengmeng, who stood beside him, her cheeks flushed with surprise and embarrassment, captivated by the unfolding scene. He recognized that her presence had significantly bolstered the apartment as firepower, adding a mechanical core to their defenses, of which she was the essence. Yes, I can," Wei Mengmeng replied, her face glowing crimson as she realized the beauty of the other girls around her, each resembling ethereal fairies. In contrast, she felt like a mere child, the little sister in this gathering. "I can launch according to the coordinates I provide. We can all enjoy the fireworks together," Wu Hao suggested, enabling her to control the modified firepower system of the apartment, orchestrating a grand display for the occupants. By contracting Wei Mengmeng, he naturally reaped the benefits of her mechanical prowess, elevating his psychic abilities to level 4. This allowed him to swiftly arm the entire apartment building, transforming it from a mere shelter into a veritable fortress. "Excellent," Wei Mengmeng expressed her enthusiasm. She felt empowered by her newfound capabilities and deeply admired Wu Hao, whom she regarded as an idol. Wu Hao entrusted her with the control of the apartment's firepower, granting her the highest authority. A massive television descended from the ceiling, converting the space into a grand cinema. Suddenly, the screen illuminated with scenes of the external calamity, showcasing colossal beasts traversing through the blizzard, advancing towards their location. A closer inspection revealed that beneath these titanic creatures swarmed countless smaller entities, most measuring between 3 to 5 meters, resembling a grotesque fusion of cockroaches and ants. These insects had also mutated, constituting the majority of the monstrous horde. Witnessing these images, the previously unrestrained maidens fell silent, engulfed by terror. Is this the end of the world? Is humanity doomed? How can we possibly prevail? Some of the girls wept in fear, despondent at the sight of the tidal wave of beasts, convinced of their inevitable defeat. Yet, a few recalled Wu Hao's words. Their curiosity piqued about how they would witness the fireworks. "Let us begin," Wu Hao instructed Wei Mengmeng, eager to observe the missile strikes on these abominable creatures. "Initiating launch," she replied, a grin spreading across her face, exhilarated by the prospect of unleashing nuclear fireworks in this dire setting. The room vibrated with a palpable intensity as the unmistakable alarm rang outside the apartment. Several girls gathered at the window, peering into the darkness, catching glimpses of snowflakes racing past. Wu Hao thoughtfully activated another television, revealing the sight of multiple launch silos opening nearby, missiles lined up and ready for launch. These missiles, fortified and modified, were impervious to the harsh environment and low temperatures, designed to navigate the storm and strike their targets. "Launch!" Wei Mengmeng cried out in excitement. Instantly, all the missiles erupted from the silos, the girls transfixed on the approaching horde. The missiles struck with stunning precision, generating mushroom clouds amidst the monstrous tide, scattering the beasts into disarray, leaving a gruesome tableau in their wake. "Oh, this is incredible!" The girls, who moments ago had been paralyzed by fear, now erupted into cheers, many jumping in exhilaration. Wu Hao watched the scene unfold, aware that the night promised to be one of thrilling intensity. The first wave of attacks obliterated the foremost beasts, the shockwave and nuclear fallout rendering many incapable of regeneration, their remains strewn across the battlefield. Several colossal creatures suffered the consequences of the explosions. One was left half its body annihilated, crashing down and crushing numerous smaller beasts beneath its weight. "This is too exhilarating. I can hardly contain myself," they exclaimed, their earlier dread transformed into profound gratitude towards Wu Hao, who found himself overwhelmed by their appreciation. Yet, Wu Hao was acutely aware that this was merely an appetizer. The nuclear bombardment had only dispatched the frontline fodder, posing no lethal threat to the truly formidable beasts. The psychic fruit tree spirit, in fact, had only lost a few tendrils and remained aware of the missile trajectory, rallying the other creatures to focus their assault on this location. It was, after all, a boss-level leader, commanding the battlefield with authority. Wu Hao was astonished to discover that this tree spirit not only commanded the lesser beasts but was indeed a formidable presence in the ongoing chaos. Chapter 201. Fire Coverage. Carpet missile array bombardment under the command of the boss triad. All the aberrant beasts surged towards the urban area at full speed. The once languid tide of beasts, stirred by the rising tide, transformed into a terrifying wave that swept towards the city, specifically targeting the lone remaining high-rise, apartment building number 2. Fire at will. "Do not concern yourself with ammunition," Wu Hao instructed Wei Mengmeng, urging her to unleash a relentless barrage of missiles to repel the advancing horde. "Understood." Wei Mengmeng promptly activated the control center's highest mode, causing a multitude of machinery to materialize around her, merging her essence with the fire control center and transforming her into its true intellect. Enveloped in a cocoon of mechanical orbs, she became the brain behind all operations. effortlessly controlling the mechanical actions as if they were mere extensions of her own body. A kilometer away, rows of rocket launchers and missile silos opened, forming an ironclad defense against the oncoming throng of beasts. Beneath the rocket launchers and silos lay transportation tracks leading to the apartment building, fully equipped for automatic loading and reloading. As long as ammunition remained plentiful, these launchers could unleash an unending barrage. Exhaustion was an impossibility. Under Wei Mingming's command, a torrential downpour of rockets was unleashed. The frigid temperatures brought by the rising tide provided an unlikely advantage, preventing the launch pads from overheating and instead serving as an optimal cooling system, allowing for continuous and stable firing. An underground ammunition conveyor fed a steady supply from the stockpile, alleviating any concerns Wu Hao had regarding depletion. With every shot fired, it was as if they were receiving a rebate. Each missile equated to a return of 800 rounds. In the blink of an eye, Wu Hao was uncertain of the exact amount of ammunition he possessed, but it was approaching an infinite state. With Wei Mingming's enhancement, her mechanical creation abilities had also escalated, enabling her to produce more advanced and intelligent automatons with ease. He merely needed to place a spatial beacon in the ammunition depot, allowing a constant flow of supplies from his personal space, while automatic robots would transport and replenish the stock. The weight of these munitions alone could crush the aberrant beasts, preventing them from approaching the meticulously planned line of defense, essentially, the urban perimeter. The commotion outside was acutely felt by the refugees sheltered in the underground garage. They sensed the earth trembling as if a battle raged above. Yet, they remained unconcerned, for this was their first moment of genuine happiness. Had they not been sheltered here, they surely would have perished in the cold. Here, they were free from heavy furs and clothing, able to don short sleeves. The water was clean, and they were even provided with noodles to prepare. "You truly have a remarkable daughter," they said, expressing envy towards those fortunate enough to have such a daughter. Recognizing that their chance for refuge stemmed from the parents of the two individuals above, they understood that their entry was a stroke of luck, especially with the impending escalation of the disaster outside. If they could not enter, their fate would be certain death. Qin Feifei and Hu Xiaoyu and Apos, as parents, wore proud expressions. Revered by others as figures of status, they basked in the glory of their daughter's prowess. Astonished that they had managed to align themselves with such formidable allies willing to provide sanctuary, they had endured innumerable hardships, witnessing the darker sides of humanity, where desperation could lead to unspeakable acts. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm them, their precious daughters had not only survived but had successfully allied themselves with a powerful figure, ensuring their safety and well-being. Although they could not reside in the normal living quarters above, the underground parking area was a far cry from the hellish conditions outside, providing them with a sense of satisfaction. Yet, they were puzzled by the tumult above. Was it a battle? Perhaps. The ground trembled violently beneath them, instilling fear. Yet they felt an unprecedented security in their shelter, a sensation they had never experienced before, which was paramount to them. Wu Hao urged Wei Mingming to disregard concerns over ammunition expenditure. He discerned a significant advantage in the freezing conditions brought by the cold wave, as the thick ice layer formed on the ground mitigated the explosive shockwaves of nuclear detonations, preventing seismic activity or volcanic eruptions. The robust ice layer absorbed the impacts directed at the Earth, rendering the actual shock felt by the ground minimal. This allowed him to unleash a relentless assault on the aberrant horde, bombarding them with a continuous stream of small nuclear explosions that shattered their ranks while having little effect on their own position, sparing them from the threat of earthquakes. From a pessimistic perspective, this calamity could potentially annihilate the surviving populace. Conversely, it presented an unprecedented opportunity for the empowered, providing access to abilities and resources previously unattainable. The super abilities nourished within the Trayan's core were a monumental boon, guaranteed to be of celestial caliber, possibly even transcending that level. Chapter 202. Wealth brings infinite ammunition. One strike destroys a level 10 giant bull. Please, enjoy yourselves. I shall step out for a moment to procure something. Wu Hao gazed upon the splendid scenery before him, acutely aware that amid this hellish catastrophe, the warmth of a beautiful wife and a cozy hearth was a luxury beyond compare. Yet, he had more pressing matters at hand. As he prepared to leave, he bequeathed some toys to amuse them, provoking a chorus of playful protests from their blushing faces. However, as he entered the portal, he noticed that some of them had picked up the toys, demonstrating a newfound boldness. Wu Hao was confident that upon his triumphant return, a sumptuous feast awaited him at home. Upon stepping outside, it felt as though he had transitioned from a warm paradise to an icy hell. The world beyond was shrouded in darkness, so thick that one could scarcely see their hand before them. It was in this moment that he truly perceived the protective sphere granted by his command over ice and snow, an orb that enveloped him, safeguarding him from the relentless onslaught of frigid winds and allowing his small enclave to remain untouched by the terrifying forces outside. In this environment, where visibility was nearly null, he relied on his heightened senses to detect the slightest movements and changes in his surroundings. He recognized the futility of attempting to utilize an all-terrain vehicle. In the face of the terrifying winds of at least level 13 storms, such a vehicle would be no more than a child and Appo's toy, whisked away in an instant by the gale and Appo's ferocity. Although there were many valuable items to be found, they were inaccessible to those lacking strength. After traversing several portals, he arrived at the heavily bombarded primary zone, where the ground was strewn with the remains of exotic beasts, their dismembered limbs and shattered flesh, alongside their inner spiritual elixirs and undigested energy fruits. It was evident that any individual with zero power arriving here could potentially become a formidable force overnight. However, the likelihood of such an event was virtually non-existent. Among those he had encountered, it seemed that only he could withstand this place for any significant duration. Even the strongest among them, Shui, in her queenly form, struggled to thrive in this realm, which had transformed into a true dead zone following the surge of the cold tide, a place so inhospitable that it offered no sanctuary for the weak. "You shall feast well today," Wu Hao reassured the little Qing within the exotic beast space. Knowing that the blood and flesh of each exotic creature were most potent with the first taste, particularly that of higher-tier beasts, which could yield explosive effects. However, as the tide receded, these creatures retreated to harsher, more frigid territories, making encounters with high-level beasts increasingly rare. At this moment, a beast tide surged forth. He had successfully acquired a nuclear warhead, an exceptional asset. Thanks to the consumption rebate, his contracted companion could continuously replenish ammunition with each use. This meant that he could unleash an unending barrage of firepower, irrespective of the warhead's potency, overwhelming the beast tide with sheer numbers. The strategy was simple. Wealth and firepower would drown these exotic beasts, allowing him to effortlessly collect an abundance of spoils and materials. Hiss. Little Qing emerged from the exotic beast space, her dragon horns now more pronounced, and 4 small protrusions had appeared beneath her abdomen, heralding her imminent transformation into a dragon. Although she had yet to reach level 5, she was enhancing her fundamentals and potential. Thus, consuming energy fruits and the flesh of exotic beasts was essential for her rapid metamorphosis. She had also acquired a new ability. Upon emerging, she opened her mouth wide, swiftly devouring a large quantity of exotic flesh as if her maw were a black hole, facilitating her feeding and digestion. Wu Hao assigned her the task of clearing the battlefield with the common exotic beast remains while he reserved the higher-tier beast flesh for the exotic beast space. He pressed forward, selecting some delicacies to consume himself, thereby fortifying his physique. His daily absorption limit, which could reach 200, was steadily approaching the threshold of 2,000. He sensed that after this battlefield cleanup, he might surpass the 3,000 mark, resulting in a significant enhancement of his power. He temporarily set aside the new types of energy fruits he encountered, uncertain if they were singular in nature. The optimal strategy was to bring them back for his companions to consume and subsequently use for his own enhancement and acquisition of new abilities. He did not allow Wei Mingming to cease her bombardment. The relentless firepower continued unabated. Above, in the oppressive darkness, flickering lights revealed the trajectories of missiles soaring through the air. As he approached the vicinity, he realized an additional benefit. He could serve as a real-time ballistic signal, enabling her to comprehend the on-ground situation and execute precise firepower strikes, focusing on the formidable higher-tier beasts, such as the level 10 giant bull that loomed nearby, as massive as a small mountain. Moo. In an instant, over 20 missiles, each bearing nuclear warheads, detonated upon the giant bull, generating a series of miniature mushroom clouds. The once mighty creature was riddled with gaping wounds, blood erupting from its body like a fountain, only to be swiftly frozen in the extreme cold, transforming into red ice crystals that shattered upon hitting the ground. A level 10 exotic beast. Wu Hao, witnessing the giant bull, recognized that its arrival was ill-timed and misplaced. Yet, he understood that if he could consume the blood and flesh of this level 10 beast, particularly its heart and Appo's essence, his physique would surely surpass that of level 6 beasts, with his daily absorption limit potentially exceeding 5,000 or even 10,000. Currently, he was limited to just over 1,000, barely reaching 2,000. If he could elevate that limit to 10,000, it would represent a tenfold increase in his power. Even with immortal-grade energy fruits, he could consume 10 each day, undoubtedly resulting in a substantial leap in strength. Suddenly, a piercing eagle and Apos' cry echoed through the sky. It was evident that the beast tide would not consist solely of the giant bull. A colossal eagle soared above, its presence foreboding. The demise of Refuge 703 was attributed to the clash between the giant bull and the eagle, which led to its discovery. While the bull could be easily dealt with by missile bombardment, the soaring eagle would prove to be a formidable and challenging adversary. Chapter 203: The Three Beasts in a Life-and-Death Struggle. Ambushed in the blizzard, the colossal eagle had indeed spotted the massive bull below, recognizing its grievous injuries. Among the exotic beasts, there existed a natural tendency to consume one another. It was apparent that factions were at play, with each beast possessing its own allegiance and forming alliances. At this moment, the giant eagle and the giant bull were clearly not of the same faction. In fact, the giant bull did not even share an alliance with the tree spirit born of the exotic fruit. Thus, the eagle launched an unrestrained assault upon the bull, descending from the skies with its wings, spanning over 50 meters, in a fierce dive aimed at the bull. Instantly, the giant bull reacted, retaliating against the eagle and Apos' sudden attack. It opened its cavernous mouth and unleashed a torrent of sand and earth into the air, utilizing its earth-based abilities to counter the eagle and Apos' aerial onslaught. A temporary pause in the skirmish ensued as the battle escalated. Witnessing this, Wu Hao communicated telepathically with Wei Ming, instructing her to halt the nuclear bombardment, ensuring that their side would not intervene in allowing the exotic beasts to engage amongst themselves. Understood, Wei Ming and Apos' voice, tinged with a mechanical resonance, responded. She complied with his directive and refrained from further attacks, awaiting his subsequent orders. Wu Hao, harnessing his control over ice and snow, merged with the frigid environment. He was determined to keep Shaoqing out of this conflict, fully aware that this was a clash of titanic proportions. The tree spirit alone towered at a height of 100 meters, certainly not a trivial adversary. At this juncture, a three-way confrontation unfolded. The eagle sought to devour the bull to harness its power for its own ascension, taking advantage of the bull's weakened state. The tree spirit, recognizing the eagle as the foremost threat, focused its attention on it, understanding that should the eagle eliminate the bull, it too would fall prey to the eagle's claws and aerial assaults. The severely wounded bull was regarded as the weakest link in this triad of combatants. However, as a herbivore, it underestimated the tree spirit and Apos' threat, believing it to be lesser than the eagle and Apos'. In this internal struggle, at least two of the three would perish, with one hovering on the brink of death. Wu Hao conveyed to Shaoqing to remain calm within the realm of exotic beasts, digesting the situation and awaiting the opportune moment to reap the rewards. Shaoqing responded, indicating its understanding of the plan to jointly consume all three adversaries when the time was ripe. As Wu Hao observed the unfolding events, he realized that his premonition had come to pass. The battle between the bull and the eagle was indeed manifesting. However, his own actions had inadvertently obstructed the tree spirit, transforming a duel into a three-way conflict. The introduction of the tree spirit added layers of complexity to the situation, leaving uncertainty as to which colossal beast would fall first. At present, the bull appeared to be in the gravest danger, seemingly the first to succumb. Yet, its robust constitution allowed it to absorb the earth and Apos' energy through its hooves, steadily replenishing its strength and healing its wounds while the other two remained oblivious. Ironically, the eagle, seemingly in the strongest position, was now at risk. Its advantage lay solely in confronting the grounded bull. Yet, the presence of the tree spirit, resembling a vast network of silver vines, posed an imminent threat, effectively creating a natural snare for the eagle. Bound by countless tendrils, the eagle and Apos' capacity to fly was rapidly diminishing, threatening to ground it. Both the bull and the tree spirit tacitly prioritized the elimination of the airborne eagle, leading to a 2-on-1 scenario. Should the eagle land, its aerial supremacy would vanish, ultimately leading to its demise beneath their combined assault. Wu Hao resolved to find a secure vantage point, lest he be caught in the fray. He noticed the blizzard intensifying around him. Only creatures of such enormity could withstand the ferocious storm, already classified as a level 14 tempest, which for them was merely a light breeze. Lacking any means of shelter, he relied solely on his ice manipulation abilities to endure the sub-zero temperatures. Now plummeting below -110 degrees, he sensed his mental fortitude waning, approaching a state of depletion. Should his energy be entirely expended, he too would succumb to the relentless cold. Yet, He understood the necessity of conserving some strength to confront these behemoths and avoid being caught off guard by their dying retaliations. As he began to excavate a snow pit beneath him with his toxic powers, intending to create a refuge from the cold and delay his mental fatigue, an eerie chill surged through the air. In an instant, he struck the ground with a powerful blow, causing himself to descend into the newly formed cavity. A barrage of sharp blades sliced through the storm, exuding a chilling malice aimed directly at him, nearly cleaving him in two. Celestial level ability. Wu Hao discerned. Recognizing this attack as a true manifestation of celestial prowess, distinct from the previously encountered techniques, another series of blades shot forth, revealing the source of the assault. What in the world is that? Wu Hao beheld an extraordinary sight, a bird-like figure resembling a robot, entirely encased in snow-white metal. This creature bore the visage of a crane yet possessed a humanoid form beneath its metallic exterior. Its protective shell rendered it impervious to the frigid onslaught, allowing it to navigate the harsh climate without concern. This armor also concealed its presence from Wu Hao's sensing abilities, rendering it undetectable. You took one of ours. Do you intend to take another? The metallic avian spoke in a distorted voice, confirming the presence of a living being within the armored shell. The outer layer was crafted from a unique alloy, designed to enable movement in extreme conditions. Its words hinted at another revelation. Wooden chicken? Wu Hao surmised. Recognizing the creature and Appos' connection to the previously encountered wooden rabbit and mouse, albeit at a more advanced level, akin to a rank-and-file officer. Wooden lineage? What filth, the creature continued. You should feel fortunate that the organization has placed you in their sights, sending me to retrieve you along with your precious belongings. You may refer to me as Rooster. Chapter 204, The Rooster of the 12 Zodiac, the celestial level ability of the exquisite flying blade. Ah, the Rooster. Indeed, a true member of the 12 Zodiac. His title has shed the prefix of wood, now simply known as the Rooster from this esteemed collection. This implies that there are 11 others akin to him, each presumably possessing their own celestial level abilities. Have you set your sights on the extraordinary fruits of power here? Wu Hao quickly grasped the true intent of his visitor. Realizing that his previous words indicated he had come solely for the unique celestial fruit nurtured within the essence of the ability fruit tree. Indeed, the dead have no cause for concern regarding too much knowledge. As soon as the peculiar avian figure uttered these words, it launched itself towards Wu Hao with an unrelenting ferocity. Propelling its body like a rocket, flames erupted from its feet as it surged forward with astonishing speed. Wu Hao discerned that the opponent's prowess posed a formidable challenge. The crux of the matter was that he had yet to fully ascertain the depth of his adversary's strength. The only certainty was that his opponent wielded a celestial level ability, one that allowed the manipulation of flying blades. Considering the might and effect of the breaking the universe ability, it was clear that this celestial level power could easily endow an individual with divine strength. Its capabilities bore resemblance to the exquisite blade of extermination, ensuring the ability to pierce through the vast majority of defenses, killing adversaries with unyielding aggression. For the enemy, there would be no escape. They would face inevitable demise. As this ability exuded absolute offensive prowess, he could not allow the flying blades to make contact. For now, he sensed that his opponent and Appos' defenses were not insurmountable. He had experienced the might of breaking the universe and recognized a common trait among celestial level abilities. They demand an immense expenditure of mental energy. The breaking the universe ability stood out even among these, capable of draining an individual's mental strength entirely in one breath, unleashing an attack with tenfold power. For a user lacking sufficient strength, such an assault could spell their doom. It was an ability that one might only wield once in a lifetime. The opponent and Appos' assault was precise and compact, manipulating several flying blades to pursue and slay. However, if this attack could indeed render all defenses futile, the mental energy expended would be equally colossal. This meant that the adversary could not employ multiple potent abilities, rendering their defenses decidedly weak. Essentially, their offense served as their strongest form of defense. Yet, if he could withstand the onslaught and retaliate, it would inevitably lead to the opponent's downfall. For they lacked substantial defensive capabilities. This was akin to a grand rooster. Its attacks were indeed fierce, yet its defenses were feeble, often falling prey to a single strike. Wu Hao pondered this, considering the naming convention of the 12 Zodiac. It was highly probable that the titles reflected their inherent characteristics. He recalled his previous encounters with the wood rat and wood rabbit. The former excelled at deception, while the latter thrived on agility and stealth. Thus, it appeared that the mightiest among them was not the rat, the Zodiac's firstborn, but rather the legendary dragon. Naturally, if he was indeed the rooster. One must also consider another attribute of the rooster he might also possess. Wu Hao understood that the opponent's strongest attacks were merely a fade. If he were not mistaken, the adversary harbored a rather troublesome capability, which could easily lull enemies into a false sense of security, an ace up his sleeve. Currently, two battlefields unfolded. On one side, three colossal beasts clashed in a fierce struggle, each vying to vanquish the other for survival and dominance. On the other, the rooster displayed no restraint, unleashing the most ferocious onslaught. This demonstrated not only his possession of the flying blade ability, but also the complexity of his armor, which occasionally released miniature missiles and emitted lasers from his avian eyes. Given that his armor could withstand the harshest of elements, he was equipped with formidable offensive and defensive capabilities, granting him a significant advantage. Wu Hao relied on his nearly level 5 enhanced physique, bolstered by his blood magic constitution, to engage in guerrilla warfare. His greatest assets were his fortified body and spirit, alongside numerous leveled abilities. Compared to his adversary, each of his abilities surpassed theirs in rank. Only the breaking the universe celestial ability was assuredly one level higher, confirming that the opponent's celestial abilities could only be at level 1. This was his advantage, the source of his potential for retaliation. Yet, he was acutely aware that the opponent's ability was nearly invulnerable. When the adversary unleashed a compressed cannonball towards him, he effortlessly shattered it with a flying blade, reducing it to nothingness. It was akin to bursting a soap bubble, rendering this formidable celestial attack utterly devoid of presence, leaving no trace of its existence. This was not merely a simple cut. It was a manifestation of spatial abilities, annihilating all energy and obliterating it into the void. Wu Hao discerned the essence of the flying blade, recognizing it as a celestial level ability that transcended mere sharpness. It embodied a form of void energy, a spatial force that decomposed any object it encountered, casting it into the abyss. Rather than slicing, it was more akin to devouring. Thus, before this flying blade, nothing was impervious. It was an unstoppable force. Whether physical or energetic, as long as the defense could not surpass it, it would be assimilated, creating the illusion of being cleaved apart, leading one to believe that nothing could withstand this onslaught. Even light, it seemed, could be severed by it, rendering its offensive capability nearly invincible. Wu Hao comprehended the true nature of this celestial level ability. He realized that while it had not yet achieved absolute invincibility, its offensive method rendered it formidable before its wielder reached an overwhelming superiority. Aside from evasion, there was no feasible means to confront it head-on. Its strength lay not merely in its power, but rather in its intrinsic nature. Most importantly, the opponent could unleash not just one but 7 of these flying blades. This could effectively seal all avenues of escape for a target, bestowing upon the attacker a commanding advantage in battle. Fortunately, his speed far surpassed the rooster and imp, Oppo's. For now. Despite the intensity of the assault, it could not catch up to him. Wu Hao observed that while the flying blades possessed considerable destructive power, nearing invincibility, their velocity was merely average in comparison to his own. This was not to say that the blades were slow, but rather that the limitations of the mechanical body constrained their pursuit speed. Thus, the flying blades could not truly close the distance, revealing that they could only operate within a limited range surrounding their wielder. Wu Hao recognized that this situation had led to a stalemate. His speed reached Mach 10, while the opponent and imp, Oppo's, was a mere Mach 7, an insurmountable gap in pursuit. Each side held a portion of the advantage, waiting for the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to the other. Chapter 205, luring the enemy deeper with a damaged arm and a new set of armor. The rooster was determined to secure victory in the ongoing battle. Based on the information he had gathered, he believed he had a comprehensive understanding of Wu Hao and imp, Oppo's, capabilities. In his perception, a survivor navigating the perilous world outside could only achieve a limited degree of strength, where merely ensuring one and Oppo's own sustenance served as a testament to their power. Significant breakthroughs in personal strength seemed virtually impossible. The method of growth in this new world did not rely on individual cultivation or enlightenment, but rather on the rigid demand for upgrade materials, specifically the ability fruits. Only by possessing a greater quantity of advanced and powerful ability fruits could one truly thrive in this new realm. Given the distribution of resources controlled by their faction in this area, he was confident that it was impossible to cultivate a formidable powerhouse here. Wu Hao is undoubtedly an anomaly, but merely one capable of exerting some influence in this region. He could not possibly withstand a prolonged confrontation with the true elites of their faction. Thus, the only conclusion awaiting him today was death. There were no remaining chances for victory. All that lay ahead was a path to demise. Wu Hao noted that the rooster was still pursuing him. He was now nearly certain that his ability to survive and maneuver freely in such a harsh, frigid environment was solely due to the peculiar chicken-like battle armor he wore. He had attempted to manipulate this mech using his metal control ability, but was thwarted by a mysterious force. This indicated that the armor was not a mere combat suit. It had evolved into a specialized power armor, capable of shielding its occupant from the influence of ability fruits while providing excellent protection. However, he found it hard to believe that any metal could completely nullify the effects of power. The situation suggested that the armor contained some internal mechanism or special coating. Wu Hao formulated a plan, confirming that the key to this battle armor's ability to block powers was not due to a mechanism. If it were, it would not solely obstruct the energy fluctuations at the point of contact. He deduced that the rooster could disregard the effects of metal control, indicating that the armor must possess a unique coating that rendered the energy ineffective upon contact, thus placing him at an advantage. With this revelation, Wu Hao devised a comprehensive strategy, preparing the boar-toothed dagger in his spatial pocket, fully aware that he would have only one opportunity. At that moment, the rooster gazed enviously at Wu Hao, admiring his extraordinary speed. He believed that if he possessed such swiftness, he would undoubtedly emerge as the strongest among the 12. He was acutely aware of his own formidable attacking power, yet he also recognized his vulnerability in terms of mobility. He realized that after acquiring the flying blade ability, he would no longer need to enhance his defensive capabilities. Therefore, the only way to surpass his current limitations was to focus on increasing his speed, turning his attacks into a formidable defense, ensuring that his opponents would have no chance to retaliate, thus allowing him to eliminate them in an instant. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the giant eagle was ensnared by numerous silver vines from the ability fruit tree spirit, plummeting heavily towards the ground. The thunderous sound of its colossal form crashing down was nothing short of earth-shattering. Wu Hao, seeking to evade, found himself caught off guard by this sudden occurrence, forcing him to activate a teleportation portal to escape. The rooster recognized this as a prime opportunity. He unleashed 7 flying blades in pursuit, intent on swiftly subduing him. Wu Hao, compelled to retaliate with the boar-toothed dagger, suffered the loss of his right arm for the first time in battle. In exchange, he managed to inflict a deep gash on the rooster's chest armor. This marked the first significant injury the rooster sustained during combat. "You possess quite a few intriguing items," Wu Hao remarked, having paid a hefty price for his success in entering the teleportation portal. Although the portal was subsequently destroyed by the approaching flying blades, he nonetheless materialized 200 meters away, creating a considerable distance between himself and the rooster. The rooster lowered his gaze to inspect the wound on his chest armor, astonished that his opponent wielded a weapon capable of inflicting such damage. This piqued his interest further, as he contemplated the necessity of retrieving Wu Hao's body for analysis after slaying him, while also wondering about the origin of the weapon that had seemingly materialized from thin air, given that he had not observed Wu Hao with any weapons throughout their confrontation. "I have indeed accumulated many valuable items, but you won't live to claim them." Wu Hao contemplated the severed stump of his right arm, acknowledging the significant cost he had incurred. However, thanks to his life-healing ability, he knew that even if he lost an arm or half of his body, as long as he remained alive, he could fully restore himself. Thus, under the astonished gaze of the rooster, Wu Hao's severed arm rapidly regenerated, returning to its prior state in the blink of an eye. The rooster sensed something amiss, understanding that his opponent possessed such abilities. He instinctively felt that Wu Hao had deliberately inflicted this injury to reciprocate with his own. But what was the purpose behind this? Was it merely to slice through his armor? To leave him with a scar? Enough of this. I must return with something of value. Yet, the rooster dared not relax his vigilance, beginning to worry about prolonged delays. He noted that the battle involving 3 colossal beasts nearby was nearing its conclusion. He recognized that the primary objective of his expedition was to seize the unique ability fruit nurtured by the tree spirit and bring it back. To him, Wu Hao was merely an obstacle, a target to be disposed of at his convenience. He swiftly commanded the 7 flying blades to surge towards Wu Hao, while he himself advanced rapidly, aiming to conclude the battle decisively. Wu Hao, exuding confidence, smiled subtly at the approaching rooster, for he had already achieved his objectives with remarkable success. As the rooster closed in for a fatal strike, Wu Hao merely gestured with his right hand, directing him with a subtle motion. The rooster's body instinctively veered, causing the hovering flying blades nearby to sway in response. While he could not completely control or hurl the rooster away, the interference from Wu Hao's metal control ability affected the movement of the rooster's armored form, restricting his freedom of motion. Chapter 206. The tide of battle turns. A grand counterattack begins inside the metallic armor. The rooster-faced figure appeared increasingly grim, his expression transforming into one of palpable dread. He suddenly comprehended the opponent's intent behind injuring his armor and had to concede that the adversary had indeed succeeded in his objective. You possess the ability to manipulate metal? Did you injure me solely for this? The rooster-faced one seethed, his heart brimming with fury, feeling utterly mocked by a seemingly insignificant being from the catastrophic world outside, rendering him a mere jester in this moment. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could harm me? Wu Hao replied with a smile. He confirmed that the shielding effect of the opponent's metallic armor was still formidable. However, the damage inflicted upon the armor compromised its shielding capabilities, allowing him a glimmer of possibility to manipulate the opponent's metallic suit. While this control would not completely dictate the adversary's movements, in a scenario where both sides held the advantage, even the slightest interference could tip the scales of balance, leading to a decisive shift in the outcome of the confrontation. The rooster-faced one recognized this shift and suddenly hesitated, realizing he was at a complete disadvantage. But do you truly think this is enough to subdue me? He proclaimed defiantly, questioning his own overconfidence. He was, after all, nothing more than a wretched creature surviving like a dog in a world of calamity. Wu Hao, through his mental perception, sensed the emotional turmoil within his opponent, recognizing the rudeness of his thoughts. Yet, he remained indifferent, for in his eyes, the rooster-faced one was already as good as dead. Their battle had reached its conclusion, leaving the adversary with no chance of a comeback. You seem to have misunderstood something, Wu Hao stated, revealing a truth to his opponent. I find your ability rather troublesome, but I have never genuinely feared you. In fact, I have already discerned that your flying blades are not entirely invincible. They can indeed slice through any object, but they cannot penetrate instantly, can they? Wu Hao smiled, indicating his awareness of the weaknesses inherent in the adversary's abilities. He acknowledged the strength of the flying blades, yet pointed out their inability to strike multiple targets simultaneously, as collisions would occur, leading to inevitable obstructions. While their destructive force was akin to the annihilation of void, such interruptions, though fleeting, could not be disregarded. Their mere existence could alter numerous outcomes, including the current state of battle. Wu Hao understood that his grand counterattack had commenced and immediately advanced towards the rooster-faced one. The latter attempted to resist, but the power of metal manipulation caused his movements to falter, further dulling the action of the flying blades. He quickly adjusted, striving to unleash the blades, transforming them into 7 ethereal daggers that shot forth to thwart Wu Hao's approach and seek vengeance. Wu Hao remained unperturbed. He had already proclaimed his understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the opponent's abilities. As the daggers approached, he hurled a compressed projectile while activating a reflective force field. He swiftly surged out of the force field, closing the distance to the metallic creature. The trajectory of the incoming blades was fixed, while they appeared agile. They could not alter their course instantaneously. Thus, even though they redirected quickly, they still collided with the compressed projectile and the reflective force field. The annihilating force obliterated both the projectile and the force field, yet the collision momentarily stalled the flying blades, creating a brief window of time, a fraction of a second, where they could not return. Fear gripped the rooster-faced one as he confirmed that Wu Hao had not deceived him. He had indeed perceived the strengths and weaknesses of the abilities and was now launching a comprehensive counteroffensive. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, the creature opened its large beak, revealing a uniquely structured cannon within. As danger loomed, the cannon rapidly charged its energy, preparing to unleash a high-temperature compressed shot at close range, seeking to repel Wu Hao and buy time for the returning blades. Yet, Wu Hao had already declared that he merely found these matters troublesome, hardly viewing the rooster-faced one as formidable. He simply raised his arm to block the impending high-temperature blast, absorbing the impact without flinching. This scene left the rooster-faced one utterly astonished, realizing the extraordinary resilience of his opponent's physique. Was he some kind of beast? At least a level 4 creature. Wu Hao, sensing the shock radiating from his foe, understood he had hit the mark, yet it held no significance. He recognized that the metallic armor still possessed some shielding, rendering it impossible for the abilities to inflict harm upon him. He continued to wield his pig-toothed blade, swiftly creating more breaches in the armor and severing one of the creature's arms. The rooster-faced one was now thoroughly terrified, witnessing the return of his flying blades only to find Wu Hao had opened a portal beneath him, leaving the blades to strike nothing but air, leading him to a position of utter disadvantage. Something is amiss. Your strength, the intensity of your physique. It dawned on the rooster-faced one that he had severely underestimated Wu Hao, perceiving him merely as an ordinary survivor from the outside world. Now, in his vulnerable state, he could fully acknowledge that his opponent's strength far surpassed his own, relying not on abilities, but merely on physical prowess. Without your shielding capabilities, your armor is nothing more than a tin can. Wu Hao endeavored to link various abilities to the metallic armor, specifically targeting the damaged areas. He discovered that not only could he manipulate metal, but other energies could also be effortlessly channeled through the breaches, signifying the opponent's complete defeat and utter loss of resistance. Panic enveloped the rooster-faced one, possessing immense power yet only ever preying on the weak. He had never confronted a situation where he was entirely at a disadvantage against an unknown formidable adversary. He disregarded the organization's directive to recover the special ability fruits and sought to escape, intending to relay the information back and rally the full force of his 12 comrades to eliminate Wu Hao, ensuring he could not continue to grow stronger. However, scarcely had he taken flight when he was violently yanked back to the ground by a force of ability. Wu Hao, now fully in command of the metallic armor, would not allow his escape. He had also interfered with the internal communication devices, ensuring that no information could be transmitted from this location. He intended to silence any witnesses. The internal mechanisms were indeed intricate, but stripped of the metallic armor, the rooster-faced one was merely an ordinary human. In an instant, Wu Hao seized complete control of the armor, ejecting its occupant and exposing him to the frigid temperatures of -117 degrees. As the man was expelled, he uttered not a word, instantly encased in ice. The flying blades he once commanded dissipated as well, their threat extinguished with the sudden demise of their wielder. Chapter 207. 3 beasts, 2 dead, 1 injured. The remaining ones to be annihilated by nuclear bombs. The winds intensified, and the snowfall grew more ferocious. The once formidable rooster had now become nothing more than a frozen corpse. Wu Hao collected its body along with the metallic armor into his spatial storage. Recognizing the value of both the rooster and Appo's remains and the combat mech, which possessed the ability to camouflage and insulate against low temperatures, precious artifacts indeed for Wei Mengmeng and Appo's research. With the minor disturbances resolved, he procured a cigar from his storage and lit it. Although it seemed impossible to ignite a cigar in the biting cold of -117 degrees, his unique ability to generate heat allowed him to easily raise the temperature of the cigar, enabling him to indulge in this luxury even amidst the chilling nightmare. I've given you the ox, and I'll keep the eagle safe. As for this tree spirit, I doubt you would relish it. Wu Hao remarked to the little creature within the beast's space, aware that it had begun to show signs of transformation and an increased appetite. While its inherent strength was akin to a level 5 beast, the digestion of a level 10 beast such as the giant ox would undoubtedly catalyze a significant leap in its power, elevating it to heights unattainable through mere growth. The small creature conveyed its joy through a series of hisses. Wu Hao envisioned that, if released from the beast's space, it would nuzzle against him affectionately. Disregarding its own colossal size of over 10 meters, he contemplated seeking out the white serpent next. Having subdued these 3 level 10 beasts, he was confident he could capture the serpent as well. Wu Hao recognized the increasingly dire conditions of their environment. The growth facilitated by the fruit of his abilities had reached a plateau, proving insufficient for survival. Thus, he resolved to harness external forces, the strength of these beasts, as the optimal means to endure in this new world. Fortuitously, his spatial storage had upgraded, allowing him to subdue beasts for his own use, effectively bending them to his will. Given the growth potential of these beasts, this would serve as an excellent method for enhancing his combat prowess. He envisioned a future where, with the white serpent under his command, he would wield the power of 2 transformed beasts. At that point, the vast majority of beasts would no longer pose a threat, and he could resolve most challenges with the strength of these 2 allies. The battle among the 3 beasts approached its climax. The giant eagle, having been pulled from the sky by the tree spirit, was immediately subjected to a brutal assault by the giant ox. The fallen eagle, like a grounded rooster, found itself unable to utilize its greatest advantages, rendering it vulnerable. Meanwhile, the giant ox, severely wounded from the previous nuclear blast, was the most grievously injured among them. Ironically, the tree spirit emerged as the most advantageous contender, having remained largely unscathed throughout the skirmish. Its optimal condition positioned it as a likely victor, poised to absorb the strengths of the two defeated beasts. Yet, this scenario was merely superficial. The underlying truth hinged upon Wu Hao's unique presence and the near-infinite nuclear warheads within his spatial storage that could alter the outcome. As he exhaled a plume of smoke, Wu Hao reflected on the nature of powerful figures who often watch battles unfold while enjoying cigars. He now understood the intoxicating sensation of control, the feeling that the outcome rested solely within one's hands. Although the fates of the colossal beast remained undecided, he possessed a clear vision of their impending demise and the script that was to unfold. He felt akin to a director, capable of altering the narrative with a mere intervention. The three formidable beasts appeared mighty, yet at that moment, they seemed diminutive, their destinies entirely in his grasp. Suddenly, the heavily wounded giant eagle succumbed to its injuries. The giant ox redirected its focus toward the tree spirit, intent on a desperate confrontation. The tree spirit, confident of its victory, deemed the ox insignificant after dispatching the eagle, unaware that the massive corpse of the eagle had inexplicably vanished from the battlefield. For these titanic creatures, Wu Hao appeared as a mere insect, insignificant and easily overlooked. Yet, he wielded an undeniable power capable of drastically influencing the battle's outcome. His objective was clear: to ensnare them all in one fell swoop. The giant ox, despite its formidable stature, found itself ensnared by the tree spirit's tendrils. As it faced the relentless assault of its botanical adversary, it became increasingly ensnared, ultimately leading to its demise. In its final moments, the immense body of the ox vanished amidst the myriad of vines, leaving the battlefield devoid of anything but the tree spirit. As if the entire encounter had been a mere illusion, the tree spirit, in its limited wisdom, was perplexed by the sudden turn of events, unable to comprehend the absence of its formidable foes. At that moment, Wu Hao reappeared a kilometer away, ready to unveil the true nature of the struggle. The sky erupted in brilliance as multiple nuclear warheads rained down upon the tree spirit, engulfing it in a series of explosive blooms. As the shockwaves resonated, the tree spirit desperately attempted to fend off the onslaught with its vines, even swatting away some of the projectiles before they could detonate. However, its resistance proved futile. The prior conflict had drained its vitality, and it could only withstand so much. The relentless barrage continued, bombarding it with unyielding force, trapping it within the chaotic zone of destruction. Chapter 208, A Bountiful Victory, The Emergence of the Divine Ability Fruit. Wu Hao took the reins of this operation, orchestrating every detail and issuing commands. Yet, witnessing the spectacle firsthand was undeniably awe-inspiring. This was far more magnificent than any fireworks display, as each passing second saw a dozen nuclear warheads detonating simultaneously. Were it not for the thick ice crust on the ground and the myriad vines of the ability fruit tree obstructing the chaos, such continuous explosions could have triggered seismic activity, leading to earthquakes and volcanic eruptions in the region. Perhaps a global volcanic eruption would not be entirely unwelcome. It might even obliterate the frigid wave, restoring normalcy to the world. Wu Hao's mind raced with such thoughts, acutely aware that the pressing issue remained the unearthing of the source of this chilling phenomenon. It seemed as though the climate had undergone an abrupt and drastic shift, plunging the world into a chilling epoch even more severe than the Ice Age. The greatest concern was this terrifying low temperature, the end of which remained uncertain. However, the sub-zero temperatures, exceeding -100 degrees, paled in comparison to the molten magma's thousands of degrees. A worldwide volcanic eruption could lead to global warming. While this might exacerbate the environmental conditions, it could also serve to reverse this dreadful climate, preventing further deterioration. Yet, Wu Hao recognized that such musings were merely wishful thinking. While he possessed the capability, it would yield no tangible benefit for him. The relentless bombardment lasted for 10 minutes. In that brief span, the body of the ability fruit tree spirit was shattered, its countless silvery vines severed. It resembled a punctured jellyfish, oozing its essence onto the ground. At that moment, it appeared to be on the brink of death, with no hope of survival. Wu Hao understood that he had achieved his objective. His primary interest was not in the tree spirit itself, but rather in the extraordinary ability fruit it nurtured, one coveted by the powerful elite. Recognizing the spirit's inability to resist, he initiated a spatial transfer. As the tree spirit perceived his presence, it attempted to retaliate, but its severed tendrils rendered it powerless. It could only watch as he approached and entered its body, extracting a fruit that was 10 times larger than a typical ability fruit, an iridescent gem resembling a star. Upon encountering it, Wu Hao was enveloped by an unprecedented surge of energy. He realized that this ability fruit surpassed the fruit he had previously obtained in both size and potency. Indeed, he surmised that his current physique could not withstand its power. Ingesting it could lead to his own demise. Only beasts of level 10 or higher could endure such energy. As he employed his perceptive abilities to assess it, he stood in shock, unable to quell the tumultuous emotions within him. Thunder God Jade, divine ability fruit. Upon consumption, transforms into celestial thunder, wielding the power of divine lightning. A divine ability fruit, and one of the thunder attribute. The keywords transform and wield revealed that this ability fruit could not only allow him to become divine thunder, but also command it. Divine lightning was no ordinary electrical ability. It signified that he could manifest divinity. He could summon divine thunder in accordance with his will, obliterating any target he desired. This was the true essence of divine power. While he could not ascend to true godhood, considering the destructive capacity of he believed it would not fall far short. Wu Hao reveled in the presence of this divine ability fruit, his first of such caliber. He understood that his efforts thus far had been worthwhile, leading him to this treasure. However, he also realized that the gestation of such an extraordinary fruit required a tree spirit of at least level 10, making its divine classification unsurprising. The paramount challenge lay in harnessing and developing its potential to its fullest extent, regardless of how he contemplated it. The divine thunder power signified that he could transform entirely into an energy entity, evading all physical attacks. Furthermore, if thunder possessed a divine level, then undoubtedly water, earth, and wind attributes would also have their divine counterparts. Once he amassed all divine ability fruits, he would fear nothing. At that moment, he would be a true deity. Even if the world were to perish, he believed he could recreate a new world, living in tranquility within it. Yet, the energy of this ability fruit was overwhelmingly vast. Consuming it would be akin to ingesting a nuclear bomb. There would be no returns on such an endeavor. He could not even absorb it himself. With a tinge of regret, Wu Hao carefully stored it in his spatial pocket. He knew that to maximize the benefits of this ability fruit, he must first expend its energy for returns, followed by his absorption and utilization to elevate its ability level. However, the magnitude of energy within the divine ability fruit was such that even he could not absorb it. This fruit was originally intended for beasts of level 10 or higher. Thus, to absorb it, he needed to elevate his physique to match that of a level 10 beast, while he was currently barely at level 5. Consequently, he needed to consume more beast flesh to continuously enhance his physique, aligning it closer to that of a level 10 beast. Presently, he had indeed acquired the bodies of 2 level 10 beasts. However, even if he consumed both, he could at most break through to level 5, falling short of even level 6. Hence, consuming this divine ability fruit was no trivial matter, unless he was willing to self-destruct and become a mere firework. At that moment, the ability fruit tree spirit, having lost its core special ability fruit, exhaled its last breath, becoming an enormous corpse. Wu Hao wasted no time. Collecting its remains and nearby severed limbs into his spatial pocket, he took care to cleanse the area, understanding that it was littered with the remnants of high-level beasts. These carcasses represented not only a vital source of sustenance, but also essential materials for enhancing his physique. Under normal circumstances, acquiring any piece of flesh from these beasts would require the sacrifice of dozens of lives. Yet now, they piled up like small mountains, the sheer quantity sufficient to feed hundreds for several years. All of this was his spoils of war, and he certainly did not hesitate to gather them all. Once he returned, he would distribute and process them, significantly replenishing the base and amp, Appos, as supply. Additionally, he intended to give the combat armor from the rooster to Wei Meng Meng for research, hoping she could replicate it. Chapter 209. The Rising Green Mist, Signs of World Destruction Emerge. Upon returning, I was immediately engulfed by a beautiful woman. After a somewhat desolate 2 days, the situation of the cold wave and rising tide has intensified. The comfort experienced during the retreat is now met with a severe counterattack during the surge. Initially, the icy mist had only submerged up to the 10th floor, but now it has risen beyond the 30th. It is as if the entire world has been engulfed by a vast sea of green, a sea that is in fact a frigid mist at over 100 degrees below zero. This green mist is in a state of violent tsunami, allowing all survivors to deeply sense the impending doom of the world. The entire realm teeters on the brink of collapse. However, while the outside world resembles scenes of apocalyptic despair, within the apartment building exists a harmonious utopia of happiness. The building has been fortified and upgraded using the bones of 10th-level beasts, rendering the lethal green mist and fierce blizzards outside utterly inconsequential to the environment within. One could say that while the outside is tumultuous, inside remains as tranquil as a mountain, enjoying a serenity starkly contrasting with the chaos beyond. Wu Hao's strength has also been further enhanced. By absorbing the flesh and blood of a 10th-level beast, his physical prowess has risen to level 7, a most auspicious development, bringing him closer to the coveted divine ability fruit. As he gazes down, his eyes meet a pair of exquisite ones gazing back. These eyes, elegant and artistic, reflect the spirit of their owner. Yet, this artistic beauty is presently absorbed in savoring a lollipop, her enjoyment infused with deep gratitude. Do you really need to thank me so much? Wu Hao inquires with a smile, looking at this first true contract partner. Qin Feifei's demeanor is now charmingly innocent, a stark contrast to the aloofness and reluctance she exhibited during their initial contract. She now belongs to the proactive faction within the main battle group. Her behavior bold and infused with a sense of performance art. Entirely devoted, she is willing to offer herself at any moment, regardless of the presence of others nearby. Of course, I must express my gratitude to you, especially considering my mother. Qin Feifei replies somewhat ambiguously, while striving to serve him even better, eager to provide him greater pleasure. Wu Hao realizes that although she once exuded an air of coldness, her true nature is one of obedience upon finding her place. Yet, her current service no longer satisfies him. He lifts her off the ground, allowing her to straddle him. Her cheeks flush with embarrassment, yet satisfaction radiates from her. Are you going to kill me? Do you wish for me to die? Wu Hao responds playfully to her coy protest. Qin Feifei remains silent, instead leaning in and planting a deep, passionate kiss on his neck. Wu Hao revels in the moment, understanding the depth of her gratitude. He has not only safeguarded her mother, but has also provided substantial resources for survival, granting her mother considerable esteem among the underground refugees. Similarly, Hu Xiaoyu and Appo's father has rendered her a demure beauty, eager to offer herself, her joy palpable in every moment. He embraces Qin Feifei and carries her to the window. Qin Feifei perceives his intent and playfully glares at him, yet her voice becomes more alluring. Wu Hao, however, is drawn to the view outside the apartment. The landscape reveals a true apocalyptic scene, shrouded in darkness, rendering the outside world unrecognizable. Yet, through his enhanced perception abilities, he can discern movements and changes within a radius of several dozen kilometers. He observes a colossal storm consuming the area, a massive cyclone amidst which they reside. Glancing further afield, he notes the existence of numerous cyclones, as if several whirlpools have formed in a vast sea. The calamity has escalated, transforming previously tranquil waters into a chaotic maelstrom, rife with despair and death. The recent surge has likely claimed the lives of many ordinary individuals who once had the prospect of survival. Wu Hao never anticipated that hope would vanish so swiftly, with the surge heralding an all-encompassing disaster. His current comfort stems from the advantages he possesses, allowing him to cultivate strength far surpassing that of the privileged elite. For the vast majority of ordinary people, it is akin to those he has temporarily sheltered in the underground parking garage. They can only watch as the green mist rises, forcing them to seek higher ground. Yet now, the surge has completely submerged buildings up to the 30th floor, enveloping the world in a frigid sea, leaving all to endure a deathly, icy existence. The powerful may barely continue to exist, while the average person risks instant death, becoming frozen statues. Are we all going to die? Qin Feifei softly queries, leaning close to his neck. No, Wu Hao assures her firmly, urging her not to dwell on such thoughts. He adds, others may perish, but we will not. He speaks with confidence, having discovered a means to upgrade his spatial abilities, realizing he has acquired a living, independent space. Although the area is limited, it can comfortably house a 3-story building, offering sanctuary during this dire crisis. For the moment, the situation has not escalated to such extremes. The apartment itself provides sufficient refuge from the rising tide, allowing them to live in peace and happiness. Meeting you has truly been my greatest joy, Qin Feifei suddenly proclaims. Cupping his face, she reflects that had she not resigned to her fate and sought him out, she would undoubtedly be dead now. Looking back, she recognizes that her most prudent decision was to knock on his door, engage in a transaction with him, and successfully secure a life of comfort and abundance. Now, she lives without worry, surrounded by ample resources, spending her days indulging in feasting and frolicking with her fellow sisters, all while devising ways to please him. I assured you that I could provide for you, Wu Hao affirms, confident in his abilities. Qin Feifei beams, her enchanting smile further enhancing his joy. Just then, through the reflection in the window, he notices Hu Xiaoyu entering, a toy in hand. He gives her a knowing glance, beckoning her over to assist him, aware that his previous punishment may have unlocked something unique within her. Chapter 210. The True Means of Refuge. The elite's plan for escape into space. The arrival of Hu Xiaoyu filled Qin Feifei with both trepidation and exhilaration. Wu Hao entrusted her to Hu Xiaoyu, encouraging the two sisters to deepen their bond. He reclined in a nearby chair, observing their interactions while checking the latest system notifications and taking stock of the supplies within his spatial inventory. The good news was that the resources were so abundant that they were beyond counting, sufficient to sustain thousands for several years, even without any recent replenishments. The bad news. Wu Hao cast a glance at his living space. It measured merely 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters, which translated to a three-dimensional space equivalent to a 100 square meter area with a height of 10 meters. This space could be developed and was isolated from the normal world, serving as a completely independent microcosm. It even allowed for indoor farming and livestock rearing. However, the downside was its limited capacity. It could comfortably accommodate no more than 10 individuals, leaving little room for expansion or new functionalities. Initially, he had regarded this living space merely as an emergency refuge, a sanctuary to escape insurmountable dangers and evade the lethal strikes of formidable monsters. Yet now, he was compelled to contemplate the expansion of this space, as it was becoming essential for his survival. With the looming threat of global annihilation, he needed to strategize about their potential existence in a world devoid of safe havens. The conditions for upgrading his spatial capabilities hinged upon contracting a spatial-affiliated assistant. His prior agreement with Feng Yuru had triggered this upgrade. It seemed he might require a new spatial ability, or perhaps not. Wu Hao recognized the necessity of expanding this space. While it might not be immediately indispensable, it was crucial for ensuring his ultimate survival. Currently, within the subterranean refuge kingdom located in the northwest mountains, the assembly hall, reminiscent of a grand cathedral, was enveloped in silence among the gathered leaders. They had received two rather disheartening pieces of news. The first was the unexpected severity of the recent cold wave and tidal surge. Despite having made ample preparations based on predictions from 3 years prior, the rapid deterioration of conditions had exceeded their expectations. The elite human preservation plan they had envisioned now appeared to be a mere jest, as they quickly realized their own survival was at stake. The world was becoming increasingly inhospitable for humanity. Their only viable option for survival was to abandon this world and venture into outer space, potentially establishing a new habitat on the moon. The second troubling revelation was the death of the Rooster, one of their 12 most formidable warriors, renowned for his unparalleled offensive prowess. This loss left them with only 11 warriors. The most distressing aspect was the ambiguity surrounding the cause of the Rooster's demise. It remained uncertain whether he had fallen to external beasts or other forces. His combat armor had vanished along with him, and all signals had ceased, rendering him completely lost to them. The only certainty was the complete absence of his vital signs, confirming his death. This added a new layer of dread to an already dire situation. A thorough investigation into the Rooster's death was imperative, and the retrieval of his combat armor was essential. Furthermore, they had received the latest intelligence from the Dawn Society, which had also observed a comprehensive escalation of global disasters, marking a critical juncture for survival. Collaboration was essential. A man of somewhat unique status within the assembly spoke up. He was the technical advisor and the architect of the 12 warriors, serving as the soul of their combat strength. He had taken the name Tang Sung, symbolizing his role in guiding everyone toward enlightenment and a paradise beyond. Most importantly, he had pioneered the insurance for their refuge, securing substantial funding and ample support for technological development. Without his efforts, 3 years would have been insufficient to confront this calamity, much less establish such a vast underground refuge in the Northwest Mountains. The Dawn Society, with its ulterior motives, posed a significant risk to their plans. Although they believed themselves to be adept at concealing their ambitions, their true intention to seize control of the entire nation was evident. However, given the current disaster, they would need to demonstrate the capability to succeed in their schemes. The elder leaders at the conference table expressed their disdain. perceiving the Dawn Society as a group of self-serving opportunists, mistakenly believing in their own strength while merely scurrying away when challenged. While the Dawn Society's assistance remained crucial, they also needed to recruit individuals to serve as expendable resources, to successfully construct a space station and facilitate relocation to the moon. They required certain abilities that were currently beyond their reach. It was reasonable to assume that the Dawn Society sought a position alongside them in their exodus from this impending apocalypse. Tang Xing articulated his vision, which aligned with their most recent survival strategy. They resolved to abandon this world entirely, opting instead to leverage advanced technology to transfer all personnel into space, initiating the first phase of their Space City project. Following that, they would dedicate their efforts to establishing a survival base on the moon, developing a new home there. This signified a complete relinquishment of their hopes for the present world, as they ceased to harbor any expectations for its survival. Wu Hao rose from beside Tan Danxue, having finally forged a true contract with the captain of the guard and conducted an experiment to confirm a crucial detail. Ding! The function of the spatial inventory has been upgraded. Choose one. The success of his experiment became evident. He realized that upgrading his spatial capabilities merely required contracting an assistant possessing spatial abilities, even if such an assistant was artificially created or had duplicate abilities. Leader. Am I satisfactory to you? Very much so. That is reassuring. Tan Danxue smiled radiantly, her previous assertiveness giving way to a gentle and eager demeanor in private moments. She appeared genuinely concerned about his satisfaction, exhibiting an unexpectedly submissive disposition. Her sacrifices and contributions had proven invaluable, as she had identified a swift method for expanding his living space. The conditions for upgrading were straightforward, allowing him to effortlessly enhance the spatial dimensions to 20 by 20 by 20. Had he truly increased the volume? Indeed, it had risen from 1,000 to 800, an astonishing 8-fold expansion. Chapter 211. Continuing to expand the sanctuary space excitedly, the female guest arrived, accompanied by Tan Danxue, as they stepped into this specially enlarged dimension, now 8 times its original size. What once appeared as a cramped 3-story building had transformed into a quaint little homestead, complete with a small yard where vegetables could be cultivated and chickens raised. This is incredible, Tan Danxue exclaimed, her surprise evident as she gazed around, realizing for the first time the existence of such a place. This is our final refuge, a true sanctuary in times of dire necessity, Wu Hao explained, aware that this was his greatest asset and the last bastion of survival for them. As the external world continued to deteriorate, should the day arrive when all life was rendered untenable, this space would be their true paradise. A haven untouched by the chaotic storms or cataclysmic events outside. This is astounding. Tan Danxue, momentarily forgetting her own state of undress, began to frolic freely, exploring the interior of the building. Wu Hao followed her, akin to Adam, captivated by her unrestrained joy, reminiscent of a child's innocence. When she turned, their eyes locked. And in that moment, she understood her willingness to surrender herself to him. Wu Hao embraced her, guiding her through the space, while simultaneously planning to expand their accommodations from a modest 3-story structure to a 6-story one, with each floor accommodating 6 rooms. This transformation would effectively double their living space, allowing for up to 20 residents without issue. I was initially fearful of what might happen if the world were to end, but now it seems my worries were unfounded, Tan Danxue reflected, aware of her role as the administrator of Sanctuary 703. She understood all too well the implications of the recent rise in water levels that had drastically altered the planet's climate, rendering it an inhospitable environment. Even with the fortifications at Sanctuary 703, the harsh cold had still claimed lives, necessitating a temporary retreat for all personnel until the calamity abated. However, she knew the most terrifying aspect was that barely 6 months had passed since the onset of this disaster. In less than a year, the world had deteriorated to a state where human survival was implausible. The signs of impending doom were unmistakable, with the remaining survivors merely clinging to life, devoid of any hope for the future. Yet within this sanctuary, she glimpsed a future, a genuine hope for survival. I intend to further expand this place, transforming it into a true paradise, ensuring your safety and comfort, Wu Hao declared, recognizing that these remarkable women were his most valuable treasures, providing him with an endless supply of resources. He was acutely aware of the uncertainty surrounding how many would survive this calamity and how many eligible women remained for him to ally with. Nevertheless, he remained determined to seek them out, knowing there were still women in Tianming and likely new candidates in the northwestern mountainous regions, allowing him to enhance his resource returns and expand this personal space into a self-sufficient world. I believe in you. I know you possess extraordinary abilities, Tendanxue replied earnestly, striving to please him. Wu Hao regarded her with admiration, recognizing her as one of the most unassuming yet dedicated individuals managing Sanctuary 703. Having devoted significant effort to its upkeep, like Feng Yuru, she had pledged her allegiance to him upon their first meeting, effectively betraying her previous affiliations for a new cause. I might need to venture out soon. Please ensure that everything remains stable at the apartment building during my absence, Wu Hao instructed her, understanding that she would face challenges in maintaining the equilibrium between the two locations. This would mark their first resource-sharing interaction since acquiring the spatial beacon, and he knew her team, comprising mostly newcomers, might foster a competitive spirit against the veteran members, leading to potential friction. I understand your concerns, she acknowledged, fully aware of the dynamics between the old and new members, both of whom were his allies. The veteran members had enjoyed the benefits of stability before the disaster struck, while the newcomers had endured the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Thus, maintaining a harmonious coexistence would be challenging. The hybrid group, dubbed the Witch Brigade, would serve as a buffer, preventing extreme conflicts and sustaining a balance between the two factions. She was acutely aware of her role as the administrator of Sanctuary 703, yet she also recognized the presence of a leader among the witches at the apartment building, a girl named Shui, with whom she wished to meet and discuss the brigade's development and positioning. You can trust me with this, Wu Hao responded, confident in her abilities. He knew she was the most composed and level-headed member of the group, capable of ensuring stability without impulsive decisions. Then leave everything to me, she replied, her long legs subtly flexing as she offered a flirtatious double entendre, hinting that perhaps he should reward her for the significant responsibility she was about to undertake. As the blizzard outside intensified, the situation grew increasingly dire. Within just a few days, what began as a mere icy fog had enveloped the 30-story building in a shroud of deadly ice. The relentless snowfall soon buried even the lower floors, threatening to transform the world into a frigid wasteland. The girls residing in the apartment felt the chilling grip of death drawing near for the first time, their fear palpable. This dread was magnified by the knowledge that only a select few were aware of the living dimension-s existence, creating a sense of impending doom as they feared suffocating within their ice-encased refuge. Yet Wu Hao kept the sanctuary's existence a secret, never anticipating that amid such despair, they would receive unexpected guests, including female visitors seeking refuge. Chapter 212, The Elderly, Women, and Children Fleeing, the destruction of the Tianyang refuge base at this moment. Who would dare to venture outside? Wu Hao observed the convoy that had emerged, recognizing its familiar appearance amidst the desolation outside, where temperatures plummeted below -100 degrees, sufficient to freeze any ordinary life form in an instant. Yet, these individuals appeared to possess some significance and strength. Most notably, they had managed to traverse this perilous terrain and arrive here, seemingly on a quest for something. We are from the Tianyang refuge base. We have heard that you provide shelter and sustenance, and we hope you will take us in. A woman and amp, Apos, S voice, piercing and resolute, echoed through the apartment building. Her words revealed their origin and intent, indicating that something dire had transpired at the Tianyang base, compelling them to relocate and ushering the remaining individuals to this place. Wu Hao refrained from responding immediately, instead using his sensory abilities to ascertain their numbers and condition. He noted that 7 vehicles had arrived, carrying approximately 20 individuals, all of whom were women and children. It was evident that the elderly and vulnerable had been sent here, seeking refuge. Wu Hao felt a surge of curiosity about their true motive. Did they genuinely believe he would indiscriminately offer sanctuary merely because they were women and children? Did they mistake him for a benevolent savior? Moreover, through his heightened perception, he discerned their conversations within the vehicles, revealing a hesitance in their demeanor. It became apparent that they had been driven by desperation to arrive here, with no recourse left. Was the Tianyang refuge base truly obliterated, leaving these women and children with nowhere else to turn? Wu Hao pondered the possibility, recognizing that the tide of monstrous beasts accompanying the surge was no trivial matter. His ability to manage the situation stemmed from prior forewarning and the acquisition of a military base, from which he had deployed nuclear armaments against the encroaching beast tide. His own prowess was formidable. For other survival factions, such a scale of beast tide would be akin to a nightmare, capable of utterly annihilating a well-established refuge, leaving its inhabitants to await their demise. He remained uncertain, questioning whether this could be a ruse. Wu Hao employed his mental acuity to further assess the women and children. Their attitude towards this place was largely neutral, making it difficult for him to arrive at a definitive judgment. He felt no fear of inviting danger into his abode, primarily wishing to maintain the tranquility of his current existence. Let them in. I am familiar with the Tianyang refuge base, Feng Yuro suggested, drawing closer, sensing his contemplation. She offered a proposal, reassuring him that he could safely admit them, having had prior dealings with the Tianyang base. Wu Hao regarded her with surprise, unaware she had such knowledge. I once provided them with support and exchanged supplies, Feng Yuro explained, adding, if anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences. A blush crept across her cheeks, indicating her willingness to take full responsibility for any mishaps. Wu Hao observed this goddess-like beauty, realizing she was the first to approach him with genuine loyalty and affection, willingly choosing to accompany him. Others had only developed feelings for survival's sake, but she had fallen for him first. He remained perplexed by the depth of her affection and trust in him. However, with her assurance, he felt confident that no significant issues would arise, playfully warning her, I shall not spare you if you plead for mercy. Feng Yuro's neck flushed with embarrassment, acknowledging her obligation to serve him well. Now, she essentially acted as a guarantor for these outsiders, allowing them to seek refuge within. Resolute in his decision to admit them, Wu Hao altered the architectural layout, manifesting a grand entrance before the convoy. Upon entering, they would discover an isolated area, distinct from other residential zones. Should they attempt a violent breach, they would first need to contend with walls reinforced by the bones of 10th-level beasts or face entrapment. Feng Yuro, aware of her role in this matter, accompanied him to observe the situation. As the entrance appeared and signaled their admission, the convoy moved in, only to realize that the door had vanished, sealing them within a secure space away from the impending destruction. A portal manifested, and Wu Hao and Feng Yuro stepped into the scene. Upon their arrival, the women exhibited signs of panic and wariness. However, one woman in the lead vehicle immediately descended and rushed towards Feng Yuro, elatedly inquiring, is it really you? Yes, it is me, Feng Yuro affirmed, disregarding the woman's disheveled appearance as they embraced. The woman, clad in a thick beast skin coat, bore a unique visor that obscured much of her face. Yet her identity was revealed through an automatic registration system. Name, Su Tianyan. Appearance, 96, purity, 100, abilities, flame manipulation, flight, duplication. Ice snow physique, status, approved, to possess 4 distinct abilities, alongside a striking appearance of 96, was remarkable, particularly her ice snow physique, which piqued Wu Hao and Amp, Oppo's interest. Such a rare ability, especially in this frigid climate, was undeniably valuable. How fares your base? Feng Yuro asked, sensing the urgency of their plight. Su Tianyu nodded solemnly. The sudden onslaught of beasts was insurmountable. Others sacrificed themselves to ensure our escape. Now, only we remain from Tianyang. The sorrow in Su Tianyun and Amp, Oppo's tone was palpable as she continued. We saw the lights here and sought refuge, never anticipating the situation you face. Her voice trailed off, burdened by the weight of their shared struggle for survival, contrasting the vast disparity in their fates. Feng Yuro was taken aback, realizing the once mighty Tianyang refuge base had dwindled to so few survivors. Did tens of thousands perish? She asked incredulously, grappling with the reality that the largest refuge in the vicinity had met such a catastrophic end, all at the hands of the beast tide. Chapter 213. The reception of new members at the internal armory. Though Su Tianyan felt a profound sense of distress, she managed to nod with great difficulty. No one could have anticipated that the recent tide would escalate the situation to such dire straits. Not only had the temperature plummeted once more, causing the terrifying ice fog to rise, but it also heralded a beast tide that, while anticipated, was far more severe than anyone had imagined. This event resembled a colossal migration of monstrous creatures, obliterating any living force in its path. Initially, they had hoped to withstand the onslaught, but upon realizing the true scale of the beast tide, retreat became an impossibility. This catastrophic scenario stemmed from a grave miscalculation in decision-making, ultimately yielding a meager opportunity to evacuate a portion of their personnel, leaving the majority to face certain sacrifice. Amidst their aimless flight, they unexpectedly stumbled upon a lighthouse, which rekindled a flicker of hope within them, allowing them to escape to this sanctuary. The magnitude of the current beast tide was indeed formidable. Feng Yuru chose not to openly comment on the events transpiring at the Zhengyang refuge, but instead secretly visited Wu Hao, the true proprietor of this place. She understood that the personnel here were essentially his vassals, and this location, in strict terms, belonged solely to him, his personal refuge. However, she was acutely aware of the gratitude shared by herself and others for his existence, particularly in light of the recent tide, which could be said to have been preemptively managed by him. While their location did experience a similarly terrifying beast tide, it had no detrimental effect on their refuge's structural integrity. This dreadful calamity was mitigated from a distance, allowing their strength to flourish further and resulting in an abundance of spoils, prompting them to worry more about the potential destruction of their world than to be preoccupied with this relatively minor disaster. Reflecting on this, her gratitude for one individual deepened, as did her affection for him. We have nowhere else to turn now. As long as you can shelter us, we are amenable to any conditions, Su Tianyun stated to Feng Yuru. Yet, her gaze was more fixed upon Wu Hao, for she discerned that the true authority here was not Feng Yuru, but rather the somewhat sinister yet handsome young man. She had a vague understanding of the consequences of their presence here, but she recognized there was no alternative. The outside world had become utterly inhospitable to human life. This unrelenting cold wave, the duration of which remained unknown, was sufficient to freeze the weak in their tracks. Ordinary refuges could scarcely withstand such a dreadful chill, rendering the situation spiraling out of control, akin to a game that instantaneously eliminated those deemed unfit. Undoubtedly, they were among those eliminated, now left to seek the protection of the powerful. Darling, Feng Yuru cooed, casting an appealing glance toward him, pleading for assistance on behalf of her group. Wu Hao had remained silent, observing the circumstances of these individuals. He noted that, aside from the leader Su Tianyun, several of the girls had met the criteria for acceptance. However, many of these girls were quite young, requiring additional years before they could enter into a contract. This news was promising, as it allowed for nurturing and preparation for future endeavors. Stay here, I and Amp, Oppos, LL arrange a separate area for you. Adapt for a while, and later, I will assign you to other tasks based on your capabilities, Wu Hao informed them. He consented to their presence but stipulated that they must be dispersed, as they could not remain clustered together. Very well, Su Tianyun surmised his intentions but recognized that their options were limited. This was his territory, and the decision to shelter them rested solely with him. Even now, their acceptance was largely due to Feng Yuru's intercession on their behalf, acting as their guarantor. Otherwise, they would have had to venture outdoors, confronting the icy wasteland that resembled an apocalyptic realm. Wu Hao surveyed them, aware that only a small portion among them qualified. Most had fallen short of purity standards, having already been with men. Yet, this fact did not significantly alter his plans. He could send those who did not meet the standards to the 703 refuge for reallocation. He had long harbored a breeding plan, intending to cultivate new contract subjects from the populace produced through breeding. Thus, any healthy women with acceptable appearances held value for him. Even those slightly lacking in appeal could still be deemed significant due to the need for labor in the base and Oppos, as construction. Please catch up with them and take them to the 3rd floor. I need to attend to other matters, Wu Hao instructed Feng Yuru, entrusting her with the responsibility of leading and ensuring the safety of these individuals. Rest assured, dear. Thank you, Feng Yuru replied, blowing him a kiss. Aware that his willingness to shelter these individuals was primarily due to her influence, especially during this sensitive period, Wu Hao opened a portal and departed. Confident that Feng Yuru could handle the situation adequately, he recognized that her strength was formidable. She was not merely a beautiful yet frail woman. Under his careful guidance, her growth had not only kept pace with others, but had surpassed that of many. He sought out a specific individual, arriving at an isolated armory accessible solely through a portal. Within, a somewhat lowly-like Wei Miming was diligently engaged, utilizing her mechanical prowess to control everything around her, ensuring the smooth operation of the assembly line and mechanical transformations. Her expression radiated excitement, akin to a child who had just received a delightful new toy, completely immersed in her work. Chapter 214. The global storm intensifies. Nobility and Oppos' escape UFO, discovered. Wu Hao gazed at her, understanding that she, along with Feng Yuru and himself, belonged to a particular ilk. They were not fond of extensive social interactions, preferring solitude and indulging in their personal passions. If one were to identify any other commonalities, it would be their interactions primarily with like-minded individuals, maintaining a small circle to discuss shared interests. How is the analysis coming along? This artifact is truly remarkable. Wei Mingming exclaimed, rushing towards him with palpable excitement, leaping into his embrace and offering her lips for a kiss. In comparison to Feng Yiru, she appeared diminutive, embodying the essence of a perpetually childlike spirit. Yet, she had matured and harbored an extraordinary fervor for mechanical creation. Especially after he entrusted her with the spoils of the Birdman battle armor for her study, she had become utterly engrossed, determined to fathom its depths and replicate it meticulously. "Dear rascal, if I successfully decipher this, will you reward me handsomely?" Wei Mingming playfully inquired, already seeking favors from him. She had wholly surrendered herself to him and adapted seamlessly to their environment and relationship. It could be said that she had completely acknowledged him. However, her prolonged solitude with Feng Yiru had rendered her somewhat reclusive, now only willing to engage with him, Feng Yiru, and a select few. Not afraid of overindulgence? Wu Hao teased, lifting her petite frame, noticing her surprisingly hearty appetite, a stark contrast to her size, akin to a small hammer stirring a pen cap, seemingly unbothered by the risk of damage. "I shall indulge," Wei Mingming responded with a coy, playful tone. Initially daunting, she had found herself ensnared by the experience, unable to resist its allure. Very well, Wu Hao acquiesced, aware that her affection for him was uncomplicated, akin to Feng Yiru's. Others were merely his women, his contractual tools. Whereas these two possessed a semblance of marital essence, bound not by mere interest, but by genuine emotional connection. Among them, Tin Danqiwei held a secondary position, resembling a concubine, emotionally invested, yet not as fervent. Through his perceptive abilities, Wu Hao comprehended the nuances of each relationship, fully aware of his attitudes towards everyone. "Have you managed the tasks over there? All settled?" Wu Hao inquired, urging her not to rush towards trivial pleasures, for he had tasks for her. He had elevated her mechanical creation abilities to level 5, significantly enhancing her prowess since their initial meeting. She was destined to become the mechanical deity of their realm, the very nucleus of their machinery. "Yes, it was quite straightforward. I almost forgot until you mentioned it," Wei Mingming replied with pride, nestling in his arms as she initiated remote mechanical control, seamlessly linking with the machinery around her. It was as if everything within the vicinity became an extension of her body, positioning her as the central intelligence. Upon receiving her commands, a holographic projection materialized before them, revealing the entire planet in stunning detail. They could adjust the scale and focus on specific regions as needed. Wu Hao recognized that the image represented their world, a result of Wei Mingming seizing control of all satellites in space, consolidating their information to create this global information grid projection. The impending catastrophe was truly global, casting a shadow over the entire world. Wu Hao observed the projection, noting how the planet appeared enveloped in a cocoon of cotton candy. A storm-laden cloud cover blanketed the globe, shrouding both land and sea beneath its reach. This phenomenon obstructed the sun's rays, causing a drastic drop in global temperatures and exacerbating the frequency and intensity of storms. Zooming in on the oceans, he noted that they had succumbed to complete freezing. The world had transformed into a colossal ice sphere, devoid of any chance for revival. "We and Amp. Amp, oppose. We going to die, Arn and Amp. Amp, oppose, Tiwi?" Wei Mingming queried, her gaze filled with affection. She was unafraid of death, merely lamenting the brevity of their time together and regretting their late acquaintance. "Not at all," Wu Hao assured her, instilling her with confidence. He possessed a final recourse, the living space. Although its capacity was currently limited and prolonged stays might become monotonous, as long as they remained within, survival was guaranteed, allowing them to thrive until the inevitable conclusion of their natural lifespans. "You're just deceiving me, aren't you?" Wei Mingming responded, comforted by his words. Yet, she willingly embraced his ruse, content to play the fool for him. Wu Hao understood this was merely a prelude to the surprises he had in store for them. Suddenly, Wei Mingming's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "I've discovered something extraordinary." She promptly manipulated the planetary projection, magnifying it and honing in on a specific area. Wu Hao watched as she froze the image on a mountainous region in the northwest. "Doesn't he that resemble a UFO?" Wei Mingming exclaimed with excitement, pointing out the object within the image, likening it to an enormous spacecraft. "In the northwest?" Wu Hao verified, realizing the authenticity of her claim and its potential implications. It appeared that someone was attempting to escape, seeking refuge in outer space. "It seems the elite are preparing for evacuation," Wu Hao remarked, deducing that they were aware the world had become uninhabitable and escaping to outer space was their only viable option. While such endeavors were previously deemed implausible with current human technology, the emergence of anomalous abilities had shifted the paradigm, making it feasible to establish a space city and gradually expand its scope. They could not be oblivious to the wealth of mineral resources available in space, alleviating concerns about construction materials. "Let us construct one ourselves and venture into space," Wei Meiming proposed enthusiastically, confident in her capabilities. "We can seize an existing one. And of course, our own creation need not cease. We could always merge them later to form something grander." Wu Hao replied, recognizing the potential in her ambition. Chapter 215. The discovery of the white serpent and the death struggle among beasts. Wei Meiming gazed intently in his direction, questioning the seriousness of his demeanor. Wu Hao met her gaze with earnestness, affirming his sincere disposition. "All right, I will exert myself further." Without hesitation, Wei Meiming sprang from his embrace. Acutely aware that this was not the moment for romantic entanglements, she recognized the crucial role she must play to completely analyze and decode the Birdman's battle armor, enabling its widespread distribution so that an army could be formed, each soldier adorned with such armor. Wu Hao regarded her with satisfaction, acknowledging her remarkable intelligence and mechanical genius. Although he possessed the ability to analyze and replicate the Birdman's battle armor through his powers, he understood that mastery requires specialization. The advancement and enhancement of such technology lay beyond his expertise, rendering him somewhat helpless. He entrusted this task to her, confident that she would soon deliver good news. Stepping outside, he gazed upon the increasingly tempestuous storm raging beyond the apartment building. The interior and exterior appeared as two disparate realms. One could easily surmise that an ordinary individual cast into this chaotic tempest would be swept away, potentially frozen into a statue of ice in an instant. Where could it have gone? Wu Hao pondered the existence of the white serpent he had glimpsed shortly after the calamity erupted. His certainty regarding the serpent's formidable power waned. He questioned whether it had transcended into a dragon, capable of soaring above the impending disaster. Resolute in his intent to locate this creature, he understood that, with technological assistance, tracking the white serpent and ascertaining its whereabouts would be significantly easier than before. Wei Meiming had successfully connected him to satellites positioned in outer space, comprising not only meteorological but also reconnaissance and spy satellites, essentially granting him a celestial eye. With this network, any location that was not excessively concealed could be detected, allowing him to monitor movements from the comfort of his abode. A central control device rested with him, enabling immediate access to this celestial surveillance system for environmental reconnaissance. Upon activating the device, a miniature global map unfolded before him. He selected the vicinity surrounding his location and initiated energy and thermal detection. Instantly, the living entities in the area materialized clearly before him, including the colossal beasts still ensnared within the storm, their forms marked in vivid thermal imaging. Amidst this vivid display, the massive white serpent emerged prominently on the three-dimensional projection, revealing a creature exceeding 200 meters in length, situated approximately 100 kilometers from his position. Its situation appeared dire. Engaged in a struggle against a gorilla-like behemoth that towered like a mountain, and it seemed to be at a disadvantage. Wu Hao was astonished by this revelation. In his eyes, the white serpent was nearly invincible, the most formidable beast he had encountered thus far. Yet, he had not anticipated that it would falter in battle against another creature, especially such a fearsome white gorilla. The gorilla and Apos, S immense size rivaled that of the white serpent, towering over 100 meters, rendering it impossible for the serpent to ensnare or poison its opponent due to the sheer disparity in size. Recognizing this predicament, Wu Hao realized an opportunity presented itself. The fierce conflict between these two immensely powerful beasts would inevitably result in either one's demise or severe injury. This could provide him the chance to claim both giants, perhaps even subduing the white serpent to reap unforeseen benefits. However, venturing forth required him to brave the elements. And given the current conditions, Wu Hao understood he needed to turn back and seek out Wei Meiming once more. Why have you returned? Wei Meiming, engrossed in her study of the Birdman and Apos' battle armor, sensed his entrance into the space and instinctively felt a surge of tension. Upon recognizing it was him, her anxiety heightened. They were, after all, alone in a secluded area that served as both her research site and a place for their shared moments of joy. She felt her legs weaken, a mix of panic and anticipation surging within her. First, make this device operational. I must venture out, Wu Hao instructed Wei Meiming, his urgency regarding the white serpent causing him to overlook her emotional response. What? Disappointment washed over Wei Mengmeng as she realized his return was not for her, but rather for the battle armor. Wu Hao quickly sensed her change in demeanor and recognized her emotional turmoil. With a playful smirk, he drew closer to her and whispered in her delicate ear, "Did you not notice your own desires? Who is thinking of what?" Wei Mengmeng stammered, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a startled rabbit wishing to flee from his presence. Yet Wu Hao held her fast, fully aware of her unique position as his cherished partner, distinct from others. Wei Mengmeng grew increasingly flustered, sensing the impending shift in their interaction, oscillating between fear and anticipation. "You know what to say now," Wu Hao hinted, urging her to recall their private language. "Daddy, Don and Amp. Amp. Oppos. Bully me." Wei Mengmeng feigned a pitiful expression, casting her gaze toward him, hoping for his compassion and leniency. Observing her demeanor, Wu Hao marveled at her playful nature. Unlike Tang Shujiao, who exuded a truly mischievous essence deserving of punishment, Wei Mengmeng embodied a more innocent charm. Though she too had a playful side, she resembled a fallen angel, tainted yet retaining a sense of purity. Noting that the white serpent would require more time to engage in its struggle, Wu Hao resolved to expedite their own encounter, ensuring his beloved wife experienced joy first. Throughout the entire process of repairing the battle armor, Wei Mengmeng's fingers trembled, showcasing her exceptional skills. Once she completed her task, exhaustion overtook her, and she fell into a deep slumber. Wu Hao carefully transported her through a portal to a room designated for rest, allowing her to recuperate. He then donned the Birdman and Amp, Oppos, battle armor, activating this cutting-edge technology. Afterward, he stepped out of the apartment, summoning Xiaoqing forth. Chapter 216, Bursting Inside the Body. The colossal albino gorilla falls this time, standing atop Xiaoqing. He urged it to swiftly approach the location where the fierce battle between the white snake and the albino gorilla was unfolding. Now, having consumed the essence of level 10 flesh, Xiaoqing had grown considerably larger, yet in comparison to the white snake, it resembled merely a diminutive serpent. Easily overlooked by the imposing creature, one could not help but wonder how many exquisite resources the white snake had encountered to facilitate such rapid growth. Wu Hao observed Xiaoqing, which was making its way against the storm's gusts, and realized that the resources he had provided were indeed substantial. However, juxtaposed with the white snake and Amp, Oppos' astonishing growth rate, Xiaoqing and Amp, Oppos' development appeared akin to that of a youngling, utterly incomparable to the magnificent serpent. It was evident that since the onset of the calamity, the white snake had encountered an abundance of resources, allowing it to attain a length of 30 meters, and subsequently, it had grown to an impressive 100 meters. There was also the possibility that Xiaoqing had prioritized enhancing its physical attributes, striving towards a transformation akin to that of a dragon, thus requiring a far greater amount of energy. Regardless of the reasoning, the white snake's prowess was decidedly formidable compared to Xiaoqing, positioning it as a pioneer in the evolution of extraordinary beasts. Upon nearing the battlefield, they witnessed an epic and brutal clash between colossal creatures. The surrounding snow was stained crimson with blood. The albino gorilla appeared to hold a significant advantage, yet it was unable to gain the upper hand against the equally potent white snake, leading to a stalemate. The gorilla's sheer size granted it a slight edge, though the advantage was not substantial. Wu Hao soon realized that they had been detected by the white snake upon their arrival. However, the serpent's complete focus was on the albino gorilla, leaving no room for concern regarding their presence. At this moment, the white snake had only noticed Xiaoqing, dismissing Wu Hao as an inconsequential entity in its eyes. With Xiaoqing measuring just over 30 meters, it was perceived as an insignificant creature by the serpent. Wu Hao found the white snake to be breathtaking. After a period of absence, it had evolved into a stunningly beautiful form. It was unmistakably a female, adorned with blue feather-like scales around its eyes, exuding an enchanting allure. Its scales glistened like white jade, shimmering with a translucent luster. While he acknowledged that Xiaoqing was also beautiful, it could not compare to the white snake's level of evolution, rendering it inferior in many aspects. The stark contrast in their sizes and aesthetics was evident, igniting a profound yearning within him. He desired to possess it. "Xiaoqing, assist me," Wu Hao implored, aware that the battle between the white snake and the albino gorilla was tipping unfavorably. The gorilla had seized the white snake's body and inflicted a vicious bite, causing the serpent's blood to spatter, which weakened its resolve. This disadvantage would only escalate, inevitably leading to the white snake's defeat and its subsequent consumption by the gorilla, enhancing the latter's strength. Xiaoqing glared defiantly at the white snake, cognizant that it had been noticed and regarded with disdain. However, It understood that halting the conflict was paramount to fulfilling Wu Hao's command. Wu Hao realized that entering the fray head-on would spell doom for both him and Xiaoqing. They were mere children amidst a brutal clash between titanic beasts, risking their lives in a perilous environment. Nevertheless, he was aware that the albino gorilla, as a primate, lacked the sensory acuity of the white snake. The serpent had detected their presence, yet the gorilla remained oblivious, its focus entirely on the battle at hand. Recognizing this, Wu Hao decided that the optimal strategy was to infiltrate from within. His avian combat armor effectively masked his presence, rendering him an inconspicuous entity. With a mere flicker, he traversed from Xiaoqing to the gorilla's rear, and in an instant, he penetrated the creature's interior, finding himself within the vast expanse of the gorilla's body. Given the gorilla's towering height of over 100 meters, Wu Hao's 2-meter frame went unnoticed. Upon entering, Wu Hao felt emboldened, akin to the legendary Sun Wukong, ready to wreak havoc within the gorilla's confines. Moreover, he realized that he could also facilitate Xiaoqing's entrance by creating a spatial portal, allowing the serpent to join him inside. Fear not, indulge freely, it is all fresh. Wu Hao encouraged, summoning Xiaoqing into the belly of the beast. While his own entrance might have gone unnoticed, Xiaoqing and Appo's 30-meter form caused the gorilla to feel an overwhelming sensation of fullness, signaling that something was amiss. However, it was too late. Wu Hao acted as a knife, methodically slicing through the gorilla's innards, offering the morsels to Xiaoqing, who devoured them voraciously. This internal assault caused the gorilla to pound its chest in agony, momentarily forgetting its battle with the white snake, preoccupied with expelling the intruders from within. Seizing the opportunity, the white snake intensified its assault on the albino gorilla, unwittingly executing a coordinated attack from within and without. The gorilla soon found itself in dire straits. Overwhelmed by this unforeseen method of internal destruction, blood poured from its mouth, mingled with internal fragments, as it collapsed, expiring in this fateful encounter. Chapter 217. The White Snake's Taming and the Acquisition of a Level 17 Beast. Xiaoqing has had quite a substantial meal. Meanwhile, Wu Hao has not been idle. He has graciously accepted the heart's blood and some flesh of the white-furred gorilla, significantly enhancing his strength. His physical constitution has now surged to the intensity of a level 8 beast, effectively making him akin to a humanoid level 8 beast, further augmenting his ability to withstand the cold. This is indeed a clever strategy. Though these colossal beasts are formidable in size, they provide an opportunity to exploit their internal weaknesses. Externally, they appear robust, yet internally they are remarkably vulnerable, easily subdued. He has discovered that his own smaller stature has become his greatest advantage, allowing him to gain the upper hand against such immense creatures. It is as if they are denied the chance to retaliate. Once he is given an opening, he can penetrate their defenses from within and effortlessly overpower them. Having dealt with the white-furred gorilla, Wu Hao is acutely aware that the battle is far from over. He knows there is still a white snake waiting outside, eager for a confrontation. However, he feels confident in his chances of success, for he has discerned that this white snake, although serpentine, possesses a greater degree of intelligence than the gorilla, having attained a level of awareness akin to human understanding. He believes a conversation with it could be fruitful. He first withdraws Xiaoqing into the beast's space and then emerges from the gorilla's remains, determined to engage with the white snake. Upon his emergence, he finds the white snake has already noticed him, yet, rather than launching an immediate attack, it regards him with curiosity and even a hint of gratitude. To the snake, he is an enigma, both diminutive and powerful. Simultaneously, it appreciates that he has just saved its life, as without his intervention, it would have surely perished at the hands of the gorilla. Wu Hao perceives the escalating peril of their situation, even with his strength. Survival in this world is becoming increasingly challenging. Would you consider joining me in a new world? He extends an invitation. This time, he refrains from showcasing any abilities or employing charm to sway it. He simply conveys his sincere intentions, leveraging his newfound identity as its savior. He hopes to engage the snake in meaningful dialogue and persuade it to accompany him. The white snake's eyes narrow with suspicion, as if it had not anticipated Wu Hao's true objective. Shall we perhaps find a more suitable place to converse? Wu Hao realizes he must present the living space to win its trust. Although the snake likely exceeds level 15 and harbors the potential to transform, its current circumstances have hindered its growth, leaving it untransformed. This suggests that the harsh environment has stunted its progress and intensified its survival struggles. It is not an exaggeration to say that its growth rate now lags behind that of Xiaoqing, a late-blooming talent. The snake risks stagnation, facing the grim fate of either freezing to death or being slain by other, luckier, titanic beasts. The white snake remained skeptical. Had it been merely a colossal beast, it would have attacked without hesitation. Yet, for Wu Hao, encountering two pieces of fortuitous news in this place is beyond expectation. Firstly, the white snake has indeed attained sentience. It can comprehend human speech and perceive his goodwill. Secondly, and most crucially, it is a domesticated pet snake. From the moment it gained awareness, it has been predisposed to trust and interact with humans. Thus, hearing Wu Hao's proposal rekindles fond memories of its youth, evoking sentiments akin to returning to a warm and comforting nursery. It inches closer, gently nodding in agreement. Wu Hao swiftly ushers it into the living space, accommodating the sizable creature within the expanse of the 8,000 cubic meter environment. Upon entry, the white snake is enveloped by warmth it has not felt in a long time. Though now greatly enlarged and less fearful of the cold, it still favors warmth as a cold-blooded creature. As it adjusts to the sun-drenched comfort of the living space, it cannot suppress its delight, expressing its fondness for this haven. Wu Hao, sensing this positive response through his mental connection, is astonished at how smoothly events are unfolding. "Do you wish to accompany me?" he inquires, seeking confirmation of its willingness to join him. The white snake nods eagerly, seemingly content to remain in this greenhouse-like sanctuary, revealing no reluctance. Wu Hao feels as though he is in a dream, marveling at the unexpected ease with which this has transpired. He sees no reason to refuse such a fortuitous opportunity. He promptly establishes a contract with the white snake, successfully binding it as his second contracted beast. Ding. Successfully contracted level 17 beast, the white jade snow snake. Beast space upgraded, expanding capacity by 3 units. Ding. Due to your successful contract with a beast above level 15, the blood contract effect is activated. You gain 10 of the contracted beast strength, further enhancing your physical constitution. Upon receiving these notifications, Wu Hao immediately feels a surge in his physical capabilities, propelling his constitution to level 9. In mere moments, he has risen from the strength of a level 7 beast to that of a level 9 beast, now just a step away from level 10. This means he is on the verge of utilizing that divine fruit of extraordinary abilities, truly attaining a godlike power. Wu Hao realizes that the fastest way to enhance his own strength has been through contracting beasts. However, he also understands that this realization comes late. The pace at which beast strength escalates is staggering. When he initially contracted Shaoqing, it had been through a blend of allure and deception, successfully ensnaring a mere level 3 beast, not even at level 4. This method of enhancement, while known to him, seemed nearly impractical, as he typically encounters beasts of lesser strength, limiting the benefits he could derive. "From now on, you shall be called Xiaobai. Have some food and rest," Wu Hao declares, transferring it to the beast space. He knows the beast space is akin to the living space, albeit larger, offering boundless room for individual beasts. He places some celestial jade within and readily feeds it this divine fruit, confident it will relish and digest it well. Chapter 218. The Fisherman Profits. The grand winner reaps all his. Little Bai was exhilarated. It had found another splendid master and rediscovered the joy of its childhood. In the realm of exotic beasts, it indulged in the exquisite, unparalleled fruits of supernatural abilities that it could never have encountered elsewhere, making it feel as if it had struck gold. Upon witnessing Little Bai and Appo's allegiance, Wu Hao realized that it was even more affectionate towards him than Little Qing. To an onlooker, it would certainly appear that Little Bai was the one who had been contracted first, with Little Qing coming afterward. However, this did not imply that Little Qing was inferior. In fact, her loyalty was even higher, though she was more aloof and less inclined to be intimate or playful. Yet, when the need arose for her to fight fiercely, she would undoubtedly charge forth without hesitation. Of course, it could not be dismissed that her awareness of the exotic beast realm ensured her safety, allowing her to be more courageous. Wu Hao had not anticipated such smooth sailing on this journey, acquiring not only Little Bai, but also the skeletal remains of a leucistic gorilla beast. Upon emerging from the exotic beast realm, he stored the gorilla's remains in his personal space. Knowing that it could suppress Little Bai's bullying indicated that this leucistic gorilla was indeed a formidable creature, rated at level 17. Now, amidst the struggle between the clam and the snipe, he would be the fisherman who reaped all the rewards. Not only had he secured Little Bai, but he had also outsmarted the leucistic gorilla, reaping a bountiful harvest. Upon returning, He planned to visit the Tianming Association before heading northwest to acquire that flying saucer. With his enhanced strength, he no longer needed to wear the avian combat armor, as he was unconcerned about the severity of the cold wave. Thus, he decided to test his limits by returning in his ordinary form, braving the already level 14 storm without the protection of his armor. For the first time, he unfurled his blood demon flight form, discovering that he could soar back without the need for demonic wings. Instead, the blood energy coalesced into blood wings, allowing him to tear through the cold wave storm like a red meteor, swiftly returning to the apartment building. Upon his arrival, he observed that even the outer layer of the apartment, reinforced by the skeletal remains of a level 10 exotic beast, had begun to crack and freeze. This indicated the severity of the environment, wherein even level 10 beasts could perish from the cold within mere days, revealing the inadequacy of the defenses. He remained unperturbed, knowing that the spoils he had brought back were precisely what he needed. By integrating the level 17 gorilla's skeletal remains into the building structure, he could once again bolster its outer defenses. In an instant, the previously cracked and frozen areas began to mend, transforming the apartment into a steadfast bastion against the raging cold wave. Having completed this task, he entered the building and sensed through his mental perception that Feng Yuru sought him out for an important discussion. What was the matter? Wu Hao beheld Feng Yuru, a woman of ethereal beauty, who was now primarily responsible for overseeing the newly sheltered women and children at the Tianyang Refuge. He understood that her inquiry was related to matters concerning this place. Su Tianyun wishes to negotiate with you. He intends to offer himself and some other women you may find appealing in exchange for improving their current shelter conditions, expressing a willingness to sell himself to you. Feng Yuru revealed. She explained that the decision to keep them temporarily was due to the terrifying circumstances outside. This did not mean they would be allowed to stay indefinitely or live comfortably. However, upon learning of the all-inclusive living arrangements here, Su Tianyan realized they had no way out. The outside world appeared as if on the brink of destruction, rendering survival impossible. Thus, he was willing to offer himself and the women he deemed suitable, seeking a safe refuge for them in exchange for a deal. Do they understand the rules here? Wu Hao inquired with a smile. He was not surprised by the outcome, knowing they were not naive and could recognize the advantages of this place. Yet, they should also be aware that entry was not granted to just anyone. Moreover, with his mind-reading ability, anyone attempting to betray him or play deceitful games would be courting death. He had no qualms about dealing with traitors, banishing them to the outside world to become ice sculptures. She understood and expressed her genuine intention to join. Feng Yuru acted as the intermediary, given her good rapport with Su Tianyan. During the time she and Wei Mingming were trapped in the underground logistics warehouse, they primarily traded supplies with the Tianyang Refuge. Su Tianyan had invited them multiple times to seek shelter there, but Wei Mingming had declined contact with strangers, believing the conditions at the Tianyang Refuge did not surpass those of their underground haven. She deemed it unnecessary to migrate to a more complex environment that would leave them with no retreat. Let her come to my room. I wish to observe her behavior. Wu Hao instructed Feng Yuru. He deemed it a sign of trust and made her the guarantor. Should anything go awry, she would face the consequences. Feng Yuru blushed and replied, "As you wish. Everything about me belongs to you." For her, love and loyalty were boundless. It was no exaggeration to say that she would unhesitatingly sacrifice her life for him. Thus, she had nothing to fear, for her body and soul were entirely his. Wu Hao pinched her cheek, marveling at her charm and lamenting that he had not encountered her sooner. Feng Yuru leaned in to offer a kiss, suggesting that if he was ever dissatisfied, he could seek her out at any time. Her bedroom door would always be open to him. Wu Hao instructed her to attend to other matters and wait in her room for Su Tianyan. He left the door ajar, allowing her to emerge from the enclosed space, serving as a test for her group to see if they would perceive this as an opportunity and act recklessly. After a brief refresh, he soon sensed someone approaching his door, their demeanor hesitant. Although they had raised their hand to knock, they hesitated. Wu Hao disowned her uncertainty but felt no urgency. He was not in a rush to indulge in this feast being offered to him. Given the abilities of the other party, he was more eager to consume the divine fruit of abilities and attain his first god-level power. After a short rest, he would head to the Tianming Association's territory to assess the situation and settle any lingering grievances. Chapter 219. Do you desire to be bound by a contract? Do you think you are worthy? Su Tianyan hesitated outside the door for a considerable time before summoning the resolve to knock gently. She understood that the moment she rapped on this door, she would be offering herself, engaging in a rather peculiar transaction. "Come in. The door isn't locked." Wu Hao beckoned her. He recognized that the circumstances had changed drastically since the onset of the calamity. The door before him was merely an ordinary wooden one, a commonplace white bedroom door, in stark contrast to the fortified entrance that had once served as a bank vault. The distinction was profound. He had once been an ordinary man, but now he had transformed into a formidable entity, a humanoid beast teetering on the brink of exceeding level 10. He possessed an array of powerful abilities, enabling him to confront most disasters and dangers with ease. Within his beastly domain, he had already acquired a level 17 white serpent and a nascent dragon, a young azure serpent on the cusp of transformation. It was safe to assert that among the humans he encountered, none could pose a threat to him in terms of strength. "Mr. Wu," Su Tianyan addressed him. Having learned from Feng Yuru that this was the appropriate form of address, Wu Hao lifted his gaze and noted her striking resemblance to Sidu Qinglan. They both belonged to the archetype of ambitious women. In a time devoid of catastrophe, she would undoubtedly be a prominent figure in her field. A strong woman admired by many, fiercely independent and unyielding in her refusal to rely on any man. Yet, in this dire environment, in the face of an impending global catastrophe, her talents and excellence seemed trivial. She was indeed strong, but not strong enough. In this harsh reality, she found herself incapable of safeguarding her own existence, let alone leading others to safety. "Since you've arrived, you must be aware of the protocol. Would you prefer to eat and drink first, or shall we proceed directly?" Wu Hao inquired, intrigued. He recognized that she was entirely different from Feng Yuru, even less compelling than Wei Mingming. His relationships with Feng Yuru and Wei Mingming were imbued with emotional connections, whereas Su Tianyan's presence was a mere transaction. If she had not been acutely aware of her own inferiority, she might have resorted to treachery, assassinating him to seize his territory and resources. Su Tianyan was resolute, understanding the nature of their interaction, and she deftly unfastened her clothing, revealing her form, which rivaled that of Situ Qinglan. She presented herself like a stunning goddess, fully exposed before him. Wu Hao regarded her with a detached gaze, akin to appraising a commodity, his demeanor calm, devoid of any astonishment at her nearly flawless physique. It was as if he were observing a mere object, indifferent to her allure. Su Tianyan sensed the humiliation keenly. She could not accept being scrutinized with such cold disdain, laced with mockery and contempt. However, Wu Hao was acutely aware that she had come for a transaction, seeking to barter her own existence for the survival of her companions and the procurement of resources. He signaled for her to expedite the process, his demeanor suggesting it was merely a formality, a transaction stripped of any emotional depth. Su Tianyan felt the sting of humiliation deepen, knowing she was a remarkable woman, clandestinely admired by many at the Tianong refuge. Yet, in the presence of this man, she felt devoid of allure, even less captivating than a mere inflatable doll. Nevertheless, she understood the stakes. Her life and the lives of her companions hinged on her compliance. Defiance would only result in expulsion into the frigid chaos outside, where death awaited them. Suppressing her shame and resentment, she approached him, turning her back to him, preparing to sacrifice her dignity in exchange for a chance at survival. At that moment, Wu Hao made an unexpected move. Su Tianyun's eyes widened in realization that the situation had escalated beyond her control, but it was too late to stop him. A scream escaped her lips as tears of agony streamed from her eyes. Wu Hao was devoid of compassion, merely indulging in his own brutality. In that instant, he regarded Su Tianyun as nothing more than a tool, a plaything, utterly indifferent to her feelings, forcing her to endure her suffering. When he concluded, she found herself in a state of torment, physically incapacitated. The most absurd aspect was that despite her ordeal, she remained untouched, her innocence preserved. Wu Hao had not truly claimed her. Instead, he had merely leveraged her for his own gain. "With each service rendered, I shall extend your stay by 3 days. And do not presume that I am oblivious to your hostility," he remarked, disdainfully adjusting his trousers as he departed, leaving her behind. He believed she held no more significance than that of a mere transactional partner, devoid of emotional connection, just a single engagement, a solitary settlement. Should she fail to meet his expectations, it would result in dire consequences for her entire group, of which he would remain entirely unconcerned. Su Tianyun felt her body grow numb, her bones threatening to disintegrate. The most harrowing realization was the loss of sensation in her lower body, which prompted a flood of painful, humiliating tears. The memories of her recent experiences were devoid of joy. Only pain and humiliation lingered. She recognized that he was deliberately punishing her, making her acutely aware of the cost of provoking him while simultaneously seeking his favor. The ground was stained with her blood. And the most foolish aspect of it all was the awareness that he had no intention of claiming her, no desire to tarnish her purity. As Wu Hao exited, he noted a system prompt indicating that he had acquired yet another contractual subject. However, rather than feeling elated, he was filled with a sense of distaste, realizing that this was the first time he had felt such disdain towards a new contract. He understood the implications and knew precisely whom he would confront next. Chapter 220. The Great Escape and the Execution of the Space Hijacking Plan. Upon locating Feng Yuru, she immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and instinctively embraced him. Playfully apologizing, "I'm so sorry." Aware of his pent-up frustration, she resolved to fully accept him, seeking his forgiveness. Wu Hao, however, spared no consideration for this goddess-like woman. He simply lifted her and carried her into the room, determined to show her the consequences of his anger. A day passed. Yet the passage of time did little to alleviate the severity of the impending cold wave storm. In fact, the situation worsened, with the cold front intensifying and winds escalating. It became evident that within a 100-mile radius, apart from their building, all other structures had been ravaged by the tempest. Consequently, Wu Hao abandoned his plans to scout the Tianming Society's territory, recognizing the necessity to prioritize preparations for the deteriorating conditions. "Is it feasible to take off in such dreadful weather?" Wu Hao inquired, seeking the expertise of Wei Mingming, who had now become the technical advisor and senior mechanical engineer of their group. She confirmed that theoretically it was possible, provided they could achieve a launch from a sufficiently elevated location. If they had a spacecraft, they could escape the increasingly dire ground conditions. But it had to be from a high altitude, certainly not from the eastern plains. Wu Hao, intrigued, probed further. "What do you mean by that?" Wei Mingming replied unequivocally, asserting that regardless of their intent to seize the nearly completed UFOs built by the powerful elite, they would require the elevation of the northwestern mountains to escape the storm's clutches. Launching from such a tempestuous environment was utterly unthinkable. What if it were a single-person launch device? Wu Hao asked, curious if a smaller flying apparatus could successfully ascend into orbit. Despite the impossibility of launching a space station-level vehicle, Wei Mingming considered the possibility, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she grasped his audacious plan. "You can't be serious." Wu Hao acknowledged her insight, revealing his unique ability to access a living space that could shelter individuals in a dimension separate from reality. Although this space was limited, he had discovered methods to expand it, potentially transforming it into a self-sustaining microcosm. Yet, the urgency of their situation loomed large. As global catastrophes escalated, survival was no longer a mere concern. It was a matter of life and death. He was aware that the elite had established a UFO in the northwest, intending to use it to flee the world and seek refuge in outer space. However, their stronghold was undoubtedly fortified with formidable adversaries, making any attempt to infiltrate and seize the UFO fraught with peril and the risk of mutual destruction. Yet, given the size of the UFO, it was likely they would not transport everyone aboard. Only a select few would be granted passage, ensuring the survival of a privileged minority. This presented Wu Hao with an opportunity. While breaching their stronghold posed significant challenges, once in space, where the environment was a vacuum, he could thrive for up to half an hour, a considerable advantage. Moreover, he possessed a highly effective ability, a spatial beacon, enabling him to traverse between space and the ground with ease. His personal space, a living realm of 8,000 cubic units, meant he could transport not just himself, but an entire legion into the cosmos. The number of elite individuals aboard the UFO would likely be insufficient to counter a sudden influx of skilled fighters. Even in the worst-case scenario, should an internal conflict lead to the UFO's destruction, he could construct a space city within his living space, relying solely on his own resources and ingenuity. This plan is indeed viable. "You are brilliant, an absolute genius. I'm so excited I could just kiss you," Wei Mingming exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she prepared to set this plan in motion. In her exuberance, she playfully embraced his face and planted a kiss upon him. Ready to embark on their ambitious endeavor, Wu Hao recognized the necessity of this approach. Understanding that no one would willingly abandon their home for a life of survival in space, he entrusted the execution of the plan to Wei Mingming, confident in her capabilities to gather the required materials. They now faced the escalating cold wave storm and any unforeseen complications. However, it was imperative to ensure that the elite remained on edge. Utilizing his spatial beacon, He transported himself to refuge number 703. Upon arrival, he observed that all agricultural and expansion efforts had come to a halt as the sudden exacerbation of conditions rendered them futile. The community was in a precarious state, and even the members of the fallen group bore expressions of concern. The environmental catastrophe had reached a level that threatened the very existence of life on Earth. This was no longer a matter confined to a small faction. It was a global crisis, provoking widespread anxiety about survival in the face of impending doom. Chapter 221. Comprehensive preparations for departure. Arrival of the mysterious visitor at Shelter 703. Wu Hao entrusted this place to Wei Mingming, confident in her professionalism and her ability to manage the situation effectively. He utilized a spatial beacon to prioritize his arrival at a specific location. Suddenly, the surrounding environment transformed dramatically, transitioning him from the urban comfort of an apartment complex to an area reminiscent of an underground bunker. This place served as a refuge. Nestled within the mountains, a shelter designed for the elite as an emergency outpost. The mountain had been extensively excavated, creating a vast hollow space capable of accommodating over 2,000 individuals for habitation and refuge. Upon his arrival, he encountered the facility's administrator, Tan Danxue. After a series of personnel changes, she had exchanged her previous meticulous and gallant demeanor for a softer, more feminine grace. Her gaze towards him was filled with warmth and affection. To her, his arrival was not merely that of a leader, but rather that of a beloved. Had the circumstances permitted, she would have eagerly rushed to him for a heartfelt embrace and a tender kiss. Wu Hao appreciated this aspect of her character, which allowed him to entrust the management of Shelter 703 to her. However, recognizing the gravity of their current situation, he set aside personal sentiments and inquired about the status of the shelter. Wu Hao was here with purpose. He and Wei Mingming had nearly finalized plans to evacuate to space and establish a refuge there. For him, this plan was virtually complete, pending only the establishment of launch facilities and the complete transfer of personnel. Given his portable living space, he could easily transport all his contracted individuals simultaneously until the new space refuge was established, thereby initiating a novel existence in a cosmic city. Yet, his ambitions extended beyond mere evacuation. He understood that the transfer would not only involve his contracted individuals, he also intended to relocate other personnel under his command. The rationale was straightforward, a propagation plan. With his physical strength nearing level 10 and the imminent acquisition of a level 10 ability fruit, his prowess rivaled that of mythical beasts, significantly extending his lifespan. Furthermore, the resources within his portable space were so abundant that he could sustain himself for centuries. However, such a solitary existence would inevitably lead to profound loneliness and the gradual loss of his contracted individuals, culminating in a halt to his benefits. Although his lifespan might not conclude, the absence of resource replenishment could lead to a slow demise by starvation. To avert such a fate, he required a continuous influx of individuals who met his criteria for contracts, essentially seeking partners for procreation and directed cultivation. He envisioned himself as their deity, responsible for their protection and provision of resources in exchange for their tribute and service. This represented a long-term and stable model for sustainable development. As long as he possessed his portable space and the ability to generate benefits, he could provide endless resources to a community, potentially creating a bountiful world in the barren expanse of space. The current situation within the shelter remained stable, albeit with a few instances of frostbite and psychological distress. The personnel had consolidated in the upper core area for urgent refuge. All peripheral structures had been secured and isolation doors sealed, completely shielding the shelter from the external climate. Tan Danxue reported on the state of affairs, outlining the general conditions. Let us maintain the current status while awaiting further instructions from me, Wu Hao directed her. He intended to reinforce the shelter's insulation with beast bones to enhance its cold resistance. Upon his arrival, he had already sensed a significant drop in temperature, necessitating that personnel don winter gear for comfort. Although there were originally different tiers of personnel, the sudden escalation of the crisis required a unified approach prioritizing the preservation of life and collaborative disaster response, with further arrangements to be made post-crisis. Chief, there is actually one more matter. Tan Danxue hesitated, contemplating whether to inform him. A person has arrived at the subway level. This individual is gravely injured, but has neither contacted us nor departed. They seem to be in a state of self-despair. From my observations, this person appears to have come from the northwest. Wu Hao listened intently, discerning that this individual had escaped from the refuge of the northwest elite. The revelation intrigued him. Given the circumstances in that refuge, it was not an exaggeration to consider it the last bastion of hope on this eastern continent. In light of the prevailing conditions, it was evident that the world was on the brink of annihilation, becoming inhospitable to any form of life. The UFO space station established by the refuge was undoubtedly the only visible sanctuary for survival. It was conceivable that one could find stability in space while awaiting the subsiding of the calamitous cold wave. Yet, this individual had chosen to flee, sustaining injuries in the process. The situation was indeed curious. "I shall investigate. You maintain vigilance here," he instructed. "Understood. You can leave everything to me," Tandanchua saluted. Embodying both his partner and subordinate, fully aware that her contributions to his endeavors were her greatest allure. Descending to the subway level, Wu Hao recognized that this area was situated 300 meters below Shelter 703. It had once served as a supply route leading to the refuge, facilitating the transport of resources to and from the elite sanctuary. However, upon learning of the loss of control over Shelter 703, the refuge decisively opted to demolish the subway line, severing all connections and leaving this area forsaken. Upon reaching the subway level, he indeed found an individual gravely wounded, leaning against the tunnel wall. Blood pooled beneath them, signaling a slow but certain demise. As Wu Hao approached, the person became alert, yet upon recognizing him, a smile broke across their face, revealing a sense of relief and joy at his presence. "Shall I help you find eternal rest?" Wu Hao jested, fully aware that this individual had deliberately awaited death here, or perhaps had been anticipating his arrival. Chapter 222. The betrayal of the rabbit and the conversations in the underground. One could say it was rather peculiar. The individual bore a slight smile, exuding an air of friendliness. At first glance, one might mistake her for a man, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that she was a woman with short hair. Her appearance was somewhat androgynous, possessing a remarkable athleticism akin to that of a female boxer. Nevertheless, her demeanor was comforting, instilling a sense of ease and security in her presence. Her attributes materialized beside her, revealing her status and capabilities to Wu Hao, who noted with surprise that she had passed the system and Oppo's scrutiny and possessed a celestial level ability. This led him to ponder. Which of the 12 zodiac signs did she belong to? Wu Hao inquired, aware that he had already vanquished one of the 12, the rooster. Based on his deductions, it was likely that all 12 possessed a celestial ability within the haven. This indicated that the gravely injured individual before him might indeed be one of the 12, and a formidable one at that. Her severe wounds suggested she should have perished, yet she clung to life, hinting at her extraordinary vitality and resilience. "I am the rabbit, but I prefer you call me Yu Yui," she replied with a gentle smile, seemingly unperturbed by the revelation of her identity. She had transcended her past as the rabbit and wished to reclaim her true self, yearning for others to address her as Yu Yui. "Shall we discuss your recovery?" Wu Hao settled beside her, engaging her as an old friend would, aware that she likely had many stories to share. However, she declined his offer, suggesting they simply converse about whatever she wished to express. "There's no need for that. Let's leave it as is for now," she insisted, allowing him to engage her in conversation instead. Wu Hao recognized her refusal and did not press further, understanding that while her injuries were grave, she still possessed life within her. He believed that, given his current capabilities, her condition could be swiftly remedied, restoring her to her prime state. Yet, she appeared to lack the desire to survive, seemingly resigned to her fate, allowing her injuries to dictate her slow demise. "You realize we are all destined to die, don't you?" Yu Yui suddenly asked, her tone serious as she gauged his awareness of their grim reality. It was evident that he understood the world teetered on the brink of annihilation, devoid of hope for continued existence. "Indeed," Wu Hao confirmed, acknowledging the inevitability of death that loomed over them all. The ferocious cold storms outside intensified, surpassing the limits of endurance for all life forms. If the tempest did not cease, even the beasts outside would eventually perish, followed by those seeking refuge within. It was as though hope had evaporated from the world. The only escape lay in departing for outer space, establishing a new sanctuary, and seeking a way back to their world. The power of one individual is truly insignificant, Yu Yui lamented, gazing upward. Her eyes were fixed not on the barren landscape above, but rather on the scoundrels she spoke of, in the dim future she envisioned. Were they not inclined to take you with them? Wu Hao surmised the reasons behind the rabbit and Oppo's grievous state. It was clear that internal strife had led her to this desolate place, abandoned to await her fate. She perceived that hope had vanished from the world, rendering her demise in the escalating cold no different from dying here in this forsaken place. "I would have gone with them, but I chose not to. They intended to abandon the majority, taking only the elite and a prearranged gene pool to space, all under the guise of some absurd and Oppo's human seed and Oppos, plan. How could they survive in space when they couldn't and Oppos to even sustain themselves here? Yui scoffed at the absurdity of it all. Wu Hao gathered that she believed she had the right to escape, yet had declined the opportunity, wishing instead to evacuate everyone from the haven. Her sentiments echoed the events of 3 years prior, where the powerful sacrificed the lives of the many for the sake of a select few. Their selfishness was ingrained within them, and the current situation mirrored that past betrayal. Once again, they sought to abandon the majority for the survival of a scant few. So, you confronted them and sustained injuries? Wu Hao inquired, intrigued. Yes, after all, they're in Oppos. As likely no one else quite like me, so self-righteous, she chuckled bitterly. Her attempts to reason had resulted in attacks from former allies. Yet she was not deluded. She merely wished to convey a brutal truth. What would become of these so-called elites once they reached space? Without food or water, they too would meet their end, rendering their space station nothing more than a coffin. Wu Hao comprehended the full scope of her plight. The rabbit and amp, Oppos, defection stemmed from a fundamental disagreement with the core group, who aimed to save a select few while she advocated for the survival of the many. Ultimately, she had been defeated, forced to submit to the majority, and had thus descended into despair, choosing to remain in this world to witness their eventual demise. Even in death, she preferred to perish within her home. With a profound understanding of her situation, Wu Hao turned to Yui, or rather the rabbit, and posed a rather audacious question. Since you were destined to die, would you grant me a final favor? Yui and Oppos' eyes widened in disbelief. She was gravely injured and soaked in blood, yet he was contemplating taking advantage of her predicament, as if to seize one last opportunity. Are you even human anymore? She questioned, her voice tinged with fear as she observed his tools. Am I to be your executioner? Yui had thought she had come to terms with her impending death, but now she found herself questioning why she had not simply succumbed already. Chapter 223. You were destined to die. So why not make it easier on me? You were bound to perish anyway, so why not make it easier for me? Wu Hao remarked to her, indicating the severity of her injuries, yet noting that she remained relatively clean. After all, she was already fated to die, thus, whether it was through a brutal demise or a more pleasurable one, the distinction seemed trivial. You and amp, Oppos, gone too far. Pervert. Scoundrel. Suddenly, Yui realized that she no longer wished for death, at least not in such a manner. She attempted to escape, dragging her injured body outward, pondering whether he was merely seeking an outlet due to a lack of suitable women. However, she soon felt her ankle seized, yanked back with force, only to discover. Are you healing me? To her astonishment, her wounds began to mend rapidly, revealing that he possessed a remarkably powerful healing ability. I have good stamina. Even if it and amp, Oppos, a bargain for me, it should still be enjoyable, Wu Hao said with a devilish smile, sending chills down her spine and igniting her desire to flee. Yet, she realized that even if she regained her full strength, before him, she remained a weak woman, incapable of mounting significant resistance. Before long, you scoundrel. Ken and Oppos, do you show a little pity? Are you a monster? Ken and Oppos, do you let me rest for a moment? Oh no, this is truly disastrous. Do you truly wish for my demise? As she wept, pleading for respite, the cycle continued. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Wu Hao truly exploited every moment. Convinced that she sought death, relishing in his own pleasure, she felt herself transforming from a wine bottle into a yogurt container. Despite her futile attempts to resist, she ultimately succumbed, sobbing and begging for mercy, realizing that she was powerless against this human-like beast. Wu Hao recognized his complete victory. Realizing that he had flawlessly triumphed over one amongst the 12, following the rooster, now the rabbit. How am I ever to find another boyfriend after this? Yui lamented, her throat hoarse from crying. Recognizing that she had morphed from a minuscule form into a Pro-Max, her size increased to an inhuman scale. Wu Hao raised his thumb in approval, acknowledging her as one of the 12, her combat prowess indeed formidable. Yui glared at him in frustration, questioning how he could still find humor in their plight. Was it truly a good thing for her to endure this? Did her transformation into his yogurt container bring him joy? However, Wu Hao, having successfully contracted her, gained the celestial ability of the martial god step. He retrieved this extraordinary fruit from his spatial pocket and consumed it before her eyes. Yui felt a sense of familiarity with the item, as if she had encountered it before. Wu Hao swiftly mastered the martial god step and drew her into his living space, revealing a vast, isolated dimension, astonishing her with its immense size. She looked at him in awe, her heart brimming with anticipation, wondering if her hopes were indeed realized. Though the space was somewhat compact, it could expand, indifferent to the outside world as condition. Wu Hao smirked mysteriously, confirming her thoughts. So, You see, it's as you imagined. It's a beneficial arrangement for me, he said with a smile, assuring her that this transaction was not a loss. Though her size had increased, she could now survive safely and even accommodate others. Yu Yui pondered this further, though not everyone would be included, as Wu Hao reminded her, clarifying that according to his true human fire source plan, he intended to gather certain individuals, but certainly not all. I am well aware of that, she replied, her gaze drawn to a quaint 3-story building within the space. Without a second thought about her lack of clothing, she dashed towards the structure, relishing the joy reminiscent of returning home from school in her childhood. Wu Hao observed her exploration, aware that he had his own objectives for entering this realm. He discovered that he had acquired the martial god step, which possessed dual capabilities, enhancing his running speed and significantly amplifying the power of his leg attacks. The potential increase was staggering, up to 10,000 times, coupled with a black hole-like absorption effect. Wu Hao was astonished by the sheer power and method of this attack. Realizing it was particularly suited for the rabbit, akin to a rabbit and amp, Oppos, as powerful kick, he unleashed a pile of construction steel and executed the martial god step, channeling all his energy into a single kick. Thanks to the absorption effect, the steel was drawn to his foot, ensuring that whether he kicked or stomped, the outcome was inevitable. That singular kick obliterated the steel, as he wielded the strength of a creature nearing level 10, augmented by a 10,000-fold increase in power. Had this been unleashed in the underground of the 703 shelter, it would have undoubtedly caused the entire structure to collapse into oblivion. What a terrifying attack. Wu Hao discerned that this ability relied heavily on physical strength. The stronger the body, the more formidable the attack. How did you acquire the martial god step? Yu Yui, noticing the commotion outside, leaped over, her expression one of shock as she recognized the power as hers alone. I merely replicated it from you, Wu Hao explained, still concealing the secret of his consumption rebate. No wonder you and amp, Oppos, re so powerful, Yu Yui realized, understanding that his ability to copy others and amp, Oppos, powers was an immense advantage. Shall we engage in a match? The loser will submit, Wu Hao challenged, fully aware that he was merely seeking to tease her again. Yet, she felt a thrill at the prospect, now that her form was suitable for him, and most importantly, she had begun to relish the joys exclusive to him. After a fierce battle, numerous encounters ensued. In the initial round, she was defeated, while the subsequent matches served as punishment for her loss, compelling her to plead for mercy repeatedly, but it was evident she was beginning to enjoy it. Chapter 224, Portable Escape Device, the ultimate countermeasure from Yu Yui. I have now gained insight into the overarching evacuation strategy of the Refuge Nation. The circumstances align closely with my expectations. It has been confirmed that apart from the elite fleeing to outer space in that UFO to establish a new celestial sanctuary, all others, whether residents of the Refuge Nation or those in various shelters, are to be abandoned. According to Yu Yui, the former Rabbit of the Year, the total number of individuals in these shelters exceeds 100,000, with at least a quarter being minors and newborns. She cannot accept the notion that these innocent children are to be left behind, abandoned to await their demise, prompting her to voice her dissent. However, her solitary opposition proves futile, and there are plans to confine her to prevent the dissemination of this information. In a desperate bid, she manages to escape despite her injuries. She understands that she has been slandered and that no one would believe her claims. By a stroke of fate, she finds herself here, only to encounter a rogue who sees her plight as an opportunity to exploit her vulnerability. Wu Hao is confident that the plans are sound. He knows he merely needs to execute them as originally intended. Naturally, he refrains from disclosing excessive details to Yu Yui, as she does not need to know too much. When she accompanies him into space and witnesses the entirety of his scheme, she will grasp it all. Furthermore, he possesses the confidence to nurture a race, as his current resources, coupled with consumption rebates, render him akin to an inexhaustible supply source. As long as he ensures his own strength remains formidable and stable, avoiding rebellion or ambush, he can accommodate and foster 100,000 individuals, garnering their reverence as if he were a deity. At present, Yu Yui has no desire to enter the 703 facility nor approach the apartment complex. She yearns for solitude, requesting merely a small dwelling to be constructed for her at a depth of 300 meters underground, allowing her to be alone while also aiding in the defense of this subterranean area against potential incursions from the Refuge Nation or other Zodiac pursuers. She is confident that she can offer her former comrades a momentous surprise. Wu Hao complies with her request, considering that ultimately they will all be relocated to space, needing to temporarily vacate this world teetering on the brink of collapse. Over the course of 3 days, Wei Mingming successfully completes the personal launch device. What presents no challenge to her now takes 3 days due to the necessity of factoring in the current environmental difficulties of launching, alongside the escalating severity of the storm during that time. Nearly a few days have passed, and the storm outside has intensified to a force of 15. Virtually all surface structures have been obliterated, leaving only the underground and mountainous shelters unscathed. This dire situation has heightened the panic within the 703 shelter, stripping the inhabitants of the apartment building of their former mirth. They gaze anxiously at the terrifying scenes outside, as if witnessing a profoundly authentic apocalyptic sci-fi film through the glass windows. Yet they know the images they behold are all too real. Their relative safety affords them the chance to observe, rather than confront the specter of death directly. However, they are acutely aware that this state of security may not endure. For if the storm continues to escalate, even the apartment building may not withstand the onslaught, jeopardizing their survival. Could the launch still proceed amid such a colossal storm? Wu Hao and Wei Mingming discuss the singular launch device. He understands that entering it will allow him to escape from the surface of this world and enter the synchronized orbit of outer space. No, Wei Mingming firmly responds. Explaining the current situation, the device can withstand the onslaught of the external storm, but whether it can launch successfully remains uncertain. To be precise, according to my calculations, the probability of breaching the storm is quite low. Wei Mingming delivers this rather disheartening news. Wu Hao gazes at her intently, questioning whether she is jesting. For such a jest is far from amusing. The scale of the storm is immense. Any object attempting to break free faces considerable challenges. Escaping requires a tremendous force. Yet the device and Oppo's launch power is evidently insufficient. Wei Mingming elucidates the circumstances, clarifying why it took her 3 days to reach this point. The storm has deteriorated too rapidly and severely, plunging into a state of uncontrollable chaos. Given the urgency of the situation, she lacks the adequate preparation time, compelling her to push the limits of what she can achieve. Thus, if one can evade the storm, can they launch normally? Wu Hao focuses on the pivotal details she provides, understanding that this launch device is unconventional. It is not a traditional launch apparatus, but rather an adaptation she has devised for the current predicament. Yes, you may consider it a large firecracker. Once released, it can launch anytime, anywhere, she explains, as it possesses only a secondary launch capability and was not designed for aerial deployment. Wu Hao discerns that this launch device is tailored specifically for him, enabling him to find a suitably secure location from which to launch it. He can then utilize his spatial transport abilities to swiftly enter the device, thereby breaching the atmosphere and entering outer space. With his personal space, he can easily carry this device with him. Thus, it is more accurately described as an escape apparatus, an escape mechanism for planetary exodus. Wu Hao comprehends Wei Mingming and Oppo's intentions. He realizes this is a desperate measure, yet it stands as their final response to the calamity, an ultimate card to ensure the survival of all. Therefore, they must adhere to the original plan, seeking a vantage point, ideally the summit of a mountain, for the launch. Indeed, that is the only course of action, and it is the most viable option. Moreover, I have observed via satellite that the UFO is in a state of readiness for takeoff. It appears that the elite have recognized the escalating situation and are preparing to depart from here prematurely. Wei Mingming informs him that the privileged individuals in the refuge nation are making comprehensive preparations for their exodus, planning to flee this world and establish a sanctuary in the synchronized orbit of outer space. Chapter 225, The Celestial Plan and Lunar Base Deployment They Cannot Escape. Wu Hao was acutely aware that the powerful elites had always yearned for an escape, and in truth, they had perpetually been in flight. The most egregious part of their actions was their betrayal of others to ensure their own survival. 3 years ago, they foresaw the impending catastrophe yet issued no warnings or preparations for the common populace to brace themselves for the calamity. Instead, they chose to hoard resources among a select few, amassing immense wealth. In the northwestern mountainous region, they established an emergency refuge, creating a sanctuary for themselves, hoping that after the disaster struck, they could continue to live in luxury, elevated above the masses. However, as 3 years elapsed and the disaster finally unfolded, it exceeded all expectations. They realized that their sanctuary held no true significance. They were once again constructing a UFO, intending to initiate a new exodus into space, establishing a fresh refuge beyond the stars, where they could continue to indulge in a carefree existence. Yet the price of this venture was the abandonment of the vast majority. Only a select few would be chosen to board a New Age Noah and Oppo's Arkansas. This vessel was to transport them into the cosmos, launching an impractical endeavor dubbed the Human Seed Plan, wherein they regarded themselves as the apex of humanity, the elite, the very hope of mankind. They believed their lineage represented the finest seeds, capable of cultivating a truly resplendent future for humanity. I have a new task for you. What? Transform this place into a space station capable of existence and utility in outer space. The larger, the better. Our goal is to accommodate 100,000 people. Wu Hao commanded Wei Mingming to convert the entire apartment complex into a space station suitable for such a grand scale. What? Are you jesting? Wei Mingming was taken aback, doubting whether he overestimated her capabilities to accomplish such an impossible feat. After all, this was merely an apartment complex, not a space station. Ensuring that the structure could withstand the high pressure and radiation of a vacuum environment was already a monumental challenge, let alone accommodating 100,000 individuals. Wu Hao presented her with a meticulously designed blueprint, instructing her to follow its specifications for the transformation. Upon examining the blueprint, Wei Mingming saw a circular design with a city depicted within its inner ring. The ring itself was designed to rotate continuously, creating centrifugal force that would generate gravity within the city. A genuine blueprint for a space habitat had emerged, and now they simply needed to actualize this vision. Are you serious? Wei Mingming asked him solemnly, seeking confirmation of his earnestness. Indeed. This time, we do not know when we will return to this world. So we must prepare for a prolonged existence in space and on the moon. I do not intend to remain on the moon, rather. I plan to establish this as our true city. From here, we shall develop a lunar city within the moon and Apos' caverns, allowing others to survive and thrive there. This way, they will not pose a threat to us, nor will we risk losing control over them. This is the most prudent and secure plan, in my view, Wu Hao explained, revealing his apprehension regarding the loyalty of non-allied individuals. He recognized that housing everyone in a singular area would inevitably lead to insurrection and unrest. However, by segregating their deployment, their core personnel would inhabit the space city, while others would reside on the moon, in a newly established territory. Thus, any potential rebellion from the ordinary individuals would be rendered impossible, as they would be unable to leave the moon and reach the space city above them. Conversely, any disturbances occurring on the moon could be swiftly quelled from their vantage point in space, ensuring absolute safety through a decisive advantage. I understand the plan. But how will you manage to create something of such magnitude? Oh, I see. Wei Mingming suddenly grasped the essence of his scheme. She was among the few who truly understood that Wu Hao possessed a spatial dimension with limitless capacity, stockpiling resources more extensive than the Pacific Ocean. She realized that if they disregarded living beings and merely transferred structures, he could seamlessly fit entire complexes into his spatial realm, transport them into outer space, and instantaneously release them into synchronous orbit. This was a task only he could accomplish, a notion only someone with such extraordinary abilities could conceive. All right. I will get to work immediately. You are indeed a genius. I never fathomed such a radical idea, Wei Mingming exclaimed, her excitement igniting as she embarked on executing the plan. Knowing he was not demanding immediate completion within a few days, she was confident that, with the assistance of her mechanical workforce, the project would be realized before the situation became uncontrollable. This would become their ultimate safety refuge. Far superior to the farcical Noah and Apos' Ark of the Elites, Wu Hao and Apos' plan was tantamount to establishing an Eden in outer space, a true utopia. In that eventuality, no matter how the world transformed, they would remain insulated from direct threats. Moreover, they could genuinely preserve the ember of humanity, maintaining their exalted status. From the blueprint, she discerned the essence of his grand design, the celestial plan. He intended for their core group to ascend as celestial beings, establishing a new central collective anchored by himself. Those dispatched to the moon would become supplementary members of their new assembly, periodically selecting qualified individuals to join the space city, further expanding his harem. She understood the plan was audacious, yet its feasibility was remarkably high, destined for fruition. Wu Hao entrusted this endeavor entirely to her. In truth, his own survival posed no challenges, nor did the survival of his core associates. His concerns stemmed from the inevitable decline in lifespan among his contractual partners. Their numbers would dwindle over time. Thus, he recognized the necessity of replenishment and sustainable development. To this end, he must accommodate additional personnel to ensure their survival and procreation, essentially to continue producing new contractual partners, maintaining the profitability of his endeavors. This complexity necessitated substantial undertakings. Chapter 226, Yearning to Return to the Base? Witnessed your sacrifice. Fortunately, he was untroubled by the prospect of grand endeavors. Most importantly, he possessed an infinitely expansive personal space, theoretically capable of encapsulating an entire city and transporting it to another location. The existence of spatial beacons afforded him swift travel between various spatial points, endowing him with the semblance of a space city. Thus, reaching the moon or returning to this world was exceedingly straightforward, presenting possibilities for the transport of supplies and personnel, as well as accelerating construction in certain locales. Departing from Wei Mingming, he entrusted her with the affairs at hand. Upon returning to his chamber, he discovered an unexpected visitor awaiting him. It had barely been 3 days since his return, and there stood Su Tianyan, the individual with whom he had entered into a nominal contract, yet whom he had regarded with a measure of disdain. During their initial agreement, he had exhibited no kindness. Well aware that she did not lack strength nor sought his assistance, she had no intention of joining him, nor did she plan to contract with him. Their initial encounter had been laced with animosity, a reluctant offering born of suspicion. Now, her demeanor remained neutral, tinged with an underlying hostility and a threat of fear. After all, her first experience was indelibly etched in her memory. He treated her differently from others, relegating her to a transactional role. Her trade secured her and her companions a chance to survive in this place. In essence, her status here was akin to that of a hen, his exclusive possession. He believed such humiliation would be a profound blow to her proud sense of self-worth. He did not coerce her into trading, should she choose not to. She could leave with her companions, provided she ensured their survival outside these confines. You may treat me as you wish. I can endure your disdain. However, might I implore you for one favor? Could you take me back to see the Tianyang base? Su Tianyan beseeched, kneeling in a posture of utter submission, relinquishing all semblance of dignity in her desire to fulfill this wish. What benefit do I gain from this? Wu Hao inquired. Signaling her the nature of her plea was insufficient, merely a kneeling supplication. Su Tianyan hesitated, rising slightly to unfasten the buttons of her clothing, aware that this was her only means to entice him into compliance. Do not accuse me of denying you an opportunity. If you can bring me pleasure, I may consider your request, Wu Hao replied, observing her with an impassive gaze, discerning just how low she was willing to stoop for his assistance. He remained unmoved, a statue devoid of emotion, as she endeavored to satisfy him for a full 2 hours, employing every means at her disposal to gain his favor, resorting to actions she once deemed beneath her. Yet, to him, she was nothing more than a mere plaything, her efforts eliciting no response. He recognized her attempts as deliberate acts of humiliation, designed to erode her dignity and self-respect, rendering her aspirations as foolish and impractical. He felt no fear of her resentment, for she had no means to betray him. Even leaving in anger was beyond her courage. I beseech you, Su Tianyan wept, realizing how arduous it was to appease a man, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Now, it is you who seeks my favor, Wu Hao mused, contemplating a visit to the Tianyang base, aware of the abundant supplies awaiting him there, which would be a boon he could acquire without effort. However, he was reluctant to allow Su Tianyan to perceive him as easily manipulated. His strength had escalated to a level approaching that of a 10th-tier beast. No ordinary woman could elicit pleasure from him. The only one capable of challenging him was Yuyo, yet even she had ultimately been defeated. He had confided in her that at times, he felt himself transcending humanity, evolving into something beyond. Su Tianyan, with no other recourse, persisted in her efforts, wholly disregarding her humanity, treating herself as a mere toy to elicit his enjoyment, engaging in acts she once scorned. Wu Hao allowed her to serve him for yet another hour, until her spirit began to wane, her eyes hollow with exhaustion. Only then did he permit her to cease, shocking her with his final command, "Let us go and take a look." He instructed her to prepare for their departure, as he indeed intended to visit the Tianyang base. Su Tianyan wiped her tears, reflecting on the humiliation she had endured, having never before subjected her dignity to such degradation. She was not merely seeking to return home. She was trampling her self-worth underfoot in pursuit of a mere glimpse of the refuge. "Thank you," she whispered, grateful for his willingness to help her fulfill her wish. Wu Hao paid her gratitude little heed, recognizing that any sincerity in her thanks was a remarkable feat, merely a formality. He was indifferent, for he had devised an entirely new plan for cultivating a contract partner, rendering Su Tianyan superfluous. In fact, her presence could be more of a liability than an asset. His interest lay in observing just how far she would go to fulfill her desires. As for the journey to the Tianyang base, he was aware of a swift method to reach it, which coincidentally was also the means by which Su Tianyan sought his approval. Feng Yuro had previously conducted a resource exchange with the Tianyang base, leaving behind a spatial beacon. This allowed them to utilize Feng Yuro's spatial coordinates and harness his ability to remain unscathed in the storm, underscoring the necessity of cooperation between him and Feng Yuro for their passage. Ultimately, the decision rested solely in his hands. Chapter 227. Journey to the Tianyang refuge base. Su Tianyun's beloved found Feng Yuro, who was aware of their intentions and their destination. Are you heading to the Tianyang base? Feng Yuro knew that this task was well within her capabilities. She possessed a spatial beacon located at the Tianyang base, allowing her to transport anyone or supplies there from any location in the blink of an eye. Yes, she was eager to visit. Wu Hao informed her of the situation. In truth, his spatial beacon ability was far more potent than Feng Yuro's. However, the beacon points left by the spatial ability could only be comprehended by the original practitioner, who understood the general vicinity. For others, seizing a spatial beacon point from a fellow ability user and forcing oneself through was impossible. Thus, Feng Yuro's consent was essential for this endeavor. I truly wish to return and see, Su Tianyun implored Feng Yuro, understanding the significance of this matter to her. She was willing to set aside her dignity and integrity to fulfill this desire. Feng Yuro observed Su Tianyun, once a proud and esteemed woman, now diminished and trembling. Her gaze towards Wu Hao tinged with trepidation. It was evident that she had made considerable sacrifices to achieve this goal. This is not overly difficult. But given the perilous situation outside, are you certain you wish to proceed now? Feng Yuro expressed her concern. She was capable of assisting but was primarily worried about the dangers lurking in the outside world. Anyone who carelessly left the confines of the apartment building would likely meet their demise. She was acutely aware of Su Tianyun's strength and knew that if she ventured out, survival was improbable. I will accompany her, Wu Hao stated, understanding the reason Su Tianyun sought his and Feng Yuro's assistance. This task required not only Feng Yuro's help in confirming the spatial coordinates but also Wu Hao's protection. I also intend to assess the situation there, Wu Hao added, indicating that this venture was not solely for Su Tianyun's benefit but also aligned with his personal objectives. Feng Yuro and Wu Hao shared a mutual understanding. Upon hearing his intention, she realized he aimed to survey the area for anything worthwhile to reclaim. Very well, exercise caution, Feng Yuro conceded, fully grasping Wu Hao's intentions. Had it been solely for Su Tianyun, she might have hesitated. However, with Wu Hao's ulterior motives to acquire supplies from the Tianyang base, a refuge housing tens of thousands, replete with invaluable resources, she recognized the significance of not letting such provisions go to waste. Please attend to other matters. I can manage my return, Wu Hao assured Feng Yuro, knowing he required her assistance to utilize the spatial beacon. However, returning was trivial for him since he had already established a beacon here, allowing him to teleport back with mere thought. Understood. Feng Yuro promptly activated the corresponding spatial beacon to facilitate their transport. Wu Hao immediately unleashed his ice control ability at maximum capacity, ensuring they were shielded from the impending cold storm, much like a protective barrier encasing them. In the next moment, the spatial transfer concluded. They instantly departed from the apartment building, traversing hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye, arriving at a desolate wasteland. Su Tianyun, upon arriving, gasped in horror, covering her mouth, tears welling in her eyes as she trembled while surveying the area that had been reduced to ruins. The remnants of what once was were completely obliterated. Had she not been a part of this place, she might have mistaken it for an ordinary dump, believing the ruins to be as they appeared. Yet she knew better. This site had once been a colossal refuge suspended between towering skyscrapers, akin to a bird's nest. With the rising ice and encroaching icy mists, this sanctuary had ultimately succumbed to the ground, now trampled by the onslaught of beasts. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance, Wu Hao remarked, his expression grave. Had he not anticipated the impending beast tide and preemptively arranged for nuclear warheads for initial cleansing, the apartment building might have suffered the same fate as the surrounding ruins. The most terrifying aspect was the subsequent intensifying cold storm following the beast tide, leaving them without sanctuary. Even if they survived the beast onslaught, they would be doomed to perish in the extreme cold. In a matter of days, the storm escalated to level 15, rendering even tracked vehicles unsafe for refuge. Both the apartment and the 703 refuge would vanish, leaving them to share the fate of others, overwhelmed and perishing beneath the dual assaults of beast and frost. There were no further developments to anticipate. Suddenly, Su Tianyun sprinted forward, as though she had discovered something. Following closely, Wu Hao quickly discerned her find. Su Tianyun abruptly knelt. Her spirit shattered as she gazed at a statue before her, a man wielding a massive sword, kneeling with his head bowed, frozen in death. This man appeared to be the last line of defense. Even in death, he remained upright, a testament to his valor as he stood against the beast tide until his final breath. A gaping wound pierced his chest, his mortal injury sealing his fate. Yet he became a monument forever enshrined in this place, destined to be buried beneath the accumulating ice and snow, fading from existence. Upon seeing his sword, Wu Hao immediately recalled the near-fatal blow inflicted by the mutated mountain boar. He understood that this man had been the one who dealt that blow. Yet, despite his strength, in such a dire environment, he was ultimately powerless to withstand the frenzied assault of the beasts, unable to wield his might to alter the course of fate. In other words, he had not been strong enough, insufficient to protect himself or others. "Thank you, we can return now." Su Tianyan suddenly wiped away her tears, indicating her acceptance of the situation. Yet, the light in her eyes had dimmed. The proud and dignified Su Tianyan had truly perished at that moment. What remained was merely a puppet, a plaything for others' amusement. She had witnessed the very reality she dreaded and no longer felt the need to resist. "There is no need. Since you love him so dearly, you may accompany him in this tragic fate. Consider this my final blessing for you, a means to help you realize your desires," Wu Hao said coldly to her. Chapter 228. Do you wish to place a spiritual green hat upon me? Then let it remain forever. What did she believe he perceived her as? A mere jester in a romantic farce with that man, donning the symbolic green hat? Su Tianyan still held herself in high regard, convinced that everything ought to unfold according to her whims. Did she truly think anyone cared for her? From the very beginning, he regarded her as superfluous, a mere additional transaction partner, one who was reluctant to engage in any genuine contract. Now, upon seeing her beloved, she left her heart behind, intending to return as nothing more than an empty shell for him to toy with, to showcase her supposed magnanimity. She might even pride herself on the great sacrifice she made for the survival of others. How ridiculous! Did she understand the essence of a transaction? She had never truly qualified for one, and it was only because of Feng Yuru's endorsement that this arrangement tenuously persisted. Now, she was prepared to offer herself up, intending to bestow upon him a spiritual green hat. Which of his current contractual partners could possibly be inferior to her? Even the initially most rebellious Qin Feifei had transformed into the most devoted and proactive contributor. Did he need to care for her, Su Tianyan? Did he need to wear her spiritual green hat? Thus, if she wished to demonstrate her profound affection and greatness, she ought to do so decisively. Let her sacrifice herself, becoming an ice sculpture alongside her beloved. You cannot do this. Su Tianyan's vacant gaze abruptly regained clarity, as if her soul had returned to her. She felt a surge of urgency, realizing the true implications of his words. Why can't I? Wu Hao sneered, questioning her. Had she forgotten that their relationship was fundamentally a transaction? He had already stated that should she serve him once, he would grant 3 days of refuge to others. In other words, after 3 days, if she, Su Tianyan, could not satisfy him, all those women and children under her protection would face death. Or did she believe he was unaware that she was harboring a pack of ingrates? Did she not realize these individuals who had escaped from the Tianong refuge had never genuinely appreciated his rescue, maintaining hostility towards him throughout? Did she think he was oblivious to their desire to bide their time, waiting for an opportunity to undermine him from within and restore Tianong? Once again showcasing its glory to the world, he was merely toying with them, while they foolishly believed they had a chance of triumphing. Su Tianyan gazed at the indifferent man before her, understanding the seriousness of his demeanor. She knew her actions had provoked him, and now she, along with others, would have to pay the price. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Su Tianyan quickly knelt, pleading for his forgiveness, hastily explaining, I merely wished to say goodbye, to let him know that I and those I have protected are doing quite well. She uttered these insincere words solely to ensure her own survival and that of those she sheltered. Then Wu Hao articulated his demand. Since she believed her words to be true, she should humiliate her former lover thoroughly. Pour some hot water over him. Su Tianyan was taken aback by his request. Not only did he want her to reveal her basest self before the corpse of her deceased lover, but he also wanted her to pour hot water over him, to humiliate that lifeless body. Your only requirement here is obedience. Do you believe your good sister Feng Yuru would hesitate to carry out this task? Wu Hao informed her. He had no intention of allowing Feng Yuru to perform such an act, as he had no interest in exposing her beautiful form, even if it were merely a corpse. However, Su Tianyan lacked the stature to refuse. Furthermore, he had genuinely resolved not to take in this group of ingrates. Su Tianyan hesitated, still struggling to assert. I will freeze to death. She understood that she currently felt no chill only due to his protective aura, shielded from the frigid winds outside. Yet, she comprehended that without his protection, she would instantly become an ice sculpture. With the likelihood that her fate might align with his intentions, so the opportunity lies in your hands. I am indifferent, Wu Hao stated, for he truly felt no concern. To him, Su Tianyan was never part of his plans. He had come merely to collect the remaining usable resources from the Tianong refuge, rendering Su Tianyan, along with those she protected, utterly dispensable. At that moment, he perceived through his psychic senses that Su Tianyan harbored nothing but fear and loathing towards him. She did not resist or rebel, entirely because she knew she could not overpower him. It could be said that she had expressed no gratitude for his aid nor any affection, despite his deeper understanding of her secrets than her original lover. She had always believed herself to be enduring humiliation for the sake of future retaliation. Su Tianyan clenched her fists, her nails digging painfully into her palms. One by one, she began to unfasten her garments, barefoot stepping towards the ice sculpture that had once represented her beloved, revealing her most despicable self before the two men. Seeking to appease herself even in this wintry desolation. Ultimately, she ascended the ice sculpture, pouring hot water over it, utterly humiliating both the lifeless figure and herself. Very well done, Wu Hao smiled, applauding her efforts, though his gaze remained cold. He understood that Su Tianyun's willingness to sacrifice her dignity for compliance indicated the depth of her hatred, and how brutally she might seek retribution against him and those around him once she attained safety. Su Tianyun could not hold back her tears. Fully aware that all her moral pride had been shattered, rendering her even lower than a dog. Yet, at that moment, she felt an overwhelming chill. She witnessed Wu Hao retract his protective aura, and she hastily attempted to protest, but the frigid temperature of -170 degrees swiftly enveloped her. In an instant, she and the relentless stream of water she had poured became frozen, forever captured in a humiliating tableau above her beloved's head. What a scene of artistry it was! Though regrettably devoid of any spectators, Wu Hao contemplated taking the frozen Su Tianyun back as a warning to others, but he deemed such an act tedious. Besides, apart from Su Tianyun and her cohort, there was no one else who would engage in such treachery. He decided to leave her there, fulfilling her desire to be with her beloved eternally, ensuring they would never part. He pondered whether there was truly a soul that would exist to explain this predicament to her lover after her death. Imagining such a scenario brought him a sense of amusement, and he felt it was what Su Tianyun deserved. At this moment, he resumed his true purpose for being there, beginning to gather the resources that could be salvaged, many of which were buried beneath layers of ice, requiring considerable effort to unearth. Just as he commenced this task, a surge of instinct prompted him to look skyward, locking eyes with a pair of terrifying gazes. Chapter 229. Encounter with the Chimera. Wu Hao acknowledged that he had recently faced numerous formidable challenges, having witnessed a plethora of colossal mutated beasts and horrifyingly oversized insects. He had even encountered the darker aspects of humanity, such as cannibalism in dire circumstances. Yet, what lay before him now was a revelation that shattered his understanding. He had never fathomed the existence of such a creature, nor could he have anticipated its emergence right before him. Most shockingly, he recognized the face that adorned the monstrous form. You see, Wei. Wu Hao struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Before him stood a grotesque behemoth, colossal enough to rival a commercial aircraft. It possessed wings, the four paws of a lion, and a serpentine tail resembling a living green snake. However, what was most disconcerting was the human visage that belonged to Yu Si Wei. Her face appeared as though ensnared by numerous sticky traps, desperately tugged backward. Contorted in agony and despair, she gazed at him, her remaining consciousness seemingly calling out to him. Wu Hao. To her, it seemed that her only purpose was to find him. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the ground trembled under the impact of her serpent tail, which had initiated a ferocious assault, akin to a colossal hammer striking the earth, fracturing the icy surface beneath. If anyone had been standing in that vicinity, they would have undoubtedly been obliterated in an instant. Wu Hao swiftly evaded the impending danger, realizing that Yu Si Wei had unhesitatingly sought to attack him, as if intent on his destruction, even going so far as to find him for that purpose. She had transformed into a monster. Suddenly, everything clicked into place for Wu Hao. He understood why the peculiarities surrounding Yu Si Wei had emerged after her separation from her brother, and how she had inexplicably gained access to the blood and flesh of such advanced beasts. It became evident that she had herself become a creature of monstrosity, a chimera-like fusion of beasts. Having assimilated with the beast she had consumed, her form had expanded and her power had grown increasingly formidable. It was clear now that her beastly rank surpassed level 18, rendering even Bai, the white snake, incapable of challenging her. Wu Hao now faced an adversary of unprecedented strength. Was her hatred for him truly so profound? Did she genuinely believe he was to blame for her transformation? Wu Hao found himself on the verge of laughter, bitterly aware that Yu Si Wei and Appos' monstrous evolution stemmed from her overwhelming animosity towards him. To her, he was indebted, perpetually in her debt. Even in the aftermath of their separation, she had never once attempted to reach out to him. Instead, she awaited his contrition, hoping he would beg her to take refuge in a safe haven. Yet, How could he possibly accept such a self-serving, hostile, and exploitative individual into his sanctuary? Who knew what chaos she might unleash? With a resounding thud, Yusiwei unleashed another strike, her lion paw aiming directly at him. She opened her mouth, gathering potent energy within, capable of unleashing devastating energy beams. Wu Hao retaliated with his own powers, only to find that his attacks felt as ineffective as mere tickles against her immense chimera form. Come forth. Wu Hao summoned Bai, realizing that he might only prevail by employing the same strategy that had once subdued the white-furred gorilla. He prepared to exploit an opportunity to infiltrate her defenses, akin to the legendary Sun Wukong. With a resounding hiss, Bai emerged, dwarfing Yusiwei and Amp, Appos, as chimera form, which stood at a mere 20 meters. Bai and Amp, Appos, immense stature exceeded 200 meters, a true colossus. Upon arrival, Bai immediately focused on Yusiwei and Amp, Appos, as chimera, unleashing a frigid breath to deliver a punishing lesson. However, Yusiwei, now a beast of level 18 or higher, proved her superiority. As Bai unleashed its icy breath, she countered with an energy beam, redirecting the icy assault back towards Bai, aiming to strike its face. Yet Bai, undeterred by such tactics, leveraged its size advantage. While the chimera and Appos, attacks bore down upon it, Bai and Appos, lengthy tail swiftly swept along the ground, delivering a powerful strike against Yusiwei and Appos, monstrous form. Yet, despite the force of the blow, Yusiwei appeared largely unscathed. Suddenly, Bai emitted a pained cry, having been struck by Yusiwei and Appos' energy ray, which shattered the scales on its jaw, revealing a crimson wound. Looking at Bai and Appos' tail, Wu Hao observed that it had been ensnared by the serpent head of Yusiwei and Appos' chimera, which injected excruciating venom. Bai possessed the strength to contend with Yusiwei, but its sheer size placed it at a disadvantage, rendering it insufficient to match her current power. Nevertheless, Yusiwei could not have anticipated that Bai was effectively immortal. As long as Wu Hao remained, Bai could resurrect indefinitely. As Bai drew Yusiwei's attention, Wu Hao maneuvered to her rear, preparing for another attempt to breach her defenses. However, he soon discovered that Yusiwei and Appos' chimera form lacked any vulnerability, akin to a pai yao, a being completely integrated. This indicated that she had no need for excretion, elucidating her terrifying appearance as a result of the fusion of numerous beasts. It suggested that she possessed virtually no weaknesses, an embodiment of both offense and defense. Wu Hao was taken aback by this realization. Yusiwei, now equipped with means of attack and defense from all directions, seemed nearly invulnerable. If she continued to evolve in this manner, she would undoubtedly emerge as the most formidable beast, harnessing the advantages of assimilating other beasts to achieve an invincible state. Yusiwei and Appos' focus was primarily on Wu Hao. Sensing his movements, she immediately confronted Bai head-on. Yet, to Wu Hao and Appos' astonishment, another beastly head emerged from her form. A tiger head that unleashed a high-energy ray towards him. It became evident that she possessed more than one head, much like the legendary chimera, which could have 3 or more heads. In this scenario, to vanquish her, it would be imperative to sever all her heads, including the serpent head that formed her tail, an integral part of her being. Chapter 230, the near-invincible beast monster, a fortuitous turnaround. Was there truly no means to eliminate her? Wu Hao found this notion incredulous. He observed that Xiaobai had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position, as the disparity in strength between her and Yusiwei and Appos' chimera was considerable. It was well understood that the difference between an 18th level and a 17th level beast was not merely a single rank, it represented an entire tier of power. This was akin to a 3-year-old child attempting to combat an 18-year-old adult. A victory was utterly impossible. Xiaobai and Appos' only advantage lay in her size, enabling her to momentarily hinder Yusiwei and Appos' chimera, creating a stalemate between the two. It could even be said that her willingness to risk her life was the only factor allowing her to engage in a fierce struggle, entangling Yusiwei in combat. Wu Hao realized that he needed to deplete Yusiwei and Appos' strength. He could not allow her to remain an insurmountable entity. He immediately contacted Wei Mingming, commanding her, "Release all nuclear warheads towards my position without concern for stock levels. Unleash all." Preparations were made to cleanse the battlefield with nuclear fire, intent on thoroughly obliterating Yusiwei and Appos' chimera. He could not fathom that she would emerge unscathed from such a barrage. Wei Mingming, though unaware of the specifics of his situation, sensed the urgency in his tone and understood that he was facing considerable trouble. She promptly ordered all launch silos to lock onto his coordinates, disregarding the potential impact of the storm on the missiles. The command for infinite launch was initiated, emptying the armory of all its stock. Wu Hao deliberately drew Yu Siwei and Amp Appo's attention as he awaited the missiles and Amp Appo's descent. Upon confirming that they were plummeting from the sky, he quickly withdrew Xiaobai and entered his personal living space, a dimension separated from the normal world. Within, he could observe the outside world as if gazing through an impenetrable glass barrier. He noted Yu Siwei and Amp Appo's astonishment at his sudden disappearance. But her attention swiftly shifted to the missiles approaching from above. She witnessed the relentless mushroom clouds blooming around her, engulfing her entirely. The nuclear explosions unleashed such intense heat that they dissipated the surrounding storm, raising the temperature and melting the ice. Gradually, a vast lake began to form, evolving into a colossal sinkhole. Yu Siwei and Amp Appo's chimera was completely submerged by the nuclear blasts. As long as she was not truly invincible, she would undoubtedly suffer immense damage. Wu Hao remained within his living space, witnessing the spectacle unfold. However, he noted that Yu Siwei proved to be exceedingly formidable. His perception abilities confirmed her continued existence, astonishingly. She had survived the relentless bombardment and had not perished. In fact, she was attempting to absorb the power and radiation of the nuclear warheads, seeking to integrate this energy to facilitate her evolution and enhancement. What manner of monster was this? He had deemed the beasts to be remarkable creatures. Yet Yu Siwei had transcended into a new realm of terror, defying all logical judgment. It was evident that he and Yu Siwei were on divergent paths. He was evolving into the ultimate human, while she was coincidentally advancing towards the ultimate beast. They were destined to be natural enemies, fated to clash until one emerged as the strongest. Realizing that further nuclear strikes held little purpose, he instructed Wei Mingming to cease firing. In the center of the explosion, he beheld an egg, a fiery red orb that radiated with the intensity of flames. Its resilience surpassed that of the chimera. The nuclear blast merely aided its incubation, rendering destruction impossible and only serving to augment its strength. As he approached, he sensed a life within, the essence reminiscent of Yu Siwei, yet distinctly different. It was evident that she had undergone evolution, transforming into a new life form. Her power had escalated to a terrifying degree. Once hatched, she would surpass a 25th level beast, becoming an undeniably invincible force. Was this truly a case of a natural nemesis? Was his former girlfriend destined to be his ultimate bane? Wu Hao found this notion laughable, questioning whether it was a curse that rendered him forever unable to rise again. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His personal space not only housed the living realm but also a space for beasts, enabling him to capture and subdue them. Having previously contracted Xiaobai, he realized that Yu Siwei had become a hybrid of human and beast, rendering her eligible for subjugation like any other beast. His thoughts turned wicked. Disregarding the egg and Amp Appo's intense heat, he infused his mental energy into it, seeking to alter its thoughts and cognition. Indeed, influencing a fully rational Yu Siwei would be challenging. Yet she was but an egg, an embryonic form. Despite the egg and Amp Appo's formidable exterior, its nascent consciousness was undoubtedly fragile. He could manipulate her perception as he had done with Xiaoqing, transforming her awareness to ensure she would not oppose him but instead regard him as a paternal figure. As his mental energy penetrated the shell, he encountered some resistance, but the primary energy focused on her evolution and hatching provided little obstruction. This allowed him to successfully connect with Yu Siwei and Appo's consciousness. Given their past relationship, the remnants of affection she had held for him became the key to altering her perception. Before long, she radiated a profound affection, genuinely viewing him as a father figure, albeit one without blood ties, capable of granting her the potential to bear children. Wu Hao found the current incarnation of Yu Siwei to be irresistibly endearing, resembling an innocent angel whose affection was solely directed towards him. Confirming that the cognitive alteration was complete, he began to assist in her hatching. With the residual warmth and his support, the egg soon cracked open, revealing a girl with fiery red hair and eyes, her skin as pale as snow, exuding an aura reminiscent of a sweet, innocent angel. As she emerged, she eagerly extended her arms towards him, exclaiming joyfully, "Daddy." She exhibited the adoration of a fledgling for him. "Good, from now on, you shall be called Wu Nyonyo." "My dear child," Wu Hao said with a satisfied smile, reveling in the irony that Yu Siwei, ever scheming, could not have anticipated her ultimate submission in this form. "All right, Daddy." Yu Siwei, or rather Wu Nyonyo, gleefully nestled into his embrace, seeking his affection. Wu Hao glanced at her attributes, astonished by what he saw. Yu Siwei, Wu Nyonyo, Appearance, 99. Purity, 100. Claimed. Ability, origin energy, divine level, beast level, 27. Loyalty, 100. Affection, 100. Status, contracted. Wu Hao was exhilarated to discover that her power far exceeded that of a nuclear warhead. And she possessed a divine-level ability. Most importantly, her origin as Wei ensured that the effectiveness of their contract would not diminish. Furthermore, ding! Due to the evolution of the contracted entity Wei, you have received an evolution rebate, mastering the primordial energy at a divine level. With a remarkable rebate of 3,000 times. Ding! Your level of primordial energy ability has ascended to level 5. Instantly, you command the powers of level 5 divine abilities. Coupled with the unutilized divine ability fruit I possess, I effectively hold 2 divine powers, the other being lightning. Wu Hao realized that he had not only turned peril into safety but had also gained fortune from adversity. His strength had increased exponentially. Even a single evolution, resulting in Wunyonyo, had augmented his prowess by 3 to 4 times at the very least. He had acquired an absolute loyal weapon of mass destruction. Chapter 231. The UFO takes flight. A complete escape from the world. What a remarkable treasure this is. With it, one can truly sweep away the vast majority of the current monstrous beasts. Wu Hao realized that this bounty was indeed substantial, having undergone a significant evolution. Wunyonyo was already a formidable entity, possessing the strength of a level 27 humanoid beast. Furthermore, she had received a rebate, granting him a divine ability that was elevated to level 5 under the effects of this rebate. Upon experimenting with this ability, he discovered it to be exceptionally unique. As its name suggested, it was the essence of primordial energy. It was neither wind, fire, nor lightning. Rather, it embodied pure energy itself. It could manifest as wind, thunder, or fire, but it could also simply exist as its own form. The appearance it took was entirely determined by the wielder. In other words, it could imitate any type of ability. Its function resembled a form of reciprocity, allowing it to mimic any ability it encountered, albeit once, recording the corresponding ability in the process. With this ability now at level 5, it meant he could record up to 5 instances of mimicked powers. This encompassed the capability to replicate 5 different abilities, regardless of their intensity. Thus, should he encounter an opponent wielding a divine ability, he could replicate it, and even capture 5 such abilities. Wu Hao understood the terrifying potential of this power. He believed that even among divine abilities, it would rank among the foremost. Undoubtedly one of the T0 level divine powers. At this moment, he had acquired such power effortlessly, elevating it to level 5 with ease. Indeed, it was the rebate function that proved most formidable. As long as a contract could be established, no matter how powerful the force, it would all belong to him. Wu Hao recognized that the true source of his immense power lay in his consumption rebate. As long as a contract could be forged, he could obtain more at a multiplier rate, allowing for rapid enhancement. This was his greatest secret, the key to his remarkable growth in such a short span. Over the past 3 days, the situation of the cold wave storm had not diminished with the passage of time. On the contrary, it intensified, elevating the wind and Oppo's intensity to level 16. The residents of the apartment building began to lose their spirits, increasingly anxious as they gazed out at the world beyond and the walls of their building. They noticed cracks forming in the outer walls, indicating that the building was struggling to withstand the relentless storm. They understood that when the structure collapsed, they would be swept into the tempest, with no escape in sight. Their concerns were heightened by Wu Hao and Oppo's decision not to disclose the existence of a living space and a space evacuation plan, serving as a final test for them. Meanwhile, Wu Hao entrusted Wunyonyo to the care of the young Yue, knowing that she was the only one capable of keeping an eye on this level 27 beastly child, while Wunyonyo was relatively amicable towards her, willingly accepting her guidance. It was nearly time. The core energy had begun to heat up, signaling that the UFO was ready, having completed its construction and activated its core reactor, initiating the propulsion system of this extraordinary flying apparatus. Wei Mengmeng confirmed this, having monitored the situation through satellite networks, tracking the progress of the UFO and Oppo's impending takeoff. We must prepare to depart, Wu Hao acknowledged, realizing he needed to follow suit. However, his intention was to commandeer the UFO, effortlessly reaping the rewards once it ascended and entered a synchronized orbit. His aim was to achieve maximum gain with minimal loss, securing this unique space refuge. Indeed, it is time to set forth, Wei Mengmeng remarked with a hint of wistfulness, aware that their departure signified a true farewell to their home. They were set to embrace a life among the celestial realms until the world regained its tranquility and to establish a new base on the moon. Yet, she recognized there was no better alternative. The world, ravaged by the cold wave storm, was inhospitable to ordinary life forms, heralding a cataclysm that threatened all living beings in the frigid environment. To survive, they had no choice but to leave or return only when they possessed the strength to reclaim the land. Are we ready to depart? At that moment, Yui entered with Wunyonyo. After Yui and Appo's efforts to dress her, Wunyonyo looked adorably innocent, resembling a little princess in her pink dress. You see Wei, now embodying the youthful essence of Wunyonyo, excitedly dashed toward Wu Hao upon entering, joyfully exclaiming, "Daddy." This revelation left Wei Mingming and Yui feeling somewhat awkward, glancing at Wu Hao, believing his actions were rather mischievous. Despite their suspicions that they had exchanged such endearments during their romantic phase, it was clear Wunyonyo had become quite accustomed to it. We and Appo's were about to soar high. Wu Hao reassured her, understanding that an essential component of their plan required Wunyonyo and Appo's assistance. The intensifying cold wave storm had rendered their ascent through the atmosphere increasingly challenging. They needed to achieve a certain altitude to escape gravitational pull and successfully breach the atmosphere into outer space. The external conditions were perilous, capable of freezing even the mightiest of beasts. Wunyonyo and Appo's advancement had inadvertently facilitated their plans, making their departure feasible. All right, when do we get to go out? Wunyonyo exclaimed, her excitement palpable. To her, the terrifying cold wave storm outside merely resembled a heavy snowfall, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to play in the snow and soar through the air amidst such weather. Wei Mingming and Yui gazed at Wunyonyo with envy, recognizing that only a humanoid beast of her caliber, boasting a formidable level 27 strength, could perceive the environment as anything but daunting, eagerly anticipating outdoor play. Soon, Wu Hao assured Wunyonyo, observing the satellite imagery of the UFO as it began to spin and take flight. Due to the mountainous terrain in the northwest, which was significantly elevated, they successfully carved a path for the UFO to ascend after detonating several high-temperature missiles in the cold air currents above. The UFO ascended as if pulled by a cosmic elevator, shooting straight into the sky. With a successful launch, they officially escaped this world. Chapter 232, In Hot Pursuit. Preparing for a bold assault, those scoundrels. Yui seethed, fully aware that these powerful individuals had abandoned the majority to escape, leaving behind a sea of despair for those remaining on the ground. Do not fret. If our plan unfolds smoothly, those individuals will be arranged to join us. Ultimately, the outcome will be the same, Wu Hao reassured her, understanding her anguish for the children left behind and her own feelings of helplessness. Thank you, Yui replied gratefully, her voice a soft temptation as she added, once we are safe, I will don the bunny outfit you desire most. She knew he had long anticipated her in such attire to serve him, and she was willing to fulfill this wish, earnestly promising to delight him with a performance involving a large carrot. Wu Hao smiled slightly, his anticipation growing. Then you shall remain here and remind Wei Mingming to bolster the defensive forces. We must set out now, he instructed. Of course, Wei Mingming responded, stepping forward to give him a kiss on the cheek, wishing him triumph, fully aware that his actions were the sole hope for everyone left. Wu Hao embraced her, recognizing the significant contribution she had made since joining him, essentially transforming herself into the core of their mechanical operations, confined to this enclosed space to manage everything. Once this is over, let us see if I can grant you a child, he whispered, hinting at a special gift awaiting her. Then I shall also become a Promax. One and Appo's, Ti? Wei Mingming replied playfully, her shyness evident as she glanced towards Yui, who had initially transformed from Min to Promax upon their first meeting, a transformation that had left her with lingering resentment. Wu Hao, however, found the situation amusing. Wei Mingming knelt down, expressing her admiration with a kiss, proclaiming, I await the return of my deity. To her, Wu Hao was no ordinary man. He was her savior, and his current mission was to rescue them all, deserving of her faith and adoration. He lifted her in his arms, sealing their bond with a kiss, charmed by her playful spirit. Let us embark, he declared. Knowing certain matters could not be delayed here, they needed to hasten their pursuit to seize the UFO space station, establishing a refuge in space. Shall we go out to play? Wunyonyo asked eagerly, unable to contain her excitement. Wu Hao nodded, taking her hand as they made their way to the rooftop of the apartment building. Once there, he cradled Wunyonyo and spun her around several times before launching her skyward like a lead ball, propelling her beyond the speed of sound and through the icy tempest. This is so much fun, Wunyonyo exclaimed, reveling in the thrill of being hurled into the sky. At that moment, Wu Hao had already affixed a spatial beacon to her, allowing him to track her ascent amidst the storm and Appo's fury. confirming she had successfully breached the stratosphere and escaped the Tempest and Apos' grasp. Recognizing they had reached an adequate altitude, he promptly used the spatial beacon to teleport himself to her level. They appeared to have entered a celestial realm, surrounded by a serene atmosphere, with dark clouds swirling below them. "We are about to enter a new world," Wu Hao informed Wu Nyonyo. "Where are we going?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued. Wu Hao noticed their relative stillness, as the upward force had peaked and they were on the verge of descending due to gravity and Apos' pull. He retrieved the emergency launcher, crafted by Wei Meiming, which was equipped with a secondary launch mechanism. He guided Wu Nyonyo into the device, activating it to escape the gravitational pull and enter orbit. "The expansive outer space awaits us," Wu Hao said, initiating the launcher to breach the atmosphere and liberate themselves from gravitational constraints. At this altitude and in the tranquil surroundings, the launcher operated effortlessly, breaking free from the atmospheric tether and ascending into outer space. Under the guidance of its automated system, the device would seamlessly enter a synchronous orbit, actively seeking and approaching the UFO space station, preparing to forcibly capture and connect with it. Wow! Wu Nyonyo gasped in wonder at the breathtaking views of outer space, particularly struck by the storm-shrouded planet beneath them, a scene she had never witnessed before. Wu Hao released Yu Yui from the spatial realm, allowing her to see that their initial plan had succeeded and that they had indeed reached space. In truth, even without capturing the UFO, they could swiftly establish their own space station or even a space city using the launcher as a springboard. However, certain actions had to be taken, and some sacrifices were inevitable. "You are incredible!" Yu Yui exclaimed, rushing to him and planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. "That is merely the beginning," Wu Hao replied, aware that their true mission was far from complete. They could now see the UFO space station, steadily rotating in its orbit, serving as a satellite providing gravity and stability to its interior. As their launcher approached the UFO under programmed guidance, it prepared to connect with the station. "Now it is your moment to shine," Wu Hao declared, knowing that once they linked, it would be Wu Nyonyo and Yu Yui's turn to engage in battle against the remaining 10 of the 12 adversaries. "I can hardly wait," Yu Yui said through gritted teeth, unconcerned about the potential destruction of the UFO, ready to unleash her fury on her former allies. Wu Nyonyo, equally eager for the confrontation, was excited to engage in the fight. Wu Hao had set the launcher to stabilize in synchronous orbit, having already placed a spatial beacon inside, allowing him to return at any moment. As the two entities collided, the launcher successfully connected with the UFO, forcibly creating a portal for their easy entry. Chapter 233, Conclusion. Wu Hao, accompanied by Yu Yui and Wu Nyonyo, successfully infiltrated the interior of a space station intended as a refuge for the affluent. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the opulence surrounding them. The lavish decor, highlighted by gilded walls and a plush crimson carpet, suggested a luxurious palace rather than a space station. It was astonishing how they could indulge in such extravagance amidst the impending doom of their world. Wu Hao chuckled, bemused by the absurdity of their situations. Even in a time of crisis, these individuals appeared to prioritize a life of utmost luxury, seemingly indifferent to the suffering of those whose resources were being squandered for their lavish dinners. Yu Yui remained silent, incredulous at the sheer audacity of their extravagance, while Wu Nyonyo, enchanted by the resplendent surroundings, exclaimed how beautiful it was. "Do you like it? How about we take it apart and bring it home?" Wu Hao playfully enticed the innocent Wu Nyonyo, fully aware of her origins as a more evolved version of Yu Siwei, yet now an independent and Navi being. "Really?" Wu Nyonyo's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of causing mischief. "Of course," Wu Hao replied with a mischievous grin, encouraging her to revel in her playful destruction. Yu Yui looked on in disbelief, recognizing the potential chaos Wu Nyonyo could unleash. With a childlike enthusiasm, Wu Nyonyo wasted no time, tearing down a beautiful section of the wall, causing significant damage within the station. "Well done." Wu Hao applauded her efforts, further igniting her glee in this playful destruction. Yu Yui could only shake her head in exasperation, a smile lingering on her face as she watched Wu Nyonyo's antics. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she noticed a group approaching, familiar faces among the remaining 10 from the original 12. "Mao Tu, you've gone too far. Just because you didn't get your way, you conspired with outsiders to destroy this place." A burly man with a shaved head shouted angrily, accusing Yu Yui of treachery. "You're mistaken. Your error was not eliminating me when you had the chance. But I cannot blame you. With my abilities, if I wish to escape, none of you could detain me," Yu Yui retorted, her confidence bolstered by her extraordinary agility. "I will correct that mistake." The man, adorned with a horse tattoo, rushed toward Yu Yui, his speed nearly imperceptible. He was indeed the fastest among them, but lacked the agility necessary to compete with her. Yu Yui merely smiled, unperturbed. For she was not alone. Her partner was present to protect her. At that moment, Wu Hao intervened, swiftly countering the man's attack and sending him flying with a powerful kick. The man was stunned to see Wu Hao effortlessly replicate his own abilities, showcasing an even greater force. Your skills are rather mediocre, Wu Hao taunted. Having easily copied the man's power and utilized it against him, the man, humiliated, could only glare at Wu Hao, acknowledging his superiority. Friend, it seems your intentions here are far from benign. Would you care to elaborate? A handsome, authoritative man stepped forward, exuding a commanding presence. Wu Hao recognized this man as Chen Long, the leader of the group. He addressed him directly, stating, I have taken a liking to this place and expect you to vacate it. This is not a negotiation, consider it a notice. If you refuse to leave willingly, I shall remove you myself. Chen Long's expression darkened, realizing the gravity of Wu Hao's words. Your demands are excessive, he managed to say, struggling to contain his anger. Aware of Wu Hao's formidable presence. Not excessive, merely a notification. If you choose not to depart, I will ensure you are forcibly removed, Wu Hao said nonchalantly. Having already claimed this space for himself, you are overstepping your bounds. A man resembling a monkey warned, attempting to intimidate Wu Hao. Nyo, Wu Hao called out. Uninterested in further dialogue, instructing her, toss them all out, everyone except for us. All right. Wu Nyo gleefully replied, eager to commence this amusing game. In the blink of an eye, the clumsy bull and the afternoon horse, on the verge of striking, were swiftly rendered unconscious, crashing through the outer wall of the space station and being cast into the void beyond. What ensued was a one-sided massacre. Wu Nyo, possessing the formidable strength of a level 27 beast, left Wu Hao feeling that it was nearly impossible for him to subdue her with all his might. Among the personnel present, the strongest amounted to merely 12 individuals, each hovering around the strength of a level 10 beast. If he struggled against them, how could he possibly contend with Wu Nyo, a humanoid beast of such power? In mere moments, aside from Chen Long, who managed to exchange a couple of feeble blows before succumbing, the others were swiftly knocked out, tossed out of the space station without a moment's notice. This spectacle left Yu Yui in awe, astonished at Wu Nyo's overwhelming strength, as it was nothing short of a unilateral slaughter. Within just a few minutes, Wu Nyo returned like a well-behaved child. The entire crew of the space station had been thoroughly purged, every individual cast into the vacuum of space. Beyond the realm of life. A job well done. Wu Hao gently patted Wu Nyo on the head, realizing how obedient she truly was. Was it all over so soon? Yu Yui found it hard to believe, witnessing how those who seemed so formidable had been rendered utterly powerless in an instant, eradicated by sheer force. In the face of absolute strength, we are all but fragile beings, Wu Hao mused. Yet, he knew there were far more pressing matters at hand. He immediately commenced the construction of his abilities, swiftly repairing and expanding the space station. He also established a spatial beacon, allowing the core members of the apartment building and the 703 emergency shelter to teleport here, far removed from the deteriorating surface world. Wei Mengmeng was among the first to be transported. Upon entering the space station, she wasted no time, promptly utilizing work robots, with the assistance of Feng Yiru, to head to the moon and establish a spatial beacon. They began to construct a lunar base in the cavernous regions, creating a new sanctuary for many to reside and seek refuge. Wu Hao gazed at the burgeoning ring-shaped space city taking form in the cosmos, then glanced at the ravaged surface world besieged by biting cold storms. As he gazed into the vastness of space and the stars, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Yet he also understood that this very insignificance endowed him with the potential to forge an unprecedented and magnificent new world. The end.